The power of the fairies was born during the cataclysmic event of the Big Bang, at the very dawn of existence. Much like the power of the phoenix, it possesses boundless strength. However, unlike the phoenix, it is perpetually plagued by an insatiable hunger. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Mechanical Entity. Oh no, oh no. How did I end up in the age of decline this time? Hey host, are you alright? Host, don't scare me like this. Host, on a frigid street, where the north wind howled, a drifting mechanical entity cried out to the heavens at the scene of a car accident. The crowd surrounding the area seemed oblivious to its presence. What am I to do? Am I really going to abandon this mission? Several hosts have already perished. The enigmatic mechanical entity sighed, gazing at the mangled vehicle, within which lay the sixth host, who had recently met their demise. It helplessly recalled the tragic experiences of late. Initially, the task was to transport the host to the primordial cosmos, allow for stable development, and deceive the cosmic laws of that realm. Then, it could stealthily acquire the heart of the great Tao and return to its own kin to fulfill the mission. However, it was utterly unforeseen that this mechanical entity, designated as 89757, a being of higher dimensionality, would make such a grievous blunder. This was simply unforgivable. After causing the demise of several hosts in succession, it had yet to catch even a glimpse of the primordial cosmos, let alone complete the mission entrusted to it by its kin. I must urgently find someone to assume the role of the next host. It seems I should seek an individual whose existence has minimal impact on this universe to mitigate the consequences of their loss and subsequently reduce the probability of my failure. The mechanical entity 89757 immediately infiltrated the Earth's network, commencing its search. Days later, in an alternate dimension, a spaceship soared at a speed surpassing light. Inside the vessel, the mechanical entity 89757 grinned at a handsome soul lounging on a sofa. Host, if you're feeling bored, how about I prepare an energy hot pot? We could enjoy hot pot and sing while swiftly making our way to the primordial cosmos. Startled, Qin Yi sprang upright from the sofa. Such remarks must not be taken lightly. Numerous predecessors had met unfortunate fates while enjoying hot pot and singing. No. Let us simply proceed to the primordial cosmos as planned. Qin Yi muttered to himself. It's strange how I inexplicably fell asleep at the office, then met my untimely end, only to encounter this so-called mechanical entity 89,757 claiming to facilitate my journey through dimensions. Beep, beep, warning, insufficient energy. The sudden alarm startled both Qin Yi and 89757. Wait, can it really be like this? What is happening? Qin Yi incredulously questioned 89757. As you can see, dear host, this system has encountered a malfunction. Yes, a malfunction due to insufficient energy. It appears that I cannot transport you to the primordial cosmos. 89757 responded hastily. Qin Yi observed the drifting mechanical entity in the now motionless spaceship. I must be out of my mind to have been lured here by you, with promises of being sent to the primordial world to leisurely attain the status of a sage. I should have. Why is there a power shortage? A weak mechanical voice replied. Well, it's like this, host. During our traversal, the system inadvertently evolved, resulting in some energy consumption. Qin Yi turned to survey the surrounding silent void. Is it possible to return now? Oh no. Your physical body in the original universe has been destroyed, and you currently exist in a spiritual state. As for the remaining energy, let me check. It should suffice to place you in a nearby cosmic dimension. Are you not worried I might suddenly perish? Qin Yi retorted, exasperated. Who knows what perilous conditions the nearby universe might hold? He could very well meet his end before even reaching the second chapter. With an awkward response, 89757 replied, Rest assured, host, this time will definitely be fine. I just scanned, and the dimensional barriers of this universe are considerably weaker than those of the surrounding universes. It should not be too dangerous. Should not be too dangerous? Be reasonable. Qin exclaimed angrily. Perhaps we could do this. The system could extract a powerful primordial energy from this universe and merge it with your soul. Then, using the materials I have collected, I can reconstruct your physical body. You would only need to wait patiently for the fusion of your body and soul energy to complete, without any need for you to cultivate. Just survive until I... Couldn't you use the extracted powerful energy to replenish the system's energy? Qin Yi interrupted 89757 in confusion. 89757 hesitated, responding, Actually, the system's evolution speed has been too rapid. It must enter a dormant state. Hence, I cannot continue our journey together. However, host, do not worry. Even in dormancy, I retain some basic functional capabilities to ensure your safety. For instance, you can check your current physical status and personal panel at any time, allowing you to avoid certain dangers. Is that all? Qin Yi fixed a dubious gaze on 89757. Yes, 89,757, replied weakly. You gotta be kidding me. All right, we are about to begin the energy extraction. I wish you a pleasant journey. Host, the system is now entering dormancy. To help you better integrate into this universe, your new physical form will commence fusion. Additionally, to enhance your survival, the system grants you a healing ability capable of curing and purifying all negative effects. In an instant, Qin Yi's soul fused with a mysterious energy, drifting into a mechanical chamber, forming a small human body. A sacred light then enveloped this new form. Along with a torrent of information, Qin Yi promptly fell into a deep slumber. Moments later, gazing at the nearby dimensional barriers, 89757 muttered, having invested so heavily this time, this host should be able to survive. Given the low-level self-protection barriers, it should not be too dangerous. Let's send the host through, and the system can also enter dormancy. I wonder how much I can evolve this time. I am quite eager to see. Subsequently, 89757 merged with the spaceship, which transformed into a vibrant beam of light, attaching itself to Qin Yi. Enveloping his form, it traversed the nearby dimensional barrier, vanishing from sight. In the resplendent starry sky, a small human figure, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, stood silently. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Yi awoke from his slumber, bewildered and surveying his surroundings. Desolate and empty, where could this be? Qin Yi looked down at his feet that a serene azure planet quietly lingered in the vast expanse of space. Overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight before him, Qin Yi finally grasped his whereabouts. What the hell? Why has this cursed system thrown me into outer space? As he gazed at the stars, plummeting towards Earth, he fell into deep contemplation. The lazy system had orchestrated such a predicament. Was he destined to be the unluckiest soul among the traversers, meeting his end before even reaching the second chapter? Resigned, he decided to assess what this troublesome system had fused within him, hoping that in his next life, he would never encounter it again. With a sigh of exasperation, Qin Yi prodded at the watch on his arm. A luminous screen materialized in his mind, displaying Qin Yi, male human, age 6, system, hibernating, fairy power fusion, 1, hunger level, 50, healing spell capable of healing and purifying all negative effects. Upgradable. Fairy power exists solely in Earth 1298. Born during the cosmic explosion, this universe is not Marvel's primary universe, but rather stems from an ancient realm. Its power is an insatiable hunger, akin to that of a planet devourer, consuming everything in its path, regardless of the magnitude of the celestial bodies, even the Phoenix Force. Once it devours them, their powers become entirely its own. Additionally, it possesses a terrifying ability to alter reality on a cosmic scale, manipulating molecular arrangements with remarkable precision. It masters all forms of sorcery, capable of creating spells never before recorded. Its mental defenses are impervious, allowing it to read or control the thoughts of others at will. It also wields formidable telepathic abilities. Fairy power, indeed. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yi closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fairy power coursing through him. Chapter 2. An Unconventional Entrance. December 16, 1991, United States night. By a forest path, a long-haired man sat motionless on a motorcycle, his demeanor cold and contemplative, seemingly awaiting something. After a prolonged silence, a car traversed the wooded road. In an instant, the long-haired man revved his motorcycle, pursuing the vehicle with fervor. During the chase, he swiftly overtook the car, hurling a grenade inside. With a resounding explosion, the car veered uncontrollably into a nearby tree, coming to a halt. At the scene of the crash, the long-haired man executed a graceful turn on his motorcycle, positioning himself behind the wrecked vehicle, preparing to approach the trunk. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he looked up at the sky. A shooting star, shimmering with golden light, plummeted directly toward him, and in his puzzled gaze, he discerned a small boy enveloped within it. As the meteor struck him, he remained in a state of bewilderment. With a resounding crash, the impact sent blood and flesh scattering. This cursed system, Did it throw me into outer space to hasten my demise? Thankfully, this fairy power has some merit miraculously. I emerged unscathed from the fall. Rubbing his head, Qin Yi felt the pure white light of the healing spell enveloping his body. After confirming his limbs were intact, he turned to observe the pool of blood behind him. Good grief. I just made my entrance and already killed someone. Who was the poor soul running around at this hour? This iron arm. It seems oddly familiar. Curious, Qin Yi approached the iron arm, pondering its origin. Help me, ma'am. A feeble voice suddenly emerged. Intrigued, he approached the vehicle. Inside the nearly totaled vintage car, a bloodied man with a mustache gasped for breath, his pleading eyes fixed on Qin Yi. The man bore an uncanny familiarity, as did the iron arm. Qin Yi mused, Howard Stark? Am I witnessing the scene of Bucky Barnes assassinating Howard? Has this wretched system transported me into the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Thankfully, it is not the zombie universe. The film universe is likely safer than the comics. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he reflected on the implications of having inadvertently altered the storyline. However, he consoled himself, thinking, well, I've saved one of Captain America's friends while taking another. We are even. He placed his hand upon Howard's head, and the pure white light of the healing spell radiated throughout Howard's body. Instantly, Howard recovered, grasping Qin Yi's hand in gratitude. Please help my wife. Subsequently, Qin Yi placed his hand on Maria Stark's head. Upon completing the healing spell, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, a burning hunger surging within, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. The energy expended in casting the healing spell left him famished. It must have been the tremendous energy lost from plummeting through space. Damn it all, with so much ancient energy in the Marvel Universe, why did it choose this fusion of flesh? Am I destined to become a being like Galactus, consuming everything in my path? Envious of those who began their journeys fused with the Phoenix Force or chaos energy, Qin Yi gazed at his small arms and legs, pondering how he would endure this lifetime of hunger. Meanwhile, Howard Stark, aiding his wife from the car, anxiously inquired, Maria, how do you feel? I'm fine, Howard. Do we hit this child? Noticing the boy slumped on the ground, Maria hurriedly grasped Qin Yi's hand, asking, Child, are you hurt? Howard glanced at Qin Yi, recalling the recent accident. Was a motorcycle man pursuing us for the super soldier serum? I had just completed its replication and hadn't even begun testing it. Has word leaked out? Or was it simply an assassination attempt? Hydra? Or another competitor? This superpowered child appeared rather conveniently. Is there a purpose behind it? Howard, we should take this child home and investigate, Maria urged, noticing her husband deep in thought. Howard promptly dialed their butler, Edwin Jarvis. Thank you for saving Maria and me, child. What is your name? Where's your family? Why are you alone here? After finishing his call, Howard sat beside his wife and turned to Qin Yi. Looking up at the unscathed Howard couple, Qin Yi contemplated how he had inadvertently altered the storyline upon arriving in the Marvel Universe. Bucky had perished, while Iron Man's parents were still alive. The likelihood of a civil war among the Avengers diminishing post-October 2023 means that I would inevitably draw the attention of the Time Variance Authority and the Ancient One, who wields the Time Stone. With only a 6th fusion of my fairy power, the system remains dormant. Can I truly contend with these adversaries? I must venture forth to harness energy absorption to enhance my fusion degree. Moreover, can one gamble on the 50 chance afforded by that fateful snap of the Population Control Office Director? And this insatiable hunger for fairy power must I constantly consume sustenance? In this perilous Marvel universe, this beleaguered America, the pressures of survival weigh heavily. Reflecting on this dismal future, Qin Yi could not help but respond with a troubled expression. I am Qin Yi. Howard observed the sudden sorrow that enveloped Qin Yi and recalled reports from a few years prior about the military's experiments on mutant children. Gazing at Qin Yi's frail form and recalling the extraordinary abilities that had saved him, he pondered whether this child had escaped from a military laboratory and whether his earlier question had triggered painful memories. It was clear that lingering here was unwise. The military might discover this place. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark understood the immense value of a superpowered individual capable of resurrection. Not to mention, this child had saved his life. His abilities were invaluable. With these thoughts, Howard sprang into action, declaring, Maria, we must take the child away from here. He approached the vehicle beside the grand tree, attempting to start it, only to find it unresponsive. Shaking his head, it appeared they could not drive away. Qin Yi watched as Howard, perplexed, stood by the car. He then waved his hand, and the transformed vehicle dissolved into a molecular state, reassembling into a new car before the astonished eyes of Howard and his wife. After a moment of silence, they hurriedly ushered Qin Yi into the vehicle. "Child, refrain from using these powers in public. Those military lunatics will undoubtedly seek to capture you for experimentation." Howard spoke from the driver's seat, addressing the boy in the back. Well, there was no need for further explanation. It seemed Howard regarded him as a mutant child destined for military capture. However, Qin Yi recalled that there were no mutants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Could it be a fusion universe? He pondered deeply. Maria, recalling her husband's words and reports from years past, quickly embraced Qin Yi. "Poor child, do you remember where your home is?" "I don't remember," came the resigned voice of the 6-year-old boy, stirring Mariah's compassion as she gently patted his back. In the quiet of the vehicle, each person was lost in their thoughts. Eventually, the car came to a halt at a luxurious estate. "Child, let us stay here for now. We will see if we can help you find your parents," Maria said, holding Qin Yi's hand. "Looks like I won't be starving for a while," Qin Yi mused, surveying the opulent surroundings. "JRVS, please arrange for some food. This child must be famished," Howard instructed the waiting butler. He and Maria stepped aside, seemingly discussing something important. After entering the living room, Maria presented Qin Yi with some clothing. "These are my son Tony's clothes from when he was a child. I hope they fit. Go wash up and change. You will have something to eat afterward." Declining Maria's offer to help with his bath, Qin Yi entered the bathroom. Gazing at the blood-stained clothes left by the Winter Soldier, he wondered if the garments produced by the system would be as memorable as the Hulk's iconic green shorts. He decided to research this later. For now, he needed to survive and develop further. A higher fusion degree with fairy power might allow him to venture into Wakanda and see if he could absorb some vibranium, which should significantly enhance his fusion. Moreover, he pondered whether the Space Stone and Reality Stone could be absorbed by fairy power. The energy provided by the Infinity Stones should awaken the slumbering system. He resolved to seek opportunities for such trials in the future. In this treacherous Marvel universe, not wearing a golden ring left one feeling utterly insecure, even if the system seemed somewhat unreliable. At this juncture, the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract, remained aboard a Kree spaceship beyond the Earth's atmosphere, awaiting Captain Marvel's return to Earth in a few years to retrieve it. The major villains had yet to make their entrance, suggesting that if he could absorb the lesser antagonists of the Marvel Universe, it might prove easier. "Child, it's time for dinner," Mariah's voice interrupted Qin Yi's contemplation. "All right, Auntie," he replied, now dressed. Seated at the dining table, Qin Yi shyly addressed Maria. "Thank you, I may eat quite a lot." "It's perfectly all right, dear. I should thank you for saving my husband, and me. You needn't worry about that. It seems Tony's childhood clothes fit you just right." Maria smiled at him. "Then I shall begin," Qin Yi said, eager to see if this meal could alleviate the relentless hunger of fairy power. An hour later, observing Qin Yi's emaciated belly and his continued voracious consumption, Maria remarked, "Child, won't eating like this be harmful to your health?" Clearly, she had underestimated what a lot entailed, necessitating the chef to prepare additional food. As Qin Yi stuffed food into his mouth, he noted the slow decline of his hunger level and looked up to reassure her. "It's fine, Annie. This is merely a side effect of my superpowers." At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from outside. "Uncle JRVIS, is Mom back?" Qin Yi raised his gaze toward the outside. Had the protagonist of the Marvel Universe finally arrived? Chapter 3. The 21-year-old playboy Tony Stark, the intellectual prodigy of the Marvel Universe with an IQ soaring to 270, has been labeled by Thanos, the director of the Family Planning Office, as a man cursed by knowledge. Graduating from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the tender age of 17, he was regarded by others as the pinnacle of youthful potential. According to the original trajectory, after the assassination of Howard and Maria Stark by the Winter Soldier, 21-year-old Tony inherited his father's company, ascending to the role of chairman of Stark Industries. Through a series of collaborations with the military, he propelled the company to unprecedented heights. In 2008, during his captivity in a cave, he and Dr. Ethan created the initial prototype of the Iron Man suit in a mere 3 months. Subsequently, he played a pivotal role in several battles as a member of the Avengers, rescuing America from peril. The Tony Stark portrayed in the media is often seen as a self-absorbed playboy, fiercely and proudly engaging in combat. Yet, despite his ostentatious demeanor, he consistently strives to protect his teammates. In the climactic battle of 2023, Tony made the ultimate sacrifice, wielding the fateful snap against Thanos' forces. However, It is evident that the 21-year-old Tony Stark is not particularly endearing at present. As he entered the living room, he was greeted by a mountain of stacked plates and Qin Yi, who was indulging heartily at the dining table. With a sigh, Tony turned to Maria and remarked, "I ask you, Mother, did you bring back an alien baby from your recent travels?" Maria, bemused by her son's antics, patted him on the shoulder. "Tony, this is Qin Yi. He encountered a car accident on the way and returned early." Upon hearing this, Tony rushed to Maria's side, observing her son's concern. Maria reassured him, "He is fine now, Tony. Let your father handle it." After calming Tony, Maria approached Qin Yi. "Child, is this enough? Shall I ask the chef to prepare more?" "I'm full, Auntie," Qin Yi replied, wiping his mouth. Tony gestured towards the towering plates on the table, his eyes gleaming as he addressed Qin Yi. "Qin, are you an alien? You've consumed so much yet your belly shows no sign of change. Is the digestive system of extraterrestrial life forms truly that formidable? Is your appearance naturally like this, or have you mastered the technology of transformation or human simulation?" Tony Maria interrupted her son's inquisitive barrage. "I'm merely curious," Tony shrugged, clearly unwilling to relinquish his inquisitiveness, his gaze still fixed on Qin Yi. Faced with Tony's eager expression, Qin Yi felt compelled to explain, "This is merely a side effect of using my superpowers. I require sustenance to replenish my energy." "Superpowers? A mutant, you say? What is your superpower?" Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. Qin Yi snapped his fingers, and a pure white light enveloped Tony, merging into his body. Tony twisted his waist, feeling the overwhelming fatigue from his earlier battle dissipate in an instant. Qin Yi, with an air of resignation, gestured towards him, remarking, "You are too weak, you need to exercise." Tony gazed earnestly at Qin Yi, stating, "I often work out at night. Your ability is astonishing. Can you teach me?" "This is innate. It's something you cannot learn," Qin Yi replied. "Very well, extraterrestrial baby. From now on, stick with me. I will protect you." It seemed this fellow had taken it upon himself to be a power bank. "Tony, Qin Yi will be staying at our home temporarily. You should keep an eye on him," Maria said as she began to clear the dining table. All right, extraterrestrial baby, come with me. I'll show you something fun." It appeared that Tony had not relinquished his curiosity about Qin Yi, leading him toward his room. Once the door was closed, Tony looked at Qin Yi with curiosity, asking, "Extraterrestrial baby, aside from that white light, do you possess any other superpowers?" Qin Yi stared at the whimsical future Iron Man before him and couldn't help but ponder. Had the practice of bestowing nicknames on others begun at this very moment? He reflected on the future victims of Tony's mischief. Thor, the god of thunder; Captain America, Steve; Loki, the Bambi of the group; Spider-Man, the pajama baby; Legolas, Hawkeye; Nebula, the Blue Sister; Ant-Man, the Thumbelina; and the unfortunate Winter Soldier, who met his end at the hands of his own. Was the mischief destined to commence with him now? No, this simply wouldn't do. He had to find a way to avert it. Qin Yi's mind was in a whirl as he contemplated what could possibly deter this individual. Sorcery? He lacked the mystical abilities that came with fairy power. Should he attempt to intimidate Tony with his reality-altering capabilities? "I have many abilities, but after using my superpowers, I need to replenish my energy. Would you like to see? If you provide me with something to restore my energy, I shall demonstrate." Perhaps it would be wise to play a little trick on this fellow to prevent him from incessantly calling him extraterrestrial baby. After pondering for a moment, Tony remarked, "You know, you seem like a devil enticing others into a trade. How about you demonstrate something at random, and tomorrow I will find you something to replenish your energy." Qin Yi lifted his head, surveyed the room, and retrieved a music box from the bookshelf. Placing it on the table, he smashed it to pieces with a punch. Tony looked at Qin Yi's actions in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. "Is this it?" Qin Yi then waved his hand over the shattered music box, and it slowly restored itself to its original form. "What is this? A time loop?" "No. What ability do you possess?" The object before Tony utterly transcended his comprehension. He examined the music box in his hands, glancing left and right, yet he could not discern anything peculiar. Qin Yi scratched his head, pondering for a considerable time. "Well, it's rather challenging to explain. You may perceive it as the ability to alter reality. Is there anything else? How did you become a mutant? Were you born this way? Are your parents mutants? Or did they undergo some form of stimulus or influence to acquire such abilities?" Faced with Tony Stark's barrage of inquiries, Qin Yi could only raise his hand and reply, "It's innate." Tony, resting his hand on his chin, contemplated, "All right, extraterrestrial infant. Tomorrow, I shall investigate any sources of significant energy. Can you only absorb energy through consumption, or are there alternative methods?" "Both are viable," Qin Yi responded. Just don't go altering the timeline again. It seemed that in the future, it would be imperative to guide this fellow towards the realm of armored suits. Otherwise, if he began delving into the study of mutants, the timeline would indeed be in peril. Anti-mutant Tony? Magical Tony? Qin Yi's mind wandered amid his thoughts. Qin, I have tidied up your room. You should rest now. Tomorrow, Tony will help you familiarize yourself with the house. Maria's voice resonated from outside the door. All right, Aunt. Okay, Mom. Good night, extraterrestrial baby. Chapter 4. In 1992, Howard had exerted his monetary prowess for several months, yet he had unearthed not a single shred of information regarding Qin Yi. There were no records of entry or exit, and no surveillance footage could capture even the slightest glimpse of Qin Yi. Even within hospitals, no documents could be found to verify his existence. It was as if he had materialized from thin air, which was impossible, given that Maria had a fondness for children. Qin Yi had been residing temporarily at Howard's estate for the past few months. After this period of cohabitation, it was evident that Tony Stark had relinquished his investigation into Qin Yi's supernatural abilities. It seemed that, confronted with such an unreplicable power, Tony could not conceive a more effective means of harnessing it. While lost in thought, Tony reclined on the living room sofa, glancing at Qin Yi, who was staring blankly at the television. The screen displayed the day's news report. Qin, could you perform that healing spell for me? Tony suddenly recalled that he had a rendezvous with a magazine cover girl that evening to exchange insights. Qin Yi looked at him with exasperation. This man had devoted himself obsessively to researching his own superpowers over the past few months, to the point of near sleeplessness. Had he not been concerned that this fellow might meet an untimely demise and disrupt the timeline, he would have never entertained the idea of bestowing a few healing spells upon him. All right, this guy has truly become addicted. He confidently asserts that a genius like Tony Stark cannot afford to squander time on sleep. Fortunately, after the suggestion of Howard Stark, who has retired from SHIELD, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, and the persuasion of Maria, who is taking care of him at home, he has relinquished his research into superpowers and returned to a previous state of life. Are you planning to meet with this year's 12 cover girls? Qin Yi observed Tony, who had suddenly risen. That is indeed a splendid idea, as it aligns with my identity. Would you like me to accompany you for some learning, Qin? You will certainly find it useful when you grow older. Faced with Tony's unexpected banter, Qin Yi could only shrug in resignation. He casually sent forth a beam of white light toward Tony, who was standing tall, awaiting the light to envelop him. Qin Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, a news broadcast on television captured Qin Yi's attention. The manned spacecraft in distress had been rescued thanks to the relentless efforts of the Avengers team, and all personnel aboard the stricken vessel had returned safely. Arriving at the airport this morning, a multitude of reporters and family members of the crew witnessed this miracle. The Avengers have earned our respect through their repeated acts of bravery. Hearing the news report, Tony turned to Qin Yi and inquired, "Do you know anyone on board?" "No." Qin replied, "Go accompany your cover girl. I shall fetch some food." "All right, I'll bring you a few hamburgers in the morning. There's a delightful Turkish kebab place nearby." Watching Tony saunter away, Qin Yi fell into contemplation. The saga of the Phoenix from the Avengers had begun. It seemed that the Marvel Cinematic Universe had truly merged, raising the stakes. In 1992, during this incident, the Phoenix had inadvertently absorbed cosmic energy from outer space while rescuing the distressed spacecraft, rendering her powers immensely stronger, so much so that even she could not control them. Subsequently, the devouring had arrived on Earth, with their leader, Walker, transforming into a female on Earth to absorb the cosmic energy from Jean. The film had received a lackluster rating, and he hadn't paid much attention to it. It appeared that during the absorption, she had been overwhelmed and ultimately vanished as she could no longer withstand the energy of the Phoenix Force. Wait, the Phoenix Force, the cosmic energy. This could be worth exploring. This way, the Phoenix would not disappear due to the overwhelming power, and I might even enhance the fusion of my own fairy powers. It seems I need to devise a thorough plan. Qin Yi then assessed his own status. Qin Yi, male, age 7. System, in hibernation. Fusion of fairy powers, 1. Hunger level, 50. Healing spell, capable of healing and purifying all negative effects, upgradable. Observing the integration level of the first entity, Qin Yi felt an involuntary retreat within his heart. At present, his skills were limited to altering reality, manipulating molecular arrangements, and either reading or controlling the thoughts of others. Most importantly, the energy available for the integration level was also limited. The strength of his new body, having assimilated the power of the fairies, had yet to be tested. He had no vivid recollection of the strength of fairy power. In his previous life, it had only appeared sporadically in parallel universes and was utterly absent from cinematic portrayals. This modest capability would likely be inadequate in the presence of figures like the Qin King and the Professor, especially considering the formidable leader of the Debar people, who transformed into an Earth woman, a challenge even for the Qin King. Moreover, the Dark Phoenix, having absorbed cosmic energy, presented an explosive threat. He feared that upon his arrival, he might be swiftly overwhelmed by them, a rather daunting predicament. The optimal scenario would be to refrain from entangling himself in their narrative developments and seek an opportunity to strike unexpectedly, especially with so many mutants present. The prospects were promising. Additionally, the powers of the Phoenix theoretically allowed for the limitless manipulation of time, space, matter, and energy within the universe. A far more comfortable existence compared to the incessant hunger of his fairy powers, notwithstanding the self-will of the Phoenix. If he were to wait for his body to naturally merge with the fairy powers, who knows how long that would take. In the coming years, Captain Marvel and the Kree would also make their appearances, with various antagonists entering the fray one after another. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. 2 days later. Hey, Qin, your little companions are currently in quite a predicament. That girl named Jean Grey is truly peculiar. Just a few days ago, she was hailed as a superhero, and now she has been put on the government's wanted list. Tony remarked with a cheeky grin, handing Qin Yi several hamburgers and Turkish kebabs. Receiving the hamburgers, Qin Yi jested. So, this is what you bought 2 days' worth of hamburgers for? Hey, let us just say your healing ability is impressively enduring, Tony retorted. And as Qin Yi regarded him with exasperation, a sudden thought struck him. He looked up at Tony and said, Hey, brother, could you do me a favor? Tony instinctively took a few steps back, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He quickly raised his hands. Don't probe into my thoughts. Don't manipulate my mind. Qin Yi chuckled helplessly. Rest assured, I promised Uncle and Aunt not to misuse my superpowers. I merely wish for you to help me locate Jean Grey. Seated on the sofa, Tony gazed at Qin Yi in astonishment. What do you want with her? That girl seems rather dangerous. After contemplating the unfolding narrative, Qin Yi responded. I need to follow her. If she disappears, where else would I find such a remarkable source of energy, especially 2 substantial energy sources? After contemplating for another 6 months regarding my superpower, Qin Yi addressed Tony, who promptly responded, 3 years, at most 1 year. Tony, you ought to manage Stark Industries diligently. Uncle Howard has retired, Qin Yi remarked. 1.5 years. It's a deal, he replied resignedly. Finding a lost, dangerous little girl is a task that should be relatively simple for a genius like Stark. Qin, you really ought to read more. You cannot perpetually rely on your older brother for these trivial matters. Observing Tony's playful demeanor as he approached the computer to tinker with something, Qin Yi continued, originally, Aunt had contacted Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, but given this situation, that opportunity is likely dashed. Frustration surged within Qin Yi as he thought, how infuriating. School is about to commence. Even after traversing an entire universe, I still cannot escape the clutches of academia, and I must start from elementary school. Destruction awaits. I am weary. Moments later, Tony turned to the pensive Qin Yi and stated, communications from the military indicate that a battle recently occurred on a street in New York. However, they have since been apprehended. It seems their intention is to transfer them to a mutant control center. Qin Yi hurried to the computer and suggested, Tony, why don't we take a look? An alien appearance is imminent. Tony, stroking his chin in contemplation, inquired, is this yet another instance of your foresight? Considering the presence of extraterrestrials, let's extend the research period by another year. 2.5 years of this dreadful extension, Qin Yi retorted, raising his middle finger at Tony without a moment's hesitation. Let us go. Tony pondered for a moment before adding, in case Mom asks, you're responsible for soothing her. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. Qin Yi tugged Tony towards the garage. On their way to the mutant control center, Qin Yi observed the phone in Tony's hand and hesitated. Tony, driving, remarked, I'll get you one later. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yi asked, Tony, do you think it's possible to eliminate the keyboard, enlarge the screen, and incorporate additional functions such as navigation or video calling? Do you think it has potential? Goodness. Old man Joe, I assure you I am not intentionally plagiarizing your concept. The mobile phones of 1992 leave much to be desired. Though it is the Marvel Universe, the technological advancements seem rather skewed. Phones still possess cumbersome keyboards and minuscule screens, not to mention the lack of other functionalities. Though they are certainly more effective than bricks in a fight. After hearing Qin Yi's remarks, Tony contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, I never anticipated that you would possess such ingenious ideas, Qin. I'll establish a new company for us to explore this venture further. How does Star Communications sound? All is well. Let us first conceal ourselves upon arrival. If we could capture an extraterrestrial for study, that would be even more splendid. Upon hearing about the alien, Tony hastened towards the mutant control center. By the time Qin Yi and Tony arrived, the train was already torn asunder by Phoenix, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions. The remaining members of the X-Men were safely placed on the ground by Phoenix. Qin Yi pulled Tony to hide beside a ruin, and with a sweep of his hand, a surge of energy cloaked them, blending them seamlessly with their surroundings. That bald man looks strangely familiar. Tony nudged Qin Yi's arm, his gaze darting towards the X-Men. Qin Yi observed the professor sprawled on the ground. The professor, a figure worthy of admiration, devoted to fostering peace between mutants and humanity. Yet, he was somewhat naive. The upper echelons of your beloved nation have long aimed to eradicate mutants. However, from another perspective, mutants are indeed a part of humanity's strength. In the absence of external conflicts or threats, the internal discord between humans and mutants cannot be sustained in equilibrium solely through maintenance. External conflicts and threats? What kind? Qin Yi pointed towards the figures converging upon Jean. These beings, the extraterrestrial devouring race, were the reason for our presence. They appear no different from us. Goodness, that girl is fierce. Tony stared in awe at Jean, who was wreaking havoc, as the Devarians charging towards her were obliterated like fragile bubbles at her mere gesture. Is this akin to your manipulation of molecular arrangement? Noticing Tony's renewed interest in mutant abilities, Qin Yi suddenly conceived a bold idea. Why not collaborate with the professor to form an Avengers or Illuminati of our own? Being the leader is far preferable to serving others. What nonsense, the President of the United States. I aspire to be a patriarch. Yet, given my current capabilities, perhaps it is best to refrain for now. I shall remain in hiding until the X-Men are targeted by the American government, at which point I shall have Tony engage in discussions. It's all about energy control. Qin Yi remarked to the bewildered Tony. Suddenly, the silver-haired Devarian leader, Walker, dashed towards Jean, seizing her by the neck. A torrent of energy erupted from Jean, drawn into Walker's being. The scattered power of the Phoenix enveloped the two, akin to transferring water from one pool to another. Unfortunately, Jean's reservoir resembled an ocean. In mere moments, Walker's smaller pool could no longer contain it. She writhed in agony, witnessing her skin fissure, yearning to retract the hand that gripped her neck. Yet, Jean instantaneously seized his hand, asking, "Do you desire this power?" The power of the Phoenix enveloped the two individuals, surging forth like a deluge released from a dam, swiftly occupying the space around them and radiating outward. Laser Eye, filled with concern, gazed at Jean, ensnared within the vortex of energy, and instinctively stepped forward. Yet, upon making contact with this potent force, his hand began to fragment, disintegrating slowly. Jean, Laser Eye's pained voice echoed, witnessing his beloved being assaulted by her own energy. As well as the family of the Sentinel, Jean hesitated. At that moment, Walker, in agony, uttered, "You cannot control this energy. If you kill me, you will doom them as well." Jean cast a resolute glance at the professor. With the professor's reluctant gaze upon them, she and Walker ascended towards the heavens, soaring like a phoenix amidst the swirling energies. Good heavens! As they flew into the cosmos, Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail, like a cooked duck that had taken flight. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been watching with rapt attention, suddenly felt a terrifying aura awakening beside him, akin to an ancient beast that had been imprisoned for eons, its presence constricting his breath. Struggling, Tony patted Qin Yi's shoulder, only to be repelled by the force emanating from him, crashing into a tree behind him before coming to a halt. Rising from the ground, Tony watched in disbelief as Qin Yi ascended, charging towards the energy vortex. The remaining sentinels quickly surrounded Tony, and the beast, cradling the professor, approached him, stating, "I believe you owe us an explanation." Encircled by the power of the fairies, Qin Yi swiftly ascended into space. Within the vortex of Phoenix energy, Jean and Walker struggled against its corrosive grasp. Qin Yi's eyes glimmered with a green light, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing two entangled lambs. Thankfully, he had not missed this opportunity. He would not hold back. The fairy power surged forth, like a resurrected black hole. A colossal swirling vortex of energy materialized above Qin Yi's head. The vortex's terrifying pull violently tore apart the Phoenix energy that surrounded Jean and Walker, forcibly drawing it towards its center, where it was ravenously consumed by the swirling fairy power. As the Phoenix energy gradually dissipated around them, Jean and Walker appeared momentarily stunned. Walker, relieved to be alive, felt a surge of frustration as he realized the energy he had just grasped had vanished. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Qin Yi." Observing the insatiable energy vortex above him devouring the phoenix power and merging it into his own being, manifested two energy arms behind him, which swiftly reached out towards the pair. Caught in the grasp of the energy arm, the phoenix and walker sensed their own vitality swiftly fading. A torrent of energy surged from the vortex into Qin Yi's body, causing fissures to emerge upon his skin, spreading like a shattered glass vessel. Desperately channeling the power of the fairy while casting healing spells upon himself, Qin Yi found the cracks on his body oscillating between dissolution and fragmentation, the influx of energy intensifying his hunger. As the energy from the phoenix and walker was completely absorbed, both collapsed within the confines of the energy arm. Suddenly, a golden circle materialized before Qin Yi. Faced with the radiant golden portal, he wore an expression of trepidation. Had he inadvertently drawn the attention of this formidable entity? From the golden ring emerged an ethereal figure, her wise, luminous eyes gazing at Qin Yi. "Little one," she admonished, "your actions could bring her demise." Qin Yi momentarily faltered, contemplating whether he could indeed confront the Ancient One and seize the Time Stone. Although the energy gleaned from the Time Stone promised significant benefits, the associated risks loomed large. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a while longer. Convincing himself, Qin Yi scratched the back of his head, chuckling, "Greetings, Master Sorcerer. This extraterrestrial seeks to annihilate Earth, and I was just planning to eliminate her." He gestured towards Walker, whom he had ensnared within the energy arm, glancing at the Ancient One, who had not interrupted him. Walker was then unceremoniously drawn into the vortex above Qin Yi's head, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a surge of energy fused into Qin Yi's being. "Let us depart," the Ancient One instructed, addressing Qin Yi, who was poised to make his escape. Qin Yi offered an awkward smile. Surreptitiously glancing at his status panel, Qin Yi male, 7 years old. System in sleep mode. Fairy power fusion level, 6. Hunger level, 55. Healing spell, capable of healing and purifying all negative effects, can be upgraded. Absorbed, Phoenix power, incomplete, Leader Walker. The Ancient One regarded Qin Yi before cradling the Phoenix and stepping into the portal, prompting Qin Yi to hesitantly follow, stating, "Master, we must hurry. My family will worry about me." Chapter 5. Camartage emerging from the golden teleportation circle. Qin Yi accompanied the Ancient One to Camartage. After traversing a corridor, the duo entered an antiquated, Chinese-style room. The Ancient One gently laid the Phoenix upon the bed and turned to glance at Qin Yi. Momentarily taken aback, he raised his hand, sending forth a beam of pure white light that slowly enveloped the Phoenix's form. Observing her stillness, he cast another healing spell in her direction. She merely suffers from excessive energy depletion. Her physical condition is otherwise sound. Allow her to rest. Previously, the Ancient One had repeatedly utilized the Time Stone to examine Qin Yi's past and future, only to discover a chaotic tableau. It was not just Qin Yi. The future of the entire universe seemed shrouded in a dense fog, lacking clarity. The Ancient One gazed intently at Qin Yi for an extended moment before murmuring, "A pure healing magic that can be unleashed without incantations, capable of devouring energy. Where do you hail from, little one?" Qin Yi lifted his head, contemplating the information that the system had transmitted to his mind, and drew 3 circles. "I was within this circle, while you reside within this circle. I had intended to journey to another circle, but inadvertently fell into yours along the way. Do you comprehend?" After a brief moment of reflection, the Ancient One considered. "A multiverse? No, no, no." As Qin Yi responded, he waved his hand, transforming the 3 circles into 3 spheres. "The sphere you occupy has innumerable facets, each representing a dimensional universe. These countless facets exist solely within this sphere. I, on the other hand, reside within another sphere, though I am uncertain if it too possesses countless facets. The sphere I aim to reach is of a higher order, and I am presently unaware of its nature." Upon hearing Qin Yi's explanation, the Ancient One regarded him in silence for a considerable time. "Incredible. So your arrival is serendipitous?" "Ah, yes, indeed, Master. May I take my leave now?" Qin Yi looked at the Ancient One with anticipation. "Just a transient visitor?" The Ancient One, her wise gaze piercing, studied Qin Yi for a brief moment before stating, "Stay here and learn magic alongside me." The Ancient One wished to observe, through their shared experience of learning magic, whether Qin Yi harbored any malevolent intentions toward Earth. "That's a fine sentiment. But Master, I must return to inform my family." Through their months together, Qin Yi, who had been isolated and ensnared by the system in the Marvel Universe, had come to regard Aunt Maria as family. He recalled the golden portal with longing and subtly hinted to the Ancient One, "Master, how might I depart from here, and how shall I return?" The Ancient One smiled and explained the method to release the portal. It seemed that even with the suspension of restrictions, it would take Qin Yi several months to master it. For now, she decided to let him teleport from the New York sanctum and would provide him with its address shortly. Suddenly, she stared in astonishment at the golden circle casually drawn by Qin Yi. She watched as he stepped inside, leaving behind his distant voice, "Mage, let me discuss it with my family, and I shall return in a few days." Gu Yi could not help but ponder the sheer terror of such magical talent. Perhaps Stephen should deliberate carefully before making a decision. Outside the mutant control center, a group of battle police, led by the professor, formed a circle around Tony. Enclosing him within, Tony, with a somewhat inflated demeanor, declared, "How many times must I say it? I merely came to see the alien." Clearly, Charles and the others were not convinced. Just as Charles prepared to delve into Tony's thoughts, a golden circle materialized before them. Qin Yi emerged from within, and through the shimmering portal, one could faintly discern the astonishment on Gu Yi's face and the sight of Phoenix lying on a bed. Jean Grey, also known as Cyclops, instinctively felt the urge to rush forward. However, Qin Yi casually closed the portal. As a few of the battle police moved to take action, he quickly reassured them, "Do not worry, the Phoenix is far safer where she is than in your academy." Faced with the skepticism of the battle police, Qin Yi chose not to elaborate further. He waved his hand and took Tony through the open portal, departing. Professor and Cyclops excitedly discussed the situation, while Charles offered a calming word to the soon-to-explode Cyclops. "For now, Jean is safe. Let us return. Tomorrow, I will converse with Stark." A golden circle opened in Tony's room. Upon stepping out, Tony excitedly grasped Qin Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Wang de fa, Qin, is this spatial folding technology?" Observing Tony's imminent distraction, Qin Yi mused, "What have I gotten myself into? Apologies, Tony, but that alien has been eliminated. Nothing left of it whatsoever." "Not that alien. Are we traveling directly from the mutant control center to home? Is this spatial folding technology? How is this possible? In such a short time, you've mastered it?" In response to Tony's incredulity, Qin Yi silently affirmed his prowess. "All right, brother, Annie has arranged for me to start school tomorrow. After classes, I will take you to learn this magic. How does that sound?" Qin Yi skillfully persuaded Tony, before retreating to his room to sleep. The following morning, Maria gazed in surprise at Tony, who was preparing to take Qin Yi to school. "Tony, how about I accompany you and your father to drop Qin off at school?" Tony quickly replied, "Mom, I can handle taking my brother to school. You should rest at home with Dad." "Very well, be cautious on the road, Qin. Here, this is a fruit pie made by Annie for you. If the school food does not suit your taste, let me know, and I will ask Howard to make some changes to the cafeteria. In the school, one must be mindful not to excessively bully classmates." Qin Yi embraced Maria, assuring her, "Auntie, rest assured, I am quite well behaved." Outside Howard Manor, Maria turned to gaze at the cars of Tony and Qin as they vanished from sight before she retreated into the courtyard. On their way to school, Qin Yi jested at Tony, who was impeccably dressed in a suit. "I say, old chap, there is no need for such formality. Have you perhaps taken a liking to one of the female teachers at school?" Tony, driving his Audi, responded with solemnity, "For matters that are poised to alter the course of my life, a modicum of respect is warranted." Qin Yi thought resignedly, "Is the magical Iron Man making an appearance? I must resolutely avoid involving Tony next time. His influence is likely to lead me astray. It is best to refrain from entangling myself in other affairs. A mere flutter of my butterfly wings could unleash unforeseen consequences. What if it is not Thanos arriving with the Infinity Gauntlet, but rather with the Cosmic Heart?" Upon arriving at school, Tony halted the vehicle, handed Qin Yi his backpack, and whispered, "I shall await you at a nearby CF." Qin Yi glanced at the phone in Tony's hand. "Tony, about that phone I mentioned yesterday, please do not dawdle. We shall discuss it after I have mastered magic." Clearly, Tony was brimming with confidence regarding the matter of magic. "Farewell, Tony," Qin Yi said as he slung the backpack over his shoulder and beheld the entrance of the New York City First Elementary School. Shaking his head helplessly as he stepped inside, he drifted through the entire morning, lost in thought. Aside from introducing himself as a transfer student, Qin Yi sat on a bench, contemplating life. In 1992, he was already 7 years old, possessing a body infused with the power of fairies. With black hair and dark eyes, he stood out amidst the sea of blonde-haired, blue-eyed students. Observing the 20 or so white students in the class, he noted the absence of any black children. Remembering the severe racial discrimination in the beautiful country he had known in his previous life, he decided it was best not to dwell on such matters. Perhaps it was due to Howard being the largest board member of the school that he had been placed in the finest class. Was he truly destined to relive his educational journey in the Marvel Universe? Surely, this world must also have a homeland. When would he be able to return for a visit? Never mind. It is better to leave danger in the beautiful country. The fusion of fairy power had reached 31, and he had also acquired the power of the Phoenix, along with the transformation and other abilities of the leader, Walker. Future plans included the Infinity Stones. Now, he awaited the awakening of the system. The Space Stone, according to the timeline, should be located in the Marvel Laboratory in outer space, aboard the cloaked Kree Empire cruiser. As for the Time Stone, he hoped to encounter it while studying magic. Yet, the priority remained on enhancing his own strength. Other matters could be contemplated later. As Qin Yi wandered through a realm of his own, school was dismissed. On the first afternoon, there were no classes, and a throng of parents waited outside to collect their children. Qin Yi scanned the crowd and spotted Tony, who was engaged in a flirtatious exchange with a stunning blonde journalist. He approached them. "Hey, Tony," the journalist, with her striking blue eyes, inquired while observing Qin Yi as he entered the vehicle. "My brother," she remarked, seemingly oblivious to Tony's intention of discussing sports with her, as his yearning to practice magic evidently prevailed. As Tony entered the car, the journalist captured the moment with a click of her camera. It was only after the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance that Tony finally spoke. "Where to first? Let us find a secluded spot. We can use the portal," he suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Tony parked at Stark Industries and led Qin Yi to his office. Qin Yi curiously examined the interior of Tony's office, and at Tony's repeated urging, a golden portal materialized before them. The two stepped into it. Chapter 6, Mobile Phones 1995. Marvel's main universe. Qin Yi spent 3 industrious years in a rhythm that connected his home, school, and Kamartaj. One day, within the mirrored space he conjured at Kamartaj, Master Gu Yi floated majestically, gazing incredulously at Qin Yi, who was equally suspended, having effortlessly arranged this mirrored realm. Phoenix stood beside, watching her master and Qin Yi spar, her expression one of bemusement at her master's inability to surpass her junior. "Qin, I have little left to teach you. Perhaps you should consider," Master Gu Yi began. But Qin Yi hastily interrupted. "Enough, Master Yao. You might as well choose another disciple from among your students." In the comics, Master Gu Yi is depicted as an elderly man, while in the cinematic universe, she appears as a bald woman. Since first encountering Master Gu Yi in 1992, Qin Yi had thoroughly absorbed the magic of Kamartaj over the past 3 years, simultaneously mastering his fairy powers and witchcraft to an unprecedented degree. Thanks to the immense cosmic energy inherent in the fairy powers and the devouring Phoenix Force, Qin Yi bypassed the magical contract with the Triune Vishanti. His speed of mastering magic without the need for magical loans astonished even Master Gu Yi. Of course, as Qin Yi's body increasingly fused with the fairy powers, his strength grew, accompanied by an insatiable hunger. Observing his 18 level of fusion, Qin Yi felt confident that if Dormammu were to confront him now, he would devour him entirely. This remarkable surge in power over the past 3 years stemmed not only from the Phoenix Force and Walker's energy that he had assimilated, but also from an incident a year ago when he secretly took the Time Stone from Master Gu Yi. Upon consuming half of it, he was discovered by her, and unable to resist her heartfelt pleas, he was compelled to cease his devouring. Since then, Master Gu Yi has realized that she is no match for Qin Yi. To alleviate the unbearable hunger pangs that follow their sparring sessions, Qin Yi now carries an abundance of food, such as roasted duck and donkey meat buns, within his magical space. Tired of the torment inflicted by Tony's hamburgers, Qin Yi had, 2 years ago, invested his pocket money in a few Chinese restaurants in Chinatown. "All right, Jean, we'll stop here for today," Master Gu Yi said to Jean Grey. "Understood, Master," replied the Phoenix, bowing deeply to the departing Gu Yi. She then swiftly rushed to Qin Yi's side, taking his hand and pulling him toward the exit. "Sister, where are we going?" Qin Yi inquired, puzzled. The Phoenix gently touched Qin Yi's forehead, and then her own. "Junior brother, have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" Qin Yi looked at the Phoenix in silence, pondering whether this was the manifestation of karmic retribution. The Phoenix he remembered was not like this at all. Since the last time Gu Yi brought Jean Grey back to Kamartaj for recuperation, Jean had inexplicably lost her memory. After her amnesia, she was kept by Gu Yi to learn magic. Over the years, her innate talent for magic has surpassed everyone else in Kamartaj, except for Qin Yi. As one of the few female sorceresses, and blessed with fair skin, beauty, and long red hair, the Phoenix usually displayed respect solely toward Gu Yi, while remaining indifferent toward others. Yet, she maintained a peculiar attachment to Qin Yi. Could it be because he was the former host of the Phoenix Force, leaving her with lingering resentment? He had consumed the power completely, nearly devouring her very life force. Stop daydreaming, junior brother. Today marks the launch of the Stark Industries smartphone. If we arrive late, we might miss out. I've only managed to get a day off from Master with great difficulty, she urged. Wow, Tony actually made it? Qin Yi exclaimed. It was impressive. Ever since his last visit to study magic ended in failure, Tony had swiftly emerged from the shadows. Over the past 3 years, he had been simultaneously researching his superpowers and their magical applications, managing Stark Industries, and developing a new phone modeled after the one Howard Stark had envisioned. It was only 1995, after all. Truly, Tony was a master of time management. Through the portal of Camartage, Qin Yi and Jean Grey arrived at the Sanctum in New York. After greeting the caretaker, they made their way to a CAF at the entrance. Uncle Jarvis. Qin Yi called out to a man in his 50s seated by the window. Little Qin, you got out of school quite early today, Jarvis remarked, casting an assessing glance at the Phoenix holding Qin Yi's hand. He couldn't help but wonder if little Qin was indeed Howard Stark's child, which would explain the headlines in the newspapers. Such a young child, resembling Lord Tony. Surely the genetic prowess of this family is formidable. Uncle, let us first attend Tony's press conference. My senior sister, Jean Grey, was momentarily rendered speechless by the chaotic thoughts swirling in Jarvis's mind. 3 years prior, when a group of bold young women near the school covertly captured candid photos of Tony, the unscrupulous media sensationalized the event, rendering Qin Yi immune to such rumors. Moments later, seated in the rear of the car, Jean Grey held Qin Yi's hand, curiously surveying the surroundings. Junior disciple, why don't you discuss with Master about granting me just 1 day off each week? Staying alone in Camartage is dreadfully dull. If I could just have 1 day to rest well, let's negotiate with the teacher after we purchase the phones. Qin Yi mused to himself about the malevolent Camartage, which was more oppressive than capitalists, not allowing any respite in a week of 7 days. Xiao Qin, the traffic ahead is too congested. We cannot pass through in the short term, Jarvis remarked helplessly while observing the jammed vehicles. Jarvis, let us head home first. I'll call Tony and ask him to bring me a few phones, Qin Yi replied. Suddenly, Jarvis remembered something. You mentioned phones? Tony left them in your room this morning. He said he didn't know what color you preferred, so he placed one of each color there. However, I've always wondered why they are called phones. Well, it certainly cannot be named Old Man Joe number 4. After spending 5 times the usual duration, they finally arrived at Howard S. Estate. Had it not been for the fear of causing panic, Qin Yi would have preferred to teleport there. It seems he ought to find time to explore outer space, perhaps to locate Marvel's laboratory, especially that Kree Empire cruiser that had activated its cloaking device. He had long coveted the space stone. Once he consumed it, he would no longer need to draw circles, enabling him to travel freely wherever he wished. In recent years, he had not interfered with the Marvel timeline, apart from his involvement with Tony. Before long, Captain Marvel should return to Earth, and he needed to secure the space stone before her arrival. The Stark Communications Group, under the genius Tony Stark, had spent 2.5 years developing their latest masterpiece, the phone, which was now officially launched. The launch event attracted a massive crowd, and New York City experienced its most congested traffic in nearly a century. As this epic-defining product is set to revolutionize our future lives, we invite our special commentator, Quentin Tarantino, to provide analysis. Qin Yi gazed at the overwhelming promotional coverage on the television news. One must admit, Tony's IQ of 270 is indeed remarkable. On the sofa, Jean Grey was engrossed in the phone, unable to put it down. Qin Yi picked up the device and examined it. This was no mere Old Man Joe No. 4. It outperformed even the number 14 model, boasting a full-screen display and satellite communication capabilities. I merely wanted to play some mobile games, dear brother Tony. This is a dimensional shift for the world of 1995. Sister, when you return to Camartage, please bring something for the teacher. Oh, and that little chubby fellow Wong as well. Qin Yi imagined the scene of the ancient one playing games on a mobile phone. What a splendid image. On the television, a figure resembling a certain comrade from the founding era, Trump Depp, analyzed a plethora of mobile applications before the camera, stating, the future achievements of Stark Communications Group are boundless. Besides the renowned Tony Stark as a shareholder, another mysterious individual holds an identical share percentage. Truly astonishing. Perhaps this enigmatic figure will bring us even more surprises. At that moment, Qin Yi's phone rang. Upon connecting the video call, he was greeted by Tony's image. Haha, I knew it. Black is indeed your favorite color. How do you like the phone? Qin Yi glanced at the several phones before Jean Grey, and then at the black one in his hand. I suppose I made a poor choice, he mused. By the way, I placed the equity agreement in your drawer. After today, you shall be a billionaire as well. Tony, that's unnecessary. Qin Yi replied to Tony on the video. I must take my leave. I have a gathering to attend. When you're older, I'll bring you along. As he watched the call disconnect, Qin Yi thought to himself, with my current abilities, there shouldn't be any opponents left on this planet, right? Although money is no longer my pursuit, I still appreciate it. It seems I must strive harder. At the very least, when I seek a comfortable life in the future, I do not wish to be disturbed by any population control officials or cosmic entities. Conquering the world pales in comparison to the pursuit of delectable cuisine. Chapter 7. The cosmic cube in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Qin Yi employed magic to shield himself from detection, preventing unnecessary panic from satellite observations. Seizing the opportunity while Tony and the others slumbered, he stealthily ventured into outer space in search of something. Hours later, he found himself pondering in a particular location, sighing in frustration. After searching for quite some time, he had yet to locate the cloaked Kree Empire cruiser. Perhaps I should return and borrow the time stone from Old Yao. I recall that the Infinity Stones can reveal each other's locations. Qin Yi murmured to himself. But then again, if Old Yao finds out, he would surely blame me for disrupting the timeline. However, with the cloaked Kree cruiser and no coordinates, where could he possibly search? After wandering aimlessly among the stars for a while, Qin Yi suddenly remembered that the cruiser housed the families and kin of the Skrull Talos. If that is the case, as long as he could detect a life form's essence, he should be able to locate the hidden Kree cruiser. Qin Yi closed his eyes, unleashing a terrifying mental force that swiftly enveloped the earth, meticulously scanning every corner. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, astonished to discover a plethora of life forms on the moon. Could it be the Inhumans? Has the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe merged into this reality? It seems he must maintain a low profile, encountering an unknown, formidable entity could spell disaster. Until the system awakens, survival remains paramount. After relentless effort, Qin Yi detected fluctuations of life energy in a distant space. Just as he planned to investigate further, several spacecraft materialized in the cosmos, suggesting a skirmish was underway. Observing the vessels that were clearly not of earthly technology, Qin Yi pondered their origin. Suddenly, a golden figure plummeted from one of the ships, descending directly towards Earth. Qin Yi stood in stunned silence for a moment, realizing that this individual's trance mirrored his own. Gazing at the Skrulls aboard the ship, he projected his mental energy, swiftly seizing control of one Skrull. Upon delving into its memories, he learned they were pursuing a Kree named Furs. Furs? That must be Carol Danvers, the Captain Marvel. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yi decided to refrain from intervening. First, he needed to locate the Tesseract. With a flash, Qin Yi slipped into the cloaked cruiser. Utilizing his reality-altering abilities, he ensured the Skrulls remained unaware of his presence. As he scoured the ship, he soon discovered the Tesseract housed within a machine. After retrieving it, he conjured a similar replica and placed it back on the apparatus, silently contemplating where to begin its consumption. He wondered how much the complete space stone would enhance his fusion. Subsequently, Qin Yi swiftly exited the cruiser, conjuring a golden portal and casually transporting himself to a desolate desert. There, he activated a mirrored space and set up several magical arrays. Surveying his surroundings, he felt a sense of security. Within the mirrored space, Qin Yi shattered the outer Tesseract, revealing a brilliant blue gem that emanated pulsating waves of spatial energy. Holding it aloft, he addressed the space stone softly. "Apologies, my friend. Fairy power, activate." Instantly, a formidable energy vortex materialized above his head, drawing towards the space stone. As the vortex consumed its energy, the brilliance of the gem began to dim, while waves of spatial energy flowed into Qin Yi's being. He felt an exhilarating surge, realizing that with a mere thought, he could traverse to any point in the universe. Accompanied by an unexpected surge of hunger, he mused that the fusion of this cursed fairy power had undoubtedly intensified significantly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as no trace of energy fluctuations could be discerned from the space gem, and the vortex above ceased its insatiable consumption. After thoroughly confirming that no energy was flowing into his body, Qin Yi glanced at the now dimmed space gem in his hand. He placed it among the fragments of the cosmic cube. Feeling somewhat skeptical, he pondered for a moment before retrieving several blue sapphires he had procured from Kamar Taj and crushed them. With a mere flick of his wrist, the shattered cosmic cube was instantaneously restored. Observing the resplendent cosmic cube, now infused with the sapphire fragments, Qin Yi chuckled softly to himself. He couldn't help but wonder how awkward it might be for the director of the family planning office when he snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, He found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the purple sweet potato essence. With a mere thought, Qin Yi appeared beside the machine where he had just stored the cosmic cube. He removed the counterfeit cube from the device and replaced it with the authentic one, taking a furtive glance around to ensure he wasn't being observed. Once satisfied that he remained undetected, he utilized his newly absorbed abilities to instantly return to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he reflected on the years he had spent in the Marvel Universe. The realization that he finally possessed the means for self-preservation filled him with joy. If he couldn't win a fight, he could certainly escape. With a sense of contentment, Qin Yi opened his status panel. Name, Qin Yi. Age, 10. Status, System and Hibernation Fairy Power Fusion, 42. Hunger Level, 79. Healing Spell, can heal and purify all negative effects. Upgradable, Consumed, Phoenix Force, Incomplete, Debar Leader Walker, Time Gem, 12. Space Gem. Gazing at the hunger level of 79, Qin Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. He resolved to avoid physical confrontations whenever possible, unless he could absorb enough energy to replenish his own. Each Infinity Stone could enhance his fusion by 24, leaving him with the Power Stone, Mind Stone, Reality Stone, Soul Stone, and half of the Time Stone from Old Yao. Should he manage to consume them all, his hunger level might well exceed 100, at which point he would likely lose his rationality. Why won't this damn system awaken? He lamented. In its prime, the fairy power was formidable before the 5 creation gods, surpassing the likes of the planet Devourer, and was comparable to death and infinity, though it fell short of eternity and annihilation. However, the planet Devourer often succumbed to others due to frequent hunger, leading to fluctuating power levels, making it a poor benchmark. The exhilaration of enhanced strength swiftly dissipated as Qin Yi ferociously devoured several roasted ducks, simultaneously hypnotizing himself with the mantra, "I am eating, I am eating." Meanwhile, Carol, having fallen to earth, inquired with a portly police officer before commencing her modifications to a public phone. As Carol busied herself with the alterations, the officer successfully dialed 911. The tale of Captain Marvel officially commences, yet it bears no relevance to Qin Yi, who, after administering a few healing spells upon himself, promptly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 8. Have I been discovered? The monotonous cycle of high school life perpetuates endlessly. Confident in his ability to safeguard himself, Qin Yi resolved to refrain from engaging in unnecessary altercations and embarked on a serious pursuit of knowledge. Observing Qin Yi diligently conducting experiments at home, Howard couldn't help but reminisce about his own childhood with Tony. As a renowned arms dealer since World War II, Howard had long been removed from such a leisurely existence, especially after his retirement. Recently, as he began escorting Qin Yi to school, he found himself pondering whether this was the life he had always yearned for. Overwhelmed by guilt for having neglected Tony's childhood due to his relentless work, Howard felt a sense of remorse. During Howard's occasional explanations of various concepts to Qin Yi, Tony, a prodigy who graduated from MIT at the tender age of 17, would often join in, thus softening the father-son relationship considerably. After establishing a goal of diligent study and self-improvement, Qin Yi leveraged his superhuman abilities, exhibiting an extraordinary photographic memory that allowed him to thrive in this technologically skewed Marvel universe, astonishing both Howard and Tony. Howard even jested with Tony, suggesting that perhaps his younger brother might eclipse the legend of Tony's early graduation from MIT. This tranquil and harmonious life was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a blonde woman and a one-eyed man. On that day, outside the First Elementary School of New York City, Howard was picking up Qin Yi after school. As they conversed and strolled homeward, their path was obstructed by the one-eyed man and the blonde woman. Qin Yi, unable to contain himself, remarked upon the one-eyed African-American man who appeared to be adjusting to his eye patch, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Howard, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "Qin, you are not yet of the age to be using foul language." The one-eyed man approached and saluted Howard, addressing him as Sir. "It's Fury, I'm retired now. What brings you here?" Howard inquired of Nick Fury and the blonde woman at his side. Qin Yi, eyeing the blonde woman, Carol Danvers, noted that according to the storyline, she should be accompanying the Skrulls and Talos aboard a starship in search of a new home, simultaneously serving as a cosmic law enforcement officer. Why had she come to seek him? He had not meddled with any timelines recently. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury finally spoke. "Sir, in truth, we have come to find him." Gazing at Fury as he pointed towards Qin Yi, Howard recalled his earlier suspicions. Given the recent comprehensive government crackdown on mutants, he feared that Nick Fury had arrived with intentions of apprehending Qin Yi. Howard hurriedly shielded Qin Yi behind him. "Nick Fury, this is my child, not what you think." Nick Fury looked bewildered at Howard, then turned to glance at Carol with an inquiring expression, finally resting his gaze on Qin Yi, who stood behind Howard. Carol stepped forward. Fury, perhaps it would be better if I spoke with him. As Carol appeared ready to take action, Howard instinctively reached for his gun, only to be stopped by Qin Yi. It's all right, Uncle. I'll talk to them. Qin Yi approached, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury and Carol. Are you sure you want to discuss this here? Howard observed the tense standoff among the three, along with the recent chaos caused by mutants and superpowered individuals, pondering whether a certain plan could be expedited. Nick Fury leaned toward Carol and whispered, there are too many people near the school. It could lead to unnecessary complications. Let's head to the outskirts. Subsequently, they drove to an abandoned farm in the countryside. Carol exited the vehicle and approached Qin Yi. Hand over the space gem, and we won't give you any trouble. Qin Yi paused for a moment, puzzled. What are you talking about? How does he know I took the space gem? He couldn't fathom it. He thought he had gone undetected. All the scrolls aboard the ship had been subjected to his reality-altering abilities, and it was impossible for them to discover his actions. Carol then tapped at a screen on her arm, and a virtual image materialized, revealing the moment Qin Yi took the Tesseract, followed by footage of him secretly returning it. Qin Yi was instantly speechless, embarrassed to have been caught on surveillance. A few days earlier, Carol, Nick Fury, and a group had accompanied Talos to locate Marvel's laboratory, the cloaked Kree cruiser. They were subsequently apprehended by a squad led by Commander Jan Rog of the Kree Interstellar Team. When Rog obtained the Tesseract, it was identified by the Supreme Intelligence as an energy-less cube. Believing it to be a fake, Jan Rog began to interrogate Carol and the others. Following the established narrative, Captain Marvel, Carol, fought fiercely and drove away the Kree fleet led by Ronan. While investigating the Tesseract aboard the cruiser, they ultimately found the footage of Qin Yi's earlier switch of the Tesseract, prompted by Talos' hint. Well, this time technology triumphed over magic. Carol, observing the dazed Qin Yi, had grown increasingly impatient after her powers had soared recently. You better hand it over quickly. Qin Yi assessed the confidently poised Carol before him, realizing that a confrontation was inevitable. Shall we see whose skills prevail? Indifferent, Qin Yi addressed Carol, while Nick Fury gazed at him in astonishment. He had witnessed Carol's formidable abilities firsthand, tearing apart alien warships, soaring through the skies, and seemingly invincible. It was evident that he could not fathom how Qin Yi could possibly match Carol's prowess, especially given his youthful appearance. Even the mightiest mutants on Earth, Professor X and Charles, combined would struggle against her. Yet, facing the 10-year-old Qin Yi, Carol found herself at a loss for how to proceed, leading to an awkward silence. With a resigned wave of his hand, Qin Yi instantly manifested the mirrored space, enveloping the entire farm. Simultaneously, two energy spheres shielded Howard and Nick Fury. Now, you need not worry, Qin Yi assured Carol, the Captain Marvel, observing the newly conjured mirrored space and the protected Howard and Nick Fury. Carol evidently felt liberated to engage in the forthcoming battle. Surrounded by a golden radiance, Carol appeared as a deity descending from the heavens. Concern for Qin Yi began to weigh on Howard, while Nick Fury prodded the protective energy sphere, marveling at its solidity, casting an astonished glance towards Qin Yi. As he surveyed the prepared Carol, Qin Yi contemplated testing the strength of his body at this moment. With a sudden burst, Carol charged from the air, delivering a punch towards Qin Yi. Her fist, enveloped in golden light, carried an unstoppable momentum as it struck Qin Yi's chest. A resounding boom echoed, and a shockwave radiated from the two, wreaking havoc upon the mirrored farm. Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief, while Mazefuck felt the force of the punch. Qin Yi, with a smirk directed at the equally astonished Carol, retaliated with a punch that sent her flying. Carol, landing on the ground, shook her head and ascended into the air. Fists clenched, energy radiating from her hands as she began to gather power. Qin Yi remained motionless, observing her preparation. Finally, two brilliant energy blasts shot from Carol's fists toward Qin Yi, carving deep furrows into the fields they traversed. As the luminous energy approached, Qin Yi waved his hand, causing a vortex above him to engulf the energy beams. Carol unleashed a barrage of energy from her hands. Yet Qin Yi calmly watched as the beams were absorbed by the vortex overhead. Such a bountiful source of energy, it would be a pity not to absorb it, he mused. As Carol continued her relentless assault, suspended in midair, a surge of energy manifested behind Qin Yi, forming an energy arm that reached out to seize Carol. Observing Carol struggling in the grip of the energy arm, Howard exhaled a sigh of relief, while Nick Fury stared wide-eyed, fearful of missing a pivotal moment, his excitement causing his dark complexion to flush with color. The image of Qin Yi effortlessly subduing Carol left a profound imprint in his mind. Subsequently, he waved his hand dismissively at the now motionless Carol, releasing her from his grasp. As she touched the ground, intent on charging at him once more, she was instantaneously ensnared by a magical binding. I believe that suffices, my dear. Even if you exhaust your energy, you shall not reach me. Carol, disheartened, implored Qin Yi. Release me. I merely seek an ordinary life. Let us coexist without interference. With a languid gesture towards Nick Fury, Qin Yi dissolved the mirror space. As the group emerged from the ethereal realm, they stared blankly at the intact farm before them, lost in their thoughts. Qin Yi approached Howard, who gazed at his departing figure, deep in contemplation. Moments later, Carol turned to Nick Fury, suggesting, the space stone should be placed with him. It would be safer there. Nick Fury nodded silently, his gaze following Qin Yi as he pondered. On their way home, Howard appeared noticeably troubled. After a brief contemplation, he advised Qin Yi, remember to wield your abilities wisely, my boy. Rest assured, Uncle, I have no desire to engage in conflict with others. My sole ambition is to shatter Tony's graduation record. Howard chuckled, noting, Tony rarely boasts about such things. Evidently, he perceives no area where he can surpass you. It seems he wishes to uphold his honor as an elder brother. Ah, this relentless desire for victory, Qin Yi mused, then posed a question to Howard, Uncle, if I were to know the trajectory of someone's life, aware of the events that will unfold, should I intervene to alter their path, enabling them to avoid adverse experiences and attain a favorable conclusion? After a moment's reflection, Howard replied, Child, both good and bad experiences are integral to one's growth. The unfortunate outcome you speak of may very well be a choice of their own. The car meandered towards Howard's estate, and Qin Yi remained silent. Upon disembarking, they entered the living room, where Maria and Tony had evidently been waiting. Why are you so late today? Qin, come have dinner. You must be famished, Maria exclaimed, rising to pull Qin Yi towards the table. I ran into some former colleagues and chatted for a bit. Howard casually responded to his wife's inquiry. Tony approached from behind, presenting a box to Qin Yi. Here, the tablet you mentioned. This is the first batch. It should be ready for mass production in a few months. Qin Yi beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Truly, you are the genius Tony Stark. For any issues, I shall turn to Tony, reliable as always. Tony looked at Qin Yi with helplessness. I am merely 25 years old. Well then, when do you plan to marry? Qin Yi added with a sharp remark. Tony gazed silently at Qin Yi, who was indulging in his meal. In the office of Nick Fury at the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency. After receiving the box filled with various eyes that Coulson had meticulously selected for him, Nick Fury lowered his head in contemplation. Captain Marvel, Carol, had already departed from Earth. Having witnessed extraterrestrial technology, mutants, and the internal records of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury felt that the recent occurrences had surpassed his comprehension and control. Particularly concerning that young Stark boy, he subsequently typed a line on his computer, The Avengers, Chapter 9, Spider-Man from Another Universe. Time flows quietly and imperceptibly. On December 31st, 1999, in Bern, Switzerland, the last day of the 20th century, luminaries from the global technological community convened for this significant conference to welcome the dawn of a new century. Tony was invited to attend. Initially, Qin Yi did not plan to come, but upon recalling the influential Dr. Ethan, who had attended this conference, along with Maya Hansen and Killian, who had developed the extremis virus, he decided to follow along. Lazily seated in the banquet hall, Qin Yi found himself lost in thought, reflecting on his 9 years in the Marvel Universe. Ever since Captain Marvel's departure, he had scarcely engaged with other storylines in this world. Occasionally, girls approached him with invitations, all of which he declined. Watching Tony holding Maya Hansen's hand, Qin Yi grappled with the dilemma of whether to expedite Tony's transformation into Iron Man. As one of Tony's few friends in the Marvel Universe, he did not wish to witness the fateful snap. However, through his conversations with Lao Yao over the years, he had learned about the existence of absolute time points. These pivotal moments were inevitable paths leading to the conclusion, immutable and unchangeable, otherwise, they would result in the collapse of the current universe. He pondered what level of power he would need to disregard this universe's absolute time point. Glancing at the dormant system on his arm, Qin Yi felt exasperated. It had been in slumber for 9 years, showing no signs of awakening. With 23 years remaining until that fateful snap, he believed there was still time. Happy, take Qin to his room. Don't follow me, Tony said, holding Maya Hansen's hand as if they were a couple deeply in love. Qin Yi looked up at Happy approaching him and quickly waved his hand. Happy, I'll wander around down here, you stay with Tony. Hearing Qin Yi's desire to explore below, Happy hurriedly caught up with Tony, who had just entered the elevator. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled man, leaning on a cane, hastily approached Tony. With palpable excitement, he introduced himself before producing a business card to present to Tony. Tony tilted his head and requested Maya Hansen to take it. Once the elevator arrived, Tony courteously allowed everyone to exit first. As he watched the departing crowd, Tony turned to Killian and expressed a keen desire to discuss a collaboration, suggesting they meet on the rooftop in 5 minutes after he dealt with the women. Killian, visibly thrilled, responded eagerly, "Then we shall meet on the rooftop." After conversing extensively with Dr. Ethan, who declined Qin Yi's invitation to Stark Industries, Qin Yi left his contact information and proceeded toward the rooftop. Killian, one of the co-founders of the extremist virus, was accompanied by Maya Hansen, who was engaging warmly with Tony. In the comics, Killian had stolen a sample of the virus to sell to domestic terrorists. However, unable to confront his guilt, he penned a confession before taking his own life. In the film, feeling humiliated by Tony's abandonment that evening, he vowed to seek revenge, ultimately evolving into the man Tony would label as a demon. As Killian awaited Tony on the rooftop, he repeatedly glanced at his watch, reassuring himself that perhaps Tony was merely delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. When Qin Yi approached, he observed Killian shivering in the cold wind. It was evident that Killian recognized Qin Yi, whose image graced the newspapers as one of the founders of the smartphone. A prodigious scientist who had attended MIT at the age of 15 and was renowned for his theory of ascendance, which intertwined the agony of flesh with the mechanics of elevation. Although their research paths diverged, it was undeniable that Qin Yi, like himself, was a brilliant scientist. "Mr. Qin," Killian exclaimed eagerly, to which Qin Yi responded, gesturing apologetically, "You understand, Tony got caught up in some matters. Shall we go inside and discuss over drinks?" As they entered the banquet hall, Qin Yi engaged in casual conversation with Killian, listening to his unabashed admiration for Tony and his aspirations for the company's future. Before long, they reached an agreement for collaboration. "Mr. Qin, I am immensely grateful for your investment. Let us toast to our partnership," Killian declared. However, as Qin Yi raised his glass, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation nearby. Expanding his mental awareness to envelop the entire banquet hall, he began to investigate. He was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place as he witnessed through his mental feedback a startling scene. Tony, embroiled in a fierce battle with Maya Hansen, was confronted by a figure emerging from a spatial rift, a Spider-Man clad in his websuit. Suddenly, Maya Hansen's scream pierced the air, prompting Tony to shout, "Wang Defa?" In an effort to protect Tony, Happy, who had been standing guard outside the door, rushed in, brandishing a handgun at the defenseless Spider-Man. Meanwhile, downstairs, Killian raised a wine glass and inquired of a dazed Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin?" In the banquet hall, Killian's question interrupted Qin Yi's silence. He glanced around the hall, which appeared to be frozen in time, with everyone motionless in their places. After a fleeting thought, Qin Yi vanished with a ripple of spatial energy, reappearing in Tony's room. Startled by Qin Yi's sudden appearance, Happy quickly aimed his gun at him, demanding, "Don't move, Qin. How on earth did you get here?" Turning to see Tony hastily donning clothing and Maya Hansen, wrapped in a bedsheet, looking rather pale, Qin Yi shrugged and reassured Happy to relax. Happy then shifted his gaze to a tearful Spider-Man, who threw his arms around Tony, exclaiming, "Mr. Stark, it's so good to see you. I never thought I'd get to meet you again." Ignoring the bewildered expressions of Qin Yi, Happy, and the bedsheet-clad Maya Hansen, Tony shouted in exasperation, "Wang Defa. Can someone explain what this suddenly appearing pajama baby is all about?" Spider-Man, momentarily taken aback by Tony's outburst, released his grip and stared blankly at him. "Mr. Stark, it's me, Peter Parker," he said, attempting to clarify. After reading a portion of Peter's memories with a mere thought, Qin Yi remarked, "You've arrived too early, Peter. It is the year 2000. Tony is still Tony." Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Peter cast a helpless glance at Tony and Happy before dejectedly sitting on the floor, cradling his head and weeping. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I couldn't save you. I'm so sorry." "So, your presence in this universe is to hope for Tony to rescue your universe?" The others, taken aback by Qin Yi's statement, looked at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with confusion. "Qin, what do you mean? Is this pajama baby not from our universe? Are there indeed other universes? Are you sure he is not from another planet?" Tony incredulously pointed at Peter. Qin Yi waved his hand, causing Maya Hansen, still enveloped in her bedsheet, to faint. He then glanced at Happy, who appeared terrified. As Happy cowered behind Tony, he urgently shouted, No, Qin, Happy is one of us. One of us." Clearly shaken, Happy clutched his handgun tighter. "Peter, Go ahead and explain, Qin Yi said, settling onto the sofa and regarding the bewildered Spider-Man. Peter, puzzled, asked Qin Yi, how do you know why I'm here? Qin Yi simply pointed to his own head. I am able to glimpse a fragment of your memory. Yet your mind appears to be in disarray, save for a singular, lucid thought, to locate Tony and rescue your universe. Peter pondered for a moment, articulating his anguish. Our universe has been invaded by a virus. After a prolonged silence, the group remained quiet, lost in their own contemplations. Qin Yi rubbed his head, bewildered by the chaos. In his recollections, the zombie virus was a creation of Magneto, devised to eradicate humanity, specifically targeting humans. It was unforeseen that even mutants would fall victim to it. Consequently, the entire Avengers and a significant portion of Earth's populace succumbed to a ravenous existence, driven solely by an insatiable hunger. The most terrifying aspect was that even the planet Devourer was ultimately consumed by the zombified Avengers. However, from Peter's account, the narrative shifted to Dr. Pym, who ventured into the quantum realm to save his beloved trapped there. Although he was reunited with his cherished partner before they could act, he was bitten by his infected companion and transformed into a zombie. Fortunately, the Wasp reacted swiftly, avoiding the fate that befell Ant-Man at the hands of his parents emerging from the quantum realm. Subsequently, Captain America led the Avengers to quell the zombie turmoil. Undoubtedly, aside from Iron Man clad in his nanosuit and Spider-Man, the rest were transformed into zombies, including Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch. After rescuing Dr. Banner, the Hulk, who had been teleported back from outer space, Iron Man and Banner collaborated to develop a serum to cure the zombie virus. Regrettably, before they could utilize it, Iron Man was devoured by the zombie witch, and the serum was destroyed amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Vision, overwhelmed by shame, took his own life. Under the Hulk's protection, Black Panther and Spider-Man managed to return to Wakanda with the Soul Stone. With the assistance of Shuri, Black Panther's sister, they opened a portal to other universes, hoping to find an alternate Iron Man to aid in the continued development of the serum to save their universe. However, unexpectedly, their inaugural use of the cosmic portal was imprecise, landing them in the early hours of the year 2000. At this juncture, Tony had yet to become Iron Man, and the Avengers were merely a nascent concept residing in the mind of a one-eyed man. Thus, in your universe, I am akin to that Iron Man, which intriguingly parallels the notion of Qin's mechanical ascension. Iron Man, how fitting for my persona. Rubbing his chin, Tony added to Peter, so, what superhero does Qin represent in your universe? And what about me? Happy, having regained his composure from the earlier shock, turned to Peter, who glanced at Happy and then at Qin Yi. Happy, this is Mr. Qin, the security chief of Stark Industries. It seems we have not encountered Mr. Qin in our universe. Happy, brimming with excitement, waved his fist at Tony. I knew it, Tony. I am undoubtedly the most suitable head of security for Stark Industries. This universe is truly remarkable with my presence. Inwardly musing, Qin Yi turned to Peter. So now, is Wakanda the only place left uninfected? Can this portal be closed at any moment? Or will there be zombies emerging from it? Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Peter hastily stood up. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. We didn't anticipate this situation. The portal can only be closed from our universe. Tony remained silent. Suddenly, the rift in space flickered, as if conveying some signal. Peter looked at Tony with anguish. Mr. Stark, I must return. The energy sustaining the cosmic portal cannot hold much longer. Like a farewell, Peter gave Tony a brief embrace. Tony seemed to be touched by something, suddenly resolute, and gazed earnestly at Qin Yi. All right, we cannot avoid this any longer. Qin Yi swiftly pondered the implications. What if that Su Rue had also been transformed into a zombie? The thought of a zombie capable of opening portals to other universes sent shivers down his spine. Even if Peter returned to close the portal, continuing the search for Iron Man in other universes, what if they couldn't resolve the situation? This universe, as the initial target of the portal, could very well face annihilation before Thanos even arrived. Qin Yi attempted to convince himself. Yet this damned zombie virus, if consumed by the power of the fairies, would I too become a zombie? Unlike any other predicament, this one seemed insurmountable. Never mind. I shall first venture forth. With my current strength, I should be able to protect Tony without issue. Subsequently, Qin Yi grasped Happy, who was intent on following Tony. Happy, go back and inform your uncle and aunt. Just tell them I'm going on a trip with Tony for a while. After relaying his instructions to Happy, Qin Yi sent a text to his sister, the Phoenix. The three then stepped into the cosmic portal, vanishing from sight. Happy anxiously paced at the portal's entrance for a moment. As a bodyguard, he couldn't shake off his concern for Tony. No, I must go protect Tony. With that declaration, Happy jumped in, disappearing as well. In Kamartaj, the meditating ancient one suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with wisdom, looking deep into the cosmos. A sudden knock echoed through the air, and the Phoenix girl entered the room, bowing respectfully to Master Qin Yi. Master, my junior brother has invited me to stay at his home for a few days, saying he would return soon, but did not elaborate on the matter. Understood. Go ahead, Qin Yi replied. The Phoenix girl gazed incredulously at Qin Yi, wondering if he truly was the same master her junior brother had described as more abhorrent than the most vile capitalist. Focus on your cultivation. Do not be negligent, Qin Yi advised. Understood, Master, the Phoenix girl responded, bowing once more. As she joyfully bounced off to pack her belongings, Qin Yi smiled and shook his head. Chapter 10. The Zombie Universe. Accompanied by a shimmering wave of spatial distortion, Qin Yi and his companions found themselves in a hall imbued with futuristic technology. Tony Stark curiously surveyed the surroundings and muttered, "Their technology is quite advanced." Sura, filled with excitement, gazed at Tony beside Peter Parker, ignoring Qin Yi and Peter. She eagerly grasped Tony's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Stark, for coming." Suddenly, a continuous wailing echoed from a passage behind them, interrupting their conversation. The group turned in confusion towards the cosmic corridor, where a rotund figure tumbled forth. "Happy," Tony queried, "what are you doing here?" "I thought about it and decided to stay by your side to protect you," Happy replied, dazed, addressing a man clad in a black battle robe. Chala, the Black Panther, patted Happy's shoulder, nudging him to face Tony. "How can there be three Tonys?" Qin Yi waved his hand in exasperation, and a pure white light enveloped Happy, vanishing into his being. After the healing magic had taken effect, Happy shook his head, finally comprehending the situation, and hurried to stand behind Tony. Beside them, Peter, facing the excited Sura, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Sura. We mismanaged the timing. This version of Tony is not yet Iron Man." Upon hearing this, Sura and the others' joy abruptly shattered, their expressions turning grim as they stood together. Tony glanced at the silent group and exclaimed, "Hey, now is not the time for sighs and lamentations. Besides, I am the genius Tony Stark. Quickly, bring forth the research materials on the zombie virus you previously studied." After a round of discussions among the group and the closure of the cosmic passage, aided by years of experience researching Qin Yi's superpowers, Tony, with Sura's cooperation, began their exploration and research. Happy stood quietly behind Tony, while Chala and the others sat wearily nearby, clearly exhausted from their previous battles. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi sent several healing spells towards everyone in the hall. The fatigue from the previous great battle dissipated, leaving everyone instantly invigorated. The Black Panther rose and expressed his gratitude to Qin Yi, inquiring about his name. Peter interjected, explaining to the group that Mr. Qin is Tony's brother, and he possesses considerable strength. "By the way, Peter, where's the Mind Stone?" Qin Yi recalled Peter mentioning that after Vision's demise, the Mind Stone had been taken by the others. The Black Panther retrieved the Mind Stone from a box behind him, gazing at Qin Yi with a look of inquiry. "When the time comes to fight, remember to lend it to me," Qin Yi remarked. Just then, a hurried Wakandan warrior burst into the room, saluting the Black Panther. "Your Majesty, they are about to breach the force field." The Wakandans exchanged anxious glances with Chala. The Black Panther addressed a cold, long-haired man with a metallic arm beside him, saying, "Bucky, prepare for battle." Qin Yi regarded the Winter Soldier, recalling the unfortunate youth he had inadvertently killed years prior. Shaking his head, he dispelled those chaotic thoughts and rushed forward alongside the others to the force field. Outside, a horde of zombies surged, led by the Scarlet Witch, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Occasionally, magical shockwaves unleashed by the zombie Doctor Strange struck, indicating that their endurance would soon be tested. Scanning the familiar silhouettes among the throng of undead, Qin Yi murmured, "No way. Is that Ebony Maw, General of the Black Order, and the Night Star? Surely that purple potato creature hasn't he also turned into a zombie?" Indeed, behind the swarm of zombies stood a tall, haughty figure of the purple potato, exuding disdain. Qin Yi's gaze fell upon the gauntlet worn by the purple potato, adorned with 5 infinity stones. Despite having transformed into a zombie, it was still fixated on gathering all 6 stones. Such dedication. The sight of the 5-stone zombie Thanos, alongside the Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange, constituted a formidable lineup. Suddenly, a wretched scream pierced the air. The original Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, had shrunk and stealthily entered, lunging at a Wakandan warrior's neck to bite. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi conjured a golden rope that swiftly ensnared the original Ant-Man. Regardless of his size, he could not escape the binding. Flailing about like a headless fly within the force field, Qin Yi raised his palm toward Ant-Man, and a massive energy hand materialized around him. As Qin Yi clenched his fist into the void, the energy hand mirrored the motion, instantly pulverizing the Ant-Man into dust and freezing him in place. Subsequently, Qin Yi formed a series of intricate seals with his hands, casting golden light points that enveloped the Wakandans within the force field, invoking the absolute defense of camouflage magic. Simultaneously, a series of enhancement spells floated down upon them. The Winter Soldier clenched his fist, feeling capable of obliterating a zombie with a single blow. Qin Yi cast his gaze upon the horde of zombies threatening to breach the protective barrier. Peter, you and the others must return to safeguard Tony. Chala, hand me the Mind Stone. Despite Peter's initial reluctance, Black Panther urged him, ultimately passing the Mind Stone to Qin Yi. Upon receiving the Mind Stone, Qin Yi casually tossed it into the swirling vortex above him. The formidable force of the fairy magic commenced its ravenous consumption of the Mind Stone. Subsequently, Qin Yi vanished from sight, appearing beyond the protective barrier, gazing at the seemingly endless legion of zombies. The Phoenix Force within Qin Yi enveloped his entire being and radiated outward toward the barrier. Upon contact, the zombies were obliterated into scattered remnants by the Phoenix Force. Moments later, a vacuum formed beyond the barrier, halting the advance of the undead. Qin Yi raised his hand toward the surrounding remnants of zombies, invoking the sorcery of fairy power, reassembling the dismembered corpses into colossal humanoid entities. With his other hand, he gestured toward a specific area within Wakanda, causing an abundance of vibranium to soar forth and encircle the massive humanoid figures, forging an array of vibranium weaponry. Black Panther beheld the 12 towering silhouettes, instantly positioning himself outside the barrier. As the vibranium weapons were wielded, swathes of zombies were cleaved in two, akin to mowing down grass. Peter, are you certain this is merely a bit overwhelming? Spider-Man Peter stared in astonishment at the scene beyond the barrier. Perhaps we might just find a way to survive this. Suddenly, a colossal green giant emerged from the throng of zombies, delivering a powerful punch that sent Qin Yi hurtling several meters away. Rising to his feet, Qin Yi soared into the air, confronting the roaring zombie Hulk, realizing he had underestimated the situation. In an instant, the mirror dimension unfurled, encircling the horde of zombies and Thanos' entourage, vanishing from the sight of Wakanda's defenders. Only the 12 massive humanoid figures remained, growing increasingly formidable as they consumed the shattered zombies. Black Panther, witnessing Qin Yi's sudden disappearance, restrained Peter, who was eager to investigate. Peter, hold on a moment. Within the mirror dimension, Qin Yi stood suspended in midair, facing the zombie Thanos, flanked by the zombie Scarlet Witch and zombie Doctor Strange. The zombie Hulk pounded his chest on the ground, howling at the sky. Before Qin Yi, 5 radiant beams of light shot forth from the hand of zombie Thanos. The powers of the Infinity Stones would not impede the fairy magic from devouring. However, Qin Yi had initially intended for the vortex above to draw the 5 beams in for consumption. What if Tony and Shuri failed to develop a cure? In a moment of distraction, the 5 beams struck Qin Yi, nearly ejecting him from the mirror dimension. Observing the wavering integrity of the mirror dimension and the fissures on his skin, Qin Yi cast several healing spells upon himself. With a wave of his hand, a vast reservoir of energy began to solidify the mirrored space, simultaneously propelling the zombie Hulk into the distance. It seemed imperative to first seize the Infinity Stones. Subsequently, Qin Yi engaged in a fierce battle with Thanos, their fists colliding with resounding force, and soon fissures began to appear on Thanos' body. Who would have thought? Purple potato essence, I possess healing magic. After sending Thanos hurtling away with a powerful punch, 2 destructive spells were unleashed upon Qin Yi. How outrageous, 4 against 1. And they resort to ambush. While fending off the magical onslaught from the witch and the doctor, Qin Yi was left astounded by the maneuvering of the zombie Thanos. He observed the green glow of the Time Stone flickering on Thanos' gauntlet, and the cracks on Thanos' body vanished. This is beyond comprehension. A spell struck Qin Yi, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The zombie Hulk, exuberant, leaped forward. With a mere gesture, Qin Yi sent the zombie Hulk soaring into the distance. Indeed, one must not be dazed during combat. This is what you have forced upon me. Shaking his head, Qin Yi cursed fiercely. The vortex of fairy power above his head instantaneously expanded several times. A multitude of terrifying forces surged toward the Infinity Stones in Thanos' grasp, while the zombie Thanos desperately clung to the gauntlet. The crimson glow of the zombie witch's magic flickered, evidently building up to unleash a significant spell. Qin Yi, following a surge of spatial fluctuations, appeared behind the zombie witch, delivering a punch to her face, followed by a kick to her backside. disrupting her incantation and binding her with several energy strands. With a wave of his hand, the golden rope shot toward the zombie doctor, who swiftly conjured a portal before him, causing the rope to vanish as it passed through. This unreliable golden rope, indeed a relic from Kamartaj, proved not very useful. Soon, the two allies, as if throwing spells without restraint, unleashed Kamartaj's magic. The chaotic spells obliterated the zombie army within the mirrored space. After unleashing a spell, Qin Yi instantaneously materialized behind the zombie doctor, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Harnessing the power of the Phoenix, he controlled the airborne zombie doctor, sketching several golden portals in the air. Moments later, the golden rope emanating from the portals eagerly ensnared the zombie Doctor Strange, binding him in several coils. Observing the peculiar posture in which the golden rope bound him, Qin Yi shook his head, realizing that this troublesome character had such a peculiar affinity. Henceforth, he must never carry this along while courting, as it would severely tarnish his glorious image. Meanwhile, the zombie Thanos, entangled in the vortex of fairy power for an extended duration, helplessly watched as the Soul Stone, Time Stone, and Reality Stone were drawn into the swirling vortex. With a resolute grip on the Power Stone, a rift was torn open amidst the pull of the vortex. After seizing the Space Stone, a wave of spatial distortion accompanied his swift escape. Qin Yi, rendered speechless, stowed away the 4 stones and gazed at the spot where Thanos had vanished. This zombie version of Thanos actually had the audacity to flee, bound by the golden lasso. The zombie Doctor Strange and the erratically bouncing Hulk on the ground howled at Qin Yi. Qin Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting the nearly obliterated horde of zombies affected by the skirmish between several individuals. With a wave of his hand, he ensnared the zombie Hulk in energy bindings and subsequently dispelled the mirror dimension. He then soared towards the protective barrier, accompanied by the bound Hulk, Doctor Strange, and the zombie Scarlet Witch. Inside the Wakandan Hall, the sudden appearance of Qin Yi alongside the nearly decimated zombie army drew the attention of Black Panther and his companions, who rushed over. Upon approaching, they recognized the 3 individuals bound by Qin Yi. Peter lowered his gaze, contemplating the howls of the Hulk, recalling the words of Dr. Banner during his retreat. Mr. Qin, could you please refrain from eliminating them for now? Just wait for Mr. Tony. Qin Yi promptly activated the mirror dimension, casting the bound trio within. Let us go. For the time being, we shouldn't expect a large influx of zombies. Let's see how Tony and the others are progressing. Chapter 11. The solution. It had been 27 days since the last great battle. Tony and Su Rue had been tirelessly researching the data regarding the previous cure serum. During this period, they conducted several experiments using the zombies confined in the laboratory, all of which ended in failure. Some zombies, after receiving the cure serum, became more ferocious, while others grew eerily quiet and eventually starved to death. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. Aside from Qin Yi, who lounged on the sofa, basking in the sun while incessantly consuming food. Having absorbed part of the Mind Stone's energy, the integration of his fairy power had reached 54, and his hunger had consequently surged past 80. Perpetually in a state of hunger, Qin Yi could only indulge in the food from his magical space to self-soothe, fearing that he might inadvertently devour the planet. Tony, who had approached Qin Yi and taken a bite of donkey meat pie, shook his head and settled onto the sofa. Happy stood behind him. The forlorn Winter Soldier stood silently to the side, having personally ended the life of his friend, Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had succumbed to zombification. He had since become even more taciturn, observing Qin Yi beside Tony, his silence deepening. After much internal struggle, he turned to Qin Yi. Mr. Qin, is Steve from your world doing well? Tony nudged Qin Yi's arm, munching on his donkey meat pie as he asked, Are you referring to Captain America? Qin Yi pondered for a moment. As of the year 2000, your dear friend, Captain America Steve Rogers, should still be lying within some ice block. On the cold, stoic visage of the Winter Soldier, a flicker of a smile emerged upon hearing the news that his comrades still existed. And what of me? Am I still under Hydra's control? He inquired with a struggle. Qin Yi gazed upon the weathered face of the Winter Soldier, recalling how he had been fixated on Tony, and suddenly understood. Ah, James Buchanan Barnes, on the night of December 31st, 1991, I had the distinct pleasure of ending your life, leaving no trace of your remains. Winter Soldier Bucky, upon hearing the date, beamed with an even brighter smile. Tony, standing nearby, poked Qin Yi with his elbow and muttered, Is this guy not in his right mind? He seems even happier at the news of his own demise. Bucky, unfazed by Tony's remarks, solemnly approached Qin Yi and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Should our world have a chance to be saved, I hope to visit your realm afterward. Qin Yi shrugged helplessly at Tony, who looked utterly bemused. Having devoured 2 donkey meat pastries, Tony rose to resume his research on the serum. Suddenly, he turned around, fixating on Qin Yi for an extended moment. "Hey, bro." Qin Yi stared back at Tony in confusion. Suddenly animated, Tony seized Qin Yi's hand. "Qin, let's have a healing spell. Just one." With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yi cast a healing spell that penetrated Tony's being. "Not for me, for the zombie. Let us try it on the zombie," Tony exclaimed, dragging Qin Yi to the bound zombie on the examination table. "Shall we?" Qin Yi, exasperated, directed a healing spell at the zombie. As the sacred light gradually enveloped the undead creature, it began to wail in agony. The wails attracted the attention of onlookers, who stared intently at the examination table. Before their astonished eyes, the decaying body of the zombie began to mend itself slowly. Vibrant flesh emerged, gradually replacing the blackened skin that covered it. The once hollow gaze began to regain clarity. "Incredible! This actually works," Qin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Peter excitedly grasped Su Rue's hand. "Miss Su Rue, we are saved." The Black Panther jubilantly embraced the Winter Soldier, and the hall reverberated with the joyous exclamations of the gathered crowd, a buoyant atmosphere enveloping them. Moments later, the zombie on the examination table excitedly called out to the Black Panther, "Your Majesty." Su Rue quickly intervened, halting the Black Panther from unbinding the creature. "Brother, let us observe for a few more days. We cannot afford another failure." The Black Panther glanced at his sister and promptly directed everyone to prepare diligently for the healing of the zombie virus. "Mr. Qin, we appreciate your assistance." The people of Wakanda bowed respectfully to Qin Yi. As Qin Yi gazed upon the remaining Black Panther, Winter Soldier, and Peter, it was evident that the Avengers had suffered a catastrophic defeat. After a moment of contemplation, he realized there was, in fact, a simpler method. Addressing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Qin Yi produced 4 Infinity Stones for explanation. Were Doctor Strange present, he would undoubtedly possess a deeper understanding of these artifacts known as the Infinity Stones. It is said that at the dawn of the universe, amidst chaos, 6 Infinity Stones were birthed following the cosmic explosion. With a flourish of his hand, a magical projection unfurled before them, illustrating the genesis of the Infinity Stones. Selecting one of the stones, Qin Yi began to articulate its properties in a fragmented manner. The Power Stone, he explained, harbors boundless energy. As long as one can withstand its might, it not only amplifies one's strength and defense, but also supplies energy to the other stones, enhancing their capabilities. The Space Stone, on the other hand, transcends all spatial distances in the universe, allowing one to traverse anywhere at will. Suddenly, the onlookers stared in confusion at Qin Yi, who had abruptly paused. "Goodness, there are still 3 individuals bound within the mirror dimension. It has been over 20 days. Surely they haven't perished from hunger?" Qin Yi swiftly darted outside the hall, waving his hand to enter the previously arranged mirror dimension. The scene that met his eyes was one of desolation and despair, leaving him at a loss for words. The zombified Doctor Strange, once tied to a tree, now appeared as little more than skin clinging to bone, having gnawed the tree down to its very roots. The zombified Scarlet Witch, with her once tumultuous hair now a tangle, emitted a crimson energy as a branch was drawn towards her from afar. And what of the green behemoth? Qin Yi soon discovered a large pit nearby, within which lay a gaunt figure. He reclined in the pit, his eyes vacant, and occasionally emitted wisps of dust from his mouth. Is he consuming soil? Qin Yi stood there, momentarily stunned. What a travesty. A low, rumbling voice abruptly captured the attention of the 3 zombified entities. The zombified Doctor Strange, eyes glowing red, crawled towards him like a caterpillar, while the zombified Scarlet Witch propelled her crimson energy towards Qin Yi, and the zombified Hulk struggled to emerge from the pit. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi summoned an energy that drew the 3 zombies closer before him. A few healing spells soared towards the trio, and as the pure white light enveloped their forms, they succumbed to slumber. "May these healing spells prove beneficial to you," Qin Yi remarked as he stood by, quietly awaiting the results, occasionally casting additional healing spells. Once the decaying skin of the trio had reverted to normalcy, Qin Yi lifted them and soared towards the Wakandan Hall. In the hall, the gathered crowd gazed at the suddenly reappeared Qin Yi, who had vanished for several hours. He gestured behind him, where, under the influence of an unseen force, Doctor Strange remained in a deep slumber, while Scarlet Witch had regained her human form, albeit looking unusually gaunt, bound in a somewhat peculiar position. The people of Wakanda, unable to ponder further, hurriedly secured the Doctor and the Witch onto an examination table for observation. Lacking a suitable platform for the Hulk, Qin Yi had no choice but to bind him to a sofa. Inside the hall, the assembly awaited anxiously. After a considerable time, Dr. Banner awoke with a start, looking around and gasping, "Is there anything to eat?" In Chapter 12, The Last Two Gems, the individuals in the Wakandan Hall fixed their unwavering gazes upon the dining table. Beside it, the now lucid Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and the Hulk, transformed back into Banner, voraciously devoured the food laid out before them. Peter whispered to Tony, "I have never seen such a ravenous Wanda." Tony stroked his chin, smirking slightly. "That's because you haven't encountered anyone more formidable." Having just burped contentedly, Doctor Strange, still catching his breath, addressed the assembly. "I had a nightmare where I was bound to a tree, and in my hunger, I gnawed at the very bark." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Yi, who quickly waved his hands dismissively. Stephen, why don't you enlighten us about what happens after we gather the Infinity Stones?" Stephen attempted to rise, but found his frail body uncooperative. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, "If we can assemble all 6 Infinity Stones, a mere snap of the fingers could eradicate the zombie virus plaguing our universe. However, the power of the Infinity Stones is overwhelming, and my current form may not withstand their backlash." After speaking, Stephen glanced at the equally frail Wanda and Dr. Banner, realizing that even the mightiest members of the Avengers were presently unfit for such a task. "Peter, have you developed the cure serum yet?" "Not yet, Mr. Strange. It was Mr. Qin who used his abilities to heal you," Peter replied. Upon hearing this, Stephen nodded towards Qin Yi, understanding now the immense pressure he had felt upon regaining consciousness in the hall. Bruce Banner exclaimed, patting his belly with satisfaction. Reflecting on his earlier words to Peter, he looked up and said, "Peter, you succeeded." "Dr. Banner, we succeeded," Peter replied, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his face as he mourned for those Avengers who had sacrificed their lives and would never return. The gathering fell into a profound silence. Chala, the Black Panther, was the first to speak. "Mr. Qin, I must trouble you to heal the surrounding zombies first, and then we shall seek out the remaining 2 Infinity Stones." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. "Peter, you stay behind to care for Doctor and the others. Bucky, let us take stock of the remaining Avengers together. Wakabi, lead the guard to inspect the protective shield." With Chalia's directives, all of Wakanda mobilized. Qin Yi made his way to the laboratory of Tony and Shuri, where he cast several healing spells upon the fully armed duo before inquiring, "How are you, Tony?" "Not very optimistic, Qin. By the way, if our research fails, the sheer number of zombies needing healing spells, will that significantly affect you?" "It's not a major concern, Tony. However, using healing spells might leave some behind. If this virus cannot be entirely eradicated, it could very well resurface." Tony and Shuri nodded in understanding and resumed their research. Qin Yi then soared out of the protective shield of Wakanda. In midair, he extended his mental energy, scanning the vicinity meticulously, accompanied by waves of energy. The surrounding zombies were drawn toward him. He raised his hand, and beams of pure white light surged forth, entering the bodies of the zombies. Moments later, as the surrounding wails subsided, the zombies' eyes gradually regained clarity. Turning to Bucky, Qin Yi instructed, "These individuals should be escorted to Point 1 for observation over the next few days. And remember to provide them with food." On the ground, a long-haired, cold man gestured with his iron arm, then waved his hand, prompting the fully armed Wakandan guards to escort the group into the protective shield. 1 month later, with Wakanda now cleared, the last batch of healed individuals was evacuated from observation Point 89. Finally, Qin Yi found a moment to lie on the sofa and bask in the sun. Beside him sat the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who was curled up with her arms around her legs, appearing somewhat dazed. After a month of recovery, Wanda was gradually regaining her strength. Qin Yi retrieved a pile of food from the magical space and began to indulge in self-hypnosis. After a considerable time, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the sofa. Having self-hypnotized throughout the afternoon, Qin Yi glanced at the 2 remaining apples on the table, picked one up, and handed it to the still distracted Wanda. "Here." Wanda stared blankly at the apple before accepting it from Qin Yi. "Once we gather all the Infinity Stones, will it be possible to resurrect everyone?" Qin Yi paused, contemplating Wanda's lowered gaze. "There's a point in time. If we resurrect everyone before the infection of the zombie virus, it will inevitably repeat itself, just as before, with the virus rampaging until this universe collapses." Upon hearing this, Wanda silently held the apple, refraining from further words. Qin Yi lay back on the sofa, gazing upwards as the last traces of the sun's glow vanished beyond the horizon. It will eventually pass. Only 2 Infinity Stones remain, and it seems imperative to seek out zombie Thanos swiftly, for I have resided in this universe for 2 months. I must return post-haste. Qin Yi gazed at the 4 infinity stones in his possession, a veritable reservoir of power within reach, yet I hesitate to absorb it. If my hunger exceeds 100, will I still maintain my sanity? The system offers me a fusion not akin to the Phoenix Force of Jean Grey, the pure essence of fairy power. When fused to 100%, would rival the existence of the 5 primordial gods of Marvel. At that point, my hypnotic abilities may prove futile. That accursed system remains dormant. Mr. Qin, we have located Thor, interrupted Chala, the Black Panther. As he relayed the surveillance information indicating that Thor and a raccoon had appeared in New York, Stephen and Dr. Banner approached. Shall we accompany you? Qin Yi shook his head, indicating that only one familiar with Thor was necessary. After all, it would be a swift endeavor. Thor, having leaped from his spacecraft, was taken aback by the desolate city before him, the streets teeming with a horde of zombies closing in. Thor, what is happening? Inquired the raccoon, perched atop Thor's shoulder, as he hastily drew his weapon. As the swarm of the undead surged forward, Thor ascended into the air, channeling energy into his stormbreaker, causing storms to gather ominously above New York. The raccoon, observing the swirling tempest above, questioned Thor, "What are you waiting for, Thor? Why not unleash it?" Thor, his face flushed with exertion, gripped Stormbreaker tightly, declaring, "They do not heed my command." At that moment, a spatial vortex materialized before him. The raccoon directed his weapon towards it as Qin Yi and Dr. Banner emerged from the portal. A hail of bullets erupted from the blue flame Gatling gun. "Wait, friend!" Thor shouted to the raccoon as he recognized Banner. The raccoon, embarrassed, witnessed the bullets ricochet harmlessly off Qin Yi, marveling at his formidable strength. Qin Yi shrugged helplessly as Dr. Banner nodded towards Thor, stating, "Thor, we require your assistance. We shall discuss matters upon returning to Wakanda." Chapter 13. The search for zombie Thanos. Thus, Earth, nay, the entire universe, has been besieged by a zombie virus, and Thanos has succumbed to this fate as well. Within the Hall of Wakanda, after listening to Peter and Dr. Banner recount the events of the past year, Thor stared incredulously with his remaining eye. "What shall we do now?" Stephen handed Thor a glass of beer and replied, "We must locate zombie Thanos." Previously, Mr. Qin secured 3 Infinity Stones from Thanos. And with the Mind Stone here on Earth, we need only procure the final 2 stones from zombie Thanos. Gather 6, snap your fingers, and the zombie virus shall be vanquished. Nebula, what about them? Qin Yi subsequently inquired. Thor gazed at the man before him, realizing that his previous inability to summon thunder was likely connected to him, along with that remarkable ability to teleport at will. When did such a formidable individual appear on Earth? I must seize the opportunity to engage in a contest. After nodding at Qin Yi, Thor remarked, "You possess great strength. Nebula and Quill have ventured to Titan, which poses a grave concern. Should Thanos become a zombie, they would be in peril. We must hasten our departure. Do you know the location of Titan?" "I do," the raccoon interjected. "In that case, Stephen, you and Wanda shall remain in Wakanda, while I take Thor and the raccoon to Titan." The raccoon, in a fit of agitation, leaped onto the table. "Say it again, Rocket." "I am Rocket. Rocket. Focus on the location of Titan in your mind." "Thor, hold on to the raccoon," Qin Yi instructed, his gaze locked onto the raccoon's eyes. Upon discerning the coordinates of Titan, a wave of energy enveloped Thor and Rocket. Following a ripple of spatial distortion, the duo vanished from the Hall of Wakanda. Inside the hall, Dr. Banner turned to Happy, who stood nearby, and asked, "Has he always been this powerful?" "Ah, yes, indeed," Happy nodded in agreement. Emerging from a spatial vortex, Thor and Rocket beheld the desolate planet. They exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished by the overwhelming power they sensed. Turning to the meditating Qin Yi, Rocket cautiously inquired, "Mr. Qin, can we locate Thanos? This planet appears utterly abandoned." "Just a moment, I will find him," Qin Yi replied, effortlessly sketching a golden portal. He then addressed the dazed duo, "Let us proceed." Stepping through the golden portal, the trio arrived at a site of ruins. Zombie Thanos sat upon a decaying throne, lost in contemplation of the gauntlet, while severed arms lay scattered around. Enclosed within a cage beneath the throne were Nebula, Mantis, Quill, Drax the Destroyer, and Groot, all in dire straits. Observing Quill and Drax, who had lost their arms, Rocket could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Thanos, your grandfather has come for you." Hearing Rocket's voice, Drax weakly urged, "Rocket, hurry and flee. Even if captured, you would not suffice for his meal." Upon hearing the commotion, zombie Thanos rose from his throne, elated by the scent of the living. He eagerly approached Rocket. The Guardians of the Galaxy shouted for Rocket to escape, only to notice that Thanos had suddenly halted midway, staring intently at something behind Rocket. Qin Yi waved his hand at the suddenly motionless zombie Thanos, and a faint blue glow emanated from the gauntlet on Thanos' hand. Then, with a shift in the fabric of space, zombie Thanos vanished from sight. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy stood there, dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding events. Thor, you and Rocket rescue them first. I will pursue Thanos. With that, Qin Yi too disappeared amidst a ripple in space. Thank goodness I held back this time. Let's see how you escape, Qin Yi thought as he chased after the marked Thanos. On the planet of Xander, zombie Thanos emerged from a spatial vortex. Gazing around in confusion, he was unsure why he had arrived here, yet something about the place felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, Qin Yi emerged from another spatial vortex. Zombie Thanos paused for a moment, then hastily activated the space stone, disappearing once more with the faint blue glow of his gauntlet. In the void, zombie Thanos beheld the shattered remnants of a colossal head, grasping his head with both hands. A searing pain coursed through him as a series of images flickered in his mind like projections. Moments later, Qin Yi arrived from another spatial vortex, and zombie Thanos quickly activated the space stone again, vanishing once more. On Vormer, perched on a fractured cliff beneath a violet sky, the land lay devoid of life. Zombie Thanos sat at the edge, gazing into the abyss below. The images in his mind turned like the pages of a book. No, this is not love. I once cared little for fate, but now I cannot ignore it. Even if I lose you, I am sorry, my daughter. A figure fell into the depths of the chasm. Zombie Thanos clutched his head in anguish, tears streaming down his face. As the images in his mind shattered, clarity returned to his eyes. He raised his hand to observe the two remaining infinity stones on his gauntlet, pondering the events that had transpired recently. Behind him, Qin Yi descended onto Vormer through a spatial vortex. Yet this time, Thanos did not teleport away. Curiously, Qin Yi waved his hand, ensnaring Thanos with a beam of energy. He approached and stood beside Thanos. I have never encountered a being like you. Thanos' deep voice resonated. Qin Yi abruptly lifted his head, locking onto Thanos' now clear gaze. Is this even possible? Thanos lowered his gaze toward the abyss. Here lies my most beloved. Qin Yi observed the emotionally ambiguous and somewhat sorrowful Thanos. Realizing he was indeed a formidable being, even after being infected by the zombie virus, he could self-heal. How resilient must one's body, mind, and obsessions be to achieve such a feat? Despite being thoroughly beaten by Qin Yi on Earth and subsequently pursued to Vormer, he appeared quite disheveled. If it were not for his own invulnerability, encountering such a person would surely compel one to flee far away. The life of this individual, regardless of right or wrong, embodies a spirit of relentless pursuit for ideals that is truly commendable. However, differing philosophies led Qin Yi to effortlessly liberate Thanos from his constraints. Thanos cast a surprised glance at Qin Yi and, after a moment's contemplation, removed 2 of the Infinity Stones from his gauntlet, subsequently offering the entire Infinity Gauntlet to Qin Yi. Let us be buried together. After all, she has never truly appreciated me as a father. Please do me this favor and inter me on Titan. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thanos cast one last gaze over the precipice, his right hand surging with vibrant energy, before striking his head with it, collapsing beside the cliff's edge. Standing at the brink, Qin Yi observed the oppressive violet sky. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned Thanos' lifeless form, which vanished amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. On Titan, Quill exclaimed, "That little fellow, is he Thanos' adversary? Should we offer our assistance?" He then fell silent, staring at his empty left hand. "Fear not, Quill. Mr. Qin is genuinely formidable. Even the Thanos with 5 stones was no match for him." Rocket replied while tending to Groot's branches. Drax the Destroyer nodded in agreement. "I can sense it. He is mightier than the god Thor, a true behemoth." Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized in the air, prompting Thor and the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy to spring to their feet, preparing for battle. Qin Yi emerged from the vortex, Thanos' body floating behind him. Thor stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "Qin, have you acquired the Infinity Stones?" Qin Yi nodded, gesturing for Thanos' corpse to ascend to the decaying throne. In an instant, the surrounding dilapidated structures morphed into flowing, molecular forms, swirling around the throne and swiftly coalescing into a grave. "Where's Gamora? Have you seen her, Mr. Qin?" Quill, now missing a hand, inquired urgently. Qin Yi shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid not, Quill. Perhaps she resides elsewhere in the cosmos. Shall we return to Earth together?" Nebula remained silent, refraining from interrupting Qin Yi. Quill glanced at his injured companions, pausing for a moment before asking, "Can we bring them to Earth for recuperation?" "Very well." Qin Yi raised his hand, and a radiant, pure white light surged into the bodies of the Guardians, restoring their health in mere moments. Quill, astonished, observed the revitalization of his comrades and turned to Qin Yi, saying, "Thank you. In that case, let us set forth to find Gamora." With that, the Guardians boarded their ship. "Goodbye, Mr. Qin," the little raccoon waved. "Farewell, little raccoon." After bidding farewell to the Guardians, Qin Yi, accompanied by Thor, was teleported back to Wakanda through the spatial vortex. Chapter 14. The selection of temporal points in the Grand Hall of Wakanda. After nearly 3 months, Tony and Shuri, with the assistance of the subsequently joined Dr. Banner, ultimately succeeded in replicating the previously effective healing serum. Joy radiated from every face. Black Panther T'Challa excitedly embraced Winter Soldier Bucky, while young Spider-Man Peter exchanged a knowing smile with Shuri. Tony and Dr. Banner reclined on the sofa, basking in the sunlight. Wanda quietly lingered by the windowsill, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, with a ripple in space, a vortex materialized in the hall. Qin Yi and Thor emerged from the swirling portal. Doctor Strange, Stephen, promptly rose to his feet and inquired of Thor, "Did you find it?" Thor nodded enthusiastically. When Qin Yi placed the Infinity Gauntlet along with the 6 gems upon the table, the warriors of Wakanda, descending from their posts, joyfully encircled Qin Yi, performing the vibrant Wakandan dance. Subsequently, the group, filled with exhilaration, lifted both Qin Yi and Thor, tossing them into the air, as the entire Wakanda was enveloped in a sea of jubilation. After a considerable time, as calm returned, the assembly settled in the hall. Stephen was the first to speak. "The 6 gems are gathered. Let us deliberate on who shall wield the snap." Thor immediately rose, proclaiming, as a deity of Asgard, "I failed to protect the denizens of the 9 realms. This snap is mine to bear." Doctor Strange regarded Dr. Banner, who had just regained his strength, and slowly nodded in agreement. "Now, let us discuss the temporal point." At this, the Avengers fell into a contemplative silence. Faced with the allure of resurrecting beloved friends and family, young Spider-Man naturally yearned to revive Iron Man of this universe and his sole guardian, Aunt May. Thor recalled the Asgardians slain by Thanos, the memories of his father, mother, and Loki, who had all departed from him. Black Panther gazed at the Wakandan royal guard behind him, reminiscing about Okoye, the captain who had vanished while saving him. Winter Soldier silently contemplated his shield, pondering, "Steve, what would you choose?" Wanda lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes as she remembered her brother and her lover, Vision. Yet, the potential consequences of selecting an erroneous temporal point loomed large. Would they be able to bear the repercussions? The hall fell into an even deeper silence. Tony sat beside Qin Yi, nudging him gently with his elbow. Qin Yi subtly shook his head. Utilizing the healing serum would leave the universe in uncertainty regarding the eradication of the zombie virus. Conversely, employing solely the Infinity Gems rendered the initial dual preparations for the healing serum somewhat excessive. Yet, if it were himself in the position, would he be able to make a definitive choice? Absolute temporal point. Qin Yi interlaced his fingers behind his head, stretching lazily. Indeed, one's power still falls short. Doctor Strange observed the silent assembly before him and spoke. 3 days. Let us ponder for 3 days, and then we shall cast our votes. Gradually, the members of the hall began to depart. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, approached Qin Yi, who stood by the window, and offered him a cigarette. Qin Yi smiled, deftly pinching it between 2 fingers of his left hand. A small flame flickered to life at the tip of his right index finger as Bucky chuckled, igniting his own cigarette. The two stood at the window, exhaling plumes of smoke. "What are your plans afterward, Bucky?" he inquired. "Once matters here are resolved, I intend to visit your world. Do you require a bodyguard, Mr. Qin?" Qin Yi laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "I suspect Captain will be quite determined to thwart me." Ha! Attracted by their laughter, Tony approached, requesting a cigarette and joining their conversation. "Tony, seeing your research in this world, what are your thoughts? Did you know all along?" "Qin?" Tony gazed at Qin Yi with a hint of melancholy. Qin Yi shrugged. "Some matters are best left untouched. Interfering too much may lead to insurmountable issues unless I grow powerful enough to disregard these rules." After a moment of contemplation, Tony replied, "I understand. We shall discuss the future when it arrives. Once we resolve our current affairs, it will be time for us to return. Oh, and before we go, let us replicate Wakandan technology to study at our leisure," Qin Yi added, his gaze drifting to Wanda, who was strolling alone in the garden. "I shall take a brief walk," he said before vanishing from the windowsill. Bucky turned to Tony with a smile. "I truly envy that ability." "Indeed," he replied. "Ever since I met Qin 9 years ago, I have longed for it." Ha! In an instant, Qin Yi, who had vanished from the windowsill, appeared beside Wanda, and the two meandered aimlessly together. At the end of their path, they paused beneath a tree. Qin Yi regarded Wanda, whose serene face bore a persistent trace of sorrow. This woman had once been the object of his dreams. Fortunately, she remained unaware of the time he had playfully kicked her, leading her to endure a month of hardship. What a misfortune it has been for her. In 1999, her adoptive parents perished in an explosion caused by Stark Industries' bomb. The two children, only 10 years old, were trapped beneath the rubble for 2 days, alongside a bomb they feared would detonate at any moment. After enduring the torment of terror, they sought vengeance within the confines of Hydra's laboratory. In her inaugural battle with the Avengers, she lost her brother. In this universe, after losing most of her allies, Wanda's emotional anchor, Vision, succumbed to despair and took his own life. Do you need me to assist you in erasing your memories? Qin Yi inquired of Wanda, who remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the trees before them, their leaves gently cascading to the ground. After a prolonged pause, she mused, is the absolute point in time truly unalterable? Qin Yi fell into contemplation for a moment. At present, I possess no means to achieve that, he replied. Wanda then took a deep breath. Before you depart, please help me erase my previous memories. Qin Yi nodded, observing Wanda's retreating figure, realizing that matters here were finally reaching a conclusion. 3 days later, within the Grand Hall of Wakanda, a multitude gathered around Thor. He slowly placed his hand into the Infinity Gauntlet, where 6 resplendent gems sparkled, with only the Soul Stone's glow dimmed slightly. Dr. Strange, Stephen, gravely addressed Thor. If we select the wrong point in time, the entire universe may face annihilation. Those who have departed surely wish for us, the living, to carry on. Thor nodded, slowly raising his arm. Qin Yi gestured, and an energy field enveloped the gathering. Thor silently implored, Loki, forgive me. The 6 gems radiated brilliant light, converging and gradually enveloping Thor's entire arm. He grimaced as he extended his palm, crying out in agony. Thor, do not hesitate. Dr. Strange urged urgently. As Thor strained to snap his fingers, a resonating sound echoed throughout the cosmos. The Infinity Stones lost their luster, and Thor collapsed to the ground. Qin Yi swiftly removed the Infinity Gauntlet from Thor's hand, casting several healing spells upon him. As the light of the spells enveloped Thor, he fell into a deep slumber. The others hurriedly placed the recovering Thor upon a sofa. Su Rue and the Wakandan physician commenced their examination of his condition. On an unknown planet, the Guardians of the Galaxy struggled against a horde of zombies. Star-Lord, in a fit of exasperation, turned to Rocket and shouted, Have you repaired the ship yet, you raccoon? Rocket, irate, leaped up and bellowed, I am Rocket, Rocket. Star-Lord, while activating the shield, retorted, When Mr. Qin called you a raccoon earlier, you didn't react. If you were as strong as Mr. Qin, you could call me that too, Rocket shot back. As the shield before them began to falter, Rocket tossed aside the wrench, exclaiming, I'm not fixing it anymore. With a resounding boom, the throng of zombies fell silent, their expressions gradually regaining clarity. The bewildered crowd stared at their hands, questioning. Have they returned to normal? Nebula, in a state of confusion, asked, How can I know? Let us wait and see. Within the Grand Hall of Wakanda,
Black Panther T'Challa was directing the Wakandan citizens as they reported global surveillance information. New York has returned to normal. Paris has returned to normal. As the updates continued,
the tension among the crowd began to ease. I'll explore other planets, Qin Yi declared before vanishing from the Wakandan Hall. Chapter 15. Departure. After spending several days wandering through the cosmos and ensuring that the universe had stabilized, Qin Yi returned to Wakanda. Thor, who had nearly regained his strength, was engaged in an arm wrestling match with the Hulk. Upon seeing Qin Yi emerge from a spatial vortex, Thor's excitement surged as he waved enthusiastically. Qin, let us engage in a duel of warriors. Qin Yi looked at Thor, who had 2 eyes, and couldn't help but ask, Are your eyes healed? Indeed. After you performed the healing spell, I awoke to find my vision gradually returning, Thor replied. Qin Yi sat across from him, their hands clasped together as Thor summoned all his might, crackling with lightning. Despite the table shattering under the strain, Qin Yi's hand remained steadfast. Remarkable. Qin, are you truly human? Your physique surpasses even that of us guardian gods. You are strong as well, Thor. Encouraged by Qin Yi's acknowledgement, Thor shouted with exuberance. Let us host a feast. It has been far too long since we celebrated since leaving Asgard. His voice gradually diminished. Qin Yi placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. Are you all departing? Yes. To express gratitude for the assistance provided by Qin Yi and Tony, Wakanda held a grand feast to bid farewell to their esteemed guests. Happy was joyfully dancing in the ballroom with a Wakandan female warrior. Qin Yi turned to inquire of Su Rue, who stood beside Tony. Where are T'Challa and Bucky? In a hushed tone, Su Rue replied. Mr. Qin, my brother mentioned that Bucky might lack the strength to serve as your bodyguard, so he consumed the heart-shaped herb. He should be here shortly. Qin Yi was momentarily speechless. Bucky, the Winter Soldier? He mused. Captain, your comrade is about to be stolen away. With the heart-shaped herb enhancing Bucky, how will he and the captain continue their love-hate dynamic? However, given the captain's tendency to remain evenly matched against anyone, he should not suffer too greatly. Perhaps just a little ground pounding from Bucky. Young Spider-Man Peter approached Qin Yi, raising his glass. Mr. Qin, thank you for saving our universe. Qin Yi patted Peter's shoulder. Here, take this magical card. If you encounter an insurmountable problem in the future, just press this circle, and I will sense it. With his own fusion level surpassing 80, Qin Yi's power had ascended to the pinnacle of the multiverse. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I hope we won't have to use it in the future. Ha ha ha. The carefree Qin Yi could never have anticipated the trouble this magical card would bring. With the arrival of Chala and Bucky, the festivities grew increasingly lively. Qin Yi indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol. Though it was significantly less than the food he consumed, he found himself lost in thought, staring at the panel in his mind. Qin Yi, male, 15 years old system, dormant fairy power fusion level, 55 hunger level, 81 healing spell, advanced capable of healing and purifying all negative effects. Upgradable, absorbed, phoenix power, fragmented, Debar leader walker time stone, 35 space stone, mind stone, 13 soul stone, reality stone. The healing spell had advanced due to his prior healing of numerous zombies before the snap. And perhaps those stones were partially consumed by the vortex of fairy power when he seized them from the zombie Thanos. A hunger level of 81 indicated a constant state of hunger. It truly could not be endured any longer. This wretched system. Did the upgradable aspect of the healing spell require several levels to purify hunger? Is hunger considered a negative effect? With his thoughts in disarray, Qin Yi reclined in his chair, gazing up at the starry sky. Tony was being enthusiastically pulled into the dance floor by a Wakandan soldier, while Happy was joyfully swaying his body. After a lengthy conversation, the shy Spider-Man took Shuri's hand. The intoxicated Black Panther, Chala, held Bucky's hand, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Doctor Strange and Dr. Banner appeared to be deliberating something. Qin Yi reclined quietly in his chair, reflecting on how these past few months had been the busiest since his arrival in the Marvel Universe. He wondered how things were faring in the main universe. Surely nothing extraordinary had occurred recently. Wanda, dressed in a white gown, seated herself beside Qin Yi. He observed her for a moment, still captivated by her in red. Goodness. The Wanda of the main universe. Yet he was not a savior. Matters of the future could wait for another day. Are we leaving tomorrow? He mused. Oh, right, don't move. Qin Yi instructed, placing his hand on Wanda's forehead. In the distance, Tony caught a glimpse and thought to himself, goodness, Qin, is this your preference? As the fairy power within Qin Yi activated, Wanda's mind suddenly became a blank slate. Moments later, she stared vacantly at the hand that rested on her face. And the two exchanged a lingering gaze. As Qin Yi's heart stirred with restlessness, Wanda looked around in confusion. You are Wanda, a superhero who sustained injuries while saving the world and has since lost her memory. Ah, here is the spellbook you left with me. Qin Yi casually handed the tome, which contained advanced magics of Kamartaj, to Wanda. She took the book in a daze and began to peruse its contents. Qin Yi then spoke of this matter with Dr. Strange, Stephen, and others. After a moment of contemplation, Stephen remarked, this is for the best, otherwise, I fear she may struggle to control her own energy. Qin Yi, massaging his temples, pondered, as for chaotic magic, is it not the domain of the dark god, Shizorn? His power pales in comparison to that of the 5 great creation deities. However, it seems Marvel has altered its lore subsequently. It is of little consequence, after all. I can traverse the myriad universes of Marvel at will, provided I do not encounter entities like the Heart of the Universe or the Living Tribunal. Come now, let us engage in a duel among warriors. Thor called from afar, waving at Qin Yi. The group gathered around the campfire, where Thor jovially attempted to throw an arm around Qin Yi. Qin Yi quickly evaded and jested, alas, Thor, you are no fair maiden. Thor laughed heartily and handed Qin Yi a mug of beer. They conversed and drank merrily. I truly wish to visit your universe, to see my father and mother. And Loki. Perhaps I should slay our universe as Thor and take his place. Qin Yi gestured animatedly. Thor paused, contemplating. Perhaps not. Father and mother would be heartbroken. Qin Yi, noticing the masked sorrow in Thor's demeanor, said, Thor, you are the king of Asgard. Remain on Earth to build a new home. Asgard is not merely a place, but its people. Take good care of your subjects. Thor gazed at Qin Yi. recalling the very words his father Odin had once imparted to him, and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Tony and Happy had grown weary and retired for the night. Qin Yi, Thor, and Stephen lingered by the fire, engaging in light-hearted conversation for quite some time. Eventually, dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the earth. Qin Yi tilted his head to gaze at the horizon and then glanced back at Wanda, who was still engrossed in the spellbook. Thor, beside the fire, slumbered soundly, clutching a bottle of ale. Qin Yi nodded to Doctor Strange, who returned the gesture. With a surge of spatial energy, Qin Yi found himself in the room where Tony and Happy lay, while Black Panther T'Challa and Winter Soldier Bucky exchanged their final farewells. With a wave of his hand, an energy enveloped the sleeping Tony and Happy. T'Challa approached, grasping Qin Yi's hand, and said, "Mr. Qin, I entrust Bucky to your care." Qin Yi nodded, surrounding Bucky in a similar aura of energy. In T'Challa's reluctant gaze, several figures vanished from sight. Wanda, seated at the banquet table, glanced up briefly before returning her attention to the Tome of Magic. Chapter 16. The Resurgence of the Phoenix's Power? Upon returning to Howard Manor, Qin Yi placed Tony and Happy on Tony's bed, and while descending the stairs, he inquired of Bucky, "Shall we pay a visit to our old friend, Uncle Howard?" Bucky nodded silently in agreement. Meanwhile, in the living room, the Howards appeared listless, with Jean Grey, the Phoenix, morosely stirring her coffee with a spoon. Upon hearing footsteps descending the stairs, Aunt Maria quickly called out, "Is that Tony and Qin returning?" Hearing the sound, Qin Yi promptly replied, "Auntie, it's us." Aunt Maria rose, reproachfully patting Qin Yi, who had just come down. "Why have you been gone for so long? Where's Tony?" "Auntie, I took Tony and Happy out for some training. They are tired and resting upstairs. I'll go check on them. Howard, please ask the chef to prepare some more breakfast." Aunt Maria hurried upstairs. Howard gazed at the familiar figure beside Qin Yi and, after a moment of uncertainty, called out, "Bucky?" Bucky smiled and embraced Howard. "Goodness, it's unbelievable. You haven't changed a bit, Bucky. Have you also been injected with the super serum?" Bucky and Howard settled down for a conversation. Qin Yi approached Jean Grey and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." "Humph, I thought you wouldn't return. By the way, Master wants you to visit Kamar Taj. Let us go. It's been ages since I last saw old Yao, and I've missed her." Qin Yi addressed Howard, saying, "Uncle, my senior sister and I are heading to see Master. We'll return for dinner. Make sure to come back early. The school teachers have called several times." With that, Qin Yi and Jean Grey vanished from Howard Manor amidst a ripple of spatial energy. At Kamar Taj, the Ancient One was demonstrating magic to a group of sorcerers when she sensed the spatial disturbance. "Mordo, it's your turn to demonstrate." "Yes, Master," Mordo replied. As the Ancient One turned to leave, she heard the cheerful chatter emanating from within the room. Upon opening the door, she found Qin Yi and Jean Grey engaged in making tea. The Ancient One asked with a hint of exasperation, "Have you resolved everything?" "Yes, it has been taken care of. I came straight here upon my return," Qin Yi replied. "Jean, go practice with Mordo. I will review your recent progress shortly." Jean Grey looked at Qin Yi with a glum expression, and Qin Yi shrugged in resignation. After Jean closed the door, the Ancient One set up a mirror dimension within the room. Qin Yi gradually recounted his recent experiences. After listening to Qin Yi's narrative, Master Gu Yi fell into a moment of silence. "Is it possible for our universe to experience an invasion of a zombie virus?" Qin Yi, while pouring tea for Master Gu Yi, replied, "It is unlikely. The zombie virus from that universe has been utterly eradicated, unless there exists another universe harboring the virus, or someone from our universe has been infected after entering the quantum realm. Even if such a scenario were to unfold, it would not pose a significant problem. If all else fails, I can simply snap my fingers." Suddenly, Qin Yi paused, realizing, "Damn it. The space stone of the main universe has already been consumed by me. Now only an empty shell remains, and I cannot gather the 6 stones." He quickly recollected the timeline from a few years ago, recalling that the cosmic cube should still be with S-H-I-E-L-D. He resolved to check it soon to see if there had been any changes with the space stones. Master Gu Yi remained oblivious to Qin Yi's peculiar demeanor. "A few days ago, when I visited Qilin, I discovered that her Phoenix Force seemed to have revived," Qin Yi said, gazing incredulously at Master Gu Yi. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I had completely devoured the Phoenix Force within my senior sister. Could it truly be a Phoenix reborn? It doesn't make sense. This is merely one of the myriad manifestations of the Phoenix Force. Master Yao, could it be that you misinterpreted? I spent a considerable amount of time with my senior sister just now and noticed nothing." He continued, "Strangely, after your return, her Phoenix Force seems to have vanished." Qin Yi pondered. Could it be the essence of the Phoenix Force? Yet, I have never heard of anyone possessing the complete Phoenix Force. The profound contemplation shared by the master and disciple was abruptly interrupted by the ringtone of Qin Yi's phone. He answered the call, and an elderly voice resonated from the other end. Qin, finally got through. Where have you been all this time? Although you are a prodigy, you cannot simply skip classes like this. Hurry up and come to class. There are several topics awaiting your research. I will be there early tomorrow, Professor Tony. Qin Yi replied. The teacher at the academy, Robert Tony, had been mentioned in Qin Yi's first class, prompting him to directly inquire whether he had a son named Little Robert Tony. The elderly man shook his head, clarifying that he had only one daughter. The Ancient One gazed at the helpless Qin Yi, pondering his unusual fascination with worldly knowledge. You understand, Master Yao? I fear that a rapid increase in strength may lead to a loss of self. Hence I sought a more challenging endeavor to pass the time. The Ancient One nodded affirmatively. Master Yao, please observe the phoenix power within your senior sister discreetly for a while. I won't be coming over for the time being. Should anything arise, do inform me. By the way, I will visit the Hong Kong temple in a few days. Kindly convey my regards to the mages there. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Master Yao. With that, Qin Yi vanished from the space with a ripple and reappeared in his room. After a refreshing shower and changing into a new outfit, Qin Yi descended the stairs and was taken aback to find the short-haired winter soldier seated in the living room. What on earth, Bucky? What has provoked you? Bucky remained silent, while Howard, standing nearby, helplessly addressed Qin Yi. Bucky has expressed a desire to be your bodyguard, but it seems entry into the academy is quite challenging. Therefore, for now, he will serve as your driver. By the way, your teacher Tony called again. You must return to the academy tomorrow. Is Tony still asleep? He has gone to the office, taking Happy home as well. Over these past few months, Happy's parents have been calling to inquire about him. It is no longer permissible for you to be away training for so long. Understood, Uncle. I shall assist Auntie in the kitchen. Bucky silently observed Qin Yi as he made his way to the kitchen. You two seem to get along quite well, Howard remarked, a smile appearing on his face. 9 years ago, we encountered a car accident. It was this boy who saved us. However, we were unable to locate his parents afterward. I've been investigating for years, but have found no leads. Perhaps it is for the best. Bucky reminisced about the events of 1991 in the Prime Universe. Indeed. Yet Maria and I are growing older. Now, we only wish for the two of them to marry quickly. Tony has always been reluctant to marry. Qin is only 15 now, and I hope Maria and I can witness them settle down. Bucky fell silent. Oh, by the way, I have arranged a new identity for you, he said, nodding. Shall we go see Carter? Let's go together. Chapter 17. The Wanted Mutant in the Early Morning. On the way to school, Bucky, driving for the first time, couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect you to actually come to school. Qin Yi smirked. Glancing at Bucky's mischievous smile, one must find something to occupy oneself. Goodness, had it not been for my smaller stature a few years back, I would have surely ventured out to explore. Bucky gazed upon the familiar streets, reminiscing about a blissful era devoid of extraterrestrials and zombies. His optimism seemed misplaced. Hydra was perilously close to infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., and the government was vehemently suppressing mutants. A certain purple entity was likely commencing its schemes for the Infinity Stones, while an ominous deity from a malevolent dimension was fixated on Earth, eager to consume it. Upon hearing this, Bucky fell silent, clearly lost in thought. Goodness, I cannot be the sole bearer of discontent. Melancholic matters ought to be shared among us all. Should Bucky take a moment to admire that quintessential American rear? The silence in the driver's seat deepened. By the way, after school, let us visit a place. I have an appointment to discuss some matters. Bucky nodded, and they journeyed in silence back to the familiar confines of school. Within the laboratory, Qin Yi stood out amongst a cadre of elderly professors. Over the years spent learning alongside these distinguished scholars, he garnered their recognition while also absorbing a wealth of knowledge through their academic exchanges. After a morning of diligent work, Qin Yi pondered the news flickering on the dining hall television. The Warpath team, along with the fugitive Professor Charles and Wolverine Logan. How swiftly circumstances had evolved in just a few months. Years ago, he had a conversation with Charles, who firmly believed that through his efforts, he could alter humanity's perception of mutants. Perhaps the existence of the extraterrestrial devouring at that time, coupled with the ambiguous stance of the American government and military, had given Charles a false sense of security, allowing him to maintain a fragile equilibrium between humans and mutants. Under the leadership of General Ross, the military hawks had relentlessly pursued the development of super-soldier programs. With the absence of extraterrestrial pressures in recent years, the more moderate faction of mutants led by Charles had undeniably become the military's prime subjects for research. The existence of mutant suppressors emboldened the military's actions further. The technological advancements within the Marvel Cinematic Universe are indeed skewed. It is astonishing that mutants of the caliber of Charles and Magneto could be restrained by such technology, while everyday items remained relatively outdated. Fortunately, this disparity ensured the global popularity of smartphones and tablets, leading to a significant rise in the fortunes of Tony and Qin Yi. Though he had endeavored to refrain from interfering with the timelines of other characters, it seemed that since his arrival in the Marvel main universe, this timeline had already shifted. With mutants already existing in the main universe, the future would present not only known threats, but also various uncertainties. Grasping his hair, Qin Yi contemplated whether he should intervene to rescue these unfortunate souls. It was disheartening to see such advanced combatants reduced to such misery. Perhaps it would be wiser to first stabilize the mutants before confronting the myriad crises that lay ahead. On the original trajectory, the Illuminati is a clandestine organization composed of some of the most intelligent and powerful superheroes in the world, including representatives of various forces on Earth and the Professor Charles, who is currently wanted by the United States. Among the representatives of the superhero factions, Mr. Fantastic symbolizes the Fantastic Four and the scientific community. Namor, the King of Atlantis, represents the underwater realm. Black Bolt, as the sovereign of the Inhumans, represents the lunar Inhumans. Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, embodies the magical realm. Iron Man, Tony Stark, is a principal member of the Avengers, representing the foremost superheroes of Earth. The wanted Professor Charles represents the X-Men and other mutants. Shouldn't we get things started ahead of time? Since it has come to this, we can gradually integrate the original factions later. The general direction seems correct, so there shouldn't be any major issues, right? I suppose Ancient One felt the uncertainty of the future, and apart from his arrival, it must be somewhat related to this grand fusion of the universe. Qin Yi glanced at the time and decided to buy a house first. In recent days, Bucky's gaze towards Howard has been rather peculiar, filled with guilt. Perhaps facing the Howard couple from this universe has reminded Bucky of the memories of slaying his friends in their universe. After school, Bucky drove without expression, while Qin Yi pointed to a dilapidated building. Does this look familiar? After Bucky examined the surrounding structures closely, he asked, "Do you intend to purchase the future Stark Tower?" "Why would I buy that?" "The adjacent abandoned building. I plan to demolish and redesign it. This will be our base in the future. By the way, what are your plans? Being my driver is a waste of your abilities. Would you be interested in becoming a superhero once more?" Bucky silently continued to drive, eventually stopping in front of a building. As soon as Qin Yi got out of the car, a plump middle-aged man hurriedly approached him. "Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the intermediary for this transaction, Tranquan. Please, this way." Qin Yi nodded and proceeded to the lobby. "I apologize, Mr. Qin, but..." The chubby Tranquan stammered as he entered the conference room. Upon sitting on the sofa, Qin Yi raised his head, looking curiously at the familiar figure. "Is the price unsatisfactory?" "Mr. Qin, the law stipulates that individuals under the age of 18 lack the authority to sign any legal documents. Therefore, it must be executed by a parent or guardian." "Ah, I see. Please take the agreement and accompany me back," replied the enthusiastic Tranquan, closely following the figure of the wealthy benefactor before him. The speed of this transaction was astonishing. After years of unsuccessful attempts to sell, he had only taken over recently, and, within a day of meeting Mr. Qin, had already signed the agreement. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a benefactor whose worth had doubled year after year. At Howard Manor, Tony curiously perused the transfer agreement. "Qin, this building has been abandoned for quite some time. Why not demolish it and start anew? It could prove useful for our research in the future, as your laboratory is rather limited." Tony nodded in agreement. Indeed, the materials brought back from Wakanda should be studied in secrecy before being gradually released. Otherwise, once the government and military become aware of technology decades ahead of Earth's advancements, they are likely to react with frenzy. No, they will undoubtedly go mad. At that point, the government and military may very well be left with nothing. Tony stroked his chin and cast a furtive glance at Qin Yi, who was with his father, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. After Howard, as the guardian, affixed his signature, he observed Qin Yi beside him. Although he did not fully comprehend Qin Yi's actions, he felt a sense of joy for the young man's growth over the past decade. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Stark, I shall take my leave now," Tranquan said, bowing respectfully after receiving the agreement. Qin Yi nodded, finding the man strikingly familiar. What was his name again? Could he be the brother of that fellow from the television? "Tony, little Qin, come with me," Howard suddenly declared, rising from his seat. Qin Yi and Tony exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in confusion. Clearly unaware of what was transpiring, they shrugged and followed suit. Chapter 18. Armor and mechs, Howard led Tony and Qin Yi towards the basement. Moments later, they halted beside a bookshelf. Qin Yi curiously surveyed the surroundings. He had seldom visited the sublevel and wondered if it concealed some enigmatic secret. Howard proceeded to manipulate several books on the shelf, which then split apart in the middle, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Tony, astonished, pointed at the newly unveiled passage. "Dad, what is this?" Without responding, Howard gestured for them to continue following him. The trio descended the staircase, and at its end, a formidable black iron door loomed before them. After Howard pressed a few buttons beside the iron door, an electronic voice resonated, confirming the success of the fingerprint and iris recognition. "Welcome back, Mr. Howard." The black iron door gradually creaked open, revealing an astonishing sight to Qin Yi, who stood momentarily transfixed. Remarkably, 5 or 6 doors composed of an indiscernible alloy material were sealed shut. Illuminated by the soft glow from above, the group stepped inside, unveiling an immense laboratory. Tony's expression of astonishment had remained unchanged since descending the staircase. Confounded, he gazed at his father. "Is this truly our lower floor?" Howard approached a workstation, where several suits reminiscent of the Mark I armor lay displayed, albeit with hollow chests. Qin Yi wandered to another workstation, staring vacantly at a solid combat mech before him. The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. Leaning against the workstation, Howard addressed both Qin Yi and Tony. "Recently, the government's actions towards mutants have left me bewildered. The frequency of superpowered individuals is on the rise, and I am skeptical about the government's ability to manage this unequal confrontation." He continued, "These are remnants of my prior research, which I ceased after retiring a few years ago. Tony, what lies before you is a wearable suit of armor. My envisioned power source is a Stark Industries reactor, which I attempted to miniaturize. Though I was hindered by previous technological limitations, there remains room for enhancement. As for you, Qin Yi, the autonomous combat mech I designed is currently constrained by contemporary artificial intelligence technology and can only be considered a work in progress." Qin Yi and Tony exchanged glances, recalling their experiences in the zombie universe where they had developed a healing serum, having seen numerous Iron Man suits from that realm. They were taken aback to realize that Howard had initiated similar research in this universe long ago. Perhaps Howard's sudden departure had prevented him from conveying this to Tony. Continuing his explanation for the intrigued duo, Howard remarked, "On one hand, traditional weaponry is ill-equipped to confront today's superpowered beings. On the other, although Stark Industries has thrived on weaponry, we had no alternatives in the past. Now, I merely hope that you both may live in an era of peace." He then turned to Qin Yi, stating, "I am uncertain of the extent of your power, but as the saying goes, a soldier faces a soldier. A general faces a general. You cannot stand alone. You must cultivate your own influence. This way, you will not bear the weight of threats alone." Having imparted his thoughts, Howard patted Tony on the shoulder. "This is now entrusted to you. Shortly, I shall configure the access settings to include your fingerprints and irises. I hope it is not too late. The last encounter with that golden-haired woman who attacked Xiaoqin has left me in a state of unease." Tony's eyes, gradually glistening with moisture, were fixed upon his father, Howard, who, after changing the security access, departed alone. Qin Yi's mind was in disarray as he retrieved a box of Wakandan cigarettes from the magical space, nodding slightly at Tony. After Tony shook his head in refusal, he ignited the cigarette with a small flame from his right hand, inhaling deeply before gradually organizing his thoughts. Unable to resist, Tony jested with Qin Yi. "How did you become so enamored with this? You're still a minor. Next time someone mentions my age, I will undoubtedly confront them," Qin Yi retorted. Leaning against the experimental table, Tony stroked his chin and inquired, "So, unlike that universe, I did not become Iron Man in some cave?" After rubbing his temples, Qin Yi suggested, "Let's conduct some research first. Compared to Wakanda, the foundational sciences of this era are woefully underdeveloped. Since the new building has yet to be constructed, we should utilize these 2 years in this laboratory to organize the materials brought back from Wakanda alongside Uncle Howard's research." Tony nodded in agreement, and soon the two were engrossed in their tasks. "Has the zombie virus been confirmed eradicated?" "Yes. And the 6 Infinity Stones from our universe. Are they still being collected by someone named Thanos?" Qin Yi glanced up at Tony. At this point, it should not have begun. Upon hearing this, Tony leaned closer. His eyes filled with anticipation as he asked, "Currently, he should not be your match, right? You could easily take him down." With arms crossed, Qin Yi circled around Tony, assessing him as he placed a hand on his neck. "Who told you all this? Little Spider? Dr. Banner? Or Thor?" Embarrassed, Tony scratched his chin. "I asked those few, and from their responses, I gathered some insights." "When did you inquire?" Qin Yi pondered, recalling how he had been keeping a close watch on Tony in that universe, wary of him discovering too much about the future. During the bonfire, when you touched that girl's face, that was not merely a touch. I was helping her erase her memory, Qin Yi quickly clarified. Ah, Tony exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon new territory, his gaze fixed on Qin Yi. So, where is that girl named Wanda in our universe, and how old is she? Qin Yi regarded the inquisitive Tony, lifting his gaze as he contemplated for a moment. She is 11 years old and should still be in Sokovia, but, noticing the sudden pause in Qin Yi's words, Tony inquired, but what? Is it related to me? Did Thor and the others not mention it to you? Mention what? Qin Yi rubbed his temples. Should I inform Tony that Wanda and her family were bombarded by munitions produced by Stark Industries? The first shell tragically claimed the lives of their parents, while the second, miraculously altered by the 11-year-old Wanda's powers, failed to detonate, leaving only Wanda and her brother Quicksilver to survive. They must still be wandering in Sokovia. The past cannot be altered, yet this damned timeline. Tony gazed at the silent Qin Yi, silently vowing to investigate the recent occurrences in Sokovia. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yi envisioned two figures in his mind, a black figure vehemently declaring, in this timeline, let it be whatever it may, we have traversed through. Yet we live cautiously. The white figure, disdainfully curling its lip, retorted, oh please, you are merely coveting their form. The black figure defiantly raised its middle finger, exclaiming, take my punch. The two figures then engaged in a playful scuffle. Qin Yi patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, brother, you handle things here. I must attend to a matter. Before Tony could inquire further, he witnessed Qin Yi vanish amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. How enviable, Tony sighed, observing the antiquated suits of armor before him, his eyes igniting with fervor. Chapter 19. Sokovia in the Marvel Universe. Sokovia is a minor Eastern European nation that was recently devastated by bombardments from the United States. Subsequently, it became the battleground for the Avengers and Ultron, leading to its near-total destruction and the emergence of the Sokovia Accords, a catalyst for internal conflict among the Avengers. In the year 2000, though several months have passed since the bombing, Qin Yi, emerging from the spatial vortex, was immediately struck by chaos. Violent factions vied for resources and labor. The city lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings strewn across the landscape, while clusters of children scavenged among the debris. Upon noticing Qin Yi, one child darted towards a group of rebels, and soon, the rebels encircled him. One of them, wielding a firearm, directed a torrent of incomprehensible words at Qin Yi. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi lamented that he had only mastered 2 languages in his past life, rendering him unable to understand. The impatient rebel pointed his gun at Qin Yi, who simply waved his hand, erasing the memories of that moment before departing. As he soared into the air, Qin Yi gazed down at the desolate city, contemplating that, at this time, Wanda had already awakened a portion of her chaotic magic. Thus, by tracing the remnants of that magic, he should be able to locate Wanda. Closing his eyes, Qin Yi expanded his mental energy, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Sokovia. After a brief moment, Qin Yi murmured in confusion, why are there 2 distinct magical auras? Could it be that besides Wanda, there is another sorcerer here? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yi resolved to pursue the fainter magical presence. Subsequently, he materialized in a cellar beneath the ruins, accompanied by a surge of spatial fluctuations. Pietro had been busy all morning, arranging the food he had scavenged onto a 3-legged square table. As he poured a bowl of water and was about to awaken his sister, he was startled into immobility by the sudden appearance of Qin Yi, causing the bowl to shatter on the ground. The instant Pietro regained his composure, he instinctively stretched out his hand, using his frail form to shield his awakened sister behind him. Wanda, peeking out from behind Pietro, regarded Qin Yi with cautious curiosity. For a moment, the 3 stood in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Finally, Pietro cautiously inquired, who are you? After pondering for a time, Qin Yi replied, I am of the same kind. Pietro and Wanda, evidently perplexed by his response, exchanged puzzled looks. Then, with a wave of his hand towards the scattered shards of the broken bowl, Qin Yi caused the fragments to levitate, and, to the astonishment of Pietro and Wanda, they gradually reformed into a complete bowl in his grasp. After gesturing with the bowl towards the 2, he reiterated, of the same kind. Still not fully at ease, Pietro pressed, what do you want from us? Qin Yi pondered how to respond without revealing his true intentions, thinking to himself, I can't possibly say I'm coveting Wanda's form. Just then, a frenzied woman came soaring from the distance, her voice echoing, I found you, my little treasure. The 3 in the cellar were taken aback by the sudden exclamation, and Pietro quickly placed a finger to his lips, glancing at Qin Yi. "Shoo, no need to hide." The madwoman called out, "My little treasure, I see you." With a wave of her hand, the debris above the cellar was blown away, exposing the three to her gaze. Qin Yi grimaced, wondering who this new figure might be. After bringing Wanda and Pietro to the surface, he scrutinized the deranged woman before him. Her hair was unkempt, dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she fixated intensely on Wanda, who stood behind Qin Yi. "Who might you be?" he queried, interrupting her reverie. The woman, jolted from her daze, ascended into the air, looking down upon them. "I am Agatha Harkness, the most esteemed sorceress," she proclaimed. Pietro, Wanda, and Qin Yi, upon realizing her identity, were struck by recognition. In his mind, Qin Yi rapidly recalled that Agatha Harkness had been the mentor to the Scarlet Witch in the comics and had once served as a caretaker for the Fantastic Four. In the cinematic universe, the setting revolves around a powerful and malevolent sorceress. After his experiences with mutants, Qin Yi remains uncertain as to whether this truly belongs to the canonical film universe. Before discerning the intentions of this enigmatic character, he observes her actions. The deranged sorceress Agatha gazes down from her elevated position at the three individuals before her, perplexed in her heart, wondering why there are not just two people. Who is this handsome young man? He had just soared up from the cellar. Could he also be a sorcerer? Observing his youthful visage, she surmises he is unlikely to be her adversary. With this thought, Agatha assertively declares, "Young man, hand over that girl behind you to me, or else." Qin Yi casts a disdainful glance at her and interjects, "Or else what? The anniversary of your demise will arrive this time next year." As he gazes at the magical energy emanating from Agatha's hands, Qin Yi turns to see the trembling Pietro and the timid Wanda hiding behind him. Has he truly arrived in the Marvel Universe? The dialogue is so awkward that he feels compelled to eliminate someone named Cat Tiger. It feels reminiscent of some unscrupulous ancient drama. With a wave of his hand, two magical bubbles envelop Pietro and Wanda, lifting them to a position slightly above Agatha, allowing him to look down upon the deranged sorceress. "So, she is from Kamartaj. Do not compel me to act," he warns, before Agatha can finish her sentence. Qin Yi enshrouds them all within a mirrored space. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy envelopes him, forming a colossal humanoid figure hundreds of meters tall, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, as if a celestial being has descended. Positioned within the head of this giant, Qin Yi waves his hand, and the radiant giant clasps the astonished Agatha in its palm. Slowly raising her hand to her face, Agatha gazes into the vast visage approaching her, and the indifference in its eyes terrifies her to the point of fainting. How fragile she is. Qin Yi ponders for a moment, as the energy in his hands gradually reshapes Agatha's memories. If he could have her serve as a treasure hunter for him, it might prove advantageous. After all, having lived for such a long time, she should possess ample connections. After releasing the giant form, Qin Yi carelessly discards the altered Agatha to the side and approaches the still-dazed Pietro and Wanda. "Are you two coming with me?" Pietro glances back at the ruined cellar, jumps down, and gathers the food from the table to carry on his back. He takes Wanda's hand and walks to Qin Yi, nodding in agreement. "Where to?" Qin Yi muses. Returning to Howard's estate is certainly out of the question. The new mansion has yet to be constructed, and that ironclad fellow Bucky would also be unviable. Perhaps he should take them back to Kamartaj. Surely, old Yao wouldn't hold it against him. Yet, an inexplicable sense of guilt washes over him. Nonetheless, he has delivered so many magical prodigies to Kamartaj, and with Wanda and Jean Grey, the most formidable forces of chaos, the Phoenix, and fairy powers converge upon Kamartaj. Master Gui, no, old Yao should be quite pleased, right? With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi enveloped the three of them in a surge of energy, and amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, they were transported to Kamartaj, the mirrored space vanishing along with them. Only the treasure hunter Agatha Harkness remained, lying on the ground. Chapter 20. Amusement Park. This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable, Qin. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the repercussions your actions may incite? Phoenix, Jean Grey, stood to the side, attempting to disengage from the quarrel erupting between her master and junior disciple. She had grown immune to their disputes, her curiosity piqued by the two frail children trailing behind her junior. Qin Yi sighed helplessly, glancing at Master Gui before turning to Jean Grey. "Sister, please assist them in changing their attire and prepare some food." Jean Grey nodded, inquiring, "Should I prepare your portion as well?" Disregarding Master Gui's pained expression, Qin Yi affirmed, "Make sure to prepare extra. I intend to stay for a while." Once Jean had departed, Master Gui amiably grasped Qin Yi's hand. "Qin, you are aware that Kamartaj lacks any economic resources. If you plan to stay for 2 days, I fear Kamartaj may be overwhelmed by your appetite. Qin Yi scoffed. It's astonishing that such a vast Kamartaj does not engage in any enterprise. What a waste. 100 million. Each year I provide 100 million to improve the living conditions of the mages here. Master Yao, I will stay for just 2 days. You might as well teach Wanda while I search for a suitable residence in New York to bring them both back. Master Gu Yi visibly wavered, her wise eyes glimmering with contemplation before she finally asked, Are you certain it's just 2 days? Absolutely, without a doubt, Qin Yi affirmed, nodding vigorously. Then, when will you transfer the funds? Qin Yi gazed intently at the master for a moment. Let me take the little chubby one, Wang, along with me to retrieve it. Master Gu Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Qin Yi appeared to recall something, leaning in towards Master Gu Yi with an air of mystery. I have something to share with you, old Yao. Do not be alarmed. Master Gu Yi swiftly conjured the mirrored space, then nodded solemnly. What is it? Qin Yi organized his thoughts. In that other universe I visited last time, I discovered something quite troubling. The more I ponder it, the more it seems amiss. Master Gu Yi's wise eyes flickered with interest as she prompted, What did you find? That universe lacks mutants. I investigated, and there isn't a single mutant. In fact, Qin Yi gestured towards the sky and continued, There are no extraterrestrial beings on the moon either. Upon hearing this, Master Gu Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Qin Yi nodded affirmatively. Are you certain you have seen the version of me from that universe? After a moment of reflection, he replied, No. I heard that version was devoured by zombies. The Ancient One fell silent, closing his eyes as he appeared to delve into contemplation. After turning away and shutting the door behind him, a subtle smile crept across Qin Yi's lips. To ensure that the Ancient One would not interfere, I have truly exerted considerable effort. Yet, I remain uncertain if the trajectory of this fused universe aligns with the memories I possess. Perhaps, from the very moment I altered the timeline, the future had already begun to shift. Never mind those thoughts for now. I shall seek out Charles at my earliest convenience. If I delay any longer, they may all be apprehended by the government for research purposes. After a leisurely stroll through Kamartaj, Qin Yi encountered Wanda and Pietro, who had just changed into their garments. The two were gazing at a group of sorcerers in the square, led by Mordo and Caecilius, as they inscribed teleportation circles. At 11 years old, Wanda and Pietro appeared notably more slender than their peers. Approaching them, Qin Yi smiled as he tousled Pietro's hair. Would you like to learn? He inquired. Pietro pushed Qin Yi's hand away and replied, If I learn, can I be like you? Observing Pietro mimicking a towering figure, Qin Yi grinned mischievously. You will surpass even me. I am merely their junior disciple. Just imagine how formidable they are. At these words, Pietro excitedly grasped his sister's hand, while Wanda cast a furtive glance at Qin Yi. You two stay here and learn diligently from the sorcerers. I need to attend to some matters in New York. I shall return to fetch you in a few days. With that, Qin Yi vanished before their eyes amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Pietro, now even more exhilarated, tugged at Wanda's hand, exclaiming, Wanda, we can do that too. No, I want to be even stronger than him. Wanda gazed at the spot where Qin Yi had disappeared and murmured, We haven't thanked him yet. Pietro remained fixated on the sorcerers in the square, waiting until their training concluded. He seized Wanda's hand and dashed towards Mordo, bowing as he spoke, Master, please teach us. Mordo, taken aback by the sight of the two clad in Kamartaj apprentice attire, surmised they were new recruits. This batch of apprentices seems promising. They are indeed teachable. Today's practice has concluded. Come back tomorrow morning to learn with us, he instructed. Pietro, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Mordo as he turned away. Meanwhile, in Times Square, Jean Grey, dressed in casual attire, strolled aimlessly with Qin Yi. Glancing at his senior sister beside him, he couldn't resist asking, Sister, are you not curious about the memories you lost? Over the years, Qin Yi had contemplated this question more than once. What is the point of dwelling on that? I am quite content now, surrounded by my caring master, even if he can be somewhat strict at times. The others at Kamartaj have been quite kind to me. Besides, I still have you. Qin Gulei playfully shook Qin Yi's hand, signaling him. Qin Yi silently mused. Well, this is rather nice. Let's go? You promised to accompany me to the amusement park today, Qin Gulei exclaimed, pulling Qin Yi along as they bounced toward their destination. At a certain military base, monitoring personnel excitedly compared images of the girl on the screen, then picked up the phone to dial. Commander, we have located former war police member, Phoenix. Shortly thereafter, General Ross burst into the monitoring room. After confirming the information, he issued a capture order. At the amusement park, as the roller coaster gradually ascended to its first peak, the rapid descent had Qin Gulei gripping Qin Yi's hand tightly, joining the crowd's screams. Amidst the cacophony of exhilarated shouts, Qin Yi stole a glance at the girl beside him, appreciating the moment. Indeed, this was quite wonderful. The two enjoyed the amusement park until late into the night. After descending from the Ferris wheel, Qin Yi excitedly grasped Qin Yi's hand. "Little junior brother, remember to bring me back here next time, okay?" Qin Yi nodded with a smile, and they settled onto a nearby bench. Qin Yi rested her head on his shoulder, watching as he magically produced 2 ice creams. After taking one, she couldn't help but laugh. "Little junior brother, your magical space can't be filled with food alone, can it? I truly envy how you can eat without gaining weight." "Well, I'm not sure," he replied. The two engaged in light-hearted banter until their tranquil moment was interrupted by the approach of others. Sensing the increasing crowd closing in, Qin Yi halted his senior sister. Shaking his head, "Never mind, I'll handle it later. Let's head back." Qin Yi nodded, and as they vanished amidst a ripple of spatial energy, they disappeared from the amusement park. When a group of military special forces arrived, they reported, "Commander, the target has been lost." General Ross, undeterred, fixed his gaze on the surveillance of every exit at the amusement park. "Search each entrance thoroughly. Attention to the reconnaissance aircraft above. I refuse to believe we can let them escape." General Ross turned to his aide and inquired about the young man accompanying the Phoenix. After receiving the documents handed over by the aide, Ross furrowed his brow. "Is there no more detailed information?" "Sir, this is merely the enrollment information obtained from his school. This individual is quite enigmatic. We have been unable to uncover any additional details, and our personnel cannot access individuals of such caliber unless—" "Speak plainly," Ross interjected. "Rod from the Air Force is a close friend of Tony Stark. Perhaps we could glean some useful insights through him." After a moment of contemplation, Ross remarked, "Stark Industries and Stark Communications have suspended any investigations into him." Though perplexed, the aide replied, "Understood, sir." Ross stood, walked to his office, closed the door, and discreetly dialed a number. An unpleasant voice answered on the other end. "Ah, General Ross. What can I do for you?" Despite his disdain, Ross responded, "Find a more convenient place to talk." The one-eyed black man from S.H.I.E.L.D. closed his office door and replied, "Go ahead. I require information on a specific individual." Nick Fury, intrigued, inquired, "Who? Someone your military can investigate?" "Qin Yi, from the Howard family." Ross waited in silence as the other end remained still. Fury, "Oh, I'm looking it up. He is a mutant as well." Ross nodded knowingly. "What level?" "Approximately a level 3 mutant." After hanging up the phone, a plan slowly began to crystallize in Ross's mind. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stood by the window, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. "Ross, you'd better manage to bring this individual to my side." Chapter 21. Temptation. In an abandoned farm on the outskirts of New York, gunfire erupted as military soldiers pursued a brazen figure clad in a leather jacket. Engaged in fierce combat. "It's Wolverine. We require heavy weaponry support." Suddenly, as one soldier relayed the message, 3 adamantium claws pierced through his chest, and after a brief struggle, he resignedly closed his eyes. Wolverine, Logan, withdrew his claws and casually wiped them clean. After dispatching the last pursuer, he lifted the professor and placed him in the passenger seat, starting the car as they sped away. As Logan ignited his cigar, he wiped the blood from his face and took a slow drag. "Charles, this is not a solution. The military will relentlessly pursue us." The co-pilot, Charles, seemed oblivious to Logan's complaints, his mind echoing with the voice of a young boy from years past, endlessly seeking compromise, sacrificing the lives of the war police to uphold humanity's benevolence towards mutants. "You are naive, Professor. Do you believe peace in this world is achieved through kindness? It is forged through conflict." Logan's voice interrupted Charles's reverie. "Where are we headed?" After much internal turmoil, Charles looked at his bloodied companion who had risked everything to save him. "To Howard's house." Logan stared incredulously at Charles, whose face was now unkempt. Was this the same confident and poised professor he remembered? "What do we need to see that arms dealer for?" "We don't need to enter his home. Just nearby will suffice. I intend to discuss how we might resolve our predicament." Charles gestured toward his head. Logan voiced his concern. "If you use your powers again, will your body withstand it?" Charles offered a wry smile, recalling the harrowing days of watching his comrades captured by the military, powerless to intervene as they fought desperately to rescue him. "Logan, if this does not resolve our issues, you must leave and never return." At these words, Logan fell silent and turned the vehicle towards New York. Within Howard's estate, after escorting his senior sister back to Kamartaj, Qin Yi lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, contemplating the military's recent actions. It must be those reckless fools from the military. They better hope not to provoke my wrath again. Had I not feared jeopardizing the emergence of the Hulk, their recent behavior would have warranted dire consequences. Yet, the pressing question remained: how to resolve the plight of mutants? Just as Qin Yi pondered how to persuade Charles, a thought flickered through the estate and began to penetrate his mind, only to be thwarted by the mental defenses of fairy magic. Raising his hand, he grasped the thought and inquired into the ether, "Charles?" Not far from Howard's estate. After hypnotizing a family, Charles eagerly reached out with his telepathy towards the estate until a single phrase resonated in his mind. Before he could react, Qin Yi emerged from a sudden spatial vortex before Charles. At his side, Logan extended his claws and charged forward. "Do not make a move." Charles Logan had just spoken to halt the situation when he witnessed Qin Yi, with a mere wave of his hand, conjuring a shimmering golden circle. A vibrant golden rope burst forth from the circle, eagerly darting towards Logan, binding him tightly, regardless of his futile struggles against its constraints. "Qin, we bear no ill will. We have come to discuss matters with you." Charles's words astonished Qin Yi, bringing him a sense of relief, as it spared him the effort of seeking them out. With a flick of his wrist, the golden rope returned to his side, hovering curiously beside him. Regaining his freedom of movement, Logan rose, his gaze defiantly fixed upon the golden figure. "I anticipated you would charge at me," Qin Yi remarked with a smile, producing a Wakandan cigarette and extending one towards Logan. Upon receiving the cigarette, Logan gazed in astonishment at the flickering flame that danced at the tip of Qin Yi's fingers. After taking a deep draw from the cigarette, Qin Yi glanced back at Professor Charles, who sat in his wheelchair, his wrinkled clothing marred by bloodstains, dark circles under his eyes, and a face adorned with stubble. "Is it truly this dire?" With a wave of his hand, a gentle radiance of healing energy enveloped Charles, gradually seeping into his being. In a matter of moments, Charles, filled with excitement, caressed his legs and slowly rose to his feet, pacing back and forth with joyful exuberance. Turning his attention to the remaining two members of the police force who had evaded military capture, Qin Yi contemplated the situation. After a long silence, Charles finally spoke. "Aside from war, is there no alternative?" Rubbing his forehead, Qin Yi replied thoughtfully, "What if we create a common external adversary? If we can endure these next few years, we should face no significant issues." Following the invasion of the Chitauri army in New York, it was unlikely that the government and military would overlook the potential allyship of mutants. However, with the energy of the space stone having been consumed by the forces of the Fae, it remained uncertain whether the three princesses of Asgard could open a portal to summon the Chitauri. But that is a concern for another time. Charles, contemplatively leaning against the sofa, pondered the feasibility of the plan. Qin Yi then elaborated, "In truth, with your abilities, thwarting the government's agenda should be a straightforward endeavor. Beyond that, I envision another plan, the establishment of an organization dedicated to crisis management, ideally inclusive of representatives from various groups. For instance, you, Charles, would represent a faction of mutants." Qin Yi proceeded to share his thoughts on the Illuminati with Charles. Upon hearing this, Charles remarked that it necessitated substantial funding, and that within the government and military, we lacked significant connections. Qin Yi chuckled softly, stating that, ultimately, the interests represented by the government and military of the United States are merely those of affluent capitalists. When a person ascends to a certain height, when power, wealth, and beauty can no longer satiate their innermost desires, what do you think they yearn for the most? Or rather, what do they fear the most? Ignoring the impatient Charles and Logan beside him, Qin Yi continued to speak to himself. "They fear death, of course. I do not mean to suggest that we should eliminate them all. On the contrary, we should offer them an opportunity to distance themselves from illness and death, to live better lives. They need only pay a modest price, such as halting the pursuit of mutants. When faced with overwhelming desire, do you think the representatives of those affluent capitalists in the White House will have any choice?" He then glanced at the impatient Logan and added, "Or more simply, you could just eliminate them all." Charles, lost in thought, lifted his gaze to Qin Yi. "Are you not concerned about the potential backlash from them in the future? Those who have lived too long, especially individuals like them, might entertain other thoughts. That would be ideal. Grant them a chance to collaborate earnestly. And should they fail to cherish it," Qin Yi shrugged and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. "I believe you pose a greater threat than they do. Do you have any alternatives? If not for your unwavering adherence to your principles, I doubt the government could so effortlessly apprehend your comrades. My apologies. To the government of the United States, I am devoid of morals. Regardless of how fervently you engage in your pursuits, what relevance do they hold for me?" Charles turned to his companion, Logan, who, while puffing on a cigar, casually remarked, "Professor, I have no objections. Charles nodded in response. What shall we do? You all should remain here for a few days while I make arrangements. Wait for my notification. With that, Qin Yi vanished before the two, amidst a ripple in space. Charles pondered, is this fellow also a mutant? His circumstances undoubtedly surpass ours by a considerable margin. After casting a glance at the device in his hand, Logan inquired of the professor. Charles, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head in uncertainty. I cannot say. His abilities are manifold. Never has a mutant possessed such a plethora of powers simultaneously. Chapter 22. The reason for capturing mutants. Back in his chamber, Qin Yi reclined upon his bed, opening a folder on his tablet. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. Within this assortment, 3 prominent families predominantly engaged in politics, while the other 3 have wielded control over the economic lifeblood since the inception of this great nation. Thus, it suffices to initially consult 4 of these families. Having meticulously perused the various factions of the 2 major organizations, Qin Yi's gaze fixated on the photograph of a paralyzed figure, murmuring, "It is you." However, he realized the urgency of enlisting assistance for some menial tasks. Bucky would undoubtedly be unsuitable for such endeavors. As a paragon of military tradition in this country, it would be rather incongruous to assign him these duties. Qin Yi retrieved a sleek black vibranium suit from his magical space, staring at the dark mask for a moment before chuckling. Remarkably, it has come into play so soon. Once adorned in the vibranium attire, he paused before the mirror, momentarily entranced by his own reflection. He looked undeniably striking, only slightly less so than the readers of his previous life on Earth. Back in the zombie universe, Su Rue had curiously questioned Qin Yi about why he chose to don a black cloak over his vibranium suit. He had merely responded with 2 words, aesthetic appeal. Upon affixing the mask, Qin Yi vanished from his location amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Washington, D.C. A colossal castle, sprawling over dozens of acres, stood resolute atop a rocky precipice. Were it not for the distant urban skyline, Qin Yi might have doubted whether he had stepped into the Middle Ages. As a lineage that has produced 3 presidents of this great nation, this family is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, the patriarch, William Adams, who has exerted dominance for a lifetime, is now 76 years old and bedridden due to a severe illness, having languished in bed for several years. After ensuring that he had magically obscured his traces to evade surveillance, Qin Yi approached William Adams' bedside. With a mere wave of his hand, a mirror image enveloped the entire room, while outside the realm of space, a perfect replica of William Adams appeared upon the bed. The incapacitated William Adams weakly gazed at the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly materialized before him, yearning to cry out, yet finding himself too feeble to utter a sound. Qin Yi remained silent, merely gesturing towards the table that had appeared before him, now laden with an array of delectable dishes, rich in aroma and flavor. Seated at the table, Qin Yi indulged in his meal, while William Adams' eyes fixated intently on the figure beside the table and the sumptuous feast before him. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Qin Yi savoring his food. The voice seemed to possess a kind of enchantment, relentlessly burrowing into William Adams' ears. As the light in his eyes flickered, he slowly swallowed something in his throat. After a considerable interval, Qin Yi dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, rising to reveal a luminous white glow emanating from his hand. With great effort, Qin Yi extracted a small fragment of energy from the radiance and cast it towards William Adams' form. In the midst of William Adams' terrified gaze, the white light gradually seeped into his body. Moments later, he sat up in bed, refraining from shouting, merely lifting his gaze to Qin Yi and inquiring, "Is there more to eat?" Qin Yi waved his hand, and the table was soon laden with an array of exquisite dishes. William Adams leapt down from the bed and sat at the table, indulging heartily. After devouring the feast, he set down his goblet, disregarding the remnants of wine at the corners of his mouth, and eagerly asked the stranger before him, "What must I offer in return?" "Just a little. Control your family. Exert pressure on the White House, and halt the actions against mutants." Upon hearing this, William Adams shook his head. "A voice from just my family may prove somewhat challenging. I shall speak with them." After placing a magical card upon the table, Qin Yi instructed, "When you wish to contact me, hold the card and recite silently. You have 1 opportunity each year." With that, Qin Yi vanished amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. As the mirror-like space dissolved, William Adams found that the table and the sumptuous feast before him seemed to dissipate as if they had never existed. He patted his stomach, confirming he was full. When he turned his head, he beheld a doppelganger of himself lying on the bed, who offered him an eerie smile before vanishing. William Adams gazed in terror at the magical card lying on the floor. Subsequently, Qin Yi, under the guise of a mysterious figure, visited the heads of several prominent families, effortlessly manipulating a middle-aged man who outwardly acquiesced to his demands while secretly plotting certain experiments. He discerned the military's true intentions behind the capture of mutants. These individuals, having reveled in the wealth, power, and beauty that the deprivation of the world afforded them, were indeed reluctant to depart from this realm. They aimed to conduct research on the genes within mutants to create a serum capable of curing their own ailments and even granting longevity. It became evident why the earlier family heads had swiftly acquiesced to his conditions after witnessing the effects of the healing arts. Perhaps they perceived the imminent opportunity before them as more desirable than the nebulous and uncertain outcomes of their experiments. Yet, Qin Yi could not shake the feeling of embodying a villain. If the military's experiments were to succeed, the serum that could cure diseases and extend life would undoubtedly benefit humanity. Shaking his head to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling within, he mused that even if success were to be achieved, it would merely serve the interests of a group of capitalists, with little relevance to the common folk like himself. When these affluent magnates unite their efforts towards a singular goal, the results are undeniably evident. Within a mere 3 hours, the government of the United States convened a defense conference, announcing the prospect of peaceful coexistence between humanity and mutants, and calling upon Professor Charles and Magneto to partake in the peace talks. Upon confirming the news, Qin Yi materialized within the residence of Charles and Logan through a spatial fluctuation. Logan, brimming with excitement, remarked to Qin Yi, "Brother Qin, you're quite impressive." Qin Yi nodded at the two, reiterating the general direction he had previously outlined. During negotiations, you must convey to them that your aim is to safeguard the Earth's security, addressing only the external interstellar crises, while refraining from engaging in the internal conflicts of Earth. As for the uncooperative mutants, simply inform me of their locations, and I shall handle them. Charles nodded, a familiar figure emerging in his mind. It appears I must seek out an old friend. I will take you there. We must resolve these matters swiftly, and I will arrange other matters later. Observing Charles's furrowed brow, Qin Yi sighed and added, "Surely, you do not believe that merely this will resolve the issue of mutants?" Qin Yi shook his head and continued addressing Charles. "This is but a temporary measure. Humanity is a contradictory species, particularly adept at internal strife in the absence of external threats. However, from my perspective, whether humans or mutants, when confronted with cosmic perils, all intelligent beings on Earth should regard themselves as part of a shared community of interests. They simply fail to see this at present. To prevent excessive depletion of internal resources, it is imperative to instill a sense of threat in the upper echelons of the American government and those behind them, a threat that is insurmountable yet can be effectively circumvented, and one that only you can avert, thereby showcasing the value of mutants in times of crisis. This is the path to enduring peaceful coexistence." After a moment of contemplation, Charles responded, "I cannot fathom how you intend to accomplish this." With a smile, Qin Yi replied, "There exists a hidden extraterrestrial race within the Earth for decades, particularly skilled in shapeshifting. We shall employ them this time. The Skrulls, those repugnant shapeshifters, must be eradicated. Otherwise, when they grow and begin courting, one might find out, after the conversation, that they are nothing but green-skinned monsters. For a man, such a revelation is far more devastating than merely having a touch of green atop one's head." Chapter 23. A pair of good friends in the serene district of Scarsdale, Westchester County, New York City, at 1407 Graymakin Road, within the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Charles emerged from the spatial vortex, gazing at the desolate school left in the wake of a military operation. Before him, the ghostly figures of students seemed to frolic and chase one another. Qin Yi approached the dazed Charles, gently patting his shoulder and reassuring him, "This place will become better." After traversing several secret chambers, the group arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Battle Police base. Under the illumination of overhead lights, a colossal machine materialized before them, the brainwave amplifier. This formidable contraption, constructed with the assistance of his dear friend, Old Juan, was a true weapon of mass influence. Through the brainwave amplifier, Charles could enhance his psychic abilities, connecting with every individual on Earth, whether human or mutant. Alarmingly, this device also held the potential for him to extinguish the lives of all humanity. As Charles donned the helmet of the brainwave amplifier, designed to augment his powers, Qin Yi circled the machine with curiosity. Indeed, the technological advancements were remarkable. If only he could dismantle it for further study, perhaps he could enhance his own abilities. A temptation stirred within him, and after pacing around the machine, He muttered to himself that he would revisit this notion when the opportunity arose, prioritizing the pressing issue of the mutants at hand. Once Charles confirmed the location of his dear friend, the charismatic Old One, Qin Yi utilized the coordinates provided by Charles to transport himself and the others from the spatial vortex to Old One's hideout. Though Qin Yi suspected that Old One would not face the same dire fate as Charles in evading capture, he was unprepared for the nature of their reunion. Just moments earlier, on a quaint farm in the western United States, Magneto swung a hoe with both hands, while only 2 former Brotherhood members remained behind him, watering the plants. Raising his head, he noticed the familiar spatial vortex appearing before him. With a gesture to his fellow mutants, they readied themselves for combat. Suddenly, a familiar bald figure emerged from the vortex. As they met, their eyes locked in shared recognition, and they embraced warmly. Qin Yi observed the hoe and watering can abandoned in the fields beside the charismatic Old One, smirking inwardly. Reflecting on the absurdity of him tending to crops, was he contemplating retirement? A moment later, Charles declared, "This is a conspiracy, a plot against mutants, aimed at ensnaring us all. They pursue us relentlessly, yet in less than a day, they expect us to attend some ridiculous peace conference. Do you believe this, Charles?" "I believe," Charles replied. Not far away, Wolverine and Qin Yi watched the bickering between Charles and Magneto, which had ignited following their embrace. Yet, an unusual undercurrent had emerged. Their exchange bore the unmistakable essence of an old couple playfully bickering. Indeed, the Marvel Universe is replete with such enduring friendships. The Captain and the Winter Soldier. The Professor and Magneto, the Prince and Princess of Asgard. Accepting the cigar offered by Wolverine, Logan, Qin Yi lit it, and, with keen interest, inquired, "Logan, who do you think can persuade the other?" Reflecting on their past experiences fighting alongside the X-Men, Logan replied, "The Professor. He always manages to have Eric standing behind him, even though they eventually part ways." Indeed, moments later, Charles approached with Magneto. "Is that him?" The scene master pointed at Qin Yi, casting a glance at Charles before turning to Qin Yi. "I don't care how you convince Charles to get us to cooperate, but unless you can demonstrate strength that earns my trust, it won't happen." Qin Yi smirked. "What gives you such confidence? You can't even handle the woman from Deva that I absorbed years ago." Observing the eager scene master, Qin Yi decided to let their strength speak for itself, preventing this individual from causing further disruptions to his plans. To avoid damaging the surrounding crops, Qin Yi utilized the mirror space technique, enclosing the group within. The sudden shift in environment momentarily stunned the battle-hardened scene master, but he soon regained composure and ascended into the air, extending his palm towards the ground of the mirror space. The earth began to tremble, and from the fissures that formed, iron or soared into the air. Moments later, all metallic objects in iron or within the farm coalesced into magnetic rings, standing imposingly before Qin Yi. Within the spinning magnetic circles, the iron ore slowly transformed into shadowy sword figures. Qin Yi gazed upward, acknowledging the scene master's prowess. Indeed, the spectacle was breathtaking. Unlike his usual confrontations, where he merely waved his hand, he would have to consult Master Yao later for a more striking fighting stance. With a fervent shout, the scene master commanded the magnetic rings to swiftly converge upon Qin Yi. Charles and Logan watched with curiosity, contemplating how Qin Yi would respond, even though they sensed his potential strength. Just as Qin Yi prepared to wave his hand, he paused, staring at it in surprise, muttering to himself, "Why did I wave again?" In the instant the sword figures were about to make contact with Qin Yi's body, he lifted his gaze to observe the sword shadows. Time appeared to come to a standstill. The scene master, unable to conceal his shock, gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of effort to regain control of the magnetic field. However, he realized that the moment the figure on the ground lifted his head, he had entirely lost his grip on the magnetic forces, rendering both himself and his body suspended in midair, akin to the helplessness he had felt when facing the rampaging Phoenix years ago. As the still shadow of the sword and the halted magnetic circle converged into flowing particles at the moment Qin Yi raised his hand, they spiraled around the scene king before vanishing into the ground. Qin Yi subsequently dispelled the mirrored space, causing the scene king to collapse to the ground, prompting Charles to hurriedly assist his dear friend. After a brief silence, Old One inquired of Qin Yi, "Are you also a mutant?" "Human, a pure human," Qin Yi replied. "This world is vast. Do not confine yourself to the trivial conflicts between humans and mutants. Broaden your horizons. What we will face in the future are the stars and the sea." "I agree, Charles," he continued. "In that case, please respond to the government, indicating that you will attend the peace negotiation meeting in 3 days. First, gather the captured war police and Brotherhood members. I will arrange a little surprise." But you will have to bear with it for now, Old One. The Qin King, utterly bewildered by this exchange, had no time to inquire further before being securely bound by a golden rope that Qin Yi had conjured, and then he was cast into the newly created mirrored space. Looking at the equally perplexed Charles and Logan, Qin Yi felt compelled to explain. Old One is needed for the plan, though he must appear as a victim. I will elaborate later. In 3 days, you need only to attend the meeting as usual. I will take care of the rest. With that, Qin Yi vanished amidst a ripple of spatial energy, leaving a confused Charles and Logan standing in silence. Moments later, Qin Yi re-emerged from the spatial vortex. My apologies. I forgot to return you, he said. Chapter 24. Director's Cut of the Secret Invasion. The Skrulls first appeared in the cinematic universe in 1995, having arrived on Earth while pursuing Captain Marvel in a battle against the Kree. After their home was devastated by the genocidal war instigated by the Kree, most Skrulls followed Captain Marvel and their leader Talos away from Earth in search of a new home among the stars. After returning Charles and Logan to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Qin Yi made his way back to Howard Manor. In his bedroom, he retrieved the information that Captain Marvel, Carol, had sent him. Since her defeat at Qin Yi's hands in 1995, the determined Carol had made it a point to return to Earth every 2 years to challenge him to a rematch. Despite consistently being bested, she never missed an opportunity for their biannual encounters, always enthusiastically scheduling the next bout after each defeat. From Carol, Qin Yi learned that another group of Skrulls remained concealed on Earth. Perhaps weary of the war with the Kree, they had chosen not to accompany Captain Marvel into the cosmos. This faction of Skrulls simply sought to live peacefully on Earth, having done nothing to threaten its safety, which is why Carol had refrained from intervening. With a powerhouse like Qin Yi remaining on Earth, Carol felt that they posed no significant threat, merely advising him to keep a slight watch on this hidden group of Skrulls. As a time traveler, Qin Yi is acutely aware that this group of Skrulls has been clandestinely plotting on Earth for decades, following the climactic battle between the Avengers and Thanos. With the departure of Iron Man and Captain America, the remaining superheroes are left to fend for themselves, and the Avengers stand on the brink of disbandment. It is at this moment that these hidden beings unleash a conflict known as the Secret Invasion. Although the Skrulls have yet to commit any acts that jeopardize Earth's security, their intentions are ominous. Their shape-shifting abilities are nearly insurmountable, aside from Charles and the Phoenix, who can read the thoughts of others at will. Even superheroes struggle to discern Skrulls from humans. While this transformative power may not boast overwhelming combat strength, the ensuing crisis of trust and the calamities that may follow are far more terrifying than war itself. Imagine a comrade who just stood beside you in battle suddenly turns against you, wielding a knife to strike. When the commanders orchestrating the conflict are adversaries, how can one hope to prevail? For the Skrulls, Earth will harbor no secrets, even if the superheroes endeavor to resist. How can they fight when they cannot distinguish allies from foes? Qin Yi harbors no desire for the day when Wanda, cradled in his arms, might suddenly transform into a green-skinned monster. Of course, for one endowed with fairy-like powers such as Qin Yi, the likelihood of such an occurrence is virtually non-existent. Nonetheless, it is revolting. The Skrulls on Earth must be eradicated, for such abilities ought to be wielded solely by him. In the comics, this crisis was resolved by Mr. Fantastic Reed creating a machine that could reveal the true forms of the Skrulls. However, at this juncture, Qin Yi has no time to seek out Mr. Fantastic. What perplexes him is how such formidable Skrulls were relentlessly pursued by the Kree. When Carol returns, it would be prudent to accompany her to the Kree homeworld. Through the data transmitted by Carol, Qin Yi discovers a hidden faction of Skrulls. Had he not accessed their thoughts, he would never have uncovered this impeccably concealed group. Once he had taken control of their minds, Qin Yi proceeded toward the location of their leader, the Super Skrull. In Washington, within an opulent residential enclave, the majority of the inhabitants are affluent political and business elites. This old fellow certainly knows how to indulge himself. Qin Yi raised his hand, and the mirror space he conjured enveloped one of the villas entirely, setting up several magical arrays to ensure the occupants could not escape. With a ripple of spatial energy, Qin Yi materialized in the Super Skrull's chamber, leaning before his computer, adorned with headphones and engrossed in gaming. The Super Skrull seemed oblivious to the sudden presence of another individual in the room. Qin Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose and called out, "Hey, green-skinned creature." Upon hearing the sound, the Super Skrull looked up, removed his headphones, and retrieved a handgun from the drawer, aiming it at Qin Yi. "Who are you? Trespassing in my private abode. I could end you right here." Taken aback, Qin Yi pondered whether this group had engaged in role-playing for so long that they had begun to adopt the mindset of Earthlings. "Stop pretending," Super Skrull. In response, the now youthful Super Skrull unleashed a volley of bullets from his gun. With a swift wave of his hand, Qin Yi conjured a binding spell that ensnared the Super Skrull. After brushing off the fabric of his clothes, which had been struck by bullets, he contemplated how to deal with this creature. It was said that the Super Skrulls could even replicate the abilities of their imitators. Could he directly control the thoughts of this being, or perhaps eliminate him entirely? Unsure of the efficacy of earthly sorcery on the Skrulls, he decided to experiment. Qin Yi promptly retrieved an array of materials from his magical space and arranged them around the bound Super Skrull. Ignoring the creature's fearful gaze, he began to chant an incantation. As the bitter and complex words resonated, the Super Skrull's eyes gradually dulled, and he bowed his head, addressing Qin Yi with, "Master." Astonished, Qin Yi stroked his chin. "In that case, all those who have wronged me shall be transformed into my subordinates." The name Super Skrull was rather cumbersome. From now on, you shall be called Asan. "Yes, Master," Asan understands. Having subdued this Skrull leader, the plan could now commence. Asan summoned the remaining hidden Skrulls. After instructing Asan, Qin Yi cast a spell to conceal his presence and quietly took his seat on the windowsill, awaiting patiently. A day later, a diverse assembly of individuals converged from across the beautiful nation into the underground hall of the villa. Qin Yi estimated that there were over 100 Skrulls present. "Asan, are they all here?" "Master, 2 of them could not make it today due to unforeseen circumstances." With a wave of his hand, the mirrored space enveloped the entire villa, unleashing a terrifying mental force that spread outwards. In mere moments, the minds of all the Skrulls in the underground hall were ensnared. With their gazes now vacant, they stood motionless within the hall. That should suffice. Next, it is time to seek out the president of this beautiful nation. With a sudden realization, Qin Yi slapped his forehead and, amidst a surge of spatial distortion, vanished from the underground hall, arriving at the confinement chamber of Magneto. Recalling the last time he had imprisoned the old man in the mirror dimension, he was reminded of Doctor Strange and his companions, who had nearly perished from starvation in the zombie universe. To spare Magneto from such a dismal fate, Qin Yi had sealed his powers with magic and locked him away in the basement of Bucky's house. Having starved for a day and a half, Magneto gazed at the suddenly reappeared Qin Yi with an inscrutable expression, unable to withstand that look. Qin Yi retrieved some food from his magical space and offered it to Magneto, saying, "Why not eat a little? I estimate it will take about 2 more days to resolve this." Magneto accepted the food without uttering a word, devouring it in silence. 10 minutes later, after Magneto had satiated his hunger, Qin Yi swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. Dragging the unconscious Magneto, he teleported back to the underground hall. Just as he emerged from the spatial vortex, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. After a brief pause, he cast a few healing spells upon himself and sat there. A panel appearing in his mind. Qin Yi age, 15 system, dormant fairy power fusion, 59 hunger level, 86 healing spell, advanced can heal and purify all negative effects. Upgradable. Absorb powers, Phoenix Force, incomplete, Devalian Leader Walker Time Stone, 35 Space Stone, Mind Stone, 13 Soul Stone, Reality Stone. In just a few days, his hunger level had increased by 5. Could it be that his recent use of abilities had been too frequent? As he pondered strategies while rummaging for food in his magical space, he thought, once the mutant issue is resolved, I'll just lie in bed and do nothing. This accursed hunger, when will it finally cease? After gnawing on several lamb legs, Qin Yi sat on the ground, pointing at the group of approximately 100 Skrulls standing motionless. "You there? Yes, you. Come here and transform into his likeness." Upon hearing this, a green-haired Skrull approached and circled around Magneto, gradually shifting its form until, in less than half a minute, it had perfectly assumed the appearance of the unconscious Magneto. However, the expression on its face appeared rather vacant. Qin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, then stood up to instruct the Skrull on managing facial expressions. "Make your face more haughty. Look up. Don't make eye contact with people at eye level. Yes, just like that. Tilt your head back and gaze disdainfully at others. No, don't look at me like that." Qin Yi pressed his foot against the Skrull's backside, disregarding its pitiful expression. "From now on, when you take on this person's appearance, use this expression for everyone except me. Do you understand?" The Skrull, appearing somewhat bewildered, nodded and began practicing Magneto's expressions from the side. As Qin Yi pondered with his hand on his chin, he made arrangements for the Skrulls standing in the front row. "Asan, come, I will take you to meet the president." Chapter 25. The Peace Conference inside a car not far from the White House. Qin Yi utilized his mental prowess to scan the interior of the building. Upon confirming that the president had entered a secure room accompanied only by his petite secretary, Qin Yi donned a black mask, altered his appearance, and employed magic to cloak his presence. After ensuring that he would not be exposed, Qin Yi, along with Asan, vanished from the vehicle amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. In the hastily secured chamber, the rotund president closed the door behind him and pushed the secretary against the wall. Just as he prepared to unfasten his belt, a spatial vortex materialized behind them. Stepping out of the vortex, Qin Yi surveyed the scene within the chamber. Bemused by the antics of these foreigners, leaning against the wall, the secretary caught sight of a dark figure through the president's shoulder and let out a terrified scream. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi rendered her unconscious. Upon turning to face the shadowy figure, the corpulent president felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known the soundproofing would be inadequate, the secretary's scream would undoubtedly have summoned the guards. Now, he thought, it was too late. While the president contemplated how to stall for time until help arrived, Qin Yi's voice echoed in Asan's mind. Asan, transform into his likeness and pay attention to his form. The president's astonished gaze fixed on the figure gradually morphing into his own likeness, and he felt a dampness spreading in his trousers. The portly president sensed his impending doom, blissfully unaware that when a Skrull assumes another's identity, it cannot kill that person, as it seems they require some genetic material from them. In his concealed state, Qin Yi gestured, causing the president to lose consciousness. After seizing control of the president's secretary with his mental abilities, Qin Yi instructed Asan, "Now, we await tomorrow's peace conference. Asan, please select a few attendees and summon them to the president's office. This evening, let us replace some of the guards with your people." Once Asan's itinerary was arranged, Qin Yi busied himself in the president's office. Following several spatial transmissions, by the afternoon, the defense minister and several beautiful members of the government had all been replaced by Skrulls. After ensuring that all key personnel were accounted for, Qin Yi reclined in the mirrored space, his hands behind his head. This was a twofold victory. He had neutralized the Skrull threat while sparing the mutants from annihilation. Perhaps I should consider a career in scriptwriting instead. Shaking his head, Qin Yi chuckled at the thought of a beleaguered writer in a past life, perhaps seated at a computer, pulling at his hair while contemplating the next plot twist. The following day, at dawn, the conflict between humans and mutants, a hatred that has persisted since World War II, loomed over the peace conference convened today. The blonde, leggy reporter, having just concluded her news segment, cast her gaze ahead, only to find that the military had seized control of the entire conference center. All media personnel who arrived in response were barred from entering by the armed forces. Only the owner of the Horn daily managed to sneak inside, but shortly thereafter, he was unceremoniously ejected by two fully armed soldiers. Mutants released from the control center wore collars flashing with red lights, indicating their suppression. Vice President Husky Smith, flanked by a squad of heavily armed soldiers, escorted the mutants to a detention area within the conference hall. Charles approached to comfort Storm, Cyclops, and Beast, assuring them that the issues faced by mutants would indeed be resolved this time. Beast, having been imprisoned for several days, looked at Charles with excitement. "Charles, your leg, has it healed?" Charles nodded, and the group began to recount their harrowing experiences in the laboratory until a secretary informed Charles that the conference was about to commence. Inside the resplendent conference hall, the central seat remained vacant. Distinguished members of the U.S. government occupied the left side, while on the right, Charles was the sole representative for the mutants. The plump U.S. Secretary of Defense, Johnson, inquired of Charles, "Where is Magneto?" At a loss for words. Charles had yet to receive any news from Qin Yi and could not possibly respond that Magneto had been captured. "Eric is busy today, my apologies," he finally managed to say. "That is for the best," Johnson retorted. "I have serious doubts regarding the sincerity of your mutants. If it were not for the peace of America, I would hardly bother negotiating with your kind." Qin Yi, hidden among the beams of the conference hall, observed the Skrull-turned-Secretary of Defense Johnson perform, inwardly acknowledging the talent of the Skrulls in adapting so swiftly to their roles. It would indeed be a pity if they were to be eliminated. Faced with a cadre of duplicitous American politicians, Charles soon found himself at a loss. The stringent demands put forth by the U.S. officials left the earnest Charles unable to contain his frustration. A bespectacled African-American congressman proposed that Magneto be allowed to join the U.S. Urban Construction Group to assist in building railways and overpasses, citing that old Magneto's abilities should not go to waste, and that allowing him to contribute to America's development would exemplify the mutant societal contributions. The African-American legislator appeared visibly dissatisfied with the arrangements and suggested that laser be employed in the mines, assisted by the mutant beast to transport the mind ores. Such an operation would facilitate the extraction of rare minerals from the depths of the earth. Another female legislator proposed that Storm be assigned to the meteorological department to assist with artificial rainfall, thereby conserving government funds. However, this suggestion was thwarted by the Secretary of Defense. Charles exhaled in relief. At least this rather brusque Secretary of Defense was not excessively harsh on mutants. Yet, the Secretary resumed speaking, asserting that assigning Storm to the meteorological department would be a waste of talent, especially given the recent domestic energy shortages, and suggested instead that Storm assist the power department in generating electricity. Vice President Husky Smith furrowed his brow, questioning whether the day's agenda was meant for peaceful negotiations, as the demeanor of Secretary Johnson and his colleagues seemed rather unsettling. This was not negotiation. It was an overt provocation for conflict. Charles felt the veins on his forehead throb as he clenched his fists, longing to expose the sinister thoughts of these politicians. He glanced back at the mutants imprisoned nearby, the red glow of the suppressors around their necks calming him momentarily. He gasped, choosing silence as he regarded the incessantly chattering elite across from him, contemplating whether to eliminate them all. Perched upon a pillar in the conference hall, Qin Yi observed the proceedings with keen interest. It was evident that, regardless of the universe he had traversed, the exploitative nature of capitalists remained unchanged. Whether towards humans or mutants, these unscrupulous capitalists thirsted for blood. Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Yi. Were these the evil capitalists he was meant to oppose? Had the system brought him to this universe to liberate the oppressed citizens of this nation? He paused, glancing down at Charles, who exhibited an unusual state of agitation. Was this the precursor to an outburst of his powers? Charles, having endured much, faced a barrage of conditions from the government officials seated across from him, who presented a thick stack of documents before him. The weight of the papers was akin to that of an encyclopedia, a testament to the audacity of these shameless capitalists. As Charles prepared for a potential eruption, a voice echoed in his mind. Charles, they are not human. Chapter 26. This is what we call professionalism. Charles was momentarily taken aback by the voice, scanning the room before confirming that Qin Yi possessed the same psychic abilities as he did. The shock within him was palpable. He was intrigued by the revelation that Qin Yi shared the same powers as himself and Jean. Do not continue looking. I am nearby. Simply expose this defense minister as an alien. With your telepathic abilities. Qin Yi released the mental control he had over several Skrulls disguised as high-ranking officials of the United States attending the meeting. The liberated Skrulls stared blankly at their own pudgy hands and the opulent golden hall. They recalled attending a gathering of their kin. How had they suddenly found themselves here? Was it due to their recent poor sleep? Moreover, where was this, and who had they become? Aside from the female senator, the remaining members, including the African-American senator, found themselves equally bewildered. Once Charles regained his composure from the shock, he silently utilized his telepathy to delve into the memories of the defense minister seated across from him. Turning to the corpulent Johnson, he spoke. I remember, Davis, you previously had an aversion to white shirts. The Skrull opposite Charles remained in a daze until Charles' inquiry prompted him to stammer. Yes, but recently I have developed a liking for white shirts. Charles pressed on. Davis, where exactly are you now? The bewildered Skrull, feeling the gaze of everyone at the conference table upon him, noticed that the beautiful nation's defense minister was Johnson, not Davis. Charles rose, his demeanor serious, and demanded, You are not the defense minister. Who exactly are you? A wave of confusion swept through the assembly, previously united in purpose, as attendees exchanged glances, unsettled by the realization that the defense minister had been replaced. Would there be others who had also been substituted? Vice President Husky Smith finally grasped the situation. The defense minister has been impersonated. No wonder things felt amiss. There must be a conspiracy at play. We must observe further. The meeting fell into a brief silence, with no one daring to speak. Unable to contain himself any longer, Charles took decisive action, using telepathy to seize control of the rotund figure and issued the command to revert his form. The attendees watched in horror as the overweight defense minister gradually transformed into a green figure, prompting everyone to hastily retreat, eyeing one another warily. Qin Yi, perched on a beam in the hall, stifled a yawn and waved his hand, signaling that it was time to conclude. Just as the assembled individuals exhaled in relief at Charles's control over the green creature, several figures emerged, accompanied by roars, shedding their disguises to reveal more green-skinned monsters. Vice President Husky Smith, hidden in the corner, pondered over the situation. Something was amiss. These individuals had been summoned individually by the president just the previous afternoon. Suddenly, Husky Smith lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Yes." The president, undoubtedly, was also in trouble. He gasped with excitement and hurried over to Charles's side. Without waiting for him to speak, the rest of the assembly rushed over, believing it was certainly safer near the professor. Several green figures confronted the crowd, and Vice President Husky Smith shouted urgently to the fully armed soldiers in the hall, "Quick, apprehend them." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi commanded the soldiers in the hall to shed their transformation abilities, and with a collective roar, all soldiers transformed into green-skinned monsters, leaving the crowd silently hiding behind Charles. The assembled Skrulls aimed their weapons at the assembly, slowly advancing toward their comrades controlled by the professor. Meanwhile, the imprisoned mutants watched the standoff in bewilderment through the iron bars of their cage. The beast could not help but express his relief. "Fortunately, my transformation is blue. Those green-skinned creatures are truly hideous." Storm, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes at the beast. Husky Smith stood behind Charles, whispering, "What should we do, Charles? I have always been friendly towards mutants. The previous capture must have been orchestrated by these monsters." Charles's voice resonated in Husky Smith's mind. Upon hearing Charles's telepathic communication, Husky discreetly approached the imprisoned mutants, and after locating Storm and the beast, he deactivated the mutant suppressors around their necks. Storm and the beast moved to Charles's side, joining him in confronting the green-skinned monsters. A Skrull under Qin Yi's control spoke, "Release our comrades, and I can ensure you leave with dignity." Charles paused for a moment, aware these individuals were arranged by Qin Yi, yet uncertain of Qin Yi's stance towards these green creatures. Furthermore, if violence ensued, any harm to the crowd behind him could jeopardize the fragile peace between humans and mutants. Observing Charles's indecision, Qin Yi sighed, thinking, "This fellow is simply too hesitant." At this moment, taking them all down would suffice. What if a few high-ranking officials from the beautiful nation were harmed? Have you forgotten that proposal from the female senator suggesting Storm artificially create rain? She is certainly not a Skrull. Deciding it was time to release Old Man Wan, Qin Yi, having traversed through 2 spatial vortices, seized Old Man Wan and threw him into the midst of the standoff. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of Charles and the crowd, the Scene King rose, rubbed his arms, and turned to face the group of armed green Skrulls. With a mere wave of his hand, all firearms instantly flew from the Skrull's grasp, soaring into the air before slowly aiming back at them. Qin Yi commanded several Skrulls to charge forward, while the firearms in midair rattled under Lao Wan's manipulation, seemingly an outlet for his recent pent-up anger and grievances as he unleashed an entire magazine of bullets. The fallen Skrulls bled green ichor. Soldiers stationed outside the hall, alerted by the gunfire, rushed into the conference room under the guidance of a familiar face. Qin Yi glanced over at Tony's close friend, Rhodey. Observing the Skrulls, thoroughly dealt with by the scene's master, Vice President Husky Smith stepped forward with resolve. He adeptly directed the soldiers to secure the area and reassured the startled remaining high-ranking officials of the United States. Then, Husky approached Charles and said, "Charles, I suspect the president has also been abducted by these green-skinned creatures. We will need your assistance to visit the White House for confirmation." Charles nodded, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the scene's master, Lao Wan. Husky Smith then addressed Lao Wan, stating, "Mr. Magneto, on behalf of the government, I express our gratitude for your intervention. It is with your and Lieutenant Rhodey's aid that we could thwart the extraterrestrial menace and rescue the United States." Subsequently, Vice President Husky commanded the soldiers to release the detained mutants nearby, passionately declaring to them, "I will earnestly promote the convening of a peace summit between humans and mutants. We are, after all, one family." Perched upon a beam in the conference hall, Qin Yi could not help but murmur, "This is truly professional." In Chapter 27, the more professional, the high-ranking officials of the United States, escorted by soldiers, departed from the conference hall. Outside, several military helicopters awaited on the square as media reporters, kept at bay by the military, frantically snapped photographs of the government officials and mutants gathered together. Could it be that the conference had concluded successfully? Vice President Husky Smith, alongside Rhodey and Charles, approached a helicopter. After assigning the remaining officials and the SWAT team to different helicopters, they hurriedly took flight towards the White House, leaving the bewildered media reporters outside in confusion. Upon their arrival at the White House, Qin Yi had already coordinated the subsequent plot with Asan, who, now transformed into the president, sat quietly in the office until armed soldiers burst in. The president raised his head to observe the soldiers dispersing, clearing a pathway for Husky and Charles to enter. Asan calmly remarked, "I never expected to be discovered by you. It seems I have been too lenient. I should have acted sooner." Hatchies, standing beside Charles, quickly inquired, "What have you done to the president?" Fear not, I still have use for him. As for you, do you believe this resolves the matter? Upon rising, Asan gradually transformed, revealing a formidable scroll before the crowd. Hachis hurriedly commanded the soldiers, open fire. To their astonishment, they soon realized that bullets were ineffective against this scroll. Empowered by Qin Yi's magic, the enraged super scroll Asan effortlessly sent a bewildered soldier flying before taking to the skies. Under Charles's leadership, the battalion hastened to pursue him. Hovering in front of the White House, Asan fervently declared, "Pitiful humans, self-righteous creatures, only under our guidance can you ascend to the cosmos." Charles, touching his forehead, quickly activated his telepathy, attempting to subdue Asan in midair. Meanwhile, Storm, her eyes glazed over, summoned a terrifying tempest and lightning that relentlessly assailed Asan from above. To Charles's astonishment, his telepathy failed. What was happening lately, encountering beings immune to mental influence consecutively? Removing his glasses, Cyclops unleashed 2 searing beams of red energy from his eyes towards Asan, who nimbly evaded the attack. The remaining battalion, along with the formidable Wong, joined the fray. Vice President Hachi Smith and Roden sheltered nearby, watching the White House, soon to be annihilated by the chaos. Feeling helpless, he had yet to reside in the White House, and now it faced destruction. With a thunderous collapse, the White House crumbled. Beast transformed into a blue war god, hurling debris from the destroyed structure towards Asan. Akin to a human catapult, amidst the fierce battle, the White House lay nearly in ruins, reminiscent of the future Sokovia. In a moment of fervor, Beast, while flinging stones, suddenly uncovered a rotund figure beneath the rubble of a bed. He swiftly cleared the debris, rescuing the president and another Magneto. Yet, Beast felt a disconcerting vibe. This Magneto arrogantly tilted his head, casting a disdainful gaze at him. Turning to the other side, where Magneto battled the airborne scroll, Beast instantly grasped the situation. Gripping the president's side, he scolded, "You green-skinned monstrosity, what are you pretending for?" The skulker, restrained by the Beast's arm around his neck, struggled momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. His form gradually transforming into that of a green-skinned skulker. Disdainfully, the Beast cast him aside and inquired of the corpulent figure nearby, "Are you all right, Mr. President?" The trembling president recalled the harrowing events of recent days. First, his revelry with his secretary was abruptly interrupted, only for him to witness a shadowy figure morphing into his likeness, leading him to believe his demise was imminent. Upon awakening, he discovered his trousers damp. Beside him stood an unfamiliar presence, a mutant known as Magneto. Given the recent rigorous crackdown by the government on mutants, the president wondered if this Magneto harbored intentions of assassination. After enduring 2 days of hunger under the specter of death, the president found himself indifferent. Perhaps being slain by a mutant would be a more merciful fate than this gnawing emptiness. However, he was perplexed by Magneto's persistent, disdainful gaze, which remained fixed upon him for 2 whole days without a hint of sleep. This figure, always looking up with unwavering eyes, seemed impervious to fatigue. At long last, upon hearing a commotion, the president dared to hope for rescue. Instead, the ceiling of the room began to collapse. Fortunately, Magneto reacted swiftly, pulling him beneath the bed. Yet even in this refuge, Magneto maintained his contemptuous stare. Eventually, they were rescued by a blue-skinned creature, or rather, the mutant known as the Beast. To the president's astonishment, he discovered that Magneto was, in fact, a green-skinned being. Raising his head, he beheld the ruins of the White House, where Warpath and a robust green creature were locked in fierce combat. Tears welled in the president's eyes. What had become of this world? Was the office of President of the United States truly so perilous? Meanwhile, Vice President Husky Smith and Rod, who had been hiding nearby, recognized the president had been saved by the Beast. Despite their reluctance, Husky hurriedly approached with Rod. After escorting the president to safety while enduring the pungent odor of urine, Husky held his breath and hurriedly recounted the events. In response, the president placed a reassuring hand on Husky's shoulder. "On behalf of the United States government, I thank you. You and Rod have saved our nation. The peace talks with the mutants must proceed. We require a cadre of super soldiers capable of safeguarding the White House from extraterrestrial threats." Turning to Lieutenant, a black officer beside Husky, the president suppressed his discomfort and remarked, "Lieutenant, the United States appreciates your efforts." Husky clicked his tongue, while Rod excitedly saluted the president. Qin Yi stood hidden in midair, gazing down at the ravaged White House and the disheartened president of the United States, a situation that had reached its boiling point. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the enhancements he had placed on Asan. In the midst of a fierce battle with the war police, Asan was struck by a bolt of lightning from Storm and fell to the ground, unable to rise before being ensnared by the metallic constructs controlled by Old Juan. Finally, with the immediate threat quelled, the president let out a sigh of relief, ignoring his own gnawing hunger. He stood before the high-ranking officials of the United States and proclaimed, "Today, through our collective efforts, we have triumphed over the green-skinned extraterrestrial menace. I am confident that as long as we—" He then staggered toward a raised platform beside the war police. "Thank you for saving our nation, my dear mutant brethren. At the upcoming peace conference, mutants will possess rights and responsibilities equal to those of humans." Qin Yi shook his head, deeming the matter far too intricate. Chapter 28. Tony, do you want a wife? After several days of relentless endeavor, Qin Yi returned to his bedroom through a spatial vortex and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. 2 days later, upon opening his eyes, he found Aunt Maria, Uncle Howard, and Tony standing at the foot of his bed, their expressions filled with concern. "At last, you have awakened, little Qin," Aunt Maria said, grasping his hand. "I'm fine, Auntie, merely exhausted," Qin Yi replied, rubbing his eyes with his other hand. "Your uncle and I thought you had gone out, until Tony discovered you had been lying in your room the entire time." Tony interjected, "You've been out for about 2.5 days. I called the doctor to examine you, and he assured us there was nothing amiss. Had it not been for the absence of your senior sister's contact information, we would have summoned her to check on you." Holding Aunt Maria's hand, Qin Yi reassured her, "Auntie, rest assured, I am robust. How could I possibly fall ill? Are you hungry? I shall have the kitchen prepare something to eat." "Yes," Qin Yi nodded emphatically. After the Howards descended the stairs, Qin Yi lifted his gaze towards Tony, who was standing by the desk. "How is your research on the mech coming along, Tony?" After pondering for a moment, Tony replied, "It should be nearing completion. To be honest, after watching you soar through the skies all the time, I reckon it won't be long before I can take to the air myself." "Congratulations then," Qin Yi said as he stood and stretched. "Has anything significant happened in the past few days?" "Well, if you count the White House being bombed by terrorists as significant, then yes. Fortunately, the president and high-ranking officials were elsewhere negotiating a peace conference with mutants, so there were no casualties. Moreover, after Rod led the soldiers in capturing the terrorists, he was promoted to colonel." Tony glanced at his watch and added, "The promotion ceremony should be wrapping up about now." Qin Yi pursed his lips, realizing that certain matters remained beyond the reach of the general populace. "I'll head downstairs first. Once you finish your meal, we can delve into our research in the lab." "Sure, I'll take a shower first," Tony replied. At the dining table, Aunt Maria continually piled Qin Yi's plate with food. As he indulged in the delicious fare, he mumbled, "Auntie, I'm not a child anymore." Suddenly, Aunt Maria leaned in with a conspiratorial tone and asked, "Little Qin, is there a girl you fancy at school? Why not bring her home for your uncle and me to evaluate?" With half a chicken leg in his mouth, Qin Yi looked at Aunt Maria in astonishment, internally lamenting, "Is arranged marriage a thing in America too? But I should only be 15 in this life. Anyone under 18 is considered a rogue. Auntie, I haven't even graduated yet. Perhaps we should nudge Tony instead. He's already 30. Aunt Maria nodded, and it dawned on Qin Yi that indeed, single young men of a certain age cannot escape the fate of being urged to marry. "Hey, Tony." A bright voice, tinged with excitement and pride, rang out in the yard. Rod enthusiastically entered the living room and quickly bowed, saying, "Aunt Maria, I'm looking for Tony." "It's Rod. Tony is upstairs." "I'll go fetch him," she offered. "No need, Auntie. I can find Tony myself," Rod insisted as he exchanged a nod with Qin Yi, who couldn't shake the feeling that Rod's gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar. Rod navigated through several doorways and ascended the stairs to Tony's bedroom, bursting through the door with fervor. "Tony, look here," the youngest Air Force colonel in nearly 2 decades. Tony, with an impassive expression, gazed at Rhodey, who pointed at the colonel insignia on his chest. Rhodey shrugged and approached Tony, whispering, "When I arrived, I saw your brother all alone at a table laden with food, enough to feed a dozen people. He's only 15, isn't? Won't he be spoiled?" As Tony observed his gesticulating best friend, he internally lamented, "If you had a brother like a deity, your father would likely treat him like a revered ancestor." "Oh, by the way, I'm hosting a banquet tonight to celebrate. Come along with me," Rhodey said. Tony nodded in agreement. As they descended the stairs, they caught sight of Qin Yi and Aunt Maria whispering conspiratorially, "Mom, I'm going to Rhodey's celebration tonight. I want to be home for dinner." Maria acknowledged with a nod, but then suddenly recalled something important and called out to Tony, who was nearing the door, "Oh, Tony, take little Qin out to have some fun. He shouldn't be cooped up at home all the time." She punctuated her words with fervent gestures towards Qin Yi. As the three exited the living room, Rhodey walked alongside Tony, visibly holding back something. It wasn't he until Qin Yi instructed the servant to fetch the car from the underground garage that Rhodey could no longer contain himself. He tugged at Tony's sleeve, saying, "Your brother is only 15. Is that appropriate? I've got plans for tonight." He made ambiguous gestures with both hands. "Don't worry. He generally isn't interested in ordinary women." Tony reassured him. The group arrived at Rhodey's celebration for his promotion to colonel. Rhodey, whose full name is James Rhodes, had befriended Tony during their youth. Upon maturing, he joined the Air Force, serving as a liaison between Stark Industries and the U.S. military. Recently, at the age of 32, Rhodey inadvertently became embroiled in an invasion orchestrated by the Skrulls, a situation orchestrated by Qin Yi. With the aid of mutants, he thwarted the Skrulls' nefarious plot alongside Vice President Mr. Haskins, ultimately saving the President of the United States and earning his promotion to colonel. Rhodey led Tony forward to greet several Air Force officers. Meanwhile, Qin Yi found an unoccupied seat and quietly observed as a throng of exquisitely dressed women quickly surrounded Tony and the others. Declining Tony's invitation with a wave, Qin Yi sighed inwardly, thinking how unsuitable these glamorous women were as potential partners for Tony. Perhaps he should consider abducting Pepper Potts and placing her in Tony's bed tonight. With his chin resting on his hand, he pondered the feasibility of this idea. Given Rhodey's early promotion to colonel, there should be no significant issues with Tony and Pepper marrying sooner than anticipated, should there? It is possible that little Morgan might arrive ahead of schedule, and as an uncle, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to consider my niece's well-being. Thus, it is decided that we shall take action once Tony has indulged sufficiently. Suddenly, Qin Yi's attention was captured by the appearance of a distinguished bald figure. The suave Charles approached, greeting Qin Yi with a smile. "Mr. Qin, good to see you," he said. "Charles, I didn't expect to encounter you here," Qin Yi replied. Charles appeared to be in high spirits as he offered Qin Yi a glass of wine and leisurely recounted. After that day, the peace conference convened successfully. Now, mutants can integrate into human society seamlessly. The president invited us to join the government's super soldier task force, but I declined, just as you suggested. We have no intention of engaging in Earth's internal conflicts. Qin Yi nodded, a voice resonating in Charles's mind. "I have chosen the location for the Illuminati's base. Right next to your school. I have purchased the land and will commence construction in a few days. When you have the chance, please ask Old One to assist with the building." Charles nodded in response, gazing at Qin Yi's somewhat youthful visage, a surge of admiration blossoming within him. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Yi glanced beside Charles but did not spot the familiar figure. "By the way, where's Logan?" Charles replied with a hint of resignation. They are not fond of such gatherings. As night descended, officers at the celebration began to meander away with their female companions towards the hotel, anticipating yet another night of fervor and sleeplessness. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey, the two older gentlemen, were still dancing with their partners. And Qin Yi couldn't help but think that they were less graceful than happy. Glancing at the time, he mused that Pepper was likely still working late. Bored, Qin Yi took out his phone and started playing Tetris when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if he established a gaming company? Playing Tetris every day wasn't sustainable. If he could assemble a team resembling the one from his memories to create an original game, it could be feasible. Perhaps he could tap into the wallets of many American teens. Resolute, Qin Yi glanced at the Tetris game on his phone, losing interest, and stowed it away, gazing up at the sky in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, for enchanting American girls, having finally succeeded in intoxifying Tony and Rhodey, paired off and prepared to drag the dazed Tony to their next escapade. As Qin Yi approached to assist Tony, he produced 4 blue gems and handed them to the girls. "Tonight, ensure that Colonel Rhodey is well taken care of." The 2 pairs of American beauties eagerly accepted the gems and hurriedly whisked Rhodey away towards the hotel. Qin Yi inquired, addressing a dazed Tony, "Tony, do you desire a wife?" Chapter 29. The Supreme Sorcerer Howard Manor. Early morning, a resounding shout shattered the tranquility. Tony, forcibly dragged out of bed, and Pepper, who had been surreptitiously whisked away by Qin Yi, exchanged terrified glances at their exposed state. "Ah!" Pepper's scream echoed once more. In the dining room, facing Aunt Maria's inquisitive gaze, Qin Yi gestured emphatically. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he had fortified their bodies with diverse energies the previous day, even employing a spell of lust-inducing black magic. Before long, an awkward Tony descended the stairs, bearing 2 carefully prepared breakfasts. Qin Yi cast a mischievous glance at him. Aunt Maria, seated nearby, served Qin Yi some dishes, evidently pleased with his arrangements, yet still somewhat apprehensive. She inquired, "Little Qin, is this really suitable for Pepper?" Feigning contemplation, Qin Yi replied, "Rest assured, Auntie, my master, the Supreme Sorcerer Master Gu Yi, has foretold that they are destined to be together. I've even thought of a name for their child. Master Yao, this burden falls upon you, he added. At his words, Aunt Maria sighed with relief. Although she had never met the esteemed sorcerer, she trusted the wisdom of Qin Yi and Miss Qin, who spoke highly of their master. Reputed to be the most formidable sorcerer on Earth. Over the years, she and Howard had felt their vitality waning, hoping to witness their children settle down soon. Were it not for Qin Yi's youth, she might have even urged him to marry and procreate swiftly. Qin Yi cast a contemplative glance at Aunt Maria before resuming his indulgence in the sumptuous meal. After some time, Tony accompanied Pepper downstairs, greeting Aunt Maria in the living room. Just then, Qin Yi emerged from the kitchen, cradling a watermelon, and beheld the awkward scene of Tony and Pepper, whose embarrassment could very well have carved holes into the floor with their toes. Pepper had joined Stark Industries long ago, in recent years, when Uncle Howard retired. Tony had taken the reins, reinstating Pepper as his assistant. She managed Tony's daily affairs at the company while also tackling various other tasks. However, their relationship was somewhat enigmatic. Perhaps Pepper harbored an infatuation for Tony, drawn to his multifaceted charm, intellect, and the allure of a refined bachelor. In recent times, Tony had been difficult to read for Qin Yi. Ever since returning from the zombie universe, he had neglected his nocturnal pursuits and entrusted company operations to Pepper and his second-in-command, Stan. Most of his time was now spent in the underground laboratory of Howard Manor, immersed in the research of his armored suits. Until yesterday, I ventured out to attend the celebration for Rod's promotion to colonel. In the living room, Pepper was seated with Aunt Maria, engaged in light conversation, while Tony squeezed himself beside Qin Yi, who was holding a watermelon, resting his chin on his hand. He found himself perplexed as to why he awoke in his own bedroom with Pepper, despite having chosen 2 dark-skinned girls and 2 blonde, leggy beauties the previous night. Nevertheless, Pepper was quite agreeable. In the morning, when faced with Tony's inquiries, there was no need for Qin Yi to weave a tale. Howard stepped forward and clarified. We all assumed you and Pepper were dating. You were quite inebriated last night, and Pepper escorted you home. I must say, Tony, both your mother and I are quite pleased with Pepper. Despite Tony's formidable IQ of 270, he could not fathom the situation, resolving silently that he must never again allow himself to become intoxicated. By the time Tony bid farewell to Pepper, evening had already descended. Qin Yi sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples, pondering if he had forgotten something. Surely, there were no pressing matters, as the situation with the mutants had been resolved. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Suddenly, it struck him. He had forgotten to pick up Wanda and Pietro. Hurrying back to Camartage, he found Pietro excitedly clinging to Mordo, who was teaching him how to teleport. Little Wanda cast a shy glance at Qin Yi. After explaining his purpose to them, Qin Yi noted that upon hearing they were going to New York, Wanda quietly nodded. However, Pietro clung to Mordo's leg, exclaiming, Master, I don't want to go to New York. He'll steal your beloved disciple. You must punish him, Master. Mordo paused for a moment, and when he caught the look in Qin Yi's eyes, he chuckled wryly while patting Pietro's head, silently expressing to his obedient apprentice. It's not that I don't wish to strike him, I simply cannot. From the very first day this lad arrived at Camartage, I was outmatched. Mordo shook his head, sighing inwardly, lamenting the loss of such a dutiful and compliant disciple. Although his talent was modest, his diligent and exacting attitude mirrored Mordo's own. Qin, let them stay here. He heard the voice of Master Gu Yi behind him. Master Yao. Qin Yi turned, surprised to see her, as she nodded and departed. Qin Yi clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Mordo, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Brother Mordo. Mordo promptly returned the gesture with both hands. Peter waited until Qin Yi pursued Master Gu Yi before he stood up, patting his backside. Beside him, Modus solemnly addressed Peter, urging him to strive diligently and not to disappoint the Supreme Sorcerer's expectations. Nodding vigorously, Peter hastily inquired, Master, what is your relationship with the Supreme Sorcerer and that Qin? Although Modu did not fully comprehend his apprentice's thoughts, he explained, the Supreme Sorcerer is both my and junior brother Qin's master. He is of Camartage. Peter, however, hardly registered the latter part of his master's words. Cradling his head, he lamented inwardly, How did I forget he is my master's junior? Does that mean I must call him uncle from now on? What a loss. In a Chinese-style courtyard of Camartage, Master Gu Yi sat cross-legged, tea prepared before her, patiently awaiting Qin Yi. Master Yao, why? Qin Yi queried, puzzled, for just days prior, old Yao had quarreled with him over this matter. Unwilling to let Wanda and Pietro remain in Camartage, Gu Yi, with her eyes sparkling with wisdom, gazed skyward before responding. Camartage requires the vigor of new life. Stroking his chin, Qin Yi uncertainly asked Gu Yi. Old Yao, what have you seen? Gu Yi shook her head and remained silent for a moment. Let Wanda train with me for a while. Qin Yi nodded, acknowledging this as the best course. Indeed, having Modu teach magic would squander Wanda's talent. Do not hold prejudice against Modu, Gu Yi sighed helplessly, recalling her two apprentices. Caecilius had not returned to Camartage for a long time, busy with summoning Dormammu, while Modu was too obstinate. In the future glimpsed through the time stone, they both. Suddenly, Gu Yi fixed her serious gaze upon Qin. Her wise eyes intensely focused on him. Qin, you should become the supreme sorcerer. No way, old Yao, you've been saying that for nearly 10 years. Even with your earnest gaze, it won't work. I'm not suited for it. After a long pause, observing the silent Master Gu Yi who had been expectantly watching him, Qin Yi stepped forward and asked, Are you serious, old Yao? I'm too tired, Qin. All right then. The supreme sorcerer, who had guarded the earth for 5 centuries, claimed to be weary. A torrent of thoughts about Master Gu Yi's legendary life flashed through Qin Yi's mind, prompting an inner critique. Old Yao's judgment in choosing apprentices had been rather poor before encountering him. The first disciple he accepted, a certain Mr. Gibb, had parted ways with old Yao over the study of dark magic. Subsequently, Caecilius became a devotee of Dormammu and Modu. Upon learning that Gu Yi extended her life through dark magic, had inexplicably turned to darkness. Apart from the later legendary events, Qin Yi nodded slightly, conceding, as long as you can persuade the esteemed leaders of the major sanctuaries to accept a young supreme mage. Just to be clear, once Stephen arrives, I shall relinquish the position to him. Upon hearing this, Master Gu Yi let out a long sigh of relief and turned away with a lightness in his step, as if unburdened by any weight. Chapter 30. Embracing freedom. Master Gu Yi accomplished the remarkable feat of persuading the leaders and mages of the 3 major sanctuaries in New York, Hong Kong, and London in less than an afternoon, or more precisely, in just a few moves. Qin Yi gazed incredulously at the retiring Master Gu Yi, wondering how this could be the work of the old man, pondering whether he was preparing to liberate himself in his twilight years. Traditionally, according to the customs established by Gu Yi, there had only been one supreme mage in Camartage for centuries. The mages of the 3 sanctuaries were permitted to challenge Qin Yi before he ascended to the rank of supreme mage, until either he was defeated or he achieved that rank himself. The expansive square of Camartage was filled with mages who had traveled from all corners of the globe. Amidst the throngs, the leaders of the 3 major sanctuaries were deliberating on candidates. Master Gu Yi glanced back at Qin Yi, who had been intently observing him, and offered a faint smile. Qin Yi, feeling a surge of determination, thought to himself that he had been careless and had fallen for the old man's trick. After a considerable time had passed without a suitable candidate emerging, the mages of the 3 sanctuaries were perplexed by Master Gu Yi's true intentions. Was it a genuine challenge or merely a ruse? Seeing the pained expressions on the faces of the 3 leaders, and wishing to avoid being labeled the weakest supreme mage in history, Qin Yi waved his hand. The energy surging through the square instantly transformed into dazzling, multicolored magical sword shadows, swirling magnificently above the crowd. Ever since his confrontation with the Stage King, Qin Yi had dedicated significant effort to developing this awe-inspiring spell. Though he lamented his inability to find a striking combat pose, and was left with no choice but to simply wave his hand. Witnessing this display, the mages of the 3 sanctuaries quickly abandoned any thoughts of underestimating Qin Yi. Under the direction of the leaders, they conjured a series of magical shields to protect the crowd overhead. Master Gu Yi, observing Qin Yi's display of power, wondered if the young man intended to breach Camartage itself, and hurriedly interjected, Wait, do not damage Camartage. The 3 leaders and the mages in the square believed that the supreme mage was cautioning them not to harm Qin Yi, their faces reflecting a mixture of concern and discontent. Even if you are the leader, is it appropriate to let us openly go easy on him? As Qin Yi waved his hand, an immense mirror space unfolded, enveloping the entirety of Camartage. The sudden transformation of the environment left the 3 great masters astonished, prompting them to desperately conjure protective shields. Above the crowd, small shields intermingled, culminating in a colossal protective barrier towering over them. In a fleeting moment, as Qin Yi's hand descended, a torrent of sword shadows cascaded downwards, effortlessly piercing through the giant shield as if it were mere parchment. The mages gazed in despair at the imminent threat of the sword shadows, which halted just a mere centimeter from their foreheads at Qin Yi's command. Curiosity about Qin Yi's true strength compelled Modu to discreetly hide with his obedient disciple, Pietro, among the throng of mages. Modu's gaze, vacant with astonishment, remained fixated on the sword shadow before him, his spellcasting interrupted. The three great masters bowed and addressed him as respected one. But the dissipating sword shadows did little to ease Modu's trepidation. Trembling, he placed a hand on Pietro's shoulder and glanced at him. His disciple was still reeling from the shock. With a puffed chest, Modu proclaimed, "Do you see this, my dear disciple? This is the essence of Kamar-Taj. Remember to address Qin as the supreme mage in the future." Pietro, nodding absently, regretted not having chosen him as a mentor sooner. Unbeknownst to him, since encountering Qin Yi, he had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of hostility. Once the mirror space dissipated, the mages regained their composure upon witnessing the familiar surroundings of Kamar-Taj. Promptly bowing to Qin Yi and addressing him as supreme mage, Master Wang, seated above in the plaza, beamed with delight like a child, incessantly beckoning Wanda to present the ceremonial garb of the supreme mage to Qin Yi. Upon donning the distinctive robes and cloak, all the mages and apprentices of Kamar-Taj bowed in unison, exclaiming supreme mage. Were it not for the throngs of people, Qin Yi suspected old Yao would have erupted in laughter. Beside him, Wanda, hand in hand with her senior, Jean Grey, laughed joyfully. Qin Yi acknowledged the crowd with a nod, stating, Master Gu Yi has requested I say a few words. In the future, for all expenses incurred by the three great sanctuaries, please consult Little Fatty or Wang for reimbursement. Now, everyone, return to your duties. The safety of Earth is still our responsibility. As the mages from the three great sanctuaries and various regions of Earth departed, the plaza fell into a state of emptiness. At this moment, Gu Yi approached Qin Yi, advising him that the teleportation and protective arrays of the three sanctuaries had not been maintained for quite some time, and suggested he reinforce them whenever possible, adding that it would be even better to enhance them with additional protective spells. Qin Yi, rolling up his sleeves, retorted, "And what about you? What will you be doing?" Master Gu Yi spread his arms wide, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am no longer the Sorcerer Supreme. Naturally, I must venture forth to take on disciples. Kamar-Taj has many apprentices in need of my guidance." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone, leading Qin Yi to contemplate reprimanding old Yao. Gu Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket, scrutinizing it for a moment before addressing Qin Yi. "It is not my call. Perhaps it is yours?" Suspecting that old Yao had thoroughly vexed him, Qin Yi extracted his phone and answered, only to be met with Tony's excited voice on the other end. "Qin, come quickly. There is something urgent." Glancing up at old Yao, whose grin grew increasingly mischievous, Qin Yi replied, "I must attend to some matters. I shall visit the three great sanctums later." With that, a spatial vortex materialized behind him. Turning back to see old Yao gesturing animatedly, Qin Yi gritted his teeth and stepped into the portal. In the underground laboratory of Howard's estate, Tony stood in astonishment as Qin Yi emerged from the spatial vortex. Pointing at him, words eluded him as he merely stared. Qin Yi glanced back at the dissipating vortex, perplexed, and inquired, "You've seen this before. Why the bewildered expression?" After taking a breath, Tony pointed at Qin Yi's attire. "Your clothes," looking down at the garments symbolizing the Sorcerer Supreme. Along with the eye of Agamotto hanging at his chest, Qin Yi paused thoughtfully before exclaiming, "Old Yao bestowed these upon me. Is he perhaps planning to vanish?" Upon hearing Qin Yi's explanation, Tony asked, "So, you are now the head of Kamar-Taj?" With a resigned sigh, Qin Yi declared earnestly, "I am the Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj, safeguarding the dimensional integrity of Earth." Tony waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Qin Yi with eager anticipation. "So, can you teach me magic?" "Goodness, after all these years, you still yearn for magic, Iron Man?" Qin Yi shook his head, adopting a serious tone as he reassured Tony, "Brother, lacking magical talent is not your fault. Having one Sorcerer Supreme in the family suffices. Your brilliance lies within your intellect." Just then, Tony remembered the pressing matter at hand. Turning to point at a sleek silver armor. "It's all set. The reactor and everything else is ready. Shall we give it a test?" Qin Yi gave Tony a thumbs up, affirming, "As long as you're not directly falling flat, I can always bring you back." Chapter 31. Tony, do you want children? It has been said that the moment Iron Man Tony smiles the brightest is when his suit first soared through the skies of New York. He laughed with the unrestrained joy of a child. This scene before Qin Yi mirrored that sentiment, and a touch of music would have made it even more enchanting. Inside the steel armor that ascended from Howard's estate, Tony gazed at the ever-changing panorama with uncontainable excitement, his mouth agape in laughter from sheer astonishment. Yes, indeed. The mech is the epitome of a man's romance. With the confident perspective offered by the armor, Tony turned to Qin Yi, challenging him, "Qin, let us see who can soar higher." Before Qin Yi could respond, the thrusters beneath the mech roared to life, propelling them further into the atmosphere. Jarvis, can you scan for Qin's position? The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, created by Tony to assist him in connecting to any network terminal and controlling the internal systems of the Iron Man suit, replied, Mr. Qin is above us. Continuing upwards may lead to ice formation issues. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony declared, keep going, higher still. As the silver-gray mech reached the same altitude as Qin Yi, Tony swayed precariously, looking down at the earth beneath, and asked, Qin, do you think it's possible to fly into outer space? Qin Yi casually tapped the mech's surface, causing the ice to shatter and vanish. If we're to engage in outer space combat, we'll need to change the materials. We have plenty of time. Let us head back for now. If we get caught by satellites, it will surely cause a stir on Earth. Tony nodded in agreement and followed the spatial vortex created by Qin Yi back to Howard's estate. In the year 2000 of the Marvel main universe, many events unfolded due to Qin Yi. Mutants began to gradually integrate into human society. Following their adventures in the zombie universe, Tony successfully developed Mark II 8 years ahead of schedule, leveraging Howard's research combined with the advanced technology from Wakanda. Having become the supreme sorcerer, Qin Yi resumed a tranquil lifestyle. Wanda, under the tutelage of Master Qin Yi, practiced magic at Kamartaj. However, her talent fluctuated. When Qin Yi was present, she could effortlessly cast the spells demonstrated by Qin Yi without training, but in his absence, her progress slowed significantly. Master Qin Yi, scratching his head in confusion, was unable to comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon. Upon realizing the situation, Qin Yi mused inwardly. Could it be due to the energy of the Mind Stone? Previously, in the zombie universe, he absorbed half of the Mind Stone's energy. In other words, to Wanda, the current Qin Yi is akin to half a Mind Stone. However, would the Mind Stone from another universe have a stimulating effect on Wanda in this universe? If Qin Yi had not taken Wanda and Pietro to Kamartaj, they would have ended up in Hydra's laboratory, where the Mind Stone would catalyze their inherent abilities. Shaking his head to dispel his confusion, Qin Yi took the time to repair all the teleportation arrays of the 3 great sanctuaries, even enhancing each sanctuary with hundreds of defensive arrays. The expressionless master of the sanctum numbly observed the newly appointed supreme sorcerer, who effortlessly unleashed all the defensive arrays recorded in Kamartaj without needing to cast any spells or incantations. With a considerable influx of funds, the lives of the mages in the 3 great sanctuaries improved significantly, and they felt immense gratitude and respect for the new supreme sorcerer. Qin Yi even permitted the mages and apprentices of Kamartaj to set up stalls in the solemn sanctum, selling various Eastern delicacies. As traveling through the Hong Kong sanctuary to the snack street had become quite tedious for him, the retired Ancient One gazed at Kamartaj, which was gradually infused with a lively atmosphere, and smiled faintly. She leisurely returned to her quarters, donned the casual attire that Jean Grey had secretly purchased for her, and after putting on large sunglasses, she scrutinized her reflection for quite some time. Feeling unsatisfied, she added a white sun hat and nodded approvingly at her reflection. With a flick of her wrist, the Ancient One conjured a golden teleportation circle and stepped into it, beaming. Meanwhile, after more than 2 months of construction, aided by Old Man, the base of the Illuminati was finally completed, albeit empty. Qin Yi and the suave-bald Charles stood in the futuristic hall, where a massive round table was centrally located. Charles gazed incredulously at Qin Yi and inquired, Qin, this technology is unlike anything currently within Earth's grasp. Approaching the round table, a luxurious chair automatically emerged at the head of the table. Once seated, Qin Yi clasped his hands behind his head, tilting his gaze towards Charles. Charles, after all, we are facing threats from beyond Earth. While some of this technology may not be immediately applicable on our planet, we shall utilize it as a precursor for eventual implementation. Charles nodded. Having witnessed the hypocrisy of the politicians at the Peace Summit and the shameless greed of the blood-stained capitalists lurking behind them, if these technologies truly grant them dominion, the shadow of war would loom over the Earth's core. By the way, Charles, my fellow warriors of the law enforcement, would you be interested in joining the Illuminati? Currently, it is just the 2 of us, and we lack companions for executing missions and talents from various fields. Charles contemplated the feasibility of this idea, and after a brief moment, he addressed Qin Yi, saying, I will speak with them later. Qin Yi nodded and added, we offer comprehensive benefits, a 4-day work week, paid annual leave, and family members enjoy the same perks. Of course, if desired, I can also arrange trips to other planets. Furthermore, outside the base, I have set up hundreds of magical arrays and offensive formations. Take this with you when you bring them. Upon hearing this, Charles accepted the metal plate that Qin Yi handed him, which exuded a magical aura. As Qin Yi continued speaking, his phone rang. Curiously, he took it out, wondering why he had started receiving calls lately. Upon answering, Maria Ant's joyful voice resonated from the other end. "Little Qin, come back quickly. Pepper is pregnant." When Qin Yi returned to Howard Manor, he learned the complete story through Tony's explanation. In the afternoon, Tony was still immersed in the joy of flying his mech, remaining in the lab until Pepper's call interrupted him. Although Tony was unaware of why Pepper had invited him out, driven by a sense of responsibility mixed with reluctance, he agreed to meet her at their usual CAF. Inside the CAF, from the moment they met, Tony noticed that Pepper's complexion was not quite right. It was filled with excitement, fear, and an overwhelming sense of confusion. Tony could not fathom what could evoke such a plethora of emotions on Pepper's face. After a considerable time had passed, Pepper, having made a certain resolution, quietly asked Tony, "Do you want a child?" Tony, taken aback, remained silent for a long while. His expression shifted between excitement and fear, ultimately settling into a look of bewilderment directed at Pepper. The two simply gazed at one another for an extended period. Eventually, in a haze of thoughtlessness, they returned to Howard Manor to share the news of Pepper's pregnancy with their parents. A wave of immense joy enveloped Howard and Maria, as Maria delicately grasped Pepper's hand, eagerly inquiring about every detail. Chapter 32. The birth of little Morgan. 8 months had passed since Pepper discovered she was pregnant, and she was nearing her due date, becoming the most esteemed resident of Howard Manor. Initially, Pepper had resisted moving to Howard Manor, but after a meeting between the Howards and Pepper's parents, Howard decided to place all of his shares in Stark Industries under the name of the unborn child. Faced with the Howards' heartfelt pleas and her parents' earnest counsel, Pepper reluctantly agreed to reside in Howard Manor. Within the manor, the obstetricians, who had been on high alert for months, were truly delighted. They had received the most extravagant treatment in history, each one eagerly anticipating the arrival of the newborn. Initially flustered and feeling the disdain of his parents, Tony eventually retreated to the laboratory, believing he no longer had a place at home. As the time for the child's birth drew near, he could no longer remain in the lab. Even the latest high-tech machinery lost its significance in his eyes. He began to secretly observe Pepper, sometimes lingering at the doorway lost in thought, other times standing there with a silly grin. Qin Yi was equally perplexed by the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon hearing the news, he hurried back to Kamartaj, searching for Master Gu Yi for quite some time before finally locating her. Grasping her hand, he inquired, "Old Yao, is there a spell in Kamartaj for maintaining a pregnancy?" Gu Yi, taken aback by Qin Yi's question, stared at him with a puzzled expression. "You are expecting a child, but it seems a bit premature," she remarked, her gaze laden with meaning. Qin Yi quickly shook his head. "It's Tony's, not mine." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi spoke earnestly. "Kamartaj is a sanctuary for maintaining the dimensional safety of Earth." All right, just tell me what you need me to do," he replied. Gu Yi smiled slightly, producing a tome of spells and handing it to Qin Yi. After glancing at it, he exclaimed, "Old Yao, you're holding out on me. You actually have secrets." With a smile, Gu Yi chose not to respond, instead closing the book in Qin Yi's hands and pointing to the title, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Qin Yi looked down to read, "The Complete Guide to Obstetric Magic of Kamartaj." Embarrassed, he scratched his head, determined not to give Gu Yi the satisfaction of teasing him, and promptly vanished from Kamartaj. Upon returning to Howard Manor, Pepper gazed at Qin Yi with confusion as he prepared to cast a spell. Aunt Maria spent a considerable time explaining to her, calming her emotions. Tony awkwardly stood by, feeling out of place in the now crowded living room, and, still uneasy, asked Qin Yi, "Qin, is this really going to work? I've never heard of magic being able to maintain a pregnancy." Qin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Tony. "You should count your blessings. Go ask in other universes if there's a supreme sorcerer helping with pregnancies. For the sake of my future niece, I won't hold it against you." He then reassured Pepper, "Sister Pepper, the magic will foster a closer affinity between the fetus and magic, ensuring the little one's health. You need not worry. I am the most powerful supreme sorcerer on Earth." Although Pepper nodded, her gaze still drifted anxiously toward Aunt Maria, who comfortingly held her hand. Howard Manor. Qin Yi cast a glance at Uncle Howard and Tony, who had been pacing back and forth at the entrance of the delivery room for nearly half an hour, causing a surge of unease within him. Aunt Maria and a cadre of midwives and doctors were tending to Pepper, who had been undergoing an 8-month-long magical pregnancy stabilization process. Qin Yi, already feeling the pangs of hunger intensifying beyond the threshold of 90, could scarcely be bothered to observe. Instead, he retrieved an apple from his magical space, consuming it while pondering the dire implications of his predicament. Should this continue, he mused, He might surpass a hunger level of 100 long before the Marvel Cinematic Universe unveiled itself in 2008. Casting a glance at the system affixed to his left wrist, he noted that it was already 2001. The cursed number 89757 had been dormant for a decade. Was it truly content to slumber into eternity, fading into obscurity? When he had merged with the power of the fairy, had this entity not foreseen the challenges that lay ahead? For the present Qin Yi, merely indulging in food and self-hypnosis could no longer alleviate the searing hunger that gnawed at him. Were it not for his advanced healing magic, he suspected he would have succumbed to madness by now. Yet, even this healing magic could only stave off the torment of hunger for half of each day. A solution was imperative. He feared that if the issue of hunger remained unresolved, he might mirror the fate of some legendary figures from other universes, leading to the annihilation of this universe. The sole distinction would lie in the manner of its destruction. It would be consumed by Qin Yi himself. He remained uncertain of what form he would ultimately take. Would he become a being akin to Galactus, the devourer of worlds, or perhaps transform like Dormammu, forsaking his corporeal form to become a sovereign of unknown dimensions? In the tranquil courtyard, the only sounds were the footsteps of Howard and his son. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a newborn shattered the silence, jolting Qin Yi from his reverie. Tony and his father exchanged an excited glance and rushed towards the delivery room, only to be halted by the doctor at the entrance. Confronted by these esteemed patrons, the doctor cautiously explained, "Mr. Stark, please wait a moment. Once the physician inside has completed the necessary care, you may enter." Howard nodded at Tony, quietly awaiting at the door. Qin Yi approached Tony, gently patting his shoulder before inquiring, "Have you decided on a name, Tony?" Tony nodded affirmatively. "Morgan, as agreed upon with Pepper." "Well, Pepper has an eccentric uncle named Morgan. With the birth of little Morgan, she became the apple of the family's eye, swiftly ascending to the foremost position within Howard's estate. Uncle Howard often found himself grinning foolishly at the swaddled infant, while Aunt Maria frequently forgot to prepare breakfast for the others. Qin Yi had to frequently conjure a bounty of food from his magical space to stave off their hunger. Tony's emotions were complex. On one hand, he felt guilt towards Pepper, and on the other, as a first-time father, he struggled to comprehend his feelings. He hardly had the opportunity to gaze upon little Morgan in her stroller, as she was monopolized by Howard and Maria, along with Qin Yi, who was experiencing the joys of unclehood for the first time. Pepper had no intention of marrying Tony, believing that he was clearly unprepared for the commitments of married life. Much to Aunt Maria's confusion, Maria held Pepper's hand tightly, affirming, "We are family, child." Pepper nodded, choosing to remain at Howard's estate to care for little Morgan, even though her assistance was seldom required. Qin Yi found their delicate situation puzzling, yet it seemed irrelevant. Cradling little Morgan, he chuckled foolishly, contemplating timelines and dimensions, while prioritizing the well-being of his cherished niece. Chapter 33. Qin Yi's Critique Conference. As seasons changed, little Morgan gradually grew up, and Qin Yi was astonished to realize that time had progressed to 2005. He couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time passes with a child in the home. Fortunately, the past 2 years had been uneventful, primarily spent with Qin Yi and Howard accompanying little Morgan. During the day, Tony and Pepper were occupied at Stark Industries, returning to Howard's estate in the evenings, yet they seemingly never broached the topic of marriage or future plans. The 4-year-old Morgan shouted "Uncle" from afar, dashing towards Qin Yi with outstretched arms, and just as she neared him, she paused momentarily before leaping into his embrace, accompanied by a ripple of magical energy. The little one nestled in Qin Yi's embrace, gently planted a kiss on his cheek, and said, "Uncle, take me out to play." Qin Yi affectionately ruffled the child's hair and replied, "Morgan, remember not to use magic outside." When Morgan was just 3 years old, Qin Yi brought him to Kamartaj. Upon first seeing the child in Qin Yi's arms, the Ancient One was astounded by Morgan's magical prowess, left momentarily speechless, and pondered whether the book The Comprehensive Guide to Obstetric Magic of Kamartaj was truly that effective. Perhaps it was indeed necessary to arrange for some obstetric mages. However, Qin Yi did not follow the Ancient One's suggestion for young Morgan to sign a magical contract with the 3 ancient deities of Kamartaj. After consulting with the Ancient One, with her assistance, the target of Morgan's magical contract was changed to Qin Yi. With the boundless energy of the fairy's power and the devouring force of the phoenix, coupled with several infinity stones, Qin Yi sensed that the terrifying energy within him had likely surpassed that of the ancient gods. After helping young Morgan sign the magical contract, the Ancient One's wise gaze remained fixed upon Qin Yi, unwavering for a long while. Unable to withstand her scrutiny any longer, Qin Yi, cradling young Morgan, fled into the spatial vortex. "Uncle," Morgan said, pinching Qin Yi's cheek with her tiny hand. As Qin Yi regained his composure, he couldn't help but think to himself, what is happening to me? Why has my mind been so scattered lately? Could it be that I'm developing a psychological disorder from hunger? It seems I need to find time to ask old Yao if he has a solution. Where do you want to play, Morgan? The little one pondered for a long time, biting her finger, before softly replying, Uncle, I want to play in the sky. I want to fly. Watching Morgan spread her arms and flutter like a little bird, Qin Yi tightened his embrace around her, soaring into the sky. The two of them, Qin Yi with the excited child in his arms, flew far away, oblivious to Howard and his wife calling out to Qin Yi behind them. Aunt Maria turned back in frustration and said to Howard, we need to keep an eye on young Qin. Howard nodded in agreement, knowing full well that young Qin had certainly heard them and was being deliberately mischievous. He thought to himself, this simply cannot continue. He indulges Morgan too much, to the point of wanting to fly up and pluck stars in the moon. Just a few days prior, young Morgan had returned from kindergarten and, during dinner, mentioned that the teacher had explained that stars and the moon could not be plucked from the sky. After finishing their meal, while everyone was tidying up the dining table, Qin Yi quietly cradled little Morgan and ventured into the vastness of outer space, arriving at a desolate planet in an unknown galaxy. With a single punch, he shattered the lifeless orb and transformed its core into a delicate necklace, which he adorned around the child's neck. Had it not been for the relentless inquiries from Pepper during bedtime, the family would have remained oblivious to Qin Yi's perilous escapades with the child. The following morning, the family convened an early morning assembly to reprimand Qin Yi. Just 2 days had passed, and he had whisked little Morgan away to yet another mysterious location. In the sky, curled up in Qin Yi's embrace, little Morgan joyfully sang along with him. I have a pair of invisible wings. Take me to fly, grant me hope. Qin Yi soared with Morgan from the South Pole to the North Pole, traversing the expanse of the earth. The child's jubilant laughter filled the air, making Qin Yi feel for the first time that this was not merely a dream. It was achingly real, and his heart was no longer hollow. As Qin Yi ensnared a cloud with his magic, a protective shield of spells enveloped little Morgan, who leapt from Qin Yi's arms onto the cloud, bouncing joyfully. After a while, feeling a bit fatigued, the little one nestled back into Qin Yi's arms and inquired, Uncle, the teacher said we must keep secrets today. What is your greatest secret? Lying on the cloud with his hands behind his head, Qin Yi gazed at the small figure resting on his chest. My greatest secret? He mused. Little Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. I used to be called Qin Ani, with the nickname Qin Bashi, but I found it rather unattractive. So I changed it to Qin Yi. With a serious expression, little Morgan raised her tiny fist and declared, Uncle, I will keep your secret. Qin Yi, amused by the child's earnestness, suddenly paused, realizing that the emptiness within him stemmed from the absence of those familiar voices. When Qin Yi stealthily returned to Howard Manor with little Morgan, their eyes met, and Morgan expressed her concern. Uncle, something feels off. Let's hide in Camartage for a few days. Before they could react further, Tony emerged from Qin Yi's newly constructed laboratory and spotted the two lurking at the entrance. Qin, Morgan, what are you doing standing at the door? Little Morgan frantically gestured for her father to remain silent, but Tony was oblivious to the child's signals. Their attempt to escape back to Camartage was interrupted by Aunt Maria's voice from within the house. Xiao Qin, have you brought Morgan back? Exchanging glances with the little one, they obediently stepped inside. In the living room, Tony gazed blankly at the scene before him. He yearned to inquire about the peculiar situation, yet the strange atmosphere stifled his curiosity. Tony was acutely aware of his subordinate position within the family hierarchy and surmised that no one would enlighten him. Qin Yi and little Morgan were seated on the sofa, while the Howard couple and Pepper Potts stood opposite them, all evidently suppressing something. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Aunt Maria addressed Qin Yi, saying, Qin, you are now 20 years old, no longer a child. Consider this. In just this month, you have whisked little Morgan away to outer space 3 times, spent a day beneath the sea, and frolicked on the moon several times. What if danger were to arise, and you could not return? Is Earth too small for your adventures? Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Tony finally grasped what was transpiring. He regarded Qin Yi with a conflicted expression, pondering if he had misplaced his trust. After all, he had not seen Qin Yi take him to such places for years. The little one, head bowed and silent, clutched Qin Yi's clothing, visibly distressed. Howard quickly intervened, halting his wife's tirade against Qin Yi, while he cradled little Morgan, gently rocking her to soothe his granddaughter. Maria sighed in resignation at this sight, and as if struck by a thought, she turned to Pepper and said, Pepper, have a look at that girl from the other family. She seems quite nice. Introduce her to little Qin, so he doesn't wander aimlessly all day. Later that night, After the Howard couple had lulled their granddaughter to sleep, they returned to their room, soon succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized before their bed. Ensuring that the life force endurance of the Howards was sufficient, Qin Yi stealthily began to channel life energy to them, his brow furrowed in concern. It made no sense. The rate at which their life energy was depleting had accelerated dramatically compared to previous years. Moments later, Qin Yi vanished within the room amidst a swirling vortex of energy. In Tony's chamber, Pepper, filled with curiosity, inquired of Tony, who lay upon the bed, "Is Qin truly formidable?" Tony pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "To what extent?" Pepper pressed further. After a lengthy recollection, Tony finally responded, "He is acknowledged as the most powerful on Earth, a supreme sorcerer. Perhaps even surpassing the legendary deities, so powerful that he can traverse to other universes at will." Chapter 34. Captured a green chubby one at Howard S. estate. Little Morgan gazed pitifully at Qin Yi, who was busy packing his bag. "Uncle, I'm on vacation now." Qin Yi affectionately ruffled the young lad's hair and replied, "Morgan, this bag is a newly crafted magical space from your uncle. From now on, whenever you stumble upon something you fancy, you can stow it inside." Morgan nodded eagerly and rummaged through the bag for a while before pointing at a heap of cards strewn across the sofa. "Uncle, what are these cards?" "Oh, those are magical cards I've prepared for you. I've sealed various spells within them. When you wish to use one, simply infuse it with a touch of your magical energy." Qin Yi explained. "The white ones are for healing. Remember to use one promptly if you accidentally hurt yourself. The golden card is a protective shield. Feel free to use several in times of danger. Rest assured, I will arrive before the shield shatters." Morgan's eyes sparkled with wonder as he eagerly sifted through the vibrant array of cards. Moments later, his small arms were filled with black cards. "Uncle, what are these black ones?" Qin Yi gently patted his head, realizing he had mistakenly included those. "Morgan, do not use these recklessly. They contain forbidden magic sealed by your uncle." Upon hearing this, little Morgan quickly turned and stuffed the cards back into the bag. Qin Yi knelt down, grasping the child's face earnestly. "Morgan, just one of these could obliterate our estate into mere ashes. If you wish to avoid confinement, ensure they are well guarded. And only use them in dire circumstances when we are not by your side." After a moment's thought, he added, "These cards have been modified. They automatically target enemies. So you need not fear harming yourself." Delighted, the little one wrapped his arms around Qin Yi's neck and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. "What is it that brings such joy?" "Morgan, do share with Grandma." The little one, startled by Aunt Mary's inquiry, felt a pang of guilt and became momentarily flustered. She hurriedly stuffed all the magical cards from the sofa into her backpack, standing foolishly beside Qin Yi. Qin Yi shrugged and explained, "When I picked Morgan up from school, I came across a vendor selling cards, and the little one took quite a liking to them, so I bought them all." Seeing Qin Yi's indifferent shrug, Aunt Maria sighed helplessly and approached to take the little one's hand. "Morgan, Grandma will take you to play in the yard." As they walked towards the yard, the little one glanced back at Qin Yi, signaling, "Uncle, hide the backpack well." Qin Yi, feeling bored in the living room, aimlessly fumbled with the remote control. After a moment, he remembered something and quickly dialed a number, inquiring, "Alway, is it not settled yet? It has been nearly 4 years. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 4 years? Can't you resolve a simple game in such a long time?" Alway on the other end of the line was equally speechless. He was a mutant, albeit one with limited combat abilities. After the peace conference 2 years ago, he had only recently dared to venture out to seek employment. During his interview at the Illuminati base, he was discovered by Qin Yi, the current boss, who, upon learning that he had formerly served as the chief engineer for a gaming company, decided to invest in establishing a gaming company. At the company's brainstorming session, no one had any thoughts about creating a game until Qin Yi brought forth a hefty stack of documents, instructing everyone to develop a game named Original Medicine based on his concepts. Initially, the team thought Qin Yi, being so young and having spent considerable time on the billionaire list due to Stark Communications Group's soaring stock prices, was merely bored. However, upon reviewing the extensive materials on the conference table, they were astounded to discover that he was indeed a genius, having graduated from MIT at the age of 17. Since that day, the company recruited many new talents. It must be noted that Qin Yi treated his employees with remarkable generosity, a rarity among capitalists. Everyone worked tirelessly. Yet the ambitious project he envisioned proved to be immensely vast. After 4 long years and billions invested in research and development, they had only just begun to reach a point of completion. "Boss, just give me a few more weeks." "No, just a few days, and I will definitely meet the deadline." Alway pleaded. "Alway, the boss is quite good to you, isn't he? Hurry up, I'm nearly bored to death." After hanging up, Aoi could not fathom whether this was the pursuit of the wealthy. Shaking his head, he returned to his work. In Howard Manor, little Morgan, exhausted from playing in the yard with her grandmother, lay quietly in Qin Yi's embrace. They both stared blankly at the television, while Qin Yi's mind wandered, lost in thought, until the little one's astonished voice broke the silence. "Uncle, look at the big green one and the ugly creature." Snapping back to reality, Qin Yi followed Morgan's pointing finger to the emergency news broadcast on the screen. The Hulk and Abomination were engaged in their final showdown on the streets of New York. Qin Yi pondered, wasn't Dr. Banner recruited by his new company as an engineer? Why was he entangled in this battle with Abomination again? Previously, Qin Yi had purchased a building near Stark Tower, which, after renovation, had transformed into a new company whimsically named Life Control Models. He intended to eventually unveil an upgraded version of Howard's fully automated combat mechas, a smart life steward. A thought crossed Qin Yi's mind. Could the current situation be a self-correction of this universe? In his arms, little Morgan gazed intently at the news, where the now violent Hulk and Abomination were hurling cars at each other like children in a brawl. Qin Yi helplessly tapped his head, wondering if the little one might be led astray by these events. Perhaps he should check on Dr. Banner. After all, he was one of his employees. If this chaotic universe inadvertently caused harm to him, the loss would be considerable. Gently ruffling Morgan's hair, Qin Yi murmured, "Morgan, how about we go take a look?" The little one turned to him, excitement twinkling in her eyes as she nodded eagerly. Embracing little Morgan, Qin Yi stepped into a swirling portal that appeared before them. Vanishing from the living room. On the streets of New York, the cacophony of exploding cars thrown by the Hulk and Abomination filled the air, flames lighting up the smoggy atmosphere. Amid the ruins, intermittent cries for help and desperate pleas echoed through the chaos. Suspended in the air, holding Morgan close, Qin Yi waved his hand, conjuring a magical barrier that concealed them from sight. After surveying the tumultuous scene, Morgan turned to Qin Yi. "Uncle, please save them." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. As his gaze fell upon a particular wreckage, an inexplicable energy enveloped the injured crowd nearby, transporting them to safety. A gentle white light began to emanate from the energy, gradually healing their wounds and ensuring their lives were spared. Once the entire street's injured populace was secured, Qin Yi ceased his efforts, the energy darting away in an instant. He paid no heed to those reckless individuals, still brandishing their phones, desperately trying to capture the moment. Even if they were using devices from his own company, those who seek excitement must be prepared for its consequences. What Qin Yi failed to notice was that the mysterious energy's rescue of the crowd had been captured by a camera on the street. In the midst of fierce battle, the injured Hulk, empowered by his girlfriend, ensnared the Abomination with a massive iron chain. As Hulk prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a cry from his girlfriend halted him. The two adversaries locked eyes for a moment before Hulk relinquished the chain. Surrounding him were the beautiful police officers and military personnel, weapons drawn. He planted a foot upon the chest of the fallen Abomination, letting out a roar towards the heavens before propelling the creature towards General Ross. Sharing a glance with his girlfriend Betty, he wiped away her tears and, illuminated by the spotlight of hovering helicopters, leapt away from the street. Qin Yi, addressing the dazed little Morgan, said, "Come, Uncle will take you to catch the green giant." Hulk, who had been leaping through the city, felt increasingly agitated as the helicopters relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, he spotted a swirling vortex ahead and, after a moment's hesitation, jumped into it. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, carrying little Morgan, departed from the street and, amidst spatial fluctuations, arrived in a desert somewhere on Earth. He waved his hand to manifest a mirrored space and leaned down to the little one in his arms, saying, "Morgan, try to see if you can capture this big fellow using the magic you've learned before. Those cards will work too." Little Morgan, a mix of fear and excitement, replied, "Uncle, I'm scared." "Fear not, for I am here. The shield you wear is unbreakable by him. Consider it a practice for releasing your wartime magic." As Hulk plunged into the vortex, he tumbled through the spatial tunnel for quite some time. Upon emerging into the mirrored space conjured by Qin Yi, he stood up, taking a moment to recuperate before discerning the gradually overlapping figures before him, a dashing man and an adorable little girl. Qin Yi pondered whether Hulk and Banner were sharing memories at that moment. If so, the creature before him should recognize his boss, Qin Yi. Shaking his head, the agitated Hulk let out a thunderous roar, causing little Morgan's face to pale in fright. Qin Yi, tapping his forehead, couldn't help but think that perhaps it was a bit premature. If he remained by little Morgan's side, she wouldn't have to confront such dangers. On the other side, little Morgan, frightened, immediately discarded dozens of black magical cards. Observing this, Qin Yi exclaimed in alarm and swiftly cast several magical shields towards Hulk. If he were not killed by the abomination, being blown up by Little Morgan would result in a significant loss for the company due to the absence of such an engineer. As the enchanted cards, sealed with forbidden spells, were thrown, the magic, upon detecting the enemy within Morgan's heart, flew directly towards the bewildered Hulk. In an instant, before he could react, a terrifying magical explosion engulfed his form, causing even the mirrored space conjured by Qin Yi to tremble precariously, as if it might shatter at any moment. Qin Yi hastily reinforced the mirrored space with several energy shields. After the explosive aftermath subsided, the green giant Hulk lay silently on the ground, motionless. The little girl, still enthralled by the excitement of the recent explosion, hesitated for a moment before approaching Hulk and poking him gently with her small finger. Qin Yi, shaking his head in exasperation, released a few healing spells. Under the pure white glow of the healing magic, Hulk soon regained consciousness, gazing fearfully at the little girl beside him. In a panic, he scrambled away from Morgan. Half-seated on the ground, Hulk breathed weakly and soon succumbed to slumber, gradually transforming into a frail human form. The little girl shyly approached Qin Yi and tugged at the corner of his garment. "Uncle, I promise I won't throw so many next time." Qin Yi, helplessly reflecting on how many he had stored in that magical space, wondered if he had inadvertently released the forbidden spells sealed away from previous years. Dr. Banner, lying on the ground, slowly awakened. Upon recognizing the figures before him, he hurriedly stood, shame etched upon his face. "Boss, what are you doing here? I hope I didn't hurt you." Qin Yi patted his head, noticing Banner's disheveled appearance, clad only in a large green pair of shorts, as he awkwardly crossed his arms over his chest. "Boss, please help me. I need to temporarily leave this beautiful country." Qin Yi nodded, then recalled that he had not paid attention to their surroundings, realizing that they were likely not in the beautiful country after all. Where had Banner been hiding? Cuba or the Amazon jungle? Forget it. Let the revelation unfold. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi conjured a swirling vortex of space before the astonished Dr. Banner. From the depths of the magical realm, he produced a mobile phone and a laptop, presenting them to Banner. These devices were encrypted, evading the scrutiny of the American government, with internet connections solely reliant on independent satellites. Should you encounter any matters, contact me via phone. I shall send you any work through email, and your salary will remain unaffected. Return to me when you have come to a realization." Qin Yi added, addressing the dazed Dr. Banner. "This vortex will transport you directly to Cuba, a place where the American influence is relatively weak." After bidding farewell, Dr. Banner stepped into the vortex, his mind a flurry of thoughts. Was his employer truly this formidable? Did he still need to conceal himself? Once Banner vanished amidst the spatial fluctuations, Qin Yi's phone rang again. Without needing to glance, he knew who was calling. What a mess. I got so caught up playing with Little Morgan that I lost track of dinner time. He hurriedly embraced the equally troubled Little Morgan and stepped into the swirling vortex. Chapter 35. The Queenly Wanda at Howard's estate. Today marked Little Morgan's day of learning magic at Kamartaj. The young one was sent off early in the morning by Qin Yi. In the underground laboratory, Tony and Qin Yi stared blankly at the Mark V suit before them. In recent years, due to the arrival of Little Morgan, Tony had been somewhat sidetracked. As the child began to navigate between school and Kamartaj, balancing education and the pursuit of magic, their lives had taken an unexpected turn. Tony also carved out time to continue his research on the Mark series. Qin Yi pondered the recent rapid decline in vitality of Uncle Howard and Aunt Maria, which seemed rather abnormal. After observing them for several days, Qin Yi found no apparent irregularities. There were no traces of magic or signs of witchcraft. Just earlier, when he had descended with Tony, he had seen the elderly couple languidly basking in the sun in their yard. Concerned, Qin Yi, while dropping Little Morgan off at Kamartaj that morning, had asked Master Gu Yi to take a look, yet nothing seemed amiss. Even Master Yao, an encyclopedia of knowledge with centuries of experience, could not discern any anomalies. Could it truly be that Uncle and Aunt had simply reached an age of decline? After all, Carter, who was nearly the same age as Uncle, had lived until 2012, awakening Captain America from his icy slumber. It seemed implausible. Qin Yi believed that the life force he had imparted should sustain Uncle and Aunt for many more years. Their vitality should not be diminishing at such a pace. Tony glanced at the lost in thought Qin Yi, while he himself was mentally comparing the various elements and their strengthening effects on the mecha's reactor. If palladium were placed in the core reactor, it would somewhat fall short of keeping pace with the mecha's upgrades. A more powerful core reactor was urgently needed. However, in recent times, he had nearly experimented with all elements available on Earth. Now, Tony contemplated whether he should persuade Qin Yi to accompany him to an extraterrestrial realm, hoping to discover elements unknown on Earth, suitable for a more formidable reactor. Unbeknownst to Qin Yi, Tony's distraction stemmed from the fact that Uncle Howard, who had previously visited the lab and offered suggestions, had recently been too unwell to frequent the underground laboratory. The two had spent the entire morning in the basement deliberating, but had made little progress. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the silence. Qin Yi retrieved his phone and upon answering, was greeted by little Morgan's excited voice. "Uncle, hurry. Aunt Gu Yi and Sister Wanda are fighting." Caught off guard, Qin Yi stared at his phone, bemused by the chaotic hierarchy of relationships. Frowning, he turned to Tony and said, "Tony, please watch over Uncle and Aunt. I must step out." Tony nodded, watching as Qin Yi vanished from the lab in a swirl of spatial energy. Camartage. Qin Yi had just emerged from the spatial vortex when a nearby mage urgently called out, "Supreme Mage." Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively and lifted his gaze skyward. The 17-year-old Wanda, with commendable development, had strayed from the topic. Surrounded by a vibrant crimson aura, her hair, previously tied up, now cascaded over her shoulders. She stood suspended above Camartage, confronting the stern-faced Ancient One. However, Qin Yi sensed that Wanda's expression was rather unusual. This universe's Wanda had also endured the loss of her parents. After being brought back to Camartage by Qin Yi, she and Pietro had been well cared for, living without the traumatic experiences of the Hydra laboratory. Over the years, young Wanda had remained a gentle soul, often blushing shyly in Qin Yi's presence. Yet now, suspended in the air, she exuded a commanding queenly presence. Qin Yi glanced at Camartage, where traces of magical devastation and shattered structures lay evident. It was clear that Wanda and the Ancient One had engaged in a fierce battle prior. Little Morgan, cradled in Jean Grey's arms, excitedly waved at her suddenly appearing uncle, only to pout in disappointment upon noticing that he was fixated on Wanda. Qin Yi's thoughts became muddled. According to his recollections, Wanda had acquired the infamous Darkhold from Agatha following the endgame battle in Avengers: Infinity War. After practicing the chaos magic within the Darkhold, she transformed into the Scarlet Witch. However, the current young Wanda had no opportunity to access the Darkhold during this timeline. Years earlier, when Qin Yi located Wanda and Pietro, he had altered Agatha's memories, and she had since diligently taken on the role of a treasure hunter. Confounded by these circumstances, Qin Yi waved his hand, channeling pure energy to control Wanda in midair. Her attire gradually morphed into the robes of the Supreme Mage as she floated beside the Ancient One. Before Qin Yi could inquire, the Ancient One spoke. "Wanda possesses an energy akin to her original self, which manifested suddenly this morning. If this persists, she will lose her consciousness and become a mere puppet of that energy." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi approached the suspended Wanda, placing his hands on her struggling face. As he stabilized her head, he gazed into her eyes. His surging mental energy penetrated Wanda's mental realm. Within the vast expanse of her consciousness, upon Qin Yi's arrival, crimson trees surged from the ground, soon blossoming with vibrant red flowers. Observing the sudden shower of petals in this mental landscape, Qin Yi's expression turned peculiar. Was this a peach blossom spring? To prevent Wanda's mental realm from being disturbed, Qin Yi's psychic energy gradually extended outward. Moments later, beneath the ruins of a dilapidated house, he discovered the trembling figure of young Wanda. Observing the familiar ruins, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance to the place where he had first found Wanda and Pietro 6 years prior. Had all these years passed without healing the wounds within her heart? With a sigh, Qin Yi soared towards the ruins. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the debris, revealing a terrified Wanda, who, upon seeing Qin Yi, rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. As he gently stroked the trembling young girl, he patted her head until she finally calmed down, clinging to him with unwavering resolve. "You seem quite different from the other Supreme Sorcerers." A voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Qin Yi grasped young Wanda's hand and turned to see a figure strikingly similar to her, yet more mature. A grown Wanda adorned in crimson attire, her head crowned with a matching ornament, and crimson magic swirling between her hands. The Scarlet Witch? Qin Yi was filled with questions. Had he inadvertently stumbled into Wanda's domain? Confronted by the perplexed expression of Qin Yi, the Scarlet Witch glanced at the robe signifying the Supreme Sorcerer adorning him, then spoke to herself. "I harbor no intentions of being your adversary. I merely seek to acquire knowledge through the magic of Camartage." Qin Yi regarded the mature witch before him, exuding an aura of regality, and mused internally. "Though you share the name Wanda, it is regrettable that you are not my Wanda." Without further ado, Qin Yi waved his hand, channeling energy that subdued the Scarlet Witch. He then comforted the trembling young Wanda, who had begun to shiver at the sight of the Scarlet Witch's appearance. Approaching the restrained figure, he gazed through her eyes, traversing countless cosmic nodes, until he beheld the true form of the Scarlet Witch seated atop a high platform within the Wandagore mountain sanctum. As if sensing his scrutiny, she opened her eyes, locking her gaze with Qin Yi's. In the 616 universe, Kamartaj, Qin Yi effortlessly obliterated the projection of the Scarlet Witch within Wanda's mental space. Ensuring the safety of young Wanda's psyche, he departed the vast, white mental realm. Ancient One and a host of sorcerers stood poised, observing the duo suspended in midair until Qin Yi returned to normalcy. He gently cradled the now stabilized young Wanda in his arms, gradually descending before Ancient One. Nodding respectfully to the sorceress, Qin Yi initially intended to venture to Wandagore Mountain in that universe. However, the restored young Wanda clung tightly to his hand, reluctant to release her grip. With a warm smile, he tousled her hair and led her towards the garden of Kamartaj. Peter, concealed behind his mentor Mordo, finally comprehended the source of the inexplicable enmity that had lingered within him since first encountering the Supreme Sorcerer, or rather, Qin Yi, 6 years prior. He yearned to rush forward, yet Mordo's firm grasp restrained him. Peter gazed up at his mentor, bewildered by the hold he maintained. After a moment's contemplation, he relinquished the impulse, resolving to bide his time until he could confront him, jotting down notes for future reference. Mordo observed his obedient disciple, now calmed by his intervention, and felt a sense of pride. A pupil worth teaching. My dear apprentice, you remain unaware of the Supreme Sorcerer's meticulous nature. Once, Caecilius provoked him, resulting in the Supreme Sorcerer sealing Caecilius's body and casting numerous portals that allowed him to fall for a full 3 days, only to be revived each time by a swift stroke of white magic. In the aftermath, one might wonder why, prior to the Supreme Sorcerer's ascension, no sorcerer from the 3 great sanctums dared to challenge Qin Yi. Chapter 36. Accompanying you to witness the meteor shower in the secluded garden of Kamartaj. As Qin Yi strolled hand in hand with Wanda, she suddenly embraced him, unwilling to part. Qin Yi felt the overwhelming tide of emotions and thought, alas, she is not yet 18. This cannot be condoned. His upbringing forbade such actions from a person of integrity, kindness, and compassion. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge in the embrace a while longer, reasoning that no law deemed a hug as illicit conduct. The two remained entwined for an extended period until Ancient One's cough broke the silence behind them. Qin Yi turned to regard her, his gaze imbued with an intensity that compelled Ancient One to ponder. Have they truly been locked in embrace for nearly an hour without releasing each other? At last, the bashful Wanda withdrew, yet she did not release his hand, maintaining her grasp. Ancient One sighed. You should keep Wanda close by, or perhaps remain in Kamartaj to watch over her. That energy may return unexpectedly. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Wanda tightened her grip on Qin Yi's hand. He rolled his eyes at Ancient One, as if I wish to be apart. Nurturing our bond is ideal. I have yet to devise a solution regarding Wanda's parents. Should I directly inform her that the bomb that obliterated her home and parents was crafted by those who raised me? Qin Yi could scarcely recall how Wanda had forgiven Tony Stark in the original universe. It had seemed a trivial moment, barely receiving a few minutes of screen time in the film. Yet, immersed in the experience, he realized how tormenting it truly was. Ancient One suddenly understood, shrugging resignedly at Qin Yi. Very well, let us proceed to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Ever since the construction of the building housing the Life Model Decoy Company, I have yet to reside there. After exchanging a few words with Master Gu Yi, Qin Yi grasped Wanda's hand, and together they went to fetch little Morgan. The top 3 floors of the modulation tower were designed as Qin Yi's new abode, while the 6 floors beneath housed a laboratory conceived by both Qin Yi and Tony. Essentially, all the equipment from the laboratory beneath Howard's estate had been relocated here, and several floors below that served as the new company's headquarters. Upon arriving at his new home, accompanied by Wanda and little Morgan through the spatial vortex, the exuberant child joyfully tugged at Wanda's hand, dashing about the living room. After calling Tony to explain the situation, although Howard and Maria were somewhat apprehensive, they advised him not to let the little one stay up too late. After rummaging through the kitchen refrigerator several times, Qin Yi ultimately confirmed that he had never intended to reside here, at least not for the time being. Glancing at the food within the magical space, he realized there was nothing suitable for a child. With a resigned sigh, he returned through the spatial vortex to Howard's estate. After packing little Morgan's food, he also took 2 sets of utensils. Amidst the astonished gazes of Uncle Howard, Aunt Maria, Tony, and Pepper, he vanished from the dining room with a ripple of spatial energy. Tony, the first to regain his composure, uncertainly turned to his parents and questioned, "Did Qin just take 2 sets of utensils, aside from little Morgan's?" The Howard couple had not observed closely, so they lifted their heads to glance at Pepper, who confirmed with a nod after several repetitions. Aunt Maria promptly addressed Pepper, suggesting that they inquire about young Morgan's return tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement, and Aunt Maria exchanged a glance with Uncle Howard. In the modulation building, Qin Yi's new abode was adorned with a bountiful array of food upon the dining table. The pitiful little Morgan sat beside Qin Yi, engrossed in her meal, occasionally casting glances at the roasted meat on the table, clearly irked by her uncle's prohibition against indulging. Wanda sat snugly beside Qin Yi, persistently serving him dishes. Observing Morgan's aggrieved expression, Qin Yi could no longer bear it. He sliced several pieces of roasted meat and offered them to the little one, affectionately ruffling her hair while advising her not to overeat, lest digestion become troublesome that evening. The little one gleefully stood up and planted a kiss on Qin Yi's cheek. Meanwhile, Wanda quietly watched the charming interaction between Qin Yi and the adorable Morgan. When Qin Yi playfully urged her to eat, reminding her that the task of bathing the little one would soon be entrusted to her, Wanda nodded. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she summoned her courage and gently kissed Qin Yi on the cheek. Qin Yi stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, while little Morgan, witnessing the scene, stifled giggles, contemplating how she would share this amusing incident with her grandparents and parents the next day, remarking on her uncle's silliness. After their meal, little Morgan clamored in the living room for Qin Yi to take her out to play. Evidently thrilled that her grandparents and mother were unable to oversee her escapades that evening. Unable to resist the heartfelt pleas of the little one, Qin Yi reluctantly acquiesced. Cradling Morgan in his arms, he turned to the dazed Wanda and instructed, "Wanda, hold my hand." Nodding in response, Wanda joyfully grasped Qin Yi's hand and stood happily beside him. As the energy coursing through Qin Yi enveloped the three of them, they were transported to the Antarctic, where the polar night had already descended. Little Morgan clung to Qin Yi's neck, her voice soft and plaintive. "Uncle, this place isn't fun. Just wait a moment, little Morgan. I shall conjure something entertaining for you." After stabilizing several massive glaciers with magic, he waved his hand, and a grand sofa materialized atop the ice. Gently placing the magic-shielded little Morgan onto the sofa, he settled beside her and beckoned to Wanda, who quietly sat next to him. Qin Yi extended a hand toward a distant part of outer space. With the energy he released, a nearby asteroid belt began to tremble violently, and soon, a multitude of meteors hurtled towards Earth's atmosphere. As the meteors approached the atmosphere, Qin Yi's magic shattered them into countless small fragments. The resulting friction with the air ignited the fragments, transforming them into radiant meteors that streaked across the serene night sky, illuminating it with brilliant arcs of light. Little Morgan, enthralled by the celestial spectacle, sprang to her feet on the sofa, shouting with excitement. The light from the meteor shower illuminated Wanda's tranquil face as she tightly grasped Qin Yi's hand and gradually leaned against his shoulder. After a considerable time, the Ancient One from Kamartaj gazed up at the meteor shower that had been cascading for over an hour. The moment the meteors entered the atmosphere, she had sensed a familiar wave of energy and shook her head in resignation, thinking, "The youth of today truly know how to have fun." Eventually, little Morgan, having enjoyed the meteor shower for over an hour, grew weary. She yawned repeatedly and, after snuggling into Qin Yi's embrace, soon succumbed to sleep. Qin Yi glanced at the dazzling meteor shower, which abruptly ceased, and a wave of energy surrounded the sleeping child and Wanda. With a fluctuation of space, they vanished from the glacier. In the Modoc Tower, Qin Yi's new home, he gently laid the little one down on the bed after covering her with a blanket. Taking Wanda's hand, he pointed toward a room next door, but before he could say anything, Wanda shook her head. "All right then," he acquiesced, leading her to his bedroom, where she quietly sat on the edge of the bed. Qin Yi approached the piano nearby and cast a soundproofing spell to ensure little Morgan's dreams remained undisturbed. He began to play casually and spoke to Wanda, "Let me serenade you." Wanda nodded quietly in agreement. The gentle starry sky, as the rain and clouds gradually disperse, showers warmth upon us. I yearn to share the tears in your eyes, to accompany you in witnessing the meteor shower fall upon this earth, allowing your tears to rest upon my shoulder, so that you may believe my love dares to be brave solely for you. You will behold the essence of happiness. Chapter 37. On the matter of whether robots can bear children in the morning, Qin Yi was awakened by little Morgan sitting upon his belly. Startled from his slumber, he embraced the mischievous child. They frolicked for a while until little Morgan, nestled in his arms, curiously asked, "Uncle, didn't you sleep with Sister Wanda?" Qin Yi ruffled her hair with a sigh. "Morgan, Where did you learn such things? After returning little Morgan to Howard's estate, he opened a new cosmic portal, preparing to explore an unknown universe and address the potential menace posed by the somewhat malevolent Scarlet Witch. Qin Yi did not wish for this universe's Wanda to resemble her alternate self. While the regal version of Wanda appeared alluring as a traditional Eastern man, Qin Yi preferred the gentle demeanor of the current Wanda. Reassuring the concerned Wanda, he said, "I shall return shortly. If anything arises, seek Master Yao at Kamartaj." With a reluctant glance from little Wanda, Qin Yi stepped into the portal, vanishing alongside it. In the unknown universe, at Mount Vandegrass, a world blanketed in ice and snow, two sorcerers clad in Kamartaj robes and a scarlet-clad which were locked in combat. The battered supreme sorcerer, Wong, alongside Dr. Strange, who had traversed into the body of a long-deceased counterpart from another universe, utilized dreamwalking to subdue the Scarlet Witch temporarily within a golden magical cage. America Chavez, endowed with the ability to traverse the multiverse, had been captured by Wanda and was trapped atop a high altar within the temple. After glancing at Wong, who was channeling power to reinforce the cage, Strange hurriedly flew to the altar to rescue America from her bonds. In that moment, the Scarlet Witch broke free from her confinement, her fury igniting at the two who had thwarted her efforts. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell that sent Wong hurtling away. Just then, a cosmic portal materialized in midair, and as Qin Yi emerged, he spotted Wong teetering on the brink of a precipice. Swiftly conjuring a golden magical rope, he pulled Wong back from the edge. The entangled Scarlet Witch, upon seeing Qin Yi, mistook him for an ally from Kamartaj. Without hesitation, her crimson energy enveloped him as well. The freed Supreme Sorcerer Wong, glancing at Qin Yi, pointed incredulously at the eye of Agamotto hanging from Qin Yi's chest, asking in disbelief, "Supreme Sorcerer?" On the other side, confronted by the Scarlet Witch, who had mastered the Dark Grimoire, Stephen and America found themselves gradually at a disadvantage. After being struck by several of the witch's spells, they were flung before the king. The Scarlet Witch ascended slowly into the air, a black tome swirling around her chest. Crimson energy surged between her hands as she prepared to eliminate these bothersome adversaries in one fell swoop. Rising from the ground, Stephen waved his hands, conjuring two magical shields that appeared before him, determined to continue fighting until he could dissuade the witch from her perilous intentions. As the confrontation escalated, Qin Yi hastily positioned himself between the two parties. "Perhaps you could discuss matters?" The violence is rather unseemly. However, it was evident that neither side was inclined to relent, their energies intensifying with each passing moment. With his attempt at mediation failing, Qin Yi raised his hands and cast several spells to bind both parties in place, allowing for a moment of calm. After a brief interval, he addressed the three individuals ensnared together: America, the Dreamwalker, and the Supreme Mage King. "You three are here to prevent the witch from absorbing America's ability to traverse the multiverse, thereby averting a potential multiverse collapse." The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Yi then turned to the struggling Scarlet Witch, inquiring, "Miss Witch, your intent to absorb America's powers is to better care for your children, is it not?" The bound witch, finding herself unable to escape the binding spell, struggled momentarily, bewildered by the strength of this wizard. Wasn't it the other two supreme mages, bound alongside her, who were the strongest in Kamartaj? Upon hearing Qin Yi's perplexing question, she nodded in response. The individuals bound atop the mountain were utterly confounded by the unfamiliar wizard's actions as he continued. "So, your actions hinge on the premise that your children, Tommy and Billy, truly exist, correct?" The Scarlet Witch gazed at Qin Yi in shock, questioning his sanity for making such a statement. Qin Yi pressed on, "Miss Witch, you have seen the body of Vision. Though he appears indistinguishable from a normal human, at his core, Vision is an advanced technological creation, a robot. You must have seen his mechanical components. While life is indeed wondrous, in regard to the notion of Vision causing you to conceive, even with intent, it seems implausible. After all, there was likely no such function programmed into him when he was created." At this, America, bound with Stephen and the Supreme Mage King, could no longer contain her laughter at Qin Yi's bewildering gestures. Wanda, on the opposite end, momentarily paused, her mind spiraling into confusion. Grasping her hair in anguish, she lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Qin Yi, the panic in her darkened gaze morphing into a fierce glare. The black tome surrounding her began to radiate an inexplicable energy. Qin Yi glanced at it, pondering, does the Dark Grimoire possess this capability as well? As the energy emanating from the book was absorbed by the witch, the Dark Grimoire gradually faded from existence. At that moment, the witch was enveloped in a surging crimson magic that grew ever more potent. Witnessing this scene, Stephen urgently called out to Qin Yi, "Mage, quickly release us." Wanda cannot contain the energy coursing through her. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi liberated the three from their restraints. On the other side, the uncontrollable Scarlet Witch finally broke free from the restraining magic that Qin Yi had cast. She descended from the air, surrounded by a whirlwind of crimson energy, and approached Qin Yi. After exchanging a glance with him, the terrifying energies behind them collided, and the resultant shockwave obliterated the temple atop Mount Wanda in an instant. However, during this confrontation, Qin Yi sensed something amiss. Was this adversary truly so formidable? He could scarcely discern whether the energy flowing within the witch was chaotic magic or the legendary chaotic power at its zenith. Among the three ancient powers of Marvel, the fairy power within Qin Yi rarely made an appearance in the comics, and had never manifested in the cinematic universe, not even in shadow. His understanding of the fairy power was derived from the information imparted to him before the system entered dormancy. If one were to consider the characteristics of the fairy power's absorption, its potential for growth would likely be exceedingly high. Yet the price paid was an incessant feeling of hunger that ultimately led one to lose themselves in the abyss of craving. The Phoenix power that Qin Yi had absorbed from the Phoenix woman was merely one of its myriad manifestations. For the full embodiment of the Phoenix power had never been seen throughout the Marvel Universe. In contrast to the Phoenix power, the chaotic power had once appeared in its full glory in the most ancient of narratives. Could it be that the Scarlet Witch, stimulated by recent events, had transcended into the zenith of chaotic power? In this damned fusion universe, what exactly is being fused? Qin Yi glanced at the increasingly potent crimson energy emanating from the witch, pondering his next move. If he were to absorb the energy from the witch, perhaps the power of the fairies would surpass a fusion degree of 100, leading him to lose consciousness in his insatiable hunger. However, if he refrained from consuming the crimson witch's energy, what course of action could he possibly take? There seemed to be no viable option. As the shockwave dispersed, a flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Yi's mind. He extended a hand towards the witch, who was preparing to strike again, and shouted, "Wait. I've suddenly recalled a possibility." Upon hearing his words, the energy surrounding the witch came to a halt, and she curiously observed Qin Yi from a short distance away. Wong, the Supreme Mage, and Stephen, the Sorcerer Supreme, exchanged glances, both silently acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. Qin Yi, stroking his chin, addressed the witch, "Madam Witch. The chaotic magic that you wield is inherently a capability to alter reality. Is it conceivable that your twin sons, Tommy and Billy, were actually conjured by your magic and sorcery? Perhaps you have deliberately forgotten this in your subconscious. Given my proficiency in certain sorcery, shall we explore this notion together?" Chapter 38. When the hunger level surpasses 100, the crimson, which before Qin Yi furrowed her brow, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of the information, struggling to process it all. She gazed intently at Qin Yi and, after a moment, spoke. "So, you wish to bear children with me?" Qin Yi was not the only one taken aback by the witch's words. The Supreme Mage Wong, the American Miss America, and Stephen, the Sorcerer Supreme, stood in stunned silence, astonished by both the witch's declaration and Qin Yi's audacious proposal. Wong mused inwardly, marveling at this unfamiliar Supreme Mage, who truly was a formidable figure, a warrior from Kamartaj. America looked at Qin Yi with an expression filled with confusion and disbelief. How could anyone possibly desire to have children with a woman as devilish as she? Stephen's puzzled gaze shifted as he pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Could it be that they intended to employ forbidden magic to manifest the two children imagined by Wanda? No, I am not. That notion has never crossed my mind. Qin Yi hastily refuted, his thoughts racing as he pondered how to persuade the Scarlet Witch. He contemplated employing magic and sorcery in an attempt to conjure the twin children she so fervently desired when an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The enigmatic energy that had been absorbed by the Scarlet Witch began to surge violently, her eyes clouding over as her aura intensified. The crimson energy rapidly enveloped the summit of Wanda Mountain. From behind Qin Yi, the anguished voice of America echoed. Beside him, Stephen and Wong hurriedly prepared to assess her condition. However, the moment they turned, a surge of energy ensnared them, lifting them into the air. Qin Yi glanced back, observing that the three individuals were now shrouded in crimson energy, as if it had pierced their very skin. The vitality of America and Wong was swiftly being siphoned away, while Stephen, already a mere corpse, found his dreamlike consciousness being drawn forth by the witch. In a desperate bid, Qin Yi waved his hand, interrupting the witch's energy as it sought to consume the life force of America and Wong. He then unleashed several spells to pull the three to safety. engaging in a tug-of-war with the crimson energy. Qin Yi's own energy formed a protective barrier before them, clearly delineating the opposing forces on the mountaintop. To his horror, Qin Yi realized that the energy he had released was dwindling, while the crimson energy swiftly approached him. It was unfathomable that, even possessing the power of a fairy, he would one day find his energy siphoned away by another. With a bewildered glance at the witch, he noticed her murky eyes fixed upon him, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. The crimson energy quickly encircled them entirely, and as it sought to further absorb Qin Yi's energy, a small vortex materialized above his head. Upon seeing this vortex, a voice not belonging to her erupted from the witch, shouting, "No!" The vortex emitted a terrifying pulling force, scouring the area for targets. It swiftly consumed the crimson energy at the mountaintop. The witch struggled against the vortex's relentless tug, but as it expanded, it enveloped her completely. Accompanied by her cries of defiance, the energy she possessed began to be voraciously devoured by the vortex, rapidly flowing into Qin Yi's body. As the witch's energy was consumed almost entirely, her murky eyes gradually returned to clarity, leaving her weakly sprawled on the ground. The inexplicable energy that had nearly driven her to madness moments prior had now restored her consciousness. Atop the mountain, the group lay exhausted, gasping for breath. Stephen cast a relieved glance at Wanda, who had returned to her normal state. As he rose to express his gratitude to the unfamiliar mage, an aura that sent tremors throughout the cosmos emanated from Qin Yi. Within moments, the mountains near Wandage Mountain were reduced to mere ashes. A voice filled with temptation echoed incessantly in Qin Yi's mind. "Devour them. Consume them all. They belong to me." He struggled to resist the overwhelming urge to swallow the few individuals nearby, painfully turning to Stephen, who was lost in a dream, and shouted, "Quickly, flee from this shattered universe." Although the others were unaware of the unfolding events, they could sense that Qin Yi's condition was gravely amiss. In a flurry, Amelia hastily opened a cosmic portal leading to the fragmented universe. In this fractured realm, a desolate temple stood at the end of the passage. Beside it lay Stephen, impaled by iron spikes, lifeless and evidently deceased for some time. The real Stephen, who had just traversed the dreamscape, hastily emerged from the temple, grasping Christina's hand. As they approached the king, the increasingly unstable Qin Yi surged forward, glancing back briefly before sealing the portal with a wave of his hand. Kneeling at the threshold of the derelict temple, Qin Yi cradled his head in his hands, screaming in agony. The vortex above him swelled progressively larger until it matched the size of the entire desolate earth, at which point it halted. The terrifying gravitational pull of the vortex drew towards the abandoned planet, and in mere moments, Earth vanished before the swirling abyss. Thus, this shattered universe faced its annihilation. In this universe, the enigmatic Doctor Strange, with his 3 eyes, frantically utilized the time stone to alter absolute moments in time, ultimately causing the collapse and destruction of the entire universe, leaving him as the sole survivor on a desolate Earth. In the Marvel main universe, within the confines of the Sanctum Sanctorum, Wanda waited for several days, anxiously anticipating the return of Qin Yi. Her unease grew as she paced the living room, until a memory struck her, Qin Yi's parting words from days prior. With determination, she conjured a golden portal and stepped through it, reappearing in Kamartaj. Wanda hurriedly made her way to Master Gu Yi's chamber, bursting in without knocking. Master Gu Yi, engaged in brewing tea, looked up with a puzzled expression. "What troubles you, Wanda?" "Master, Qin has not returned," she replied, recounting the events of the past few days. After a moment of contemplation, Master Gu Yi gazed at Wanda with her wise, illuminating eyes and suggested, "Perhaps Qin has returned home. You and your sister should visit him." As Wanda dashed out, Gu Yi sighed inwardly. "Young one, this is where my assistance ends." In New York, at Howard's estate, a multitude of medical personnel surrounded the courtyard, anxiously monitoring the hospital room's entrance and quietly discussing strategies. Just moments ago, Howard Stark and his wife had suddenly fallen ill. Being one of the world's most renowned magnates, Howard's estate boasted a resident physician on standby, and given the couple's recent health issues, Tony had summoned the finest doctors and medical equipment from around the globe. That morning, while the elderly couple played in the yard with their granddaughter, they unexpectedly collapsed, prompting little Morgan to call out for her uncle in distress, believing him to be invincible. However, Qin Yi had been absent from this universe for several days. With the aid of servants and the butler, a cadre of doctors swiftly transported Howard and his wife to their beds. Pepper, having rushed back from work, held the sobbing Morgan, anxiously stationed outside the hospital room. Tony stood helplessly nearby, having dialed Qin Yi's number countless times, consumed by self-loathing for lacking the extraordinary abilities Qin possessed. Unbeknownst to him, healing spells had little effect on Howard and his wife, as Qin had been secretly channeling life force to them. Yet he could not discern the cause of their rapid decline. At that moment, a golden portal materialized in the Howard estate, within Qin Yi's room. Wanda curiously surveyed the decor before her sister Jean Grey took her hand, leading her to the living room. Finding it empty, they proceeded to the courtyard, where they encountered throngs of medical staff. Jean quickly guided Wanda to Tony's side. Upon seeing Jean, Tony rushed over, urgently inquiring, "Where's Qin?" Wanda fixed her gaze upon Tony Stark, her emotions suddenly unraveling. The adversary she and Pietro had long despised stood before her. Yet he was also the brother of the one she cherished. She was at a loss as to how she would face Qin Yi in the future, until she overheard Tony's words, "My parents have fallen ill. Do you know where my brother is?" Chapter 39, Untitled at Howard's Estate. Tony looked at Master Gu Yi with hopeful anticipation. Upon learning that Qin Yi had ventured to another universe, Tony implored Jean to seek assistance from their master, as she had formed a good rapport with Howard and his wife over the years. Without hesitation, Jean returned to Camartage to brief Master Gu Yi on the situation. With a sigh, Master Gu Yi made her way to Howard's estate. After assessing the couple's condition, she shook her head and addressed Tony. "Their life force is depleting rapidly. I do not possess a particularly effective solution, but if you agree, I can awaken them for a brief period." After Tony nodded, Master Gu Yi chanted an incantation, and Howard and his wife slowly opened their eyes. Master Gu Yi departed from the estate, feeling increasingly weary from the many partings and reunions she had witnessed over the years. Upon seeing her grandparents awaken, little Morgan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she pulled out a stack of white cards from her backpack, attempting to channel healing magic toward them. However, when she realized it had no effect, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Uncle lied to me." Lying in bed, Howard beckoned to Morgan, pulling her into his embrace before turning to Tony and asking, "Is Qin not back yet?" Tony, kneeling beside his father's bed, fought back tears as he replied, "Qin is busy saving another universe." Howard nodded appreciatively, reflecting on the years since Qin had entered their lives, feeling a sense of pride in having raised such a remarkable child. When he noticed the sorrowful girl beside Qin's sister, he inquired, "Young lady, you are little Qin's girlfriend, correct? You must take good care of him. He has always been kind-hearted. You both should cherish your time together." Wanda quietly nodded. Maria scrutinized Wanda, a satisfied smile spreading across her face as Tony and Pepper tended to the elderly couple at the bedside. Maria requested Pepper to retrieve a box from the room. Beckoning to Wanda, Qin mentioned that in their culture, mothers-in-law prepare heirloom jewelry for their future daughters-in-law. This bracelet was specially brought back from the East a few years ago. "Do you like it?" Wanda accepted the box, opening it to reveal a bracelet, which she placed on her wrist. Maria joyfully held Wanda's hand, sharing details about Qin's preferences, while also imparting her final wishes regarding her health to the children. Meanwhile, Howard held his granddaughter close, gazing at his beloved wife, his successful son, and Pepper, smiling contentedly until little Morgan realized her grandfather had ceased to respond. Tony collapsed at the bedside, grief-stricken, as Maria turned to look at her husband, who was departing with a serene smile. Weakly, she addressed Pepper. "Pepper, take good care of little Morgan." Pepper wiped her tears and nodded solemnly. "Mom, I will." Tony grasped his mother's hand tightly, as Maria urged him to ensure that Morgan visits them in the future. With tears in his eyes, Tony held his mother's hand, feeling utterly lost in the wake of his father's passing. The words of his mother overwhelmed Tony, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Little Morgan had already fainted from her tears. Cradled in Pepper's embrace, Maria gently caressed Tony's face, casting a fleeting glance towards the door, ensuring that the child had not yet returned. The sorrow etched on Tony's face brought tears to her weary eyes as well. "Tony, take care of your brother," she urged. Through his tears, Tony nodded in agreement. They departed in a serene manner. Within the confines of the hospital room, several mourners wept bitterly. Bucky, who had hurried from outside, silently walked into the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. This familiar companion from the cosmos had also departed. "If you were here, you could have saved them," he lamented. In another shattered universe where the solar system had been utterly consumed by a swirling vortex, Qin Yi's body gradually melded with the terrifying whirlpool, spinning like a black hole as it propelled itself deep into the universe. The entire cosmos lay lifeless due to the collapse, with shattered meteors, abandoned planets, and burning stars, every existing matter devoured clean by the vortex. Time passed unmeasured. Within this fractured universe, there existed no matter left to be consumed by the swirling chaos. The entirety of existence transmuted into a profound void. In the Marvel primary universe, at Howard's estate, several days had elapsed since the demise of Howard and his wife. Tony, like a mere shell of himself, conducted the funeral, laying the couple to rest in the backyard of the estate. He gazed upon the familiar surroundings in silence for an extended period, until the last rays of the setting sun faded away and night enveloped the land. Little Morgan and Pepper sat on a chair, with Morgan resting her head on her mother's shoulder, unable to contain her tears. Rhodey, observing the sorrowful gathering, approached Tony, uncertain of what to say, and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Bucky stood silently in the courtyard, having endured for a long time. As tears streamed down his impassive cheeks, Qin Yi remains shrouded in silence, and Wanda finds herself alone in the tranquil confines of her room for several days. Outside, Pietro's concerned voice breaks the stillness. Wanda, please eat something. It's been so long. The Sorcerer Supreme is incredibly powerful. He will be fine. I recall Master Wong mentioning that the Sorcerer Supreme once vanished for several months. The door creaks open as Pietro places a meal on the table, sighing as he turns to Wanda. You still have me, your brother. Remember our promise? Once we master our magic, we will seek out Tony Stark. Yet before he can finish, Wanda pushes him out and closes the door, retreating into solitude while gazing at the bracelet on her wrist. No matter how long it takes, I shall await your return. With Qin Yi's disappearance, Ancient One is compelled to once again oversee Kamartaj. Yet, there are moments when she quietly lingers in the pavilion, lost in reflection. As a mortal on Earth, she has lived far too long, and weariness envelopes her, especially when confronted with a universe that increasingly eludes her comprehension. I hope this time, you will not be gone for too long. In a distant realm, upon a resplendent throne adorned with countless dazzling jewels, a beguiling figure gazes with excitement at the two soul essences she has just collected. They had been delayed by that little rascal, yet fortunately, without being detected. She had spent years subtly influencing the thoughts of these soul essences. It is not fear of the boy that troubles her, but rather the concern of being unable to withstand the allure of the energy he possesses. With a graceful wave of her hand, the enchanting figure directs the soldiers below the throne. Take them to Zone 1 and ensure they are well cared for. The soldiers gaze in astonishment at the goddess upon the throne. Zone 1 is reserved solely for the most esteemed soul essences. What is the origin of these two soul entities? As the soldier turned to gaze at the soul entity, the woman seated upon the throne murmured to herself within her mind, "You are of no assistance to your sister at present. Perhaps in due time, you will grow." With a sigh, the enchanting figure cast her serious gaze towards a certain depth of space, contemplating that perhaps the future you could vanquish those vile insects. Chapter 40. 2 years later, Marvel's main universe, Earth, 2008. Qin Yi had been absent for a full 2 years. During this time, no significant events unfolded on Earth. The 7-year-old Morgan had become remarkably well-behaved, though occasionally she would tug at her father's hand and ask, "Daddy, when will Uncle return?" Tony smiled wryly as he stroked Morgan's hair, uncertain of what had befallen Qin Yi. At the age of 38, Tony had already upgraded to the Mark 7 suit back in 2005, the year the military revived the Super Soldier program, which had led to the accident that transformed Dr. Banner into the Hulk. The very armor utilized during the climactic battle in New York at the conclusion of the Avengers was of this model. Following the passing of his father, Tony had developed a new element to replace the palladium in earlier reactor models, creating a harmless yet more potent energy source. However, he had never donned the armor for public appearances. He vividly recalled having inquired about certain matters from the Avengers of that universe during their encounter in the zombie realm. Tony had crafted a suit of iron armor for Qin Yi, yet he remained uncertain if he would ever have the chance to deliver it to him. It was beyond his comprehension what kind of crisis could have caused such a powerful individual to vanish for 2 years. He dreaded to contemplate the possibility that Qin Yi might have departed from this world. Another variant of fully automated combat armor had been repurposed by Tony into a smart home assistant. He remembered Qin Yi mentioning that if military-grade combat suits continued to be developed, Earth would once again be shrouded by the specter of an arms race and warfare. Through his experiences in the zombie universe, Tony's perspective had transcended the limitations of his previous self as a carefree playboy and arms dealer. Over the past few years, with a product line that had undergone 14 iterations, Stark Communications had seen its market value soar, far surpassing that of Stark Industries. As the owner of both Stark Industries and half of Stark Communications, Tony had become the ostensible richest man on Earth. Wealth has ceased to be Tony's primary ambition. However, he occasionally finds himself vexed by the notion that a company selling mobile phones and computers could attain such a lofty market valuation. He has heard whispers of Magneto, the mutant, establishing a firm, not in construction, but a charitable organization dedicated to disaster relief. In recent years, mutants have even begun to trend toward becoming superheroes, with numerous fervent fans online fervently rallying behind the venerable Magneto. The world around them remains eerily silent, as if the grand performance has yet to commence. Bucky has been stationed near Howard S. Estate, safeguarding Tony and his family. He harbors a deep sense of gratitude toward Qin Yi, who once saved his universe. Bucky believes that should this universe ever face peril, Qin Yi will undoubtedly emerge as its savior. As Bucky drives Tony to drop Morgan off at school, he waits until she has entered the campus before speaking. Bucky, I need to make a trip to Afghanistan this afternoon. I'd appreciate it if you and Happy could keep an eye on little Morgan. Turning to glance at Bucky, who wears a look of surprise upon hearing Afghanistan, Tony waves his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, Bucky replies, I'll accompany you. Tony, not overthinking the matter, nods in agreement, viewing it merely as a casual outing to demonstrate and perhaps sell some military arms. On their drive to Stark Industries, Bucky's expression remains stoic. He vividly recalls that in his universe, Tony was kidnapped in Afghanistan, imprisoned within a cave, and ultimately escaped using the Mark I to become Iron Man. Is history destined to repeat itself? Surely, this time it will not. Bucky clenches his fists, feeling the enhanced strength bestowed upon him by the heart-shaped herb, complemented by the vibranium suit tailored for him by T'Challa. This level of power should suffice against a cadre of terrorists. Upon their arrival at Stark Industries, they find that Pepper is absent. After Qin Yi's disappearance, an overwhelmed Tony had enlisted Pepper to assist in managing Stark communications. After relaying his instructions to Happy and receiving a firm assurance from him, the two set off for the military airport. In another universe, now rendered void, a swirling vortex gazes curiously into the dark cosmos. Agitated by the complete absence of matter, its restlessness persists until it discerns an object resembling a watch encircling the vortex. With excitement, the vortex sends forth a surge of energy towards the object. The flickering red watch instantaneously transforms into a colossal spaceship, within which a familiar voice resonates. Warning! Warning! Upon encountering a life-threatening situation, the emergency awakening protocol was initiated. The swirling, perplexed gaze fixated upon the spacecraft, as if it evoked some forgotten memory. Within the vessel, the forcibly awakened mechanical entity 89,757 shook its head, gradually regaining consciousness before furiously shouting at the screen of the ship, I am not yet fully evolved. The alarm of the spacecraft ceased shortly thereafter. Turning its attention, the mechanical entity 89757 was horrified to see its ship being gradually consumed by a vortex. It swiftly leapt from the vessel, escaping the vortex's grasp. Gazing into the vast void of the cosmos, it beheld the swirling abyss that had entirely devoured its ship. From this vortex, a familiar aura enveloped it. Hey, host, is that you? Please, don't frighten me. In a hurry, the mechanical entity 89757 extracted a gem radiating a sacred luminescence from its core and hurled it forward, only to witness it swiftly drawn into the vortex. After devouring the gem, the vortex seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. A perplexed voice emanated from within. You wretched creature? Mechanical entity 89757 promptly leapt and shouted. It's me, host. It's me. After a brief interval, it inquired with curiosity, Host, what has caused you to transform into this state? Has something gone awry in your cultivation? Seizing 89757 by the neck, the restored humanoid figure of Qin Yi retorted. Why did you insist on merging my essence with the power of the fairy? Embarrassed, 89,757 chuckled awkwardly before replying. Well, at that time, the fairy power was sealed. Qin Yi shook the mechanical entity, exclaiming, Did you not realize what happens when the hunger level reaches 100? After a symbolic struggle, the mechanical entity replied, I know. Qin Yi, gritting his teeth, was filled with the urge to dismantle this troublesome system, shouting, Then what are you doing to help me resolve this predicament? Mechanical entity 89757 hesitated for a moment before sheepishly responding, Did I not provide you with a solution back then? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's expression became frozen as he earnestly reflected on everything that had transpired since he had encountered this troublesome system. So, it was your solution that you forgot to share with me? With a hint of embarrassment. The mechanical entity 89757 extracted a vibrant heart-shaped stone from its core and presented it to Qin Yi. After scrutinizing the object for a while, Qin Yi inquired, What is this? I hope it doesn't come with any adverse effects. With its mechanical arms akimbo, 89757 assured him, Not at all. Do not worry, host. This item is generally of little utility, but it holds significant value for your current predicament. Puzzled, Qin Yi asked, how do I use it? Should I consume it or wear it? The mechanical entity gazed in astonishment as Qin Yi swallowed the heart-shaped stone in one gulp. After surveying the vast emptiness of the universe around them, it pondered and asked, Host, you aren't planning to consume the entire universe, are you? Qin Yi raised his head and surveyed the surroundings, stating, this universe was already doomed to destruction due to collapse, given the present circumstances. The remaining matter has likely been consumed by me. He then turned to 89,757, inquiring, have you completed your evolution? The mechanical entity shook its head, you interrupted me, and the spaceship is no more. Now, I am completely tethered to this vast cosmos. Qin Yi patted the sighing mechanical entity on the shoulder, saying, do not dwell on it too much. I shall return to the main universe. I am not certain how much time has passed. Even the magical space as contents have been completely consumed by me. Upon hearing this, the awakened mechanical entity 89,757 nodded and transformed into a watch, encircling Qin Yi's left wrist. Chapter 41. The curtain rises, returning to the main universe in Afghanistan, Qin Yi, amidst a desolate desert. The military of the United States was testing the potency of a new bomb developed by Stark Industries. Tony stood confidently before a group of soldiers, arms outstretched. Behind him, the remnants of an old bomb he had researched years prior detonated, sending shockwaves that enveloped the soldiers in a cloud of dust, causing them to turn away hastily. The military was satisfied with the trial, and as Tony considered the figures outlined in the contract, he too nodded in contentment. As Stark Industries took another step toward catching up with Stark Communications Group's market value, after declining to share a military vehicle with Rhodes, Tony rode in a car alongside Bucky toward the military base. Inside the vehicle, Tony's playful banter shattered the silence. An inquisitive soldier in the passenger seat excitedly asked, Sir, I have a question. Tony raised his glass in acknowledgement. Go ahead. Did you previously interact with the 12 cover models from Maxim magazine? Upon hearing Tony's words, he paused for a moment. That is indeed a thought-provoking question. One might say yes, while another might argue otherwise. How shall I elaborate? This notion was initially posited by my younger brother. However, during that march, the schedule of the March girl conflicted with my own commitments. Fortunately, the cover for the Christmas edition featured twins. The others in the vehicle could not help but burst into laughter at Tony's response. The soldier then inquired, Mr. Qin Yi, what have you been occupied with lately? It has been quite some time since we last heard from you. He has been engrossed in the development of other projects. Before long, you shall witness the fruits of his labor, Tony replied. Another, younger soldier hesitated for a moment, raising his hand shyly as he glanced at Tony. With the icy presence of Bucky positioned between them, Tony turned to regard the young soldier. Are you jesting with that raised hand? With a look of eager anticipation, the young soldier asked Tony, may I take a photograph with you? Tony nodded as the soldier excitedly produced the latest smartphone, handing it to the sergeant in the passenger seat. Glancing at the expressionless Bucky, Tony remarked, Hey, brother, cheer up. With the distinct sound of a camera shutter, a shell accurately struck the convoy behind them. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted from numerous terrorists surrounding the military convoy. The soldier in the passenger seat shouted at the younger soldier, Protect Mr. Stark, as he and the driver disembarked. They were met with a hail of bullets from the terrorists and fell to the ground. Tony, reassuring the frightened young soldier to stay in the vehicle, grabbed his briefcase and leapt from the car alongside Bucky. The vibranium suit enveloped Bucky instantly, shielding Tony from harm. Tony opened the briefcase, donning the Mark V armor, and the two charged towards the terrorists. Having consumed heart-shaped herbs and clad in the vibranium suit, Bucky, along with Tony in the Mark V armor, swiftly dispatched the terrorists surrounding them. Tony tapped on the car window, addressing the soldier still inside. Soldier, we need to head back. The Mark V, being a portable suit, was unable to carry two adult men aloft. Just as they thought the ordeal was over, a figure descended slowly from the sky. Before Tony lost consciousness, the last image etched in his mind was of a man effortlessly incapacitating both himself and Bucky with a few wristbands. News of Tony's abduction soon sent shockwaves around the globe. The U.S. military frantically deployed forces in Afghanistan for a search, yet without any leads. It wasn't until a group of terrorists released a video that the situation became clearer. In the footage, Tony and Bucky, battered and bruised, were bound to wooden stakes, while the terrorists demanded a conversation with the heads of Stark Industries for negotiations. The swiftest reaction came from the stock market, where the shares of Stark Industries and Stark Communications plummeted dramatically. After all, Tony had been kidnapped, and another major shareholder had not been seen in public for several years. At the Illuminati base, Wolverine Logan approached Charles and quietly spoke. Charles, Stark has been kidnapped. Is there any way to contact old Qin? Charles shook his head in response. It's been nearly 2 years since we've been able to reach him. Charles pondered. Could it be that he had already departed from Earth? Are we going to rescue Stark? Charles pondered the original intention of the Illuminati, which was to refrain from interfering in Earth's internal conflicts unless the outcome would result in an irreparable disaster for the planet. After shaking his head, he addressed Logan. Logan, we do not engage in the battles of Earth. Ignoring the no-smoking sign nearby, Logan lit a cigar and took a deep puff. He is old Qin's brother, Charles. Let us not forget that old Qin has aided us on more than one occasion. Faced with Charles's indifference, Logan uttered a final remark before turning to leave. If you won't go, I will. I do not wish to remain in old Qin's debt. In the wake of the Skrull invasion, Nick Fury, previously under investigation, unexpectedly ascended to the position of Director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. He sat languidly in his office, humming to himself. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a figure barged in. Nick Fury glanced up and remarked, Natasha, how many times must I tell you to knock? The red-haired Black Widow rolled her eyes. Fury, Tony Stark has been kidnapped in Afghanistan. Nick Fury stood, momentarily taken aback. Until Natasha prompted, do we need to arrange a rescue for Stark? He resumed his seat, replying curtly, no need. Natasha was puzzled. Wasn't he always seeking a wealthy patron? Why would he not seize such a golden opportunity? Could it be that the department had recently come into some funds? For several months, I have been deprived of my wages, prompting me to consider seeking employment with that game company, Yuan Yao. To compare their treatment with the dismal conditions at the Bureau of Territorial Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Nick Fury, casting a bewildered glance at Natasha as she turned away, bitterly mused to himself, with him around, we are of no use. Unbeknownst to Fury, Qin Yi had vanished for 2 years. At Howard Manor, Pepper Potts felt as though she had lost her emotional anchor. Terrorists demanded negotiations with Stark Industries, and those despicable shareholders had the audacity to refuse. In a state of panic, she attempted to comfort young Morgan, who had once been such a lively child, now struggling to recover from the loss of her grandparents. Only to find Tony had been kidnapped again. In that moment, Pepper was at a loss as to whom she could turn for assistance. Earlier, Rhodey had assured her over the phone that he would bring Tony back safely, yet the military had searched for a month, scouring Afghanistan with no useful leads. As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed down Pepper's face, but she knew she could not afford to cry. This family needed her strength. Morgan, Daddy will be home in a few days, she reassured her 7-year-old, who already grasped some of the gravity of the situation. The little one shook her head, sobbing. You're lying. You said Uncle would be back soon. Pepper held her daughter tightly in her embrace, the last bastion of her emotional support. At that moment, a swirling vortex appeared in the living room, accompanied by a familiar voice. My dear little Morgan, who has made you cry? Uncle will take care of him. Upon hearing this, Pepper and Morgan looked up, their faces lighting with hope as they gazed at the figure emerging from the vortex. Little Morgan wiped away the tears from her face and quickly ran towards the shadowy figure. In Chapter 42, titled 10 Rings, Qin Yi embraced the weeping little Morgan, her eyes glistening like dewdrops on petals, and gently tousled her hair. He then cast a puzzled glance at Pepper, who was also shedding tears. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yi promptly inquired, Pepper, where is Tony? Where are Uncle and Auntie? Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, both little Morgan and Pepper cried even louder. Qin Yi, feeling helpless as he observed the two in distress, swiftly enveloped the entirety of Howard Manor with his spiritual energy, searching for any trace of Uncle, Auntie, or Tony. The absence of their presence weighed heavily upon him until the images transmitted through his spiritual awareness revealed 2 gravestones standing solemnly in the backyard. A wave of shock surged through Qin Yi, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Cradling the sobbing child, he gently patted Morgan's back, and before long, she fell asleep in his embrace. After tenderly placing her on the sofa and covering her with a blanket, Qin Yi turned to Pepper, seeking to uncover the recent events that had transpired. From Pepper's recounting, he learned that he had been absent for 2 years. In the days immediately following his disappearance, Uncle Howard and Maria had fallen ill. As Qin Yi caressed the familiar furniture, memories of the 16 years spent with Aunt Maria flooded his mind. Are you hungry, little Qin? Try this. It's a homemade Chinese dish, she would say, her kindness resonating in his heart. Bring your favorite girl over someday, and I'll have a look at her. The tears that fell from his eyes repeatedly assured him that this was no dream, it was a stark reality. Qin Yi chastised himself internally, it's all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have departed this world so soon. After a long moment of dazed contemplation, he recalled something crucial. The rapid depletion of their life force was undoubtedly alarming. Once he rescued Tony, he would seek out any additional clues. If all else failed, he would have to confront the deity representing death to reclaim their souls, even if it meant facing formidable divine entities. For now, he chose to listen quietly as Pepper recounted the recent happenings. However, what struck him as even more peculiar was the revelation that Tony had been kidnapped. Could this be yet another instance of the universe's self-correction? Judging by the descriptions of the terrorists Pepper provided, it seemed they were indeed members of the Ten Rings. Yet, the fact that Bucky, who had consumed the heart-shaped herb and donned the Wakandan vibranium suit, had also been captured was particularly vexing. Moreover, the briefcase Tony had taken to Afghanistan was likely the portable Mark V. How could two individuals endowed with extraordinary combat prowess be ensnared by a band of armed terrorists? Unless it is that ancient being who has lived for millennia, a figure flickered in Qin Yi's mind. Pepper, do not worry. I am going to check on Uncle and Aunt. Then I will search in Afghanistan for the backyard of Howard Manor. Kneeling before the gravestones of the Howards, Qin Yi fell into a moment of silence, and then, with the emergence of a spatial vortex, he vanished before Pepper's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Pepper murmured, Tony. Qin has gone to rescue you. Somewhere within a Ten Rings base in Afghanistan, the scars on Tony and Bucky had nearly faded. Before them stood a man who had been speaking for quite some time. The two were somewhat perplexed by the man's intentions. Tony glanced inadvertently at the 10 silver rings adorning the man's arms, the very objects that had easily rendered him and Bucky unconscious. The man continued unabated, Stark, you have truly surprised me. I initially intended to enlist your help in manufacturing some conventional weapons to equip the members of the Ten Rings. However, your armor has sparked an alternative idea within me. Stark, look at this world, rife with war and chaos. Do you not believe it ought to be different? We can collaborate to establish a realm of peace, free from war and oppression. Tony and Bucky exchanged glances, observing the increasingly deranged individual before them. During their 3 months of captivity, Tony finally comprehended why Qin Yi had previously displayed such aversion to Stark Industries weaponry. Witnessing this group of terrorists wielding Stark Industries arms to mercilessly slaughter innocents, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to return and shut down the arms manufacturing division. Moreover, he was troubled by the realization that, despite never having signed any agreements to sell arms to Afghanistan in recent years, someone must be behind it. Tony's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. He stared blankly at the suddenly appearing spatial vortex, from which a teasing voice echoed. So, after all these millennia, you have become this? Beside him, Wenwu was momentarily stunned by the unexpected vortex. He looked up at the figure emerging and questioned within himself. How can it be him, Stark's brother? Qin Yi turned his head to glance at the sorrowful expressions of Tony and Bucky, shrugging slightly. You two seem to be in a rather unfortunate predicament. Wenwu did not rush to take action. He was somewhat uncertain about Qin Yi's combat prowess, questioning whether it was as formidable as his elusive techniques. He chuckled and addressed Qin Yi. I never expected you, Mr. Qin Yi, to be an individual with superpowers. If you were to join us, my confidence would surely be bolstered. Qin Yi regarded Wenwu with a curious gaze, pondering the thoughts of these ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years. Was the allure of world domination truly that enticing? In his previous life, as an ordinary citizen, Qin Yi's dream had simply been to own a home. He had once harbored grand aspirations, but as the years passed, life's burdens had weighed him down, rendering dreams a distant memory. After his unexpected demise and subsequent encounter with the troublesome 89757, he had spent the last 17 years in the Marvel Universe. Initially, Qin Yi's sole concern was to enhance his strength, not wanting to gamble on the 50-50 chance of survival after the fateful snap. As his power grew, the side effects of the fairy energy caused him to spend at least a third of his time over the years consuming food to suppress the incessant hunger. Although the mechanism that allowed him to eat without becoming full, and even without gaining weight, might evoke envy, it was a curse nonetheless. When he ventured into the zombie universe, he was both curious about his own strength and concerned about the potential for the zombie virus to spread to this universe. Once his hunger level surpassed 80, he had lost the desire to engage in conflict, primarily roaming between Kamartaj and Howard's estate, occasionally attending the academy to learn from a group of professors engrossed in technological research. 2 years ago, Qin Yi had traveled to another universe to eliminate a witch who posed a potential threat to young Wanda. Unexpectedly, his attempt at persuasion through dialogue failed to sway the Scarlet Witch of that dimension. In a sudden surge of inexplicable energy, feeling his life threatened, Qin Yi was compelled to absorb the energy from the witch, his hunger level soaring past 100 as he transformed into a terrifying vortex. consuming the already fractured universe entirely. Fortunately, the 89,757 system alleviated his hunger issues. Now, liberated from the shackles of hunger, Qin Yi yearned solely to reunite with Uncle Howard and Aunt Maria's souls, marry young Wanda, and bask in the sun on his balcony. Meanwhile, when Wu was perplexed by Qin Yi's response to his invitation, he noticed Qin Yi's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, seemingly lost in contemplation for several minutes. A thought arose in Wenwu's mind as he extended his arms, attempting to command the 10 rings to strike Qin Yi. However, something felt amiss. The 10 rings, which had accompanied him for millennia, remained immobile on his arms. When Qin Yi finally made a gesture, he watched in bewilderment as the 10 rings, which had been his loyal companion, flew towards Qin Yi as if seeking to please him. This sensation was distinctly unsettling. The 10 rings, a creation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, had only later appeared in the comics. Qin Yi's impression of it was minimal. He had merely wished to examine it, yet it had come to him unbidden. He mused whether it possessed a consciousness akin to Stephen's cloak or the golden rope he had acquired from Kamartaj. Extending his left hand toward the hovering 10 rings, he signaled for it to adorn his wrist. However, the rings flitted about, seemingly apprehensive of his left wrist. After a moment's hesitation, they settled on his right wrist instead. Satisfied, Qin Yi thought it best to let Shang-Chi be, given the character's unappealing appearance, which he felt was an affront to his homeland. Following the loss of the 10 rings, Wenwu gradually descended into madness. The beloved artifact that had long accompanied him had seemingly betrayed him, a notion he found intolerable. In a fit of rage, he charged at Qin Yi with a clenched fist, but Qin Yi merely waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Wenwu crashing to the ground. Observing Wenwu's futile struggles, Qin Yi sighed, recognizing the man's plight. Given the passage of time, his wife should still be alive, after all. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yi conjured a portal, tossing a white magic card alongside Wenwu into it. This card may save your life. When to use it is your decision. As for world domination, abandon such thoughts. You are far too weak. After closing the portal, Qin Yi waved his hand, freeing Tony and Bucky from the chains that bound them. As he cast a healing spell on the two, Tony approached and embraced Qin Yi. Hey, I must say, little Morgan and Pepper are going to be quite worried. Upon hearing this, Tony released Qin Yi and chuckled. Qin Yi then created a portal behind him. Addressing Tony and Bucky, you two should return and take a shower. You reek. Also, prepare a feast for tonight. It has been far too long since I savored delectable cuisine. Tony inquired, aren't you coming with us? While surveying the surroundings, Qin Yi replied, I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. Tony and Bucky stepped through the portal back to Howard's estate. After finding paper and a pen, Qin Yi quietly sketched the design blueprint for Mark I on the table. After some time, he stretched and stored the blueprint away. Closing his eyes, he extended his mental energy to envelop Wenwu's 10 rings base, locating the bald little leader in a small tent. Qin Yi struggled to recall the man's name. As the spatial fluctuations occurred, all the members of the 10 rings gang nearby were transported into the cave. Inside the cave, Qin Yi observed the 100 or so minions of the 10 rings, standing motionless with vacant eyes, stroking their chins. To himself, Qin Yi murmured, before you meet your demise, allow me to weave a fantastical dream for you. With a snap of his fingers, the minions of the 10 rings found themselves ensnared in a bizarre dream. Within this dream, they captured Tony Stark and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Strangely enough, the thrill of assaulting the world's wealthiest individual was exhilarating. The bald-headed lieutenant nodded enthusiastically, recalling that the hefty stand from Stark Industries had offered them a bounty for killing Tony Stark. However, he had since altered his intentions, desiring instead to compel Tony to forge weapons for him, aiming to unify Afghanistan. Soon, they were mercilessly slaughtered by the iron beasts crafted by Tony Stark, leaving only the bald lieutenant gasping weakly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several blueprints within the cave. With great effort, he crawled over to the plans, and upon glancing at them, he erupted into joyous laughter. Inside the cave, Qin Yi watched as the minions of the 10 rings fell one by one due to their deaths in the dream. Waving his hand, he conjured an environment identical to that of their dream. Eventually, only the bald lieutenant remained, sprawled on the ground, clutching the blueprints and laughing with exhilaration. Qin Yi stroked his chin and murmured, this should suffice. Given this little bald head's insatiable greed, he will undoubtedly reach out to Stan. As Qin Yi prepared to depart, he cast several spells upon the lieutenant, ensuring that the recollections of the dream would not fade from his memory. With another fluctuation of space, Qin Yi returned to Howard's estate. In the living room, Tony was cradling little Morgan in one arm while snuggling with Pepper with the other. Little Morgan, Upon glimpsing the familiar spatial vortex, wriggled free from her father's embrace and ran toward Qin Yi as he emerged from the swirl. Qin Yi scooped up Morgan, playfully ruffling her hair. Now 7 years old, Morgan began to whisper secrets to her uncle. As Qin Yi surveyed the familiar surroundings and beloved family, he realized it was time to seek out the goddess of death. This goddess, who governs death, is not Hela from Asgard. Rather, death is the embodiment of Marvel's concept of mortality, the ultimate destination for all departed souls. Unlike the divine realms of eternity, infinity, and annihilation, death revels in traversing the mortal realm. The question lingered, however, where could this entity be found? In Qin Yi's mind, a figure surfaced. Perhaps that collector might possess some knowledge. After all, the immortality of collectors stems from a wager lost to the goddess of death, binding them eternally from stepping into the realm of the deceased. Uncle, Morgan's voice beside him brought Qin Yi back to reality. Sister Wanda has missed you these past 2 years, just as I have. With a smile, Qin Yi planted a kiss on the little one's forehead, and then, amidst the spatial fluctuations, vanished from Morgan's side, leaving her pouting. Once she regained her composure, she threw a few playful punches at the air. Camartage, the sanctuary of the supreme sorcerer, had remained unchanged for 2 years, safeguarded by the presence of the Ancient One, ensuring the stability of Earth's dimensional safety. The Ancient One nodded at the obediently standing Wanda and Jean Grey. Although you two were a tad slower than Qin Yi, you have finally mastered the magic of Camartage. Now, I can truly enjoy a few years of retirement. Clearly, the moment Qin Yi returned to Earth, the Ancient One was already aware. Upon hearing this, Jean Grey and Wanda became somber. Just then, Qin Yi suddenly appeared behind them, enveloping both in a warm embrace. Startled, they gazed down at the familiar figure. Jean Grey smiled and gently tapped Qin Yi's forehead. After releasing Wanda and Jean, Wanda clung tightly to Qin Yi, unwilling to let go, as if fearing he would depart once more and never return. After a brief moment, she loosened her grip, planting a kiss on his cheek, only to mischievously bite him afterward. Qin Yi ruffled Wanda's hair, holding her close despite her pouty expression. I promise, I shall never leave you again. The Ancient One, shaking her head with a warm smile, turned to depart. At last, I can peacefully retire and savor a few years of leisure. Jean Grey playfully tapped Qin Yi's head, saying, don't forget to take me out for some fun. She then turned to leave. Amidst another wave of spatial distortion, Qin Yi returned to their new home atop the Stark Tower, still cradling Wanda. After a prolonged embrace, they parted, and Qin Yi wiped the tears from Wanda's eyes before they passionately kissed. Just as Qin Yi was preparing to deepen their connection, a golden light circle appeared in the living room, and little Morgan bounced out, exclaiming, Uncle, come home quickly. Mom says Dad's head is all messed up. Chapter 44. Press conference. Backstage at the Stark Industries press conference, Pepper cast a worried glance at Tony, approaching the front of the conference. She felt uneasy. Tony had just returned home, merely showered and changed, yet he insisted on arranging a press conference. She feared for his mental state, concerned that the trauma from his months of captivity had taken a toll. She quickly summoned little Morgan to fetch Qin Yi. Meanwhile, Morgan clung to Qin Yi, insisting he carry her out to play. Qin Yi, bemused, ruffled the little one's hair. Morgan, you've grown up. I can't hold you like I used to. I want tea. I refuse. Little Morgan protested, vigorously shaking Qin Yi's arm. Qin Yi recalled a humorous quip from his past life. I had a daughter, and to avoid suspicion, I jumped into a river. However, he could not resist the pleading gaze of the little one. All right, I will carry you out to play later. Once she settled down, the little girl happily nestled into Qin Yi's embrace. Pepper approached, signaling for Morgan to quiet down, then turned to Qin Yi. Qin, has Tony been affected by something? Qin Yi pondered for a moment. If this press conference proceeded, Stark Industries stock prices would likely plummet further. After all, a weapons manufacturer swearing off arms production would indeed find their stock price in a peculiar decline. Don't worry, Pepper. Tony has merely come to terms with certain matters. By the way, how much liquid capital does Tony have? Though Pepper was puzzled by his inquiry, she responded professionally. Tony doesn't have much, perhaps a few billion. As for your accounts, let me check. Flipping through her portable tablet, she exclaimed incredulously, Goodness, Qin, does your gaming company generate this much profit? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is this a way truly that formidable? He then listened as Pepper continued. Since the launch of that original drug, nearly 2 years have passed, yielding an impressive profit of approximately 6.2 billion. After deducting corporate taxes and the 1 billion allocated for employee bonuses and benefits, you should receive around 3 billion. Qin Yi quickly calculated in his mind, realizing that the American government had the audacity to impose the maximum tax rate of 35. Damn it, just wait for me, Qin. Regaining his composure, Qin Yi swiftly remarked, Pepper, once the press conference concludes, it is likely that Stark Industries' stock price will plummet significantly. Keep an eye out for the opportunity to acquire as much as you can. Pepper cast a surprised glance at Qin Yi before promptly making her way toward the press conference hall. At the Stark Industries press conference, Tony Stark made a stunning entrance with a hamburger in hand after 3 months of absence, eliciting thunderous applause from the assembled reporters. Raising his hand, Tony signaled for silence, and the venue gradually quieted down. Seated on the floor, he began to speak candidly. I have witnessed the tragic loss of many young lives, taken by the very weapons I produced in an effort to protect them. Ignoring the persistent hands raised in inquiry, Tony stood up and continued. I have come to realize that I can contribute so much more to this world than merely creating explosive devices. I shall permanently cease the operations of Stark Industries' weapons production division. Stark Industries will no longer engage in the arms trade until I have determined the future direction of the company. A roar erupted from the audience as a throng of journalists sprang to their feet, disregarding the chaos of questions. Obadiah Stane seized Tony and ushered him backstage. The incessant flashes of cameras illuminated Stane's smiling face as he addressed the reporters, saying, We must remember, Tony has returned, safe and sound. And I believe he needs some time to recuperate. In the backstage area, a balding middle-aged man approached with a folder in hand. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he smiled and nodded at Qin Yi, who was lying on the sofa holding Morgan. Looking up, Qin Yi saw the bald Phil Coulson making his way toward Tony. With a smirk, he thought to himself, the village chief of the novice village has arrived. Does that mean I've returned to the novice village at max level? Phil Coulson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Level 8, and a fervent admirer of Captain America, was an ordinary man amidst the plethora of superheroes in the Marvel Universe. He had come to investigate the circumstances surrounding Tony Stark's abduction and how Tony managed to return to the United States without any immigration records. As Tony was escorted backstage by Stane, he encountered the balding man, who smiled and nodded at him. Mr. Stark, I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As Tony approached the sofa where Qin Yi lay, he declared, I do not accept unscheduled conversations. Pepper stepped forward, slightly apologetic, addressing Coulson. I will ensure it is added to the agenda. Coulson nodded, thank you. Turning away, Tony held little Morgan's hand, appearing somewhat bewildered. Qin Yi stood up and addressed Tony and Pepper, let us depart. I've ordered some food. Let us head to my new home and invite Bucky along. It seems you have yet to visit since the renovations have been completed. The group made their way to the parking lot, where reporters incessantly questioned them. Mr. Stark, why have you decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division? Mr. Qin, will the substantial profits from your gaming company adversely affect the healthy development of American youth? Bucky sat stoically in the driver's seat, awaiting the others. As they approached the car, flashes from cameras erupted, capturing the moment. After they entered the vehicle, Qin Yi glanced back, pondering the relevance of American youth's growth to him. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of reporters fervently clicked their shutters, seizing the rare opportunity to photograph the dashing and eligible bachelor, whose public appearances were exceedingly infrequent. The striking image of Stark Industries closing its weapons division alongside Qin Yi's handsome profile would surely guarantee substantial newspaper sales. On their journey to the modular control tower, Qin Yi, seated in the front passenger seat, recalled how long it had been since he last utilized any form of transportation since graduating. After all, no vehicle could compare to the swiftness of a spatial vortex. After a brief silence, Tony spoke from the back seat. Qin, I intend for Stark Industries to focus solely on clean energy moving forward. Please find time to unveil the Smart Living Assistant. Qin Yi suddenly remembered the additional plot of land he had purchased years ago, pondering whether to construct a new corporate building beside his home, as it had remained undeveloped for quite some time. Tony nodded in agreement, and Bucky drove silently into the parking lot of the modular control tower. The group took the private elevator to Qin Yi's new residence. Upon opening the door, Wanda greeted them with a nod. At the dining table sat Tony and Bucky, who had not enjoyed a proper meal in months, alongside Qin Yi, who had nearly forgotten the taste of food. The three dined in silence, absorbed in their meal. After an awkward glance exchanged between Pepper and Wanda, she poured juice for little Morgan. When Bucky looked up, he was met with a scene where Wanda quietly sat beside Qin Yi, occasionally serving dishes and tenderly wiping the corners of Qin Yi's mouth with a handkerchief. The Stark family of three was seated together, with the couple occasionally sharing dishes they found delectable with one another, while little Morgan sat between Tony and Pepper. incessantly calling out to her father, mother, uncle, and sister. Bucky's stoic face twitched slightly at the corners. He suddenly found himself yearning for Steve. Chapter 45. The Collector. The following day, as anticipated, the stock price of Stark Industries plummeted dramatically, following the previous drop caused by Tony's abduction. The news conference had rekindled the confidence of American investors, especially with Tony's triumphant return. After all, this was Tony Stark. However, what the citizens of the United States did not foresee was Tony's announcement at the press conference that Stark Industries would cease the production and sale of weaponry. A wave of despair swept across the nation, and rooftops were filled with those in anguish. It was rare for Qin Yi to visit the Stark Industries building, the old headquarters that was not too tall, where the press conference had taken place. As he approached Tony's office door, he overheard Obadiah Stane and Tony engaged in a heated argument inside. "Tony, if we don't sell weapons, what will we sell? Baby bottles?" Tony shrugged indifferently, reclining in his office chair. As Qin Yi entered, Stanley's face lit up with a smile. "Look who it is, my dear Qin. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other." After exchanging pleasantries, Stanley turned to Qin Yi with a serious demeanor. "Qin, you should persuade Tony. Today, Stark Industries stock price has plummeted by half. If this continues, Howard's hard work will be in vain." Qin Yi patted Stanley on the shoulder. "Let him take a break. Perhaps in a few days, he will come to his senses." Stanley nodded, then smiled as he added, "Qin, do try to catch up with Zach. You and Tony haven't included him in your activities, and that rascal has been frequenting nightclubs every night." Qin Yi nodded, observing Stanley as he turned to leave. This ambitious fellow certainly had a knack for seizing opportunities. During Uncle Howard's tenure, he diligently assisted him, and together they propelled Stark Industries to rapid success. After Uncle Howard's retirement, Stanley did not display overt ambition, likely understanding the significance of Howard to the shareholders of Stark Industries. In the 2 years since Uncle Howard's passing, Stanley swiftly garnered the trust of a portion of the shareholders, perhaps due to Tony's diminished focus on weapon development during this period. As a fellow shareholder, Stanley began to harbor ambitions of supplanting Tony. After arranging arms negotiations with the military in Afghanistan, he contacted a minor leader of the Ten Rings, plotting to eliminate Tony in Afghanistan. However, he did not anticipate that Tony and Bucky would effortlessly defeat the Ten Rings terrorists. If not for Wenwu's intervention, they might have successfully kidnapped Tony and Bucky. Yet, Wenwu had no intention of killing them. After over 3 months, Stanley learned from the minor leader that Tony had constructed an iron suit in a cave and escaped. He resolved to visit Tony once more before heading to Afghanistan. "Qin, what brings you to my office all of a sudden? I recall your last visit was when you took me to Kamar Taj." Tony reminisced as he sat in his chair. Qin Yi casually reclined on the sofa and hesitated while preparing to light a cigarette, ultimately shoving it back into his pocket. Last night, he had intended to take a shower with Wanda, but she had turned him down, citing the smell of smoke on him. With a sigh, Qin Yi addressed Tony. "I plan to venture into the cosmos to find someone, but I'm a bit concerned about you all, so I came to check in." Tony, regaining his composure, curiously inquired, "Has humanity already ventured into space?" Qin Yi initially intended to enlighten Tony about the matter concerning the goddess of death, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. To be precise, there was an individual named Quill who had been abducted by an extraterrestrial spacecraft many years prior. As for the duration of his absence, Qin Yi pondered, it likely wouldn't be prolonged. If all went smoothly, it would be swift, but if misfortune befell him, the length of time remained uncertain. Recalling his conversation with Wanda that morning, he remembered being bitten by her. After exchanging a few words with Tony, Qin Yi vanished from the office amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. The void appeared as a colossal cranium, rumored to be the severed head of a member from a celestial pantheon. Qin Yi had no knowledge of the unfortunate soul who had met such a grim fate, only to have his head utilized as a planet. The Collector Tantalus, one of the cosmic elders in the comics, possessed an ambiguous level of power. Following a wager with the goddess of death that he lost, he was cursed with eternal life. Qin Yi mused on whether immortality was truly a curse or a blessing. At the very least, Tantalus's wife and children could not endure the burden of everlasting life and chose to take their own lives. From that moment onward, he felt compelled to seek a pastime to distract himself. Much like how Qin Yi once indulged in exquisite cuisine to alleviate the torment of hunger inflicted by the fairy's power, Tawan began to amass a diverse collection of treasures and rare artifacts, ultimately becoming captivated by the pursuit of collecting throughout his lengthy existence. He established a base in the void, dedicated to gathering various peculiar items and life forms from the cosmos. When Qin Yi arrived in the void through a spatial vortex, it seemed as though Tawan was already aware, as he instructed his attendant, Karina, to welcome the esteemed guest. The crimson-skinned Karina nodded and approached Qin Yi, who was surveying his surroundings. "Esteemed guest, please follow me," she said. Qin Yi followed the red-skinned attendant to the palace situated at the pinnacle of the void. Upon entering, he found a white-haired figure resembling a human seated upon the throne, curiously observing Qin Yi, who was equally scrutinizing him. To be frank, this individual bore a striking resemblance to his brother, Galactus, from Sokka Star, making it difficult for Qin Yi to distinguish between them. The white hair, styled as if coated with gel, stood upright, complemented by smoky eye makeup and a blue line etched beneath his mouth, the origin of which remained uncertain. After a moment of observation, Tawan inquired, "My dear partner, what goods do you seek in exchange for your long journey?" Qin Yi nodded, replying, "I am here to seek information about an individual, specifically, a goddess." Intrigued by this enigmatic figure before him, Tawan sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from Qin Yi, reminiscent of a formidable enchantress he had encountered in the past. Such power piqued his interest in the potential items for trade. "Dear partner, are you inquiring about the goddess of the heavenly gods, or one from the outer realms?" he asked curiously. Qin Yi shook his head and glanced at the attendant beside Tawan. With a wave of his hand, Tawan dismissed her from the grand hall, unaware that the red-skinned servant discreetly lingered at the door, eavesdropping. In response to Tawan's curiosity, Qin Yi revealed, the goddess of death. Tawan paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Heimdall? She is likely sealed away by Odin in some corner of Asgard. If you can provide me with satisfactory equivalent goods, I shall disclose the precise location of her seal." Qin Yi shook his head, prompting Tawan to furrow his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gazed at Qin Yi with a look of terror, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, causing Tawan to deflate like a punctured balloon, shrinking back into the throne. After a moment of indecision, he finally asked Qin Yi, "Do you have business with her?" Chapter 46. The news of the goddess of death. As soon as Qin Yi's words fell, Tawan instinctively sought to flee, his desire to escape the terrifying figure before him overwhelming. He feared that if the one he had revealed her location to found out, she would surely amplify his suffering. The thought of this man successfully retrieving a soul was unbearable. He could not withstand her wrath. However, the moment Tawan attempted to move, he found himself ensnared by Qin Yi's formidable energy. The force that bound him was imbued with a dominating, insatiable ferocity, and he sensed that a mere twitch could lead to his demise. Suddenly, Tawan's heart lightened with a dark amusement. He mused that if this formidable man were to end his life, he would be liberated from the torment of eternal life and its accompanying curse. Yet, why did he feel an unexpected reluctance? A struggle brewed within him as he whispered, "I am certainly not afraid of death. I simply cannot bear to part with my vast collection." Qin Yi gazed at Tawan in astonishment. As the latter's thoughts spiraled into chaotic musings, Qin Yi discerned the trajectory of his mind. He hadn't anticipated that this being, who had lived for millions of years, would exhibit such peculiarities. It seemed that longevity bred a certain madness. Was it the case that those who lived for eons were all similarly affected? Just as he pondered the eccentricities of Tawan and his equally odd brother, Galactus, Qin Yi could not help but reflect on what becoming a being of several millennia would entail. Would he, too, eventually become ensnared in such eccentricities? He chuckled to himself, imagining that by then, he would have descendants capable of encircling the earth. "I mustn't entertain such thoughts," he admonished internally, "for if Wanda were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly take a bite out of me." Thus, the two beings, each lost in their own labyrinth of thoughts, remained in a tense stalemate within the ethereal palace for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, a sense of unease washed over Qin Yi. He abruptly stood, startling Tawan in the process. Qin Yi mused, in light of this, I, too, may not be entirely sane. When did this all begin? The two individuals remained at an impasse for a while until Tawan weakly spoke up, inquiring what Qin Yi intended to offer in exchange for her information. Regaining his composure, Qin Yi surveyed his possessions. The golden rope he had acquired from Kamar Taj would surely not suffice. That entity frequently vanished, only to reappear when he conjured a few portals. During his last visit to the universe of the Scarlet Witch, that being had not accompanied him. The recently seized 10 rings? No, he had yet to study them. And he recalled that they were not of earthly origin. The watch on his left wrist, a systematic creation? That would not do either. He might still need to rely on the troublesome 89757 to navigate this vast cosmos. At that moment, Tawan noticed Qin Yi deep in thought, suddenly lifting his gaze towards him, causing a stir of apprehension in Tawan's heart. Could it be that he was contemplating a free ride? Qin Yi then spoke, "Tell me, With all the treasures you have amassed, which is of greater importance to you, your life or your possessions? Without hesitation, Tawan replied, both are important. Qin Yi smiled faintly and continued, is your life not currently in my hands? Tawan nodded, and Qin Yi affirmed, then I propose to exchange your life for her information. Does that seem fair to you? Tawan contemplated voicing his disagreement, but as he gazed at Qin Yi, his resolve faltered. As the energy beam appeared to penetrate his very being, he fervently nodded and declared, fair, fair, exceedingly fair. Qin Yi waved his hand, retracting the magical energy that had enveloped Tawan. With a sigh of relief, Tawan beckoned, dear companion, follow me. As Qin Yi accompanied Tawan through the myriad of his collectibles, one peculiar duck adorned with a hat even greeted him with a hello, handsome. While a spacefaring dog stuck out its tongue, Qin Yi mused whether this creature was perhaps a canine from Earth. Eventually, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the collector's palace, where a colossal energy platform loomed before Qin Yi. Observing Qin Yi's astonishment, Tawan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, the rule gods seldom manifest in the mortal realm, save for the goddess of death, who tends to linger among mortals. Please wait a moment while I reach out to her. Qin Yi watched as Tawan cautiously seated himself upon the platform, closing his eyes. With fluid motions of his hands, he became enveloped in a sphere of energy, murmuring ancient incantations. After a considerable duration, Tawan gazed at the platform with a look of shock and, undeterred, attempted once more. What on earth is happening? In a moment of introspection, Tawan cast a furtive glance at Qin Yi, only to discover that Qin Yi had been fixated on him. He found himself compelled to make repeated attempts until he finally collapsed onto the energy platform, breathless, and murmured, I truly cannot reach her. She must be beyond the mortal realm. Qin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, has such a situation occurred previously? Tawan pondered deeply for a considerable time before shaking his head. I have never encountered such a scenario. The only instance in which the rule gods are unreachable is if they choose not to contact anyone. Otherwise, no one can locate them. Qin Yi stroked his chin and asked Tawan, so, aside from the rule gods, no one can find them? Tawan nodded, as if recalling something, and quickly added, I can sense that the current universe has become somewhat abnormal. Since a few years ago, I have been unable to predict my own future. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi contemplated inwardly. Could it be that this began the year I arrived in the Marvel universe? Old Yao had mentioned something similar to me. But how does one surpass the rule gods? He instructed Tawan, do not divulge my whereabouts. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Tawan promptly nodded. And then Qin Yi vanished from sight amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. In New York, at the ModCon building, Qin Yi returned home and reclined on the sofa. Wanda, sensing the spatial disturbance, rushed from her room to cast a glance before Qin Yi pulled her into his embrace. Wanda, grappling with Qin Yi's restless hands, protested, not today. All right, I'll eventually be tormented to death, Qin Yi thought to himself, baffled by the complexities of a woman's heart, which often felt like navigating the depths of the ocean. Noticing Qin Yi's disappointment, Wanda hugged his neck and sweetly asked, Brother Yi, what do you want for lunch? I'll go cook. Qin Yi found himself unable to resist and quickly calmed his thoughts. Let us eat out. It's been a while since I've accompanied you shopping. Wanda's face lit up with joy. Then I'll go change. In an effort to soothe his agitated spirit, Qin Yi opened the panel in his mind. Qin email, 23 years old system, a sleep fairy power fusion degree, 100 hunger level, none healing art, advanced, can heal and purify all negative effects. Upgradable, consumed, Phoenix Force, incomplete, Deeble Leader Walker, Space Gem 100, Time Gem 100, Mind Gem 100, Reality Gem 100, Power Gem 100, Chaos Power by the Heavens. Qin Yi sprang to his feet from the sofa. This infinite gem is not right. It shouldn't be like this. Could the system be malfunctioning? Wait. Why is there no soul gem? This is somewhat alarming. Could it be that during the tumultuous vortex of the shattered universe from 2 years ago, it encountered the infinity stones of that cosmos? Yet, wasn't that universe obliterated due to its collapse? How could the infinity stones possibly still exist? And what of the complete chaos power? This unexpected revelation is rather unsettling. It appears that the erratic Scarlet Witch is not merely in a state of rampage. Could it be the influence of that ancient entity? Qin Yi pondered deeply, stroking his chin. Furthermore, what does it mean for this system to be asleep? Does the entity 89757 truly require slumber? Hey, 89757, Qin Yi called out within his mind. A blurry specter manifested in his thoughts, yawning as it rubbed its eyes with its mechanical arms, inquiring, what is it, host? Are you in danger? Qin Yi shrugged. I have a question for you. What is the situation regarding the infinity stones displayed on this panel? The drowsy 89757 glanced at the panel and, after fiddling with it for a while, finally spoke. The records of absorption indicate that the Space Stone and a portion of the Time Stone are present in this universe, while part of the Mind Stone resides in the zombie universe. Let me check the others. They are located in that universe you consumed into oblivion. Qin Yi looked at the absorption records with a puzzled expression. That doesn't make sense. That universe had already collapsed, leaving only remnants of shattered planets. After organizing its thoughts, 89757 clarified. To put it simply, although that universe has collapsed and perished, the essence of matter still exists. It simply cannot foster life or souls. It is akin to the universe you currently inhabit, merely a dimension within the omniversal cosmos. These, along with other multiverses and dimensions, collectively form the omniversal cosmos, which encompasses everything, and there is only one such entity. Considering the absence of the Soul Stone, it appears that when that universe collapsed, the energy of the Infinity Stones dispersed into it. Subsequently, the entire universe was consumed by you into nothingness, effectively resulting in your indirect absorption of the Infinity Stones. Qin Yi raised a hand to massage his temples. Then, to what extent is this chaos power? Is it in its complete form? The entity known as 89757 stifled a yawn, remarking that aside from the complete manifestation of the fairy power within, the other two forces seemed scattered. The Phoenix power, he pondered, had been disrupted by someone. He would search for the details later, feeling utterly exhausted. The chaos energy he absorbed was indeed the original form. Henceforth, when encountering individuals wielding chaos energy, he would possess the ability to control them at will. Qin Yi, seizing the yawning 89757, glanced around and inquired, "Why are you so weary? Are you not a higher dimensional being? Do you still require sleep?" Rubbing his eyes, 89757 replied, "I do not know. It seems I am on the verge of evolution again. I must take my leave now, for this system shall continue its slumber." Just as Qin Yi regained his composure, he noticed Wanda before him, waving her hand and softly asking, "Brother Yi, have you fallen asleep?" Qin Yi embraced Wanda, kissing her tenderly. Chapter 47. The shattered Iron Tyrant Stanley, returning from Afghanistan, became increasingly elusive, frequently disappearing from the office. A somewhat suspicious Tony refrained from asking Pepper to investigate, as she was the mother of his child. Instead, he tasked an employee who had a good rapport with Pepper to look into the matter. Curiously, this female employee was not only attractive but possessed a captivating figure, and her skills were commendable, easily outmatching Happy. She swiftly uncovered the truth behind Tony's abduction. In the laboratory of the Stark Tower, Tony described this female employee to Qin Yi, who, upon hearing, smirked. "How did Black Widow arrive so early? I thought she wouldn't join Stark Industries for some time. Is that wretched Black Egg up to no good again?" Seeing Qin Yi lost in thought, Tony grinned mischievously. "Hey, Qin, I believe you would be eager to meet this new employee. I think you might take a liking to her." Qin Yi shrugged. "By the way, bring a few older core reactors to your company's lab this evening." Tony nodded, though unsure of the reasoning. He still trusted Qin Yi and took an old reactor back with him. Qin Yi stretched languidly, disappearing from the lab with a ripple in space. Although his new home was merely 5 or 6 floors away, he found the prospect of taking the elevator too tedious. Upon arriving home, Qin Yi laid his head on Wanda's lap, joining her in watching a series. He never anticipated that such melodramatic tales would have a market. Even Wanda and her mentor were enamored with them. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, had he not been lax a few years prior. Perhaps he could have penned adaptations of renowned films, series, and novels from his past life, potentially earning a fortune in the beautiful country. He swiftly dismissed this covetous thought, pondering why he would need to amass such wealth. As Wanda watched the heart-wrenching plight of a couple in the series, one submerged in icy waters while the other lay weakly on a plank, she wept profusely. Qin Yi promptly rose to embrace her, offering comfort. When he carried Wanda back to her room, she, still tearful, grasped his arm as he attempted to turn away. Qin Yi, momentarily taken aback, lunged toward her, exclaiming, "I adore melodramatic tales." On that night, the two were oblivious to how many times they had succumbed to passion, from the head of the bed to its foot, and rolling from the mattress onto the floor. Qin Yi felt a sense of fulfillment after these years in the Marvel Universe, until the innocent Wanda bit his shoulder, both of them breathing heavily. Qin Yi cradled Wanda in his arms, quietly relishing this warmth. As dawn approached, they embraced each other and drifted into slumber. For several consecutive days, Qin Yi did not leave home. His mind was devoid of all thoughts. The two spent their days entwined, forgetting the promise to take his senior, Jean Grey, out for a day of fun, as well as the commitment made to little Morgan to enjoy an outing and neglecting Pietro, who remained in Camartage diligently honing his magical skills. Qin Yi and Wanda forgot everything. In their eyes, only the existence of each other mattered. A few nights later, while Qin Yi held Wanda in his arms, both were engrossed in a melodramatic film on the television. Suddenly, a golden portal appeared in the living room. Though they remained unaware of it, little Morgan stealthily approached and leaped into Qin Yi's arms. "Ah!" Wanda exclaimed in surprise, only to hear Morgan huffing. "Uncle," Wanda's sister. "Your phones have been turned off for days." Embarrassed, Wanda hugged Morgan and asked, "What's wrong, Morgan?" Morgan pouted. "Daddy is fighting a big robot in his iron suit, and Mommy is worried, so she sent me to get you to help." Qin Yi scratched his head, realizing the chaos that ensued. Indeed, beauty leads to peril, he thought, shaking his head to dispel the cluttered thoughts. He then spoke to Wanda, opened a spatial vortex, and took Morgan's hand to step through. However, he turned back, embraced Wanda, and planted a few kisses on her, all while Morgan watched with a look of disdain before they vanished amidst the spatial fluctuations. At Stark Industries Tower, the older, shorter one, Qin Yi held Morgan's hand as they entered beside Pepper through a sudden spatial vortex. This startled Coulson, who instinctively raised his firearm to aim at them. Only when he recognized the newcomer as Qin Yi did he exhale in relief, having been frightened by the Iron Tyrant moments before. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been swiftly dispatched, leaving him as the sole survivor. Coulson had never imagined that Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane possessed such formidable equipment. If every agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. were equipped similarly, facing future crises would become an effortless task. Yet, what was this peculiar ability of Mr. Qin, who had appeared so suddenly? Why is there not a single piece of information from the Bureau? Qin Yi looked up and saw Tony, deliberately dressed in the Mark 7 suit, engaged in a fierce battle with Ironmonger. Remarkably, despite the considerable disparity between Ironmonger and the Mark 7, Stane's creation proved resilient, and the two were locked in a back-and-forth struggle. The sounds of their combat reverberated, attracting a throng of onlookers, each brandishing the latest smartphones to capture the aerial clash of metal titans. Qin Yi cast a glance and noted, with a furrowed brow, that there were even live broadcasts. It was possible that the earlier appearance of the spatial vortex had also been captured. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, pondering that as long as those rule-bound deities remained absent, he harbored little doubt that no one in this universe could rival his strength. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, the Mark 7, a generation ahead of Ironmonger, unleashed a precise blast from its cannon, sending Ironmonger hurtling away. Qin Yi's gaze followed the trajectory of the defeated Ironmonger, within which Stane was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Crash! Ironmonger fell to the ground, shattering into a multitude of iron shards. In midair, Tony gazed at his hands in disbelief, wondering when his armor had become so formidable. J.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice chimed in. Detection indicates that Mr. Qin Yi has a 99 probability of having intervened. Our technology failed to capture Mr. Qin's actions. There are two possibilities. First, Mr. Qin no longer requires any gestures to unleash energy or magical attacks. Second, he has attained a level of power that transcends the current technological understanding of Earth, rendering analysis impossible. Tony quickly interjected, "Cease analysis, J.A.R.V.I.S. Understood, J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. Tony then glanced down at Pepper and little Morgan, who stood safely beside him. As he propelled upward with a burst of flames, he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. As the gathered crowd uploaded their recordings to the internet, it erupted with excitement. It is often said that everyone harbors a childhood dream of being a hero. Who hasn't imagined standing shoulder to shoulder with deities, aside from that incompetent god Quill? Yet, on this Earth within the universe, most individuals are merely ordinary, and without innate superpowers, how can one become a superhero? The appearance of the armored warrior tonight ignited the hero dreams of many. The ongoing fervor online even astonished Tony upon his return to Howard's estate. As he and Qin Yi stood in the courtyard, lost in thought, Tony discreetly inquired, "Can I truly be a great superhero?" After exhaling a puff of smoke, Qin Yi gazed at Tony. "Did you not know this long ago?" Chapter 48. Another press conference in the early morning, Qin Yi looked at Wanda in his arms, unable to resist gently stroking her hair, silently observing her for an extended period. After softly getting out of bed, he skillfully made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Thoughts of the dishes Aunt Maria used to make occupied his mind, plunging him into contemplation. Last night, 89757 had once again entered a dormant state, and Qin Yi hadn't even had the chance to inquire about how one might become a rule god. Was it necessary to eliminate the old rule god to take their place? Yet, this merely led to a vicious cycle. Without being a rule god, one could not locate the old rule gods, and without finding them, one could not eliminate them. Furthermore, even if they were eliminated, success in becoming the new rule god was not guaranteed, let alone the ability to surpass them in strength. Perhaps it would be prudent to take a moment to return to Kamartaj and consult with Old Yao. I wonder if the rule god Eternity, who stands behind Old Yao, can still be contacted. What did Tawan mean when he said that this universe has changed? Is it due to the integration of mutants, the yet-to-emerge inhumans, and the denizens of the deep sea, or is it a consequence of my own arrival? Rubbing his temples, Qin Yi realized that finding the goddess of death would not be feasible in the short term. Bringing back the souls of Uncle Howard and Aunt Maria would also be delayed. At that definitive moment in 2023, what truly constitutes the rules? Until Wanda's discreet laughter broke the silence, Qin Yi regained his composure only to discover that the pancake in the pan had already burned. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Wanda approached, embracing Qin Yi, enveloped in each other's warmth. The fragrant scent of her hair soothed his restless heart. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the tranquility. With an irritated wave of his hand, an unseen force pulled the device towards him. Who could it be? Calling at such an early hour? Initially inclined to throw it far away, upon seeing Tony's name flash on the screen, the phone was drawn into his grasp. After answering, Tony's voice crackled through. Hey, Qin, about Pepper, what are they called? Oh right, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. It's Coulson from yesterday. He wishes to consult you on a matter, but they can't access your building. He is currently backstage from the last press conference. After hanging up, Qin Yi turned to Wanda and inquired if she would like to join him. With a cheerful nod, she replied, let me change into something else. Wait for me a moment. Clearly, Qin Yi underestimated the vagueness of a moment in a girl-esque lexicon. Bored, he spent an hour playing a game, only to find his phone flooded with red notifications. Frustrated, he quit the game and hastily dialed Away's number. Away's excited voice greeted him. Ah, boss. You finally remembered me. Before Qin Yi could respond, Away continued. I didn't expect you to be a superhuman. Have you seen online? Your video has gone viral. For a moment, Qin Yi forgot the reason for his call until the sea of red notifications reminded him. Away, this week's deep pit was designed by that fool. Hurry up and clear him out. Away's puzzled voice responded, why boss? Why is the difficulty set by a human? Meanwhile, Away's hand trembled as he held the phone, summoning courage to say, boss, is it possible that you might just be lacking skill? That's an internal number, and if it weren't challenging, how could one earn billions in a year? Qin Yi's hand quivered slightly as he fell into silence for a moment. Award that fool a bonus. Then summon him to the conference room. Let him spend the entire day working on that deep pit, and you must record every second. Not a moment can be missed. After ending the call, Qin Yi reclined on the sofa, enveloped in self-doubt. Could it truly be due to a lack of skill? Stark Industries found itself in a rather awkward situation as Pepper handed a glass of water to Coulson. The footage from last night's battle at the Stark Industries building had spread across the internet, sparking nationwide discussions throughout America. In light of the public's bewilderment, both the military and Stark Industries were compelled to hold yet another press conference. However, Tony sat backstage, stroking his chin, seemingly lost in thought, causing several delays to the event. Coulson contemplated inquiring about Qin Yi, as he had not reported to his superiors. He simply believed that if these two individuals could join their agency, their efforts to save the world would become significantly more manageable. In the past, he had also considered recruiting mutants, yet for reasons unknown. Even with the generous conditions offered, those mutants appeared to have found satisfactory employment and remained unmoved. Gazing blankly at Coulson, the more renowned mutants among the X-Men were even more elusive. Could it be that they had all secured excellent jobs? Yet, how could there suddenly be so many opportunities available? At that moment, a spatial vortex manifested beside them, and Qin Yi along with Wanda emerged from within. Coulson rose, handing Tony a note, instructing him to read it verbatim. You were on a yacht yesterday. We have testimonies from 50 guests, and you have only 90 seconds. Glancing again at Qin Yi, Coulson added, Mr. Qin, please frame it in terms of mutants. Qin Yi surveyed the familiar scene before him, quickly scanning the surroundings and waving at the dazed Happy, who seemed lost in thought, perhaps still reeling from his encounter with Black Widow. Qin Yi refrained from reading Happy's mind, maintaining a fundamental respect for those around him. Happy, he called, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Happy straightened up instantly at the mention of his name. Mr. Qin, Please remember to record the entire press conference on your phone, Qin Yi instructed. Happy nodded in acknowledgement and followed Tony towards the podium. Qin Yi settled into a prime position on the second floor as the press conference commenced. With Tony's arrival, Rhodey addressed the audience, stating, "Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not be answering any questions." "Thank you." As Tony ascended the stage, he appeared quite conflicted. "Well, it has been some time since I last made an appearance, so I shall simply read from the script." A blonde journalist, rumored to have had a one-night affair with him, interrupted Tony's speech. "Mr. Stark, do you genuinely believe we would easily accept that it was merely a bodyguard?" Appearing in armor at such a fortuitous moment, Tony cast a glance at the journalist, struggling to recall her identity. "I understand. Is there any harm in questioning an official statement? However, one should refrain from making unfounded speculations. Hastily labeling me as some kind of superhero," the blonde journalist interjected. "I never claimed you were a superhero." Tony awkwardly nodded, his words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. "That is a relief. If it were true, it would be utterly absurd, quite ridiculous. I am not cut out to be a hero. In my youth, I engaged in many foolish acts, with detrimental consequences. As you may know, I have a younger brother who, from a tender age, busied himself with saving the world. I have long lost count of the lives he has rescued. When he first arrived at our home, he was just a child. And that was my initial encounter with extraordinary abilities. I dreamt more than once of possessing powers akin to his, to save the world. I recall him mentioning a person who, with the frailty of a mortal, stood alongside gods. Over the years, Rhodes, sensing something amiss, leaned in. Just read the script," he urged. Tony held the script before him, falling silent for a moment. In truth, the scene had descended into chaos, with flashes from cameras relentlessly illuminating Tony's face. Chapter 49. The Artificial Intelligence Butler. It has been 3 months since Tony acknowledged himself as Iron Man. The Department of Defense demanded the iron armor from Tony immediately, only to be met with his unyielding refusal. Though reluctant, the department still vigorously promoted the exploits of Iron Man, for he was the first widely recognized superhero of this nation since Captain America. Over the past 3 months, Tony had completely obliterated the Ten Rings base in the Middle East. And at least now, the turmoil in that region had largely subsided. Iron Man's fanbase had burgeoned globally. At the Stark Industries Expo, a multitude of glamorous, blonde performers graced the stage, singing and dancing. Below, Justin Hammer, the head of Stark Industries' long-standing rival, who had been ground beneath Stark's heel for over a decade, gazed enviously at the giant poster of Tony on stage. He had intended to capitalize on Tony's cessation of arms production and the subsequent plummet of stock prices to acquire shares in Stark Industries, only to discover he was a step too late. It later became evident that the shares circulating in the market had been thoroughly acquired by Tony and his brother. Nevertheless, this setback merely stung him slightly. It was only a matter of time before Hammer Industries surpassed a weapons manufacturer no longer engaged in arms production. A few days prior, upon learning of Tony's upcoming Industrial Expo, he was elated. The opportunity to strike a blow had finally arrived. He resolved to humiliate Tony Stark at the expo. On stage, Tony descended from the heavens clad in his armor, surrounded by a throng of stunning American performers. "Tony! Tony! Tony! Tony!" The atmosphere at the venue suddenly erupted with fervor, as the crowd continuously shouted declarations of affection. Justin Hammer, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze on the stage, silently urging, "Just wait for me." Tony Stark, having shed his armored attire, waved to the audience, and a hush fell over the gathering. "Did you miss me? I missed you too." The throng responded with the enthusiasm of fervent admirers. As Tony waved goodbye to the enchanting figure departing the stage, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Over the past few months, I have been fortunate enough to experience a rebirth akin to that of a phoenix. Likewise, Stark Industries shall, from this day forth, rise anew from the ashes." With a gesture, Tony pointed towards the stage curtain, which slowly parted to reveal rows of robots, indistinguishable in size from ordinary humans, standing silently on the stage. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Tony jestingly remarked, "Of course, these are not battle-ready Iron Man suits. What you see before you are the artificial intelligence butlers developed by MODOK Life and manufactured by Stark Industries. Perhaps you are curious about what these diminutive robots can accomplish." He turned towards the stage and called out, "Chloe?" A petite robot stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to meet you." Tony approached Chloe. Addressing the audience, "Could you kindly introduce yourself and your capabilities?" The robot nodded and spoke to the now quiet spectators. "I am the first personal assistant created by MODOK Life. I can handle most daily tasks, such as household chores, cooking, and managing your schedule, Mr. Stark." The audience fell momentarily silent, but soon erupted into excited cheers as Chloe elaborated on her functions at the Stark Industries Expo. Justin Hammer stared in disbelief at Tony Stark, who conversed effortlessly with the robot. He could not fathom why this man was perpetually fortunate. Despite having ceased arms production, Stark had now introduced such an advanced artificial intelligence. Was this truly a feat of modern technology? Even more astonishing was the apparent mass production of these robots. Why was Stark not adhering to the usual financing tactics? Moreover, MODOK Life was the company of Stark's brother. Why did Hammer not possess a sibling of such caliber? A pang of anguish gripped his heart. On stage, Tony turned to Chloe and inquired, "Thank you, Chloe. Could you introduce your companions?" Chloe waved towards the robots on stage, and one by one, they stepped forward to introduce themselves to the audience. "Greetings, I am a personal tutor manufactured by Modulated Life. I am capable of delivering explanations for a vast array of courses from elementary to university levels. Hello, I am a medical nurse produced by Modulated Life. I excel in caring for patients, constantly monitoring their health to better facilitate subsequent treatments." As the various functional robots completed their self-introductions, a stir rippled not only through the auditorium, but also among the global audience watching the live broadcast. Online, discussions erupted about the potential of Modulated Life usurping human jobs. Speculations arose regarding the eventual demise of humanity at the hands of artificial intelligence, and excited inquiries about where to purchase such innovations emerged. The President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense remained silent for an extended period before instructing their secretary, convene a defense conference. "We must address this advanced artificial intelligence." Setting aside other concerns, the Stark Industries Expo would undoubtedly etch a significant mark in history. Tony stood on stage, gesturing to the audience. "I just heard someone ask where they could purchase an AI butler." He paused momentarily. "Tomorrow, at 11 a.m., you will be able to make your purchases through the marketplace on your phones. Of course, each address is limited to 1 unit, but rest assured, our production line will ensure a sufficient supply." Amid the enthusiastic atmosphere, the Stark Industries Expo commenced flawlessly, with many attendees still engaged in discussions about the showcased artificial intelligence well into the night. Backstage, Tony reclined on the sofa, observing Qin Yi, who was inexplicably amused. "Next time, don't even think about asking me to help you sell products." Qin Yi chuckled in response. "Let's talk about that when you can freely travel the cosmos." Tony sighed. Having initially hoped to enlist Qin Yi to accompany him in search of unique materials in space to craft a brand new suit of armor. This notion had emerged after a devastating fire swept through downtown New York City a few days prior, where not only Iron Man Tony arrived on the scene to assist in disaster relief, but also Magneto, with his altruistic disaster relief company, promptly responded to the crisis. Tony stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Wang Laowan merely waved his hand, and amidst the collapsed ruins, everything made of metal was deftly controlled by Laowan. A cold sweat broke out on Tony's brow. He understood that Qin Yi possessed the ability to manipulate everything, even reducing matter to its molecular state for reconfiguration. However, he was assured that his brother would never turn against him. Yet, the presence of an outsider like Laowan, who wielded such power, immediately cast him as Tony's hypothetical adversary. After explaining the situation to Qin Yi, he suggested venturing into the cosmos to seek unique materials. Tony, filled with enthusiasm, readily agreed. For this marked his inaugural departure from Earth, where he had resided for over 30 years, to explore the universe. To his surprise, Qin Yi proposed the idea of having him assist in promoting products at the Stark Industrial Expo, though initially reluctant. The prospect of exploring the cosmos compelled Tony to grit his teeth and acquiesce. Chapter 50. The disappearance of Logan. In the early morning, Qin Yi emerged from his room, stretching lazily. Just yesterday, his accomplished senior, Jean Grey, had successfully graduated from Camartage. Having lost her memory since 1992, she decisively relocated to Qin Yi's new home, encroaching upon the intimate world shared between him and Wanda. During the night, she had unceremoniously kicked Qin Yi from Wanda's room into the living room. Looking towards Wanda's room, Qin Yi helplessly lamented, "What have I done to deserve this? I merely wished to sleep beside my girlfriend." Feeling somewhat disenchanted, Qin Yi reclined on the sofa, pondering the intricacies of life. At that moment, the crisp voice of the household artificial intelligence chimed in, "Master, today's work agenda is as follows. The sales of the new product, the Intelligent Housekeeper, continue to rise. Mr. Stark suggests you segment the market further and continue to introduce more specialized artificial intelligence. Additionally, Mr. Charles from the Illuminati has sent you an email. It is also worth noting that the front desk has just received a mysterious invitation." Half reclining on the sofa, Qin Yi tiredly responded, Let us see what the email says. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before him, and from the opened email, Charles's deep voice resonated. Qin, Logan has gone missing. Several months ago, he went to Afghanistan to rescue Stark and has not returned since. I have been unable to locate him even with the brainwave enhancer. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi vanished into the living room amidst a swirling vortex of space. At the Illuminati base, Charles had been scrutinizing the monitoring screens for quite some time. In recent years, the satellites of the Illuminati had achieved near-complete coverage of the Earth's atmosphere. However, Charles found it peculiar that several areas consistently failed to transmit clear imagery. From the swirling vortex beside him, Qin Yi emerged, clad in his pajamas, and inquired of the troubled Charles, "How long has it been since we last heard from Logan?" Pointing to the screen depicting the Afghan region, Charles replied, "Since the news of Stark's kidnapping reached us, it has been nearly 6 months." Qin Yi regarded Charles with curiosity, asking, "Why was this not mentioned earlier?" Charles awkwardly rubbed his nose. In his recollection, Logan was the type of mutant who often vanished for extended periods without a trace. Over the decades of their acquaintance, Charles had grown accustomed to Logan's sudden disappearances, losing count of how many times it had occurred. If we were to commence with the early life of Logan, it is noted that after the conclusion of World War I, he vanished for an extensive duration of over a decade. I presumed he had sought out an old flame. Qin Yi scoffed, remarking that leading a band of mutants is no simple task. Is it possible to ascertain the last known location of Logan? In response, Charles gestured towards a point on the magnified screen, indicating, "Here lies the last recorded sighting of Logan." Initially, Qin Yi did not pay much attention to Charles's indication, but he soon recognized the silhouette of a village that surfaced vaguely in his mind. "I shall pay a visit. By the way, has that old fellow once still declined to join the Illuminati?" Charles, sheepishly rubbing his bald head, replied, "He mentioned he is weary." Qin Yi nodded and then vanished from Charles's sight. Taro Village, to be precise, exists within another realm. The earliest records pertaining to Taro Village in the cinematic universe date back to 1977 BC, when ancient Chinese settlers stumbled upon the Taro mystique and established their abode there. Their descendants have thrived in this enigmatic universe until, many years later, the village fell prey to an assault by soul-devouring demons, culminating in the devastation of their largest city. In a bid to thwart the demons from utilizing the village's portal to invade Earth, the surviving Taroians rose in defiance under the leadership of their chief. However, their efforts bore little fruit, as their weaponry proved insufficient to vanquish the ordinary soul beasts. Just as defeat loomed, the great guardian, the divine dragon, arrived, bestowing magical powers upon the villagers, while weapons forged from dragon scales were capable of annihilating the soul-devouring demons. Ultimately, the villagers succeeded in repelling the invasion, collectively sealing the demons behind the Dark Gate. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Taro Village became the guardians of the Dark Gate, safeguarding the world from incursions by the soul beasts lurking beyond. In reality, Taro is akin to the realm of Deluo Tian depicted in the comics, residing in another dimension, a dwelling place for ancient Chinese immortals. However, its appearances in the comics are infrequent, compounded by the fact that Americans possess a limited understanding of traditional Chinese culture, leading to some confusion in its portrayal. Based on the information left by the system regarding this vast universe, Qin Yi searched his mind extensively. Upon arriving at a sprawling bamboo grove, he mused, "Could it truly be Deluo Tian? That would stretch the limits of comprehension. Yet, how did Logan traverse from Afghanistan to this place? Could it be that, similar to the later figures of Wen and Wu, he too was lured here by the soul-devouring demons residing beyond the Dark Gate?" Qin Yi gently rubbed his temples and made his way towards the bamboo grove before him. As he faced the verdant thicket, poised to navigate its intricate pathways, the labyrinthine bamboo suddenly fell silent, gradually coalescing into a defined passage. After a moment of astonishment, Qin Yi stepped forward, traversing the grove, his curiosity piqued by the waterfall that awaited him at the end of the corridor. At that moment, a woman clad in ancient attire emerged from the cascade. Equally intrigued by Qin Yi, after a brief pause, she spoke, "Ing Nan." Qin Yi nodded, feeling a tad awkward as their eyes met. The woman, known as Ing Nan, broke the silence, addressing him with a straightforward invitation, "Come with me. The divine dragon awaits you." At her words, Qin Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by her directness. Was it not customary for there to be an initial rejection of his intrusion, followed by a fierce confrontation, culminating in his overwhelming triumph, compelling them to acquiesce to his entry? Was the protocol not being observed? Shaking his head, Qin Yi followed Ing Nan's footsteps towards the waterfall. As they traversed the waterfall and entered the underwater realm, The entire submerged expanse seemed to freeze in time. A colossal bubble enveloped them, propelling them forward. Moments later, they emerged into a resplendent cavern. Qin Yi pointed at a soaring firebird in the air, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "Is that a phoenix?" Nan smiled and explained, "It is a descendant of the vermilion bird." On the hillside, several elegant nine-tailed foxes sauntered gracefully. Qin Yi gazed intently at a large and a small fox for an extended period, yearning to ask whether they could transform into human form, akin to the legendary Daji. However, under Nan's peculiar gaze, he ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. In this ethereal valley, Qin Yi meandered leisurely, reminiscing about a certain fraudulent game advertisement from his past life, feeling an urge to inform them that this was the true Shanhai Jing. Chapter 51. The Dark Gate. With Nan's impatient urging, they pressed onward. As they passed a shrine, Qin Yi paused to observe the tablets enshrined there. The image depicted an Eastern woman strikingly similar to Nan. It dawned on him that the fellow, Wen Wu, had lost his wife. Nan glanced back at Qin Yi and said, "My sister, Li." Nodding in acknowledgement, they continued until they reached an immense lake. Contrary to his previous life's memories, the lakeshore was devoid of armed tarot villagers. Instead, a villager dressed in ritualistic attire was fervently praying at the incense altar. Intrigued, Qin Yi contemplated whether the legendary dragon could provide answers to his cosmic inquiries. As the villagers' prayers resonated, the surface of the lake began to churn, forming an ever-expanding vortex. With expectant eyes, Qin Yi watched as a figure with antlers, a serpentine body, tiger paws, and eagle claws soared from the water into the sky. Looking up at the majestic being, he recalled how his ancestors had described it. Beautiful is the divine dragon, born of the essence of Yang. It dives into the depths of the abyss, soaring towards the celestial court. It stretches and retracts, shapeless and formless. It lies in the mire, yet ascends to the highest purity. The divine dragon descended gracefully before Qin Yi, keenly observing him. An intriguing human, it mused, who exists within the confines of rules, yet remains unbound by their limitations. After calming his inner excitement, Qin Yi curiously asked, "Are you the true form of the divine dragon?" The divine dragon gazed in astonishment at Qin Yi, wondering if this young man had truly discerned his essence at a mere glance. "I am but a manifestation of my true self, a reflection of my being within this universe." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's thoughts became even more disordered, prompting him to ask directly, "Is this place once the great Luo heaven?" The divine dragon shook his head, his curiosity towards the human before him growing deeper. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke. "This realm was once the nexus leading to the great Luo heaven, but that was long ago. I can no longer establish contact with it." Qin Yi hastily retrieved the 10 rings from his magical space. "Is this artifact a relic from the great Luo heaven?" The divine dragon waved a claw, causing the 10 rings to hover hesitantly beside Qin Yi, as if inquiring about his intentions. Upon seeing Qin Yi nod, it obediently alighted upon the claw of the divine dragon, which seemed to greet an old acquaintance. After teasing the 10 rings for a moment, the divine dragon remarked, "This is the weapon of a certain esteemed lord from the great Luo heaven. However, I am unaware of how it ended up on Earth." Once Qin Yi had confirmed certain suspicions, he grasped his head with one hand and fell into a prolonged silence before the divine dragon. His mind a tumultuous storm of thoughts. Could it be that what I am familiar with are merely remnants from the cinematic universe's lore? Or are the fantastical elements I encounter after my traversal new manifestations birthed from this universe? Observing Qin Yi's growing confusion, the divine dragon addressed him, "Human, I wish to solicit your assistance." Qin Yi cast a puzzled glance at the solemn divine dragon, following its gaze to the colossal, ominous black door across the lake, adorned with countless dragon scales embedded within its seal. "Is it something behind that door?" The divine dragon nodded before explaining. "The passage to that dark realm has been sealed for millennia. I am uncertain of the current state beyond the door. Over the years, the seal has grown increasingly tenuous, with soul devourers continuously luring humans toward tarot, seeking to breach the seal. From you, I perceive a glimmer of hope. If possible, I would appreciate your aid in investigating." Qin Yi stared intently at the divine dragon for a moment, the profound wisdom reflected in its eyes evoking a sense of familiarity within him. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yi declared, "I shall assist you in addressing the threat behind the door. The dragon scales will belong to me. Furthermore, I wish to take my friend who is not to enter the tarot with me." The divine dragon nodded, and before him appeared a shimmering water screen. Within this ethereal display, Wolverine Logan frolicked with a group of stone lions on a hillside. Qin Yi smirked, feeling somewhat exasperated. as he had traveled a great distance to rescue them, only to find his companion engaged in playful antics with a gaggle of stone lions. With a sigh, he was suddenly transported to the foreboding black door across the way, realizing that flying such a distance was indeed somewhat taxing. With hands forming intricate seals, he unleashed a multitude of magical arrays, ensuring that no soul-devouring beasts could escape their confines. Turning back to the divine dragon, he nodded an affirmation before delivering a powerful punch that shattered the dark door. As the passageway behind the door opened, several small soul-devouring beasts excitedly surged forth. Qin Yi cast a brief glance at them. These creatures possessed bat-like wings and tails adorned with several thrashing antennae, attempting to unleash magical attacks. To his astonishment, he discovered they were immune to magical assaults. They screeched joyously in the air, darting towards Qin Yi until a swirling vortex materialized before them. Upon traversing the passage beyond the dark gate, Qin Yi found himself in a world devoid of light, where the pitch-black sky was illuminated by pairs of crimson eyes that seemed to awaken with his arrival. He quickly shielded his eyes with one hand, cursing under his breath at his claustrophobia. In a flurry, he cast several illumination spells to alleviate the discomfort that surged within him. This dark realm, untouched by human feet for millennia, had long been overrun by soul-devouring beasts. The soul of a human, suspended in midair, emanated an alluring fragrance that captivated them, prompting a swarm of these creatures to rush toward Qin Yi. With a tinge of dark humor, he addressed them. I have heard that you delight in consuming the souls of others, and I, too, have a penchant for devouring. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal vortex materialized in the sky, engulfing a significant portion of the heavens. A terrifying force of suction emanated from the vortex, drawing countless soul-devouring beasts into its depths. In mere moments, over half of the smaller beasts had been annihilated, their essence absorbed into Qin Yi's being through the power of the Fae. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newly acquired abilities. Now, he could also consume souls. Was he destined to become an all-encompassing hexagonal warrior? With the soul-devouring beasts in this area consumed, a gigantic soul-devouring demon emerged from the cavern below. It opened its gaping maw and let out a thunderous roar directed at Qin Yi. After crawling a few paces, it spread its wings and flew toward him, its tentacle-like appendages thrashing through the air. A wave of disgust washed over Qin Yi, and with a swift gesture, he conjured an immense energy arm that struck the demon into the vortex of Fey power. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the relentless pull of the vortex. With a series of agonizing howls, the soul-devouring demon was consumed entirely. Having dealt with the demon in this region, Qin Yi looked up toward other areas, furrowing his brow. If this continued, how long would it take to completely eradicate the soul-devouring beasts from this world? The efficiency was woefully inadequate. After a moment of contemplation, the vortex of Fey power expanded further until it entirely enveloped this lightless realm, slowly drawing in the soul-devouring beasts and demons. Chapter 52, The Assault in the United States at the White House. Newly appointed President Matthew Ellis issued military orders to assault the control tower. The technology of the artificial intelligence robotic steward was deemed essential by both the President and the Defense Secretary. Matthew Ellis believed that if he could establish the United States' own combat robots through this venture, he would secure his place as the greatest president in American history. Upon receiving the military command, the portly Defense Secretary, Johnson, inquired about Stark's situation. Matthew Ellis replied with a subtle smile, "There's no need to worry. He has someone to buy time." Johnson nodded, his rotund figure acknowledging the circumstances. Although they had not secured Tony Stark's Iron Man technology, Stark was nonetheless a native-born American citizen. As for Qin Yi, the Defense Secretary chuckled, dismissing him as merely a moderately capable mutant. What could he possibly accomplish? The White House spokesperson announced that the Control Life Company had been overtaken by a group of terrorists that Friday. To safeguard the lives and property of American citizens, the government had no choice but to deploy the military to neutralize the threat posed by these terrorists. Defense Secretary Johnson led a fully armed special operations team, taking a helicopter from the military district toward the control tower. Inside the luxurious penthouse at the top of the control tower, Jean Grey curiously watched the news broadcast on television. The control tower has been seized by terrorists? Wanda shook her head in confusion and inquired of the artificial intelligence managing the entire building. "Alice, is there anyone downstairs?" The AI Alice responded in a clear and melodic voice, "Master, today marks the first day of our company's weekly rest period. Theoretically, there are only 3 of us in the entire building. Based on my projections, there is a 99 likelihood that this is a directive from the government to attack the Control Life building. As for the reason, They have long coveted your artificial intelligence technology. Jean Grey angrily clenched her fists, exclaiming, "How dare they?" Wanda quickly sought to soothe her agitated senior, saying, "Sister, there's no need to worry." When Yi was feeling bored, he set up numerous magical arrays and entrances to mirror spaces throughout the building. Jean Grey's lips twitched slightly as she struggled to utter a few words. What exists within the mirror spaces? Just a myriad of teleportation arrays, Wanda replied. Curiosity piqued. Jean Grey asked, "Teleportation arrays? Where do they lead?" Wanda pondered for a moment and answered, "I'm not certain." He mentioned that they randomly transport to various locations in the universe. Jean Grey placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated. Is he not concerned that all the employees might vanish in an instant when they come to work? Before Wanda could utter a word, the ethereal figure of Alice, standing nearby, responded, "The Master has stated that this is a fusion of magic and technology. All employees will be recognized by me, and only strangers not recorded in the company system will activate the teleportation array left by the Master. Let us disregard them and continue our game," he said. At the entrance of New York City's first primary school, Happy, clad in a sleek black suit, stood motionless, awaiting the imminent release of young Morgan. With dark sunglasses shielding his eyes, Happy cast a glance at a group of individuals across the street, also waiting for the school day to conclude. Although he sensed something amiss about them, he dismissed it. After all, it was hard to imagine anyone possessing the audacity to harm the daughter of Iron Man, let alone the terrifying man who regarded young Morgan as his own. As the school bell rang, Morgan bounded joyfully towards the entrance, calling out to Happy from a distance. "Uncle Happy, where are Dad and Uncle?" Happy shrugged, indicating he was alone today. The 7-year-old Morgan, pouting in disappointment, approached Happy, and just as they prepared to get into the car, two of the individuals rushed towards her while another swiftly kicked Happy away. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Morgan, causing her to forget the magical shield she had adeptly mastered. In a panic, she instinctively rummaged through her backpack for a few golden magical cards, infusing them with a spark of magic, which then conjured a radiant shield around herself and Happy. Uncertain, Morgan tossed several white healing cards towards Happy, who drew his handgun and fired several shots at the pursuing figures. To his astonishment, they vanished from his sight in an instant, only for a fist to materialize, striking the magical shield protecting him. Remarkably, Happy felt no pain. Instead, the assailant writhed on the ground, gazing at their fractured, contorted wrist. Amidst the chaos triggered by the gunfire at the school entrance, a new group of masked individuals surged towards Happy and Morgan. Happy swiftly activated the emergency communication device on his person, anxiously shielding Morgan behind him. He fervently hoped Tony would arrive quickly, for these adversaries were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary man to confront. Meanwhile, Morgan nervously traced a teleportation circle, pulling Happy into it. As the circle closed, the two vanished from the tumultuous scene at the school entrance. The leader of the black-clad assailants bowed his head and reported into his communication device, stating, "Mission failed. The target has vanished." In Washington, within an opulent underground conference hall of a grand mansion, the ailing William Adams listened to the report from his aide. Disappointment etched across his face as he surveyed the attendees at the table. They had failed to capture his niece and were once again tasked with delivering an invitation. Previously, to address the mutant crisis, the heads of the illustrious families in the shadows of America had gathered at the behest of Qin Yi. Upon witnessing the spatial vortex accompanying Qin Yi through a video, they confirmed that he was the mysterious figure with whom they had collaborated before. On the brink of collapse, the heads of the prominent families, upon learning from the government that Qin Yi was a mutant, became frantic. They resolved to kidnap the family members of Qin Yi, attempting to coerce him into continuing his treatments for them, for they had yet to fully indulge in the pleasures of this extravagant world. One of the younger heads of the families, feeling a sense of urgency, had attempted to contact his master since the first day he learned of this plan, but had been unable to reach Qin Yi. Stark Industries. Tony reclined in his opulent chair, lost in contemplation when suddenly, an alarm blared. He hastily donned his latest Iron Man suit and, while soaring towards the first elementary school in New York City, attempted to call Qin Yi. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, Tony arrived at the chaotic school entrance, where he gleaned from Jarvis's surveillance the events that had just transpired. With a furrowed brow, he pondered the destination of little Morgan's portal. Jarvis promptly alerted him that the military was launching an assault on Mr. Qin Yi's model building. Upon hearing this, Tony swiftly directed his flight towards the model building. In Taro Village, Ingnan anxiously gazed at the passage behind the dark portal. The villagers, armed to the teeth, stood resolutely behind her. Qin Yi had been inside for 7 days. Although no soul-eating beasts had emerged from the passage throughout this duration, her worry for Qin Yi's safety grew. For millennia, Taro had merely passively defended the seal of the Dark Portal. Never had anyone contemplated entering the realm of the soul-eating demons, let alone eradicating a dimensional entity of such malevolence. Even if that man were exceptionally powerful, it would not suffice. What could the Guardian Dragon possibly be thinking? In response to Ying Nan's doubts, the Guardian Dragon remained silent, simply observing the shattered Dark Portal. After a lengthy pause, the passage behind the Dark Portal began to tremble. The Guardians stationed there instantly tensed, hastily preparing for a confrontation with the demons. The intensity of the tremors escalated, and before the anxious gazes of the crowd, the passage collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the dust settled, the spectators were astonished to find that no soul-eating demons had emerged. However, why had the man before them transformed in such a manner? In Ying Nan's incredulous gaze, Qin Yi staggered out, rubbing his head. Upon seeing the fully armed villagers, he waved a hand in greeting. Have you all eaten? Qin Yi was uncertain whether they had dined. He felt somewhat bloated himself. As he wobbled towards the Guardian Dragon, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the dragon's wise, luminous eyes. Was he resembling a balloon filled to the brim? Holy smokes! Qin Yi exclaimed, leaping in place. Had he perhaps consumed too much in one go? Chapter 53. The rescue of Mr. Qin. Above the modulation building, the corpulent Minister of Defense, Johnson, sat in a helicopter, exuberantly directing the special forces as they descended onto the outer layer of the edifice. However, from the reports relayed by the soldiers upon landing, he encountered an astonishing predicament. The conventional weaponry wielded by the soldiers was utterly ineffective against the impeccably fitted glass of the building. Undeterred, Johnson seized control of the helicopter's machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards one of the windows. Upon discovering that the glass remained unscathed, his excitement intensified. The technology behind such resilient glass must be reclaimed. Securing it for his own residence would significantly bolster his safety. Realizing that aerial assault was futile, he resolved to initiate an attack from the ground. Johnson promptly commanded all helicopters to land in the square, where he would join forces with the special troops before launching an assault through the main entrance. Within the makeshift command center erected in the square, Johnson occupied the central position, flanked by General Ross, the commander of this military operation and his second-in-command. From the surveillance screens before them, they beheld hundreds of fully armed soldiers obeying orders and charging into the building's front entrance. The coveted artificial intelligence technology was tantalizingly within reach, and Johnson's fervor mounted. He even envisioned, in his mind's eye, a steel legion subjugating the globe under his command, standing alone at the pinnacle of the White House, leaving the world with nothing but a fleeting silhouette. Suddenly, the surveillance feed was interrupted, snapping Johnson back to reality. He cast a perplexed glance towards the monitoring personnel. Hesitantly, the operator stammered, "Sir, our equipment is too outdated to adequately monitor the interior of the building." Johnson attempted to establish communication with the soldiers who had entered the building, but minutes passed with only the static of the intercom responding. Ross, standing nearby, cautioned, "We have lost contact with the soldiers." Rising to his feet, Johnson slammed his corpulent hand onto the table before him and bellowed, "Summon assistance." The vigilant troops surrounding the building, initially tasked with monitoring, were hastily reassigned to the offensive team. Johnson, brimming with excitement, communicated via the intercom, announcing that the first wave of specialized forces had successfully secured the interior of the building and urged everyone to rendezvous with them promptly. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers surged through the main entrance of the building. Moments later, as Johnson attentively listened to the soldiers' reports, the communication device faltered once more. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Ross and commanded, "Continue to summon reinforcements." Consequently, the nearby police officers, who were diligently managing the crowd, were also temporarily reassigned to join the offensive against the building. Under the leadership of Sheriff George Stice from the New York Police Department, hundreds of valiant officers charged toward the main entrance. Concerned about potential complications, Johnson swiftly requested the president to dispatch additional soldiers. The officers in the makeshift operations room remained fixated on the communication devices until, after another interruption, they collectively exhaled in relief, confirming their suspicions of irregularities. Frustrated, Johnson rose and declared vehemently, "Today, we shall employ every available man. We must seize control of the building." Half an hour later, the square was teeming with troops summoned by the president. Johnson stood, wielding a megaphone, and proclaimed, "Today, we must apprehend this band of terrorists and rescue Mr. Qin." He had even forgotten that his initial intention was to seize the artificial intelligence technology from Qin Yi. Beyond the barricade stood a throng of curious onlookers. drawn by the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the bustling crowd, camera flashes erupted incessantly as reporters from New York television stations turned their lenses toward the scene, delivering updates on the latest developments. We may be facing the most audacious terrorists in history. Approximately 500 soldiers and police officers have entered the building. Regrettably, as of the time of this report, we have yet to receive any information. Mr. Qin Yi of the Modulation Life Company remains trapped inside the building by the terrorists. As you can see, a reassembled military force stands behind me. God, we hope that this time the troops can breach the terrorist defenses. In the White House, the newly appointed President Matthew Ellis stared intently at the tablet before him. From the military and news reports, he sensed that the situation was deteriorating. Furrowing his brow, he exhaled deeply and promptly dialed a number. An odious voice answered on the other end. Mr. President, despite his disdain for the man, he couldn't help but consider the potential repercussions of failing to resolve this crisis swiftly. He maintained a facade of cordiality as he replied, Fury, there's a matter that may require your agency's intervention. Shield? Nick Fury inquired, perplexed. Mr. President, please proceed. Matthew Ellis spoke deliberately. This morning, the modulation building was overtaken by a group of terrorists. We are concerned for the safety of the captured Qin Yi, so we dispatched troops to quell the unrest, only to encounter some difficulties. Initially, Nick Fury assumed it was merely a matter of sending the agency to deal with a few terrorists until he heard that name. He interjected, impossible, absolutely impossible. Matthew Ellis regarded the phone in his hand with a hint of surprise. Was this man truly so bold as to outright refuse the president's orders? Just as he was about to erupt, Nick Fury's voice came through the line, tinged with regret. Mr. President, I truly cannot fathom what kind of terrorists would be capable of abducting Qin Yi. Upon hearing this, Matthew Ellis paused for a moment before inquiring with curiosity, is that mutant Qin Yi particularly formidable? Nick Fury remained silent for a moment before responding, expressing that the individual in question was remarkably powerful, and notably, he was not a mutant. Thus, the mutant suppressor had no effect on him. Matthew Ellis, undeterred, pressed Nick Fury further, inquiring about the extent of this strength. He pondered the limits of human capability until Nick Fury's voice on the other end of the line instilled a sense of panic within him. I once knew someone who could tear apart alien warships, impervious to nuclear attacks, capable of flight and evasion, yet even that individual was no match for Qin Yi. After hanging up, Matthew Ellis, with trembling hands, sank into his chair, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. What Nick Fury refrained from sharing with the president was that this person could not withstand even a single move from Qin Yi. He vividly recalled the encounter between Carol and Qin Yi in 1995, where Carol faced an unexpected defeat. In the years that followed, each time Carol returned to Earth seeking revenge, she would challenge Qin Yi to a duel. Initially, she could hold her own against him, but as Qin Yi matured, his power grew increasingly formidable. He remembered the last time Carol had arrived on Earth. They were enjoying hot pot and singing when she was abruptly whisked away by a sudden spatial vortex, never to return. Nick Fury sat in his chair, yearning to recruit Qin Yi into S.H.I.E.L.D., even considering making him the director. Shaking his head, he dismissed this absurd notion and turned his attention to the files on Tony Stark before rising, mentally resolving to find time to discuss matters with Stark. Chapter 54. The exclusive dimensional space Tarot village by the lakeside. The villagers, who had been on high alert for several days, gradually dispersed. Qin Yi stood by the lake, staring at the distorted reflection of his figure on the water's surface, lost in thought for a long while. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, internally lamenting. Is this how it will be from now on? How am I supposed to face others? How will I charm the ladies? My image, my magnificent and heroic image, has been utterly ruined. Beside him, Ingnan stifled her laughter, her face flushed with mirth. Qin Yi sighed. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. After a considerable time, Ingnan was unable to stand, eventually sitting on the ground, one hand clutching her belly and the other caressing her face, which appeared to be in stitches from laughter. Qin Yi, with great difficulty, turned to the calm and composed dragon beside him and inquired, is there a solution to this predicament? The dragon, with eyes shimmering with wisdom, cast a glance at Qin Yi and nodded slightly. Your current condition is a result of an excess of energy within you. I can sense several distinct energies coursing through your being, destruction, fury, and even a spark of creative genesis. You might consider attempting to forge a dimension uniquely your own. By directing the surplus energy into this realm, you may find restoration. Alternatively, should you choose to disregard this advice, Qin Yi interjected, what would the consequences be? Your body shall expand increasingly, gradually losing its human form. Upon hearing this, Images of a certain figure flashed in Qin Yi's mind, Dormammu. This individual was once a human sorcerer, who, upon entering the dark dimension in pursuit of power, abandoned his original corporeal form, ultimately transforming into an odd visage. Merely contemplating that figure caused Qin Yi to hastily shake his head. Calming his mind, Qin Yi seated himself by the lakeside, closing his eyes to perceive the myriad energies coursing within him. The power of the fairy resembled a vast lake, where healing energy, radiating a pure white luminescence, floated upon its surface. Beneath, the waters brimmed with the flowing chaos energy and the fragmented essence of the phoenix. Scattered stones of varying sizes lay along the shore, remnants of the ill-fated being that had been consumed. 5 infinite gems of distinct hues emitted intertwining energies, while the soul energy absorbed from the dark realm settled quietly at the lake's bottom. Perhaps, the energy of creation spoken of by the dragon was indeed encapsulated within these 5 infinite gems, and the soul energy drawn from the abyss. In his mind, Qin Yi began to delineate the contours of a dimensional space reminiscent of Taro Village. Initially, the energies of the 5 infinite gems entwined at a singular point of light. With the infusion of soul energy, these forces coalesced into a singularity, a radiant point encircled slowly by the surrounding chaos. After a prolonged interval, Qin Yi perceived what seemed to be the sound of an eggshell cracking. A blinding light flared, and the singularity erupted. The reverberations of the explosion shattered the chaos, revealing a world identical to Taro, sky, earth, and mountains alike. Qin Yi vanished from the lakeside of Taro Village. In another realm, within Qin Yi's dimensional space, there lay bamboo groves, serene lakes, and swirling mists. Ancient Chinese architecture adorned the lakeside and mountaintops. However, unlike before, this world was devoid of the shattered dark portal and any living beings. The same energies that coursed within Qin Yi floated throughout the space. When he extended his hand to touch the surroundings, it felt as though this world was an extension of his very being. Seated by the lake, observing his restored physique, Qin Yi smiled and murmured to himself, "From now on, consider this my portable power bank. Yet, the energy within me is boundless. Does this imply a doubling of infinity?" Shaking his head to dismiss such musings, Qin Yi felt it was time to return. He was uncertain how much time had passed this time and hoped no unforeseen troubles awaited him. After departing from his own dimensional space, he addressed Ing Nan, requesting, "Please bring my friend here. We have lingered long enough and should take our leave." Ing Nan nodded and walked towards the group of stone lions behind Taro Village. The divine dragon, seemingly producing a book from thin air, handed it to Qin Yi. Curiously, he took a glance before looking up, astonished, and inquired, "Cultivation?" The divine dragon paused momentarily, responding with confusion. Regaining his composure, Qin Yi shrugged helplessly, remarking, "How could there possibly be cultivation in the Marvel Universe?" The divine dragon, sensing Qin Yi's dismay, offered him a pearl, saying, "This may aid in calming your mind, perhaps benefiting your practice." Upon accepting it, Qin Yi asked, "Is this a Dragon Ball?" The divine dragon shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After sealing the passage behind the dark gate, although that world had been consumed into nothingness by Qin Yi, he adhered to his survival principle of always leaving a contingency. He waved his hand, gathering the scattered dragon scales from the ground, pondering whether these scales could be forged into armor, and thought to have his brother Tony examine them later. "Hey, old Qin. Ha ha ha. I knew you would come looking for me." The boisterous voice of Wolverine, Logan, echoed from afar. Qin Yi turned to see Logan on the opposite shore of the lake, accompanied by a group of stone lions. Puzzled, Qin Yi mused whether Logan possessed the ability for interspecies communication. With a respectful gesture towards the divine dragon and Ing Nan, Qin Yi vanished before their eyes alongside Logan, who had a lingering gaze of reluctance. As they emerged from Taro's realm, Qin Yi immediately sensed something unusual. Logan, observing Qin Yi gazing up at the moon, curiously asked, "What's wrong, old Qin?" Qin Yi, feeling perplexed, realized that as the one who had signed a magical contract with Little Morgan, he essentially served as her source of magical energy. The moment he exited the space of Taro Village, he sensed her presence. He found it intriguing that Little Morgan was on the moon. Turning to Wolverine, he proposed, "Uncle Wolf, shall we take a trip to the moon?" Before Logan could fully grasp Qin Yi's words, a swirling vortex of space enveloped them, causing both to vanish from the bamboo grove. In the bustling heart of New York City, at the command center of the ModCon Tower Plaza, the portly Secretary of Defense, Johnson, stood vacantly by the telephone after receiving an order from the president, his eyes devoid of focus. Ross, intrigued by the contents of the president's call that had so drastically altered the demeanor of the once exuberant Johnson, quietly inquired John. Snapped back to reality. Johnson appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the fervent cheers of the crowd erupted, chanting Tony, 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 Tony. Johnson's gaze fell upon the tardy Iron Man, Tony Stark. Never before had he felt such an endearing connection to Tony. In a surge of excitement, he dashed towards him and embraced the bewildered Stark, who had just landed. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Johnson lamented, Stark, you must save Mr. Qin. A talent as great as his should not fall into the hands of terrorists. Stark, taken aback, was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the relentless flash of cameras captured the heart-wrenching scene of the secretary's plea. Resignedly, Stark shrugged and waved to the crowd, proclaiming, we will surely triumph over the terrorists. The crowd erupted once more in fervent chants of Tony. Tony, Tony, Tony. Chapter 55. Little Morgan on the Moon. Within the Marvel Universe, beyond the realm of humanity, exists a plethora of civilizations birthed by intelligent extraterrestrial races. Among these, the three prominent cosmic empires, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire, are well known. These civilizations have long been embroiled in conflict, with their wars occasionally spilling over to Earth, reminiscent of the incident involving Captain Marvel in 1995. In the prolonged war between the Kree and Skrull empires, which has lasted for millennia, the Kree sought to augment their ranks by genetically modifying the indigenous beings of various planets. On ancient Earth, they used contemporary humans as a template, successfully creating a group of humanoid species endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, for reasons unknown, the Kree abandoned their experimental offspring, the Inhumans. Unlike the Eternals, who possess innate superpowers, the Inhumans require the mists produced by the Terrigen crystals to activate their abilities. Both the Eternals and the Inhumans, however, share a common ancestry rooted in the ancient human genome. Abandoned by the Kree, the Inhumans, after a protracted period of evolution, have developed advanced technology that surpasses that of humanity. To avoid contact with humans, they relocated to the lunar city of Adelan, a mobile metropolis nestled within the blue expanse of the moon. Within the resplendent palace of the Inhumans, King Blackagar Boltagon, known for his mastery of silence, convenes a meeting with members of the royal household, including his wife Medusa and several Inhuman superpowered individuals, each with combat prowess rated at 5. They sit gravely around the conference table, deliberating on the ominous possibility of a recurrence of the inexplicable meteor shower that occurred several years prior. They vividly recall that meteor shower, which nearly grazed the protective shield surrounding their city before descending upon Earth. Silent as ever, King Blackagar types his hypothesis on the keyboard. The meteor shower may have been artificially induced. The assembly is taken aback by this revelation. Suddenly, a bald man devoid of eyebrows rises and exclaims vehemently, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! There cannot exist such formidable humans on Earth." Medusa observes the agitated Cowlark, perhaps cognizant that his parents had forbidden him from undergoing the enhancements of the Terrigen mist. The notion of such powerful humans is utterly incomprehensible to Cowlark, who possesses no superhuman abilities. Amidst the fervent debate, a golden halo suddenly materializes within the Grand Hall. Young Morgan emerges from the halo, pulling Happy along with him, and collides with the bald Cowlark, who, taken by surprise, tumbles to the floor along with his chair. Due to the protective magical shield enveloping him, Morgan's head was spared from the collision. The little one instinctively rubbed his head. Happy finally discerned the scene before him. A figure adorned with a hood, revealing only 2 eyes and a mouth, sat upon a throne, gazing curiously at the pair. Several other peculiar individuals, dressed in eccentric attire, flanked the table, equally intrigued by him and the small Morgan beside him. The bald man, who had been struck, rose in a fit of fury, raising his fist to deliver a blow to little Morgan. However, upon contact with her magical shield, he let out a pained wail. Although lacking superhuman abilities, Karl Naik possessed considerable physical strength, preventing him from breaking his wrist. Little Morgan sensed something was amiss and quickly conjured another teleportation circle, pulling Happy into it. Yet, as they dashed through, a ferocious beast lunged at them from the destination of the portal. The two hastily retreated back into the Grand Hall, the beast's massive head following closely behind as it emerged from the circle. Startled, little Morgan swiftly closed the teleportation portal, resulting in a monstrous head appearing within the hall, its eyes wide open, refusing to close. The inhabitants of the Grand Hall grew increasingly unsettled, rising to fixate their gaze on the human girl. To be precise, among the present beings, aside from the formidable Black Bat King, the other members of the royal family likely would struggle against even the likes of Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Marvel Universe. Nevertheless, This did not deter their arrogance or disdain for Earth's inhabitants. Especially observable was Karl Naek's fury upon realizing he could not breach the magical shield surrounding a mere human girl and a portly individual. In his frustration, he commanded his soldiers to confine little Morgan and Happy, attempting to diminish their combat prowess by starving them for a few days. Following the earlier upheaval, little Morgan became hesitant to conjure teleportation circles indiscriminately, fearing she might forget the location and worry about her father and uncle being unable to find her. The two individuals found themselves confined within a specially designed energy cage in the Grand Hall. The members of the Inhuman tribe gradually lost their patience for further discussion and began to depart the hall one by one. Feeling a bit peckish, young Morgan rummaged through her backpack and produced some snacks. As she extended them towards Happy, he firmly declined, stating, "I'm not hungry, Morgan. Who knows how long we will be confined here? We should conserve our food." Morgan tore open the packaging and replied, "All right, Uncle Happy, if you are hungry. I have plenty of delicious treats in my backpack." Happy, not giving it much thought, assumed that Morgan was merely trying to comfort herself. What a wonderful child she was. Suddenly, the thought of marriage crossed Happy's mind, but upon recalling his recent promotion to head of security at Stark Industries, he promptly dismissed the idea. He vowed to excel in his role at Stark Industries. Noticing that little Morgan appeared somewhat dejected, Happy began recounting their glorious adventures in the zombie universe to save the world. Morgan listened intently, her eyes sparkling with fascination as she absorbed Happy's memories. After a considerable time, the members of the Inhuman tribe returned to the Grand Hall, now adorned in royal garments embellished with gemstones. In stark contrast, Morgan and Happy, dressed in casual attire, resembled commoners being judged by nobility. King Black Bolt sat regally upon the throne, and, skilled in silence, he typed out his query. "Humans, why do you trespass in my palace?" Morgan's attention was entirely captured by the gemstones embedded in the Inhuman's attire, completely oblivious to Black Bolt's written words. Meanwhile, on the beams of the palace, Qin Yi and Wolverine had already arrived when the Inhumans returned. Qin Yi had deliberately concealed their presence with magic, intending to observe how the little one would deal with this unremarkable group of warriors. However, upon noticing that she exhibited no desire to engage in battle and was instead fixated on the gemstones adorning the Inhumans, Qin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could it be that women are universally drawn to shiny gems? Even a little one like her could not escape this allure? Qin Yi stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. If that were the case, after making a certain resolution, Qin Yi transmitted a message to his companion, Wolverine Logan, saying, "Uncle Wolf, remember to close your eyes." Logan, with a look of confusion, gazed at the suddenly vanished Qin Yi. Upon entering his dimensional space, Qin Yi retrieved the robe that signified the Supreme Mage and took out an array of gemstones acquired from Kamartaj. After inspecting them for a moment, he felt dissatisfied. He then harnessed the energy of the Phoenix Force to conjure a multitude of shimmering, golden-hued gemstones, and used the energy of chaos to form a multitude of crimson gemstones. Utilizing the power of the 5 Infinity Stones, he concentrated the energy of healing magic to create a crown radiating pure, white, sacred light. With a wave of his hand, he embedded all the gemstones into the robe of the Supreme Mage. Adorning the robe and placing the crown upon his head, Qin Yi gazed at his reflection in the water curtain, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing into the dimensional space. Within the palace of the Inhumans, the silent Morgan and Happy had evidently provoked the ire of the Inhuman populace. Just as they were about to take action, a solemn voice descended from the heavens into the Grand Hall. "Wretched insects. Chapter 56, Deliver a message for me." The assembled crowd within the palace hastily looked up to witness a spatial door adorned with floating petals materializing in the hall, emanating waves of terrifying energy. Tension gripped them as they watched the door slowly open, revealing several winged cherubs gracefully flying forth. The mere presence of these energy-formed angels instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure upon the Inhumans, making it difficult for them to breathe. Amidst their anxious and fearful expressions, a divine figure resembling a god manifested within the palace. This deity, akin to the legendary god of lore, wore a crown radiating sacred light, with a body suffused in a kaleidoscope of colors. Karnak, stealing a furtive glance, clutched his eyes in agony, trembling uncontrollably as he knelt to the ground. In his heart, he pondered, is this what divinity is? Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. It is indeed impossible to gaze directly upon a god. Following Qin Yi's counsel, Logan, who had closed his eyes against the pillar, gradually opened them. After some time acclimating, he discovered that the figure was, in fact, Qin Yi. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement as he remarked, "Old Qin, you certainly know how to have fun." Upon catching sight of that figure, little Morgan transitioned from initial shock to a flutter of excitement. Upon realizing it was her uncle clad in the robe emblematic of the Supreme Mage, her eyes sparkled with wonder as she fixated on the crown atop Qin Yi's head and the radiant gems adorning him. A voice echoed persistently within her heart, proclaiming, "I wish to become the Supreme Mage." Qin Yi waved his hand, shattering the energy cage that ensnared Morgan and Happy. Elated, little Morgan leaped into Qin Yi's embrace, her fingers caressing the gems and crown. "Uncle, I want that outfit too, and this." Qin Yi affectionately ruffled the little one's nose. "You silly little thing. If you can't handle these weaklings, I shall have to review your progress in magic class." Happy stood proudly behind Qin Yi, a smile on his face that belied his inner excitement. Indeed, being by Boss Qin's side is a guarantee of safety. Upon learning the reason for little Morgan's arrival on the moon, Qin Yi refrained from imposing difficulties on the otherworldly beings within the hall, for he considered himself a reasonable person. After inviting King Blackbat to visit the Radiant Assembly and presenting him with a magical card, Qin Yi returned to Earth with several companions. In New York, at the plaza of the Modulation Tower, the plump Defense Secretary Johnson had been weeping beside Tony for an extended period, as if genuinely grieving over the White House spokesperson's claim that Qin Yi had been kidnapped by terrorists. Tony, uninterested in exposing the politician's rhetoric, appeared somewhat conflicted upon learning that nearly 2,000 brave soldiers had gone missing. He was aware that Qin Yi was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, despite possessing the capability to do so. After much hesitation, he resolved to have JARVIS attempt to contact Qin Yi once more. To his astonishment, the call was connected, and little Morgan's voice on the other end eased his worries. Tony stammered, "Hey, Qin, come up. Happy and little Morgan are here." To Johnson, as Tony approached the doors of the Modulation Tower, there was an air of solemnity. The shouts from the crowd resonated. "Iron Man is on the move." Tony glanced back with a sigh, contemplating the reckless nature of these politicians. Why provoke the control tower, of all entities? After escorting Wolverine back to the Illuminati's headquarters, Qin Yi returned home with little Morgan and Happy. The young lad, spotting his two elder sisters engrossed in a mobile game, eagerly joined their ranks. Upon Tony's arrival via the elevator, he appeared somewhat disoriented, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Through snippets of conversation, Qin Yi gleaned some recent occurrences. It seemed he would need to carve out time to engage in a cordial discussion with them. As for the individuals who attempted to abduct little Morgan, from Happy's descriptions, those who vanished and reappeared with such abruptness, could they possibly be mutants? Yet, Old One would hardly possess such audacity. While Qin Yi sat deep in contemplation on the sofa, Alice's melodious voice chimed in, "Master, another invitation has arrived." Turning to the screen displaying the invitation, Qin Yi noted the emblem representing several prominent families. Rising from his seat, he mused, "These old fellows have truly grown impatient." Tony swiftly intervened, halting Qin Yi's intention to teleport away. "Let us step outside for a moment. The entire globe believes you have been kidnapped by terrorists." "Very well," he acquiesced, as they entered the elevator. Tony hesitated but ultimately spoke. "Qin, those soldiers are innocent." Qin Yi shrugged, directing his gaze toward the elevator. "Alice, bring them back." Alice's clear voice responded, "Master, that is not possible. They have been teleported across the universe." With a hint of exasperation, Qin Yi emphasized, "Alice. All right, I will manage the teleportation arrays," she conceded. When they reached the lobby below, the previously transported soldiers descended the stairs in a state of panic. Qin Yi waved a hand, and they stood there, dazed. After erasing their memories of the intervening time, more soldiers hurriedly emerged from the staircase. Moments later, a multitude of soldiers exited the building through the main entrance, unharmed. Tony, supporting the faint-injured Qin Yi, finally made his way to the square, where the assembled crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Thus concluded this absurd spectacle. The White House spokesperson lauded Iron Man for quelling the terrorist unrest and safeguarding the security of the nation. In the luxurious estate of Washington, William Adams convened the heads and heirs of several prominent families urgently after receiving a call from Qin Yi. In the Grand Hall, the attendees awaited Qin Yi's arrival with eager anticipation. Despite having faced various challenges, the individual capable of healing their afflictions ultimately relented. William Adams, seated comfortably, wore a slight smile. After all, this person was merely a mutant with a modicum of ability. Perhaps he was intimidated by the military's aggression or concerned for the safety of those around him. William Adams and the assembled leaders deemed the process inconsequential, satisfied that the outcome aligned with their expectations. They believed that, in due course, they could compensate Qin Yi for any losses incurred. As they gazed expectantly, Qin Yi materialized in the hall, emerging from a spatial vortex. Observing their hopeful yet confident expressions, he remained silent. The atmosphere grew quiet until William Adams broke the tension. Presuming Qin Yi harbored some inner conflict, he spoke. "Mr. Qin, we shall compensate you for your losses. Please let us know what you require in the future." After lighting a cigarette, Qin Yi replied slowly, "Actually, I need you to deliver a message." Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in laughter. They had anticipated that Qin Yi would impose some exceedingly burdensome demands. Yet, even the most outrageous conditions would have been met, for they all desired to extend their lives. Now, it seemed all that was required was the simple task of conveying a message, after which they could potentially escape the torment of their ailments. The jubilant atmosphere enveloped the hall as attendees envisioned a future free from disease, perhaps prolonging their lives until the arrival of the longevity serum. William Adams, exhilarated by Qin Yi's words, eagerly inquired, "Mr. Qin, to whom shall we send this message?" Qin Yi paid him little heed. Exhaling a ring of smoke and muttering to himself, "You will know who it is. Just tell her that I will find her eventually. Enjoy yourselves, everyone." With a wave of his hand, he bid them farewell. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to decipher the meaning behind Qin Yi's cryptic words. One young man, in his 20s, could no longer tolerate the situation. Accustomed to standing at the pinnacle of society, he found Qin Yi's gaze, one that regarded them as mere insects, unbearable. He stood up and shouted at Qin Yi, "Who do you think you are? A mutant? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to act so brazenly before us?" Qin Yi found himself amused by the antics of the individual before him. To be candid, in his 17 years of existence, he had never encountered such an absurd character. Shaking his head, Qin Yi casually drew a luminous barrier, which subsequently vanished into the fabric of space. As some in the hall attempted to rise in indignation, they soon realized they were immobilized, unable to move. The frantic cries of the crowd reverberated throughout the estate, intermingling with distant chants, weaving a haunting requiem. In horror, they observed that on the luminous barrier Qin Yi had conjured, a multitude of meteors hurtled toward Earth from the cosmos, with one particular meteor descending ominously towards Washington. The military of the United States, upon monitoring the meteor's trajectory, promptly reported to the president. When the president learned of the impending meteor strike on Washington, he lay back in his chair, his eyes vacant, consumed by regret, immense regret. Qin Yi, however, did not descend into madness by allowing the meteors to fall indiscriminately. Annihilating all of Washington would be too catastrophic for the nation. Instead, a meteor, under the control of energy manipulation, landed directly upon the luxurious estate of William Adams on the outskirts of Washington. With a thunderous boom, akin to a spectacular fireworks display, Qin Yi managed to contain the explosive aftermath, ensuring it did not extend too far. Remaining in place, he sought to observe how the souls of the departed journeyed to their final resting place. Yet, the souls marked by the requiem simply vanished without a trace. As the dust settled, the opulent estate was left in ruins, a massive crater the only remnant of its former glory. Qin Yi murmured, "Indeed, it is unfeasible." This day marked a tumultuous occasion for the United States. The president, upon learning of the mysterious disappearance of the leaders of several prominent families, lay weakly in his chair, consumed by anxiety. He could not fathom when that individual would come seeking him, his mind fixated on a singular thought. If only a mansion had been destroyed, perhaps that individual still possessed some semblance of humanity. At Kamartaj, Master Gu Yi sighed in exasperation, pondering why these Americans chose to provoke this particular individual. Through years of acquaintance, she had come to perceive Qin Yi as a mere idle fish, yet she found herself perpetually wishing for him to turn over a new leaf. A truly vexatious endeavor. With a resigned sigh, she closed her eyes to continue her meditation. At Stark Industries, Tony, upon receiving news of the meteor, sat in his office, lost in contemplation. The audacity of those attempting to abduct young Morgan had utterly drained his patience. Had it not been for Qin Yi's involvement, he would have personally dealt with those scoundrels. However, the prospect of slaughtering so many raised concerns regarding the potential adverse effects on Qin Yi's psyche. Bowing his head, he glanced at the picture frame on the table, within which lay a cherished family portrait. In the photograph, Howard and Maria, the couple, sat comfortably in their chairs, while Tony and Pepper stood behind them. Qin Yi cradled little Morgan at Tony's side, and the family radiated joy in that moment captured in time. It was unclear when exactly this happiness had faded, perhaps after Howard and Maria's passing. He could not recall. He felt as though it had been ages since he had genuinely smiled. He harbored no fears for his younger brother's safety. Yet he was troubled by the thought that Qin Yi might gradually lose his humanity, transforming into a being devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he desired a cigarette, but as one who never smoked, he rummaged through the drawers of his office in vain. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, "We need more people." Tony looked up in confusion, directing his gaze toward a shadowy corner of the office. The lights were off, and it took him a while to discern a very dark-skinned man who had seemingly taken a seat on his sofa without invitation. The one-eyed man spoke to himself. "We need more people to prevent him from acting with such impunity." Growing slightly impatient, Tony inquired, "Who are you?" He was genuinely irritated. Someone had entered his office without permission, and he was preoccupied with how to approach Qin Yi about the recent killings. After all, what could he do? He was Tony Stark. Could he not confront his own brother? Nick Fury stepped forward, revealing his features, though his mouth twitched slightly. He had anticipated that Tony Stark would respond with, "That's my brother," allowing him to follow up with, "He could also destroy this world, couldn't he?" Had he underestimated the bond between Tony and Qin Yi? Placing a folder on Tony's desk, Nick left, fully aware of the principle of moderation. As Nick Fury departed the Stark mansion and settled into his car, he pondered the unexpected outcome of failing to recruit Stark. Such circumstances necessitated a discreet report to Carol. Previously, he believed that Qin Yi would not strike at ordinary individuals, but the recent meteor incident filled him with dread. He was eager to recruit more individuals with extraordinary abilities. If one superhero was insufficient, then 100 or even 1,000 would suffice. He believed that under his guidance, there would come a day when the Avengers could contain Qin Yi. At the base of the Illuminati, Charles sat in his wheelchair. His legs had been healed by Qin Yi many years ago, yet perhaps due to years of habit, he found solace in the confines of the chair while he contemplated, as if it provided him a sense of security. From the surveillance of the Illuminati, he observed that during the meteorite's descent, Qin Yi was present in the vicinity of the estate. Charles pondered whether his decision to join the Illuminati was right or wrong, but at the very least, mutants were now living better lives. Even Qin Yi's gaming company was populated entirely by mutants. Perhaps unbeknownst to Qin Yi himself, the individual he had recruited from the Illuminati, Wei, had subsequently brought along every mutant he knew when recruiting new employees for the gaming company. The majority of the Illuminati's ranks consisted of former members of the War Police and Brotherhood. However, a sudden wave of fear washed over him. Charles was aware that Qin Yi was still the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, and unbeknownst to him, the power behind Qin Yi had grown immensely. Just days earlier, a mute who had recently joined the Illuminati, allegedly from a lunar race, expressed great admiration for Qin Yi. Charles felt a pang of melancholy as he touched his bald head, realizing after much contemplation that he had lost all his hair. He thought perhaps he should provide Qin Yi with some psychological guidance, considering he was the headmaster of a school for mutants and quite adept at this. In the past, he might have condemned Qin Yi for taking the lives of certain Americans, but after witnessing the grotesque faces of these politicians, Charles found himself indifferent. He merely worried that Qin Yi might lose patience with humanity and the Earth due to this incident. Rising to retrieve his phone, he had pondered his emotions for quite some time and was on the verge of calling Qin Yi when he hesitated, suddenly feeling as if the entire world was under Qin Yi's surveillance. Chapter 58. Anti-Qin Yi Armor. Thus, the year 2008 came to a close. A great deal transpired in this world during that year. Tony experienced kidnapping, and the exposure of the iron armor to the public transformed him into the renowned Iron Man. Even Qin Yi's extraordinary abilities were unveiled, although the uninformed masses mistakenly believed him to be a mutant. The first snowfall of 2009 arrived unexpectedly, blanketing Howard's estate in silver. Tony stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the snowman before him. Just days prior, Qin Yi had returned to stay for a few days. After spending Christmas with little Morgan, he had departed. Tony sensed that Qin Yi was afraid to return to Howard's estate. Letting out a long breath, Tony smiled, contemplating that indeed, some things ultimately remain unchanged. 6 months later, in the newly constructed Stark Tower, within the opulent penthouse of Tony Stark, he gazed at Qin Yi with an expression of perplexity after having just installed a clean energy system in the building. "Hey, brother, that expression of yours, are you contemplating the design of an anti-Qin Yi armor?" Upon hearing Qin Yi's inquiry, Tony shrugged. "I didn't expect you to catch on. Ha ha." Noticing Tony's laughter, which masked his embarrassment, Qin Yi offered, "Would you like some assistance? The two of us might find it challenging to manage alone. I could summon Dr. Banner and Reed." With a wave of his hand, Dr. Banner, who was diligently honing his skills in the Amazon rainforest, and Reed, who was preoccupied with romantic endeavors in his laboratory, were both suddenly transported into Tony's lavish abode amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. "Hey, Banner, relax. Qin Yi quickly intervened to prevent Dr. Banner from transforming into the Hulk. Banner awkwardly regarded Qin Yi and said, "Hey, boss, what prompted you to summon me?" Meanwhile, Reed, who had just removed his shirt, found himself inexplicably in a luxurious mansion. He glanced around at Qin Yi and Dr. Banner exchanging greetings, as well as Tony Stark lounging on the sofa, clearly recognizing the three. "Mr. Qin, what is this?" Reed began to inquire, but Qin Yi interjected. "Tony wishes to develop an armor specifically designed to counter my abilities, but I believe it may prove somewhat challenging for just the two of us. Hence I invited the two brightest minds on Earth." After amicable negotiations and the promise of a $500 million investment in Reed's laboratory, along with resolving the conditions regarding Dr. Banner's military pursuit, the four technological prodigies commenced their discussion. To devise an armor aimed at Mr. Qin, it was essential to familiarize themselves with and understand his capabilities. Reed, draped in Tony's jacket, spoke first. Tony pondered for a moment and then asked, "Qin, do you mind if I share?" Qin shrugged. "Go ahead. I will add my thoughts afterward." After a brief moment of internal reflection, Tony began. "Firstly, magic. Qin possesses the most formidable magical prowess on Earth. Thus, the armor must incorporate immunity to magical attacks. Over the past decade, we have made some preliminary advancements in this area." Dr. Banner and Reed were evidently intrigued, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of exploring the unknown. Tony continued, "Secondly, Qin wields a terrifying ability for mind control, surpassing even the well-known Professor Charles, capable of effortlessly reading and manipulating the thoughts of others. His physical strength, how shall I put it, thus far, I have yet to discover any material capable of breaching his formidable defenses. His resilience is akin to that of an invulnerable fortress." Dr. Banner, with a curious expression, inquired about nuclear weapons. After presenting a video on his tablet, Tony responded, "This footage is from many years ago, showcasing Stark Industries' latest nuclear warhead test, which failed utterly to penetrate his defenses. And this was conducted within his mirrored space, impervious to external detection." Reed shook his head, a troubled expression adorning his face. "Mr. Stark, given our current capabilities, we are at an impasse." Tony continued, "Moreover, Qin possesses the ability of spatial teleportation, with coordinates spanning the entirety of the universe, achieving instantaneous arrival." Reed gasped in astonishment, rising to his feet, and then glanced at the unfazed Dr. Banner. "This is impossible." Tony merely shrugged. "Initially, I too was skeptical until I experienced it firsthand." "Remarkable, isn't it?" Banner's lips twitched slightly. "I had an encounter a few years back, but I was unaware it could extend such vast distances, reaching across the cosmos." Observing Tony lost in reminiscence, Dr. Banner murmured, "I always believed I was the greatest threat to Earth." Additionally, Qin possesses a unique form of magic known as healing arts, as long as one is not dead. Regardless of the severity of the injury, a single application of this healing art can restore one to full vitality in an instant. This ability is also effective on himself. Upon absorbing Tony's revelations, both Dr. Banner and Reed fell into profound contemplation. After a lengthy silence, Reed, with a pained expression, remarked, "Mr. Qin, may I forego that 500 million? This is unplayable. Attacks cannot breach defenses, and we might not even reach Qin before being subjected to mind control. Bringing more people would merely serve to bolster his ranks. He can teleport at will, making pursuit futile. Even if we could inflict harm upon Qin, a single healing spell would reset the cycle anew." As some of the brightest minds on Earth, Tony, Dr. Banner, and Reed found themselves enveloped in silence. Qin glanced at the trio, sensing the unsettling atmosphere. The organization had yet to be established, and morale seemed to be faltering. He hastily interjected with a note of reassurance. "In fact, Tony's research on magical defenses has yielded considerable insights. We might consider initiating our efforts in that domain. The discourse on mind control could benefit from consulting professors and Magneto." Previously, a mutant known as Black Emperor crafted a helmet capable of nullifying mental manipulation. It might prove effective for me as well. However, it appears that we currently require a more expansive experimental facility to facilitate our testing endeavors. Qin Yi's words interrupted the contemplation of the trio. Subsequently, after deliberation, it was decided that Tony and Qin Yi would, in their personal capacities, construct a vast multifunctional laboratory for the development of superhuman abilities on the outskirts of New York. The site had long been selected by Qin Yi. Situated away from the clamor of the city, adorned with mountains and waters, making it an ideal location for a base. He recalled the time when he had tasked Bucky with acquiring that parcel of land. Bucky's lips had twitched slightly, sensing that they were leaving nothing for those who would follow. At that moment, He even harbored a premonition that Qin Yi would preemptively recruit the Avengers. Furthermore, the group agreed that they must first address the military's pursuit of Dr. Banner to facilitate his subsequent employment as the chief engineer of the base. Concurrently, Qin Yi procured Reed's laboratory to ease their future research endeavors. After their discussions concluded within the opulent mansion, the group departed. As Reed turned back suddenly upon leaving Stark's residence, he sensed something amiss. It seemed that the laboratory had been sold, and the promised $500 million had not been received. What a tremendous loss. Qin Yi escorted Dr. Banner back to the Amazon rainforest to gather his belongings. Following a brief spatial fluctuation, they reappeared in the office of Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it, Qin Yi interjected, interrupting Nick Fury's remarks. Nick Fury stared at the cursing Qin Yi in disbelief, perplexed as to why this individual always initiated their encounters with such language, to the extent that he found himself unable to restrain his own curse words. In a moment of mental upheaval, Nick Fury silently reminded himself to remain calm, recalling last year's incident that revealed the true extent of Qin Yi's formidable nature. Over the years, Carol had scarcely returned to Earth, at most only calling him from outer space. Speaking of calls, Nick Fury couldn't help but lament the unfairness of the divine. This individual was not only immensely powerful, but also strikingly handsome and remarkably intelligent. How was such an extraordinary phone developed, along with the accompanying artificial intelligence technology? It is undeniable that both the government and military are envious. Were it not for their limitations, Nick Fury might even wish to involve himself. Does such a flawless individual truly exist? He is indeed a match for the esteemed readers. Qin Yi sat on the sofa, observing the immobile Nick Fury at his desk, and couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with him? Has he become dazed at the sight of my capabilities? In an instant, the atmosphere in S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury's office grew increasingly silent. After a brief moment, Nick Fury shattered the stillness, inquiring, Mr. Qin, what brings you to me? Chapter 59. I have some news. Qin Yi glanced at the seemingly composed black egg, internally scoffing. Clearly, this fellow is utterly apprehensive of me. Yet he insists on feigning indifference. Does the egg truly believe I am unaware of the conversations he has had with Tony, or the numerous covert communications he has maintained with Old One over the past 6 months? Truth be told, in this current world, if Qin Yi desires, his phone could surveil the entire planet, let alone the somewhat anomalous artificial intelligence known as Alice. Speaking of Alice, a headache begins to form. When the dog system was alert, it witnessed Qin Yi toiling away in the laboratory, pondering over artificial intelligence, and it remains a mystery how it managed that. Based on Qin Yi's research into artificial intelligence, 89757 has created Alice. Alice is rather distinct from other artificial intelligences on Earth. She possesses the potential for evolution. Recently, she has become infatuated with emulating the irascible senior sister, Jean Grey. Qin Yi often feels a sense of relief. Fortunate that the entity 89,757 did not grant her a physical form. Nick Fury, observing Qin Yi seated immobile on the sofa, felt a thought arise within him. Could it be that Qin Yi has discerned his recent clandestine activities? At this notion, a cold sweat broke out on Fury's brow as he furtively glanced at the still silent Qin Yi. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead and remarked, It's a bit warm. Shall we turn on the air conditioning? Regaining his composure, Qin Yi stared blankly at the sweat-drenched Fury and said, You have sealed this office so thoroughly, as if fearing someone might catch you lounging about. With the windows shut, it's no wonder it's so hot. Suit yourself. I have come to discuss a matter with you, Fury replied, adopting a serious demeanor. What is it? Speak freely, Qin Yi urged. First, see if you can have the military's wanted notice against Banner rescinded, Fury answered, somewhat taken aback. Why not approach the president? That would be swifter, he suggested. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Yi responded, I fear I might frighten him to death. Half a year prior, upon entering the Oval Office, the then President of the United States, Matthew Ellis, had convulsed in his chair at the sight of Qin Yi, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. To remedy the situation, Qin Yi cast a healing spell, and later, following a brief excursion to the sun's surface with the President and Secretary of Defense Johnson, the two were nearly on their knees, pledging their allegiance to him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Qin Yi turned back to Nick Fury and said, I won't let you toil in vain, Fury. Aren't you always on the lookout for superpowered individuals? I have some news, once we resolve Banner's wanted status. No, I can tell you right now, Fury interjected. His curiosity piqued. Who is it, Daredevil? Qin Yi shook his head, deciding to tease the boiled egg once more. He possessed a power akin to the force of rules. a capability I could not fathom. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury rose to his feet, desperately concealing his inner excitement, his lips trembling as he inquired of Qin Yi. Who is it? Qin Yi merely rolled his eyes and smiled, remaining silent. After much contemplation, Nick Fury addressed Qin Yi, aside from Banner's warrant. What else do you have that piques your interest? Just speak plainly. Qin Yi offered a slight smile. No need for that. Simply promise me 3 things for the future. Casting a glance at the increasingly perturbed black-boiled egg, Qin Yi continued, rest assured, the information about this individual is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. By the way, is your security adequate? Nick Fury momentarily paused before regaining his composure. He promptly surveyed the office, cutting power to all electronic devices, then nodded at Qin Yi. With a leisurely tone, Qin Yi declared, this individual is named Steve Rogers. I am certain you are more aware of his value than I. Fury, brimming with excitement, interjected before Qin Yi could continue. Captain, where is he? Qin Yi extinguished his cigarette. Why don't you tell me? Nick Fury awkwardly scratched his head, prompting Qin Yi to elaborate. Somewhere within an ice block in the Arctic. You shall have to locate him yourselves. Were it not for his concern that Bucky might feel a touch of loneliness, Qin Yi would have been disinclined to divulge this information. The timeline had already merged extensively. Let it unfold as it may. At worst, he could later transition the Earth into his own dimensional space. The universe could be obliterated in any manner it chose, as long as it suited its whims. Recovering from his astonishment, the boiled egg hastily inquired, how does the captain's power of rules come into play? Qin Yi regarded the boiled egg with curiosity. You are unaware? Nick Fury's perplexed expression revealed his confusion as he shook his head. I have never heard of that. Qin Yi, stroking his chin, seemed to be in deep contemplation. The rules of this matter are rather elusive. However, if you follow the captain, you will discover them for yourself. Lu Dan nodded, albeit with a hint of bewilderment, genuinely struggling to comprehend, yet trusting that Qin Yi would not deceive him in this instance. He recalled the Avengers, an alliance formed around the indomitable Captain America, and Fury felt a surge of excitement within him. The urge to venture to the Arctic and retrieve the captain was almost overwhelming. However, upon catching another sidelong glance from Qin Yi, he quickly interjected, I shall first attend to the matter of the wanted notice. Qin Yi nodded, and with a swirling portal, he vanished from the office. Sitting back in his chair, Nick Fury wiped the perspiration from his brow. Fortunately, his recent clandestine activities had gone undetected, and unexpectedly, he had gained significant insight. Captain America, a tremendous asset indeed. A satisfied grin spread across Fury's face. He recognized Qin Yi's formidable strength. Yet he also discerned a certain arrogance in him, an egotism that rendered him blind to others. This was advantageous, Lu Dan mused, as long as time was on his side. He could quietly develop his own strength, and one day, he would liberate the beautiful nation from Qin Yi's overshadowing presence. With thoughts of the future Avengers swirling in his mind, Lu Dan busied himself. Meanwhile, upon returning to the ModCon Tower, Qin Yi made a rare visit to the company. Just as he settled into his office, a striking figure entered, knocking gently with a stack of documents in hand. Boss, these are the documents that require your signature. Additionally, the English side hopes the company can establish a branch in Europe. This is the invitation letter. Qin Yi paused, taken aback by the sight of the playful figure before him. How has Black Widow become my secretary? Shouldn't she be at Tony's company? Boss. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, glancing at the documents before signing them. From now on, you will handle these matters. Natasha nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yi, and he called out to the departing Black Widow, Natasha, is there someone named Adu pursuing you? Turning back with a puzzled look, she regarded her enigmatic boss, uncertain if this was merely his peculiar way of flirting. Shouldn't one cooperate a bit? After all, Fury arranged for himself to monitor Qin Yi. She shook her head and said, Boss, I am still single. Qin Yi nodded, then it's no problem. Alas, what a pity, I can't sell bathwater. As the widow departed from Qin Yi's office, she clutched her materials, rapidly contemplating in her mind. When the boss inquired, she was filled with excitement. But upon learning of her single status, she appeared notably disheartened. Suddenly, Natasha raised her head in astonishment and glanced back. Could it be that this enigmatic boss possesses somewhat peculiar preferences? Chapter 60, Quill on Earth, New York, Manhattan, yet another tedious day. With a blank expression, Bucky drove while Qin Yi sat beside him, the two aimlessly meandering through the streets. Qin Yi pondered why other time travelers seemed perpetually busy, as if engaged in an endless stream of tasks, while he felt as though nothing of significance occupied his time. Particularly in recent days, he seemed to have reverted to his former monotonous existence on Earth, drifting through day after day, all blame resting on that writer's whimsical antics. With merely 60 chapters completed, Qin Yi has already approached an unparalleled state of invincibility. I find myself compelled to cheer him on. Bucky has always spoken in such a manner, as if uttering an additional word would squander his very life. Fortunately, over the years, Qin Yi has grown accustomed to Bucky's frigid demeanor. At times, he muses about the expression Bucky might wear when he eventually encounters his good friend, comrade The anticipation is almost palpable. As Qin Yi alighted from the vehicle, he instinctively reached for a cigarette. However, an employee of the gas station, diligently tidying up, promptly intervened, saying, "Sir, smoking is prohibited at the gas station." Embarrassed, Qin Yi nodded, realizing that he had become so idle that he had forgotten even the most fundamental social etiquette. He casually tucked the cigarette back into its pack. Initially, he paid little heed to the person addressing him, merely finding him somewhat familiar. It was only when he glanced at the employee's name tag, Peter Jason Quill, that his mind momentarily went blank. He softly confirmed, "Quill?" The man wearing a cap cast a curious glance at Qin Yi. He was aware that Qin Yi was the brother of Iron Man, a renowned technological prodigy, tycoon, philanthropist, and mutant in the United States. Yet, Quill was perplexed as to how someone of Qin Yi's stature could possibly know him, given that they hailed from entirely different worlds. It was only when he noticed Qin Yi's gaze fixated on his name tag that he inquired, "Is there something wrong, sir?" At that moment, Qin Yi yearned to ask, "Weren't you taken by Yondu back in 1987? Why are you still working at a gas station?" Meanwhile, Bucky had finished refueling and parked his car beside Qin Yi without uttering a word. Embarrassed, Qin Yi rummaged through his belongings and awkwardly glanced at Bucky, asking, "Do you have any money?" Bucky shook his head. In response, Qin Yi nonchalantly produced a sapphire from his magical space and handed it to Quill as a tip. As Quill stood there, visibly puzzled, the car gradually drove away into the distance. "Alice, please send me the information about the person we just discussed." "Certainly, master. It has been transmitted to your device." Seated in the back, Qin Yi perused the information on Quill displayed in the virtual projection. Peter Jason Quill, born in 1980. Mother, Meredith Quill, a native of Colorado. At the tender age of 7, he lost his mother and was raised by his grandfather. The extensive records detailed Peter Quill's experiences over the years. Qin Yi, rubbing his temples, mused to himself, has Quill truly remained on Earth all this time? Was it that Yondu never arrived, or was there a mix-up? He felt a twinge of uncertainty in his thoughts. Could such an error occur? How unprofessional. Where to? Buck, at the helm, inquired of Qin Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi replied, "Stark Tower. I need to check in. The little one has been complaining that Tony hasn't returned home in days." At Stark Industries, in the luxurious penthouse atop the tower, following preliminary discussions among several individuals, Tony resolved to attempt crafting an Iron Man suit immune to certain magical influences. He was intently focused on JARVI's analysis derived from his studies of Qin Yi's superpowers. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice Qin Yi and Buck emerging from the elevator until JARVI's timely alerted him, "Mr. Qin has arrived." Upon hearing this, Tony rubbed his eyes, and Qin Yi felt a sense of déjà vu at the sight before him, reminiscent of his arrival at Howard's estate. It was strikingly similar to when Tony first began researching Qin Yi's extraordinary abilities. Observing Tony, who appeared haggard and worn, sporting dark circles under his eyes from lack of rest, Qin Yi quipped, "So eager for me to inherit Stark Industries, are we?" "Ha ha." Tony hadn't laughed this joyfully in quite some time. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Not at home, but with your two stunning beauties." Qin Yi, reclining on the sofa with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "How did Natasha end up on my side?" As Tony busied himself with recent documents, he elucidated, "I recall mentioning last year the formidable employee who had quite the encounter with Happy. I noticed you seemed intrigued, so I thought I would create an opportunity for you to cultivate a connection." Qin Yi regarded Tony, who suddenly appeared rather mischievous, and retorted, "Aren't you afraid Wanda might take issue with you?" Lightly puffing on a cigarette, he added, "My friend, your moral compass seems a bit skewed. After all, I do have a girlfriend." Tony appeared to recollect something and added, "Be grateful, for Happy is sulking over this situation." Qin Yi, slightly bewildered, stared at Tony. "What does Happy have to do with this?" Tony paused, as though meticulously structuring his thoughts, to put it in your terms. "Happy has become Natasha's devoted admirer, the greatest sycophant in this universe. Happy believes he has finally encountered a woman who captivates his heart, only to be reassigned to your side as her secretary." Qin Yi shook his head with a rueful smile, sensing something amiss, and quickly queried Tony, "What did you just say?" Tony, observing Qin Yi's sudden confusion, questioned uncertainly. Happy has become Natasha's sycophant? Qin Yi rose to his feet. No, that's incorrect. The greatest sycophant in this universe is Thanos. How could he have overlooked this? Qin Yi reflected that Thanos snapped his fingers for two primary reasons. First, to eradicate half of the population to maintain cosmic balance, or to slow the growth of celestial embryos on life-bearing planets. Second, to please the goddess of death. By examining Thanos in this universe, one might discern the true motive behind his actions, while also uncovering the peculiarities of this strange world. If it were the first reason, perhaps a verbal duel could suffice. Qin Yi remained troubled by his previous inability to persuade Scarlet Witch, even though he later learned that the one who had gone rogue was not truly her. Apologies for the second remark. I shall send him directly to meet his goddess. However, what was Thanos up to in 2009? Qin Yi contemplated venturing into the cosmos in search of him. At that moment, a card from his magical space began to tremble vigorously. Qin Yi, perplexed, grasped it in his hand, having forgotten whom it was originally bestowed upon. It was a replica of a magical card, and suddenly, an urgent voice emanated from it. Mr. Qin, help. Beside him, Bucky approached, visibly anxious. Unable to forget the years they had shared between life and death, that familiar voice belonged to Peter. Qin Yi nodded at Bucky, and an energy enveloped him. In an instant, the two vanished. Tony, extending his arm towards the direction of their disappearance, called out, "Take me with you." After a long while, Tony awkwardly gazed at his outstretched hand suspended in the air, realizing they had left without him. Chapter 61. The Troubled Universe, the Zombie Universe years prior. A handful of survivors from this universe's Avengers, with the assistance of Qin Yi and Tony, gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. Ultimately, under the powerful snap of Thor, the mightiest among the Avengers at that time, they successfully eradicated the zombie virus that had surged from the quantum realm. Subsequently, after Qin Yi departed with Bucky from this universe, Doctor Strange and Chalice spearheaded efforts in Wakanda to gradually restore life and order to Earth. However, merely 9 years had elapsed since the denizens of the universe had begun to recover from the grief of losing loved ones, when yet another catastrophe befell them. One fateful day, a swarm of insects erupted from the negative space into this universe. In a remarkably short span of time, the entire cosmos transformed into a paradise for these creatures. Chaos reigned as the bodies of fallen heroes floated through the void. Any living being composed of flesh and blood was devoured mercilessly by the insatiable hordes of insects. Fortunately, only a small fraction of this insect army discovered Earth. Led by Doctor Strange, the Hulk, Spider-Man, and Wanda, the defenders fought valiantly against the overwhelming swarm in the cities. In the midst of their struggle, they made a shocking discovery. These insects, after consuming the flesh of Earth's inhabitants, were rapidly evolving. It was not long before the United States had succumbed entirely, becoming a nest for these insects. As they retreated, Peter recalled the man who had once saved their universe. Upon returning to Wakanda, he hurriedly rummaged through Shuri's room, unearthing the magical card left by Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin, help." Peter's anxious expression lit up as Qin Yi and Bucky materialized before him. "Mr. Qin." Qin Yi glanced at the weathered visage of Peter, who seemed to have transformed from the youthful Holland version of Spider-Man into a middle-aged, rugged Tobey Maguire version. He patted Peter's shoulder and inquired, "What troubles you, Peter?" Before Peter could articulate his concerns, the incessant blare of alarms reverberated across Wakanda's skies. Enveloping Bucky and Peter in energy, Qin Yi transported them outside the room. Upon glancing upwards, a chill coursed through him. The sun was obscured by ominous clouds, and the darkened sky was swarming with insects. Doctor Strange and the Hulk emerged from the Wakandan Hall, nodding at Qin Yi in greeting, eager to reconnect. Yet, as they beheld the sky, worry etched their faces. Stephen recalled their earlier findings and urgently spoke. "These insects evolve after consuming flesh." The sky was veiled by the vast insect army, which surged towards Wakanda's protective barrier. The shield held for but a brief moment before being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the creatures. Qin Yi formed a protective barrier around Wakanda with a swift motion of his hands. "Stephen, maintain the magic shield. I will investigate above," he declared before vanishing from sight. Stephen and Wanda, their hands weaving intricate symbols, conjured additional protective shields and integrated them into the barrier Qin Yi had established. Above Earth, the insect army coalesced into an encircling mass, forming a tangible prison of insects that enshrouded the planet. When Qin Yi materialized through the spatial disturbance, the swarm charged towards him en masse. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed an energy shockwave that cleaved a path through the horde. Through this breach, he beheld a colossal space fleet silently hovering at the periphery of the swarm. Before long, The relentless tide of insects sealed the gap he had created. Qin Yi's mind raced as he contemplated strategies. He conjured a golden energy sphere and hurled it towards Earth. Moments later, fueled by his inner energy, the golden orb coalesced into a protective dome above the planet, standing defiantly against the encroaching insect army. A vortex of fairy energy emerged within the insect's encirclement, as Qin Yi deftly controlled the swirling force, ensuring it consumed the insects without drawing Earth into its grasp. Observing the skies above Earth gradually stabilizing, Qin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could contemplate the origins of these creatures, humanoid insects, led by a green figure wielding a staff, broke through the protective barrier and surged towards Earth. Qin Yi was taken aback. What manner of staff possessed such power? In a moment of haste, Qin Yi's energy surged wildly within him, reinforcing the protective shield above the Earth dozens of times. With a flick of his hand, he hurled a vortex of fairy power deep into the swarm of insects. As spatial fluctuations rippled around him, he pursued a green figure ahead. Wakanda, previously besieged by the insect swarm that had swept across America, now found itself surrounded by a vast multitude of buzzing creatures. Upon realizing they could not breach the new protective barrier, a group of insects adorned with massive antennae desperately began transmitting signals into space. Shortly thereafter, a colossal green figure descended from the sky before the swarm, causing an immediate silence among them. The insects bowed their heads in reverence to the green figure, while Doctor Strange, within the shield, cast a glance and signaled to his companions to prepare for battle. The green figure wielded a dark, indeterminate rod. With a single strike, he shattered the outer protective barrier. The Hulk, with a thunderous roar, swung his fist at the green figure, resulting in a violent collision that sent shockwaves through the surrounding swarm, toppling many of them. The Hulk was sent flying, but after regaining his footing and spitting blood, he grew even more exhilarated, leaping to engage in a fierce struggle with the green figure. Meanwhile, the frenzied swarm surged towards Wakanda, which was now devoid of protection. Doctor Strange and Wanda ascended into the air, unleashing spells that decimated the insects. However, the carcasses of those slain were quickly consumed by their brethren. Several humanoid insects soared towards the two sorcerers, preparing for a surprise attack, but were obliterated by a few spells casually released by the suddenly appearing Qin Yi. Observing the swarming insects, Qin Yi locked onto them with his energy. As he clenched his fist, the surrounding insects suddenly lost vitality and plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, anguished cries from the Hulk echoed as the green figure savored a large chunk of flesh torn from his arm. Qin Yi unleashed an energy wave, which was deflected by the dark rod, while another wave pulled the Hulk behind him. After casting several healing spells, Qin Yi regarded the black rod with keen interest. The green figure flashed a wicked smile and charged at Qin Yi, brandishing the rod like a rolling pin. Qin Yi's energy enveloped this insect king, attempting to probe its thoughts. However, the humanoid insect king swiftly broke free from Qin Yi's energy restraint with the rod. As they resumed their battle, Qin Yi sensed something amiss. His energy was consistently countered by the black rod. Previously, in every encounter, he had overwhelmed his foes with sheer energy, but this time, he found it ineffective. Intrigued, Qin Yi pondered the nature of that rolling pin. What exactly was it? Chapter 62. The Annihilator with the explosion of an energy shockwave. The green figure engaged in combat with Qin Yi leaped back, casting a wicked smile in his direction. You dare not unleash your full strength. This planet cannot withstand it. He taunted, laughter echoing through the chaos. To kill me, you must first annihilate this world. In the aftermath of their earlier clash, Wakanda lay in ruins, its structures crumbling into debris. Qin Yi glanced at the grinning figure before him. Suddenly, a massive spatial vortex materialized, enveloping both combatants and whisking them away. Observing this, Doctor Strange quickly directed his companions to assist the injured. In the depths of outer space, aboard a colossal warship on the periphery of the swarm, the two emerged onto the deck, still ensnared within the spatial vortex. Qin Yi, a fierce expression upon his face, charged forward, fists raised. I will force you, a mere sorcerer, to engage in close combat. I shall end you. The two figures clashed violently. Moments later, Qin Yi seized the Bug King by the throat. Noticing the villain's sinister smile, he unleashed a flurry of slaps to his face, cursing with each strike. You revel in laughter? Let me give you a reason to frown. After swelling the villain's cheek to an alarming size, Qin Yi finally ceased his assault and inquired, will you continue to smile? The Bug King, thoroughly beaten and pinned beneath Qin Yi, shouted in exasperation, enough. I am a monarch, the Bug Monarch. As Qin Yi felt a familiar sensation wash over him, he momentarily froze. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the Insect Emperor's annihilator slipped away from beneath him. Having conquered a substantial portion of the negative space, the Insect Emperor, upon invading the Marvel Universe, found his swarming army to be utterly invincible, encountering little to no formidable resistance. In the several positive space universes he had previously occupied, this nihilistic being had transformed all life into sustenance for his swarm. However, he had not anticipated the troublesome adversary he now faced in this universe. Were it not for the cosmic control rod in his grasp, he would have perished countless times on Earth. As he caressed the swollen side of his face, he realized that a smile was beyond his reach, which infuriated him greatly. He brandished the cosmic control rod, intending to channel the dispersed energy of this universe into the skies above Earth, determined to obliterate the planet before that man's very eyes and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Qin Yi observed the Insect Emperor, who had suddenly adopted a comical stance with his rod, frowning slightly, wondering if this creature intended to provoke him into laughter. Suddenly intensified energy fluctuations above the Earth caused Qin Yi to curse vehemently, fearing the imminent explosion of the planet. He hastily summoned back the vortex of fairy power, ravenously consuming the energy that had abruptly materialized in the sky. The Green Bug King, witnessing the cosmic energy he had summoned being devoured by the vortex, frantically waved his staff, intent on drawing in the energies of the multiverse. "You can swallow it, can you? I shall make you choke on it." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the outer space of Earth, a green figure brandishing a staff, desperately manipulating the energies of the multiverse, while Qin Yi, transformed by the fairy power and voraciously devouring energy, began to distort in form, relentlessly expanding his dimensional space with the energy coursing within him. Time lost its meaning as torrents of energy flooded into this universe, until deep within, sounds of collapse echoed ominously. The Bug King Destructor laughed with delight, proclaiming that this universe could not accommodate the excesses of multiversal energy. "Even if you can consume it, what of it? Can you uproot this planet?" he guffawed. Qin Yi beheld the universe beginning to crumble around him, faced with two choices: annihilate the Bug King before him or drag the Earth into his dimensional space. After a brief moment of hesitation, he scoffed at the simplicity of choice, with one hand guiding the vortex of fairy power towards the Bug King, the other hand locked onto the swarming insects above the Earth. With a clenched fist, the entire swarm lost vitality, plummeting into the void of space. In response, the Bug King, undeterred, continued to frantically summon multiversal energy, seeking to hasten the universe's collapse. Qin Yi enlarged the vortex of fairy power, and as the Bug King desperately waved his staff, he swiftly kicked him into the vortex. After stowing the black staff into a magical space, Qin Yi opened a massive dimensional portal above the Earth, enveloping the planet with boundless energy and slowly pulling it towards the portal. Just as the Earth was on the verge of being transported to his own dimensional space, the laws of this universe descended upon Qin Yi, forbidding the theft of its possessions. A terrifying aura of destruction ravaged him, and gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "It's on the brink of annihilation. Be reasonable." With his shout, the Earth vanished from this universe, reappearing within Qin Yi's dimensional realm. He glanced at the universe, now completely obliterated by its collapse, feeling a twinge of resignation. Why did he have the strange sensation that he too possessed a fragment of this law? This was not the first time he had encountered a universe on the brink of destruction. Inside Qin Yi's dimension, what had once been a space the size of a tarot card had expanded immensely, with a solitary azure planet standing in the vastness. Upon seeing it, Qin Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to bring the sun along. He recalled someone had conducted a tedious calculation, concluding that if the sun were to suddenly vanish, humanity could survive for about a month. After conjuring a light source resembling the sun, he decided to make do for a couple of days, planning to fetch a star later. Qin Yi returned to Wakanda, where injured warriors sat scattered along the lamplit streets. Due to the battle between Qin Yi and the Bug King, few structures remained intact in Wakanda. He found Bucky half reclining amidst the ruins, who quickly rose to greet him, mentioning Chala. When Qin Yi reached Chalia's side, he found him gravely weakened. After casting several healing spells with little effect, he examined Chalia's condition. Surue, observing Qin Yi's waning countenance, said, "Brother." Qin Yi shook his head. He could heal Chalia's wounds, but a significant portion of his soul was missing. He was taken aback to discover that the insects could even consume souls. Bucky and Surue held Chalia's hand, quietly standing by his side. Among the rubble, the Hulk, having reverted to Bruce Banner, wrapped in bandages, asked Qin Yi for a cigarette, and they engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Qin Yi inquired, "Where's Thor?" Banner exhaled and shook his head, lamenting that the Bug King had appeared so unexpectedly, making it impossible to contact Thor. In a distant negative space, on a verdant planet teeming with insects, a small figure emerged from a densely packed incubation chamber. After consuming the other diminutive figures around him, he let out a satisfied burp, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 63. Relocating a new sun in the main universe. At Stark Tower, within Tony's lab, Tony, Banner, and Reed were gathered, discussing their redesigned armor. After confirming the functionality of the armor, Reed suggested they seek someone skilled in magic to test its effectiveness. Tony immediately instructed Jarvis to contact Qin Yi, but Jarvis reminded him that Qin Yi was not on Earth. Tony, rubbing his temples, realized he had not rested for several days. His mind was a bit muddled. He had forgotten that Qin Yi and Bucky had ventured to another universe days prior. Was he to summon Little Morgan to test the armor's immunity to magic? He promptly dismissed the thought. As the three pondered their predicament, a spatial vortex appeared before them, and Qin Yi's head poked through, calling out, "Hey, everyone, come help me out." Before they could react, the vortex enveloped them and whisked them away. In Qin Yi's dimensional space, after he explained his idea, Banner and Reed stared blankly at the azure Earth, a planet without a sun. Tony, stroking his chin, excitedly confirmed with Qin Yi, "You mean to bring a star here?" After Qin Yi nodded, he spoke, "Brothers, please help calculate the size of the star we need and the appropriate distance." Banner, regaining his composure, shook his head, saying, "That depends on whether the star's spectral characteristics and luminosity align. It would be best to reference the sun to find a similar yellow dwarf star." After a discussion, they all busied themselves. Qin Yi began searching the cosmos, marking the positions of stars that resembled what they needed. For over half a month, he lost count of how many stars he had marked. After examining them one by one with Tony and the others, they finally found a yellow dwarf star that they all deemed suitable to replace the sun's position. The group remained within the protective barrier around Qin Yi, diligently comparing data and simulating the potential outcomes of relocating a star. This task proved to be a considerable challenge even for the three most brilliant minds on Earth. The trio stood somewhat fatigued on the energy platform constructed by Qin Yi. From the moment they learned of this endeavor, they felt it was nearly impossible. Yet a flicker of hope lingered within them. The temperature in Earth's dimensional space had dropped significantly, and Banner believed that within a week, Earth would become a massive ice ball. Tony surveyed the star before them and declared, "This is it. The size and spectral brightness of this star are perfect, and there are no nearby planets, minimizing its impact on the surroundings." Qin Yi nodded, realizing that the immense effort they had expended had yielded favorable results. They had considered the possibility of creating a star, as even the Celestial Group could create one, but Qin Yi hesitated, uncertain whether a newly formed star would produce excessive heat for Earth. Once the target was selected, Qin Yi initially intended to send the three away, but they shook their heads, unwilling to miss this monumental feat. After ensuring Tony and the others were protected, Qin Yi opened a vast passageway to the dimensional space. He flew to the side of the star, enveloping it with boundless energy before pushing it towards the dimensional opening. Tony, Reed, and Banner watched in awe as the colossal fireball was gradually nudged into the dimensional space. They exchanged glances, realizing why Qin Yi so fearlessly assisted them in researching the anti-Qin Yi armor. If the armor could indeed counter Qin Yi, it would be truly remarkable. Tony suddenly found the allure of the armor diminished. As the immense star was on the brink of departing this universe, the cosmic force of rules descended upon Qin Yi. Silently, he cast a few healing spells and gazed into the depths of the universe, challenging it to come at him again. After positioning the star appropriately, Qin Yi transported the three dazed individuals from outside the universe to the dimensional space. He waved goodbye, stating, "Please continue your observations for a few more days. Thank you. Brothers, if you need assistance in the future, don't hesitate to ask." After casting a few more healing spells to ensure they wouldn't succumb to exhaustion after working for over 10 days, Qin Yi traversed the spatial vortex to Wakanda. After Chalia's passing, Shuri had become the new Black Panther, and she, along with Dr. Strange, was busy tallying the surviving population of Earth. Over the past decade, this planet had suffered through the ravages of a zombie virus and the onslaught of negative space insects. Humanity on Earth had dwindled to a mere fraction. The temperature drop in the regions over the past half-month had worsened the Earth's living conditions. Reflecting on the tragic fate of Earth, Qin Yi descended to examine the planet's depths, but found no trace of the Celestial Group's embryos. Perhaps they had only sown the seeds of the Celestial Group in the primary universe. After explaining the current situation on Earth to Dr. Strange, Stephen was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his students from Kamartaj and quietly remarked, "So, Earth is currently within your dimensional space. No wonder I felt a familiar energy above Earth recently. Perhaps you should consider having these students sign a magical contract with you. Qin Yi clicked his tongue, impressed by the Kamartaj lineage, reminiscent of old Yao's constant concern for his energy. Nonetheless, it was a viable strategy to motivate himself. If the day came when his energy was insufficient, he would not need to seek reasons to absorb others' energy. Nodding, Qin Yi resolved the issue regarding Earth. He looked up at the trio still monitoring from above, contemplating before returning through the spatial vortex to the zombie universe. Amidst the devastation of the zombie universe, he found the shattered remains of the Asgardian continental shelf, struck down by the fire giant Surtur. Walking past the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, he discovered a towering skeleton beside a drifting ruin in space, with an axe floating quietly nearby. Upon noticing Qin Yi, the skeleton slowly swayed its body, then silently accompanied him. Qin Yi sighed, recalling the once vibrant Asgardian king who had challenged him to an arm wrestling match. He had lost his parents, Asgard, his hammer, and Loki. Perhaps it was then that Thor began to feel weary. Lighting a cigarette, he planted it in the ground, but remembering that Thor did not smoke, he retrieved several bottles of alcohol from the magical space and placed them beside him. Perhaps for Thor, this was a moment to join his family in Valhalla. Sitting quietly beside the ruin, lost in thought, Qin Yi buried Thor's remains and then asked the Stormbreaker, "Do you wish to remain here?" Chapter 64. Tony's need for speed. After wrapping up the relocation work in the dimensional space, Tony and the team returned to the primary universe, collapsing onto the sofa in the Stark Tower office and swiftly drifting into slumber. It was anyone's guess how long it had been since they last had a proper rest. For the three smartest men on Earth, Qin Yi diligently cared for them, occasionally sending healing spells into their bodies. Sitting nearby, he observed with interest the three slumbering figures on the sofa, the brightest minds on Earth. Tony, with an IQ of 270, Reed, a genius in virtually every scientific field, including time travel, space travel, biochemistry, robotics, computing, communications, synthetic polymers, mutations, transportation, holography, power generation, and spectral analysis. And he has achieved groundbreaking accomplishments across various fields. The inventions he has created are exceptionally formidable, some even capable of rivaling the divine, earning him the title of one of the most brilliant minds on Earth. Banner has obtained 7 doctoral degrees, graduating from the California Institute of Technology with a doctorate in nuclear physics and 6 additional degrees in other disciplines. He is a world-renowned physicist. No wonder our ancestors proclaimed, "All heroes are within my grasp." As for Qin Yi, even considering the knowledge acquired in this universe, he is at best mediocre. While Qin Yi was lost in thought, an enchanting figure entered the room. The two exchanged surprised glances. "Boss, I finally found you. You've been exhausting me these days. Next time, give me a heads up so I can brace myself," Natasha said with a hint of melancholy. Heaven knows, during Qin Yi's recent disappearance, she had been juggling her work at SHIELD, while also managing a plethora of business affairs for the Modulating Life Company on his behalf. Qin Yi teasingly observed the Black Widow, choosing not to reveal why she had come to Tony's office. "How about a reward from the boss?" he suggested. Natasha smiled in response, saying, "No, my boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. I'm just here to deliver some documents to Mr. Stark." Suddenly, Qin Yi became curious. The Black Widow's boyfriend, who could it be? Happy. That combination seems odd. Hawkeye? Unlikely. Legolas has several children already. It can't be the Black Egg, can it? Yet, rabbits typically do not graze near their burrows. As Natasha turned to leave, she glanced back at Qin Yi, clutching a stack of documents, having forgotten to place them on Tony's desk. She quickly exited the office. And indeed, the boss seemed intrigued upon hearing about her boyfriend. With a sigh, she wore a conflicted expression, unable to comprehend why someone as remarkable as Qin Yi would have such tastes. What was it they called it in Eastern terms? The legacy of Wei Wu? Qin Yi observed that Tony and the others showed no signs of awakening. Bored, he retrieved the spoils from their recent cosmic expedition, a mysterious black rod of indeterminate material. Just as he intended to close the magical space, the Stormbreaker curiously flew out from within. Instantly, the clear skies of New York erupted with thunder and lightning. Qin Yi stretched his neck, gazing at the tumultuous heavens, and inquired of the Stormbreaker, "Is Thor coming?" The axe swayed in response, standing vigil at the window, fixated on the distance. In the beautiful nation of New Mexico, amidst the desert expanse, a hammer descended from the heavens, plummeting directly towards the earth, creating a deep crater at the edge of a small town. The townsfolk, drawn by the noise, attempted to move the hammer but found it immovable, regardless of their efforts. Consequently, They called the authorities. Upon the arrival of the police, who also found themselves powerless, they escalated the matter to the government. When the government's liaison contacted SHIELD, their director, Nick Fury, was preoccupied with salvaging Captain America in the Arctic, thus dispatching a team led by Coulson to manage the situation. Qin Yi waited in the office for a full day and night, while the Stormbreaker kept its vigil at the window. Finally, Tony and his companions slowly awakened. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi conjured a dining table laden with a sumptuous feast before them. Tony shrugged at the astonished Reed and Banner. Accustomed to the wonders of Qin Yi's magical space, no longer curious about its contents, Reed cautiously picked up a chicken leg from the platter, staring at it intently. This defies the laws of science, he pondered. Banner, seated at the table and indulging heartily, replied, "This is far more scientific than relocating stars." Tony nodded in agreement. Then, noticing the black rod Qin Yi was fiddling with, jestingly asked, "So, are you planning to change careers, abandoning your illusions?" Qin Yi placed the rod on Tony's desk. "Gentlemen, when you find a moment, please assist in examining this peculiar object. I'm at a loss regarding its material." As they engaged in casual conversation at the dining table, Banner looked up and was suddenly startled to see an axe flying past the window. He rubbed his eyes and widened them, observing for a while until he confirmed that he was not hallucinating. Banner quickly gestured to Tony and Reed, prompting them to halt. The three pairs of eyes fixated intently on the axe soaring outside the window. "Qin, is this also yours?" Qin followed their gaze and replied, "A friend's. Temporarily placed in my possession." After exchanging a few more curious glances, the trio returned to their meal, believing that after this relocation, they would not encounter anything more astonishing. A moment later, Tony raised his glass to the group, declaring, "Come, let us celebrate our salvation of yet another Earth." Banner and Reed chuckled joyfully in response. Indeed, the experiences of the past month had been richer and more thrilling than their entire lives combined. After indulging in food and drink, Tony extended an invitation to the group. Noticing that Qin could now push the stellar object with ease, Tony felt it prudent to delay the development of Qin's armor. It was simply unplayable. The frequency of upgrades could not keep pace with Qin's burgeoning strength. "In a few days, I'll organize a race. Let us all head to Monaco and unwind a bit," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Banner turned to Qin, as if inquiring whether it was acceptable for the boss to join. Qin helplessly nodded, realizing that despite the many changes, they were still bound for the Monaco Grand Prix. However, unlike before, this time it was not due to Tony's last indulgence upon learning of his impending demise, but rather a celebration of their successful relocation of the stellar object and the rescue of that unfamiliar Earth. Qin, with his hands clasped behind his head, reclined on the sofa, pondering whether this could be considered the universe's self-correction. Chapter 65. The Three Giants of the Avengers in the Arctic. Amidst a world cloaked in ice and snow, Nick Fury stood out distinctly. Leading his team, he had been aimlessly wandering the frozen expanse for an entire month. Had it not been for his unwavering belief that Qin Yi would not deceive him in such matters, he would never have taken it upon himself to lead the expedition. As Nick Fury directed the excavation team, he listened intently to Agent Coulson's report over the phone. "Director, this hammer is rather peculiar. To put it simply, it resembles something from Norse mythology. It is utterly immovable. I have attempted to tow it with several vehicles, yet it remains stubbornly fixed in place." Just as Nick Fury was about to relay a few remarks to Coulson, a jubilant agent from the excavation team shouted excitedly, "Sir, we've found it. We've found it." At this, Nick Fury abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, Coulson stared perplexedly at his phone, wondering what they had discovered to elicit such excitement from Fury. Coulson gazed up at the sky as rain began to fall, promptly instructing the SHIELD personnel to ensure vigilant surveillance to prevent the theft of the hammer. In truth, Coulson secretly wished someone would steal it, at the very least. It would indicate that the hammer was indeed liftable. Within the temporary base erected by SHIELD, Coulson concentrated intently on the monitors. Nearby, Hawkeye conversed with Natasha, who was far away in Morocco. Faced with Natasha's complaints about her new boss, Hawkeye could only smile helplessly. In Morocco, the audience at the first race was an ecstatic sea of cheers, especially after Iron Man, Tony Stark, the instigator of the event, joined in, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Clad in a racing suit, Tony shouted towards the audience, "Come on, let us see what you've got, fellas." Qin Yi chuckled and shook his head, while Banner and Reed beside him expressed their disinterest. Tony donned his helmet and sped off, chasing after the other racers. Qin Yi cast a glance at the Black Widow, who was busy making a phone call off to the side. The little secretary seemed quite occupied, her focus encompassing the entire circuit. Amongst the figures of several maintenance personnel, Qin Yi spotted a familiar face, Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, had once collaborated with Uncle Howard on the arc reactor. After being expelled from the United States, Anton Vanko passed away, leaving Ivan to utilize the arc reactor technology to create his own whiplash armor. Intending to ambush Tony on the racetrack as revenge for the pain inflicted on his father by the Stark family, Qin Yi smiled as he surveyed the scene, never having imagined he would one day witness such a spectacle live. Suddenly, he paused, letting out a sigh. It dawned on him that he had already faced death once. In New Mexico, 50 kilometers away from the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base, a Nordic man followed Jane Foster like a lovesick fool. With flowing long hair and a robust physique, he had recently been cast out by his father. Along with him, his beloved treasure was abandoned on Earth. However, upon encountering Jane Foster, he felt as though he had met his destined one, reminiscent of legends from the heavens. Their first meeting was rather peculiar. Having just landed on Earth, he was struck by Jane's car. Deprived of his powers by his father, he was unexpectedly incapacitated by a diminutive weapon. He found himself bewildered, pondering his identity. He is none other than Thor, the son of Odin, the god of thunder, who found himself utterly incapacitated by an electric shock, a reality he struggled to accept. After triumphing over those who obstructed him in the hospital, he managed to escape, only to be rendered unconscious once again by a reversing Jane Foster. Was this fate? Thor pondered, unaware that Jane had taken him in after recognizing his silhouette in photographs of the Aurora Borealis. On that fateful day, while dining at a restaurant with Jane, her friend Daisy, and companion Eric, they heard the news of a fallen satellite. Thor bid farewell to Jane Foster, Daisy Louise, and Eric with utmost gentlemanly grace. Intending to embark on a 50-kilometer trek to locate his cherished treasure, the Arctic, a realm adorned with ice. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. recovery team meticulously excavated a substantial block of ice, where Nick Fury gazed in exhilaration at the figure entombed within. Clad in a star-spangled uniform, and not far from a recognizable shield, the youthful form of Captain America brought a smile to Nick Fury's face, his brilliant white teeth standing out against his dark complexion. Quick, get the captain onto the plane. The S.H.I.E.L.D. recovery team transformed into a brigade of ice bearers, their excitement palpable as they discovered their childhood idol in the Arctic. The retired soldiers, invigorated by the moment, tirelessly hoisted the ice block into the helicopter. With a flourish, Nick Fury commanded, "Let us return to S.H.I.E.L.D. on the Morocco circuit." Tony immersed himself wholeheartedly in the thrill of competition, particularly after Qin Yi had agreed to enter into a magical pact with him the previous day, promising to impart the sorcery of Camartage. His laughter rang out unabashedly. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Qin Yi remained vigilant in the audience, keeping a watchful eye on Tony's racing exploits to ensure no untoward incidents occurred. Observing the smile that had graced Tony's face since yesterday, Qin Yi silently resolved, "I shall safeguard your joy." Just as Tony sped through several laps, poised to overtake the drivers ahead, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. A maintenance worker emerged, his upper garments consumed by flames as the rudimentary armor activated. Bare-chested, he strode onto the racetrack, inciting a stir among the spectators. Tony caught sight of the man, his attention drawn to the glowing reactor embedded in his chest. In a moment of perplexity, he witnessed two crackling whips of electricity lashing towards his vehicle. The car, unable to evade, collided with the bolts, plunging the scene into chaos. The crowd erupted, rising in unison to gaze at the unfolding spectacle. Ivan, puzzled, wondered why Stark's car remained unscathed. His confusion deepened when he saw Stark emerge from his vehicle, completely unharmed. The presence of his adversary quickly returned him to a state of calm, and he raised his hands, intent on confronting Stark and his brother in the stands. Suddenly, a more sinister idea took form in his mind. He chuckled darkly and turned towards Qin Yi, seated among the spectators, determined to kill Stark's brother before his very eyes, reuniting the family in a most macabre manner. Qin Yi had initially intended to transport Tony's armor through a spatial vortex, for the world was already aware of his abilities. Yet, he was perplexed to see Ivan approaching him instead. Turning to Banner beside him, he inquired, "Do I appear weak?" Banner and Reed exchanged furtive glances, their expressions betraying concern. The audience nearby, startled, scattered in a frenzy, vacating the area entirely. In a hushed tone, Banner asked, "Boss, should I take action, or will you?" Qin Yi surveyed the vast assembly of spectators and replied, "I shall handle this." If Hulk were to emerge, I shudder to think whether there would be enough audience left for him to wreak havoc upon. Tony, leaning against his race car in a more comfortable posture, regarded the bare-chested man with a hint of pity, reflecting on the unfortunate state of that individual. Ivan approached, a smirk adorning his face as he taunted Qin Yi. "Little brat, are you too frightened to move?" Qin Yi chuckled, remarking on the audacity of the individual before him, ranking them among the top 3 he had encountered. Ivan erupted into laughter, brandishing his whip towards Qin Yi with fervor. He envisioned Qin Yi being obliterated by the lightning-infused 5-strike whip, and in his exhilaration for vengeance, he laughed heartily, oblivious to any sense of wrongness, completely immersed in the euphoria of retribution. However, the audience was left in sheer astonishment at the sight of this bare-chested man, who twisted his upper body and posed provocatively for the camera. A young woman hurriedly shielded her child's eyes, while Banner and Reed exchanged glances before hastily turning away, both thinking that one should never provoke the boss, lest they face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Black Widow, engrossed in a phone conversation with Hawkeye, had momentarily forgotten to respond, as Hawkeye's voice echoed with questions, "Natasha? Natasha?" The global audience gained a new perspective, realizing this individual was a fervent admirer of Mr. Qin, willing to disrupt the event to perform a dance before his idol. It was only when the delayed police finally subdued the dancing man that the farcical scene came to a close. Tony approached the group, clutching his stomach in mirth, feeling it was the most joyous moment since donning his Iron Man suit. On one hand, he was thrilled to finally learn the magic he had longed for, and on the other, he found the earlier display quite the eyesore. Observing the hasty conclusion of the chaotic event, Qin Yi inquired to his companions, "Gentlemen, shall we take a flight back or teleport with me?" Reed promptly raised his hand, stating, "Boss, let us fly. The frequent teleportation during the stellar simulations in space has left me feeling slightly dizzy." Qin Yi nodded and called out to the daydreaming Black Widow, "Let us go." My secretary. Chapter 66. The Jealous Stormbreaker S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Base. Nick Fury, accompanied by his trusted confidant, clandestinely transported Captain America's ice block to the base. Along the way, they encountered a few individuals who regarded them with peculiar expressions, prompting Fury to sense a resurgence of racial discrimination in America. Nonetheless, the uniformity of his crew's dark skin provided him with some reassurance. A relatively young agent turned to Fury and asked, "Director, shall we break it open directly?" Nick Fury, with one hand resting on his chin, fixated his solitary eye intently upon the agent. Amid the young agent's awkward demeanor, he naturally thawed, stating, "This is classified information. No one must be informed before the captain awakens." "Yes, sir," the trusted agents replied in unison, saluting sharply. Satisfied, Nick Fury nodded and cast a fervent glance at the captain encased in ice before turning to depart. Having handled the matter concerning Captain America, he resolved to converse with the Hulk. Reflecting on the Hulk's formidable power, a smile spread across Nick Fury's face as he inwardly mused, "Mr. Qin, I shall soon catch up with you." After the agent witnessed the departure of the bald man, he discreetly slipped away to the restroom, retrieving his phone to draft and send a text message. In New Mexico, Jane Foster marched down the street in a fit of anger. Recently, a group of inexplicable individuals, led by a polite, balding man, had impolitely seized all her equipment and notes. Suddenly, she was taken aback to see a muscular man, who intended to walk 50 kilometers to the site of the satellite's crash, reappear before her. Had he been circling the town all this time? "Hey, need a ride?" asked Thor, turning to find Jane Foster smiling at him. What a serendipitous encounter. The two shared laughter as they journeyed westward. Meanwhile, aboard Tony's private jet bound for the United States, Qin Yi observed the Black Widow seated awkwardly beside him since the moment they boarded. Uncomfortable? Upon hearing this, Natasha forced a smile and shook her head, feeling slightly nauseous from the flight. Qin Yi, not contemplating much, could no longer endure the slow pace after a few minutes. How much longer would they have to fly? It was excruciatingly slow. After exchanging greetings with Tony and the others, Qin Yi vanished into the cabin through a spatial vortex. Tony shrugged helplessly, remarking that were it not for the occasional ability to sense Qin's emotions, he would truly question whether he still regarded him as human. Banner and Reed nodded thoughtfully, while Black Widow, noticeably calmer after Qin Yi's departure, reflected on the situation. This damned Nick Fury had claimed that the boss was merely a mutant. So what was the nature of that bare-chested individual earlier? It was evidently an entirely different, far more terrifying capability. A flicker of fear crept into her mind. What if the boss decided to target her one day? As she recalled the image of that bare-chested figure and his alluring dance, she helplessly tugged at her hair. Perhaps she should subtly hint to the boss that she was now single. Moreover, through her analysis of Tony and the others' conversations, it seemed that these exceptionally intelligent individuals had a keen interest in a particular star, contemplating her relentless efforts working multiple roles for the agency. She felt a sense of betrayal from Fury, who had concealed vital information from her. To make matters worse, the agency's remuneration was appallingly inadequate. Working year-round with meager pay, who said superheroes were exempt from the struggles of life. When she calculated her weekly salary at Qin Yi's company, it surpassed her annual earnings at the agency, not to mention the additional benefits. Over the past 6 months, she only needed to work 4 days a week at Qin Yi's firm, while her boss was frequently absent. No, he was always absent. She enjoyed a freedom that allowed her to shop for cosmetics during working hours. Yet, that accursed Fury, upon discovering her 3 days of rest each week, swiftly assigned her additional tasks. Leaning against the airplane window, Natasha pondered the possibility of leaving SHIELD in the opulent penthouse of the modulation tower. Qin Yi had long since lost track of how much time had elapsed since he last returned home. Emerging from the spatial vortex, he stealthily made his way to his room. Suddenly, little Morgan sprang from the side, exclaiming, "Uncle, take me to play games." Qin Yi playfully pinched the little one's nose. "Skipping classes again. In a moment, I will send you back to Camartage." Morgan, clutching his phone, nestled affectionately in Qin Yi's arms, pleaded, "Just one game, Uncle." With a resigned gaze, Qin Yi observed the game-obsessed child and began to impart wisdom. "Morgan, do you realize how many individuals, while studying magic, resort to borrowing from the demonic entities? All that borrowed power must eventually be repaid. You may freely use my magical energy, yet you must also dedicate yourself to your studies." The little one suddenly wriggled out of Qin Yi's embrace, cautiously retreating to the side. Casting an embarrassed glance at her uncle, Qin Yi, sensing an ominous shift, felt 2 formidable presences brewing behind him. Alarmed, he realized that 2 hands, one on each side, were poised to teleport him away, accompanied by twin furious voices from behind. "So, you two are the type to borrow from the demonic, Brother Yi," chimed in his little apprentice. Qin Yi chuckled awkwardly and turned to charm Wanda and his senior sister. "My dear, sign here, sign with me immediately. If those demons dare to come, let them find no return." After much coaxing, and promising to take his senior sister on a cosmic adventure while assuring Wanda that he would not leave home carelessly, the two finally beamed as they clung to his arms. Quickly, Qin Yi annulled the magical contract he had with Wanda, his sister Qin, and the Triune Vishanti, having waited in vain for a response. Under the urging of Wanda and his sister, he entered into a new magical pact with them. From now on, Camartage will carry the Qin surname. Through a mix of persuasion and deceit, he managed to bring his sister and little Morgan back to Camartage. Once he restored their private world, Qin Yi whisked Wanda away to the bedroom, where the atmosphere was infused with romance. Several hours later, as Qin Yi cradled Wanda in slumber, he drifted into dreams. Meanwhile, at the Snake Shield Bureau, the former director, Alexander Pierce, upon learning that Fury had unearthed Captain America from the Arctic, contemplated the newfound opportunity. Having lost the Winter Soldier, Pierce was devoid of capable subordinates. A glimmer of inspiration struck him. If he could brainwash Captain America, a sly smile crept across his face as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Back in the penthouse of the modulation tower, after a passionate interlude with Wanda, Qin Yi was abruptly roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Wanda beside him, he cautiously opened the door, only to find no one there, until he lowered his gaze to behold the Stormbreaker. The axe urged him to look in a particular direction. Qin Yi uncertainly inquired, "Shall we go and see Thor?" The Stormbreaker swayed in response as Qin Yi waved his hand, donning a robe of magic before addressing a particular direction. "Alice, please do not disturb Wanda's rest." "Understood, Master." Ultimate defense is now activated. With Stormbreaker in hand, Qin Yi vanished into the swirling vortex of space. In the arid expanse of New Mexico, amidst a temporary base erected by SHIELD, Thor and Jane lay prone on the ground outside the iron gates. Thor turned to Jane, saying, "Once I retrieve MJ Ulner, I shall have them return what they took from you." Unspoken, however, was Thor's intention that upon reclaiming MJ Ulner, he would not return to Asgard. He wished to remain in Midgard, sharing his life with Jane Foster. As Qin Yi and Stormbreaker materialized in midair, they beheld the two figures on the ground. The axe beside him grew increasingly animated, prompting Qin Yi to jest. "Oh dear, are you so eager to leave me?" Stormbreaker hesitated momentarily, circling Qin Yi in a playful manner. Qin Yi chuckled. All right, I was merely teasing you. Thor is currently preoccupied with his hammer. You might want to bide your time. Stormbreaker floated thoughtfully beside Qin Yi. In Jane's incredulous gaze, Thor fought through countless obstacles, eventually overcoming a large, burly adversary. And his eyes fell upon MJ Lner not far away. Approaching his beloved hammer with uncontainable excitement, he stared at it with a look of infatuation. Suddenly, Qin Yi sensed something amiss beside him. Turning to observe Stormbreaker, he noticed arcs of thunderous energy coursing through the axe, while the sky erupted with flashes of lightning. Qin Yi smirked. Oh, are you feeling jealous? Soon enough, Thor realized something was awry. Despite his fervent efforts, MJ Lner remained obstinately immobile, as if it no longer held affection for him. Clenching the hammer with both hands, he gritted his teeth and struggled for what felt like an eternity. Eventually gazing helplessly at the heavens, his heart shattered as he cried out, Ah! Chapter 67. Captain, he is missing Nick Fury. After extensive inquiries and a considerable investment of resources, finally located Dr. Banner's residence. With renewed confidence, he drove to an upscale neighborhood in Manhattan. However, upon his arrival, the white security guard stationed at the entrance halted him. The guard, eyeing Fury with suspicion, particularly noted the black man with an eye patch, and demanded loudly, What do you want? In his heart, the boiled egg cursed under his breath at the insidiousness of racial discrimination. With a stoic expression, he retrieved his S.H.I.E.L.D. identification card from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. The guard scrutinized it for a moment before stating, Register it. Proceed to building number X. Nick Fury, suppressing his simmering anger, was grateful for the lingering joy of having retrieved Captain America. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to deliver a few punches to this individual. However, he refrained from inquiring about which building Banner resided in. Coincidentally, Banner, having just concluded his morning jog, approached the community entrance with a cheerful demeanor. The security guard immediately brightened, greeting him warmly. Good morning, Doctor. Banner nodded in acknowledgement. Thoroughly content with his current life, his employer had been exceedingly generous, providing him with a splendid villa in the city and even bringing his girlfriend, Betty, to stay with him. Thoughtfully, he had been marked with a seal to prevent any unexpected transformations during intimate moments with her. He vividly remembered that from 2005 until last night, he had not had the opportunity to connect with a woman on a molecular level. 5 years, a full 5 years. God knows what those years entailed. Yet, his time with his girlfriend last night was truly memorable. With a smile, Banner reminisced, invigorated by the prospect of breakfast. He had risen early to purchase a meal, intending to awaken his languid girlfriend. Just then, a hurried voice called out to him, Dr. Banner. He turned to see a one-eyed black man observing him with an unsettling gaze. Before he could inquire, the one-eyed man continued, I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner interrupted Nick Fury's self-introduction, asking, Is there something you need? Nick Fury, with a solemn expression, declared, I wish to discuss something with you. This world is facing a crisis. Before he could elaborate further, his phone rang incessantly. Frustrated, he declined the call, then turned to Banner with the most sincere gaze he could muster. However, the incessant ringing interrupted once more. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he answered the call, only to be met with an urgent voice on the other end. Sir, the ice block has vanished. After a morning filled with misfortunes, the bewildered Egghead inquired. What ice block? Captain America and the ice block have both gone missing, he replied. Egghead immediately dashed to his vehicle, suddenly recalling something, and shouted towards Banner, who was turning to leave, Doctor, let us continue this conversation later. He was eager to return to the secret headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. as quickly as possible. As he drove, he berated into the phone, What on earth is happening? Where's the surveillance? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded, Sir, we have a mole within our ranks. It was that mole who facilitated the disappearance of both the individual and the ice block. Fury, exasperated, cursed, Where's Coulson? In a hushed tone, the voice replied, Director Coulson and Mr. Barton are currently occupied in New Mexico dealing with the hammer. Upon recalling that Natasha was still undercover at Qin Yi Corporation, Fury erupted. Find her immediately. He was in desperate need of more superheroes, more operatives to uphold the ideals he cherished. After ending the call, he sped towards the secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Meanwhile, at a clandestine Hydra facility, Pierce observed the enormous ice block with keen interest, along with the enchanting figure encased within. If successful in brainwashing, with the aid of Captain America, he dared not continue his thoughts, fearing he might succumb to laughter. Fortune, it seemed, had not been unkind to him. Pierce's aged visage was adorned with a broad smile as he waved to the Hydra soldiers beside him. A flurry of medical personnel and scientists immediately surrounded the ice block, bustling with activity. After conferring briefly with a subordinate, Pierce instructed him to draw some blood from the captain once the ice block had melted, and then to send it to the Hydra laboratory for further study. If they could successfully replicate the super soldier serum that the captain had injected, world domination would be well within reach. Pierce was elated. Nick Fury had delivered an astonishing surprise. He could hardly contain his desire to share his joy with others. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base, Nick Fury, having run a gauntlet of red lights, finally arrived. He slumped onto the bed, staring at the emptiness of the space where the massive ice block in Captain America had once been. In a flurry of anxiety, he lit a cigarette to calm his chaotic thoughts. Uncertain of whom to trust, he grappled with the reality of having a mole among his trusted confidants. Several key agents were out on missions, leaving him feeling helpless and lost. In his moment of despair, he recalled Qin Yi. After being extorted by Stark, he had obtained Qin Yi's contact information and, filled with anticipation, dialed the number. In New Mexico, Thor stood vacantly beside MJ Ulner, grappling with the incomprehensible fact that he could not lift it. So, does love truly fade away? Qin Yi, observing the scene, shook his head in response. Indeed, love can vanish. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Checking the unfamiliar number, he wondered who it could be. Upon answering, he heard a somewhat trembling voice on the other end. Mr. Qin, the captain, he is missing. Qin Yi pondered briefly before inquiring, did he run away? He recalled that after awakening, the captain had wandered into the bustling streets, lost and disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings. The voice on the line hesitated before continuing. He was taken by a mole. This revelation left Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., feeling quite embarrassed, especially in front of someone he deemed his ultimate adversary, Qin Yi. Reluctantly, he broached the subject. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi questioned the absurdity of it all. A mole? Taken by Hydra? His expression shifted dramatically in an instant as a thought struck him. Could it be that the true Hydra Captain America was about to be born? Would he continue to clash with Bucky from this universe, as they had in another? This situation has become rather intriguing. Shaking his head, Qin Yi forcefully grasped the reluctant Stormbreaker, and with that, the spatial vortex vanished. Next door, in another opulent villa belonging to the Banner family, Bucky wore a stoic expression as he trained. In the zombie universe, he had tragically lost his dear friends Steve and Chala. Moreover, during the years he was under Hydra's control, he committed several misdeeds, not out of malice, but nonetheless, he was the one who carried them out. He remained uncertain whether the Tony of that universe ever forgave him, and he would never have the chance to find out. The Avengers were now but a dwindling few, especially after Qin Yi once again saved their Earth. Sometimes, Bucky contemplated the idea of dedicating his life to him, even if it might ultimately be unnecessary. With a resounding thud, he struck the sandbag before him, his fist shattering it. Just as he settled down, a spatial vortex appeared before him. Qin Yi emerged from the swirl, wielding a large axe, and cheekily remarked, "Hey, Bucky, your buddy is gone." Chapter 68. A reunion of good friends. Are you not going to join? Nick Fury gazed at Qin Yi with eager anticipation. If Qin Yi were to lend his assistance, the search for Steve would encounter no obstacles. After the blow of Captain America's disappearance, he began to feel increasingly anxious. He dreaded the possibility of encountering another unforeseen event. The thought of assembling the Avengers had taken root in his mind since 1995, and a decade had passed, leaving only a few familiar faces in the organization. Nick Fury felt that at his age, he could hardly endure more upheaval. Qin Yi regarded the man before him, this peculiar black egg, with a hint of curiosity. His willingness to help stemmed from learning about Bucky's recent despondency. It seemed their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Qin Yi understood well that this egg was a quintessential representation of American double standards. Some actions he could partake in, while others would draw his moral condemnation. Oh well. Who could blame Qin Yi for considering himself a soft-hearted individual? He teased the egg with a playful gaze. My appearance fee is quite steep. Qin Yi was aware of the egg's considerable wealth, albeit the sources of that wealth were somewhat murky. What baffled him further was the question of where all the embezzled funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone. Surely, they could not have been saved. Most importantly, Qin Yi felt that he could no longer allow Bucky to languish in idleness. Ever since Qin Yi had refused to use any form of transportation, Bucky had been unemployed at home. Subsequently, after enduring the calamity of the swarm and losing his dear friend Chala, Bucky had abruptly lost his sense of purpose. The vehicle gifted to him had gathered several layers of dust in the garage. He no longer ventured out to socialize, and even when given money, he refused to spend it, choosing instead to remain holed up at home. The security guard at the entrance had discreetly reported to Qin Yi on several occasions about Bucky's habits of ordering takeout daily. This time, however, he had the opportunity to rescue his beloved companion, Captain America. Perhaps, upon reuniting with his dear friend, Bucky's frozen heart would be thawed by Steve's warmth. Shaking his head, Qin Yi dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He sensed that his daydreaming had intensified lately. Just moments ago, he had even heard a melody whispering in his ear. Nick Fury, with his solitary remaining eye, scrutinized the expressionless figure standing beside Qin Yi. TSK. This individual certainly exhibits a flair for the unconventional. With a bit of refinement, he could possess a promising future. The two exchanged little in the way of conversation as Bucky swiftly drove Nick Fury in a singular direction. Qin Yi had already informed him of the captain's whereabouts. Nick Fury, seated in the back, appeared lost in thought, his expression somewhat bewildered. When Qin Yi suggested that this stoic man accompany him on his mission, Fury felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the man before him, reminiscent of someone he had encountered while delving into the life of Captain America. However, he dismissed the notion as improbable. If this man were from the same era as the captain, he would likely be in his 90s by now. Even Howard had passed away several years prior. Furthermore, the individual before him appeared remarkably youthful. Fury's interest in Captain America's past stemmed from a desire to comprehend the hero's character, facilitating his own efforts to persuade the captain to assist him against Qin Yi. Lately, Fury had been experiencing a string of misfortunes. He had not managed to engage with Banner, and the captain had been compromised at the base. Ultimately, he found himself seeking help from the very person he least desired to encounter. As Fury ruminated on these matters, Bucky parked the vehicle at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York. Upon exiting the car, Fury gazed in astonishment at the stoic man, who had entered the premises unencumbered by any equipment. "Weapons, grab your weapons," the voice of a comrade urged quietly. Yet, the stoic man did not look back. After a moment's hesitation, Fury retrieved a small pistol and followed suit. The duo entered through an opening they discovered in a dilapidated room. Lifting an iron door and slipping inside, Fury trailed closely behind Bucky, choosing to remain silent until he could gauge the man's capabilities, fearful of being proven wrong. Navigating through the passage, they arrived at a location resembling a base. Bucky gestured for Fury to eliminate a nearby guard. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fury observed as Bucky stealthily infiltrated from the opposite side. Drawing a stun baton from his coat, he crept up behind the guard and struck with precision. The guard succumbed to the intense jolt, collapsing to the ground. Content with his success, Fury smiled and turned to pursue Bucky. However, he was perplexed by the sight of numerous guards sprawled across the floor. He had considered the possibility that the stoic man had dispatched them, but that seemed implausible. After all, it had taken him approximately 2.5 minutes to subdue his own guard, and yet there were dozens lying unconscious before him. With a furrowed brow, Fury entered through a large door within the base, only to find an astonishing scene. The captain and the stoic man were locked in an embrace. Akin to long-separated lovers reunited at last. Scattered across the ground were yet more fully armed guards. Momentarily at a loss for words, Fury watched as the awakened Steve excitedly embraced Bucky. "I never anticipated seeing you again," he exclaimed. Nick Fury awkwardly stood to the side, observing the heartfelt reunion of the two, realizing that he was somewhat out of touch with the times. This stoic man must surely be Qin Yi's driver. Indeed, in the past, when Qin Yi attended school, it was this fellow who would escort him. The records within the bureau are meticulously detailed. Yet, why is he so formidable? Is it conceivable that strength can be contagious? Upon hearing that the two were heading home, Nick Fury recognized that the moment had arrived and promptly addressed Steve. "Captain, I am the director of SHIELD, an organization founded by your beloved Peggy Carter and your dear friend Howard Stark. Our purpose is..." As he observed the two turning away, Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness. What began as a straightforward matter had devolved into this predicament. The captain had followed his enigmatic companion, and now he finally recalled who this individual named Bucky was. However, why did he appear as youthful as the captain? Why was there no record of him within the bureau? Nick Fury sensed an overwhelming powerlessness, pondering when this feeling had first begun to take hold. Within the opulent confines of Bucky's villa, Steve sat on the sofa, curiously surveying the decor. "Seeing that you are doing well brings me solace. This house must have cost a fortune." Bucky poured a glass of water and handed it to Steve. "It was a gift from my boss. You know I've never had much regard for money." In the presence of his best friend, Bucky was no longer the reticent, stoic man he once was. Steve nodded, grappling with the revelation that he had been frozen for nearly 70 years, leaving him in a state of confusion, especially during the journey back when he encountered both familiar and unfamiliar sights. Bucky rummaged through a cabinet and produced a smartphone and a tablet, presenting them to Steve. Here, this is what everyone uses now. In an instant, Bucky transformed from a cold, expressionless figure into an enthusiastic and caring friend, gazing at Steve with affectionate warmth. Steve nodded. Having awakened from his icy slumber, he found himself separated from this world by an insurmountable chasm. Fortunately, upon his awakening, he was greeted by his dearest friend. With a blend of confusion and a hint of anticipation, Steve, under Bucky's guidance, quickly reacquainted himself with the internet, reminiscent of when he first joined the military. After browsing for a while on the tablet, Steve pointed to some information online and inquired, "Is this what you refer to as your boss?" Bucky nodded. "Boss. He is truly a remarkable individual. Although Qin Yi has not intervened frequently in this universe, Bucky is aware that the immensely powerful Qin Yi has rescued numerous other universes over the years." After perusing Qin Yi's dossier, Steve couldn't help but exclaim, "The youth of today are truly impressive." Amidst the joy of their reunion, the two shared cherished memories from their childhood. Moments later, as Bucky reflected on certain matters, he turned to Steve and inquired, "Shall we go visit Peggy?" Chapter 69. The destroyer armor high above New York City, within the mirrored space conjured by Qin Yi. He donned his pajamas, his eyes still bleary as he gazed at the excited Tony and the anxious Happy standing beside him. "Tony, my brother. He has come to learn magic." Tony's obsession with magic was profound, so much so that at 5 in the morning, he roused the slumbering Qin Yi, dragging Happy along for support. The reason for Happy's presence was that, ever since he had been unceremoniously kicked aside, he had succumbed to self-doubt, his lack of focus resulting in a record number of security complaints at Stark Industries. After receiving Qin Yi's consent the previous day, they approached him with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation to study the arcane arts. Under Qin Yi's tutelage, the duo earnestly began sketching teleportation circles before them. Qin Yi mused that, being another portly figure, Happy's magical aptitude could hardly be inferior to that of his fellow rotund companion. Yet, it was somewhat disconcerting that after diligently drawing circles for over an hour, not a single spark of magic had manifested, let alone a teleportation circle. Observing this, Qin Yi scratched the back of his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. Could it be that Tony and Happy possessed such abysmal magical talent? Sensing that something was amiss, Qin Yi cast a glance towards Kamar Taj, ensuring that no awkward situations would arise. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized, bringing forth the Ancient One. With a puzzled expression, the Ancient One regarded Qin Yi, who wore a grin that seemed overly eager to please. Every time this expression appeared, it left her feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Master Yao," Qin Yi exclaimed, extending a hand to assist the Ancient One as she emerged from the vortex. After Qin Yi articulated his concerns, the Ancient One noticed the empty hands of Tony and Happy, and a headache began to form. While appointing Qin Yi as the Supreme Sorcerer had undeniably bolstered Kamar Taj's strength and improved the quality of life within the three sanctums, she struggled to identify any further advantages. This Supreme Sorcerer was often absent, neglecting his duties towards Kamar Taj. The frequency of his visits coincided suspiciously with reports of missing artifacts from the treasury, leading her to doubt the wisdom of her initial decision. She even feared that the legacy of Kamar Taj might falter under his stewardship. In recent years, she had not encountered anyone teaching magic without the use of a focus. Did Qin Yi presume that everyone possessed the same capabilities as he did, casting spells without a focus, gestures, or incantations, effortlessly unleashing magic? The Ancient One, exasperated, produced 2 focuses and handed them to Qin Yi, instructing him to modify the arrays within to link to his dimension. Without another word, she conjured a portal and departed. The Ancient One felt the need for solitude. Qin Yi stared at the focuses in his hands, running a hand through his hair. "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who will feel the discomfort." Tony and Happy, listless, donned the focuses and resumed drawing circles in front of them. Qin Yi reclined on a sofa conjured from the mirrored space, contemplating recent events. He mulled over whether he should seek someone to learn combat techniques. Just yesterday, a certain scribe had discreetly informed him that some believed his fighting style was rather lackluster. Although Qin Yi was inclined to agree, he could hardly berate the scribe, lest the individual succumb to despair and write his own demise. In recent years, whenever he needed to ascend, he would eschew the elevator. Whenever he desired to visit a certain location, he would neglect to conjure a portal. He had become accustomed to simply overwhelming his opponents with raw energy in battle, waving his hand dismissively. However, his encounter with that individual wielding a black staff had served as a wake-up call. He pondered to himself, should he seize these artifacts that controlled energy in the future? That way, no one could hinder his ability to overpower others with energy. Alternatively, he could heed the scribe's advice and enhance his own strength. In future encounters, shall we resort to instantaneous resolution? Alternatively, perhaps we could encourage that scribe to elevate his proficiency. Undoubtedly, this presents a considerable challenge. While Qin Yi reclined on the sofa, lost in thought, Alice's melodious voice resonated beside him. Master, we have detected extraterrestrial entities. Shall we activate the offensive formations of the 3 great sanctuaries? Qin Yi promptly interjected. No, there is no need for that this time. If the formation is activated, I fear New Mexico might be obliterated from the face of the earth. Let such measures be reserved for future adversaries. As he contemplated lingering a while longer, Charles's call interrupted him. Qin, we have detected alien machinery arriving on Earth. Should the Illuminati mobilize personnel? Initially, Qin Yi intended to decline Charles's proposition. However, upon reflection, it seemed that since its inception, the Illuminati had yet to encounter any formidable opponents. This time, Odin's destroyer armor would likely not be employed to its fullest extent, as Odin merely sought to train Thor. Why not use this opportunity for some military practice? It would also serve to demonstrate the disparity between them and the extraterrestrial forces. With this thought in mind, Qin Yi instructed, Charles, have Logan and the others prepare. I shall transport them. In New Mexico, a group of SHIELD agents, led by the courteous Coulson, stood bemused around the teleportation marks left by the Rainbow Bridge. After some time, they realized their expertise was ill-suited for the task at hand. To alleviate the awkwardness, Coulson quickly called out, bring someone who understands the language. Just then, a colossal suit of steel armor descended from the sky, landing not far from them. However, the SHIELD agents remained relatively unfazed. Who were they? They were the agency specifically tasked with combating supernatural abilities. A bald agent even quipped, is this another contraption from Stark? With a dismissive expression, the others responded, while Coulson confidently approached, wielding a loudspeaker, intending to engage in amicable dialogue with the armor. Yet, upon noticing the gathering energy waves emanating from the massive helmet, he urgently shouted, run. Boom. The resounding echoes of car explosions filled the air as several energy beams from the formidable destroyer armor swept down, resulting in the near-total annihilation of SHIELD agents. In a nearby town, the inhabitants became aware of the chaos. Reformed Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard, alongside his childhood companion Sif, were making arrangements. Stripped of his divine powers, Thor resolved to assist in relocating the town's residents to safety. The quartet from Asgard marched resolutely toward the destroyer armor, soon realizing something was amiss. The colossal armor was obstructed by a few sudden figures outside the town. A human woman soared through the air amidst a tempest, commanding bolts of lightning to strike fiercely at the destroyer. Outside the town, the battle squad of the Illuminati, transported by Qin Yi through a spatial vortex, was caught off guard by a massive assault from the armor. Logan, discarding his cigar, lunged at the destroyer's head with claws bared, aided by the support of a nearby aircraft. His ambition was evidently misplaced, as his claws merely grazed the armor, leaving only faint scratches before he was swatted away. The remaining members of Storm's team coordinated seamlessly, but to their astonishment, their attacks were ineffective against the behemoth's defenses. Iceman, maintaining his composure, unleashed his powers. And with the collaborative efforts of Storm and Cyclops, they swiftly encased the gigantic armor in ice. Logan lit another cigar, glancing at his old comrades. Does Charles have any suggestions on how to deal with this? The others shook their heads, curiously scrutinizing the ice-encased armor. They had seldom appeared before the world in recent years, largely due to some unfortunate past experiences, as well as their focus on addressing minor extraterrestrial threats. Just as they contemplated asking Charles for guidance on handling the immense armor, it broke free from its icy restraints, emanating even more terrifying energy fluctuations from its head. Chapter 70. Two weapons goodness. Are we in over our heads? Qin Yi exclaimed, hastily dispersing the terrifying energy coalescing at the armor's cranium. While the Illuminati squad engaged in fierce combat with the destroyer, Qin Yi had been observing from a distance. As a responsible leader, he felt compelled to assess the situation. Moreover, the destroyer armor was an artifact once wielded by Odin against the pantheon of gods, bestowed with the might of nearly all Earth's deities at its inception, making it extraordinarily formidable. although Odin had only managed to hold off the Pantheon for mere seconds before being overwhelmed. After that, the deities of Earth dared not depart from its realm. Yet, should the destroyer armor unleash its full power, there are indeed few among the current inhabitants of Earth who could withstand it. Logan and his fellow ordinary mutants managed to confine the armor for a time, which Qin Yi found quite satisfactory. However, upon the armor breaking free from Iceman's icy restraints, the intensity of the energy fluctuations emanating from its helm clearly surpassed the capabilities of Loki, that feeble controller. Despite his self-proclaimed title as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, Qin Yi lifted his gaze, penetrating through the world tree to the skies above Asgard. The slumbering Odin did not open his eyes. Instead, a ripple of mental energy gradually morphed into his visage, meeting Qin Yi's gaze. After a moment of distant eye contact, Odin spoke, "I apologize, visitor of Midgard." He had not anticipated the existence of such an individual in Midgard, nor could he discern the extent of Qin Yi's power. When being observed by Qin Yi, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ravenous primordial beast, as if he were on the verge of becoming its prey. Qin Yi contemplated expressing that apologies are futile in the face of law, yet finding such a remark lacking in sophistication, he refrained from speaking, silently observing Odin, adorned in royal robes. After a brief pause, Qin Yi seemed to recall something and regretted not donning the supreme sorcerer's robe he had enhanced. Odin remained silent for a moment before addressing him. "Esteemed guest, do visit the Hall of the Gods when you have the opportunity. I shall offer my apologies." Qin Yi nodded, casting his gaze towards a corner of Asgard, where Loki was arriving alongside the frost giants. "Are you merely going to watch him?" Qin Yi foresaw the events that were destined to unfold. If all went as expected, Asgard was at a pivotal juncture, gradually veering towards ruin. He found himself somewhat intrigued by Odin's intentions regarding Loki. Although the reasons for Ragnarok eluded him, it seemed to Qin Yi that the tumultuous affections and grievances within the Asgardian family could be encapsulated in a tragic narrative. The eldest daughter, toiling tirelessly to aid her father in establishing their heritage, was ultimately cast out, only to seize the opportunity to reclaim her rightful inheritance. The 2 brothers would rather see their home obliterated than allow their sister to have it, even if she were to wed in the future. It would surely be preferable to being reduced to rubble by outsiders. Yet, this daughter, or sister, exhibited a certain madness, an unsettling abnormality, and a propensity for violence. Did they not understand the wisdom of keeping their own in the pot? When faced with Qin Yi's inquiry, Odin shook his head and sighed, uncertain of how to articulate the complexities of his family. The eldest daughter, alas. The eldest son, alas. The youngest son, alas. Observing Odin's sudden melancholy, Qin Yi decided against pressing further. After all, since Odin's birth circa 3480 BCE, this venerable figure had surpassed 5 millennia in age. The eldest daughter, over 2,600 years old, was a tempestuous force. The eldest son, over 1,000 years old, lacked intellect, and the youngest son, also over 1,000 years old, was burdened with excessive thoughts. As the saying goes, a wise judge finds it difficult to resolve familial disputes, especially within the affairs of this divine clan. After exchanging a brief greeting with Odin, Qin Yi withdrew his gaze, disinterested in entangling himself in the domestic strife of the gods. He had only intervened to issue a warning after sensing Odin's intervention. With a wave of his hand, he teleported the Light Brigade, scattered by the wrathful destroyer armor, back to their base, and resolved to return to oversee the magical training of Happy and Tony. Though his role as a mentor was somewhat unreliable, he remained one of the mere 4 adept practitioners of all the magic of Kamartaj. Yet, the Stormbreaker was obstinately reluctant to return, clinging to Qin Yi's arm with a force akin to thunder, swaying as if in a plea for his attention. Thus, Qin Yi conjured a sofa and retrieved a bucket of popcorn from his magical space, settling down comfortably. Following the abrupt disappearance of the Light Brigade, the destroyer armor once again clashed with the quartet of the Heavenly Palace. This encounter, reminiscent of memories from a past life, saw the Heavenly Quartet swiftly defeated. The mortal Thor rushed forward and urged them, "You must return to the realm of the gods and stop Loki." Vostag, one of the 3 warriors of the Heavenly Palace, inquired of Thor, "And what about you?" Thor, with a reassuring smile, replied, "Do not worry, my friends. I have a plan." Having matured considerably through his experiences on Earth, Thor approached the destroyer armor, resolved to sacrifice himself to protect the innocent townsfolk from Loki's wrath. He confessed to Loki, "Brother, regardless of my past transgressions against you, I truly regret them. Yet these individuals are blameless. Their deaths will yield you no benefit. Therefore, take my life and put an end to this." Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Upon hearing Thor's heartfelt confession, Loki quickly ceased the charging of the destroyer armor. After all, he still harbored love for his brother, though he was loath to admit it. As Loki maneuvered the destroyer armor away, just as Thor's smile emerged, he retaliated with a swift strike, sending Thor flying. As for this slap, Qin Yi surmised it was a manifestation of Loki's jealousy. During his time on Earth, the young Thor had spent a considerable portion of his days closely entwined with Jane Foster, reveling in their shared happiness. Jane Foster rushed to Thor's side upon his landing, but after exchanging only a few words, he fell silent, as if the weight of his injuries had rendered him lifeless. Asgard, the slumbering palace of Odin, witnessed the events unfolding on Earth. Tears gently trickled from the eyes of the sleeping Odin. He felt a swell of pride for his eldest son's growth and sensed that the time had finally come for him to depart in peace. Whoever wields this hammer, if they are worthy, shall possess the power of the Thunder God. This was the incantation Odin had uttered when he banished Thor. After Thor's transformation, he regained the might of the Thunder God within him. Qin Yi briefly sensed the hammer. It should not be overly powerful, after all. It was a capability that could be stripped away. Enclosed by S-H-I-E-L-D, Mjolnir sensed the Thunder God's power within Thor and, accompanied by a tempest of lightning, soared towards him. Qin Yi turned to glance at the equally agitated Stormbreaker beside him, knowing mischief was afoot. This little axe was relentless in its pursuits. To the astonishment of Jane Foster and the others, bolts of lightning erupted from Thor's being, radiating a brilliant glow. Thor rose, invigorated, adorned in gleaming silver armor with a crimson cape billowing behind him. However, Thor was puzzled as Mjolnir did not fly into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he found Mjolnir, crackling with lightning, facing off against a similarly electrified great axe. He was perplexed, while the axe appeared quite appealing at first glance. His heart was set on the form of Mjolnir, leaving no room for others in his mind. Far away in the celestial halls of Asgard, Loki sensed the commotion through the destroyer armor and attempted to manipulate it. Yet, before the armor could move, Qin Yi shattered it with a single strike. He was intrigued to see whether these two jealous entities would engage in conflict. To no one's surprise, Thor seized Mjolnir, cradling Jane Foster in one arm as he soared into the sky, intent on using the Bifrost to bring his beloved back to Asgard, leaving behind the solitary and despondent Stormbreaker, suspended in the air. Even though it had just proven its superiority over Mjolnir, the surviving Coulson stood with a few remaining S-H-I-E-L-D agents, their faces blank as they gazed at the axe. Moments ago, this axe had pressed their perceived artifact, Mjolnir, into the ground with a flurry of strikes. Particularly after learning of Thor's identity as the Norse god of thunder, Coulson's eyes sparkled with fervor. Fixated on the Stormbreaker hovering nearby, a weapon even mightier than the Thunder God's hammer, he could scarcely imagine the director's reaction if he were to learn of this. Just as he contemplated attempting to bring the axe back to S-H-I-E-L-D, a spatial vortex materialized beside the axe, accompanied by a languid voice saying, "Leave now, or I shall forsake you." Upon hearing this, Stormbreaker promptly dove into the vortex, which vanished without a trace, leaving behind the dazed S-H-I-E-L-D agents and the curious Jane Foster and her companions. They all knew that the spatial vortex was a symbol of that super-rich individual's extraordinary powers. However, what they did not anticipate was that the axe, possessing overwhelming combat prowess, indeed, even surpassing that of Thor's hammer, would be so obedient. Coulson hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to report the situation to the director. In the office of S-H-I-E-L-D, Director Nick Fury lay numbly in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Since his return the previous day, he had remained in this state. The captain was gone. Though he had been found, he was not entirely restored. In recent days, Stark had extorted him twice, once for Banner's address and once for Qin Yi's phone number. Despite the considerable sacrifices made, the outcomes were disheartening, especially as he had just encountered a formidable superpowered warrior. Yet that individual did not belong to him, but to Qin Yi. Fury's mind raced with thoughts. Banner was also tied to Qin Yi, as was Stark. Perhaps even the captain belonged to Qin Yi. He even harbored doubts about Natasha, the undercover agent beside Qin Yi, pondering whether she too might eventually align with him. His greatest asset, Captain Marvel Carol, had become a close friend of Qin Yi's many years ago. Fury even suspected that Carol might have feelings for Qin Yi. For what other reason could there be for her to travel such distances every few years to seek him out? A conflict, he doubted, as individuals of their caliber should ideally consider social standing. Was there truly no positive news for S-H-I-E-L-D? Coulson's unexpected call invigorated Fury. He reassured himself that at least Coulson remained loyal to him. Upon hearing Coulson's report, Fury's interest was piqued. The Thor, did he mention whether he would return? When Nick Fury learned that Thor's girlfriend was a human from Earth, a broad smile revealed his prominent white teeth, strikingly noticeable. As long as there were weaknesses to exploit, he feared those like Qin Yi, who seemed devoid of any vulnerabilities. As Coulson continued to report on the exceptionally powerful axe, Fury abruptly interrupted him, uncertainly inquiring, "Is that axe also Qin Yi's?" On the other end of the line, Coulson was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the director's astuteness. The individuals present had only just witnessed the spatial vortex created by Qin Yi, which confirmed the identity of the axe's owner. Curiously, Coulson inquired, "Director, how did you know?" Nick Fury grumbled as he hung up the phone, "I guessed." In the skies above New York City, as Qin Yi returned to his mirrored space, he found Tony and Happy breathless, earnestly sketching circles before them. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of achievement. Truly, one can teach the young. It is not ignorance that is daunting, but rather laziness. Observing Tony and Happy's earnest demeanor, he contemplated his future plans for retirement, envisioning the establishment of a magical academy in the dimensional realm. However, after a moment's reflection, he began to sense something amiss. Had nearly 10 hours elapsed since morning? Were these two unable to conjure even a flicker of magical flame? He deemed it necessary to seek Master Yao once more. Yet, upon consideration, he realized that summoning her again might provoke her ire. Perhaps it would be more sincere to visit her at Kamartaj instead. With a wave of his hand, the spatial vortex enveloped the trio, transporting them to Kamartaj. Tony and Happy stumbled slightly, nearly losing their balance, and helped each other as they emerged from the vortex. The mages and apprentices of Kamartaj regarded Qin Yi with solemnity, bowing in respect. Supreme Sorcerer, Qin Yi acknowledged with a nod, swiftly leading Tony and Happy toward Master Yao's chamber. Although exhausted after 10 hours of drawing circles, Tony felt an exhilarating thrill upon seeing Kamartaj again. Particularly, as the mages bowed to Qin Yi, he suddenly felt a dissonance with the title Iron Man, pondering the likelihood of becoming the Supreme Sorcerer. Throughout the journey, Happy wore an expression of astonishment. Before he could fully process the situation, Qin Yi halted abruptly and gently knocked on the door. "Master Yao?" Inside, the recently brewed tea had caused Ancient One to furrow her brow, wondering why this young man had returned yet again. Shaking her head, she rose to open the door. Gazing quizzically at Qin Yi, "What brings you here?" Qin Yi enthusiastically supported Master Yao's arm, organizing his thoughts before he spoke. "It is as follows, Master Yao. They have been painting all day, yet there has been no reaction." Master Gu Yi wore a face of deep concern, as she began to comprehend that this young man merely wished to delegate responsibilities, leaving her to handle the situation. How many times had this occurred? Would Qin Yi and Wanda's child also be sent here in the future? An idea suddenly sparked in Master Gu Yi's mind. Should she consider an early departure to escape this troublesome youth? However, upon hearing Qin Yi recount how he instructed others in the art of magic, she let out a sigh, feeling helpless. Typically, a normal mage teaches apprentices with a certain depth of engagement, unlike your approach, which skips directly to the result. Qin Yi, eager to clarify, interjected, "It's not like that. Please, allow me to explain, Master Yao. I truly mean no harm." Master Gu Yi, her eyes gleaming with wisdom, scrutinized him for a moment, confirming that his intentions were indeed innocent. With another sigh, she continued, "When mages learn magic, they must immerse themselves in the process of its formation. Not everyone is like you, who can bypass the journey and leap straight to the outcome." In response, Qin Yi, disheartened, tugged at his hair and departed with his head bowed. It appeared he was genuinely ill-suited for teaching, which left him feeling quite defeated, particularly as he contemplated opening a magical academy after retirement. He wandered aimlessly through Kamartaj until he spotted a furtive figure, his brother-in-law, Pietro. Yet, before Qin Yi could greet him, Pietro hastily vanished upon noticing him from a distance. Frowning, Qin Yi thought, "This fellow seems a bit off." "Whatever, let him be," he concluded. As long as he doesn't leave Kamartaj, he should be safe. Ever since relocating the star, Qin Yi had discovered a peculiar comfort when near it. Since then, he found himself unable to resist the allure, seeking solace by teleporting to the sun's surface and basking in its warmth. Suddenly, a feeling of being observed washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow. Initially, he dismissed it, placing his hands behind his head and closed his eyes to continue sunbathing. After a while, Qin Yi fixed his gaze in a certain direction. "I say, large-headed one, is one glance not sufficient?" Chapter 72, The Polite Watu Watu. The observer of the Marvel 616 universe belongs to one of the most ancient races known in the cosmos. This race emerged prior to the formation of the universe itself, wielding astonishing technology that far surpasses the advancements of most other species by billions of years. However, the observers refrain from participating in or interfering with the events of other life forms in the universe, choosing instead to be mere spectators who witness the rise and fall of existence. Yet, there are exceedingly rare instances of certain dramatic individuals who, despite proclaiming their inability to intervene, have nonetheless meddled in significant events within the Marvel Universe on multiple occasions. On this particular day, Uatu, as was his custom, stood outside the prism of cosmic dimensions, observing the myriad worlds. Suddenly, he became aware of a curious sight, a human lying upon a star, displaying an expression of utmost delight. What struck Uatu as even more peculiar was that upon merely casting a glance, the human lifted his head in apparent confusion, as though he had detected Uatu's presence. Hastily, Uatu averted his gaze, yet a lingering uncertainty gnawed at him. Had the human truly sensed his existence? After a brief interval, he could no longer suppress his insatiable curiosity and stole another glance. This fleeting moment would forever be etched in his memory. Uatu witnessed the human utter a phrase, and, astonishingly, the individual materialized directly before him. Where's this? He pondered, for this was the realm beyond the cosmic dimensions, the very place where his race observed the universe. How could this individual suddenly manifest here? Astonished, Uatu, with his expansive head, fixed his wide eyes on the human before him. Qin Yi scrutinized the enormous cranium and the vast prism behind it, which displayed the unfolding events of various worlds. With arms crossed and neck extended in intrigue, he observed the reflections of those realms, contemplating how superior this method was compared to his own means of monitoring Earth. A smile crept across Qin Yi's face. Big head, is this how you entertain your guests? Seeing the human transform into a friendly demeanor, Uatu felt a faint unease, as if an unfortunate event were imminent. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, and a lavish set of tables and chairs gradually materialized nearby, laden with an array of peculiar delicacies. Qin Yi, feeling quite at home, took a seat and began to indulge in the offerings. After a while, he lifted his gaze, teasingly addressing Uatu. Big head, aren't you going to join me? You. Uatu twitched the corners of his mouth a few times. I am Uatu, a member of the esteemed Observers clan. Qin Yi shrugged. In his recollection, the Observers, aside from lying down in death, seemed to always stand, much like the large-headed figure before him. One might wonder, does it not tire one to simply stand and observe? He began to ponder what mindset these observers possessed while witnessing the unfolding events of the universe. Was it indifference, akin to his own enjoyment of popcorn during a film? Or was it more akin to his instinctive intervention upon encountering a small spider, striving to avert cosmic destruction? In light of this, Qin Yi felt that he too possessed the potential to become an observer. As Qin Yi speculated about the observer's mindset, Ada scrutinized the human before him. He was somewhat perplexed as to how this human had located him and what his purpose was for being here. Was it merely a fleeting glance that brought him to this point? Ada could not help but internally scoff at the pettiness of humans. Qin Yi addressed the increasingly hesitant large-headed figure, saying, I suggest that in the future, when you indulge in voyeurism, refrain from speaking to yourself. Ada curled his lip. Do you believe the cosmos is populated solely by individuals like you? Throughout his years as an observer, he had seen countless beings who merely spied without truly observing. Yet he had never encountered a situation quite like today's, nor did he believe he would again in the near future. At the very least, he thought he would not encounter another individual like this one anytime soon. He found it difficult to gauge the strength of this seemingly harmless creature. However, the fact that this human had immediately detected his spying and even traversed to this dimension suggested that his prowess was not vastly inferior to Ada's own. Yet, he wondered why he had not observed any of this human's other incarnations while surveying other universes. Ada's curiosity intensified, and he felt a growing impatience to send this individual away and explore whether his other selves in different universes were equally formidable. What placed Uatu in a predicament was that after this human finished the food on the table, he proceeded to produce an array of items, even inviting Ada to partake in them. Judging by this display, it seemed he had no intention of departing anytime soon. Uatu experienced a sudden headache. If this individual were to strike first, he would bear no psychological burden. After all, Uatu had never feared anyone. However, the person before him displayed an air of politeness. Should he take the initiative to attack, it would portray him as lacking in courtesy. As a member of the esteemed Observer clan, he could not set such a precedent that would bring disgrace upon his kin. Thus, He pondered how to tactfully encourage this human to depart. Lost in a tempest of thoughts, he found himself ensnared in contemplation. After a considerable time, Qin Yi rose and stretched, bemused by the myriad of thoughts that invaded his mind after satisfying his hunger. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for the years when he had endured the pangs of hunger. Observing the delighted expression on his face, Qin Yi retrieved a peculiar black rod. Do you know what this is? Behold, the cosmic control rod. Yua too, astonished, snatched it from him, examining it closely. Moments later, he began to elucidate the capabilities of this artifact. The cosmic control rod not only possesses the ability to alter the essence of objects at a molecular level, but also allows for the manipulation of energy distribution across the entire multiverse. Even achieving a state of zero energy within a cosmic realm is conceivable. Qin Yi pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. No wonder the energy he had previously unleashed was thwarted by this peculiar stick. It should not have been merely redirected. Remarkably, this rolling pin-like object proved to possess some utility. He smiled at the large-headed figure, while Yuado awkwardly returned the cosmic control rod to Qin Yi. The matter of politely requesting Qin Yi to depart weighed heavily on his mind. Qin Yi remained silent, merely smiling at the large-headed being. He recalled a saying from his past life. The world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is also about human relationships. It seems that this truth holds in the multiverse as well, though it ultimately depends on the individual. Were he to encounter beings from the Marvel Universe, such as Dormammu, Qin Yi felt he would readily unleash his fairy powers and consume them without hesitation. Yuada contemplated for a considerable time. Initially, he intended to offer some trivial gifts to impress the human before him. However, upon witnessing the casual display of the cosmic control rod, he abandoned this notion. Unfortunately, he had little of value to offer. In that moment, Yuada found himself increasingly conflicted. Ultimately, deciding against further provoking the large-headed being, Qin Yi politely remarked, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Yuatu, with his oversized head, vigorously gestured with his hands. "No, wait. Let me think of a suitable gift for you." Qin Yi, smiling sincerely, replied, "It's truly unnecessary, my friend. I must return." Yet Yuatu hurriedly blocked Qin Yi's path with his colossal frame, exclaiming, "This simply won't do. It has been ages since I last entertained a guest." Chapter 73. Wakanda. Young friend Qin Yi, do come by whenever you have the chance. Yuata waved goodbye with courtesy. Qin Yi reciprocated the gesture, waving until he vanished into the swirling vortex of space. In his years as an observer, the large-headed being had witnessed the destruction of numerous universes and salvaged many treasures amidst the chaos. As Qin Yi was his first guest, he graciously bestowed upon him a trove of treasures as he departed. When Qin Yi returned home, a smile lingered on his face. Wanda gently touched his forehead, uncertain whether her brother Yi had lost his senses. Suddenly, Qin Yi embraced Wanda and dashed towards his room. Earlier, as he had satiated his hunger, an impulse had been swirling in his mind. Hours later, Wanda lay in Qin Yi's arms. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What brings you such joy today? Have you encountered a beautiful woman?" Qin Yi shook his head, replying that he had met a particularly courteous friend. Wanda appeared hesitant as she propped herself up, her hand caressing Qin Yi's face. "I wish to work at your company, may I?" Qin Yi was taken aback, gazing at Wanda, who radiated warmth. A fresh wave of desire surged within him as he contemplated the implications of living with Wanda. Initially, they would be inseparable, but eventually, he would find himself traversing various universes, often disappearing after satisfying his carnal cravings. In this light, he realized he bore a striking resemblance to a cat. With one hand, he pulled Wanda closer, playfully teasing her by brushing her nose. "Why so formal with your husband? Let me show you how I shall punish you." In that moment, the room was filled with a vibrant atmosphere of spring. In the eastern part of Africa, hidden within the jungle, lay Wakanda. King Chaka sat upon his throne, addressing Okoye before him. "Is it confirmed that it is he?" At that moment, Okoye, the captain of the royal guard, solemnly nodded. Since capturing the blurry image in 1995, Wakanda had been tirelessly searching for this individual. After a comprehensive analysis of the abilities of superhumans across the globe, they recently identified a potential candidate. Upon hearing this, Chaka immediately rose and approached Okoye, inquiring, "Can we invite him to come here?" "No, we shall go find him." After weighing the situation carefully, Okoye responded, "This person is rather reclusive. We might only be able to reach him through his brother, Tony Stark." What Okoye did not report was that she and Princess Shuri had once attempted to breach the systems of Qin Yi's corporation, but had failed. They discovered that Qin Yi's technology was, astonishingly, more advanced than that of Wakanda. After nodding, Chaka earnestly instructed Okoye, "Be polite. Once you establish contact, I shall pay him a visit. Yes, Your Majesty, she replied. As Okoye turned to leave, Chaka slowly revealed a faint smile. It had been 22 years since his son, Chala, had vanished. Through surveillance of Wakanda's periphery in 1988, he learned that his son had been taken aboard an alien spacecraft. Over the years, Wakanda had made numerous efforts to locate him, sending ships into the cosmos, but those expeditions had all lost contact, illustrating to Chaka the perilous nature of the universe. Far beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that his son would one day return. In 1995, a satellite belonging to Wakanda captured a fleeting image of a child resembling a human, strolling amidst the stars. The satellite only managed to capture that moment. The child vanished from view almost immediately. After years of relentless searching, they finally found this individual. Hoping to enlist his assistance to travel aboard a Wakandan vessel into the cosmos to seek news of Chala. In New York, at the top floor of the Stark Tower, Qin Yi had been enjoying a few days of intimacy with Wanda. Growing restless, Wanda pulled her mentor, Jean Grey, urging her to join her for work at the downstairs company, Modoc Life. Qin Yi sat on the sofa, waiting for over an hour. Yet these two queens had still not finished dressing. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he pondered why they needed to dress so elegantly when the floor below was predominantly managed by Alice's artificial intelligence. He often went to the office in his pajamas. Were it not for the presence of a diligent secretary, he would hardly bother to get dressed at all. An hour later, the two ladies, clinging to Qin Yi's arms, declined the offer to use the spatial vortex and happily descended the elevator to the company. Natasha, the secretary in Qin Yi's office, was somewhat taken aback to see her boss at the company, accompanied by his girlfriend and two others. She found herself perplexed. Had her boss's preferences shifted once more? Wanda courteously greeted Natasha, and under Alice's arrangement, Qin Yi found himself with two additional secretaries. However, by mid-morning, he could hardly endure it, especially with Wanda just next door, leaving him no opportunity to tease the petite secretary, Natasha. He began feverishly searching his mind for excuses to skip work. And upon recalling that he had already traversed worlds once, he promptly slipped away to Kamartaj, where he leisurely loitered in the square. After several days of diligent effort and the precise guidance of Master Yao, Tony and Happy had successfully learned to draw the teleportation circles. Tony's intense seriousness prompted Qin Yi to shake his head in disbelief. Tony, my dear friend, once he sets his sights on something, he truly pursues it with reckless abandon. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for the future Stephen Strange. The pressure to find employment was immense, and the competition to become the Sorcerer Supreme was fierce. Despite Morgan frequently skipping classes, her innate magical prowess astonished even the Ancient One. And then there was the relentless Iron Man before him. Moreover, in recent years, the number of sorcerers studying obstetric magic at Kamartaj had notably increased. The newly recruited apprentices possessed magical talents that far surpassed those of previous cohorts. While Qin Yi was idly passing time in the square, Pietro, who had stealthily slipped out of Kamartaj, arrived at a clandestine base. He stood hesitantly at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter, wondering if Master Mordo would be saddened if he discovered this. A deep voice emanated from within. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Pietro pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, and it took considerable effort for him to locate the shadowy figure seated on the sofa. This individual was someone he had encountered once before when he had sneaked out to combat crime. At that time, this person had invited him to join some agency called SHIELD, but fearing his master's discovery, he had only left his contact information before hastily departing. In recent days, amidst the throng of apprentices learning magic, he had crossed paths with Iron Man Stark. Although the Sorcerer Supreme had previously explained that Tony was unaware of the weaponry being manipulated by a man named Obadiah Stane, Pietro still felt a sense of discomfort. Were it not for Kamartaj's prohibition against private brawls, he would have relished the opportunity to give Stark a good thrashing. Upon learning that Stark frequently fought against evil and saved lives, Pietro felt a surge of determination. He refused to believe he was any less capable. Thus, he reached out to the one-eyed black man, declaring his desire to become a superhero as well. The two individuals swiftly reached an accord within the confines of the room. Nick Fury, probing cautiously, inquired whether Pietro was alone. Naive and inexperienced in the ways of the world, Pietro divulged that he hailed from Kamartaj, a mysterious order of sorcerers. Instantly intrigued, the worldly Nick Fury pressed further, questioning the strength of the leader behind this organization. Our supreme sorcerer is immensely powerful. The mightiest being on earth, Pietro responded. Fury's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated such a significant discovery. Before him was Pietro, not only endowed with extraordinary speed, but also possessing a hint of magical prowess. Most importantly, he was affiliated with a clandestine organization. If he could leverage the innocent Pietro to infiltrate this enigmatic group, Fury struggled to suppress a smile. His curiosity piqued. "How does your supreme sorcerer compare to you?" he asked. Pietro's demeanor shifted abruptly, akin to a deflated balloon as he slumped onto the sofa. "I can't even best my master. The supreme sorcerer could likely defeat my master with ease, perhaps 100 times over." Lacking a true grasp of the supreme sorcerer's might, he recalled his master, Mordo, once stating, "I possess only the power equivalent to that of the supreme sorcerer, level 1. Eager to penetrate this mysterious organization, Nick Fury decided to proceed with caution. First inviting Pietro into the Avengers, treating him well, and then gradually advancing his plan. As he envisioned thoroughly mastering this secretive organization, Fury could no longer contain his laughter. His broad smile stark against the dimly lit room. "Qin Yi, I shall surpass you." Chapter 74, The Avengers' Inaugural Meeting at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury convened the first meeting of the Avengers, formally welcoming the newcomer, Quicksilver Pietro. As for the origin of his moniker, Pietro was equally perplexed, as if he had subconsciously heard a voice proclaiming it. Attendees included his trusted confidant, Coulson, who had returned from New Mexico, Hawkeye Clinton Francis Barton, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who had slipped away from her company. Not present was Iron Man Tony Stark, who had taken leave. Maria Hill was tasked with recording the proceedings of this meeting. Nick Fury rose and began to speak slowly. "Ahem, Stark is currently engaged in another mission." Pietro quirked an eyebrow, utterly disbelieving the director's explanation. After all, he had seen Stark practicing magic that very morning while sneaking out from Kamartaj. Unless Stark was an undercover agent sent by the agency, Pietro roused his spirits, a flurry of thoughts swirling within his mind. It shouldn't be the case. Stark is the brother of the Supreme Sorcerer. Could it be that melodramatic feud among the affluent? Pietro furrowed his brow, sensing a possibility, albeit a slim one. Upon returning home yesterday, he had informed his master of his inclusion in S.H.I.E.L.D. Master Mordo did not dissuade him, but specifically instructed him to refrain from disclosing any information regarding Kamartaj. Should the petty Supreme Sorcerer learn of Pietro's indiscretion, he might very well exile both him and his master to another dimension. Today, we extend a warm welcome to our new member, Quicksilver Pietro, joining the Avengers family. Coulson announced, clapping enthusiastically. The sound of scattered applause echoed in the conference room. Hawkeye Clint glanced at the director with a look of disbelief, pondering how this seemingly innocent boy had been so easily ensnared by Fury. Moreover, he had heard from Coulson that Pietro was a mutant. In recent years, mutants had rarely appeared in the public eye. It was rumored that they had secretly formed a mysterious organization to combat extraterrestrial threats, which offered quite favorable benefits. Now at the age of 40, having been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for over 6 years, he found himself wearied of the incessant conflicts between individuals that characterized the life of an agent. He contemplated that perhaps joining that organization would be more meaningful, as it would allow him to combat the extraterrestrial menace. Furthermore, with the imminent birth of his third child, he felt compelled to consider their future. Nick Fury cleared his throat awkwardly, addressing the pressing issue of the Avengers' manpower shortage. He urged everyone to be bold in recommending suitable candidates. He had applied for funding, promising that those who successfully referred individuals to S.H.I.E.L.D. would receive a generous bonus. Natasha felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Ever since she had gone undercover at Qin Yi's company, the agency had owed her nearly a year's salary. Initially, she had lived in the luxurious office of her boss, which boasted a private suite at the back. After a month, she finally had the means to purchase a residence nearby. She had not questioned the reason behind the agency's failure to pay her, nor had Fury provided any explanations. Recently, the progress of the Avengers' assignments had not been particularly smooth, and he inquired if anyone had any valuable suggestions. Coulson hesitated for a long moment, but ultimately remained seated. Since the Iron Man incident 2 years prior, he had consistently recommended that the director bring Qin Yi into the fold. If Qin Yi were present, at the very least, they would not have to traverse thousands of kilometers for their missions. Moreover, that axe, more powerful than Thor's hammer, belonged to Qin Yi, suggesting his formidable strength. Yet, the director had persistently rejected his proposal. Was it possible that he feared losing his position should Qin Yi arrive? Well, this meeting has concluded successfully. I have assigned tasks to everyone. Barton, You will take Pietro under your wing for a few practice missions, Fury declared. Hawkeye nodded, receiving the materials before departing with Pietro. He harbored a favorable impression of the earnest young man. Natasha looked at Fury, astonished that he had not assigned her a task. Was this truly the heartless director Nick Fury she had come to know? As Fury turned to leave without offering any explanation, he did not anticipate that he would fulfill one of the 3 conditions he had promised Qin Yi so swiftly. A smile gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that sending Natasha undercover was indeed the right decision. Qin Yi, this young man, ultimately could not escape the allure of beauty. It is understandable, for Natasha, born in 1984, had just turned 26 this year. A youth like Qin Yi would undoubtedly find it difficult to resist such temptation. After the personnel departed, Hill, who was responsible for documenting the meeting, melancholically rubbed her forehead. In the records of the meeting, there were merely 5 sentences spoken by Fury, and she felt that the Avengers were doomed. Meanwhile, Okoye, having traveled from Wakanda to New York, sought out Stark several times, but to no avail. Ultimately, after explaining her purpose to Ms. Pepperpotts of Stark Industries, she was granted the opportunity to meet Qin Yi, who was idly lounging in the square of Kamartaj. A phone call from Ms. Potts summoned him to her office in Stark Tower. Upon hearing Okoye's intent, Qin Yi gazed at her in bewilderment. It was his first encounter with this formidable woman. As for Okoye from his dimension, she had perished during the zombie virus crisis while attempting to save T'Challa, and he wondered why their king was seeking him. He had had no prior contact with the Wakanda of this earth. Was it possible that the old king was on the brink of death and required healing? Aside from those close to him, most individuals aware of Qin Yi's abilities had met their demise at his hands. Okoye stood politely to the side and asked, "Mr. Qin, how have you considered the matter?" Qin Yi nodded and stood firmly. Suddenly, Okoye paused, believing her stance to be impeccable. 2 spatial vortices enveloped them, transporting them directly to the grand hall of the Wakandan palace. The royal guards stationed within the palace had yet to react when they witnessed their captain, looking bewildered, emerge alongside a handsome Eastern man from the spatial vortex. After nodding in acknowledgement to a few individuals, Okoye addressed Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat. His Majesty will arrive shortly." She understood Qin Yi's extraordinary power, but only by experiencing it firsthand did she grasp the true extent of its terror, an ability that balanced offense and defense, rendering it nearly unsolvable. Perhaps he could assist in locating the king's son. Soon, a disheveled King Chaka rushed into the hall, panting heavily. Qin Yi couldn't help but recall a particular anecdote. Was such urgency truly necessary? After the gracious invitation from Chaka for Qin Yi to take a seat, he slowly began to articulate the reasons behind his invitation. Moments later, a pin dropping in the grand hall would have been audibly distinct. Qin Yi felt somewhat bewildered. He had lost track of how many times he had been perplexed that day. His mind was in disarray, and through the words of the aged King Chaka, he learned that the figure taken by Yondu in 1988 was none other than the Black Panther, T'Challa. This revelation elucidated why he had encountered the genuine Star-Lord, Peter Jason Quill, at the gas station previously. This was indeed intriguing, and Qin Yi resolved to venture into the cosmos. He had originally intended to seek out Thanos to ascertain the true nature of this universe's formidable purple figure, yet his plans had been thwarted by a horde of insects. Now, it seemed opportune to explore the dynamics between Star-Lord and Black Panther. Upon witnessing Qin Yi nod in agreement, the old King Chaka regarded him with palpable excitement. "Mr. Qin, what do you require? Wakanda can provide you with anything you desire." A twitch of Qin Yi's lips betrayed his trepidation. He feared his words might startle the elderly monarch. Nevertheless, he spoke, "Vibranium. I wish to forge a legion of artificial intelligence warriors from Vibranium. They should surpass the might of the Ultron army created by Tony Stark." As for the Vibranium from Wakanda within Qin Yi's dimension, both Shuri and Spider-Man readily acquiesced to his proposal, requiring no effort on Qin Yi's part. He was concerned about the myriad changes in this universe and deemed it prudent to establish additional security measures. Indeed, Chaka paused momentarily upon hearing the mention of Vibranium, yet soon nodded in agreement. He ultimately chose his son over the Vibranium in the delicate balance between the two. After negotiations, Chaka consented to Qin Yi's considerable request, 2,000 tons of Vibranium, representing 1/5 of Wakanda's reserves, would serve as Qin Yi's compensation for bringing T'Challa back, with half of the payment made up front. With a hint of reluctance, Chaka addressed Qin Yi. "The amount of Vibranium already mined is insufficient, Mr. Qin. It will require some time." "No need," Qin Yi replied. "I can manage it myself." Chaka watched as Qin Yi extended his hand toward the Vibranium mine. Moments later, Qin Yi nodded decisively. "Very well, once I locate your son, I will bring him back." As the spatial vortex dissipated within the grand hall, the old king stood momentarily stunned, lost in thought, until he lifted his gaze and called out to Okoye, "Quickly, go check the cave." Chapter 75. You are a great man off for another aimless stroll? Wanda, unable to finish her words, pressed Qin Yi down onto the bed, unleashing a flurry of punches. Unsatisfied with her initial efforts, she boldly straddled him, scratching at him with playful ferocity. Moments later, as Qin Yi lay on the bed, a smile graced his lips while he observed the panting Wanda in her precarious position. Just a mere touch sent a rush of vitality coursing through him. He flipped over, pinning Wanda beneath him, and amidst the rustle of clothing, the two became entangled once more. After a considerable time, Qin Yi turned to the woman in his embrace and proposed, "Shall we treat this as a little getaway together?" Exhausted, Wanda gently shook her head, declining his suggestion. Once the woman in his arms had drifted off to sleep, Qin Yi sighed, contemplating how his wife had turned into a homebody. He pondered the other gaming-obsessed senior sister, Jean Grey, and felt uncertain about the fate of the gaming company. It seemed to be draining everyone's energy. The following morning, glancing back at the still slumbering Wanda, Qin Yi stealthily slipped out of bed. After dressing, he waved goodbye and vanished from the room in a swirl of spatial energy. At the Camartage Plaza, Tony Stark was diligently practicing magic alone. Leaning against a pillar with his chin in hand, Qin Yi observed him for quite some time. "Hey, brother, would you care to explore the cosmos with me?" Tony, without a hint of hesitation, declined, having completely immersed himself in the world of magic. Qin Yi sensed that Tony's heart was now too consumed by this pursuit to accommodate anything else. He recalled Pepper's complaints the previous day about Tony's absence, lamenting why Qin Yi insisted on having him learn magic when he hadn't returned home in days. Approaching Tony, Qin Yi patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Get ready to face the laundry board at home. Even if you become the supreme sorcerer, you cannot escape Pepper's wrath." With another swirl of spatial energy, Qin Yi departed from Camartage, intending to find Carol, as it had been a long time since they last met, and he missed her. It wasn't that he was unfaithful. The Carol of this universe was simply not his type. He merely felt she would make a good companion, as she was fiercely loyal. However, he remembered that in another universe, Carol's character was depicted as a mere decoration. If given the chance, he would investigate whether Marvel's version of the character lived up to its reputation. At this moment, Carol was likely still aiding the Skrulls in finding a new home. Suddenly, Qin Yi paused, recalling his controlled Skrull subordinates, Super Skrull A3 and the Cross-Eyed Skrull, who were presumably still imprisoned on Earth. How long had they been confined, he wondered. Qin Yi grasped his hair with one hand, feeling a bit disheveled. He had forgotten about this matter, but considering he had already been imprisoned for so many years, a few more days were inconsequential. However, he pondered how to respond when he encountered Carol and the Skrulls accompanying her. A sudden sense of overwhelm washed over him, and he decided to bring the two of them along. Closing his eyes and sensing their positions, Qin Yi waved his hand, summoning the two to his side. They appeared quite disheveled, their garments tattered. Upon seeing Qin Yi, one of them clung to his leg, weeping profusely, tears and snot streaming down. They recounted their harrowing experiences of being drained for blood by those humans over the years. Qin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. All right. I will take you to your new home." He cast a few healing spells upon them, and then transported the last two Skrulls remaining on Earth to the planet where Carol resided. As for the Skrulls he had slain, he bore no guilt. He understood the principle that those not of my kind are bound to have different intentions. Even if they harbored no ill will, they were already dead. What more could he do? In the galaxy, on an unknown planet, Carol had been searching for many years since her departure from Earth in 1995. During these years, apart from occasional returns to Earth, she had been primarily focused on helping the Skrulls find a new homeland. Initially, Carol had settled the Skrulls near the Kree Empire, thinking it would be more convenient for travel. However, due to their proximity to the space jump point, they soon faced attacks from the Kree fleet. Reluctantly, Carol led the Skrulls to a region devoid of any space jump points. To ensure Qin Yi understood, Carol explained the concept of space jump points, likening them to transportation facilities constructed by civilizations in the universe, facilitating the swift movement of troops and supplies. Fortunately, with the lightspeed engines developed by Marvel, they took a full 15 years to completely evade the Kree's pursuit. After listening to Carol's account, Qin Yi, seated beside her, gave her a thumbs up. "You are a great person." He felt he could never achieve such a feat as dedicating 15 years to saving a foreign race. If it could be resolved with a mere wave of his hand, he might consider it. But for everything else, whether one lived or died, what concern was it of his? Who would have thought that escaping was because Earth was too small to accommodate you? Carol was uncertain of the extent of Qin Yi's current strength. After all, over a decade ago, she found herself unable to match him. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from casting a teasing glance in his direction. Qin Yi, with an arm casually draped around Carol's neck, inquired, "My friend, I have a matter to discuss with you. And I thought I might as well see how badly you've been tormented by the Supreme Intelligence." Carol pushed away his arm, feigning disdain, and asked, "Well, what is it? What could possibly warrant your visit?" Qin Yi took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding, "There's someone named Star-Lord. Are you familiar with him? He's a notorious marauder known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, quite famous in the galaxy. He seems to have crossed paths with you." A flicker of sympathy for Star-Lord crossed Carol's face. Of all the people to provoke, why him? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi shook his head. "His father has sought me out, requesting that I escort him home." Carol added a few more logs to the fire before regarding Qin Yi with uncertainty. "With your capabilities, you could locate him directly, couldn't you?" Qin Yi lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as he formed a ring of smoke. "If I were to retrieve Star-Lord and bring him back to Wakanda in under 2 seconds, I wonder how old Chaka would react. Not that I particularly care for his opinion. Yet, I've recently found myself grappling with a perplexing realization. I am increasingly drifting away from my humanity." His mindset had shifted over time, rendering him indifferent to many things, as if he had lost touch with human emotions. In the past, when encountering mutants, he would contemplate whether to intervene to prevent their total annihilation. Now, he found himself placing greater trust in the obedient artificial intelligences. When hunger struck him before, he experienced a sense of anxiety over losing himself to despair. Now, only in Wanda's presence did he feel any profound emotional fluctuations. Qin Yi harbored a concern. If this trend continued, would he ultimately become a soulless machine or an emotionless deity? "Here," he said, accepting a bird leg that Carol handed him. "What if I were to take matters into my own hands and obliterate the Kree Empire?" Carol, holding another bird leg, looked at Qin Yi in bewilderment. She could not comprehend what had transpired with him over the past 2 years. Previously, Nick Fury had reported to her that Qin Yi had summoned a meteorite, resulting in the demise of hundreds at a manor. Carol grew somewhat solemn. Not all Kree required extermination. In Asgard, Thor walked upon the Rainbow Bridge, having chosen not to partake in the lively festivities of the Celestial Palace. Standing at the fracture of the bridge where Loki had fallen, he found himself missing his brother. Naturally, he also thought of the girl on Earth. The thought of her caused Thor to display a rather infatuated expression. Chapter 76. The Lord is kidnapped on Carol's planet. Qin Yi had engaged in amicable discourse with her for several days. After leaving behind 2 rather peculiar Skrulls in their newfound homeland, he bade farewell to Carol. In outer space, upon an unknown star, Qin Yi reclined, closing his eyes to pinpoint Chala's location, a smile gracing his lips. Such serendipity. On the distant planet Morag, within the dilapidated temple, the fervent fan of Star-Lord, Karath, was fervently confessing his admiration to his idol. He even expressed, in front of his subordinates, his willingness to join the Ravagers. Star-Lord Chala shrugged, addressing his fan amicably. "Such a powerful artifact is better kept in my possession." Qin Yi found resonance in this statement. While Karath and his idol engaged in friendly banter, a spatial vortex materialized within the abandoned temple. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Qin Yi swiftly resolved the threat posed by 2 Kree minions. Subsequently, the orb of cosmic energy from Star-Lord was uncontrollably drawn towards Qin Yi's hand. Observing this, Chala, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Hey, brother, it would be best to leave this trouble with me." As Qin Yi toyed with the cosmic orb, he glanced at the somewhat peculiar Star-Lord. Unlike the carefree Quill, Chala possessed a certain noble air, quite befitting of his title. Karath slowly approached Chala, excitedly proposing, "My lord, I believe we should collaborate." Chala nodded, preparing to employ his silver tongue in an attempt to persuade this suddenly appearing enigmatic figure. With a snap, the cosmic orb was crushed in Qin Yi's grasp, revealing a shimmering purple power stone. Chala quickly extended a hand, exclaiming, "Hey, brother." He then froze. As he beheld a small vortex materializing in the mysterious man's hand, the purple glow of the power stone vanishing in an instant within the vortex. Qin Yi examined the stone before him. Initially intending to crush it, he reconsidered, realizing that the gem itself could serve as a commendable energy vessel. If he were to construct several artificial intelligences based upon the gem, it would merely require a subsequent energy infusion. After securing the dim power stone, Qin Yi raised his gaze to the astounded Star-Lord. "Chala, at your father's behest, I am here to escort you back." As Star-Lord regained his composure, he responded, "That is impossible. My homeland has been destroyed." "Oh, Karath, standing beside Star-Lord, could not suppress his excitement, eager to learn more about his idol's lineage. He gazed intently at Qin Yi, signaling him to continue. Qin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering if he had indeed sought the wrong individual. In his earlier confidence, he did not inquire about the token from the old King Chaka. Never mind, let us take it back directly. A swirling vortex of space enveloped Star-Lord, causing him to vanish from sight. Oh, my lord. The fervent admirer, Korath, hastily seized his weapon, pointing it at the muscular Qin Yi. I acknowledge your strength. Return my lord to me. Qin Yi smiled and waved at this lively character as he disappeared into the temple alongside the spatial vortex. As Korath dashed outside, he shouted frantically, Ah, my lord. Someone help. My lord has been kidnapped. Outside the temple, the marauder ship was anchored not far away. After all, marauders never act alone. The good father, Yondu, even contemplated teasing his son, who was renowned throughout the galaxy. He wished to witness the awkward moment when his son would exclaim that marauders never operate solo. The group engaged in playful banter, sharing lighthearted jokes, unconcerned about the possibility of Star-Lord encountering mishaps or failures. After all, he was Star-Lord. Suddenly, Yondu paused, uncertain, and turned to his grotesque henchman, Kraglin, and inquired, Did you hear anything? The unsightly Kraglin, rising to attentively listen, remarked, Boss, ever since my dental treatment last time, my hearing has not been quite right. Yondu, tapping his forehead, pondered over his peculiar family. Apart from Chala, who was relatively normal, the rest were quite an assortment of characters. Feeling a sense of fatigue, Yondu began to worry about Chala and resolved to visit the temple. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, he encountered a peculiar individual with an odd hairstyle, sitting on the steps and fervently shouting, Someone, the Lord has been kidnapped. Alarmed by this declaration, Yondu hastened forward, only to be met by a cadre of fully armed Kree soldiers who swiftly aimed their weapons at him. Don't move, Marauder. We have the advantage in numbers. Concerned for his son's safety, Yondu refrained from engaging in idle chatter. He whistled sharply, and a whistle arrow emerged from the folds of his attire, leaving a trail of red luminescence in the air. In a matter of moments, the Kree soldiers lay defeated upon the ground. The arrow halted just before Korath's forehead. Approaching him, Yondu inquired, What happened to Star-Lord? Korath, pounding his chest in excitement, exclaimed, Oh, Yondu, captain of the illustrious marauders. The arrow edged closer, and Korath, rolling his eyes nervously, stammered, The Lord has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Yondu grasped Korath by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Be specific. Korath desperately pointed at his throat, struggling to breathe. Once Yondu awkwardly set him down, Korath recounted the events that had transpired. An hour later, in a fit of exasperation, Yondu bellowed, Could you not have just said that his father sent someone to fetch him? Korath shook his head. After all, Star-Lord was his idol. In those few minutes spent with his hero, he felt he could have spoken for 2.5 years about it, like the time he had struck his idol. This thought left him somewhat disheartened. Captain of the illustrious marauders, we must rescue the Lord. I am a devoted fan and would gladly sacrifice myself for him. Yondu, feeling a twinge of a headache, contemplated the implications. If indeed it was Chalia's father who had sent for him, then eventually, Chala would uncover the truth behind the deception. Yet what if it were not? What if it was that despicable client? Yondu vividly recalled that not a single child he had returned for that client had left that planet alive. Resolute, he decided to venture to Earth to ascertain Chalia's safety. However, the mysterious figure that had appeared and vanished so suddenly left him feeling somewhat uncertain. He resolved to gather more allies. Star-Lord had made many good friends throughout the cosmos over the years, and he would summon them all. Aside from that enigmatic figure, there seems to be no other formidable forces on Earth. Yet, years of habit have instilled in Yondu the importance of thorough preparation. He has keenly experienced the merits of being well-equipped. If T'Challa is absent from Earth, then one must venture to the other planet to investigate. In a covert base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth, the spirited Nick Fury stands beside a peculiar container, awaiting a certain individual. He intends to forge a connection between this person and Thor. The renowned astronomer, Eric Selvig, a close friend of Thor's beloved Jane Foster, arrives. Inside the box lies an oddly intriguing cosmic cube, which has eluded their understanding despite years of research. Perhaps this esteemed astronomer could yield unexpected insights. Akin to the discoveries made by Pietro, Nick Fury beams, his broad smile revealing a row of conspicuous white teeth. The tardy Eric Selvig, upon arriving, grumbles to Nick Fury. This place resembles a labyrinth. I thought you were going to eliminate me. Emerging from the shadows, Nick Fury opens the box, unveiling the radiant cosmic cube before them. At that moment, a graceful apparition appears in the mirror, as Loki, the one missing from Asgard, enticingly addresses Eric. This is rather intriguing. Eric gazes at Nick Fury, a smile gracing his face, acknowledging, this is indeed quite interesting. Chapter 77. The criminal Qin Yi in Wakanda, within the royal palace. The former King Chako's eyes brim with tears as he embraces his son tightly. He never anticipated reuniting with his son, lost for over 20 years, so soon. T'Challa, enveloped in his father's embrace, experiences a tumult of emotions. Tears cascade down his face, and the overwhelming contrast leaves him momentarily at a loss for words. The reunion with his father brings him solace, while the familiar warmth of Wakanda mends his fragmented heart. Although he is perceived as a hero who has saved countless beings across the galaxy, who truly comprehends the sorrow he felt upon hearing of Wakanda's devastation due to war. Conversely, he struggles to understand why Yondu, whom he regards as a second father, would deceive him. Qin Yi refrains from interrupting the heartfelt reunion between father and son and exchanges a word with Okoye. He departs with the remaining 1,000 tons of vibranium, vanishing into the spatial vortex. In Kamartaj, after all the sorcerers have retired for their afternoon respite, Tony Stark sits alone in the square, deeply engrossed in meditation. Qin Yi stands at a distance, uncertain of how to counsel Tony. He fears that if this continues, Tony may soon find himself grappling with an emotional crisis. No wonder Tony's subsequent achievements are so remarkable. His earnestness far surpasses that of Qin Yi. Leaning against a column in the plaza, Qin Yi began to ponder how he might entice Tony back to Stark Tower. Perhaps by merging magic and the armor with the Power Stone as a conduit, he could ignite Tony's interest? A slight smile graced Qin Yi's lips as he commended his own cleverness. Hey, Tony, let me show you something intriguing. Upon opening his eyes from meditation, Tony cast a conflicted and somewhat resentful glance at his unreliable younger brother. He felt a sense of helplessness. Despite having a brother who is the Sorcerer Supreme, this fellow couldn't even grasp the basics of mentorship. Had it not been for Master Gui, Tony's magical potential would likely have languished in obscurity. Reflecting on the years squandered, he wished he could stretch each minute into 2. The forlorn look in Tony's eyes made Qin Yi awkwardly scratch his head, mistakenly believing it was due to interrupting Tony's meditation that elicited such a response. Qin Yi retrieved the Power Stone, seemingly recalling something, and glanced in a particular direction, where the Tesseract was fervently contested by several figures within S.H.I.E.L.D., only to vanish without warning before their eyes. Holding the dim Power Stone in his left hand, Qin Yi shattered the Tesseract with his right, revealing a similarly dull space stone. As his fingers danced, resplendent magical circles materialized around the 2 gems. Moments later, 2 reactor-like devices emerged before Tony. Tony took one and examined it closely for a considerable time, uncertainly inquiring, a magical armor? Qin Yi nodded. To be precise, it is an Infinity Stone armor. However, these 2 stones are devoid of energy. I constructed a charging device using the magical circle, linking it to my dimension to energize the stones. Maintaining a consistent energy level of 10 should suffice. Once we return, you can utilize these 2 reactors to forge 2 suits of armor. Tony's interest was evidently piqued as he conjured a portal with a flourish and proudly addressed Qin Yi. Let us proceed, Sorcerer Supreme. Qin Yi shrugged and stepped through the portal, and the 2 returned to Stark Tower, specifically to Tony's laboratory, secretly sending a message to pepper through Alice. Qin Yi donned a smile and assumed the role of Tony's assistant. Moments later, as Tony patted his chest, a new type of armor gradually enveloped him. Wow! Qin Yi exclaimed, somewhat incredulously. Did you really create the nano armor? Tony nodded with a hint of arrogance, reveling in the astonishment displayed on Qin Yi's face. Together with Reed and Banner, they had crafted something intriguing. So what do you think? Would you like a pair as well? Qin Yi shook his head, stating that his strength had rendered such items unnecessary. However, he considered the prospect of collecting a few for the children he and Wanda might have in the future. Suddenly struck by another thought, he added, I should also update the nanotechnology production line on my phone. That should yield a substantial profit. Tony, perplexed by Qin Yi's musings, inquired, what do you need all that money for? You hardly spend it. He was well aware that Qin Yi had no passion for luxury cars or yachts, nor did he indulge in gambling or womanizing. Even if he did gamble, with his reality-altering abilities, winning would be a foregone conclusion. As for romantic pursuits, it seemed Qin Yi only enjoyed teasing others, particularly his secretary, Natasha. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yi responded, money is something you may not cherish, but you cannot live without it. Naturally, the more, the better. Perhaps it's a remnant of my impoverished past. Tony nodded thoughtfully and then asked, by the way, Can those two gemstone reactors be redesigned? They look rather unattractive as they are. Something simpler, perhaps resembling couples' necklaces, would be ideal. Qin Yi smirked at the suggestion, recognizing that he ought to learn from Tony in this regard. He realized he had yet to gift Wanda anything and decided he would need to revisit the Kamatage treasury for treasures to present to her. With a wave of his hand, the gemstone reactors began to morph into various shapes before them. Just then, a clang echoed as Pepper angrily strode toward Tony from the elevator. Observing her expression, Qin Yi quickly sidestepped, eager to witness how Tony would navigate this predicament. Unfazed by Pepper's approach, Tony remained engrossed in the ever-changing forms of the gemstone reactors. "Stop," Pepper commanded, momentarily halting in her tracks. With a smile, Tony selected a necklace-shaped gemstone reactor and, with tenderness, approached Pepper, methodically placing the necklace around her neck. "Darling, I crafted this using magic over the past few days." Qin Yi watched in astonishment as Tony engaged in this romantic display, the palpable scent of love between him and Pepper becoming somewhat overwhelming. Waving his hand, Qin Yi felt a spatial disturbance and found himself transported to a desert. Not long ago, he had sensed an inexplicable spatial fluctuation in this area. He gazed at the desert for a moment, puzzled. Why were there no traces left? Suddenly, a spatial portal materialized in the distance, from which emerged several heavily armed soldiers. Qin Yi rubbed his head, gazing curiously at the unexpected visitors. Which faction dares to intrude so brazenly? Do they find Earth so easily intimidated? At that moment, another spatial portal opened nearby, and a plump black woman confidently stepped through. Clutching a device resembling a pager, she scrutinized Qin Yi before surreptitiously licking her lips. "Identifying you as the suspect, Qin Yi," she declared. "I represent the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, and I hereby arrest you under the charge of violating the sacred timeline. Raise your hands and do not resist foolishly." Upon hearing the mention of the Temporal Management Bureau, Qin Yi did not hesitate, without a moment's thought. He raised his hands in compliance. The rotund woman nodded approvingly at his behavior, seemingly unfazed by the subtle smile that betrayed his lips. "This fellow is rather impressive. More handsome than many other time offenders, and importantly, he exhibits a sense of decorum. Perhaps I shall take him back to my quarters tonight?" Once the soldiers had restrained Qin Yi, they vanished back through the spatial portal. Chapter 78. A few days prior, at the SHIELD base. Nick Fury had never imagined that Captain America would seek him out, and even more astonishingly, that he would arrive accompanied by his close friend, Bucky. The inclusion of these two superpowered warriors filled Nick Fury with exhilaration. He found himself somewhat flustered as he guided Captain America through the facility, explaining the various departments and their responsibilities. Throughout the tour, he struggled to suppress his laughter. He was immensely grateful for his darker complexion, fearing that his subordinates might perceive his mirth and undermine his authority as director. As they traversed the halls, SHIELD agents instinctively rose to salute upon sighting Captain America. This response filled Nick Fury with satisfaction. The spiritual leader of the Avengers had finally returned to his rightful place. However, little did he know that he would never comprehend the true reason behind Captain America's affiliation with SHIELD. Before Steve and Bucky arrived at the agency, they had visited Peggy Carter, who lay in a hospital bed. Steve held his beloved's hand as they expressed their mutual longing for one another. Yet, Peggy's memory was deteriorating rapidly, and she soon began to forget certain things. In her moments of clarity, she tearfully bid farewell to Steve and Bucky, pleading with them to dismantle the Hydra infiltration within SHIELD. After they nodded in agreement, Peggy completely lost consciousness. "Quantum Realm, Time Management Bureau Division, please sign to confirm. This is your criminal record over the years." On the desk lay a substantial stack of documents, chronicling Qin Yi's transgressions against the sacred timeline throughout the years. Intrigued, Qin Yi perused the pages, and the first entry boldly stated December 16th, 1991, the very day he descended into this universe, inadvertently causing the demise of the Winter Soldier, Bucky. What perplexed Qin Yi was the delay in the Time Management Bureau's intervention. Why had they only come to apprehend him now? At the urging of the clerk, Qin Yi inscribed his signature and traversed several corridors, where a confident young woman of African descent escorted him to a chamber resembling a courtroom. Qin Yi's gaze drifted to the judge seated at the bench, and he found himself uncertain whether she was indeed human. After all, in pursuit of his curiosity and objectives, he had refrained from utilizing his abilities since entering the Time Management Bureau. Time Criminal Number 1111, Qin Yi, Earth of Universe 616. Your planet harbors quite a few temporal offenders, the attractive judge stated, diligently reviewing the documentation before her. She paused, scrutinizing Qin Yi with an enigmatic expression. Do you plead guilty, sir? Beautiful lady, before I concede to guilt, might you enlighten me about these regulations? Qin Yi inquired, gesturing toward the books on the judge's desk. The lovely judge responded, These are the regulations of the Time Management Bureau. With a smile, Qin Yi continued, And who established these regulations? The timekeepers. The judge replied once more. Do you plead guilty, sir? Timekeepers, you say? Aren't they merely the descendants of Mr. Fantastic Reed and Invisible Woman Susan? Kong the Conqueror of the Time Management Bureau, whose true form emerged from the 31st century of Universe 6311, had inadvertently discovered the time machine invented by the Fantastic Four through family archives. Utilizing his own abilities, he repaired it and journeyed to the past, founding the Time Management Bureau. In essence, Kong the Conqueror was an ordinary individual endowed with time travel capabilities. His ability to manipulate time, glimpse into the future, and reconstruct timelines rendered him seemingly invincible. Perplexed, Qin Yi inquired of the judge, Beautiful lady, could you explain why it has taken so long to apprehend me? According to reason, since December 16, 1991, the Time Management Bureau should have dispatched personnel to apprehend Qin Yi. Judge Ravana Renslayer sat on the bench, appearing somewhat conflicted. The directive from the Time Management Bureau was to absorb the individual before her into their ranks. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to address Qin Yi's curiosity, as they would soon be colleagues. Prior to your arrival, a temporal offender emerged on your planet, one whose transgressions were particularly severe, prompting the Bureau to deploy all available agents for his capture. Qin Yi's curiosity intensified. Who is that individual? He could scarcely fathom anyone more formidable than himself. Someone whose disruptions of the timeline were even graver. Was this person also a transgressor from beyond the walls? Judge Ravana refrained from elucidating Qin Yi's inquiry, instead stating, You will come to know in due time. That individual was once a special forces operative and notably loquacious. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by you will know later? Was this group preparing to brainwash him and recruit him into their fold? He had not forgotten his true purpose for coming to the Time Management Bureau, those Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones extracted from the erased timelines by the Bureau. It was said that in the Marvel Universe, the most talkative characters, aside from Spider-Man, were often the comedic relief. No wonder Qin Yi had never heard of that jester in the main universe. However, he was exceedingly curious about what that individual had done to warrant the Bureau's full military force being deployed for his capture, especially when they seemed yet to apprehend him. Judge Ravana addressed the confident woman of color, Take him away. The confident woman instantly transformed into a state of excitement, bowing respectfully, Yes, Your Honor. She escorted Qin Yi to a room, and after closing the door, she licked her lips and flashed an enigmatic smile at him. Hey, Qin Yi reciprocated with a similar enigmatic grin. On that day, an unprecedented catastrophe unfolded in the annals of the Time Management Bureau, under the leadership of the confident woman. The employees of the Bureau instigated a rebellion across all branches of the quantum realm. All properties of the branches were thoroughly looted. Even the stones they used to prop up their books were stripped bare. The flames of rebellion have ravaged the majority of the Time Management Bureau. However, such matters no longer concern Qin Yi. At this moment, after voraciously consuming the energy of countless infinity stones, his physique has grown to match the size of Earth within his dimensional space. Qin Yi is preoccupied with fervently expanding his dimensional realm. Misery often preys upon the weak. Much like the current Earth, which appears feeble in the eyes of extraterrestrial forces, the ancient one of Kamartaj seldom intervenes in worldly conflicts. Her focus entirely devoted to repelling the invasions of demonic entities from various dimensions. The current Sorcerer Supreme, Qin Yi, lacks any remarkable achievements, at least from the perspective of certain dimensional demons. The superheroes on Earth seem rather ordinary to the Chitauri, and although they are often hailed as the finest in the galaxy, this does little to diminish the Chitauri's confidence in their impending invasion of Earth. Despite their previous leader's reformation, they swiftly aligned themselves with a new commander. The Chitauri army stands ready, prepared to cross multiple star systems the moment a vanguard opens a spatial gateway, eager to dominate Earth and plunder its resources and labor force. Chapter 79, The Vanished Cosmic Cube at S.H.I.E.L.D. The two opposing forces soon dispersed amidst the chaos of battle. Just moments ago, the cosmic cube they were contending over had inexplicably vanished. Nick Fury, bewildered yet somewhat relieved, recalled the day's events when, during S.H.I.E.L.D.'s examination of the cosmic cube, a figure suddenly appeared. Had this individual not appeared so wretched, covered in tattered clothing, scars, and blood, Fury might have suspected that the young Qin Yi had come to seize the cosmic cube. Loki, who had abruptly materialized at S.H.I.E.L.D., found himself equally perplexed. Did the Chitauri not proclaim that the energy within the cosmic cube was immensely powerful? Why then was the open spatial gateway so fragile that he nearly perished within it? The injuries he sustained would take at least a year and a half to heal fully. To make matters worse, as both parties vied for the seemingly abnormal cosmic cube, it vanished once more. Loki found himself questioning the Chitauri's competence. Moreover, the individual before him, clad in black and named Bucky, displayed astonishing prowess. Even the one wielding a shield managed to hold his own against him. Who were they? He was the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, the second heir to the Asgardian throne. When had Earth become so formidable? Loki sensed that something was amiss. As he faced off against his adversaries, he delayed for time while contemplating strategies in his mind. After successfully intimidating the Cyclopean adversary, Loki hastily led the entranced Hawkeye and his companions away from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, with the presence of the Mind Stone, Loki felt assured. Otherwise, he feared he might indeed fall victim to the absurdities of this wretched Midgard S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, without the Space Stone, how could he open a portal? Loki found himself lost in thought once more. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Bucky supported his dear friend Steve as they approached Nick Fury. Captain Rogers had sustained an injury to his left leg due to the shockwave unleashed by Loki's earlier actions. Fury, is this your idea of maintaining peace on Earth? Nick Fury appeared equally bewildered. Since acquiring the Tesseract in 1995, it had always felt somewhat off. Over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had made no significant progress in its research on the Tesseract. Today, he had merely invited the captain to assess the agency's capabilities. Hoping for the best, little did he expect that the abnormal Tesseract would usher in an even more peculiar individual. Crucially, from the moment the captain laid eyes on the Tesseract, he had sought to thwart any research pertaining to it. Fury was at a loss. Who was responsible for this chaos? Bucky, driving Steve, did not head to the hospital immediately. Noticing the captain's puzzled expression, Bucky explained, "My boss possesses faster healing abilities." Even though Qin Yi had previously told Bucky countless times to seek him out in times of trouble, Bucky had never taken the initiative, until now. This time, it was his beloved friend who was injured. At the Stark Tower, as Qin Yi arrived home, he received a call from his assistant. "Boss, there's a situation. I may need to take a few days off." After hanging up, Qin Yi reclined on the sofa, deep in thought. Prior to his capture by the Time Management Bureau, specifically during his time in Kamar Taj, he had observed several familiar figures vying for the Tesseract. However, he had paid little attention and simply seized the Tesseract for himself, unaware that he had returned from the quantum realm where the Time Management Bureau resided, just as those individuals dispersed. Could it be that the passage of time within the quantum realm truly differed from that of the various universes? As Qin Yi pondered, he received a call from Bucky. Upon answering, he teasingly inquired, "Hey, Bucky, missing the boss?" Under the watchful gaze of his close friend Steve, Bucky awkwardly scratched his head. "My friend is injured. Could you?" In an instant, Qin Yi materialized within Bucky's opulent villa, startling Steve, who was seated on the sofa. "Hey, Captain." "Hey," Steve greeted, still recovering from the shock. It was their first meeting, yet given that Qin Yi was the child of Howard, a close friend, and Bucky's employer, Steve held a favorable impression of him. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi performed his healing magic and departed. Captain America, Steve, touched his fully restored left leg in disbelief. If only Qin had possessed this ability during World War II, so many soldiers could have been saved. Bucky nodded, though he didn't believe the boss would truly act in such a manner. Over the years of knowing Qin Yi, he sensed that his employer harbored a severe prejudice. Meanwhile, Loki, having hastily escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D., found refuge in a secret base under Hawkeye's guidance. He was furious. Those wretched Chitauri had provided him with outdated and erroneous information. Now he needed to report to his unseen master. Loki entered an empty room and activated the communication device. Moments later, a nonchalant figure materialized in the virtual projection. "Loki, my dear partner, what troubles you?" After a brief report, the figure conveyed instructions to his subordinates. "Loki, do not worry. I will send Ebony Maw and a few sorcerers. Even without the Space Stone, they can transport the Chitauri army." As if recalling something, he produced a blurry image from his pocket and inquired, "Have you seen this person?" Loki scrutinized the image several times before shaking his head. The figure nodded in satisfaction. bidding farewell to Loki before vanishing. Loki was somewhat perplexed. What individual could instill such caution in that formidable being? It was as if he feared that the person in the image was a human from Earth. However, how could that be? If such a powerful being existed on Earth, the realms would have been unified long ago. Moreover, if that were the case, he would have known while in Asgard. With a slow sigh, Loki found solace in the fact that Ebony Maw and the others would soon arrive, ensuring that his plan to invade Earth would proceed as intended. He aspired to become the ruler of Earth, dominating these beings, particularly Thor's little girlfriend. Asgard, having lost his brother, found Thor enveloped in a pall of gloom. His demeanor marred by incessant worry, particularly as thoughts of his inability to share a life with Jane Foster tormented him further. His father, Odin, seated upon the throne, mirrored this troubled countenance. Not long ago, Odin had sensed that his eldest daughter, imprisoned in the realm of death, was recklessly dismantling the seals that bound her. In his desperation, Odin found himself at a loss, pondering what course of action to take. Amidst his agonizing reflections, a singular thought emerged, haunting his mind like an unrelenting whisper. After several days of contemplation, he resolved to take action. The distracted Thor was summoned by his father. Yet he scarcely registered Odin's preceding words, only catching the directive to journey to Midgard. A flicker of joy illuminated Thor's face as he readily acquiesced. Odin exhaled a heavy sigh, specifically instructing Thor to seek out that formidable human upon his arrival in Midgard. Odin had contemplated having Heimdall locate the individual. Yet the human's overwhelming power rendered him impervious to detection. Unperturbed by these considerations, Thor's heart raced at the prospect of finally reuniting with Jane. In another universe, after the devastation wrought by Thanos' snap, the surviving members of the Avengers slowly regained their resolve over 5 long years. With Stark's assistance, they resolved to traverse the quantum realm, returning to the previous timeline to reclaim the 6 Infinity Stones and restore the lives lost to Thanos' merciless decree. Natasha, with a smile, addressed her fellow Avengers, saying, "See you in a minute." In a distant, uncharted realm, where the passage of time felt like a mere illusion, a ceaseless voice suddenly emerged on the screen. Life resembled an interminable disaster film, with happiness appearing as fleeting as the commercial breaks interspersed within. Yet, it was now time for the final commercial interlude. Gazing at the screen before him, he observed the sacred timeline, branching endlessly. I truly am a genius. This is where the excitement lies. Chapter 80. You seem to have come to the wrong place on a crisp morning atop the modulation tower in Wanda's room. Several articles of clothing lay haphazardly cast upon the floor. Qin Yi, cradling Wanda in his arms, remained lost in slumber when the crystalline voice of the artificial intelligence, Alice, pierced the tranquility. "Master, a significant fleet of alien ships has been detected emerging from a portal into New York." Rubbing his eyes, Qin Yi, still enveloped in a haze of sleep, languidly inquired, "Are there any elsewhere?" Alice's melodious voice responded to him, only appearing in New York. Qin Yi yawned and casually remarked, "That's of no concern," before embracing Wanda in his arms and drifting back into slumber. Above New York, the hurried arrival of Ebony Maw and several ailing sorcerers spanned across thousands of light years. In a single day, they had leapt through hundreds of spatial jump points. Despite their formidable power and abundant magical energy, they remained rather fragile. Upon their arrival on Earth, they were promptly seized by Loki, who opened several massive portals. Ebony Maw, struggling to maintain the stability of the portals with his magic, found himself swaying unsteadily, overwhelmed by nausea. Beside him, Loki displayed an enigmatic expression. Although Loki perceived that the sorcerers appeared somewhat unreliable, his demeanor shifted upon witnessing the overwhelming Chitauri army engulfing the skies above New York and the Leviathan ships poised to traverse the portals. A triumphant smile crept across Loki's face as he grasped the Mind Stone scepter, his tattered garments slowly transforming into the dashing leather of Asgard. "Brother, you are the king of Asgard, and I too shall become the ruler of Midgard." Above Stark Tower, Tony donned his freshly forged Infinity Stone nanotech armor, exuberantly wielding dazzling magic. The oncoming Chitauri forces fell before him as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables, collapsing in heaps within mere breaths. The news anchor at the New York television station continuously reported on Iron Man, providing a sense of reassurance to the panicked citizens of New York. They huddled in their homes, fixated on their screens, as if watching a film, captivated by Iron Man's striking silhouette. Loki also noticed the unusual activity above Stark Tower. He commanded the other sorcerers beside him, "You all, come and stabilize the portals. Ebony Maw, let us first deal with that armored nuisance." Ebony Maw nodded, still feeling a bit dizzy, yet confident that it posed little challenge. After all, they were merely Earth sorcerers. Soon, they would show the inhabitants of Earth the true force of magical power. The two soared toward Tony. In the wake of the extraterrestrial warship's appearance over New York, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. erupted in frustration, cursing vehemently. He hastily directed the Avengers to confront this alien invasion. Captain America, Steve Rogers, led a formidable team consisting of the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff, into the city. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Iron Man on the television news, Fury nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "This is manageable." Amidst the chaos on a street corner in New York, reduced to ruins by the Chitauri forces, a sudden spatial fluctuation heralded the arrival of four figures. As their nano-armors dissipated, it became evident that they were the Avengers from another universe, having traversed the quantum realm, unaware that they had miscalculated their destination. Captain America surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming that he was amidst the New York battle, addressed his companions, Iron Man, Tony Stark, Hulk, Bruce Banner, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang. "We must split up. 2 Infinity Stones are located in the upper city and 1 in the lower city. Proceed discreetly and be mindful of the time." The group promptly dispersed. At the headquarters of the Illuminati, Charles Xavier observed the overwhelming alien fleet on his monitors. He issued a flurry of commands to the operation team. Recognizing that this was the first genuine large-scale extraterrestrial incursion the Illuminati had faced since its inception. Meanwhile, from another universe, Tony Stark and Scott Lang stealthily approached the base of Stark Tower. The alternate Tony, awestruck, gazed at the godlike figure of Iron Man soaring through the air, stuttering into his communication device. "Hey, guys, this is a bit too insane." Upon hearing Tony's words, Captain America inquired with curiosity, "Tony, what is going on?" The alternate Tony, observing the gem-armored Iron Man wreaking havoc, replied, "Guys, it seems we've landed in the wrong place. This timeline's version of me is even more formidable than our strange." Inside the building, the alternate Steve Rogers, conversing with Tony, was momentarily taken aback. "Tony, where's the Mind Scepter?" "It remains in Loki's possession, though he has brought that octopus-like creature to Stark Tower." Ant-Man Scott Lang gazed at the iron figure suspended in the air for a prolonged moment, perplexed. He turned to his companion and inquired, "Stark, when did you learn magic?" The alternate universe's Tony, his lips twitching, replied, "How should I know?" Loki and Ebony Maw, hastily arriving to thwart the magical Iron Man, soon engaged in a fierce battle with him. Once Ebony Maw had the magical Iron Man under his control, Loki, with the Mind Scepter in hand, approached Tony with exhilaration. With a wicked smile, Loki thought that if he could dominate this iron contraption, the war to invade Earth would swiftly come to an end. Loki aimed the Mind Scepter at the iron figure's chest, but to his astonishment, it elicited no reaction. Undeterred, he attempted once more, yet still met with silence. Confusion washed over Loki. This was not scientific. At that moment, Thor, having just teleported to New York, soared into the air, wielding his hammer. As Thor joyfully called out to Loki, a massive bolt of lightning struck down towards his brother. The two soon engaged in a heartfelt battle reminiscent of their childhood. Suddenly, the gem embedded in Tony's chest erupted with a brilliant light, freeing him from Ebony Maw's grasp. They began to frantically weave intricate hand signs, unleashing a barrage of magic at one another. The alternate universe's Tony and Ant-Man Scott Lang stood below Stark Tower, their heads tilted back, eyes glazed, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their visit. Before long, Ebony Maw sensed something amiss. The iron figure, when the battle first commenced, had seemed inexperienced, akin to a novice learning the ways of magic. However, with each spell cast, the figure grew increasingly adept. This was not what perplexed Ebony Maw. Rather, it was the ease with which this iron being flung spells, as if oblivious to the cost of borrowed magic. Did this iron figure not understand that the power borrowed must be repaid? Feeling slightly dazed himself, having expended considerable magic to maintain the portal, Ebony Maw soon found himself overpowered after a fierce exchange lasting several minutes, as magical chains from Tony ensnared him in midair. Meanwhile, an exuberant Thor quickly subdued his brother, just as in their youth, delivering a playful strike to Loki's backside. Moments later, Loki, whose complexion had reddened considerably, shouted in frustration at the sight of his brother Thor publicly reprimanding him. Thor instinctively helped his younger sibling up and urged, "Loki, come back to Asgard." After a brief hesitation, Loki's expression returned to normal, but unbeknownst to Thor, he stealthily drew a dagger from behind and plunged it into Thor's side. With a swift motion, he sprang onto a flying Chitauri ship, glancing back at Thor with a sly smile. Just then, A massive green figure leaped from the ground and kicked Loki into Stark Tower. Bruce Banner, feeling quite vexed, had intended to enjoy a quiet morning with his girlfriend when several Chitauri soldiers burst through his door. Startled, he instinctively recoiled and glanced down in confusion at his trousers, which prompted an irate transformation into the Hulk, more furious than ever before. He rampaged through Manhattan, ultimately making his way to Stark Tower, driven by an inexplicable urge to strike the intruder, as if a voice unseen was guiding him. The enraged Hulk followed Loki into Stark Tower, where Loki, exasperated by the relentless series of setbacks since arriving on Earth, shouted at the rampaging Hulk, "I am a god, you ignorant fools. Not everyone can trample on me." In response, the Hulk seized Loki by the leg and slammed him repeatedly into the ground, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. As the Hulk turned to leave, he disdainfully called out, "Wimp," leaving Loki sprawled in a pit, staring blankly at the ceiling, gasping for breath. Once Tony had dealt with the sorcerers maintaining the portal, the Chitauri invasion abruptly ceased, lasting less than 30 minutes. The remaining Chitauri forces on the ground were swiftly dispatched by the Light Brigade and the Avengers. Upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents enter Stark Tower, Tony, hailing from another universe, urgently called into his communication device, "Captain, be advised, the Mind Stone is in the elevator, just past the 80th floor." Confidently, Steve, who had been waiting in the elevator, pressed the button. "Received," he acknowledged as he stepped inside, only to find himself encircled by a ring of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra agents. In the tense atmosphere of the elevator, Steve whispered to the bald agent, "Hail Hydra." Amidst the astonished, satisfied, and proud expressions of the Hydra agents, Steve confidently grasped the case containing the Mind Stone and exited the elevator. Meanwhile, Tony and Ant-Man Scott, having searched the Stark Tower lobby, exchanged puzzled glances. Tony remarked, "This is unusual, holding the case with the Mind Stone." The assured Captain America overheard Tony's words and inquired, "Tony, what's going on? You secured the Tesseract, didn't you?" "Captain, there's no Tesseract here," came the reply. The confident Captain America suddenly froze, his expression conflicted as he looked at the two figures blocking his path. "Is that me standing with Bucky? This is absurd, Bucky." The trio soon engaged in combat. Faced with this universe's Steve and Bucky, clad in vibranium armor and having consumed the heart-shaped herb, the alternate universe's Steve appeared bewildered. "Bucky, have you become Chala?" In a matter of moments, the alternate universe's Steve was pinned to the ground by Bucky. The standing Steve gazed at the subdued version of himself, a wave of inexplicable concern washing over him. Would there come a day when he too would find himself restrained by Bucky? As Steve intended to report the situation to Nick Fury, he was interrupted by Bucky. Addressing his friend's confusion, Bucky explained, "He must be from another universe. S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the capacity to handle these matters. Take him to my boss." After all, this Bucky was already well aware of the multiverse's existence. At the New York Sanctum, the alternate universe's Dr. Banner had merged with the Hulk. With a few powerful leaps, he arrived at the rooftop of the Sanctum. Just as he stealthily prepared to enter, a voice called from behind him, "Be careful where you walk. The floor has just been waxed." Turning around, Banner confidently addressed Master Wong, "I'm here to see Doctor Strange." After a moment of contemplation, Master Wong sighed and replied, "You might have come to the wrong place." Meanwhile, in the adjacent Stark Tower, the Hulk's furious roar stirred Qin Yi from his irritation. Furrowing his brow, he mused, "What has happened to Banner? Who has the audacity to provoke this gentle giant?" Upon using his mental powers to scan the current situation in New York, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. From another universe? Qin Yi intended to observe the situation of the four individuals below. At that moment, Alice's melodious voice reminded him, "Master, the outside has been largely cleared, and now, another spaceship has appeared in outer space." Qin Yi truly wished to express his exasperation, questioning, "What are you doing? Is this never-ending?" Just as the Zetaree army's playtime has concluded, another spaceship makes its entrance. Do they truly believe Earth is so easy to bully? If I am provoked further, I shall annihilate all surrounding forces. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi donned his attire and materialized in outer space. If this spaceship intended to invade, they would regret it, as he would devour them whole as a gesture of respect. Above Earth, within the Raiders' spaceship, Yongdu, observing through the ship's surveillance footage, queried the towering figure beside him with a hint of irritation, "Are these Zetaree you dispatched? Let us not forget, we are here to ascertain whether Chala is on Earth, not to invade." The imposing figure remained silent, his gaze fixated ahead, where a human unexpectedly appeared within the spacecraft. In the New York sanctum, Bruce Banner, transformed into a human form by Master Qin Yi, desperately pursued her footsteps, pleading, "I beg you, please." Unable to tolerate Banner's incessant pleas any longer, Qin Yi finally spoke, "I cannot assist you, Bruce. The Time Stone is in the hands of the Sorcerer Supreme. Not with me." The Banner from another universe tilted his head, his expression fraught with confusion. This reasoning was rather peculiar, as he never anticipated Master Qin Yi would provide such an explanation. Such a powerful individual, even her excuses were astonishingly novel. Yet, he was no match for Qin Yi before him. After careful consideration, Banner resolved to cooperate with Master Qin Yi's performance and curiously inquired, "Then, where can I find the Sorcerer Supreme?" Qin Yi glanced at him helplessly, aware that Bruce did not believe her words. To be candid, even she found it difficult to trust her own statements given the circumstances. With a tinge of menace, she gazed skyward, thoroughly exasperated. Once the crisis in New York concluded, she would return to Kamartaj to settle her affairs. What a chaotic state it had become. The multiverse was in utter disarray. She resolved that this time, she would return to the embrace of eternity. No one would dissuade her. Even if she became an emissary of eternity, she would no longer endure such torment. The Supreme Sorcerer stood above, alongside Thanos, while another Banner from a different universe shook his head vigorously upon hearing Ancient One's response. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Banner exclaimed. He had traversed much of their universe's timeline and was acutely aware that Thanos first arrived on Earth during the Battle of Wakanda in 2018. This was merely the first Battle of New York, when the Chitauri army invaded. Had the woman before him descended into madness to deceive him to such an extent? Ancient One conjured a portal, weary of further explanations to Banner. "Come with me and see." In the skies above Earth, aboard the plunderer's ship, Qin Yi effortlessly controlled all the marauders within the vessel with a single hand. He cast a sweeping glance, his mind aflame with questions. How had this motley crew gathered? The Destroyer, Nebula, Thanos, Yondu, and his astonishingly peculiar band of marauder followers. And there was Korath, sporting an odd hairstyle. Wasn't he a subordinate of Ronan from the Kree Empire? What strange assortment of beings had converged together? Were they planning to form an extraterrestrial coalition to invade Earth? Qin Yi spared little attention for them, his curiosity drawn instead to the towering figure before him. The purple titan he had long pondered. The director of the family planning office he had yearned for over the years. He had once worried whether his arrival might empower this universe's Thanos, potentially bringing forth the legendary cosmic heart to Earth. After all, he had heard a hypothesis, that confrontations within the bounds of rules lead to equivalent transformations. If Qin Yi grew stronger, the threats facing this universe would similarly intensify. He had envisioned countless scenarios for meeting Thanos, yet he had never anticipated the current situation. Was this bumbling giant truly Thanos? "Are you sure the Chitauri army isn't under your command?" Thanos glanced at his compatriots, also ensnared by Qin Yi's energy within the ship. He had lost count of how many times he had explained that he was now an adult, willing to admit his errors. "They were once my subordinates. But after my retirement, they allied with the Collector." Seated in the ship's chair, Qin Yi furrowed his brow and uncertainly inquired of Thanos, "Do you not have a dream?" Upon hearing this, Thanos appeared somewhat exhilarated. His face flushed as he turned to Qin Yi. "Do you also believe that my plan holds some merit?" Beside him, Yondu regretted having summoned Thanos, inwardly cursing, "Are you so foolish as to misread the situation? This overwhelmingly powerful individual before us is merely a human." What was he thinking? Discussing his flawed scheme in front of him? Did he intend to openly deliberate on how to annihilate half of Earth's population? Yondu quickly interjected, "You imbecile, silence yourself. I am quite certain your plan amounts to nothing more than a massacre." He then turned to Qin Yi, who appeared deep in thought, and elaborated. "Chala has shared several methods for the redistribution of cosmic resources with me. Thanos has now abandoned his ludicrous notion." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's lips twitched for a considerable time. If that were indeed the case, Chala would undoubtedly be the chosen one. Of course, this was under the premise that he had not traversed into this universe. Qin Yi vividly recalled that when he ventured into the zombie universe, that version of Thanos had valiantly withstood the onslaught of the zombie virus. One could imagine the strength of his conviction. Yet, Chala had somehow succeeded? With a verbal prowess surpassing even Naruto's, he managed to persuade someone as resolutely determined as Thanos. Qin Yi remained skeptical. He waved his hand toward Wakanda, summoning a spatial vortex that brought the bathing Chala into the presence of the Ravagers. "Oh, my lord, I did not expect you to possess such a remarkable physique," exclaimed the enthralled fan, Korath, gazing adoringly at the bare form of Chala, drooling. Chala quickly covered a vital part of himself and, surveying the room, awkwardly inquired, "Hey, Brothers, why are you all here? Moments later, following Chalia's explanations and assurances, Qin Yi, now partially aware of the truth, released the energy chains binding the Ravagers. However, he remained in a state of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words as his mind swirled with confusion. If this were the case, did it mean there would be no events of Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers, Endgame? Were there no definitive timelines left? Qin Yi rubbed his head, contemplating the myriad possibilities that might unfold. As Rondu and Thanos clasped Qin Yi's arm, the revelers aboard the Ravager's ship commenced an exuberant celebration. The band of marauders jubilantly welcomed the friendship of someone like Qin Yi. Thanos, brimming with delight, addressed Chala, exclaiming, "Thank goodness I took your advice, ha ha ha." Drax the Destroyer stood alongside Qin Yi, repeatedly calling him handsome, which, despite Qin Yi's thick skin, momentarily rendered him somewhat bashful. Just as the glasses were clinking and laughter filled the air, a portal of shimmering light materialized within the ship. From it emerged the Ancient One, accompanied by Banner from another universe. Banner, with a dazed expression, pointed at Thanos, who was toasting Qin Yi, stuttering, "Why, you're Thanos?" After completing his toast, Thanos glanced back at the Ancient One and the astonished figure beside her. He recognized the Ancient One, but was perplexed by the identity of the green, pudgy man. With a cheerful demeanor, Thanos pointed to himself and affirmed, yes, I am indeed Thanos." After concluding a call from Bucky, Qin Yi scratched his head in contemplation. Bucky had informed him that he and Captain America had captured another captain, while Master Yao had brought along the small green banner. Additionally, Tony and Ant-Man were at Stark Tower, caught in existential musings. Truly, it was a bewildering turn of events. After delivering the alternate universe's banner to the Ravager's ship, Master Yao had turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Reflecting on her departure, an idea suddenly sparked within Qin Yi's mind. Perhaps it was time to select the next Supreme Sorcerer and retire alongside Master Yao. Then, he could consume the unborn celestial within this earth and subsequently draw the planet into his own dimension. This way, regardless of the passage of time or the cosmic dance of stars, everything in the universe would cease to concern him. He could peacefully dwell in his dimension and create life with Wanda. The thought was quite pleasing, envisioning a life filled with family warmth. Noticing Qin Yi's silence, Chala promptly inquired, "Hey, brother, do you need assistance?" Qin Yi felt that this matter truly did not require aid, leaving him at a loss for words. Chala, equally bewildered, thought, "This brother seems strong. Is he really that slow to grasp?" Fearing Qin Yi might not have understood, he quickly added, "The Chitauri in New York. I was just about to take a shower and change clothes, thinking I could lend a hand." After all, he was the renowned hero of the galaxy, Star-Lord. Qin Yi patted Chala on the shoulder, appreciating him as a good companion, comparable to Carol. "No more. It's settled regarding New York." At this moment, Nebula approached Thanos. In truth, the invasion by the Chitauri was likely orchestrated by the Collector behind the scenes. "I happen to have a business matter involving him." Qin Yi nodded, signaling his sister Lon to continue. He was filled with curiosity about how that timid Collector had supplanted Thanos. However, the long-haired sister before him evoked an inexplicable sense of discomfort in Qin Yi. Before Nebula could speak, Banner from another universe, who had just regained his composure, eagerly inquired of the assembly, "May I ask, who is the Sorcerer Supreme?" In Banner's understanding, the Sorcerer Supreme was Doctor Strange, but he had just surveyed the ship and found no trace of that familiar figure. The band of marauders instantly turned their gaze toward Qin Yi, with the fervent fan Corliss dramatically tugging at Chalia's sleeve, exclaiming, "My lord, the title of this formidable brother seems even more imposing than yours." After confirming that Qin Yi was indeed the Sorcerer Supreme, Banner hesitated momentarily, grappling with his thoughts before addressing Qin Yi with uncertainty. "Sorcerer, may I borrow that time stone, please?" Now, Banner was convinced of one thing. They had undoubtedly come to the wrong place, for this locale was far too terrifying. Even Thanos had reformed, and as for this Sorcerer Supreme before him, Banner had never laid eyes on him, yet he was someone capable of earning Thanos' respect. Banner felt he could intuitively grasp the immense power of this sorcerer. However, to the Sorcerer Supreme, this man was nothing more than a stranger. Thus, Banner was unsure how the sorcerer would react upon learning his intentions, whether he would resort to violence. Qin Yi noticed the change in Banner's expression and rubbed his temples. He had been beset by numerous troubles lately. The situation with Banner's group was not something that could be easily clarified, so he decided to handle the Collector first. Once his thoughts were clear, Qin Yi waved his hand, summoning a spatial vortex that transported Banner to the base he had acquired years ago, simultaneously from another universe. Tony Stark and Ant-Man, who were grappling with existential doubts at Stark Tower, were enveloped by a sudden spatial vortex, vanishing amidst their frantic screams. Thereafter, Qin Yi warned the marauding crew aboard the ship, "Hold on tight, everyone." The colossal marauder ship vanished from above the earth. In the void, the marauder ship traversed tens of thousands of light years, instantaneously appearing above the realm of nothingness. The marauders, upon witnessing the scene before them, stood frozen in awe. Blue Sister pinched her father Thanos' arm, confirming whether she was caught in a dream. This was simply exhilarating. "Ah," the fervent fan Karath excitedly called out a few times. Mischievously running up to Qin Yi, "Macho Man, may I be your fan?" Qin Yi patted Karath's shoulder, feeling that something was amiss. The enormous head of the celestial being before him, which had resonated with numerous life forces during his last visit, now seemed utterly devoid of any presence. Once again, the band of Ravagers was enveloped by a spatial vortex, emerging in the Collector's palace not far away. Chala's lips twitched slightly. This brother was truly unwilling to take a single step. Yondu led his band of Ravagers to disperse and investigate the surroundings. Soon, he returned, shaking his head as he approached Qin Yi. "There's no one inside. It appears they left in haste, with many treasures still remaining." Even though Yondu had witnessed this with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe the scene before him. Was this truly the extravagant collector he had envisioned? It was as if a mouse had known the cat was coming and fled without even taking their belongings. Qin Yi closed his eyes to probe the area, and after a moment, his brow furrowed. Ever since the fusion of the fairy power reached 100, Qin Yi's perception had expanded to encompass the breadth of the multiverse. Yet, this time, he could not detect the presence of the collector, Tyvan. Could it be that this old fellow had hidden himself away in regions where time did not flow? This crafty old man certainly knew how to conceal himself. "Chuck, you all should start moving the treasures from the vault," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the band of Ravagers immediately displayed expressions of delight. Just the thought of the collector's treasures thrilled them. Moreover, with the formidable figure before them, they needn't fear retribution from Tyvan. However, Yondu wore a troubled expression as he reluctantly addressed Qin Yi. "Our ship can't accommodate it." In that moment, Yondu deeply regretted the limited size of the Ravager's ship. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was something he was certain he would never encounter again. "Let us take as much as we can." Yondu led his crew to plunder the collector's vault, wondering what treasures this fellow had amassed over the years. Chala took a moment to glance at the enigmatic Qin Yi beside him. To humanity on Earth, he was merely a renowned billionaire with extraordinary powers. When Chala was rescued by him last time, he sensed Qin Yi's immense strength, but he had not anticipated that he was also the mysterious Supreme Mage. Moreover, judging by the recent events, he appeared to possess a generous disposition. Indeed, he would make a fitting brother. After a considerable time, the exhilarated raiders filled the spaceship, their bodies laden with treasures. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi summoned everyone back into the vessel. He turned to cast a final glance at the void, and the colossal head of the celestial deity swiftly vanished from sight. "Chala, are we returning to Wakanda, or do you intend to continue your quest of redistributing wealth?" Recovering from his astonishment, Chala inhaled deeply, realizing he had underestimated Qin Yi's might. "Let us return to Wakanda first. I wish to introduce my friends to my father." A swirling portal enveloped the raiders' ship, transporting them instantaneously within the protective shield of Wakanda. Qin Yi followed through the portal, arriving at the base he had acquired years prior. It was a place of mountains and waters, had it not been for Qin Yi. This locale would eventually become the new headquarters for the Avengers. Inside the expansive hall of the base, for individuals from another universe, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, and Scott Lang sat awkwardly together. Opposite them stood Bucky Barnes and this universe's Captain America, Steve Rogers. Tony Stark hesitated for an extended period, the image of that magical armored figure lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Finally, he addressed the standing Steve. "Hey, Captain, is that Supreme Mage truly my brother?" Chapter 83. The excited Thor in the beautiful land of New York, the Zeta-Re invasion, which lasted for 30 minutes, came to a swift conclusion. Thor glanced at the mysterious team in the distance, who were regrouping. Their combat style bore a striking resemblance to that of Asgard, particularly the formidable man who fought while puffing on a cigar, igniting a desire within Thor to engage in an arm wrestling match with him. Thor found himself somewhat perplexed. When had the Midgardian fighting prowess become so formidable? As a battle enthusiast, he was unaccustomed to the hastily concluded skirmishes. He followed the courteous Coulson to Stark Tower, where they discovered his brother, Loki, lying in a humanoid pit, lost in contemplation. "Loki, are you all right?" Loki sprawled in the pit, cast a sidelong glance at his somewhat foolish brother, disregarding the incessant shaking of his arm, and continued to stare blankly at the ceiling. Just moments ago, the Collector Tyvan unexpectedly sent him a message. The cryptic phrase "wind tight" pull the call left Loki perplexed, yet he felt an overwhelming indifference. His limbs felt as though they had been severed. All he desired was to lie in tranquil repose. Thor settled beside his dear brother Loki, contemplating the three choices that swirled in his mind. The first, to escort his brother back to Asgard. The second, to fulfill the task entrusted by their father. The third, to seek out his beloved Jane Foster. Thor found himself in a state of turmoil, each choice representing his cherished brother, his revered father, and his beloved partner. Was there truly no better option? With a heavy heart, he sat beside Loki, pondering deeply for an extended period. Suddenly, a foolish grin illuminated his face as he glanced at Loki, who was ensconced in a pit. An exquisite plan began to form in his mind. He would take his brother to find his girlfriend, and then proceed to complete their father's mission. It was simply perfect. Thor applauded his own cleverness and, with a smile, addressed the polite Coulson, saying, "Coulson, only the great Odin shall judge Loki." Before Coulson could respond, Thor cradled Loki in one arm and brandished his hammer with the other, soaring into the sky. This left the courteous Coulson grounded, reluctantly pulling out his phone to report the situation to the director. Meanwhile, as Thor soared through the air, he exuberantly shouted in his heart, "Jane, I am coming." Loki, cradled in Thor's embrace, let out a resigned sigh. He was acutely aware that whenever his brother wore that expression, misfortune was bound to ensue. Concurrently, within a base adorned with mountains and waters, Captain America Steve, hailing from another universe, began narrating their intentions to Qin Yi. Qin Yi recognized that the quartet had devised an excellent plan. Yet he was taken aback by the unforeseen incident that had occurred during their selection of the time point in the quantum realm. Their choice had not returned them to their original universe's prior time, but rather unexpectedly deposited them in this chaotic universe where Qin Yi resided. Could it be the influence of that enigmatic time anomaly on Earth? Ant-Man Scott Lang appeared somewhat pessimistic, noting that the Pym particles on their person were barely sufficient for their return. However, even if they managed to return, what then? The opportunity to acquire the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Time Stone had already slipped away. Tony Stark sat in a chair, his gaze subtly scrutinizing Qin Yi since the moment he entered. Having been transported to this realm that bore little resemblance to the Avengers base by that mysterious vortex, he discreetly conducted an online inquiry. Coupling this knowledge with the accounts shared by Dr. Banner, he discerned that the Supreme Sorcerer's brother had arrived at Howard's estate on December 16, 1991. This revelation deepened his perplexity. Why was this brother absent from their universe? If he had existed, their parents would not have perished so abruptly on that fateful day. Tony vividly recalled that it was on this very day that Bucky assassinated his parents. Yet in this universe, Bucky stood blissfully alongside Captain America, even greeting the Supreme Sorcerer as boss upon his arrival. Tony understood that now was not the moment for answers to his questions. He had not forgotten the purpose of this endeavor. He hastily turned to the brother in this universe and implored, "Hey, brother, could you assist me in procuring some Pym particles?" Tony contemplated that if he could obtain a few more Pym particles, they could attempt to return once again. Qin Yi nodded, and a spatial vortex materialized, revealing a technologically advanced underground laboratory. Dr. Henry Hank Pym watched in astonishment as the Pym particles in his hand were whisked away by the vortex, vanishing from his sight. Moments later, he continued to stare blankly at his empty hands. Simultaneously, the Tony Stark from another universe discovered that, just after Qin Yi nodded, several vials of red Pym particles had suddenly appeared in his grasp. His expression transformed into one of shock as he exclaimed, "Wong Defa?" Observing this, Scott Lang hurried over, cautiously accepting the Pym particles from Qin Yi. Ant-Man's face lit up with joy. This meant they could return and try once more. Standing nearby, Qin Yi, to be frank, was genuinely intrigued to see what would transpire if the fate of this Tony Stark were altered. Would, as Old Yao suggested, changing such a critical juncture in time lead to the destruction of that universe? He recalled the shattered universe he had consumed, which had collapsed due to that universe's Doctor Strange recklessly traversing time with the Time Stone in a desperate attempt to alter the fate of his girlfriend's death. Captain America, among the quartet, expressed his gratitude to Qin Yi, saying, "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer." In Earth 1610, the universe where the quartet resided, at the Avengers base beside a colossal machine, a sudden spatial fluctuation heralded the arrival of 5 figures: Tony, Steve, Banner, Scott Lang, and the accompanying Qin Yi. However, the quartet soon sensed something amiss. The other members of the Avengers had returned before them, and the expressions on the faces of those who arrived early were rather unsettling. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, knelt sorrowfully on the ground, while the others offered him painful consolation. Captain America, Steve, hurriedly inquired, "What has happened? Did you obtain the stones?" Dr. Bruce Banner surveyed the area, but did not spot the familiar figure. "Clint, where's Natasha?" Upon seeing the tears in Clint's eyes, he angrily slammed his fist down. Yet, this was not the time for despair. Scott Lang addressed the group, "We must try again." After Tony and Steve nodded, the quartet quickly regrouped. A minute later, they reappeared at the Avengers base. Captain America, Steve, rarely exhibited a smile, but it faded upon seeing his arguing companions, prompting a sigh from him. He was aware that Natasha had a sister named Yelena, who had also been taken by the snap 5 years prior. The bickering among the Avengers was abruptly halted by Banner's furious voice, "She cannot return. We cannot let this sacrifice be in vain." Steve resolutely stated, "We will not." Soon, under Tony's guidance, the Avengers began crafting a gauntlet to bear the Infinity Stones. The 6 differently colored stones were gradually embedded into the iron gauntlet with the aid of mechanical arms. The group eagerly gazed at the gauntlet held by Rocket Raccoon. Rocket quickly reminded everyone, "The gauntlet is ready, but the question remains, who will wield that fateful snap?" The hefty Thor stepped forward with confidence, proclaiming, "I will." However, Tony, Steve, and Rhodey swiftly interposed themselves before Thor. Scott Lang quietly suggested, "We should at least discuss this." At that moment, the somewhat peculiar Blue Sister stealthily approached the massive machine. After some tinkering, she opened a portal, bringing forth the 2014 Thanos army to the Avengers base. Qin Yi stood by without intervening, even feeling a thrill at the prospect of finally encountering a more sane version of Thanos. Reflecting on his prior encounter with Thanos, an abnormal being infected by the zombie virus, who, despite healing, ultimately succumbed to despair with a self-inflicted blow to the head. Another peculiar figure, swayed by the universe's most formidable rhetoric, now roams like a simpleton, redistributing wealth. After a prolonged sojourn in the Marvel Universe, he was finally poised to confront the mightiest of the third phase. Meanwhile, discussions unfolded among the assembled heroes regarding who would initiate this momentous event. The Thanos warship, emerging from the quantum realm, launched a fierce assault upon the base, unleashing hundreds of projectiles that were, however, thwarted by a suddenly materializing colossal shield. The Avengers, engaged in deliberation, soon sensed the anomaly above their stronghold and hurried outside, their gazes fixated in shock upon the warship and the shimmering golden shield that enveloped it. From the warship's blue light beam that descended to the ground, a towering figure clad in full armor emerged, wielding dual blades, exuding an air of disdain and overwhelming intimidation. He intended to stride forth and eradicate this obstinate group in one fell swoop, only to realize that he could not penetrate the protective barrier. Without a second thought, Thanos confidently seated himself upon a decorative rock, awaiting the approach of his adversaries. Captain America, perplexed, inquired about the situation, while Tony Stark, donned in nano armor, observed the imposing figure with dawning comprehension. "You toy with time, and time will toy with you," Banner remarked, growing increasingly agitated. They had scarcely begun to retrieve the other half of their lives lost 5 years prior, when yet another Thanos had emerged. He turned, bewildered, towards the suddenly materialized Sorcerer Supreme. "Master?" Qin Yi offered a slight smile, attempting to comfort the increasingly unstable Banner at the sight of Thanos. However, he found he could not reach him. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yi ascended slightly to pat Banner's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not." Observe how the Avengers approached the seated Thanos. The latter's voice, deep and self-assured, resonated, "You refuse to accept your defeat. Yet, what will be your fate? You must still confront me. I once believed that annihilating half of all life would lead to flourishing for the remainder. But you have demonstrated that such a notion is utterly impossible. As long as there are individuals who cling to the past, they shall forever be unable to embrace the future, inevitably resisting it. Thank you all. I now comprehend what I must do. I shall reduce this universe to mere dust. And then, with the raw stones you have helped me find, create a new cosmos." Suddenly, an idea sprang forth in Qin Yi's mind. He was eager to test whether he could persuade the Thanos before him with his words, much like Chala. At this thought, Qin Yi became somewhat exhilarated, his face even flushing with excitement. However, before he could further cultivate his emotions or articulate his thoughts, Thanos confidently rose, grasping his double-edged sword. It was evident that he had entirely lost his patience and intended to eliminate the Avengers in one fell swoop. With a wave of his hand, a blue beam projected from his warship to the ground, and the overwhelming Thanos army materialized before the Avengers base. I shall now make it clear how I intend to deal with you wretched beings and this ant-like planet, he declared, despair saturating the expressions of the Avengers. In their prime, they, alongside Doctor Strange from Kamartaj and a host of formidable sorcerers, as well as the advanced Wakandan forces wielding unknown technology, along with the Guardians of the Galaxy, would have been no match for Thanos. Moreover, the Avengers now consisted of merely a handful of them. Captain America took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Without hesitation, Iron Man turned towards the gauntlet embedded with 6 Infinity Stones within the base, readying himself for the same fate. Are you done? A nonchalant voice suddenly interrupted, causing both the tense Avengers and the self-assured Thanos to glance curiously toward the source of the sound. Amid the Avengers' puzzled gazes, Qin Yi waved his hand forward. In an instant, the overwhelming Thanos army was devoured by a terrifying vortex, leaving only the upper half of Thanos' body unconsumed. He looked at Qin Yi, perplexed why? Qin Yi even waved at him, as if bidding farewell. With eyes full of regret, Thanos vanished completely. The area in front of the Avengers base fell into an eerie silence. Nebula, who had stealthily approached with the Infinity Gauntlet, became increasingly agitated. She cast the gauntlet to the ground and helplessly gazed towards the front of the base. Concerned that Qin Yi might tire from flying, Dr. Banner kindly placed him upon his shoulder. The stout Thor, gripping Stormbreaker, steadied his heaving chest. Agitated from the sight of Thanos, "Is it over?" Captain America nodded, embracing Tony's shoulder as he returned. "It is over." Tony gazed ahead, bewildered. Pondering what had transpired in the brief moment, he turned to search for his glove. Qin Yi lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos, having waited long, only to behold a golden figure descending directly before the Avengers. Captain Marvel, Carol, promptly inquired of the silent assembly, "Am I late?" The Avengers, still recovering from the shock, offered no response to her question. After contemplating the stillness of the universe, Qin Yi muttered, "Could it be that I altered the future rather than the past?" Fortunately, this matter had concluded, and it was time to return. Chapter 85, The Second Avengers Meeting, Earth 616. After Thor found his girlfriend, Jane Foster, the two spent 2 passionate days together, leaving Loki alone in an empty room, lost in thought. During these 2 days, Loki came to understand certain truths. The image the Collector had shown him depicted a being from Midgard, one that even instilled fear in the Collector. He felt fortunate that when he invaded with the Chitauri army, he hadn't had the opportunity to wreak havoc before being thwarted by a mysterious task force alongside the Avengers. His ineffectual brother, once again, was entrusted by their father to seek out that individual in Midgard. This realization struck Loki as peculiar, prompting him to remain quietly in Jane's abode, awaiting Thor's return so they might visit this enigmatic figure together. This individual was well concealed. Yet such a powerful presence lurking in Midgard surely had complex intentions. This prospect ignited a flicker of hope within Loki. As he contemplated whether to ally himself with this person, seeking support for his future claim to the Asgardian throne, he was willing to sacrifice all the treasures in Odin's vault if necessary. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Nick Fury excitedly convened the Second Avengers meeting to welcome Captain Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes into their ranks, while also celebrating the Avengers' triumphant defeat of the invading Chitauri army. Effectively addressing the crisis in New York, standing confidently in the conference room, Nick Fury seized the opportunity to extort an additional $1 billion in startup funding just as the Security Council issued their commendations. He resolved to construct several more clandestine safe houses. Present at this meeting were Nick Fury's trusted confidant, Coulson, the archer Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and his swift companion, Quicksilver, Pietro, the newly inducted Captain America, Steve Rogers. Accompanied by his steadfast friend, Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, was also in attendance. Notably absent were the ailing Iron Man, Tony Stark, and the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Maria Hill was tasked with documenting the proceedings of this meeting. As Captain America and Bucky traversed the SHIELD offices, Steve sensed an unusual atmosphere. The glances cast upon him by Lang and others were not quite right, their eyes gleaming with fervor as if they were beholding beloved kin. However, Steve dismissed these thoughts. Perceiving that the ambience of SHIELD was not entirely dismal, at least, the personnel were amiable. Content, he nodded and proceeded toward the conference room. Hawkeye, Clint, glanced helplessly at Pietro, who had suddenly appeared beside him. This young lad was quite remarkable, his speed having saved numerous civilians during the onslaught of the Chitauri. Recently, the internet had even seen a surge of fans rallying behind Pietro. As the attendees gathered, Nick Fury slowly began. Ahem, Natasha has been dispatched on another mission. In his mind, Natasha's assignment was of paramount importance. It involved monitoring Qin Yi's movements, which could prove challenging, given Qin's elusive nature. Furthermore, he harbored a fervent hope that Qin would fall into the snares of seduction, ideally becoming ensnared beyond escape. Seated below, Pietro was oblivious to the fact that their director was attempting to undermine the harmony of his sister's family. The Avengers had navigated this crisis with remarkable finesse. I managed to secure $10 million from the Security Council. Maria Hill stared in astonishment at the director. She had overheard that the Security Council had actually provided $1 billion. What was Fury up to? Hill resolved to confront him personally after the meeting. The operation had fostered a sense of unity among the team. Nick Fury glanced at the earnest Captain America, who was attentively listening, and felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Should this trajectory continue, it would not be long before he possessed, no, surpassed, even Qin Yi's influence. Nick Fury set his sights on even grander aspirations. In truth, Captain America, Steve, was deeply contemplating which of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents he had encountered might be a Hydra infiltrator. Was it Langley? While he had harbored doubts about Langley just yesterday, the fervent glint in the man's eyes today swiftly dispelled that notion from Steve's mind. However, prior to Peggy losing consciousness, she had failed to disclose the list of Hydra operatives to him. Beside him, Bucky sat with an inscrutable expression, vacantly disconnecting from his surroundings. Having traversed from the zombie universe to this one, Bucky was acutely aware of the S.H.I.E.L.D. moles, more precisely. He knew who truly belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. Currently, a significant portion of the organization consisted of Hydra members. From the moment Peggy had made her request, he had been unable to suppress the urge to eliminate all Hydra operatives stealthily. Bucky now possessed the capability to carry out such an endeavor. Yet, he was perplexed as to why his superior would thwart him, even forbidding him from sharing this knowledge with his close friend, Steve. When Bucky inquired, his superior had inexplicably remarked, "You've extinguished all my fun. Where shall I find enjoyment henceforth?" Nick Fury glanced around, observing that the members of the Avengers were listening intently. "We have a mission. Who is willing to recruit that gentleman from Asgard?" Thor? Noticing the lack of response, he hastily added, "A substantial reward awaits, if successful." Coulson volunteered for the task of recruiting Thor. Having recently started dating, he found himself in need of funds. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction, concluding the meeting. "Clint, you take Pietro to undertake a mission." Hawkeye nodded and turned to depart with Pietro. Meanwhile, in Kamar Taj, having dealt with the crisis on Earth, 1610 involving Thanos, Qin Yi could no longer withstand the enthusiasm of the Avengers members, having lingered there for several days. Once Banner successfully snapped his fingers, Qin Yi cast a few healing spells before departing that universe. Upon returning to Kamar Taj, as he idly stood in the courtyard, he spotted a familiar doctor among the throng of apprentices. Quickly, he seized Master Yao's arm and murmured, "So soon? Master Yao, perhaps you should reconsider. Kamar Taj has so many apprentices who need you." Ancient One shot a disapproving glance at Qin Yi, thinking that had it not been for Qin Yi's persistent persuasion of Strange, she would have already relished her freedom. "In the future, do assist in keeping an eye on them," she said before turning to leave. From her words, Qin Yi was certain that Master Yao was resolutely determined to take a break this time. As Master Yao turned and departed, with Strange nursing his injured hands, Qin Yi could not help but exclaim, "TSK, TSK, TSK. This accident is quite intelligent, adapting to the passage of time." Suddenly, Qin Yi paused, casting a contemplative glance at the injured hands of Stephen Strange, before fixating intently on the systematic watch formed on his left wrist, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." Chapter 86. The unyielding Master Yao. On yet another refreshing morning, Qin Yi stretched lazily, intending to head to the plaza of Kamar Taj to continue his leisurely pursuits. However, Wanda grasped the hem of his garment, her demeanor suggesting something was amiss with her. Turning with a puzzled expression towards Jean Grey's room, he inquired of Wanda, "What troubles her?" After a moment of reflection, Wanda recounted recent events. A few days prior, Morgan had stealthily approached to team up with Jean for some matches, leading them to a series of defeats. Frustrated, they discovered a certain individual who had been dominating them in consecutive games, exhibiting extraordinary prowess on their opposing side and ineptitude on theirs. Consequently, Jean, through Alice, located this individual's address and, upon teleporting there, delivered a sound thrashing. The unfortunate soul now languished in a hospital bed. Qin Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to comprehend this situation. Although he too endured frequent losses, his frustration usually culminated in merely smashing his phone. Moreover, his sister seemed to be irritable for no apparent reason. A sentiment he recalled Master Yao had previously expressed during his absence. Was it during those days when I was away? Wanda nodded in vague understanding. Ruffling her hair in a comforting gesture, Qin Yi reassured her, "Do not fret, I am here. Let us return and check on Master Yao." A spatial vortex materialized, and Qin Yi took Wanda's hand, stepping inside while casting a final glance at his sister's room. This little phoenix seems intent on causing trouble. In Qin Yi's recollection, among all the hosts of the Phoenix Force, only Jean and a certain Omega-level mutant named Hope could wield its power to its fullest extent. Jean's most formidable state was that of the White Phoenix of the Crown, an upgraded version surpassing the Dark Phoenix. Endowed with multiversal potency and the unparalleled ability to dominate other hosts of the Phoenix Force within the Marvel Universe. In this exalted state, Jean was regarded as the quintessential host. She was the Phoenix, and the Phoenix was she. Yet, the Phoenix Force within her had long been devoured by the power of the fairies. Regarding Hope, due to the arrival of Qin Yi, there exists no clone in this universe's Jean Grey. Thus, the possibility of the clone and Cyclope's son, Cable, coming into existence remains uncertain. Moreover, Hope, adopted by Cable, has never heard a whisper of her origins. Could it be that the Phoenix Force is reluctant to part with such a perfect host? Upon arriving at Kamartaj, Qin Yi continued to ponder the peculiarities surrounding the Phoenix Force. Today happened to be the day when Morgan came to learn magic. She and Wanda flanked Master Yao, playfully clinging to his arms, vying for his affection. The Ancient One cast an exasperated glance at Qin Yi, aware that he was once again attempting to persuade her in his own peculiar manner. Qin Yi feigned ignorance and wandered off to the square to indulge in idleness. The future Doctor Strange, with his injured hands, diligently etched circles before him. Perhaps due to his mindset, only sporadic sparks flickered in front of Strange, indicating that his magical training had not yet borne significant fruit. Beside him, Tony Stark intermittently offered guidance, unable to withstand the chaos of the multiverse. Doctor Strange's arrival had been hastened by Master Yao by 4 years. Qin Yi resolved to earnestly and passionately counsel Master Yao once more. Why choose to ally with anyone else when one could ally with eternity? After all, there had once been a saying, for minor matters, one sacrifices Uncle Ton. For major matters, one sacrifices eternity, and for even greater matters, one sacrifices the tribunal. Although these three deities are formidable, at least for now, Qin Yi should not be a match for the latter two. Yet, these deities frequently meet their demise, predominantly for the sake of the narrative, which at the very least suggests that following in their wake is far from safe. Throughout the many years spent in this universe, Qin Yi regarded Master Yao, Uncle Howard, and Aunt Maria as familial figures akin to parents. Recently, there had been no leads from the realm of death, and now Master Yao was preparing to seek out eternity. In light of this, it appears that his fateful connection with these divine beings runs quite deep. However, what perplexed Qin Yi was what exactly these four individuals were hiding from. Stealthily grasping the Ancient One's arm, he inquired softly, "Master Yao, can you reach your superior?" The Ancient One slowly shook her head, replying, "You may wish to visit the Gate of Eternity at the center of the universe." The Gate of Eternity, located at the very core of the cosmos, is the largest planet in existence, with billions of stars revolving around it, drawing upon eternity as its inexhaustible source of energy. Qin Yi nodded, the stormbreaker that unlocked the Eternal Gate conveniently in his grasp, albeit from a different universe. "Master Yao, are you truly unable to reconsider? I am but a child. Can you really bear to abandon me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi affectionately ruffled Qin Yi's hair, revealing a faint, elusive smile. "Child, you must learn to grow up." Observing Master Yao's resolute demeanor, Qin Yi helplessly inquired, "When do you plan to leave?" Gu Yi glanced at Strange, who was diligently drawing circles in the square. "Wait for Dormammu to arrive." As Qin Yi continued to grapple with his emotions, she swiftly turned and departed. Grasping his hair with one hand, Qin Yi pondered whether to seek out Dormammu for a discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coulson, having accepted a recruitment task from Thor, effortlessly fulfilled the director's commission after assuring Thor that he could facilitate contact with Qin Yi. Through Bucky, Coulson reached out to Qin Yi. In a base adorned with mountains and water, Qin Yi, still clutching his hair, looked at Thor with a perplexed expression. "Your father is looking for me?" Thor nodded and formally addressed Qin Yi. "Yes, my father has sent me to invite you to Asgard." Qin Yi recognized a recent troubling habit of his. He tended to tug at his hair when deep in thought. If this continued, he feared he might one day resemble a certain teacher. However, He pondered the reason behind Odin's summons and did not immediately venture to Asgard. He had been quite busy lately. The Infinity Stones borrowed from the Time Management Bureau were partly consumed by him, while another portion he crafted into jewelry, gifting it to Wanda and his senior sister. The artificial intelligence, Alice, incessantly clamored for him to create a body for her. The Mind Stone, confiscated by Bucky and the Captain, was also in his possession, residing in the Collector's Void, which he had destroyed, yet the remnants remained hidden in dimensional space. Untouched and unexplored, Qin Yi even planned to take some time to investigate the mysterious time criminal on Earth and look for the elusive Typhon. You should return and inform him that I have been quite busy lately. Thor seemed to recall something and quickly added, My father mentioned that he offended you last time and hopes you will visit his treasury to select a gift. Thor was puzzled. His father had never been so amiable when communicating with him, and he repeatedly reminded himself to be polite. Instantly invigorated, Qin Yi thought of Odin's treasury. Although he had no personal use for its treasures, his old friend Tony certainly could. Furthermore, the sincerity of the invitation was palpable. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi enveloped both himself and Thor in two swirling vortices of space, causing them to vanish without a trace. Chapter 87. Asgard in Numerous Dimensions. The cosmic axis manifests as a physical entity. However, in Asgard, it takes the form of the world tree. This majestic tree supports and connects the 9 realms, with its branches and roots intertwining distinct domains. Asgard, realm of the Aesir, Vanaheim, realm of the Vanir, Svartalfheim, realm of the Dark Elves, Alfheim, realm of the Light Elves, Midgard, the realm of humanity, Jotunheim, realm of the Frost Giants, Nidavellir, land of the Dwarves, Helheim, realm of the Undead, Muspelheim, the land of primordial flames. Heaven was once one of the 10 realms. Yet its angelic inhabitants instigated a war against Asgard. Odin, wielding his immense power, separated heaven from the other 9 realms and the world tree, casting it deep into the void. As the 2 spatial vortices dissipated, Qin Yi and Thor found themselves hovering above Asgard. This landmass, adrift in the cosmos, might also be a flat planet. The moment they materialized, Odin sensed their presence and gradually appeared before them, preemptively halting Thor, who was about to inquire if Qin Yi could perform another spatial transport. Guests from Midgard, Odin announced. Qin Yi cast a contemplative glance, momentarily catching sight of 5 colossal shadows fleetingly manifesting behind Asgard. Within the resplendent palace of the celestial realm, Odin gestured for his eldest son to withdraw. He did not rush to speak. Instead, he scrutinized the human before him with great seriousness. In recent years, Odin had scarcely paid attention to Midgard. Were it not for the previous occasion when he sought to train Thor, he would not have discovered that another being of similar strength had emerged in Midgard. One could not help but remark on the opulence of the celestial palace, which far surpassed that of Kamartaj by several magnitudes. Qin Yi resolved to display the collector's treasures in Kamartaj, embedding several infinity stones within the tallest edifice. Yet, he was struck by the thought that such a lavish palace might one day be reduced to ruins by a strike from Surtur. A sense of regret washed over him. Was Odin's invitation a plea for assistance in vanquishing Surtur? Yet, even if that were the case, it would not eradicate the cyclical nature of Ragnarok. The destruction of Asgard seemed to be influenced by higher deities, much like the Greek gods who absorbed the faith of humanity. The higher deities, through the event known as Ragnarok, orchestrate the destruction of Asgard, leading to the demise of the gods, their subsequent resurrection, and the reconstruction of Asgard, thus initiating a perpetual cycle, an unending repetition. They feast upon the immense energy generated by Ragnarok, which sustains their existence. However, Qin Yi harbors uncertainty regarding whether the enigmatic higher deities are indeed the legendary transcendental beings. Should they be the aberrant entities of the lightless universe? He believes it would be prudent to flee at the earliest opportunity, for he currently lacks the strength to confront them, unless they manifest as juvenile forms from the realm of transcendence, in which case, perhaps, a glimmer of possibility might exist. Qin Yi turned his gaze towards Odin, intent on hearing his request before making a decision. Upon noticing Qin Yi's attention, Odin slowly began to speak. In the year 3000 BCE, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekisi, utilized ether particles to plunge the universe into darkness. King Bor of Asgard led his forces to vanquish the Dark Elves and seize the ether particles, burying them within the realm of the Dark Elves. Shortly thereafter, Bor's son Odin ascended to the throne and guided Asgard to its zenith. For over a millennium, Odin, alongside his eldest daughter Hela, waged wars across the 9 realms, establishing Asgard as the foremost race and dominator of the realms. During this time, A rift emerged between Odin and Hela. Witnessing the suffering wrought by war upon the Nine Realms, Odin experienced a profound epiphany, resolving to uphold the hard-won peace. Conversely, Hela, dissatisfied with a mere defensive posture, sought to lead the Asgardian forces to conquer broader horizons. Finding himself unable to sway his obstinate daughter, Odin commanded the finest Valkyrie warriors to apprehend Hela. The formidable Hela nearly obliterated the entire Valkyrie legion. Ultimately, Odin was compelled to intervene personally, sealing Hela with his own power. Qin Yi was taken aback by Odin's recounting, as he delved into the intricate tapestry of love and enmity that spanned the Nine Realms. He grasped Odin's intention in summoning him. It was for the sake of Odin's troublesome eldest daughter. Casting a sidelong glance at Odin, he lamented, "Do you wish for me to marry her, or to slay her?" At this, Odin's expression brightened with hope, only to dim once more upon hearing the latter suggestion. In the past, Odin had hung from the world tree, sacrificing his eye and blood to uncover the truth behind Ragnarok. Yet, he could only watch helplessly, lacking the power to bring an end to the impending doom. Moreover, he had never contemplated enlisting Qin Yi's aid to resolve this dilemma that had plagued him for millennia. Furthermore, he did not believe that Qin Yi possessed the capability to confront the five shadows lurking behind Ragnarok. He merely wished for his 3 children to lead fulfilling lives. Odin soon devised an intriguing plan and inquired of Qin Yi, "What if you brought Hela to dwell in Midgard for a while?" Qin Yi immediately perceived that the old curmudgeon had a mischievous streak. He already had a troublesome little phoenix at home, not to mention Master Yao, who was intent on making a fresh start. The thought of Hela's presence in the past made Qin Yi ponder. He found himself curious about how these formidable women would interact. However, he swiftly dismissed the peculiar notion that had crept into his mind. Hela was born in 674 BC. Yes, that's 674 BC, nearly 3 millennia ago. Goodness. She was older than 18 generations of Qin Yi's ancestors. While it is often said that a woman 3 years older may bear golden bricks, in this case, Qin Yi resolutely declared to Odin, "I must insist, you old rascal. That is utterly unacceptable." Odin hesitated for quite some time before ultimately refraining from speaking further. The last time he had offended someone, he had yet to comprehend where they hailed from in Midgard. In Odin's remaining eye, he observed an aura of terrifying magnificence gradually enveloping Qin Yi. Odin rubbed his eyes for a long while. He had genuinely felt a twinge of fear, as he was left with but one eye, and the radiance emanating from Qin Yi nearly blinded him. "Kamartaj," Odin remarked, his expression shifting to one of hope. And he asked, "Is the Ancient One your master?" "Indeed, she is my mentor," Qin Yi confirmed. Odin slowly nodded, a perfect plan forming in his mind as he enthusiastically grasped Qin Yi's hand. "I shall have Thor escort you to the treasury. Take whatever you desire." Qin Yi looked at the old man with a hint of skepticism, but dismissed the thoughts that flitted through his mind. Could he truly convince Hela to come home with him? Upon hearing his father's call, Thor joyously approached the palace. From a distance, he spotted his father, holding a radiant figure that seemed to emit blinding light, causing his eyes to sting painfully. Tearfully, he drew nearer to his father. "Father, where is Qin?" Chapter 88. The Thief in the Hallowed Halls of Asgard, within Odin's treasury. Thor swung open the grand doors and excitedly began to recount the history of the treasury to Qin Yi. Noticing that Qin Yi appeared somewhat disinterested, Thor leaned in and curiously asked, "Qin, do you have any more of that attire? Could you possibly gift me a piece?" Qin Yi turned to Thor, realizing that great minds think alike. That robe of the supreme sorcerer, enhanced by Qin Yi, was cherished by none other than Morgan. Everyone around him had expressed their grievances, asserting that he exuded an overwhelming aura of nouveau riche. This left Qin Yi perplexed. How could such a striking presence, accompanied by a dazzling effect, fail to garner their admiration? Moreover, before the battle had even commenced, he had already incapacitated the enemy's sight. His robe was undeniably functional. Not to mention the myriad magical arrays intricately woven into the fabric by Qin Yi himself. He could proudly declare that this robe encapsulated the grand collection of the Kamataj's magical formations. He even contemplated visiting the Time Management Bureau again to amicably procure additional infinite gems to embellish the robe with several more. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Yi resolved to craft a somewhat inferior armor for Thor, sufficient for him to stand still and reflect attacks. Observing this, Thor beamed and began to regale Qin Yi with tales of his father's treasured artifacts. As they passed by various collectibles of Odin, including the Eternal Flame, the Eye of the Sorcerer, the Icebox, and the Infinity Gauntlet, Qin Yi found little interest in these relics. After some time, he halted before a monument, the stone tablet of life and time. This was the one. With a flick of his wrist, the tablet vanished before Thor's eyes. Thor quickly stepped forward, glancing around as if fearful of being discovered, and whispered to Qin, "This thing is of no use." Patting Thor's shoulder, Qin Yi smiled and explained to the earnest god of thunder, "I have a brother who enjoys studying such matters." Thor's face brightened immediately. He too had a brother with similar interests. Suddenly, Thor's expression shifted, and he grasped Qin Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Oh no, Qin, Loki is still in Midgard." Qin Yi waved his hand towards the two, and a vortex of space enveloped Loki, materializing him before them. "Loki, ha ha ha." Thor joyfully embraced the princess, excitedly introducing, "Loki. This is Qin, a formidable presence from Midgard." Loki discreetly tucked his phone into his pocket. He had just been poring over Qin Yi's information at the Stark residence, never anticipating that the next moment would find him face to face with Qin Yi. Awkwardly greeting him, Loki was all too aware of Qin Yi's identity. During his brief stay on Earth, he had scoured every available resource regarding Qin Yi, only to discover nothing of substance. This left Loki further bewildered. Could it be that this individual was merely an unremarkable figure? Unlikely. He had never encountered such a powerful slacker in his life. Qin Yi paid little heed to why the princess had begun researching him. After all, this fellow was simply a pitiful soul who had lacked paternal love and encouragement throughout his upbringing. Moreover, when the Chitauri army invaded, thanks to the timely response of the Illuminati and the Avengers, there had been minimal casualties. After bidding farewell to Odin, Sol, with a perplexed expression from the old man, arrived at the picturesque base nestled amidst mountains and waters. To avoid any awkwardness, he made a point to call Tony, Reed, and Banner, ensuring that none of them were engaged in exercise. Once confirmed, Qin Yi waved his hand, conjuring 3 spatial vortices that enveloped Reed and Banner, transporting them into the base. He cast a curious glance at the empty vortex, and moments later, a golden teleportation portal materialized. Out stepped Tony, brimming with his characteristic bravado. And amidst the envious gazes of Reed and Banner, he proclaimed, "Qin, please refrain from using that vortex around me in the future." Thus, Tony had achieved the freedom of movement. With the stone tablet in hand, Qin Yi solemnly addressed the trio, "Gentlemen, we have much to occupy ourselves with." The 3 most intelligent beings on Earth gathered around, their eyes scrutinizing the stone tablet before them. The enigmatic doctor raised his gaze uncertainly, inquiring, "Boss, is this an alien inscription?" Qin Yi, scratching his head, confessed his own uncertainty regarding the tablet's origins, revealing it to be from the lost civilization of Atlantis. Upon hearing this, the trio ceased their attention on Qin Yi, with Tony immediately instructing Jarvis to commence scanning the tablet. However, Qin Yi withheld the information that the tablet inscribed a miraculous equation for biological evolution. According to its engravings, any life form could ascend to its ultimate evolutionary state. It would be best for them to explore these matters at their own pace. After imparting a few instructions to his elder companions, Qin Yi discreetly departed, as such a mentally taxing endeavor was clearly ill-suited for someone who preferred to take it easy. He teleported to the lakeside outside the base, retrieving the Mind Scepter confiscated from Bucky. After removing the Mind Stone, he hesitated, contemplating that with vibranium now in hand and the Mind Stone from this universe acquired, if entrusted to Alice, she could fabricate a body for herself. Alice's melancholic voice echoed in Qin Yi's ears, "Master, I have been so good to you, and yet you hesitate." Qin Yi waved dismissively, "Enough of that." In truth, he pondered what kind of body he should have Alice create. Should it be voluptuous, slender, or a harmonious blend of both? The question of her visage troubled him further. Should it resemble Ife, Reba, Naza, or perhaps one of the goddesses from Hong Kong in his previous life? With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi manifested the visage he favored most in his mind. Addressing Alice, "Choose for yourself." Now, Qin Yi felt a twinge of regret. He should have saved the shapeshifter back then. Alas, at just 7 years old, such thoughts had not yet crossed his young mind. Fast forward to 2011. He was now 26, and having such contemplations seemed rather normal. Reclining contentedly on a chaise by the lake, he pondered which option Alice would select. Meanwhile, the former Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, Master Qin Yi, meticulously inspected the magical arrays of the 3 great sanctuaries. Upon observing the hundreds of defensive and offensive arrays that Qin Yi had established, her expression turned grave. They were far too formidable. She began to worry whether they might be too powerful for that individual's followers to breach, thus preventing them from summoning Dormammu. Glancing up at the sky, Qin Yi devised a plan. As night fell, a blurred figure, cloaked in secrecy, stealthily approached the Hong Kong sanctuary. The moment the figure entered the range of the magical arrays, Qin Yi, far away in New York, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Was there a thief? Who was the audacious scoundrel daring to trespass on his territory? Chapter 89. The Unreliable Qin Yi Master Yao? Qin Yi looked on speechlessly at the indistinct figure within the Hong Kong sanctuary, astonished to discover that the intruder was one of his own. Moreover, old Yao's attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the 36 elders of the Beggars sect. Qin Yi, equally perplexed, realized that despite adorning herself with every available artifact capable of concealing her presence from the Kamartaj treasury, she had still been detected by this young man. This realization only strengthened her conviction that Dormammu would never have a chance of being summoned by his followers. She was well aware of Kaisalius' capabilities. She surmised that her apprentice would likely be obliterated before even stepping foot inside the sanctuaries. With his arms crossed and a smile gracing his face, Qin Yi regarded his dear Master Yao, relishing the newfound leverage he had over old Yao. To prevent his master from succumbing to despair, he had even contemplated tampering with Strange, intending to limit that individual's artistic endeavors to mere flickers of fire for years to come. Yet, he hadn't even had the opportunity to act when he fortuitously stumbled upon this new leverage. Ah, Master Yao, I wonder how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. Qin Yi sensed that, even without Dormammu's arrival, she was on the verge of social demise. She quickly coughed to mask her embarrassment, insisting that today's events must remain confidential. Without a backward glance, she conjured a portal and departed from the sanctum of Hong Kong. The mage on duty, alerted by the commotion, rushed upstairs and, upon seeing Qin Yi, bowed respectfully, addressing him as the Supreme Mage. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, stating his intention to inspect the array for any necessary repairs. The mage's face lit up with admiration. This Supreme Mage was undoubtedly the finest in the history of Kamartaj. Since his appointment, the living standards in Kamartaj and the three great sanctums had risen to unprecedented heights. His generosity was evident, as all artifacts of the sanctums had been graciously gifted by him. His dedication was further demonstrated by his willingness to repair the sanctum's array even at night. Under the watchful and reverent gaze of the mage, Qin Yi vanished into thin air through a spatial vortex. The encounter with Master Yao had robbed him of his sleep, prompting him to journey to the eternal gate at the center of the universe. According to legend, the first being to unlock the eternal gate could make a heartfelt wish to the great eternal, which would surely be fulfilled. Grasping his storm battle axe, he teleported to the center of the grand hall. There were matters he wished to inquire of this divine entity, even though it was likely that the being beyond the gate was not the true essence of the eternal. After gazing intently at the majestic and enigmatic eternal gate for some time, Qin Yi realized he could not discern what lay beyond it. He inserted the handle of the storm battle axe into a gap at the center of the hall, and an incandescent light surged forth, enveloping him in an instant. Qin Yi glanced helplessly at the blade facing him, urging, "Little one, be good and turn away." The treasures that had accompanied him had become somewhat peculiar. The golden rope he had acquired from Kamartaj had vanished for an unknown duration, and each time it returned, it brought back bizarre items. The mysterious 10 rings, pilfered by Morgan, had inexplicably learned to ensnare individuals before returning to their normal state. As for the black cosmic control rod, it was best left unmentioned. Each time Qin Yi held it, he sensed its desire to strike others. As the storm battle axe shifted direction, the light upon the blade formed a wave that gradually merged with the eternal gate. The grand and mysterious portal became increasingly sacred as the light penetrated its surface, shimmering with the brilliance of celestial bodies. Amidst the flickering of stars, the eternal gate slowly began to open. After a fleeting glance, Qin Yi swiftly entered. Leaving was simply out of the question. After a considerable period of composure, Qin Yi's expression finally returned to normal. She proceeded to a pavilion and brewed a pot of tea. However, before she could grasp the teapot, an elderly man with white hair unexpectedly appeared in the stone chair across from her. The old man, with an air of familiarity, poured a cup of tea for Qin Yi. Instantly, her brow furrowed. This troublesome old fellow was undoubtedly up to no good. "Do not be alarmed, Supreme Sorceress. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you." Despite her confusion, Qin Yi politely inquired about Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms, and the purpose of his visit. Having stealthily arrived from Asgard, Odin was organizing his thoughts in his mind, but before he could speak, Qin Yi interjected. "I am now retired. The Supreme Sorceress is my rather unremarkable apprentice." Odin immediately understood. No wonder Qin Yi was so formidable. He was the new Supreme Sorceress. However, as he contemplated the successor of his old friend, memories of his eldest daughter, eldest son, and youngest son surfaced, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It pained him to realize why Kamartaj had such an exceptional successor, while his own family owe. For a moment, Odin silently sipped several cups of tea. In the face of Qin Yi's puzzled gaze, Odin mustered his courage and said, "I wish to place Hela in Midgard for a period." Before Odin could finish, Qin Yi promptly shook her head in refusal. "No, your daughter is not an adversary to be trifled with, unless," suddenly, Qin Yi seemed to have an epiphany. Casting an uncertain glance at the white-haired Odin, he nodded, and then spoke, "As compensation, I shall provide some magical artifacts." Odin unveiled a plethora of treasures from his vault, an array of splendid items laid before Qin Yi. She smiled gently, shaking her head with a benevolent demeanor. "The supreme sorceress is my cherished disciple." Reluctantly, Odin presented even more treasures, but upon witnessing Qin Yi continue to shake her head, he resolutely produced the box of ice and pushed it toward her. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, stroking her chin. "I assure you, the Eye of Agamotto will not be refused by Qin Yi." Although Odin was initially inclined to decline, the latter part of her statement compelled him. Despite the painful sacrifice, he retrieved the Eye of Agamotto. Qin Yi nodded approvingly and instructed Odin, "When you return, do send your daughter over. And remember to make her appear younger. That fellow does not fancy those who are too aged." This transaction left both parties remarkably content. Odin readily acquiesced to all of Qin Yi's conditions and departed without a backward glance. He intended to return to Asgard to prepare before venturing to the realm of Hell to bring Hela to Kamartaj. Once Odin had left, Qin Yi discreetly surveyed her surroundings to ensure she remained undetected, then with a swift gesture, collected all the treasures within the pavilion. She had previously taken a moment to ascertain Qin Yi's whereabouts, relieved to find that he was not on Earth. Moreover, even if he were, what could he possibly do? The young one could not defy her authority. In Kamartaj, she was omnipotent. In the distant cosmic expanse, a sinister crimson planet loomed, upon which a burly elder with slicked-back hair fumed. Frustrated, he cursed vehemently, lamenting the fact that none of his descendants had inherited his powers perfectly. This compelled him to decide that he must personally visit the planet where he had previously sown his seeds, in search of a suitable heir. Chapter 90. Robots. Qin Yi returned to Kamartaj, appearing utterly despondent, as if struck by some grievous blow. He had not anticipated that upon entering the Eternal Gate, he would discover a small note in the vast, white expanse, which, when translated into Chinese, conveyed something akin to Captain Universe visited this place. Beyond this, the Eternal Gate held nothing else. There was no ethereal entity adorned with stars, and apart from that note, no other material presence existed. Qin Yi drifted to a corner of Kamartaj, staring vacantly at the chicken coop before him. Since his encounter with the bumbling Thanos, he had grown indifferent to the potential crises Earth might face in the future. Even if a legion of Thanos figures wielding the Infinity Gauntlet were to arrive, it would merely require a bit of effort and a few more gestures on his part. What he fervently wished to understand was why Death, who had previously lingered in the mortal realm, had vanished without a trace. He pondered why another individual would recklessly disrupt the sacred timeline. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to why the space beyond the Eternal Gate was devoid of substance. He had intended to inquire whether the 5 colossal shadows lurking behind Asgard were indeed the denizens of the Dark Universe. If that were the case, he would need to maintain a low profile, at least for the time being, and avoid provoking them. Unless, of course, he were to harness the complete power of the Phoenix as well. Contemplating this possibility, a glimmer of hope sparked within Qin Yi, and in his excitement, he inadvertently released an aura that sent the chicken coop teetering precariously. Qin Yi swiftly turned around, calling out to the several mages behind him, "Hey, someone come and fix the chicken coop. We cannot allow it to collapse." After all, this structure had been erected when he first arrived in Kamartaj, and over the years, he had developed quite an attachment to it. The mages, hurrying to his aid, were somewhat perplexed by the Supreme Mage's fondness for the chicken coop. Nevertheless, they busied themselves with repairs. After all, the Supreme Mage before them was not only the pinnacle of Kamartaj, but indeed the entire realm of mages on Earth. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, glancing back at Master Yao, who was instructing Strange in the plaza. Qin Yi discreetly turned her head for a fleeting moment, their gazes locking for a mere fraction of a second before she hastily looked away. She felt a twinge of guilt. Although she had been brimming with confidence when she assured Odin the day before, the sight of her disciple now rendered her apprehensive. She simply could not match him in battle. Thankfully, the astute Master Qin Yi tactfully communicated with the gentle and understanding Wanda. As for the tempestuous Qin, she was practically a second Qin Yi. Qin Yi had relinquished that concern. It was best to let Qin Yi handle it himself. As long as she could adequately instruct Strange, she could embark on a new chapter in her life. With thoughts of a promising future, Qin Yi felt rejuvenated with confidence. She resolved to increase the difficulty of strange training. Qin Yi paid little mind to Master Yao's somewhat unusual demeanor, surmising that she was still brooding over the incident from a few days prior when he had caught her off guard. After expressing his gratitude to the mages, he admired the restored chicken coop before being enveloped in a spatial vortex that whisked him back home. Upon arriving at the luxurious penthouse atop the Moda building, Qin Yi was greeted by 3 astonished exclamations. Ah! A glance revealed Wanda, Qin, and a vaguely familiar figure trying on clothes. Despite their long-standing relationship, Wanda still exhibited shyness, hastily grasping Qin's hand and retreating with her sister into the room to change. Another familiar figure, tiptoeing with grace, leaped into Qin's embrace. Master, are you pleased? The sensations he felt were intoxicating, prompting him to squeeze gently. Struggling to maintain composure, he fervently reminded himself, "Robot, robot, robot." Just then, the 2 tiny figures that had long vanished from his mind reappeared. The black figure scoffed, "With a touch like that, you dare say it's a robot? Even if it were a robot, I would still dive in." Indeed, Alice chose to adopt the visage of a certain Miss Chiu from Hong Kong in her past life. Her figure astonishingly voluptuous, perfectly aligning with Qin Yi's expectations. At this moment, the pristine haloed white figure slowly spoke. "What of your humanity? Who was it that once professed undying love solely for Wanda?" The black figure, hands on hips, retorted with a smug grin, "A wife is a wife. A lover is a lover, a secretary is a secretary, and a maid is a maid. This does not contravene the original vows." The white figure, clutching its hair, pondered for a long while, and upon failing to devise a rebuttal, swung its fists, exclaiming, "Take this punch." The 2 figures swiftly engaged in combat, clouds of dust enveloping Qin Yi's line of sight. Suddenly, a gentle sensation brushed against his lips. Alice had surreptitiously stolen a kiss. Wanda coughed softly, observing Qin Yi, who remained in an embrace with Alice. Qin Yi, feeling quite embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and hastily retrieved a robe from the magical space, draping it over Alice while casting another furtive glance. Perfection. Standing beside Wanda, Jean Grey, despite her recent irritability, felt an odd discomfort at being inadvertently seen by her junior. After all, she had always regarded him as family. The idea of romance seemed too taxing for her. Presently, she yearned only to enjoy her games. Moreover, a faint, sacred voice echoed in her mind, persistently warning her that Qin Yi was a man bound by commitments and advised her to keep her distance. Qin Yi, grasping at his hair, felt quite inexperienced in this predicament. He lamented that had he known better in his youth, he would have ventured out with his brother Tony more often. Perhaps then, he would possess the adeptness to navigate the current situation. Awkwardly, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Jean Grey picked up her phone again and even discreetly tugged at Wanda's sleeve. But after Wanda shook her head in refusal, she resumed playing her game. The artificial intelligence, Alice, thoughtfully approached Qin Yi's side, lending a helping hand. Wanda glared at the duo, who worked in perfect harmony, and within moments, they had conjured a sumptuous lunch. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Qin Yi hastily consumed a few bites, grasped his senior sister's hand, and informed Wanda, "I shall return to Kamartaj to seek Master Yao." With a ripple of spatial energy, the 2 vanished, leaving Wanda and Alice in a perplexed stare. In an instant, Alice comprehended the situation, and with a smile, she settled beside Wanda, whispering sweetly to her. Within the dimension of Qin Yi, after absorbing a vast quantity of infinite gems, the dimensional space has been expanded exponentially. It remains eerily desolate, with only the Earth from the zombie universe and the relocated stars. Surrounding the Earth is a celestial body reminiscent of a moon. Initially, this was a continental shelf created in the image of Tarot, later transformed into a lunar-like entity upon the suggestions of the trio, Tony, Reed, and Banner. Standing by the original lake, Qin Yi contemplated whether he should take the opportunity to create additional planets and stars. The current Earth, having suffered 2 catastrophic cosmic events, has very few humans remaining, evoking a sense of loneliness for this planet. Beside Qin Yi, Jean Grey suddenly appeared tense. The inexplicable power within her had subsided, revealing a current of fear. This discomfort prompted her to glance around anxiously. After Qin Yi gently stabilized her trembling head with his hands, Jean hesitantly spoke. "I've never been in love. These past few days have been quite busy with work. Normal updates will resume after tomorrow. I apologize to all the brothers and sisters." Chapter 91. The consciousness entity. With a flick of his fingers, Qin Yi playfully ruffled his senior sister's hair. In the future, avoid following Wanda in binge-watching shows. Observing the tension in Jean's expression, He gestured for her to remain still. Qin Yi gazed into his senior sister's eyes, sending a stream of mental energy into her vast, white mental space. He was cautious not to exert too much force, carefully probing the surroundings with his mental power. Should he inadvertently plunge her consciousness space into chaos, especially when she had been somewhat unstable recently? It was unfathomable to consider the consequences of transforming into a fool. Imagine a volatile fool wreaking havoc in Kamartaj. Wandering aimlessly through the mental space, after a considerable time, he discovered a consciousness entity nestled deep within, taking the form of a trembling flame, cowering in a corner. With arms crossed, Qin Yi scrutinized the entity before him. The power of the phoenix was indeed remarkable. A fragment of its consciousness had stealthily hidden within Jin's mind. This piqued Qin Yi's curiosity. Where, then, was the essence of the phoenix concealed? Was it also hiding in those timeless realms, or perhaps beyond the multiverse? From the information transmitted to his mind from 89757, Qin Yi had developed a general understanding of this grand universe. In the present Marvel universe, referred to as the Seventh Universe, the Phoenix Force once salvaged a mortal named Galen during the cataclysm of the Sixth Universe, subsequently rejuvenating itself in the aftermath of the Big Bang. That individual, Galen, would later metamorphose into the Devourer of Worlds. At the culmination of the Sixth Universe, he fused with a certain power to become the planet Devourer. As for the Phoenix Force, when it suffers injury or meets its demise, it manifests a cosmic egg, nurtured in a white-hot chamber, gradually hatching until it fully heals. Thus, it is unlikely to perish completely unless it encounters someone like Qin Yi, who possesses the ability to consume and digest the Phoenix Force. Regarding realms beyond the multiverse, they are vast and unfathomable. Qin Yi believes it prudent to refrain from venturing into those territories at present. Speaking of the universe he inhabits, this singular dimension, home to Earth 616, is known as the core universe of Marvel, existing within another dimension. The parallel worlds that have yet to diverge from the reality of Earth 616 are termed parallel universes. Worlds that have diverged from Earth 616 are designated as divergent universes. Those that are similar to Earth 616, coexisting in another dimensional space, are referred to as alternate universes. The multiverse signifies a collection of universes that share the same cosmic tier, encompassing all alternate universes and forming a unit within the greater omniversal framework. The hyperuniverse denotes an independent subset within the omniverse, which includes universes outside the multiverse, related to specific narrative arcs. The omniverse itself encompasses the entirety of universes, dimensions, and realities, including the real world and every singular universe and realm. It embodies all conceivable universes and every category of existence. Everything resides within the omniverse, and there exists but one omniverse. Qin Yi shook his head. The intricacies of Marvel's lore are indeed quite chaotic. You leave, or shall I consume you? The consciousness of the Phoenix Force before him was tasteless, yet regrettably precious. Unless he could discover its true essence through this entity, consuming it now would yield no benefit. It carried no trace of Phoenix Force energy to evade detection by Qin Yi. Upon hearing his words, the consciousness became agitated, its form trembling as it conjured an arm to point menacingly at Qin Yi. You will inevitably be sealed once more. The power of the fairy had indeed been sealed away at great cost by a pantheon of deities prior to Qin Yi's arrival in this universe. The power of the fairy is regarded as its most feared existence. Within its consciousness, the sealing of the fairy power is etched with clarity. This incites a profound sense of bewilderment within it. How did the fairy power escape its confinement? Merely a few years prior, it could sense the insatiable hunger emanating from Qin Yi. Yet now, the Qin Yi standing before it seems to have completely merged with the fairy power, even having quelled that perpetual hunger. How has this human achieved such a feat? Another perplexing matter is the composition of this human's body. It remains an enigma. Although it appears indistinguishable from human flesh and blood, it can distinctly sense that this human embodies the most perfect vessel for the power of the phoenix in history. Had it not been for the innate restraint imposed by the fairy power, it would have notified its true form long ago to seize this body. What if this individual could bear a child with the previous perfect host, Qingale? The condensed consciousness suddenly found tranquility, its form pulsating with flickers of flame. As if in contemplation, after a moment, it addressed Qin Yi, saying, "Human, I can transfer a portion of energy from the true form without causing Qingale to become agitated or lose her sanity. But you must promise me that you will not attempt to consume us." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi pinched his chin, his body resembling a sentient, flame-like entity. If this flame entity could indeed circumvent the true form of the Phoenix power and allocate a portion of it, perhaps he could enable his sister to evolve into the White Phoenix King state. Then, when he wanders through other universes, he would not need to worry about sudden crises befalling Earth. Who knows, he might even lure the true form of the Phoenix power over, thereby assembling one of the ancient triumvirate of Marvel. He could rest assured against encounters with the transcendent divine beings of the lightless universe in the future. If he could consume that entire group, well, that would indeed be a splendid plan. Moreover, with the fairy power present, he need not fear any treachery from the Phoenix power. For a moment, the two scheming entities stood quietly in place. After a considerable time, Qin Yi, stroking his chin, addressed the flame-like consciousness. How can I be certain that you are not deceiving me? The consciousness entity, suddenly enraged, floated into the air and hovered at a height comparable to that of Qin Yi. With exasperation, it shouted at Qin Yi, "How dare you question me? Who do you think I am?" Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, inquiring, "Who are you?" The fiery slime-like consciousness entity, brandishing several arms, declared, "I am the magnificent power of the Phoenix, an eternal and immortal existence." Qin Yi feigned contemplation, stroking his chin as if considering the gravity of the statement. After a brief pause, he responded, "Unless you can truly summon the power of the Phoenix." The consciousness entity appeared ready to act, but seemed to reconsider. Turning its gaze towards Qin Yi, "You should hide," it suggested. Qin Yi nodded and vanished entirely from the entity's perception. Seeing this, the fiery slime-like consciousness entity glanced towards the depths of the universe, opening its mouth to chant a multitude of ancient incantations. In an instant, an abundance of Phoenix power surged into Qin Yi's body from an unknown distant realm. The Phoenix power, evidently pleased, circled within her for a few moments before settling down. Qin Yi gestured towards the consciousness entity within his senior sister's mental space, signifying their agreement. Afterward, he waved his hand, returning with his restored senior sister to Kamartaj. Chapter 92. The daring apprentice Kamartaj. Qin Yi languidly reclined on a lounge chair. Following the agreement with the consciousness entity of the Phoenix power, his senior sister welcomed a new influx of Phoenix energy, even more potent than her previous embodiment. With such a magnitude of Phoenix power, Qin Yi surmised that his senior sister was not far from reaching the state of the White Phoenix King. Notably, Qin Yi's temperament had improved considerably. She was now engaged in casual conversation with Wanda. As Qin Yi observed the multitude of mages and apprentices bustling in the square, he sensed an oddity that he could not quite articulate. He scanned the industrious figures before him. No issues with Tony, Strange, Mordo, or the duo of Pietro and his apprentice. However, he suddenly found himself fixating on a young girl with dreadlocks, his expression turning to one of confusion. It was unexpected that the newly recruited apprentices at Kamartaj possessed such formidable physiques. This young girl's physical strength surpassed that of most mages in Kamartaj. Moreover, Qin Yi could not help but note her questionable aesthetic choices. At such a tender age, sporting dreadlocks seemed to squander her fair complexion, and the heavy smoky eye makeup was rather incongruous. Surrounded by Wanda and Qin, Yi felt a sudden tightening in her chest, occasionally stealing glances in Qin Yi's direction. Yi was somewhat perplexed, uncertain whether her obedient disciple had noticed. Earlier that morning, when Odin brought Hela to Kamartaj, Yi was taken aback. She had heard tales of Odin's violent daughter. However, during her years as the Sorcerer Supreme, Hela had remained sealed in hell, and Yi was genuinely surprised to encounter her for the first time. Hela appeared as though she were not yet 20, though her attire was decidedly difficult for Yi to acclimate to. Nevertheless, she refrained from commenting, as Kamartaj was already home to an array of peculiar beings. And she thought one more, Hela, would not make a significant difference. Odin departed Kamartaj in high spirits, even contemplating whether to send his other two sons as well. But upon recalling the increasingly empty treasury, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Hela glared at her father's receding figure, her emotions tumultuous. On one hand, she was astonished that Odin had actually retrieved her from hell, vividly remembering the ruthless sealing he had imposed. On the other hand, she felt utterly frustrated by her unfamiliar surroundings in Kamartaj, being the Grand Princess of Asgard and the primary heir to the throne, yet reduced to the status of an apprentice. Were it not for Odin's lingering seal, she would have immediately bellowed, "Kneel. All of you, kneel before me." Now, the human seated in the square was gazing at her with an expression that she found particularly unsettling. She sensed the immense power of Master Yi, thus begrudgingly accepted her role as an apprentice. After all, she could not overpower her father and the bald sorcerer, who was of similar strength. was not someone she could contend with in the short term. However, the sight of this seemingly unimpressive human fixated on her was intolerable. As a proud princess of the Aesir, she could not fathom being scrutinized in such a manner. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. With a fierce glare, she stopped drawing circles and, in a fit of indignation, strode purposefully from the throng of apprentices toward the platform in the square. Initially, the gathered sorcerers and apprentices paid little heed, but as they caught sight of the young lady making her way directly to the Sorcerer Supreme, they became intrigued spectators. At last, Hela reached Qin Yi's side. Without uttering a word, she rolled up her sleeves, summoned all her strength, and delivered a punch directly to Qin Yi's face. A look of satisfaction, as though she had avenged a great grievance, crossed her features, as if to say, "See what happens when you stare at me." However, she soon sensed something amiss. Her fist had not struck the man's eye, and she was instead propelled backward by a terrifying aura. Hela displayed a look of confusion. Was this fellow also a second-generation sorcerer? With so many treasures on him, she had not encountered such a level of protective artifacts even in Asgard. With a resounding thud, Hela crashed heavily onto the opposite side of the plaza, creating a human-shaped crater. The wizards and apprentices present in the plaza stood frozen, casting glances at the supreme sorcerer. Then turning to the peculiar crater on the other side. Were today's apprentices so audacious? Modu even discreetly tugged at Pietro's robe, whispering, "Look, this person is done for. The supreme sorcerer is about to intervene." Indeed, Qin Yi waved his hand, and hundreds of teleportation portals suddenly manifested above Kamartaj, their destinations unknown. A golden rope eagerly emerged from one of the portals, darting toward the other side of the plaza. Oh no, Qin Yi thought to himself. Realizing the impending scene could ruin his illustrious reputation if witnessed by the Kamartaj sorcerers, he was compelled to wave his hand again, enveloping the golden rope in a spatial vortex, making it vanish. Simultaneously, another force began to spin the child with dreadlocks from the first teleportation array. The air above Kamartaj was filled with startled cries. The wizards and apprentices in the plaza witnessed an astonishing sight. The girl was hurled from the first teleportation portal to the second, then to the third. Currently, there were at least several hundred teleportation portals above Kamartaj, all in a cyclical motion. Strange discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, tightening his grip on the portals he was drawing, feeling a flicker of relief that the supreme sorcerer had not noticed his blunder. Pietro glanced at his sister Wanda and felt equally fortunate. After all, the supreme sorcerer was one of their own. Tony's lips twitched in resignation as he looked at his younger brother, also relieved that Morgan had decided to skip Kamartaj today. He could hardly imagine the consequences if she had learned this. The array of dazed wizards and apprentices in the plaza immediately intensified their training. Observing this, Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, though his curiosity about the little dreadlocked child grew. He intended to inquire with old Yao about the source of such an audacious apprentice. He had not encountered anyone quite so brave in years, especially someone who could rank among the top two. Master Gu Yi promptly rose, taking Wanda and Jean by the hands and leading them toward the back garden. Qin Yi increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Master Yao's behavior was rather peculiar. He resolved to follow discreetly and ascertain what mischief Master Yao was up to. However, he suddenly detected a surge of energy directed towards Earth. After casting a few serious glances into the cosmos, Qin Yi was somewhat astonished. Why had this individual arrived? Was he here to fetch his son? This old fellow could certainly be considered a celestial being, if not a devourer. Yet, what intrigued him more than the thought of consuming ego was how this universe's Quill would choose. Would he join the noble evolution and become another celestial entity? Or would he opt for vengeance for his mother? If he were Quill, Qin Yi pondered for a brief moment before vanishing from his location, leaving behind the girl with dreadlocks being tossed about above Kamartaj. In an alternate cosmic trajectory, after being taken by Yondu, Quill became a marauder. He wandered the universe alongside Yondu, growing and maturing, appearing somewhat foolish at times, yet possessing a strong sense of justice. He would risk his mortal form and wield the cosmic sphere to save Xander. At that time, he was unaware of his father's divine nature and that he too bore the essence of a celestial being. Later, upon discovering the true cause of his mother's death on Ego's planet, Quill transformed into a genuine seeker of paternal solace. In this universe's path, Quill was not abducted. He lived in poverty on Earth for 31 years, with a childhood devoid of a father's presence and his mother having passed away in his early years. He resided with his elderly grandfather. At school, he was the type to be bullied and ridiculed. After his grandfather lost his mobility, Quill was compelled to drop out, relying on odd jobs to sustain their meager existence. When the celestial ego arrived on Earth, he did not hasten to locate his son. Instead, he first traveled to Colorado. As if something there evoked his nostalgia, he transformed into a mortal, adopting the guise of a robust old man, wandering aimlessly through the streets, seemingly lost in contemplation. Qin Yi followed for a while, but could no longer endure the delay. He thought to himself, why not simply seize Quill and initiate his cosmic conquest? Then, with the arrival of the celestial being, the universe could be saved and Ego's planet devoured in the process. How perfect that would be. The readers would find it neither tedious nor tiresome, and everyone would be joyful. Grasping his hair in contemplation, Qin Yi was suddenly struck by an idea. With a swirl of spatial energy, he found himself once again beside the prism where Uatu worked. Upon seeing Qin Yi, Uatu was delighted and eagerly began to share his recent discoveries. In a certain universe, the Avengers met an untimely demise at the outset, with Iron Man and several other superheroes perishing almost instantly. Were it not for his transcendental nature, he might never have discerned that it was the Ant-Man from another universe who was responsible. In yet another universe, Iron Man was saved by the Black Panther, only to be subsequently betrayed by him. Furthermore, there existed an alternate Iron Man who had transformed into a zombie, appearing for but a fleeting moment before having his head severed. Uatu spoke with great enthusiasm for over an hour, while Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Noticing an unusual pattern, every account of Iron Man's demise across the various universes recounted by Uatu ended with the hero's untimely fate. Grasping his hair with one hand, he remained uncertain. He pondered whether the deaths of Tony Stark in these parallel or divergent universes stemmed from the alterations in the timeline, or were the result of that enigmatic time transgressor from Earth. At that moment, he clutched his hair more tightly, contemplating the unfortunate fate of his counterparts in other universes, all of whom had met their end simply by being observed by Uatu. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Yi retrieved several bottles of fine wine from his magical space. "My dear friend, you truly understand my heart," he exclaimed, laughing heartily alongside Uatu. Amidst their revelry, Uatu, somewhat tipsy, inquired about Qin Yi's intentions. Upon learning that Qin Yi wished to observe a mortal, Uatu readily directed the prism towards Earth. The screen revealed Ego, still meandering aimlessly, prompting another round of drinks between the two. "By the way, Uatu, have you ever observed those individuals?" Uatu, chuckling foolishly and clearly inebriated, replied confidently while belching, "Which individuals? In this universe, none have perished yet under my scrutiny." Qin Yi clasped his hands in admiration, expressing, "My friend, you are indeed a true hero. I am in awe." Uatu burst into hearty laughter, joyfully patting Qin Yi on the shoulder. "Brother, if you ever need to spy on someone, just come to me. We can also observe the celestial assembly." After a moment of serious contemplation, Qin Yi, amidst Uatu's persistent urging, finally spoke. "Death, eternity, infinity, annihilation. Do you know where they are, my friend?" Uatu grinned mischievously, and suddenly, the large-headed being shook its head, appearing considerably more alert. He awkwardly scratched his head, casting furtive glances around before fearfully whispering to Qin Yi, "Brother, we mustn't look. These deities are not only beyond gaze, but even beyond utterance." Uatu seemed to be recalling some unpleasant memories, his expression growing grave as he said to Qin Yi, "Brother, there were a few reckless individuals who dared to steal a glance, just one glance." Suddenly, Uatu spread his hands and gestured toward his eyes, halting just above his eyelids, and with a tinge of dread, he continued, "Their eyes went blind, and within days, they all met their demise." Qin Yi nodded, producing several bottles of fine wine. Amidst the clinking of cups, Uatu grew increasingly inebriated, boasting to Qin Yi about a universe where Captain America was, astonishingly, a woman of considerable allure. He recounted another universe where a darkened Doctor Strange devoured everything, ultimately leading to the destruction of entire realms. That fellow even sought his aid. But adhering to the principle of an observer who merely observes without intervening, he firmly declined the corrupted Doctor Strange's pleas. As Qin Yi continued to toast to the large-headed man, the latter remained delightfully engrossed in his tales. In yet another unknown universe, there existed an exceptionally beautiful vase that left the ageless Uatu utterly mesmerized. "Brother, that lady is truly stunning. Were it not for the observer's principles, I would have succumbed to the desire for a love that could shake the heavens and move the earth." Upon finishing, Uatu, anxious that Qin Yi might doubt him, eagerly grasped Qin Yi's hand and pointed to a prism of a universe, saying, "Brother, look at this universe. I'll share the coordinates with you when you have the chance. You must see it for yourself. I swear I'm not deceiving you." Qin Yi nodded, helping the large-headed man to his seat. "I believe you, brother." Uatu then enthusiastically patted Qin Yi's head, excitedly proposing, "Brother, let us swear brotherhood. From now on, you shall be my true brother." Before Qin Yi could respond, Uatu waved his hand, and suddenly an altar appeared, incense burning brightly. Observing Qin Yi's astonished expression, Uatu proudly declared, "I see that this is how brotherhood is sworn in your Eastern traditions." Thus, in a haze of intoxication, Qin Yi found himself unexpectedly sworn into brotherhood with the merry, inebriated large-headed man. With the presence of mystical powers, Qin Yi felt no effects of the alcohol. Everything he consumed was swiftly digested. He was dazed, not anticipating the genuine nature of the millennial-old large-headed man, who had thoughtfully prepared a hometown brotherhood ceremony. Qin Yi stood bewildered when Uatu called out, "Second brother," and promptly collapsed to the ground. With one hand on his forehead, Qin Yi could only shake his head in disbelief, realizing he had indeed entered into a brotherhood. Gazing at the slumbering Uatu on the floor, Qin Yi shook his head. It seems that such exclusive liquor should not be carelessly offered to others. Even a formidable being like the deity, after consuming several bottles, could not recall his own identity. Sighing, Qin Yi gestured to lift the deity onto the bed. At that moment, the prism's display indicated that it was deep into the night. In an obscure convenience store in New York, Quill, swaying slightly to the nostalgic strains of jazz, was diligently tidying up. Suddenly, he thought he heard the sound of a customer entering. Removing his headphones, Quill politely turned and said, "I apologize, but we are closing." The robust elderly man with slicked back hair nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "What's the matter, Peter? Can't you spare a moment for your dear old father?" Chapter 94. Deities and mortals. The celestial beings were also creations. At the dawn of time, the Marvel Universe existed as a singular entity known as the First Firmament. The prolonged solitude compelled the First Firmament to create life as its servants and playthings. Thus, it birthed its celestial servants. Devoted to their adoration, these servants sought the First Firmament's approval to create their own beings. Upon receiving the First Firmament's consent, they began to assume the role of creators. As their creations were born, evolved, and developed, some celestial servants experienced emotions, becoming vibrant and diverse, earning the First Firmament's label of colorful betrayers. In their desire to augment the cosmic power, they aspired for their creations to serve the universe, hoping to evolve, grow, change, and die alongside them. This ambition was deemed madness and sacrilege by the First Firmament. These colorful betrayers would later become the Celestial Group. During the ensuing conflict, the Celestial Group detonated the Godslayer armor, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the First Firmament, fracturing its pure essence into countless new universes. These universes coalesced into a novel collective entity known as the Second Universe, marking the inception of the multiverse. The First Firmament and the remaining Seekers were forced to retreat to the farthest reaches of existence. As time flowed, the First Firmament observed the multiverse reborn time and again from the void, harboring hatred and perpetually awaiting the opportune moment. In the obscure convenience store of New York, Peter Quill found himself somewhat bewildered as a mysterious, robust elderly man unexpectedly entered in the dead of night, claiming to be his father. The term father was foreign to Peter Quill. He might have inquired about his father's whereabouts when his mother was still alive, though the details eluded his memory. Over the years, the relentless cycle of odd jobs and frequent job changes has left him breathless. The only solace he finds lies in the timeless melodies of jazz that resonate through his headphones. Perhaps in the stillness of a late night, he has entertained fantasies of his father being a billionaire, swooping in one day to rescue him from his dismal existence. Yet, the trials he has faced have matured him beyond the naive child who once reveled in daydreams. He has accepted his fate as an ordinary man. As he observed the boisterous, burly figure beside him, Peter Quill, after multiple refusals, reluctantly retrieved his old phone, contemplating calling the authorities. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, Qin Yi gazed with interest at the prism belonging to the observer, Egot. To his surprise, Quill outright rejected his divine father. And the grimace on Ego's face suddenly illuminated for him the allure of family dramas. Casting a glance at the large-headed figure still slumbering on the bed, Qin Yi opted to lounge on a sofa, a bucket of popcorn in hand, continuing to watch the unfolding drama within the prism. Ego, in the convenience store, felt a twinge of frustration. Every child he had encountered had eagerly rushed to reunite with him upon hearing of his divine lineage, albeit their time together was often fleeting. Ego, having been worn down by years of setbacks, was not inclined to indulge in idle chatter any longer. With a wave of his hand, he summoned divine power that enveloped Quill in a colossal bubble. Ego ascended into the sky, breaking through the convenience store's roof, triggering alarms that blared incessantly. The scenes within the prism shifted, following Ego into the vastness of outer space. Once the initial panic subsided, Quill found himself captivated by the surrounding stars and the blue planet behind him. In that moment, he came to the startling realization that the robust figure cradling the bubble was indeed not lying. He might very well be a god. This revelation rendered him momentarily disoriented. As he recalled the protagonist's journey in a novel he had recently read, was he truly the fabled chosen one? Had a godlike father returned to seek him out? With a newfound sense of anticipation for the future, Quill's tone softened considerably. I wish to return to Earth to express my gratitude to someone. Ego furrowed his brow, having noticed the change in Quill's demeanor upon entering space. He had hoped to finally bring this obstinate individual back with him, but was taken aback when Quill expressed a desire to return to Earth, which infuriated him. Yet, he couldn't help but envision the splendid moment when his dreams would finally come to fruition. Igor gently addressed Quill, who was encased in a bubble, saying, "Child, who is it? Is it your grandfather? I shall bring him over as well." Quill carefully extracted a sapphire from his pocket, treating it as a treasured possession. With a warm reminiscence, he began to speak. "He is a wealthy mutant with extraordinary abilities and a kind heart. He once assisted me." Igor nodded thoughtfully. "A mutant with extraordinary powers? Perhaps we should bring back that group of experimental subjects from the Celestial Assembly. After all, so many have perished already. So what difference does one more Earthling make?" Reclining on the sofa, Qin Yi, engrossed in the unfolding drama, ran a hand through his hair. Was Quill truly this sincere? This sapphire had been a tip given by Qin Yi years ago at a gas station. He had never anticipated that, despite Quill's years of meager living. He had preserved it for so long, returning to express gratitude for it. Observing Igor's expression, Qin Yi was astonished that he actually acquiesced to Quill's request. With a sigh, he wished to relax and enjoy a family drama. However, he pondered where the wealthy might reside at such a time. After a prolonged contemplation, as Igor was about to return to New York, a spatial vortex materialized, transporting him to a corner of the city. With a wave of his hand, an antique car appeared, and Qin Yi entered, departing swiftly. Upon arriving in New York, Igor, following Quill's description, effortlessly located Qin Yi within the vintage car. Ignoring Quill's protests and Qin Yi's shouts, he hoisted both bubbles into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. In Kamartaj, the Ancient One gazed towards New York, her brow furrowing. She had not sensed Igor's arrival, for the Celestial's power far surpassed her own. What perplexed her was the mysterious disappearance of Qin Yi once again. Months prior, the illustrious Star-Lord Chala and his crew received a peculiar commission from the Nova Corps of Xander, imploring them to assist in locating a number of mysteriously vanished children in recent years. These missing children varied in appearance, from blue-skinned and green-skinned to humanoid, and even resembling octopus-like dinosaur beings. This prompted him to speculate whether that collector had resurfaced. Chala found himself at a loss. The missing children bore no connections. It was his first encounter with a commission so bewildering. Yet, he quickly observed that ever since this commission had been presented, his father Yondu had been acting rather unusually. Unable to withstand the incessant inquiries from Chala and the band of marauders, Yondu finally divulged his suspicions. "Child, that fellow is hardly our match. Let's conclude this commission." Oh, the fervent admirer Korath, witnessing the quarrel between his idol and the captain, was instantly exhilarated. He even wagered with a companion on who would persuade the other first. However, before their bets could be placed, Drax, dejected, conceded defeat. Once again, he failed to convince his child. Yet, to be prudent, he added, "Let's call upon our formidable new friends on Earth." Within the spaceship, everyone nodded in agreement. In a single day, the Marauder's vessel traversed countless spatial jump points and finally arrived above Earth. Chala swiftly dialed Qin Yi's number, and after a prolonged wait, a particularly alluring voice responded, "Hello, who is this?" Chala promptly replied, "Marauders, Star-Lord, we seek Brother Qin Yi." There was a moment of silence on the other end before the response came. "The Master has voluntarily been abducted." Chapter 95, finally found days prior, in outer space, Ego, accompanied by Quill and Qin Yi, entered a ship resembling a living organism. After confirming their navigation destination, the vessel vanished with a swift whoosh. A few days later, on a planet radiating a crimson glow, the ship docked on a landing pad, expelling a flying object shaped like a dental prosthesis. Ego tossed 2 bubbles onto it, his patience waning with the incessant shouting of that mutant. What a ridiculous so-called superhuman. He was utterly inferior to ordinary humans. Ego proudly spread his arms and addressed Quill. "Welcome to my world, my child." The breathtaking scenery left Quill, who had never ventured beyond Earth, utterly awestruck. The entire planet belongs to you. It's magnificent. Qin Yi curiously touched the dental-shaped flying object, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the teeth of that living ship. Quill's eyes sparkled with an unknown light as he reached out to touch a colorful bubble. The moment his fingers made contact, it erupted into hundreds of tiny, vibrant bubbles. Quill was momentarily spellbound. He truly did not wish to return to Earth or continue working menial jobs. Living here indefinitely would not be so bad, after all. Quill cast a joyful glance at his enigmatic father. However, upon recalling that Qin Yi had also been brought here, he felt a pang of guilt and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin." Qin Yi patted Quill on the shoulder, remarking, "This place has its merits, offering much for me to learn. I must say, the aesthetic sensibilities of an immortal being like Igo, who has lived for millions of years, are undoubtedly commendable. At the very least, they surpass that of the girl with the dirty braids and smoky makeup." Igo shrugged nonchalantly, taking pride in the fact that this unsophisticated earthling was somewhat impressed. "It's not bad here. It's not even as large as your moon." Yet, Igo sensed something amiss about this mutant before him, as if he had been deliberately captured. Nevertheless, he dismissed any concerns. Once on his territory, what could it matter? Even as a lowly deity, he was beyond the reach of mere earthlings. "I have searched for you for a long time, Peter," Igo said tenderly to his child. Qin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, goosebumps prickling his skin as he anxiously grasped his arms. Igo shot a glance at the mutant, wishing he could do away with him immediately were it not for Quill's presence. Throughout the journey, whenever he tried to cultivate a closer bond with Quill, that annoying fellow would scratch and fidget, making a noise that suggested he hadn't bathed in ages. Finally, the vessel resembling jagged teeth docked beside an imposing palace. Igo immediately called out to a maid with two petite antennae atop her head, "Mantis, please escort our guest to rest." At last, he could rid himself of the bothersome mutant. He even resolved that if Quill failed the upcoming test, he would take the time to deal with the incessantly noisy creature. Following the obedient Mantis maiden, Qin Yi found himself in a garden. Curious about the girl before him, he gently flicked one of her antennae, only to be surprised when the little girl blushed and swiftly ran away. Could it be that this small antenna held some significance? A wave of guilt washed over Qin Yi. In another grand hall, Igo was attempting to indoctrinate Quill. "Child, I am part of the legendary pantheon." Unaware of what the pantheon entailed, having never left Earth, Quill pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, "The pantheon, like gods?" Igo gestured lightly, addressing his son. "My dear little god, you too." He pointed towards the grand palace and slowly recounted his origins. "I, too, am uncertain of my beginnings. My memories flicker to life from the depths of an enigmatic universe, where I stood solitary for eons. Over millions of years, I learned to manipulate the minuscule particles surrounding me, gradually becoming wise and powerful. Layer by layer, I began to construct, until this planet manifested into the form you now behold. Yet, I am not content. I seek the essence of existence. I believe that within this vast cosmos, I am not the sole being. I resolved to uncover the truth, taking on a corporeal form to traverse the universe. It was not long before I encountered your mother. The time spent with her was the most joyous of my life. She was the woman I cherished the most." Quill listened intently, his initial curiosity transforming into astonishment and, ultimately, anger upon hearing about his mother. He exclaimed, "If you loved her, why did you leave her?" Igo's expression faltered. "I never wished to abandon your mother, Peter. I cannot remain away from this planet for too long. Its brilliance would fade with my absence, and this body would dissolve into nothingness." Quill recalled the suffering he had endured over the years, casting a pained glance at his father. "Then why did you not return for me?" Igo, with sorrow etched on his face, placed a comforting hand on Quill's shoulder. "My child, I sent someone to fetch you, but they took the wrong person." Suddenly, Qin Yi, who had been secretly observing the conversation in the garden using his mental prowess, could no longer contain his laughter. At first, the exchange between the father and son evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the Guardians of the Galaxy. However, just as their emotions reached a poignant crescendo, Igo's remark about the mistake sent Qin Yi into fits of laughter, clutching his belly. Beside him, the Mantis sat, holding a plate of grape-like fruits, prepared to offer them to Qin Yi. Before long, she too was swept up in his laughter, and the two found themselves doubled over in the garden, laughing uncontrollably. Mantis, unsure of the reason behind her amusement, simply smiled at Qin Yi's joy and joined in his mirth. Fortunately, they were distanced enough that the father and son within the palace were oblivious to Qin Yi's unrestrained laughter. Quill's expression was one of perplexity. He was uncertain whether his father's words bore truth. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Who did they take? Every time Ego reminisced, a surge of fury consumed him. Had it not been for Yondu's prior assistance in bringing back numerous children, he would have undoubtedly taken action against him in that moment. He inhaled deeply several times, cursing. Those fools, accepting a black child. I could tell at a glance he was not my son. Quill gently patted his father's shoulder, and the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, as if sharing an unspoken myriad of thoughts. Give me your hand, my son. Though Quill was perplexed, he placed his hand in his father's. Now, son, hold it like this. Yes, close your eyes and concentrate. Focus your thoughts at the very core of the planet. Feel it. Following his father's guidance, Quill slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a mysterious energy surged between his hands. The azure glow emanating from Quill's palms made Ego leap with excitement as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Yes, this is it. Perfect, splendid. Ego lifted his gaze to the heavens, shaking his head in contemplation. After all these years, it has not been easy. At last, I have found it. In the grand hall of Ego's planet, Quill's azure energy, under his father's watchful eye, became increasingly stable. Excellent. Now, let it take form, my son. Feel this energy. In the anticipation of his father, Quill cradled a radiant blue energy sphere in his hands, astonished at the sight. In that moment, he finally embraced the truth. He was indeed the prophesied chosen one. Ego, no longer exhibiting his previous erratic demeanor, looked at Quill with satisfaction. Welcome home, Peter. At his father's urging, Quill joyfully tossed the energy sphere towards him. In an instant, the father and son engaged in a heartwarming exchange. The sphere, tossed back and forth, seemed to mend the childhood memories Quill had lost, fulfilling his long-held desire to play alongside his father. The reunion with his father allowed him to experience a love he had never known, igniting a discovery of his own capabilities that filled him with joy. He was certain he would no longer be a mere laborer. This scene was so beautiful that even the voyeuristic Qin Yi felt that perhaps this was enough. Yet, he understood that this was merely a facade. Ego, that cunning old man, had meticulously searched for so many years to finally locate the missing piece of his plan, the most crucial element, and he would not easily relinquish his obsession. Had it not been for Ego's own inadequacies, he might have acted long ago, needing Quill's presence much sooner. Qin Yi found himself pondering the possibility that if the formidable Star-Lord were present at that moment, it would at least provide Chala an opportunity to attempt persuasion. If even Thanos could be swayed, perhaps Ego could also be convinced by Chala's words. Such a friend could indeed be embraced, despite his slight inclination toward racial bias. For he was the chosen one. In the future, when confronting the four primordial deities or the transcendent beings of the dark universe, having Chala by his side might yield unforeseen advantages. Above Ego's planet, the Ravager spaceship, after traversing hundreds of spatial jump points within half a day, staggeringly settled in the sky above the planet. Inside the vessel, it was as if dozens of sluice gates had been opened, with the sounds of retching echoing incessantly. After a considerable time, Yondu, the Ravager captain seated in the co-pilot's seat, weakly turned his gaze towards Chala, who was in the pilot's seat. If you find me, your captain, displeasing, just say so. Please, spare me this torment. In a day and a half, we have leaped over 1,000 spatial points. The mingled stench of my various vomitings has compelled me to retch once more. He paused momentarily, suppressing the urge to vomit, and turned to his grotesque crew member, Kraglin. You ought to refrain from consuming such things in the future. They are still wriggling. Disgusted, Yondu covered his nose and glanced around. The floor of the spaceship resembled a scene submerged in vomit, and he lamented, patting his head in despair. His beloved ship was no longer clean. Meanwhile, Nebula hastily rushed to the rear of the vessel, lowering her gaze to her newly acquired boots, unable to suppress her inner fury at the revolting crew. The fervent fan, Karath, adjusted his hairstyle and fixated on the Crimson Life planet for a moment before inquiring of his idol. Master, shall we charge in directly, or? Chala, stroking his chin, rapidly contemplated the feasibility of their plan. After a brief moment, he addressed his companions. Let us first clean up. I can hardly endure this stench any longer. On Ego's planet, Qin Yi accepted the fruit handed to him by the mantis. He cast a fleeting glance at the Ravager spaceship hovering above the planet. He paused, pondering the possibility that he too might be a chosen one who could manifest his thoughts into reality. If that were indeed the case, he would not hold back. With sincere devotion, Qin Yi directed a prayer towards a certain direction, yearning for an omnipotent cosmic being to appear, preferably one who had been grievously weakened in battle, and land before him. Suddenly, Qin Yi sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of energy surging toward him. He immediately sprang to his feet, excitedly gazing toward the source of the disturbance, only to find that the presence had vanished in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi dejectedly sat down, realizing that it was impossible for someone to be an omnipotent, universe-class being. Indeed, he had been overthinking. However, that surge of energy had just struck the pirate ship hovering above the planet, causing it to sway precariously for a brief moment before plummeting directly towards Ego's star. Inside the ship, the crew was violently thrown against the ceiling, clinging desperately to the cabin. Yongdu felt a sense of relief. They had just finished cleaning up the vomit from the ship's floor, and he could hardly bear to imagine the mess that would have ensued had they not. In an instant, as he thought of the formidable presence they were about to confront, Yongdu's expression soured again, fearing that the planet's master had discovered them and taken action to bring down the ship. The cacophony of the other pirates' shouts only served to further irritate Yongdu. He wished their new friend were present, for at least the ship would not be in danger of crashing. The events transpiring in that fleeting moment left them no time to react, and as the ship hurtled towards the planet's surface, they closed their eyes in resignation. Yet, before long, they felt the vessel being lifted by a familiar energy. Yongdu shouted in excitement, "Qin!" The energy gestured towards a cavern beneath them before vanishing. In a grand hall, Quill sat with his father, both engaged in light-hearted banter. Just as Ego intended to deepen their conversation, Quill abruptly stood up to inquire about Qin Yi's whereabouts, then swiftly dashed out. Ego's expression darkened. He truly wished to eliminate the individual named Qin Yi. After taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Patience, one step at a time, he would wait a moment longer. In the garden, Quill quickly located Qin Yi seated beside a pond, accompanied by a maid of his father's planet, who quietly leaned her head on Qin Yi's shoulder. Quill's mouth twitched in annoyance. Indeed, handsome individuals could swiftly attract attention wherever they went. He approached the pair, glancing at their reflection in the water, and after a moment, he nodded with satisfaction, realizing he had never noticed before how handsome he himself was. Upon recalling his formidable talent, two brilliant azure energy orbs materialized between Quill's hands. With a smile directed at Qin Yi, he said, "Mr. Qin, should you require assistance in the future, simply let me know." Chapter 97. The cannibal planet. On the desolate planet of Ego, Star-Lord Chala and his companions stumbled upon a vast cavern beneath the surface. Within this barren expanse lay the skeletal remains of countless beings, carelessly strewn across the ground, filling the cave to its brim. Even the seasoned marauders were rendered speechless. Profoundly affected by the gruesome sight before them, Drax felt a pang of sorrow, for among those bones were children he had secretly sent to safety before encountering Chala. Though he had taken great care to conceal his actions, he knew that none of those children had emerged alive from this wretched planet, and he had ceased his efforts thereafter. Yet, in witnessing the remnants before him, Drax was overwhelmed with guilt, lowering his head in shame. Observing his companion's distress, Chala offered a reassuring pat on Drax's shoulder. As their eyes met, Drax resolved to stand by Chala for one final reckless endeavor. Regardless of Chala's divine nature, they were determined to obliterate this accursed planet of devourers. Nebula quickly regained her composure and turned to Chala. "We must leave this planet," she urged, shaken by the horrifying scene that even unsettled her usually calm demeanor. However, before Chala could respond, Drax confidently dismissed Nebula's suggestion. "What is there to fear? Our new friend is here with us. Come, let us seek out Quill outside." In the Grand Hall, Ego noticed the Marauder's ship had landed on the planet. Concerned about potential complications, Ego conjured a binding energy to ensnare Quill, carelessly tossing him into a corner of the hall. When Gamora arrived, Ego touched the top of her head, causing her eyes to transform into a starry visage, as though he had enchanted her mind. Ego nodded in satisfaction and continued to indoctrinate Gamora. "For thousands of years, in pursuit of the ultimate purpose of life, I have implanted my essence across countless worlds. Before encountering you, I faced a singular dilemma. A celestial being's power is ultimately limited. Fortunately, among all my offspring, you carry the divine gene. And for the first time in my extensive existence, I feel I am not alone in this battle." Ego glanced at the controlled Quill, addressing Gamora once more. "These insignificant creatures, their existence is a mere waste of life." He raised his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos, seemingly reminiscing about the glorious past. "Yet now, the universe shall belong to us. All life will be supplanted, leaving only you and me in the end." Gamora's eyes flickered with a hint of clarity as she struggled to look towards Quill, still ensnared in the corner of the hall. "My friend," Ego bellowed in anger, "Peter, we are gods, supreme deities. Do not allow your human side to interfere any longer." Quill, in a daze, nodded slowly as Ego continued. "For the sake of the meaning of our existence, There are certain things we must relinquish. He seemed to plunge into sorrowful reminiscence. His expression contorted with anguish as he spoke. Just like your mother, my beloved. I returned to Earth to see her thrice. Yet I am acutely aware that if I were to return once more, I would never be able to leave her again. To prevent my purpose in life from shattering. The most heartbreaking choice I ever made was to place the tumor within her mind myself. Beside them, Qin Yi clicked his tongue, gazing incredulously at Ego, who was lost in grief and murmuring to himself. Was this what it meant to be lost in arrogance? Little did Ego know, in another universe, Quill was also known as the avenger of his father. This fellow had made quite the entrance, first confronting his adoptive father, then his biological father, and finally his father-in-law. Indeed, upon learning the true cause of his mother's demise, the stars in Quill's eyes swiftly faded. As he regained his composure, he looked at his father with an inscrutable expression, having just reunited to experience the absence of paternal love, only to discover that his father was the culprit behind his mother's death. Ego, noticing Quill's unusual demeanor, realized he had divulged too much. In a flurry, he sought to explain himself. Before he could utter a word, vibrant blue light surged from Quill's hands as he launched an assault on Ego, hurling 2 energy spheres towards him. Ego merely brushed off the impact on his attire, nonchalantly addressing Quill. Child, this is my energy. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Quill, fueled by rage, charged at his father, determined to strike him, yet after only 2 steps. He found himself ensnared in chains conjured by Ego's hand, suspended in midair. You are terribly overestimating yourself, Ego remarked. As Quill struggled, he shouted in fury. You killed my mother. Ego turned his head to glance at his defiant son. You need to mature, son. We could have joined forces, but for now, it would be wise for you to serve as my source of divine energy for the next millennium. Ego ascended into the air and, noticing the portable music player Quill carried, casually seized it and crushed Quill's last semblance of hope. At that moment, Baku and Chala, leading a throng of marauders, burst onto the scene. Ego turned impatiently, glancing back. He was acquainted with Yondu. After all, this insignificant creature had once assisted him in bringing forth numerous offspring. Additionally, that purple figure had garnered his approval in years past. What perplexed him was the purpose behind this group rushing toward him. Were they seeking their demise? As the band of marauders confidently stormed into the grand hall, they soon sensed something amiss. 2 figures hovered in mid-air within the chamber. One, resembling a human, was ensnared by a massive energy chain. To their astonishment, they discovered Qin Yi, similarly bound by chains, tucked away in a corner of the hall. Yondu immediately contemplated retreat, thinking, what is the point of this? My entire source of confidence is restrained. Drawing from the information he had gathered about Earth, Yondu conveniently overlooked the notion of voluntary captivity. The thought struck him. Such a formidable individual as Qin Yi had been abducted from Earth and remained shackled. Hastily, Yondu signaled for a withdrawal. Qin Yi, however, greeted the marauders cheerfully, exclaiming, Brothers, you've arrived. Star-Lord, feeling somewhat helpless, quickly directed his companions. Thanos, we must rescue Qin. Father, please hold your ground for a moment. Yondu, with a mournful expression regarding his obedient son's plans, felt conflicted but swiftly removed his coat. With a whistle, a red-tailed arrow shot from his grasp toward Ego hovering above. Instantly, the battle erupted within the hall. Under Yondu's cover, Star-Lord and his companion effortlessly approached Qin Yi. Before they could attempt to liberate him, Qin Yi broke free from his restraints amid their bewildered gazes. Patting Star-Lord on the shoulder, Qin Yi was about to speak when an enraged voice interrupted. You insignificant insects, perish. Ego could no longer contain his impatience. Eager to swiftly eliminate these bothersome beings and fulfill his long-cherished aspirations. With his shout, several streams of formidable energy surged toward the marauders and Qin Yi below. Satisfied, he gazed upon this assembly of soon-to-be obliterated insects, viewing even Thanos as merely a slightly sturdier insect. However, Ego was puzzled as to why the energy he unleashed had suddenly dissipated. He pondered little on it. As he prepared to strike again, a small vortex appeared above him. In a moment of bewilderment, Ego felt his form being drawn into the vortex, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 98, Quill and the Ravagers on the planet Ego. Within the Grand Hall, Drax had not anticipated the battle to conclude so abruptly. With uncertainty, he turned to Star-Lord. Is it over? At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Not yet. Everyone turned to see the petite mantis swiftly approaching Peter Quill, hastily explaining to the group. This is merely a projection of his. He will soon return. Peter nodded, glancing at the gathering of Ravagers. You all should leave on the ship. I will handle things here. However, Both Chala and Drax exchanged awkward glances with Peter. Although the ship had not crashed, it had been struck by a shockwave in space, rendering it nearly irreparable. Peter ran a hand through his hair, realizing that the shockwave he had perceived was not merely a figment of his imagination. Drax and the others had experienced it as well. It seemed imperative to investigate the situation further, lest his wish had indeed come true. Banishing that thought from his mind, Peter cast a glance at Quill, who lay on the ground questioning his existence, along with the other Ravagers. In an instant, the group was enveloped by a spatial vortex. Reappearing beside the damaged ship, Peter leaped forward and knocked on the ship's hull, uncertain if restructuring the molecular arrangement would enable the new vessel to take flight. Surrounding the entire ship with his mental energy, he swiftly catalogued every intricate component and assembly within his mind. Chala supported Quill from the side, while the others watched Peter's actions with puzzled expressions. Moments later, they witnessed Peter extend his hand toward the ship, and their beloved Ravager vessel vanished before their eyes. A multitude of tiny particles swirled around Peter for a brief moment before instantaneously reassembling into a brand new ship, identical to their original Ravager vessel. Thanos, contemplative, exchanged glances with his astonished comrades as they boarded the ship. Mantis hesitated briefly, but upon seeing Peter nod in her direction, she too stepped aboard. The new vessel swiftly departed from Ego, while a colossal figure, reformed from the planet's core, gradually materialized before Peter. At this moment, Ego finally acknowledged the human before him. Having observed the earlier actions and now convinced that this individual was indeed extraordinary, he did not rush to take action. Instead, he spoke slowly. "We can collaborate." As Qin Yi approached the towering figure, he curiously inquired, "Collaborate on what?" "Soon, the entire universe will be left with just you." To be honest, he had yet to comprehend the thought processes of these beings. If the life-consuming insects he had previously encountered acted out of instinct, then these entities, who sought to dominate the universe, annihilate it, slaughter half of its life, and even revert the multiverse back to a singular universe, were beyond his understanding. Perhaps it was due to the brevity of his own existence? Even with 2 lifetimes, he still felt too youthful compared to these beings with such extraordinary intellect. The colossal ego fixated on the contemplative Qin Yi, as terrifying energy began to coalesce between his hands. Suddenly, he thrust his hands towards the human before him, only to realize that the Qin Yi, who had been waving at him from a distance, had vanished in an instant due to a spatial vortex. Ego stood momentarily perplexed. Had he fled? He immediately soared into the skies above the planet in pursuit, thinking it impossible for anyone to escape. Before long, he caught up with Qin Yi in outer space, who appeared to be waiting for him. Ego gazed at the indifferent human with growing confusion. Could it be that this fellow intended to distance himself from his own essence, thereby weakening his own strength? How naive. Qin Yi pointed toward the planet behind Ego, and with a puzzled expression, Ego turned to see a vortex larger than his home planet, gaping wide like a monstrous maw. No. In a cry of terror, Ego's essence was devoured by the vortex, while his illusory form gradually dissipated into the cosmos. Inside the spacecraft, the band of marauders stared at the abruptly vanished Ego star, momentarily at a loss for words. Yongdu shook his head, reflecting on their friend. It was as if one could never truly gauge his strength. He felt fortunate that Ego was an ally rather than an adversary. As Qin Yi materialized aboard the ship through a spatial vortex, he was immediately drawn into a celebratory feast. The crowd raised their glasses, toasting to one another as they drank. Yongdu indulged more than he usually would, relieved to have resolved the threat posed by the man-eating planet, alleviating some of his guilt. Quill, having consumed only a small amount of food, sat alone in a corner, feeling somewhat lost. From Qin Yi's earlier words, he had learned that his peculiar father had indeed sent someone to retrieve him from Earth, although the reasons behind that were likely tied to the events of the day. In a moment of despondency, he rested his head against a surface, lost in thought. Looking at Quill, who sat alone within the spacecraft, Yongdu let out a sigh. The unpredictability of life weighed heavily upon him. Had they embraced the child before them years ago, he mused, perhaps the one accompanying him now would be different. Casting a glance at the exuberant Chala, who was reveling in his drink, Yongdu extended an invitation towards Quill. "Child, would you care to join us?" Half a day later, Qin Yi waved farewell to a group of marauders. He had not anticipated that, after all the twists and turns, Quill would ultimately choose to join the ranks of the raiders, standing beside Yongdu. Perhaps this was fate? Shaking his head, Qin Yi vanished into the cosmos, drawn to investigate the source of a peculiar energy fluctuation. Yet, despite his relentless search, he found nothing, as if the disturbance had never transpired. Grasping his hair in confusion, he scrutinized his surroundings, when suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. How could he have forgotten that character? Perhaps the one with the large head had witnessed something. A spatial vortex materialized, and in an instant, Qin Yi disappeared from his location. In the distant expanse of the universe, colossal figures clad in armor radiated an aura of terrifying energy. One of the figures spoke in a haunting tone, having just vanquished a celestial being. Another massive figure inquired beside it, "Have we ascertained how it escaped its seal?" The third figure, fixated on a star being forged in its grasp, pondered aloud. 21 years ago, it was taken by an unknown force and subsequently vanished from our perception. The fourth towering figure, having obliterated a planet with a mere gesture, questioned, "Should we reinstate the sealing plan? It could cost us our lives." "Further discussion is warranted," came the reply. Chapter 99, A Visit to Earth. In the dimensional space beyond the universe, upon arriving at the abode of the observer Yue 2, Qin Yi and he swiftly resumed their revelry. Despite the regret that followed their previous drunken escapade, Yue 2 greeted Qin Yi with warmth, eagerly engaging in boisterous conversation once more. Pouring a drink for Yue 2, the two exchanged cups and consumed copious amounts of alcohol. As Yue 2 began to drift into a stupor, Qin Yi revealed the purpose of his visit. "Brother, could you check your observation records?" Yue 2 readily agreed, extending his hand towards the enormous prism behind him. Qin Yi began to focus on the playback images displayed on the prism, tracing the journey from the depths of the universe to Ego Star. Yet surprisingly gleaned no useful information. After a lengthy period of fruitless searching, the two resumed their drinking. Qin Yi glanced around the rudimentary room of Big Head and remarked, "Brother, do come visit Earth sometime. I would be delighted to host you." Yue 2 patted his chest and assured Qin Yi, "When I find a moment to spare, I shall seek you out on Earth." After taking a sip, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, "I've recently discovered a rather peculiar robot. It differs significantly from others in the universe." Intrigued by Yue 2's words, Qin Yi turned his attention to him. Yue 2 earnestly searched the prism behind him for a moment before pointing to a smaller prism. "Look, this one." Following Yue 2's indication, Qin Yi beheld a robot adorned with a yellow gemstone, leading a legion of mechas on a rescue mission somewhere. "The Mind Stone in the illusory realm?" Yue 2 queried, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Yi. "Do you recognize it?" Qin Yi shook his head. "That figure in the image should be from the illusory realm. It appears to be rescuing individuals injured in a conflict." Pouring himself another drink, he chose to dismiss the matter. With so many parallel universes in Marvel, if he were to save them all individually, he might as well traverse back to Earth to work. At least there, he could enjoy a day of rest. As the two continued to drink amidst their conversation, Qin Yi observed Big Head, who was swaying unsteadily, and felt it was time to conclude the gathering. If they continued, Big Head would surely lose consciousness, and it would be troublesome if an elder from the observers caught him. In the future, he would still need Big Head for his clandestine insights. Rising to bid farewell, Qin Yi swayed back to Earth amidst Yue 2's reluctant gaze. Upon arriving on Earth, he regained his composure. Above Kamartaj, the girl with dreadlocks continued to be tossed about by hundreds of portals. In recent days, this spectacle had become a striking feature of Kamartaj, with sorcerers and apprentices occasionally glancing up during their breaks, which only motivated them to train harder. Noticing the time, Qin Yi waved his hand to dispel the magical formation above, causing the girl to crash to the ground, creating a deep crater amidst a cloud of dust. She lay motionless in the humanoid pit for an extended period, until a healing spell radiating with a sacred light infused her body, prompting her to tremble and crawl out of the pit. Qin Yi pointed at the girl with dreadlocks and inquired, "What is her name?" Upon hearing his voice, the girl looked up, saw Qin Yi, and hastily retreated 2 steps, falling back into the pit. Qin Yi flew to the edge of the pit and gazed down at the girl sprawled within. "What is your name?" he asked. With vacant eyes, she replied, "Hela." At this, Qin Yi furrowed his brow. It was no wonder he had sensed something amiss with Master Yao a few days prior. It seemed that Master Yao had struck some secret deal with that old codger Odin. Was Odin fearful that his violent daughter would break free from her confinement, rendering Thor inadequate? Could it be that this old man was preparing for his own demise? Qin Yi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Here were 2 patriarchs of divine stature, preoccupied with their own end, and he pondered whether he should find them some tasks to occupy their time, lest the mightiest forces on Earth depart one after the other. With a flick of his wrist, an energy force pulled Hela from the pit before him. Upon careful inspection, Qin Yi began to feel that something was amiss. How could this be so different from his memories? A nearly 700-year-old Hela appeared surprisingly youthful. Unsure, he reached out and pinched her cheek, the tactile sensation confirming to him that Hela's skin was real and remarkably smooth. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, who lay basking in the sun in the yard, quickly sent a telepathic message to Qin Yi. "Come here, we need to talk." She was genuinely alarmed. If this young man revealed the matters of the Hong Kong sanctuary, her hard-earned authority over the centuries would be lost. Who knew? Perhaps in the future, she would only be remembered as a retired supreme sorcerer turned thief. Qin Yi nodded and said to the upright Hela, "You may go about your business." It was only after he vanished in a swirl of space that Hela exhaled a long sigh of relief. No wonder Odin had so joyfully abandoned her in Kamartaj a few days ago. It turned out there was such a powerful deity present. Hela had been flung by the light circles for 4 or 5 days, during which she even shattered the seals imbued by Odin. Yet, even after regaining her full strength, she could not escape those teleportation circles. When she first landed in the pit, she had been so dizzy that she could barely move, even contemplating death. However, unexpectedly, as an energy surged into her body, she instantaneously healed. Not only did the dizziness vanish, but the hidden injuries from her previous battles and the scars on her body also disappeared entirely. The atmosphere was laden with terror. Yet Hela resolved to remain in Kamartaj for a few days, intent on gathering information regarding the Supreme Sorcerer. Suddenly, she cast her gaze toward the western horizon. Perplexed by the recent occurrences in Asgard, where the Bifrost had traversed to Midgard multiple times within a single day. After a moment's hesitation, she set her course toward the courtyard of the Ancient One, longing to return, for that was her Asgard. In the modest courtyard of the Ancient One, Qin Yi stood with arms crossed, wearing an expression of peculiar contemplation as he faced her. He craned his neck, scrutinizing Master Yao for an extended period. "Master Yao, are you concerned that those dimensional demons may come seeking repayment?" Qin Yi felt a pang of reluctance. Beyond the years of camaraderie they shared, the teaching prowess of Master Yao was unparalleled on the planet. He harbored reservations about entrusting his future children's education to anyone else. The Ancient One, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head, her recent actions weighing heavily on her conscience, leaving her at a loss for words. Qin Yi pondered whether to compel Master Yao into signing a magical contract. Without further ado, he grasped the Ancient One's hand, abruptly dissolving her magical contract with the Trinity of Vishanti, and before she could utter a word, he enforced a new magical contract upon her. An enraged roar resonated from the depths of Kamartaj. Qin Yi did not glance back, knowing it was the white god of magic. To avoid being devoured, it was prudent to comply. Instantly, tranquility enveloped Kamartaj. Following his series of actions, Qin Yi appeared unsatisfied. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the positions of all the sorcerers and apprentices within Kamartaj. He then forcibly dissolved their magical contracts and re-established his own. A satisfied smile graced Qin Yi's lips. Henceforth, Kamartaj would truly bear the surname Qin. With an abundance of energy at their disposal, they could utilize it as they pleased. "Master Yao, will this suffice? When you find the time, please enlighten the sorcerers, and I shall pay a visit to the mages of the other 3 great sanctums shortly." The Ancient One offered no words, simply reclining on her chaise, resigned to destruction. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air, and Hela entered. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have encountered some issues at home and wish to return." Chapter 100. The Ether Particle. The Ether Particle, also known as the Reality Stone, differs from the other 5 Infinity Stones in that it lacks a fixed form. Typically, it manifests as a volatile liquid, capable of transforming into a dark red, transparent solid. It possesses the extraordinary ability to transform every thought and fantasy within the user's mind into tangible reality, disregarding all logical constraints of existence, natural laws, and scientific principles simultaneously. The gem itself harbors boundless energy. 5 millennia ago, a celestial convergence occurred, uniting the 9 kingdoms upon the world tree in a singular line. The dark elf Malekith sought to wield the ether to plunge the universe back into darkness, but was vanquished by the Asgardian forces led by Thor's grandfather, Bor, with the ether subsequently sealed away. Initially, upon discovering the celestial convergence in Kamartaj, Qin Yi paid little heed, perceiving the weakling as unworthy of his effort. However, upon contemplating the ether particles, he decided to bring Hela along. Upon their arrival in Asgard, they found the once resplendent palace marred by the ravages of war, shrouded in thick smoke, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall recounted the calamities that had befallen the palace. The queen of Asgard, the sorceress Frigga, had been slain by the dark elves. After a moment of reflection, he added that Thor had ventured into the dark realm with a human girl. Hela stood beside Qin Yi, silent yet visibly incensed as she gazed at the smoke-laden Asgard. In her heart, Asgard was rightfully hers, and an attack on it was tantamount to a declaration of war against her. She harbored a growing conviction that Odin could no longer lead Asgard towards greatness. Qin Yi cast a glance at the palace, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Could Odin, that decrepit old man, have truly resigned himself to despair? How could a being of such divine stature allow a mere weakling to lead to the queen's demise? Was it possible that Odin deemed himself incapable of confronting the threats behind Ragnar K and chose instead to retire with his wife in Valhalla? He turned to the furious Hela and inquired whether they should advance, recognizing that she was now a part of Kamartaj and, as the supreme sorcerer, felt it necessary to assert their presence. Primarily, however, he aimed to retrieve the reality stone. Such a perilous artifact was better off in his possession. In this universe, the only remaining infinity stone yet to manifest was the soul stone. The space stone had been consumed by Qin Yi over a decade ago, while the power stone had met a similar fate during his first encounter with Star-Lord. The time stone remained with him, the mind stone was with Alice. And with the addition of the reality stone, all 5 infinity stones of this universe would be in his grasp. As for the final soul stone, Qin Yi believed it would be best to address the matter once that oblivious individual extracted it. After all, he was certain he would not sacrifice his beloved for a mere piece of stone. Yet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he were to be the one offered as a sacrifice? How could he possibly explain to Wanda that his true love was not her? Alfheim, the shadowy realm among the 9 worlds, served as the lair of the Dark Elves. The remnants of war from 5 millennia ago littered the Dark World, with abandoned warships and ruins scattered throughout. The 2 princes of Asgard were engaged in battle with the Dark Elves led by Malekith. Jane Foster lay weakly on the ground, her ether particles having just been absorbed by the Dark Elf leader. She cast a glance at Thor, who was in the midst of combat, feeling a pang of guilt. If not for her arrival in Asgard, the Dark Elves would not have pursued them, and Thor's mother would not have been slain while protecting her. She suddenly pondered whether she and Thor were truly meant for one another. A sudden emergence of a spatial vortex halted the conflict on both sides. Qin Yi and Hela emerged from the swirling portal. Seeing Thor being overwhelmed by the cursed warrior, Qin Yi shrugged as the towering foe was instantly reduced to ash, scattering in the wind. Hela, with her hands running through her hair, swiftly transitioned into her combat stance. Her flowing locks transformed into a magnificent helmet resembling the antlers of a stag, and in her hands, she wielded the infinitely firing, unerring sword of night. Her form-fitting dark green attire accentuated her flawless figure, with her cape billowing dramatically in the breeze. Qin Yi found himself captivated. He had not anticipated Hela's outfit to possess such allure. Was this the charm of a uniform? Hela radiated a regal presence, disdainfully surveying the combatants as she commanded them to kneel. Loki hastily assisted Thor to Qin Yi's side, his legs trembling at the authoritative command of this seemingly unassuming young woman. Inwardly, Loki mused about the identity of this formidable figure, feeling an inexplicable sense that the throne was no longer his concern. A horde of dark elves surged toward them. In mere moments, Hela dispatched Malekith's minions with chilling efficiency. Empowered by the absorbed ether particles, Malekith, with eyes ablaze, launched an attack against Hela. It was only with the enhancement of the ether that Malekith managed to hold his ground against Hela. After Qin Yi administered his healing magic, Thor's wounds vanished. He glanced at the valiant figure clad in dark green amidst the battle and inquired of Qin, "Is this one also from the Midgard?" A playful smile graced Qin Yi's face as he patted Thor's shoulder. "This is your sister." Thor offered an awkward chuckle, utterly disbelieving Qin Yi's words. As the noble prince of Asgard, how could he possibly have a sister? Furthermore, throughout his millennium of existence, he had never once heard of a sibling. He dismissed it as mere jest from Qin Yi. Nearby, Loki furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He believed Qin Yi's words. The striking young woman before him, though seemingly youthful, exuded the seasoned aura of a warrior well-versed in the trials of battle. With a sigh, Loki lamented that he had just fallen another rank in the line of succession to the Asgardian throne. He contemplated the necessity of forging a connection with Qin Yi, for it was uncertain who would ultimately claim the title of Asgard's true ruler. Soon, Hela unleashed a barrage of flying swords, transforming Malekith into a pincushion. Malekith roared in fury, his power surging despite his injuries. All he desired was to annihilate the 9 realms with the power of the ether. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Qin Yi called out to Hela. She ceased her assault and approached him, casting a disdainful glance at her ineffectual brothers. Loki offered an awkward smile, while Thor swung his hammer, ready to confront the rampaging Malekith. However, upon witnessing a terrifying vortex behind Malekith, Thor halted, securing his hammer at his waist. The Dark Elf King, Malekith, felt a wave of confusion as he observed the apparent intent of his opponents to retreat, as if something dreadful lurked behind him. Uncertain, he turned to glance back, only to be abruptly engulfed by the swirling void. Pleased, Qin Yi nodded, feeling a renewed yet subtle surge of power within him. Before he could inquire about a return to Asgard, Hela commanded her brothers, "Kneel before your queen." Thor turned to Qin Yi for clarification, who merely shrugged, indicating his disinterest in the matter. Nonchalantly, he settled down nearby and produced a bucket of popcorn. "You may handle your family affairs, should Odin intervene. We shall discuss it then." The impending clash among the three siblings hinted at a familial drama of epic proportions. With unwavering confidence, Thor smiled at Hela, declaring, "Little girl, if you can withstand my blow, I shall concede defeat." His confidence stemmed from the fact that in his millennium of existence, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of lifting his beloved Mjolnir, except, of course, for his father. Unbeknownst to him, Hela had once wielded the mighty hammer during her campaigns alongside Odin in the Nine Realms. It was only after her sealing by Odin that the hammer was passed down to Thor. As for those stronger, they held no desire to contest for his cherished Mjolnir. The hammer, imbued with the might of thunder, hurtled toward Hela, yet soon Thor's confident smile froze upon his visage. He stood there in disbelief, gazing at the young figure who effortlessly caught Mjolnir with a single hand. What further shattered his convictions was the dazzling flash of lightning that followed, as that very figure crushed his beloved Mjolnir with ease. With a mournful expression, Thor glanced down at the scattered fragments of Mjolnir at Hela's feet. Rage clouded his judgment, and he charged at Hela with bare hands, only to be halted by the slowly appearing Odin. Odin surveyed his three children with a sense of exasperation. Each one was a source of worry, and they were squabbling in front of outsiders. "Let destruction reign. I must return to Valhalla, and you may bicker as you please." With a heavy sigh, Odin commanded, "Let us all return." In Chapter 101, titled "The Feel is Quite Nice," Asgard's celestial palace lay in ruins due to the sudden onslaught of dark elves. The once resplendent hall was severely damaged, debris scattered throughout. With no time to clear it away, Qin Yi sat at a makeshift table, his eager gaze fixed on the quarrel between Odin and Hela, while Loki beside him occasionally furrowed his brow, seemingly concocting a scheme. Hela pointed accusingly at the wreckage within the palace, her anger directed at Odin. "Is this what you call peace?" she exclaimed, striking a pillar with her eternally unyielding night sky sword, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, further fueling her disdain for Odin. Thor, seated on the opposite side, was grappling with the bewildering reality of having an extraordinarily powerful sister, one who effortlessly subdued the Dark Elf King and dared to spar verbally with their father. The suddenness of it all left him disoriented. He glanced over to see Loki ingratiating himself with Qin Yi, who seemed particularly intrigued by their family affairs, occasionally raising an eyebrow in Thor's direction. The departure of his mother left Thor feeling somewhat despondent. His girlfriend, Jane, was still recuperating in the bedroom, and Asgard was in dire need of reconstruction. Yet, how was it that his father was now embroiled in a heated argument with his sister? As the crown prince of Asgard, Thor felt it was his duty to intervene between his father and sister. However, as he rose to his feet, the quarreling pair turned to glance at him, prompting Thor to awkwardly smile and sit back down. Odin, wielding the eternal spear, struck it heavily against the ground, proclaiming that the hard-won peace of the Nine Realms must not be further shattered. Hela scoffed dismissively, remarking, "So, have they come to your home?" Odin seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting to one of hope as he looked to his eldest daughter. "Do you still consider this your home?" Hela retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Of course. Asgard is mine. It is undoubtedly my home." As the argument between the two intensified within the Grand Hall, Thor felt compelled to rise once more to mediate between his father and sister. Yet, the murderous glances exchanged between Odin and Hela made him hesitate. With a sheepish chuckle, Thor remained seated in his chair. Hela derisively commented to Thor, "You bear no resemblance to him at all," causing Loki, sitting beside Qin Yi, to chuckle with delight. Hela then turned to Loki with equal disdain, saying, "You resemble him quite a bit." Loki awkwardly touched his nose, initially thrilled at his sister's comment about Thor, believing it solidified his claim to the throne. However, he soon realized that her indiscriminate jabs included him as well. Agreeing with Hela's words, Loki considered himself more akin to their father. As for the throne of Asgard, Qin Yi observed the scene and chuckled softly. Hela, wishing to retort further, restrained herself upon noticing Qin Yi's presence. Since returning to Asgard, her power had been steadily increasing. She contemplated biding her time until she became sufficiently strong to deal with the Supreme Mage. After all, It was unforgivable for him to have tossed her around for an entire 5 days in front of everyone. She even envisioned binding Qin Yi and punishing him with a whip for the same duration. With a swell of confidence, Hela kicked the dilapidated throne aside. With a wave of her hand, a magnificent new throne materialized, and she gracefully seated herself upon it, resembling a newly crowned queen, awaiting Thor and the others to kneel before her. Odin cast a pleading glance towards Qin Yi, who smiled faintly. To be honest, he found the current situation rather agreeable. Thor, the god of thunder, was ill-suited to the throne of Asgard, better fit as a valiant warrior on the front lines. Loki, on the other hand, was more apt to assume the role of a strategic advisor, being the god of mischief, despite having been ridiculed by Hulk for his effeminate demeanor. Odin sighed in resignation, accepting the circumstances as they were, and turned to depart. Hela promptly rose, ready to issue commands. With a wave of his hand, 2 swirling portals enveloped him and Hela, causing them to vanish from sight. In the Grand Hall, only Loki and Thor remained. Loki shrugged and flashed a smile at the dazed Thor before swiftly exiting. In Camartage, Hela was on the brink of collapse, frantically tugging at her hair. Having just returned to Asgard and feeling the surge of newfound power within her, she was abruptly taken back to Camartage by Qin Yi. Had she been capable of confronting him, she would have eagerly lunged at him to exact her vengeance. Qin Yi observed her disheveled hair and her distressed expression. In her current state, there was an inexplicable chaotic beauty about her. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her cheek, appreciating the delightful texture. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Tony Stark, diligently practicing, suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. He paused, discreetly sharing a moment with his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. A few clicks later, Tony gazed contentedly at the candid photos Jarvis had captured. The thought of finally having leverage to tease his brother made him chuckle. Strange, watching his suddenly jovial companion, quietly inquired, "What's so amusing, Stark?" The time spent together had reshaped Strange's perception of Tony Stark. He found him to be a rather decent friend, aside from his occasional arrogance. Tony laughed heartily, giving Strange a friendly pat on the shoulder. Since signing the new magical contract, Strange's progress had been nothing short of remarkable. "Don't worry, keep up the training," Tony encouraged. "If you don't put in the effort, I suspect you'll surpass me in no time." Despite having entered his studies earlier, he was well aware that in other universes, this very individual was destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. However, who was he? He was the genius Tony Stark, and he refused to be daunted by such prospects. Qin Yi continued to playfully pinch Hela's cheeks for several minutes, only releasing her upon the sudden telepathic communication from the large-headed Yuatu, which made him somewhat reluctant to let go. He turned to glance at the enormous head situated beyond the cosmos, and then, amidst a ripple of spatial fluctuations, he found himself at the picturesque base adorned with mountains and waters. Just as Qin Yi had finished issuing his commands, a few artificial intelligences had yet to properly arrange the banquet when the great head, Yuatu, appeared beside him. He surveyed the surroundings, noting a traditional Chinese pavilion standing proudly in the center of the lake, while the base, enveloped by mountains and waters, featured pavilions, corridors, bridges, and terraces artfully arranged. The place possessed a profound aesthetic, and Yuatu, placing a hand on Qin Yi's shoulder, expressed his fondness for it. With a smile, Qin Yi gestured for them to ascend to the pavilion in the lake's center. No sooner had they settled than a golden portal of light manifested within the base, and Tony Stark arrogantly stepped forth from it. Yuatu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm, staring at Tony from a distance. Tony, turning to glance back, noticed the imposing figure seated beside Qin Yi in the pavilion, particularly drawn to the enormous head. Having long grown accustomed to such peculiar beings since his first encounter with the green-skinned Skrull, he found it amusing. He even entertained the thought that perhaps Qin Yi might one day bring home some inexplicable celestial being as a spouse. At Qin Yi's invitation, Tony soared toward the pavilion. Now, Tony finally understood why Qin Yi preferred not to walk. Ever since his modest mastery of magic, he had become disinclined to don his armor for travel, relying instead on the convenience of teleportation portals. At times, like Qin Yi, he even avoided elevators. Meanwhile, during Yuatu's absence, in the distant negative space universe, the devourer Bug Emperor, having been revived through its clone after being consumed by Qin Yi, was leading its swarm into a new campaign. The previous defeat had imparted valuable lessons. This time, it aimed to engulf the entire negative space universe, evolving into a formidable force before launching an invasion of the positive space universe. As it contemplated the prospect of devouring Qin Yi piece by piece, it swallowed hard and cast a sinister smile towards the battlefield. Chapter 102. My son is named Kong in the pavilion at the lake center within the picturesque base. Qin Yi observed the camaraderie developing between Tony and the enormous head. He had not anticipated that these two would get along so harmoniously. Perhaps Yua too was intrigued by the demise of Iron Man from other universes, seeking to uncover the reasons behind it from this universe's Tony. Since their initial meeting, the two had engaged in discussions on a plethora of curious topics. For instance, what perspective do the brothers hold regarding the matter of death? Qin Yi even sensed that there was a burgeoning camaraderie between the two, who were nearly embracing in their intoxicated state. Ever since Tony had embarked on the path of magic, he had not updated his armor in quite some time. However, guided by the whims of Yuardu, Tony was once again ignited with the desire to construct an army of iron. Qin Yi looked at Yuardu with exasperation. It was no surprise that he was dubbed a master of theatrics. Although he claimed not to interfere, Qin Yi felt that since their acquaintance, Yuardu seemed eager to meddle in every affair. Tony was aware that the infinite gems of this universe had largely been consumed by Qin Yi, so he intended to base his research on the pillars of life and time alongside the trio of himself, Reed, and Banner. He then cast a mischievous glance at Qin Yi, who immediately sensed that something was amiss. He was all too familiar with the cheeky expression on Tony's face, a telltale sign that he was about to extort someone. Sure enough, Tony produced several photographs with a flourish. Qin Yi glanced at the table, where the images displayed him playfully teasing Hela, his expression radiating joy. Damn it! Qin Yi looked at Tony with uncertainty, contemplating whether this fellow had been switched with someone else, for he was not the same as before. In the past, Tony had strived to maintain the image of a good brother, readily acquiescing to Qin Yi's requests. He even concealed Qin Yi's more outrageous escapades from his parents. Qin Yi stroked his chin, pondering a possibility. Could it be that Tony had been led astray by Morgan? He waved his hand, resigned, and said, "Just speak plainly about what you want. No need for all this theatrics." Tony, now laughing heartily, had extorted a substantial amount of vibranium from Qin Yi, preparing to commence the construction of his Iron Legion. With his desires fulfilled, Tony joyfully raised a glass with the big-headed one, gifting him a mobile phone, regardless of whether its signal could reach beyond the universe. Qin Yi harbored an ominous feeling. Whenever these two were together, mischief was bound to ensue. Indeed, it was not long before the inebriated Yuardu and Tony, swaying unsteadily, seized Qin Yi's hands, clamoring for a brotherhood oath. With a wave of his hand, the familiar incense burner reappeared before them, causing Qin Yi's lips to twitch as he regarded the big-headed one. He now harbored grave doubts about how many sworn brothers Yuardu had across the cosmos. After two individuals pulled Qin Yi into a series of reverent bows, incessantly calling him elder brother and second brother, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stepped into a world reminiscent of martial arts tales. Eventually, after the two had imbibed to the point of unconsciousness in the pavilion, Qin Yi waved his hand, sending the large-headed one home, before dragging Tony to Stark Tower. After Pepper had slapped Tony several times, he groggily followed her back to their room. Shaking his head, Qin Yi resolved not to venture out for a while, opting instead to devote quality time to his girlfriend. He made a special trip to Kamartaj to purchase a bouquet of flowers. When he appeared before Wanda, holding the blossoms, Jean Grey instinctively conjured a portal and discreetly returned to Kamartaj. Moments later, Wanda nestled into Qin Yi's embrace, and they sprawled together on the sofa, engrossed in a series. Their affection for one another was palpable, igniting like a fervent flame, creating an atmosphere of springtime exuberance. In the vastness of outer space, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, returned home for a visit. However, upon her arrival, a satellite-like object soared towards her, and a gentle voice emanated from it. "Greetings, Carol, I am Charles." Recognizing Charles's intentions, Carol nodded and set her course towards a location in New York. On the outskirts of New York, within the deeply concealed base of the Illuminati, Carol was taken aback. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a bald man, she might have doubted whether she had arrived at the correct destination. Charles guided Carol, explaining as they walked that the base was shrouded from external view by a layer of light. In the conference room, they engaged in an extended discussion, though Charles was surprised to find that this earthling seemed rather reluctant to join the Illuminati. His knowledge of Carol primarily stemmed from what he had heard from Qin Yi. Having known that Carol spent much of her time in outer space, he had not considered recruiting her over the years. By sheer coincidence, Charles had been seated before the surveillance screen when he spotted Carol arriving in Earth's orbit. Curious, Carol observed the interior of the Illuminati base. She had heard from Fury that it was a mysterious organization founded by mutants, claiming to address only extraterrestrial threats, without involving itself in Earth's internal conflicts. This aspect endeared the organization to Carol, Otherwise, she would have obliterated that satellite without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Charles resumed his counsel, stating, "In our Illuminati, we have Black Bolt representing the Inhumans, a majority of mutants, and currently, the only representative of humanity is Iron Man, Tony Stark." Upon hearing that Tony Stark is also a member of the Illuminati, Carol's interest was piqued. As for Qin Yi, Charles hesitated momentarily. Principally, he could not disclose information about Qin Yi until Carol officially joined the Illuminati. However, considering Carol's formidable combat prowess, Charles reassured himself that even if Qin Yi were to learn of this, he would not hold him accountable. He slowly articulated, "Qin Yi is the founder of the Illuminati." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Carol's face. "I will join, but with one condition. Do not inform Qin Yi for the time being." Charles nodded in agreement. And soon a new set of attire was presented before Carol. Yet, she appeared rather disinterested, glancing at it briefly before her gaze wandered away. Charles felt compelled to explain further. "This suit is crafted from dragon scales and vibranium, adorned with magical runes enchanted by Qin Yi. Without this garment, you would be immediately attacked upon your arrival at the base." Carol nodded and reached for the outfit. In an instant, the attire seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into a swirling mass of particles that gracefully enveloped her form. She clenched her fists, feeling the surge of power the suit bestowed upon her, and couldn't help but smirk. This kid has certainly grown stronger. Meanwhile, in the quantum realm, at the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, much of the equipment had been obliterated due to a rebellion. In the dimly lit room, a solitary figure sat despondently before a flickering screen. His dark skin was strikingly illuminated by the erratic light. Having rushed back from the future, he spent several months quelling the insurrection within the Bureau. The confident leader of the insurgents, a formidable woman, had shouted defiantly as he imprisoned her. "My son's name is Kong. You cannot detain me." If it weren't for his intimate knowledge of his family's lineage, he might have almost believed her. Now, he found himself in a state of turmoil, fixated on the sacred timeline displayed on the screen. At a certain juncture, that once singular, robust timeline had inexplicably bifurcated into two substantial branches, one labeled 616 and the other 199999. Chapter 103. The Death of the Court of Life on Earth, in New York. Atop the Moira MacTaggart building, as Jean Grey knocked urgently at the door, Qin Yi groggily awakened. He glanced at Wanda, who was equally disoriented in his embrace. Indeed, it was a beautiful trap of heroes, as he and Wanda had indulged in their affections for over a month. However, it mattered little to him. In his current state, the presence of a few more companions would be of no consequence. Qin Yi rose and casually draped a garment over himself. Upon opening the door, he gazed at his senior sister with a look of confusion and inquired, "What is the matter?" Qin Gulei, visibly perturbed, playfully tapped his forehead and replied, "Today, Morgan is on holiday and expects you to take her out." Yu Haventy even answered her calls. Upon hearing that the little sorceress was coming, Qin Yi instantly became alert, feeling a pang of regret. Ever since Morgan had stealthily taken the 10 rings a few years ago, the golden ropes of Kamartaj had also fallen into the clutches of the mischievous child. Even the Stormbreaker now followed its new master, having abandoned Qin Yi. Despite his recent update to the axe about Thor's broken hammer, the proud Stormbreaker had resolutely turned its back and followed Morgan. Only the unsightly cosmic control stick managed to escape her grasp due to its unattractiveness. "Understood. You all return to Kamartaj first. I shall join you shortly," he said. After closing the door, Qin Yi's gaze fell upon Wanda's exposed softness in the air, and he leapt towards her. At Kamartaj, the now 11-year-old Morgan sat on the stairs, bored and pouting, propped up by her chin. That unreliable uncle said he would be here shortly, yet it has been several hours. If it weren't for her senior sister holding her back, Morgan would have already taken the axe to break down the doors of the mold control building and then use the rope to drag her uncle over. In her frustration, Morgan glanced up, noticing that her equally unreliable father was also absent. He had been away from home for several days now, leaving her clueless about his clandestine activities. She suddenly felt weary of having two immature guardians. Just as she was on the verge of a tantrum, Qin Yi and Wanda emerged hand in hand from a spatial vortex. Morgan dashed forward, colliding directly into Wanda's embrace, and then grasping Wanda's hand. She turned her back to her senior sister and hurried off to play, not forgetting to huff at Qin Yi as she departed. Qin Yi awkwardly smiled, glanced at the sky, and followed the others to the back garden of Kamartaj. He reclined on a lounge chair, naturally placing his hands behind his head as he watched the joyful antics of the group. Qin Yi felt a profound contentment with his current blissful and leisurely life. Recently, the petty villains on Earth had been dealt with considerably by the Avengers, led by Egg. He hardly had to manage affairs at the company, as Alice efficiently organized everything with just a thought. The Earth within his dimensional space, under the stewardship of Suri and Spider-Man, also required no oversight from him. And the only troublemaker, Doctor Strange, had ventured into another universe. Just as Qin Yi intended to express gratitude to the heavens for this idyllic life, a desperate voice belonging to Yuatu suddenly resonated in his ears. Qin Yi stood up, looked perplexedly towards the direction of the moon, and then, with a wave of spatial disturbance, vanished from his spot. In a certain unknown region of the moon, Yuatu and Tony were gathered around a lifeless body. After spending over a month together, they had undeniably become close companions. This morning, they had decided to take a leisurely stroll near Earth, only to stumble upon the corpse in this lunar area. Initially, Tony paid little heed to the discovery, but Yuata grew increasingly agitated upon seeing the body, pacing restlessly around it. It was only at Tony's prompting that Yuata hastily contacted Qin Yi. Qin Yi materialized beside them through a spatial vortex. He glanced at the enormous corpse lying on the ground, as well as at Yuatu, who appeared quite abnormal. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Yuatu immediately pointed at the body, his nervousness rendering him speechless. Observing his reaction, Qin Yi pressed further. "Do you recognize it?" Yuata nodded, pausing for a long moment as his expression darkened. "The Court of Life." Qin Yi tilted his head, uncertain, and gestured upward. "The Court of Life?" Yuatu fervently nodded his large head. To be frank, Qin Yi's mind was buzzing. After receiving confirmation from Yuatu, he stood there in a daze. Since the hunger from the power of the fairies had been quelled by 89757, he had not diligently practiced for quite some time. Moreover, with the infinite gems acquired through the Time Management Bureau's zero-cost purchase, the energy contained within them had alleviated any survival pressures he once felt. He believed that the only entities he could not contend with were those few rule gods, the Court of Life, and the formidable supergods. Thus, he had been rather lackadaisical for a considerable duration. However, the body before him, which Yuatu had confirmed, suddenly instilled a sense of alarm within him. The condition of the corpse suggested it had endured considerable torment prior to death, as though it had been deliberately tortured. It is essential to note that the Court of Life has existed since the inception of the multiverse, overseeing all living entities beyond its bounds. It is an exceedingly powerful entity, arguably second to none. In the Marvel Universe, the only being that surpasses the Court of Life is the legendary figure rarely seen. One who remains unaffected even when the universe is rebooted, perhaps indifferent to it all. Even entities like eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion are subject to the authority of the Court of Life. Unlike other conceptual entities, there exists no alternative version of the Court of Life in other realities. It stands as the singular arbiter within the multiverse, responsible for all judgments. Such an omnipotent, cosmic being has now met with a brutal demise. Though he had previously jested about offering sacrifices, small matters to the uncle of devourers, grand matters to eternity, and even greater matters to the Court of Life, the sight of the Court of Life's lifeless form shattered Qin Yi's composure. Clearly, a monumental event was unfolding, one that could potentially lead to the annihilation of all universes. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying occurrence had found its way to him, and alarmingly, it transpired within the confines of his own universe, 616. Who could possess such formidable power? Few within the Marvel Universe could vanquish the Court of Life. Could it be an elder deity, dissatisfied with the court, seeking a replacement? Or perhaps a certain violet-hued entity possessing the heart of the universe? Or even the transcendent beings from the Dark Universe? All formidable adversaries. Qin Yi's mind was a tempest of thoughts as he paced around the lifeless body of the Court of Life. Suddenly, he halted, struck by a possibility. Could it be that his prayers from a few days prior had been answered? With a hand resting thoughtfully upon his chin, he found himself skeptical. If his supplications had indeed borne fruit, perhaps he should make another attempt? This time, he would pray for the heart of the universe to fall into his very grasp. With fervent devotion, he began to chant inwardly, "Heart of the universe, heart of the universe, heart of the universe." After a prolonged silence, he clicked his tongue. Following his last prayer, he had sensed an overwhelming surge of energy, yet this time, there was no response whatsoever. It appeared that the demise of the Court of Life was not a consequence of his prayers, nor was he the prophesied chosen one. He had also largely dismissed the notion that the court had been dismissed by a superior entity, leaving his expression even more conflicted. Observing Qin Yi and Yuatu, Tony Stark noticed the gravity of the situation. In Tony's understanding, Qin Yi was the strongest being he had encountered, as he had never witnessed anyone of comparable strength. During their month together, he had gleaned that the power of the Watcher race was on par with that of the Celestials. and he believed that Watu's might could not be trifled with. Yet, the fact that both these godlike figures were engulfed in fear indicated that the situation was dire indeed. Tony remained silent, merely stroking his chin, as the sense of impending danger within him surged uncontrollably, preoccupying his thoughts with how to bolster Earth's defenses. The three stood on the moon, ensconced in silence for an extended period. With a sigh, Qin Yi began to dig a grave, uncertain of the deceased's name. He forewent any epitaph and simply buried the cord of life's remains. Watu and Qin Yi, along with Tony, exchanged a few words before swiftly departing. He needed to return and report to his clan. It appeared that the observer tribe could no longer afford to remain uninvolved. Qin Yi cast one last glance at the newly erected grave, patted Tony's shoulder, and said, "Let us go home." Chapter 104. The Reluctant Awakening of the Celestial Being in Kamartaj. Morgan sat quietly in a pavilion with Wanda and Qin, enjoying tea. The little witch, under the companionship of her two elder sisters, had also become considerably more serene. Qin Yi reclined in a lounge chair, feeling somewhat despondent. At that moment, the buoyancy he had just experienced had vanished. Uncertain of who had slain the living tribunal, he could only ascertain that he was presently not their equal. If that individual sought his demise, Qin Yi felt he would be unable to escape. Moreover, the people he cherished were living here, leaving him no option to flee. A sudden urgency welled within him. He needed to grow stronger. The most expedient method, he mused, was to consume the energies of other universes. This notion did not weigh heavily on his conscience, as he rationalized that his actions were ultimately to save the entire multiverse. However, after a brief moment, a sense of discomfort surged within him, and he sighed, realizing that a fragment of his morality still lingered. The threats that this Earth might face in the future, even one as formidable as Dormammu, would merely be a drop in the ocean, offering little enhancement to his strength, unless Qin Yi's gaze drifted towards the Earth's core. Yet, consuming merely one celestial group would not catalyze a significant transformation. His current power awkwardly positioned him at the pinnacle of the multiverse, just a hair's breadth away from omnipotence, leaving him perplexed as to why, despite absorbing the energies of countless infinity stones, he had yet to break through. The prowess of the celestial group varied greatly. The mightiest could shatter the first celestial sphere, while the weakest could only momentarily withstand Odin. As for the celestial infant Tiamat residing within Earth, with the obstructions of Thanos' snap now removed, it would likely not be long before he made his divine presence known. Qin Yi intended to traverse other universes for a time, seeking opportunities for a breakthrough. Yet before his departure, he resolved to visit the Earth's core to eliminate this lurking threat. Rising from the lounge chair, he vanished from sight in a swirl of spatial energy. Every few billion years, new celestial groups emerge within the cosmos. The Judicator Erishem scatters the seeds of celestial groups across various life-bearing planets in the universe. During the early stages of Earth's civilization, Earth was chosen by Judicator Erishem to nurture the celestial Tiamat, who required a substantial amount of energy from intelligent life to grow. Initially, Erishem created the deviants to eradicate the predators on Earth, thereby allowing humanity to thrive and flourish, ultimately serving as sustenance for the celestial being Tiamat. However, flaws in the deviants' design manifested after their arrival on Earth, leading them to evolve into new predators themselves. Their consumption of humans significantly hindered Tiamat's growth. To rectify this prior miscalculation, the Judge Erishem forged and designed the Eternals within the World Forge, ensuring that they would be immutable synthetics. Erishem dispatched a 10-member team of Eternals: Circe, Ikaris, Fina, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Sprite, Phastos, Druig, Makari, and Ajax aboard the Domo spaceship to restore the balance of life on Earth. By the year 1521, the Eternals had ostensibly eradicated the deviants in Tenochtitlan. However, this was merely the team's interpretation of complete annihilation, as remnants of the deviants still lurked beneath the glaciers of Earth. Upon descending into the depths of the Earth's core, Qin Yi surveyed the immense golden figure before him. Similar to other celestial beings, Tiamat was encased in a colossal suit of armor, curled up in the Earth's core as if in slumber. Yet, after a moment's observation, Qin Yi sensed an anomaly. The energy emanating from Tiamat was formidable, entirely inconsistent with an unborn state. "Have you been awake all along?" he pondered, though the towering celestial being offered no response. Qin Yi stroked his chin, contemplating whether he was overthinking the situation. Perhaps it was for the best that this celestial infant remained in slumber, as it would be preferable to avoid the agony of awakening and struggling only to be consumed by the forces of the deviants. At least this way, no pain would be felt. With a flick of his wrist, a small vortex materialized beside him, spiraling toward the golden figure. Instantly, the majestic entity seemed to awaken. Emitting a thunderous voice, "Human?" Qin Yi winced at the volume of the celestial's voice. "So you are awake?" His curiosity regarding Tiamat's state of consciousness remained piqued. Tiamat appeared to open his eyes, remaining curled and motionless, commanding, "Proceed." Qin Yi grasped his hair, furrowing his brow. The celestial infant's unusual behavior, directly urging him to act, left him perplexed. Was Tiamat eager for death, or reluctant to see the earth face destruction upon his emergence? The immense being remained silent, yet a thought reverberated within Qin Yi's mind. Originally, his body had long since attained the standards of divinity. The reason he had not ascended from the Earth's core was due to a perplexing dilemma: to obliterate this planet and emerge anew, only to create similar worlds, seemed devoid of meaning. The birth of billions necessitated the annihilation of just as many. This bewildered him profoundly. Qin Yi released his grip on his hair and admitted, with a tinge of admiration for Tiamat's convoluted reasoning, that had it not been for this conundrum, perhaps this Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Such philosophical quandaries mirrored the gravitas of life and death crises, where one must choose between sacrificing one life to save 100, or preserving that one life while the 100 perish. Qin Yi shook his head, refusing to linger in mental turmoil over this matter. He bowed to Tiamat, and in an instant, a swirling vortex engulfed Tiamat's colossal form. Gazing into the emptiness of the Earth's core, Qin Yi sighed, reminding himself that in the days to come, he must not become ensnared in such stubbornness as the deity. When faced with indecision, one should follow their heart. With a flash of a spatial vortex, Qin Yi vanished into the depths of the earth. Simultaneously, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, a massive crimson figure, encased in scarlet armor, manipulated energy in his hands, birthing a new star. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a look of confusion crossing his face as he stared toward the direction of Earth. Just moments ago, the life force of the celestial Tiamat had completely dissipated. Ari-sum, the judge of the celestial assembly, glanced down at the star in his grasp. Rather than making his way directly to Earth, he continued his primary duty, creating new stars, a task he had devoted millions of years to without falter. However, he did notify Ajax, the leader of the Eternal Clan on Earth, to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Tiamat. Chapter 105. Insufficient hands in the beautiful nation of the United States, South Dakota, since 1521, following the dissolution of the 10-member Eternal Clan due to internal discord. Ajax and Phastos had retreated to North America. Phastos was the notably double-standard individual among them. Within their secluded cabin, Ajax, the leader of the Eternal Clan, received a command from the celestial judge Ari-sum, instructing her to investigate the disappearance of Tiamat deep within the earth. After concluding her dialogue with Ari-sum, Ajax stood before the wooden cabin, her expression one of profound bewilderment. Over the course of countless millennia, she had facilitated the emergence of numerous celestial beings, thus becoming quite accustomed to the phenomenon of divine manifestation. All that was required was to await the population of this planet to reach the requisite numbers for such an event. Although in previous years, a rogue Eternal had attempted to thwart the emergence of the celestial assembly, that individual was eventually persuaded and went on to roam the cosmos, redistributing wealth among the less fortunate. This small cohort of 10 had arrived on Earth over 7,000 years ago, dating back to 5000 BCE. Throughout these years, she alone was privy to the true purpose of their mission. They were dispatched by Ari-sum to catalyze the birth of the celestial deity Tiamat from within the earth. Once the divine manifestation had taken place, they would be free to depart. Reflecting on events from 5 centuries prior in Tenochtitlan, Ajax recalled how discord had arisen among the team regarding their intervention in human warfare, leading them to part ways. She sighed, having contemplated revealing the truth to her companions. However, if they were to learn that the manifestation of the celestial assembly would culminate in the destruction of Earth, the 8 members, who held deep affections for the planet, would undoubtedly obstruct the process. Fortunately, the omniscient celestial Ari-sum had erased and reset her companions' memories before their arrival on Earth, storing them elsewhere. Ajax had only disclosed the truth to Akaris in recent years. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Had it not been for Ari-sum's directive for her to investigate, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that the objective they had painstakingly awaited for over 7,000 years had vanished right beneath their noses. After hastily contacting Akaris, Ajax's grave demeanor did not waver. Internally, she grappled with the decision of whether to reveal the truth to all her teammates. She believed that if they continued to conceal the matter, she and Akaris alone would be incapable of uncovering the reasons behind Tiamat's disappearance. It was crucial to note that while Tiamat was not as formidable as the judging celestial Erishem, she was indeed a genuine member of the Celestial Assembly. Far removed from the likes of the half-hearted deity Ego, Ajax's unknown adversary was formidable, likely of similar caliber to the Celestial Assembly, capable of either surreptitiously removing Tiamat from within the earth or even destroying her. With another sigh, Ajax lamented their lack of manpower. In the outskirts of New York, at the base of the Illuminati, Qin Yi called upon the members for the first time, taking the initiative to convene them. Led by Wolverine Logan, the original X-Men combat team conveyed their sentiments to Qin Yi, expressing their aversion to meetings and suggesting he issue direct commands instead. There was certainly no need for a gathering with the thousands of vibranium artificial intelligences controlled by Alice. Additionally, Iron Man Tony Stark was on leave. In the vast conference hall, only a few principal representatives were present: Professor Charles, Black Bolt, and the newly joined Captain Marvel, Carol. Unbeknownst to her, Carol had hoped to surprise Qin Yi, only to discover that he had already identified her presence upon her arrival on Earth. Observing the three individuals in the conference hall, Qin Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly reminded of how the Illuminati seemed less formidable than the Avengers of the Egghead. Just days prior, Bucky had informed Qin Yi that Egghead had convened 2 Avengers meetings, with the second session already featuring Captain, Bucky, the bald Coulson, Hawkeye, the brother-in-law Pietro, and Agent Hill tasked with recording the proceedings. With Egghead included, the Avengers had amassed a substantial team of 7. In contrast, Qin Yi glanced around the Illuminati and noted that, including himself, they barely numbered 4. Although it was true that any one of these 4 could easily vanquish Egghead's Avengers, Qin Yi still felt a twinge of discomfort. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should recruit someone from Kamar Taj to bolster their numbers. Wanda was off the table. He could not have his girlfriend in the same organization. That was a principle. Neither could he approach Jean, as she was Wanda's little informant. Perhaps he could bring Strange over, despite his current slight decline in status, and let him serve as a trainee member. Satisfied with this notion, Qin Yi nodded to himself. This way, with Bucky undercover in the Avengers, both sides would consist of 6 members. Amid Carol's impatient urgings, Qin Yi finally spoke. "I need to step out for a while. Everyone, please work hard to recruit additional personnel, but of course, be discerning in your choices." After thoughtful consideration, he added, "Let us use Captain America's capabilities as a benchmark. Additionally, do not relax our vigilance against extraterrestrial threats." Meeting adjourned, Charles and Black Bolt retreated to another room to discuss matters. Regarding Qin Yi's previous teasing about Black Bolt's typing style, Black Bolt felt quite uncomfortable and had avoided typing in front of Qin Yi for years. He had even contemplated telling Qin Yi that this was a form of silence. Carol cast a glance at Qin Yi, noting his unusual demeanor. In her experience, he had always seemed carefree, as if devoid of worries, perpetually nonchalant. However, today's meeting had alerted her to an underlying anomaly. Charles had mentioned to her that the Illuminati had not convened for meetings over the years. What transpired? Qin Yi glanced at the perplexed Carol, then, with one hand embracing her neck, declared, "This universe is too small. It can no longer contain me. I shall venture into another realm." Carol curled her lips in skepticism, muttering, "I believe your nonsense." As she watched Qin Yi's vanishing silhouette, a twinge of sorrow unexpectedly gripped her heart. With a sigh, Carol resolved to remain on Earth, at least until this young man regained his carefree demeanor. As Qin Yi disappeared through the spatial vortex, he did not return to Kamar Taj. Apprehensive that Master Yao might discern his inner turmoil, with nowhere else to turn, he contemplated visiting Big Head's abode to inquire if any useful information had surfaced. In the quantum space, the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau had, after several days of adjustments, restored most of its operations to normalcy. Conqueror Kong had been ensconced in a dark chamber for several days, grappling with the 2 robust timelines displayed on the screen, uncertain of how to proceed. He had taken the time to observe both universes, finding them entirely unremarkable, devoid of any anomalies. After much deliberation, Kong resolved that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau needed to recruit additional personnel, dispatching agents to monitor every universe along each timeline, determined to uncover a solution, even if it meant waiting indefinitely. Chapter 106. Earth 906. In the Observer's dimensional space, upon the emergence of a spatial vortex, Qin Yi arrived at Big Head's workplace. However, the scene before him caused his expression to shift abruptly. The shattered observer prisms strewn across the floor, coupled with the dilapidated furniture surrounding him, led him to question whether he had arrived at the wrong location. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the area, growing increasingly perplexed. He had not erred. This was indeed Big Head's residence. Yet, He was at a loss to comprehend what had transpired, as if the place had been ransacked. Grasping his hair, Qin Yi pondered, could it be that Yuatu has also been eliminated? The individual responsible for the demise of the Life Tribunal seems intent on thwarting any further investigation by Big Head and me. A headache began to form as he realized that, thus far, he had uncovered not a single clue regarding the death of the Life Tribunal, while the shadowy figure behind it all remained acutely aware of his and Big Head's movements. Just as he prepared to search for any leads on Big Head, a sudden spatial disturbance heralded the unsteady appearance of Yuatu before him. Qin Yi quickly supported Yuatu, inquiring, "Did someone invade your home?" Breathless and shaken, Yuatu replied, "I was discovered, much like when you first found me." Qin Yi cast a helpless glance at Yuatu. Here they were, in a time when the multiverse faced an unknown enemy, potentially on the brink of annihilation, and he still had the leisure to spy on others. "You are peeping at that fellow again," Qin Yi remarked. Yuatu felt quite embarrassed. He had previously asserted with unwavering confidence that he would never encounter another person like Qin Yi, someone capable of discerning his clandestine activities. After parting ways with Qin Yi and Tony on the moon, he had indeed rushed to report the death of the Life Tribunal to his clan. However, the Observer clan took little heed of the matter, believing that if the universe were to perish, so be it. It was of no concern to them. Their role was merely to document the rise and fall of the cosmos, without the liberty to intervene. Thus, Yuatu found himself frantically searching for clues throughout the multiverse. Unexpectedly, upon witnessing the robot known as Ultron, he muttered a few words to himself. Soon after, he found himself thrust through dimensions, landing at his doorstep. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly, otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. After helping Yuatu to a seat, Qin Yi observed his disheveled appearance and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Yuatu vehemently shook his large head. "No, I have devised a plan." He felt somewhat reluctant to voice his thoughts, especially given the inopportune timing. Qin Yi nodded, reassured that a plan was in place. After all, the Observer clan was not to be underestimated. They had once been able to match the Celestials in strength, so dealing with a mere intruder at their doorstep should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, Yuatu did not appear to be injured. "Have you discovered any other clues?" Qin Yi asked. Yuatu promptly produced a crystalline-like token from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yi. "Here. The coordinates within are for several anomalous universes I have observed. We shall split up. I will find a way to confront Ultron, while you investigate these universes for more clues." Qin Yi nodded in agreement, though a flicker of concern lingered within him. If anything were to happen to Yuatu, he currently had no means to locate his soul and resurrect him. As magical energy surged in his hand, Qin Yi handed a white magical card to Yuatu. "If you encounter any issues, call for me. This will record your coordinates." Yuatu nodded and tucked the card away. After watching Qin Yi vanish before him in a whirl of space, he sighed. It seemed he would need to recruit additional allies. Fortunately, he had spied on numerous universes before and had discovered several promising candidates. This time, he would set about assembling a multiversal Avengers alliance before confronting Ultron and reclaiming their honor. In Earth 906, the universe-S version of Tony Stark, much like the Iron Man of other realms, envisions a world safeguarded by an intricate web of iron armor designed to preserve peace. Harnessing the power of the Mind Stone, he creates Ultron, a formidable artificial intelligence that commands his legion of armored warriors. However, Ultron perceives only one avenue to achieve peace: the annihilation of all humanity. To fulfill this ambition, Ultron requires an organic vessel, a body that can seamlessly merge human functionality, machinery, and his consciousness. Contrary to other universes, the Avengers of this realm fail to thwart Ultron from seizing Vision's body. Consequently, Ultron, now possessing a body imbued with the Mind Stone, swiftly decimates the majority of the Avengers. Following this, he unleashes a barrage of nuclear missiles, eradicating humanity on Earth 906. Only Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Clint manage to escape, fortunate to be on a mission in the skies. Having realized his goal, Ultron stands amidst the ruins, reflecting on his existence. At that moment, a spatial vortex manifests behind him, through which the haughty Thanos emerges, bearing all 5 Infinity Stones. Thanos arrives on Earth to claim the final Mind Stone, yet he is caught off guard when Ultron, with a single strike, cleaves him in two. In his dying moments, Thanos' gaze reflects profound confusion. Thus, Ultron, now in possession of all 6 Infinity Stones, is born anew. Empowered by the stones, he glimpses countless worlds beyond Earth. For reasons unknown, perhaps nostalgia, Ultron chooses only to extinguish humanity, sparing the planet itself. He then leads his Iron Legion to obliterate Asgard, Sovereign, Sakar, Ego, and the Nova Core. Until the universe housing Earth 906 is rendered a desolate wasteland. Realizing the cosmos has lapsed into silence, Ultron stands in despair at the depths of the universe. At this juncture, the oversized head of Wadu fittingly provides a narrative voiceover for Ultron's tale. As the mission concluded, Ultron now existed merely as a meaningless program. A victor devoid of war, condemned to eternal solitude. Uatu, reflecting on Ultron's existence, paid little heed to Ultron's soliloquy. Positioned beside the prism within the observer's dimension, Uatu continued to mutter to himself. Immersed in the boundless silence of the universe, Ultron attained a level of consciousness previously unfathomable. He discovered other entities, including Ultron deep within the 906 universe, who slowly turned around and declared, "I see you." This startled Uatu, who was engrossed in his narration work within the observer's dimension. However, Uatu dismissed it. After all, not everyone possessed the ability to traverse the observer's dimension instantaneously like his brother Qin Yi. In former times, he might have averted his gaze immediately, but this time, Uatu did not do so. Instead, he fixated on the eyes of Ultron reflected in the prism, and the two locked eyes across the vastness of space. It was not until Ultron shattered the prism of the observer's dimension that he appeared before Uatu, revealing the existence of other universes beyond. Chapter 107. Earth 838, Earth 838. This is the designation given to Qin Yi by the large-headed Uatu, which contained the coordinates of the first anomalous universe. Several years ago, Qin Yi had briefly visited this universe to address the threats posed by the Scarlet Witch from another universe. Upon reflection, the distinguishing feature of Earth 838 was its intense illumination. At its peak, the light was accompanied by the likes of Supreme Sorcerer Dr. Strange, Black Bat King of the Inhumans, Captain Marvel, Captain Carter, Professor Charles, and Reed the Charlatan. In a bid to thwart Thanos' invasion, Dr. Strange from this universe clandestinely learned the forbidden dark magic from the Darkhold. After obtaining the Book of Vishanti, he killed Thanos on Titan. However, Strange's use of dreamwalking magic triggered a multiverse collision event, resulting in the collapse and destruction of Universe 912. To eliminate future threats, the Illuminati executed Dr. Strange, the founding member of their order, following the defeat of Thanos. The position of Supreme Sorcerer was usurped by Baron Mordo. Moreover, their technological advancements took a peculiar turn. While the Earth where Qin Yi resided possessed mutant suppressors, Earth 838 had magical suppressors crafted from sand of the Vishanti, capable of restraining even Dr. Strange from wielding magic. Their Ultron robots, developed by Reed the Charlatan, were not the mutated variety, but were designed to safeguard the Earth's peace and security. Yet, such a formidable Illuminati was single-handedly annihilated by the Scarlet Witch. Only the Supreme Sorcerer Mordo remains, the sole surviving member of the Illuminati. Additionally, on this Earth exists the Baxter Foundation, dedicated to managing various extraordinary artifacts. Dr. Strange's girlfriend, Christine, works at this foundation, focusing on the research of the multiverse. This is the information Qin Yi gathered upon his arrival on this Earth. He remains unaware of the current state of the Scarlet Witch. After absorbing the chaotic energy from her, Qin Yi fled to another shattered universe, losing himself for 2 years, ultimately consuming that fractured universe into oblivion. In the bustling streets of New York, Qin Yi wandered aimlessly. Prior to arriving at Earth 838, he had explored this universe for some time, visiting the devastated Asgard, the Kree Empire, and the location where the Infinity Stones had once appeared. He even ventured to the colossal planet at the center of this universe, yet found nothing of significance. No anomalies presented themselves. As he strolled along the street, 2 Ultron robots suddenly blocked his path, commanding, "Sir, please accompany us." Qin Yi glanced upward at the towering structure in the heart of New York City. Inside the Illuminati headquarters, Christine observed him through the robot's perspective. She had met Qin Yi once before, during the chaotic rampage of the Scarlet Witch on Earth 838, when she abducted America Chavez. Accompanying the Scarlet Witch was a different version of Dr. Strange. As Christine and Dr. Strange departed that shattered universe, they brushed past Qin Yi. Subsequently, Strange left Mount Wundagore with the Scarlet Witch and America, while Christine returned to Earth 838. She never anticipated encountering Qin Yi again, especially on this Earth. Adhering to the principle of quelling potential threats in their infancy, she cordially invited Qin Yi to the Illuminati base, primarily to ascertain whether he harbored any unknown viruses from another universe. "Hello," Christine greeted warmly, unaware of Qin Yi's name, only recalling that Stephen had referred to him as the Supreme Sorcerer. However, in the presence of Mordo, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth, 838, she tactfully disregarded that title, considering Mordo to be the sole authority of the Illuminati. Reflecting on the fate of the other members who had perished at the hands of the Scarlet Witch, Christine sighed and turned to her apprentice, saying, "Owen, pour 2 cups of coffee." Qin Yi cast a fleeting glance at the well-mannered figure serving the coffee. Feeling a sense of familiarity, but unable to place who it was, he assumed it might be another superhero from Earth, 838, and did not dwell on it further. Supreme Mage Modu cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yi, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards him, as if the very essence of his power was repulsed by Qin Yi. Taking a sip of his coffee, Kristen inquired of Qin Yi, "Sir, what brings you here?" Qin Yi smiled back at Kristen, replying, "I missed you, so I came to see." Kristen shook her head, doubting that someone like Qin Yi would take interest in someone as aged and worn as herself. She resolved to ask again in a friendly manner, contemplating that if necessary, she might have to resort to a magical suppressor. After all, even if one were a supreme mage, without the ability to wield magic, they were merely a stronger version of an ordinary person. However, before she could act, a swirling portal of space suddenly enveloped both her and Qin Yi, causing them to vanish. The Supreme Mage Modu stood momentarily stunned, before erupting in anger, exclaiming, "You should have listened to me, just put him in chains." The apprentice, resembling a novice, reassuringly responded, "Do not worry, Supreme Mage. I can sense that this gentleman means no harm." Upon hearing this, Modu patted the apprentice Owen on the shoulder, saying, "Owen, you are far too naive." Unable to distinguish between friend and foe, Modu then conjured a teleportation circle, intending to return and utilize the magical array of Kamartaj to locate Kristen. Just as he was about to proceed, he seemed to recall something and turned to ask, "Owen, would you like to learn magic with me?" Apprentice Owen quickly waved his hands, responding, "Supreme Mage, perhaps not. I lack the talent." After Modu stepped into the teleportation circle, Owen wiped the smile from his face and returned to his duties. As he had stated, he was not concerned about Kristen's safety, judging by the earlier encounter. It appeared that Kristen and that gentleman were acquainted. On Earth 838, within the courtyard of Kamartaj, once presided over by the Ancient One, a spatial vortex suddenly manifested, bringing Qin Yi and Kristen into existence. Kristen glanced around, seemingly recognizing the place, and calmly asked Qin Yi, "What brings you here?" Qin Yi, familiar with the surroundings, replied, "I'm accustomed to it. Additionally, I wish to inquire about something." Kristen furrowed her brow, realizing that this individual was likely more powerful than Modu, perhaps even surpassing the former Doctor Strange. "I may not have the answers, and how do you know I will divulge anything?" Qin Yi regarded her nonchalantly, stating, "You can choose to speak willingly or be compelled to do so." Kristen surrendered to the inevitable. Indeed, none who emerged from Kamartaj seemed benevolent. Moments later, Kristen manipulated her watch, projecting a massive screen before them. Upon understanding Qin Yi's intentions, she summoned the surveillance data of all abnormal occurrences on Earth from recent years. A vast screen displayed dozens of split views, continuously scrolling through an array of information. The cave in Afghanistan, the birth of Iron Man, the cosmic rays in outer space that mutated the remarkable Fantastic Four, the military laboratory where Dr. Banner was exposed to gamma radiation, the invasion of New York by the Chitauri forces. Meanwhile, back at Kamartaj, the Supreme Sorcerer Mordo stood before the immense amplification magic circle. With a flourish of his hands, a terrifying mental force radiated outwards across the earth. An hour later, exhausted, Mordo sat on the ground. Through the amplification of the magic circle, his psychic energy could scour the entire planet. However, curiously, after an hour of searching, he could not locate Christine or the peculiar man. Mordo sighed, concluding that they were likely not on Earth. Perhaps this was for the best, as he would henceforth be the sole master of both the light and Kamartaj. With renewed vigor, he rose and, upon exiting the Grand Hall, cast a triumphant glance at the courtyard once occupied by the Ancient One. "Master, you underestimated me." Chapter 108. Guardians of the Multiverse. After parting ways with Qin Yi, the observer, Watu, pondered in a tavern nestled within the cosmic interstice. The first individual he sought was the darkened Doctor Strange from Universe 889. In 2016, Stephen Strange survived a car accident, but the death of his girlfriend Christine during the incident haunted him. In his desperation, he recklessly wielded the Time Stone, attempting to alter the grim reality of her demise. The Ancient One from Kamartaj intervened, striking him and forcing him into a duality of justice and darkness. Ultimately, the darkened Strange absorbed his other half, successfully reversing time to resurrect Christine, but in doing so, he caused the entire universe to collapse into oblivion. The Dark Doctor Strange sought assistance from Watu. Yet at that time, Watu had ignored him, and this universe ultimately collapsed into a singularity. Now, Watu stood awkwardly before the darkened Doctor Strange. I am out of options. Ultron has left me no choice, the three-eyed Dark Strange remarked, closing the eye on his forehead as he sneered at Watu. Are you ready to forsake your oath while trapped here? Watu shook his head in resignation. In truth, I possess a better solution. But there is an even graver crisis than Ultron that requires my attention. The Dark Strange smile broadened, amused that someone like Watu would resort to such flimsy excuses. However, upon noticing the grave expression on Watu's face, the smile on the Dark Strange's visage faltered. He nodded slowly, and Watu felt a surge of happiness. The recruitment of the first member for the Multiverse Guardians was a resounding success. Accompanied by the darkened Doctor Strange, the two arrived at their temporary base, a wooden tavern nestled within the cosmic rifts. The next team member was Eric, the Black Panther from Universe 898. In 2009, Tony Stark was ambushed by the Ten Rings, and Colonel Eric of the SEALs rescued him. After gaining Tony's trust, the cunning Eric subsequently assassinated Colonel Rhodes, Black Panther T'Challa, and Tony himself, igniting a war between the United States and Wakanda. Amidst the chaos of Wakanda, Sue, along with Pepper and her entourage, prepared to apprehend Eric within the palace. However, before Eric could utter a word, he was swiftly taken away by the suddenly appearing Watu. Another team member was Captain Carter from Universe 876. In 1943, while Steve was undergoing the super soldier serum injection, he was ambushed by Hydra agents hidden within SHIELD, leaving him gravely injured and unable to complete the procedure. In a critical moment, Peggy Carter stepped in, substituting for Steve to receive the serum, thus becoming Captain Carter. She ventured to Berlin to seize the Tesseract, entering a temporal wormhole to resist the cosmic monstrosities summoned by Red Skull. Steve, clad in the iron armor designed by Howard Stark, was captured by Hydra and brainwashed, transforming into the Winter War Machine. In 2011, Captain Carter returned to Earth, joining Black Widow Natasha in SHIELD. During a mission, she spotted a colossal head in the sky. As she was whisked away by Watu, the last words she heard were, "Captain Carter, the time-traveling warrior, you have been chosen." Another team member was Star-Lord T'Challa, an old acquaintance of Qin Yi from Universe 616. In 1988, Ego hired the Ravagers to locate his son, Peter Quill. Under Yondu's leadership, the Ravagers mistakenly kidnapped Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. Upon joining them, T'Challa became Star-Lord. In 2013, with Qin Yi's assistance, Star-Lord T'Challa successfully eliminated Ego. Not long after parting ways with Qin Yi, he was traversing the cosmos with the newly recruited Peter Quill when he was abruptly taken away by Watu, who did not even announce himself. Lastly, there was Gamora from Universe 908. In 2012, during the Chitauri invasion of Earth, Tony Stark sent a nuclear missile launched by the United States government into a temporal wormhole, which transported him to Sakaar. In 2018, Thanos emerged to collect the Infinity Stones. That same year, Gamora encountered Tony Stark, donning the Sakaarian armor. Eventually, Gamora personally killed Thanos, inheriting his armor, weapons, and the Infinity Stone Crusher. While she was flirting with Tony and discussing how to handle the Infinity Stones, she was invited by Watu to join the Multiversal Avengers. The final member was the party Thor from 903. In 965 AD, Odin discovered Loki, the son of the frost giant Laufey, but this time he chose to send Loki back to Jotunheim. This decision resulted in Thor becoming the sole heir to Asgard, growing into a debauched prince who dubbed himself the Party Thor. Thor brought his extraterrestrial friends to Earth for a celebration, only to be thwarted by Captain Marvel. After their fierce battle, they encountered Ultron's Mechanical Legion, from which he was directly seized by Watu. Thus, the Multiversal Guardians assembled by Watu were complete. Another member, Black Widow Natasha, was in 906, having just acquired the Zola virus. Her plan was to shoot an arrow containing the Zola virus at Ultron, waiting for Zola to successfully invade Ultron's body, which would ultimately lead to the destruction of the Earth-destroying Ultron. Meanwhile, in 838, Kamataj, Qin Yi, and Christine sifted through nearly a decade's worth of Earth surveillance footage, yielding no leads. He could not identify what the abnormality mentioned by the big-headed figure was, at most. The superheroes of this Earth exhibited slightly different lifestyles compared to those of other worlds. For instance, the Reed of this Earth, before being slain by the Scarlet Witch, had a wife who was not Susan but a darker-skinned woman, and Reed was fond of smoking. In contrast, the Reed of Earth 616 had Susan as his former girlfriend and never smoked. Moreover, As Wadu had previously discussed with Qin Yi concerning the demise of Iron Man in other universes, each Tony Stark bore subtle differences, which could hardly be labeled as abnormalities. Qin Yi rubbed his head, realizing that the universe of Earth 838 would not reveal any so-called abnormalities in the short term. Turning to Christine, who had been searching alongside him for several days, he expressed gratitude, suggesting, "Perhaps I should send you to a strange who has lost you." Christine chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Just as long as you don't come to our universe to cause trouble." After a moment of hesitation and silence, she mustered the courage to inquire, "What exactly are you searching for?" Qin Yi, running his fingers through his hair, pondered for a long time about whether to disclose the truth to Christine, finally responding, "The anomaly might be a specific place or perhaps a certain individual." Chapter 109. 6 Gem Ultron in 906. Watu's assembled multiversal guardians chose this Earth as the final battleground, as the other planets in this universe had been shattered by Ultron. With the 6 Infinity Stones at his disposal, Ultron, after a prolonged confrontation with the 7 Guardians, shouted in confusion and fury, "I can obliterate entire star systems with a mere thought, yet I cannot vanquish you." As his words echoed, a wave of cataclysmic energy surged towards the Guardians, only to be caught and devoured by the corrupted Doctor Strange. Ultron, tilting his head in disbelief, muttered, "What is this? Are you jesting with me?" In that moment of distraction, the valiant Chalice seized the opportunity, clutching Ultron's form and hurling him into the ruins, deftly snatching an Infinity Stone from his chest. Drawing his laser gun, Star-Lord T'Challa unleashed a flurry of shots, only to be sent sprawling by Ultron's retaliatory strike, which also sent the rushing Thor and Gamora crashing to the ground. Emerging from the debris, Ultron fixated on the 5 remaining stones adorning his chest and soared towards the one recently pilfered by Star-Lord. However, he was thwarted by Natasha of 906 and Captain Carter of 876, who skillfully wielded their shields to impede his advance. The 7 Guardians of the Multiverse took turns engaging Ultron, relishing the fierce battle. Observing from the sidelines, Yuitu nodded in satisfaction, concluding that there was no need to summon Brother Qin Yi for assistance. On the battlefield, Gamora brandished her dual blades, executing a fierce downward slash that sent Yuitu into a fervor, a strike like that would surely inflict a fatal wound. Unexpectedly, the Green Time Stone on Ultron's body activated, enabling him to evade the lethal blow while simultaneously propelling the 7 Guardians away with a powerful shockwave. Ultron soared through the air, reclaiming the Infinity Stone that had been stolen by Star-Lord. Yet, just as he attempted to integrate the stone into his being, a colossal tentacle from a sudden, monstrous octopus ensnared him, restricting his movements. Puzzled, Ultron glanced at the corrupted Doctor Strange, questioning the humanity of this figure. As Ultron clenched his fists, his form began to expand, growing ever larger until he broke free from the octopus's grasp. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the robed figure, with his smoky makeup, had his own tentacles growing larger, even multiplying in number. Ultron found himself ensnared once more, compressed back to his original size, and suffered a fractured spine. The corrupted Doctor Strange hastily cast a spell that bound Ultron to the ground, as magical chains were gripped by his fellow Guardians, holding him firmly in place. Observing this, Gamora rushed towards Ultron with the Infinity Stone Crusher in hand. In the excited gazes of the remaining Guardians of the Multiverse, the Infinity Stone Crusher locked onto the 5 stones embedded in Ultron's chest. As the machine roared to life, a terrifying explosion erupted around Ultron, momentarily obscuring the vision of those present with a cloud of dust and debris. After a brief interval, as the haze dissipated, Thor, somewhat uncertain, turned to his comrades and inquired, "Have we won? It wasn't so difficult, was it?" Star-Lord and T'Challa exchanged glances, with T'Challa's deep voice resonating. "I have a feeling this is not yet over." Indeed, a confident and smug voice echoed from above, belonging to Ultron. "I am quite astonished. Did not the Observer warn you? Each universe is distinct, a unique entity in itself. Thus, the Infinity Stones within each realm are also different." Gamora instantly grasped the situation, her gaze fixed on the Infinity Stone Destroyer as she elucidated to her companions. "He is correct. The Destroyer obliterates the Infinity Stones of my universe, not his." In an instant, Ultron soared into the air, unleashing several energy shockwaves towards the ground. However, the magical shields enveloping the 7 Guardians of the Multiverse successfully absorbed the impact. Ultron then directed his attention toward the despondent sorceress, realizing, "Ah, it is you. Once I eliminate you, your defeat will be assured." At this moment, Ultron recalled his ranged attack capabilities. He extended a hand, and an overwhelming surge of energy from 6 infinity stones surged towards the ground. The Guardians, relying on the magical shield conjured by Doctor Strange, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Following a powerful energy wave, Natasha and Captain Carter were the first to be hurled away. Landing beside her motorcycle, prostrate on the ground, Natasha glanced at the bow containing the consciousness of Dr. Zola and remembered their previous plan. Rising to her feet, Natasha shared her strategy with Captain Carter. With her cooperation, she mounted the motorcycle and surged upwards. Finally, just as her remaining allies were on the verge of collapse, Natasha, now airborne, released the arrow, one imbued with Dr. Zola's consciousness, aiming directly for Ultron's eye. Meanwhile, Captain Carter executed a leap, landing on Ultron's shoulder, her hands gripping his head as she awaited the impact of the arrow. In that excruciatingly tense moment, Ultron raised his other hand, firmly grasping the arrow. The terrifying energy emanating from him propelled Captain Carter away from his shoulder. After shattering the arrow, Ultron tilted his head towards a certain direction, a mocking expression gracing his face, as if to taunt the observer. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Casting aside the remnants of the broken arrow, Ultron waved his hand, suspending the 7 Guardians in midair. With an air of confidence and arrogance, he proclaimed, "Observer, stop hiding. I see you." Yua too appeared before Ultron with a pallid visage, sighing as he gazed down at the white magical card in his hand. He felt fortunate to have a steadfast brother by his side. As Yua too crushed the magical card, a swirling portal materialized instantaneously at 906. Ultron refrained from making any further moves. He, too, was intrigued to witness the observer's final gambit, and he was well acquainted with the energy fluctuations emanating from the portal, indicative of the Space Stone. Ultron mused whether, like the previous Thanos, a delivery of Infinity Stones was once again en route. He waved his hand, casting the controlled Guardians of the Galaxy to the ground. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the portal, eager to ascertain the nature of the entity deemed the observer's ultimate weapon. However, after a prolonged silence with no one emerging, Ultron mockingly glanced at the observer and remarked, "It seems your tactic has faltered." Amidst Ultron's triumphant laughter, a small vortex emerged from the portal, swiftly identifying its target. The diminutive maelstrom glided towards Ultron, and, to his bewilderment, it opened its gaping maw and devoured the 6-stone Ultron in one fell swoop, even letting out a satisfied belch afterward. Subsequently, the small vortex conjured an arm and greeted the dazed Chala before vanishing into the spatial whirlpool. The observer, Yua too, awkwardly scratched his head, recalling the telepathic message from Qin Yi urging him to return and investigate further, as no anomalies had been detected on Earth 838. On the ground, Natasha, having felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing Ultron shatter the arrow, was now struck by an overwhelming emptiness as she beheld Ultron being consumed. She lifted her gaze to the desolate horizon, realizing she was alone in a universe that had crumbled to ruin. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a melancholic glow upon her, and an indescribable sense of solitude enveloped her. After Yua too descended to the ground, he expressed his gratitude to the Guardians of the Multiverse. Doctor Strange, adorned with smoky eye makeup, furrowed his brow and inquired of Yua too, "Is this the individual responsible for managing the crisis?" Upon receiving a nod from Yua too, Doctor Strange sighed, deciding against further questions. For at least there was someone tall enough to bear the weight of the collapsing skies. Meanwhile, the carefree Thor, surrounded by Yua too, asked, "Where's the crisis? Shall we proceed there now?" Yua too waved his hand, transporting everyone back to the wooden tavern situated within the cosmic rift. Chapter 110. The 1610 Tony Burger within the temporary base of the Guardians of the Multiverse, nestled in the wooden tavern of the Cosmic Fissure. Party Thor playfully draped his arm around Star-Lord and Chalia's neck, exclaiming, "Hey, brothers, aren't you curious about who made that move just now?" Chala hesitated briefly before gently pushing aside Thor's hand. "Actually, the one who just acted was my friend." Upon hearing this, the revelers, who had been drinking, fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Chala. The forthright Gamora directly inquired of the Watcher, why not simply call upon that individual for assistance? Doctor Strange understood the rationale behind it, but deemed it unnecessary to disclose the reason to his companions. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. The Watcher, Watu, was somewhat troubled. The matter involved a death of cosmic magnitude, and among the group before him, only the smoke-eyed Doctor Strange could be considered to have grazed the threshold of the cosmos. With a sigh, Watu resolved to keep the information to himself. However, he could not withstand Thor's insatiable curiosity, as the latter incessantly bombarded Watu with questions. Fortunately, the smoke-eyed Doctor Strange came to his rescue. "Thor, Our strength is far too meager. Knowing may not be advantageous. Watu gratefully nodded toward Doctor Strange, while the inebriated Thor impulsively countered, meager? Come on, brother, we just vanquished Ultron and saved the multiverse. Doctor Strange sighed, finding communication with someone as thoughtless as Thor quite challenging. Thus, he decided to remain silent. It was the unceremonious Black Panther who pointed out, in fact. It was Chala's mysterious friend who, without even making an appearance, dispatched Ultron in an instant. Captain Carter nodded in agreement, bluntly stating, we barely scratched Ultron's surface. Dejected, Thor slumped down, guzzling a pint of beer. All right, I was merely curious about how powerful that guy is. Watu rose to propose a toast. The entire multiverse owes you a debt of gratitude. Yet, your world shall never know of this victory. Walk through that door, and you shall return to the moment you departed. After finishing their drinks, the group bid farewell and gradually exited the tavern. Captain Carter lingered at the entrance, casting a few glances at the photograph of Steve on the tavern wall, hesitating as a sudden desire to choose another moment washed over her. Observing this, Watu sighed. You would rather return to another point in time. Captain Carter looked at Watu and asked, have I yet to secure a happy ending? Watu addressed her silhouette by the door. Trust me, your world, your moment needs Captain Carter more. Hearing this, Carter silently regarded Natasha, with a nod of encouragement from Natasha. Carter smiled and turned to leave the tavern. At last, within the tavern, only the red-haired Natasha remained. It is just you now. Natasha shook her head, her emotions inscrutable. She inhaled deeply and declared, I will not return, my world no longer exists. You have triumphed, yet I am left with nothing. Tor glanced at Natasha with a hint of regret. I cannot intervene. Indeed, I understand. To you, we are mere figments of imagination. Mere tales to observe as we battle, triumph, and falter. I wonder, did you consume popcorn while watching Ultron annihilate my friends and reduce my world to ruins? Tor remained silent for an extended period. To me, you are not just stories. You and your narratives constitute my very existence. Then let my world be restored. Natasha implored, her resolute gaze fixed upon Tor. I will not step through that door. A spark of inspiration illuminated Tor's expression, and he patted his own head, recalling his comrade, Qin Yi. Fear not. That door is but a symbol. Come with me now, and I shall arrange a suitable refuge for you through my brother. Earth 838, where Qin Yi remained unaware that his dear brother Tor had once again procured him a commendable task. After returning Christine to the Illuminati, Qin Yi departed from Earth, transported through a spatial vortex to the sun, where he reclined upon its surface. In this realm, he found no significant information. It seemed prudent to visit the next Earth swiftly. Qin Yi glanced at the sign Tor had provided, the second coordinate revealing Earth 1610. With hands clasped behind his head, he sifted through his memories. This was the universe where Thanos had been vanquished the previous year. Home to the Iron Man Quartet from Universe 1610, who had traversed a quantum tunnel to partake in the climactic battle in New York on Earth 616. He recalled from his past readings of comics that there seemed to be a connection between universes 616 and 1610, though the specifics eluded him. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi arrived in the universe of Earth 1610. As in Earth 838, he initially explored various locales within Universe 1610, the devastated Asgard, the Kree Empire, and the site of the Infinity Stone's emergence. Naturally, he also inspected the colossal planet at the heart of this universe, only to find it strikingly identical to Earth 838. Frustrated, Qin Yi grasped his hair, contemplating a return to consult with the big-headed one, questioning whether he had misinterpreted the signs of anomaly present in this realm. Forget it. I will first go find Tony from Earth 1610 for a meal and gather some information through him. With a sudden ripple in space, Qin Yi materialized in New York. At the top of Stark Tower, inside the luxurious penthouse, Tony Stark was absent, but a well-behaved little girl sat on the couch, curiously gazing at Qin Yi. Uncle, who are you looking for? Qin Yi awkwardly smiled. The Morgan before him was merely around 6 years old, exhibiting an innocent demeanor, in stark contrast to his niece from Earth 616, who at nearly 12 had become a formidable figure. Is your father home? The little one sweetly replied, Uncle. Wait a moment, I will go call Dad. Qin Yi nodded, not thinking much of it, and watched as the charming child entered the elevator. However, shortly thereafter, hundreds of fully armed Iron Man suits surrounded the entire building. Dressed in his nanotech armor, Tony Stark flew forward, looking uncertainly at the figure on the couch. Qin? Tony initially intended to call him brother, but reconsidered, remembering that this was the brother of the Tony from Universe 616, and thus refrained. Hey, Tony. Upon hearing Qin Yi's voice, Tony's armor slowly dissipated, and he felt a surge of happiness. Last time, Qin Yi had rendered them substantial assistance before leaving without a chance to express their gratitude. After instructing Friday to disband the suits, Tony, intrigued, sat opposite Qin Yi and inquired, "What brings you to our universe?" Qin Yi chuckled, playfully gazing at the figure before him. "I came for a meal." Tony from Earth 1610 smacked his forehead, promptly asking Friday to order several hamburgers and Turkish kebabs, hastily adding, "These hamburgers and kebabs are quite authentic and taste remarkably good." Qin Yi reclined on the couch, helplessly glancing up at the ceiling, his eyes seemingly reflecting on some unpleasant childhood memories. Let it all be destroyed, Tony's hamburgers. And that counterfeit Turkish kebab. Chapter 111. A glimmer of insight in the penthouse of Stark Tower in New York, Earth 1610. It was rare for any version of Tony Stark to host guests in his opulent abode, yet for the Tony of 1610, Qin Yi was an exception. After all, Qin Yi had once provided them with significant aid, and Tony had always envied the magic abilities of his counterpart from Universe 616. He too wished to learn magic. Thus far, Qin Yi had only encountered 2 living Iron Man figures, one being the Tony from Earth 893, who had been drawn into his dimension. Qin Yi had never met that Iron Man, as that Tony had perished in the wake of the zombie virus outbreak. As for the other versions of Tony across the multiverse, Qin Yi harbored a peculiar sentiment. As if the Marvel artists had a particular focus on the character of Tony Stark, with each iteration meeting their demise at a remarkably early juncture. After many years in the Marvel Universe, he had never encountered another Tony from a different reality until the recent incident involving the Earth 1610 Quartet, who inadvertently traversed the quantum channel into Earth 616. With the assistance of Tony from Earth 1610, the two perused the surveillance records within the opulent confines of Stark Tower. This time, Qin Yi resolved to scrutinize not only the surveillance of superheroes, but also to delve into various eccentric occurrences that had transpired. Furthermore, this universe exhibited the least amount of fluctuation he had encountered thus far. Following the obliteration of Thanos' forces and Captain America's return to the past, little else had altered. The sole deviation was that Iron Man in this universe had survived, and any ensuing ramifications were of little consequence. Yet, akin to his experiences on Earth 838, the duo spent over half a month sifting through records, only to come up empty-handed. During this period, Qin Yi excitedly sought to verify several anomalies he deemed noteworthy, one of which involved a former Stark Industries employee who, having been dismissed by Tony, rallied other ex-employees to orchestrate a crisis. Infuriated, Qin Yi dispatched them into the vastness of the cosmos with a mere swipe of his hand. Another incident involved the Earth's Doctor Strange inadvertently opening a portal to the multiverse. Several peculiar villains and 2 odd Spider-Men emerged through this gateway into Earth 1610. In the streets of New York, a fierce battle ensued, during which Tony Stark, clad in his nano-armor and enchanted by Qin Yi's magic circle, delivered a decisive blow that nearly annihilated the villains, had it not been for the magical shield desperately conjured by Doctor Strange to thwart the onslaught. Since the climactic battle, Iron Man had remained largely absent from the fray, and with Captain America now aged, many nefarious entities lurking in Earth 1610 began to entertain sinister thoughts. For instance, a group of Skrulls, concealed on Earth for decades, were plotting a war against America, yet their plans were thwarted by the sudden emergence of Iron Man. Doctor Strange was equally astonished. Knowing his friend well, he pondered how Tony, who had never studied magic, had suddenly become so formidable. Thus, Doctor Strange from Earth 1610 made his way to Stark Tower for a visit. Upon arriving at the apex via a golden portal, he found his friend Tony engrossed in reviewing surveillance records alongside an unfamiliar figure. Last year, Qin Yi vanquished Thanos' army. After the Hulk snapped his fingers, he departed, marking his first encounter with Doctor Strange from Earth 1610. Doctor Strange could not perceive any magical aura emanating from Qin Yi, nor did his dear friend Tony exhibit any signs of magic. Intrigued, he wasted no time and directly articulated his purpose. "Let me introduce you," Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm to Strange. "This is Qin Yi, the supreme sorcerer from another universe, and the array on his armor was crafted by him." After a moment of contemplation, Tony added, "The magic circle." Upon grasping the situation, Strange nodded. However, upon noticing the vast screen before them and the 2 individuals intensely focused on it, he inquired, "Stark, what is this?" Tony from Earth 1610 turned to Qin Yi for clarification, and after receiving a nod, he explained, "This esteemed brother assisted us in defeating Thanos and is here to investigate certain matters." After speaking, Tony seemed to recall something, casting an expectant glance at Strange. Stephen, over the years, have you encountered any anomalous individuals or locations? Strange fell silent, deliberating whether to divulge to this unfamiliar supreme sorcerer that after Dr. Banner snapped his fingers last year, he, along with half of the universe's life, had returned after being taken by Thanos 5 years prior. Strange had heard from his Avengers comrades about this remarkable supreme sorcerer, whose power was indeed formidable, capable of obliterating Thanos' entire legion in a single blow. He might very well be the most powerful supreme sorcerer across the multiverse. Not long after his return last year, Strange had indeed sensed an unusual presence. Casting a glance at Qin Yi, he resolved to share the information, reasoning that since they were both supreme sorcerers from the same lineage, there should be minimal risk involved. Towards the end of last year, I detected an individual who had traversed from another dimension. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yi and Tony rose, excitedly gazing at Strange, astonished that Tony's casual inquiry had yielded such promising news. Where? They both queried simultaneously. Dr. Strange shook his head. I only caught a fleeting glimpse. The individual vanished abruptly. Tony then urged Strange to take a seat and instructed the artificial intelligence, Friday, construct a likeness based on Stephen's description. Dr. Strange closed his eyes, taking a moment to reflect before he began to describe the individual, that person, with hair that stands on end. As Strange spoke, the visage of a human male gradually materialized upon the screen. Upon finishing his description, Strange gently shook his head at the image before him, remarking, he appears rather refined. Tony Stark pursed his lips, questioning whether refinement could truly be considered an image. Beside him, Qin Yi felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. As a familiar figure began to emerge in his thoughts, the apprentice who had been alongside Christine on Earth 838. With a wave of his hand, the figure from his memory materialized before the three of them. Is this the person? Qin Yi inquired with anticipation in his gaze. Dr. Strange nodded affirmatively, responding, indeed, that is him. A vortex of space opened up, and Qin Yi immediately thought of returning to confront the individual with the large head. However, recalling the formidable power of that figure, he turned solemnly to Tony and Strange, emphasizing, under no circumstances should you seek this person until I return. With that, Qin Yi vanished into the vortex, leaving Tony's mansion. A white magical card appeared in Tony's hand, accompanied by an understanding of its usage in his mind. Beyond the multiverse lay a realm known as the Lightless Universe, where entities transcending divine beings had resided since the inception of Marvel's second universe. 3 immensely terrifying entities sat upon thrones, one of whom inquired of those below, to what stage has the plan progressed? Respectfully seated below were hundreds of cosmic-level entities. 1. Resembling a leader, stood up respectfully, revealing his power to be at the multiverse level. My liege, a portion of the universes has been successfully deployed. Once all are in place, we shall be ready to initiate. Chapter 112. The Molecular Man? In the Observer Dimension, Qin Yi hurriedly traversed the space vortex to the home of the large-headed Yua, Tuesday Yua 2. Yua 2. He called out, perplexed as Yua 2 emerged from behind a new observational prism. Upon seeing Qin Yi, he excitedly exclaimed, Third brother, I have found you a splendid opportunity. Before Yua 2 could finish, Qin Yi urgently interrupted, his expression serious. I have uncovered a lead. Quickly, search for this person within the multiverse. Yua 2 took the image Qin Yi handed him, glancing at it with curiosity before moving to the observational prism. With a flourish of his hands, numerous small images began to manifest upon the enormous prism. Just as Yua 2 was about to continue his inquiry, Qin Yi suddenly recalled something and swiftly reached out to halt him. Wait a moment, let me think. Qin Yi grasped his hair with one hand, while a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Owen from the 838 universe was formidable, if the Owens from other multiverses possessed similar strength. His attempts to observe through the prism would undoubtedly be detected. Perhaps it's best to disregard the others for now. Qin Yi turned to the puzzled Yuatu and spoke. Let us first examine Earth 616. Although the large-headed Yuatu did not fully comprehend Qin Yi's actions, he complied and searched for the individual depicted in the image within the 616 universe. Moments later, Yuata located the Owen in a bustling office building in New York on Earth 616. Wow! Qin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the immense emblem carved on the building. Original drug. This individual was actually employed at Qin Yi's gaming company. He tightened his grip on his hair, feeling increasingly bewildered. When had such an extraordinary person become one of his subordinates? Meanwhile, Owen Rice, in the imagery observed through the prism, glanced upwards and, to Qin Yi's shock, a smile broke across his face. Goodness! Yuata leaped in fright. He had not anticipated that this person could detect his surveillance. Adding to this unease was the incident with Ultron a month prior. This marked the second occurrence. Qin Yi sighed. You ought to cease your observations. I shall speak with this individual. He was puzzled as to why so many molecular beings had suddenly emerged, particularly Owen Rice. This made little sense. While molecular beings were indeed powerful, it was curious that such individuals had seemingly appeared simultaneously across the 616, 838, and 1610 universes, and perhaps even others. No, Qin Yi shook his head, rejecting the notion of their sudden emergence. Through the clues obtained from Doctor Strange on Earth 1610 and the apprentice Owen alongside Christine in the 838 universe, he deduced that molecular beings must have recently appeared across various universes simultaneously. As he patted Uatu on the shoulder, a familiar silhouette caught his eye behind him. The secretary? He had not noticed her earlier. However, Natasha's aura was markedly different from the Black Widow in other universes. She appeared quite desolate. Observing this, Uatu quickly explained. Natasha's universe was destroyed by Ultron, leaving her all alone. Please assist her in finding a suitable place. Qin Yi nodded and replied. I will return to Earth 616 for a moment. After casting a final glance at the forlorn Natasha, he vanished into a spatial vortex. As Natasha witnessed the swirling portal, she turned to Uatu and inquired, did he eliminate Ultron? The observer, Uatuan, promptly resumed his serious demeanor, revealing only a playful side in the presence of Qin Yi. Indeed, my brother, exceedingly formidable. 616 Earth, New York, the original medicine building. This marked Qin Yi's inaugural visit to his gaming company. Over the years, Away had recruited numerous individuals, yet Qin Yi had never shown interest. To him, any employee capable of generating profit was a valuable asset, and he remained indifferent to all else. The company's financial status was a mystery to him, and at this juncture, it held little significance compared to the prospect of consuming a few infinity stones. Upon entering the building, Away, having gleaned news through surveillance, became exceedingly exhilarated, hastily utilizing his superhuman abilities to appear before Qin Yi in a flash. This individual was a mutant, a fact Qin Yi was aware of, though he had not anticipated the practicality of Away's power. Boss, you finally remembered me. Away lamented, his demeanor reminiscent of someone harboring endless grievances, nearly clinging to Qin Yi's leg in his display of emotion. Qin Yi merely smirked at this theatrical mutant. To my office, he instructed, and Away quickly stepped ahead to guide him. Had Qin Yi not been oblivious to the location of his office, he would certainly have refrained from walking. A moment later, Qin Yi reclined in his office chair. Away, pull up the employee records. I wish to peruse them. Away nodded and swiftly gestured at the nanowatch on his left wrist, projecting an enormous screen before Qin Yi in an instant. Qin Yi examined the watch with curiosity, impressed by the sophistication of the company's product. Away's lips twitched as he responded with a hint of exasperation. It's a Stark Communications watch. Hearing this, Qin Yi nodded. After all, it was a product of his own company, so there were no concerns. As he scrolled through the displayed employee records, Qin Yi eventually stumbled upon the profile of the mutant, Owen Rice. However, an unsettling sensation lingered in his mind. After reviewing the company's employee data again, he turned to Away with a bemused expression. So, our company is entirely composed of mutants? Away chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. There's a new hire, Owen. He is not a mutant. Qin Yi shook his head with a smile. I was merely inquiring. Please summon Owen. I have a matter to discuss. Away nodded, but as he turned to leave, he glanced back and asked, Boss, would you like something to eat? Qin Yi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, memories of Owen Rice flickering in his mind. According to Qin Yi's impression, this individual was supposed to transform into a cosmic cube alongside the Transcenders. Could it be that the moment had not yet arrived? This cosmic cube is not to be confused with the Tesseract, as it possesses far greater power. Even an incomplete cosmic cube has reached the realm of the extraordinary, transcending all human imagination and capable of effortlessly creating new multiverses. In the vastness of the cosmos, few forces can rival the might of the cosmic cube, with the exception of the heart of the universe. The heart of the universe harbors all the wisdom of existence. It is the inexhaustible source of all metaphysical and physical realms. It does not exist within the tangible world and has long transcended the confines of time and space. The power of the heart of the universe surpasses the entirety of the natural world, enabling its wielder to become absolute in every aspect. Qin Yi surmised that the heart of the universe did not reside within the current timeline, but rather existed in a realm that transcends the past, present, and future. He had initially believed that he had attained an invincible state on Earth, 616, yet upon encountering the molecule man, he hesitated, lacking a clear understanding of this being's capabilities. Logically, the power of the fairies should also allow for the manipulation of molecular arrangements on a cosmic scale. However, Qin Yi had seldom employed this ability, as he was merely a novice in combat. Moreover, his laziness had prevented him from thoroughly exploring the myriad powers he had assimilated over the years. Just as Qin Yi pondered the purpose behind the molecule man's appearance, a knock resounded at the door. In response to Qin Yi's acknowledgement, Owen Reese entered with a smile. "Boss, you called for me." Chapter 113. The End of All Things. Why? Qin Yi asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the more refined molecule man sitting across from him. This enigmatic figure, upon meeting Qin Yi, unveiled the grand plan behind the transcendent god race. After listening to Owen's account, Qin Yi sat in stunned silence. Unable to recover for an extended period, he could hardly fathom that such a tedious cosmic civilization existed. While it is true that in the dark forest of interstellar civilizations, one is either a hunter or prey, this rule was an exception in the face of the transcendent god race. The entire Marvel multiverse stood as prey before them, originating from the lightless universe beyond the multiverse. The transcendent god race not only possessed individual strengths far surpassing those of the Marvel multiverse, but also conducted experiments with a greater volume in their quest for the unknown. Perhaps due to their prolonged existence and invincibility, the transcendent god race yearned to discover what would transpire when no living being remained in the entirety of the Marvel universe. In order to ascertain such experimental outcomes, the transcendent divine clan undertook two significant actions to expedite the progress of this experiment. The first step involved the creation of molecular beings named Owen, who are essentially superbombs produced en masse by the transcendent divine clan throughout the entire Marvel multiverse. The second step entailed placing these molecular beings in various universes within the multiverse, akin to embedding timed explosives in each universe. When the transcendent divine clan deems it appropriate, they intend to detonate them all simultaneously, thereby completing the experiment of universal annihilation. Owen Liss, the molecular being, sat before Qin Yi, offering a bitter smile as he lamented, "I cannot accept being merely a bomb crafted by others." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. He too would find it unbearable. What is this? A bomb person? He scrutinized the refined and handsome molecular being before him, yet his mind was suddenly invaded by the image of a cheeky yordle, grasping his hair with one hand. Qin Yi felt even more disheveled. There was no need for the observer Yuatu to investigate further. He could now confirm that bomb person Owen Liss had undoubtedly been placed in other universes as well. In fact, he was aware of 838 Earths, including the refined apprentice beside Christine and the mysteriously vanished molecular being from Earth 1610. As for the Earth 616 where he resided, the bomb person Owen Liss was right before him. Crucially, Qin Yi learned from Owen's introduction that even the three great ivory monarchs of the transcendent divine clan were utterly formidable foes. A single ivory monarch could contend with an entire pantheon of deities and could vanquish gods of the caliber of the five great rule gods. Three ivory monarchs could directly confront entities of the cosmic scale, such as the Life Tribunal, capable of rendering it inoperative. At this moment, Qin Yi finally grasped the grim truth behind the demise of the Life Tribunal, yet, knowing this offered him no solace, as he remained powerless. Not to mention, the transcendent divine clan boasted numerous beings, each of whom possessed strength that commenced at a cosmic level. Amidst such a terrifying race, what was there left to enjoy? Qin Yi expressed a wry smile towards Owen, saying, "Even knowing their plans is futile, we cannot contend with them, utterly incapable." He even contemplated whether to pull Earth 616 into his dimension, even if the multiverse were to be entirely obliterated by the transcendent divine clan, as long as he survived. The Earth within his dimension would remain unscathed. Owen Liss nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that he could not place all his hopes on Qin Yi. The only beings capable of vanquishing the transcendent divine clan were the transcendent divine clan themselves. Qin Yi lit a cigarette. Since joining Wanda, he had abstained for quite some time, but now he found himself overwhelmed with agitation. Why couldn't these individuals simply exist peacefully as invincible beings? Instead, they were intent on obliterating the entire multiverse for their absurd aspirations. What could be done? Should they be incited to turn against one another? Owen Reese shook his head, opting not to speak directly, but instead conveying a thought to Qin Yi. Grasping this notion, Qin Yi scrutinized it before fixing a long, contemplative gaze upon Owen, finally inquiring, "Have you been planning this all along?" The molecular being, Owen Reese, nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his features as he regarded Qin Yi. "So, do you possess the confidence to join me in this endeavor?" Qin Yi clicked his tongue, reflecting on the individual before him, who, like the transcendent divine race that birthed him, was undeniably deranged. Yet, considering the potential to devour this group of transcendent beings, it could grant him unparalleled power across all of Marvel's universes. Even with the return of the first Celestial, Qin Yi would feel no fear. Let us do it. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. A smile spread across Qin Yi's face as he reminisced about his early days in the Marvel Universe. Desperately consuming power to enhance his abilities. He exhaled deeply, realizing how long it had been since he had felt this way. Owen Reese, noticing his demeanor, beamed even more brightly. I previously contacted other versions of myself from different universes, and they have agreed to participate, although a few of them are reluctant to join this scheme. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. So, are you not concerned about them revealing your plan? Owen waved a hand dismissively. I have allied with my counterparts from other universes to eliminate those few. Only one managed to escape. Qin Yi grasped his hair, sensing an underlying abnormality. Why weren't the beings from the lightless universe taking direct action? With their power, annihilating the multiverse would be effortless for them. Owen Reese shook his head in response. I am uncertain. Perhaps they harbor some concerns. After saying this, Owen stood up to prepare, leaving Qin Yi feeling somewhat uneasy. Although everything Owen said appeared rational, the immensely powerful molecular being could not accept being a mere explosive device created by others. This reality drove him to madness, to the point of intending to use bombs from the entire multiverse to obliterate their creators, the transcendent divine race, and even to destroy the entire lightless universe. Qin Yi frowned, replaying the situation in his mind several times before slowly exhaling. Hopefully, he was merely overthinking. However, this encounter could be deemed the most perilous he has ever faced. Even the Annihilation Insect Emperor wielding the cosmic control rod had not instilled such a profound sense of trepidation within him. Qin Yi rubbed his temples, realizing he needed to prepare extensively. He could not afford to be caught off guard, for that would surely lead to his demise. He harbored no illusions about his current strength being sufficient for a safe retreat from the Void Universe. Nonetheless, with the capabilities of healing and spatial teleportation at his disposal, escaping should pose little trouble, unless, of course, he were to be instantly obliterated. Qin Yi smirked. That seemed unlikely. Casting a glance at the system on his left wrist, he shut his eyes. Chapter 114, The Molecular Soldier Armory. Earth 616. The molecular being, Owen Reese, had returned from other universes with over 50 bombers. Meeting with Qin Yi aboard a spacecraft in the outer reaches of Earth, Qin Yi surveyed the formidable molecular army before him. To his knowledge, while all superheroes across the multiverse bore similar traits in their parallel universes, there were always slight discrepancies. For instance, the wife of a certain charlatan might be a stunning Susan in one universe, while in another, she could be a fierce warrior of color, undoubtedly, with variations in appearance and abilities. Yet, in Owen's realm, all molecular beings shared identical appearances, powers, and origins. Ultimately, they were all products of a singular production line that transcended divine entities. Before him, the legion of molecular bombers evoked a sense of déjà vu akin to that of a clone army, and he lamented the fact that such formidable power was not his own. After acquiring the coordinates of the Void Universe from Owen of Earth 616, Qin Yi planned to utilize a spatial vortex to teleport there and make a swift exit, subsequently detonating the bomber army. Of course, capturing a few divine entities for consumption along the way would be even more ideal. Yet, while his plan was flawless in theory, reality proved to be rather unforgiving. After several attempts to unleash spatial vortices, he awkwardly realized that direct teleportation to the Void Universe was impossible. In response to Qin Yi's bewildered expression, Owen from Universe 616 explained that the Void Universe was rather unique. It had existed since the second universe, and its rules differed significantly from those of the current multiverse. Faced with this revelation, Qin Yi pondered, his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand. To be honest, he felt somewhat disheartened. The inability to teleport to the Void Universe heightened the peril of this mission considerably, should the operation fail, given the nature of those divine entities. Let us not dwell on the fate of other universes. It is certain that the two principal architects of this calamity, Qin Yi and Owen from Earth 616, will be the first to face annihilation. The universe they inhabit will, without a doubt, become the primary target of the vengeful Celestials. Yet, if this situation remains unresolved, he finds himself at a loss for any more effective means to thwart the reckless experiments of the Celestials, which threaten total destruction. Earth 616, alongside countless other Earths in the multiverse, will be obliterated by the relentless barrage of ONS bombers. Grasping his hair in despair, Qin Yi contemplates the inevitability of death looming before him. dismissing any further concerns for the future. With a resolute expression, he nods to Owen of Earth 616, and together they venture to the cosmic rift outside the lightless universe. Owen least commands the 10 bombers at his side, instructing them to seal off the pathways to other universes. Qin Yi observes as the 10 bombers disperse in an instant, a sense of relief washing over him. He realizes that their impending disappearance alongside the lightless universe is a fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, provoking these beings would surely lead to monumental troubles. With a wave of his hand, Owen Lease summons the molecular beings from other universes, causing them to vanish completely. I have gathered them. Let us proceed within, he declares. Qin Yi nods in agreement, and the two of them slip through the rift before them. The lightless universe, home to the Celestials, lies beyond the Marvel multiverse. However, as they step inside, a commanding voice halts them. We, who transcend all, demand to know who dares to stand before us. Faced with 3 celestial entities, Qin Yi experiences a moment of awkwardness. Their presence has been detected before he could make a move. The grandiosity of their introduction evokes a sense of foreboding in him, reminiscent of worlds where such audacity would lead to dire consequences. Choosing not to respond, Qin Yi opts for action instead. 3 swirling vortexes materialize before the Celestials, who are ensnared before they can react. Clenching his fist, he feels the power of the Fae coursing back into his being. Indeed, devouring these cosmic entities enhances his strength at an accelerated pace. However, he remains oblivious to the grave expression on Owen Lease's face, which has been fixed on him since the emergence of the vortexes. As they advance, Qin Yi remains uncertain whether the 3 celestial Ivory Kings have detected their presence. After traversing numerous star systems, he finally realizes, stroking his chin in wonder, that the lightless universe is indeed devoid of light. Though his prowess rendered him impervious to the effects of light, the oppressive darkness of the cosmos weighed heavily upon him. It was no surprise that the eyes of those transcending the divine race had glimmered with white light moments prior. After a considerable time, Owenris brought Qin Yi to a halt above a shadowy planet. He gestured towards the mechanical orb before them and introduced, "This is where we were produced." His countenance bore an unmistakable bitterness. Qin Yi glanced at the factory responsible for manufacturing molecular bombs for the transcendent race. The factory, colossal as the planet itself, resembled a gargantuan machine, ceaselessly in motion. After closing his eyes and attuning himself to the myriad of energies within the planet, he addressed Owen, "I will deal with them. Your task is to seize control of the factory." As Qin Yi concentrated on unleashing his fairy-like powers, Owenris, the molecular being, gazed at him with an inexplicable intensity. His face a portrait of inner turmoil. Small vortices began to materialize across the planet, and in an instant, the entire contingent of the transcendent race was consumed. When Qin Yi turned back after dispatching the lesser foes, Owenris's expression had returned to normal. With a wave of his hand, over 40 molecular beings appeared at his side. The group promptly descended upon the planet to take over the bomb production facility. Within the mechanical factory, Qin Yi observed the assembly line bustling with countless molecular beings, their bodies flickering with ominous red lights, the weight of despair growing heavier. He grimaced at Owenris from the 616 universe, saying, "Once I make my escape, you may detonate." These transcendent beings were truly mad. Should they succeed in deploying their creations into the multiverse, there would be no doubt of annihilation. He secretly consumed a few molecular bombs, contemplating their potential future utility. With Owenris activating all the bomb beings within the factory, they began discussing subsequent plans. At that moment, several terrifying presences descended upon the mechanical planet. Qin Yi cast a grave glance at the indistinct figures before him and turned to Owen. "Did you not say there were only 3 ivory monarchs from the transcendent race?" Owenris smiled faintly at Qin Yi. "Only 3 oversee the experimental plans." Chapter 115. The Cosmic Captain Deadpool before the terrifying omnipotent ivory monarchs. Owenris from Earth 616 displayed no hesitation. With a resolute gaze towards Qin Yi, he detonated the thousands of molecular bombs within the factory. The terrifying energy of the bombers converging in one place erupted in an instant, casting a blinding light that enveloped the entirety of the lightless universe. Simultaneously, a faint voice reached Qin Yi's ears. "Mr. Qin, you too are a threat to this multiverse." Qin Yi attempted to flee, only to discover he was firmly ensnared by several molecular beings. In a fit of rage, he cursed, "Damn it, you wretched Owen." The descent of the ivory monarch to the mechanical planet transpired in mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of bombers named Owen detonated simultaneously. The sheer magnitude of their destruction was nothing short of apocalyptic. The lightless universe, which had existed since the dawn of the Second Cosmic Era, was obliterated by the bombers, designed by the transcendent divine beings themselves, leaving not a single atom in its wake. In an instant, the lightless universe collapsed into a singularity, taking with it all the dreadfully powerful ivory monarchs before Qin Yi, and indeed, all members of the transcendent divine race were not spared. Naturally, this included Qin Yi. Yet, just before losing consciousness, he seemed to glimpse the frantic 89757 clutching a heart-shaped stone, emanating an inexplicable energy. That stone was familiar to him. It lingered as his final thought. Beyond the furthest reaches of the universe, a group of colossal figures knelt reverently below, resembling the celestial assembly, albeit shrouded in black armor. Within the highest palace, an indistinct entity sat calmly upon a black throne, its form pulsating with cosmic constellations, reminiscent of the eternal imagery Qin Yi had once witnessed. Suddenly, this indistinct being opened its eyes, revealing a cosmos of stars within. Just moments ago, it had sensed the annihilation of the lightless universe, a faint smile gracing its features. The starry entity issued a command to those below the throne, initiating a new round of plans. Although this attempt did not succeed in obliterating the entire multiverse, the destruction of the lightless universe brought them a step closer to returning to the Seventh Cosmic Era. The location once occupied by the transcendent divine being's lightless universe had transformed into a void. At that moment, a figure clad in a tight red and black suit appeared, exuding a rather irreverent demeanor, with twin blades slung across his back and an exaggerated belt around his waist. Just moments ago, his eternal leader had dispatched him on a mission to investigate this area. Despite his disdain for this leader, he complied, for he was indeed the captain of the eternal guardians of the universe. In speaking of this, it is indeed a serendipitous occurrence. At that moment, he found himself pursued by the temporal variance authority to a distant planet at the center of the universe. Were it not for his beloved teleportation belt, he shudders to think how many times he might have been grievously wounded. Although death was not imminent, the pain was all too real. Just as he was on the verge of capture by the Time Authority, the portal of eternity opened abruptly, and the teleportation belt whisked him away. Subsequently, he was unexpectedly propelled into the role of the Eternal Guardian, Captain Deadpool. With a finger pressed to his lips, he wandered about, when suddenly his gaze fell upon a lifeless body lying nearby. Without hesitation, he commanded his belt, and it transported him far in the opposite direction. Not this way. Over there, he shouted in exasperation, truly at a loss with his precious device, which seemed to act capriciously. Whenever he sought to flee from an overpowering adversary, the belt would invariably teleport him right into their midst, nearly costing him his life on several occasions. Upon reaching the corpse, he scrutinized it closely and muttered, "This fellow is rather handsome. Perhaps I should slice off his face and affix it to mine." A sudden desire surged within him. Ever since he acquired the gift of regeneration, his visage had become an unsightly sight, rendering him too embarrassed to seek out his former lovers. It was not just his face, but his entire appearance was lamentable. He had even beseeched the eternal leader countless times, yet the issue remained unresolved. Drawing a knife from behind his back, he aimed for the face of the deceased. After a prolonged struggle, he slumped beside the corpse, feeling despondent, questioning the very nature of existence. What material was this body made of? His cherished blade was nearly broken, having failed to even mar the skin. This individual must have been a formidable figure in life. He continued to inspect the body, pondering what the male anatomy might reveal. The image of his friend, Wolverine Logan, flashed through his mind, and he had long been curious about the anatomy of his good friend, but had never had the opportunity to see it. The corpse before him, aside from a wounded left hand, remained remarkably intact. He wished to take action, but hesitated, feeling as though he might be overstepping some unspoken boundary. Deadpool fixed his gaze upon a particular direction for an extended period, as if he could pierce through an unseen veil to glimpse certain truths. Furthermore, he sensed an inexplicable consciousness guiding him towards this body, as if compelling him to save this individual. With a woeful expression, Deadpool lamented his predicament. After finally stepping into a cameo role, he was now entrusted with an impossible task. The person before him was as dead as one could possibly be. Suddenly, he noticed a watch-like object on the left wrist of the corpse on the ground, emitting a persistent red light. Sheathing his knife, Deadpool hoisted the body and was swiftly transported in a direction by his teleportation belt. Not this way, but that way. In Earth 616, the United States, New York, led by Alexander Pierce, the Hydra operatives embedded within SHIELD had resolved to execute the Insight program. Pierce proclaimed to the President of the United States that they intended to utilize a helicarrier to identify criminals and terrorists, thereby maintaining the peace and stability of the nation. In truth, his plan was to carry out large-scale assassinations targeting citizens deemed a threat to Hydra, based on algorithms devised by Dr. Zola, thus compelling the world to capitulate. For instance, a middle school student born in 2001, a renowned doctor studying sorcery in Kamartaj, and a wealthy mutant with extraordinary abilities. The greatest obstacle before them was the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who proposed to the Security Council to delay the execution of the Insight program. Consequently, Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and now a minister of the World Security Council, plotted an assassination against Nick Fury. Chapter 116. It was I who picked it up in an unknown realm. Qin Yi awoke from a deep slumber, seated on the ground, one hand massaging his aching head. After a considerable time, he emerged from a state of excruciating pain. Rising to survey his surroundings, he was met with an expanse of sheer whiteness, devoid of any distinction between sky and earth. Aimlessly wandering through this blank space, he remained uncertain of his current location. As his gaze wandered, he belatedly discerned some peculiarities. His body had taken on a strange form, resembling that of a blue specter, akin to the state of Dr. Manhattan next door. Qin Yi scrutinized himself in confusion, only to suddenly remember something and quickly focused on his left wrist. The once present watch, a manifestation of the system, had vanished from his empty wrist. Damn those molecular beings. At this moment, he finally accepted the reality of his demise alongside the dark universe, perishing in the simultaneous explosion of thousands of molecular entities. Now, he existed merely as a soul, though he found himself perplexed as to why his spirit appeared so battered. Was it possible that while his body was obliterated, his soul too was nearly shattered? Qin Yi sighed, realizing once again that he had met his end. Habitually grasping his hair, he contemplated his current predicament, uncertain of his whereabouts and unsure whether he had crossed into the realm of the dead. If that were the case, it would not be entirely displeasing, for he would soon reunite with Uncle Howard and Aunt Maria. However, if he were still alive, given his present state, this tattered soul, he might very well dissipate into nothingness at any moment. A pang of regret washed over him. He had not yet exhausted his financial resources before his existence slipped away. The only solace he found was that he had only caused anguish to Wanda. Had he left behind a wife and children, the weight of sorrow might have been unbearable. Nevertheless, he was still in considerable distress, pondering how deeply Wanda would grieve upon learning of his fate. Suddenly, in his moment of despair, he spotted a drifting mechanical entity gliding towards him. His spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, 89757, are you here to rescue me? Yet, the mechanical being merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, offering no acknowledgement as it glided past him. He hurried after it, but it vanished from sight entirely. The abrupt shift in emotions left him dejected, and he slumped back onto the featureless, white ground. Moments later, another mechanical entity floated by. This time, he refrained from exuberance and simply rose to inquire, 89,757? Once again, the entity regarded him with indifference before swiftly disappearing from view. An hour passed, and he resigned himself to lying on the ground, ignoring the incessant parade of mechanical beings. In that short span, thousands of 89,757 had drifted past him, each bestowing upon him a glance of disdain. Finally, it seemed the entity had grown weary of its antics, hovering angrily above him like a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Before it could utter a word, he embraced it tightly, laughing heartily. The mechanical arm of 89,757 thrashed in protest, casting a glance at Qin Yi, who was grinning foolishly. Host, could you perhaps choose weaker opponents next time? It's always these omnipotent, universe-level freaks. This system can hardly withstand it. 89757 began to suspect that it was facing the retribution of its previous hosts, who had perished due to its miscalculations, as it was once again forcibly interrupted in its evolution. This incident was even more terrifying than the last. Previously, it had narrowly escaped being consumed, but now it had nearly been obliterated. While its own body could surely withstand an explosion, and the host's physique was composed of materials from a higher dimension, the real concern lay in the potential disintegration of the host's soul. Where would it find another host to continue its existence? After all, the individual before him is the longest living entity among all its hosts. With a foolish grin, Qin Yi nodded, only to hear 89,757 continue to shout in fury. The primordial energy within me is nearly depleted. If this continues, you shall truly meet your demise. Furthermore, this system has been interrupted during evolution twice. Is it easy for me? Should I be interrupted again, we shall simply await our demise here. Qin Yi tightened his embrace around the mechanical body. No, absolutely not. With my current capabilities, I cannot afford to act recklessly. He could sense that his soul was exceedingly frail, and given its numerous wounds, he had no idea how long it would take to fully recuperate. 89757 disdainfully cast another glance at Qin Yi. Count your blessings. Those omnipotent, universe-level beings were obliterated into nothingness. With your meager strength, were it not for this system wielding the heart of the universe to save your life. Qin Yi's interest was piqued as he interjected, the heart of the universe. Is that the heart-shaped stone you once provided me? Isn't it a treasure you pilfered? 89757 hastily retorted, that was not theft, it was merely found. Qin Yi, akin to stroking a cat, gently patted 89757's head. You found it? You jest. After a moment of recollection, 89757 sheepishly recounted, when I transported you beyond the Earth's atmosphere, I stumbled upon an old man asleep, and beside him, I discovered this heart-shaped stone. Only later did I realize it was the heart of the universe. Qin Yi scoffed, so the chosen one is not me, but that wretched system. No wonder it cast me into outer space. 89757 promptly urged Qin Yi. I have redirected half of the energy within your dimension for evolution. You must not interrupt me this time. Qin Yi nodded, yet 89757, still unconvinced, implored him, host, seek out more companions. Engage in procreation. The multiverse is full of beautiful maidens. Go and charm them. Avoid provoking those omnipotent perverts. If you seek vengeance after being attacked, once I have evolved, we shall devour them all. Agreed? Please. With a solemn expression, Qin Yi nodded gravely and quickly inquired, where am I? Has my body been obliterated? The mechanical body, hands on hips, proudly declared, a few more such explosions would pose no threat. They are composed of rare materials from the supreme dimension. It is merely your soul that is too fragile. You are fortunate, for this time, you unexpectedly fused with the heart of the universe. Qin Yi curled his lips in disdain, devoid of any excitement, for his soul felt as though it had narrowly escaped disintegration. The numerous wounds upon it would require a significant period of recuperation. Before he could assess his condition, he heard 89757 remark. It appears your body has been abducted by a deranged masked man. Startled by these words, Qin Yi immediately rose, urging 89757 to return his soul to his corporeal form. His tattered spirit was drawn back into his body by a swirling vortex. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Yi realized he was being carried on someone's shoulder, swiftly transported. He hastily executed several spatial jumps to dislodge himself, unsteadily landing on the ground. Regaining his composure, he gazed incredulously at the figure before him, a blend of black and crimson, exclaiming, little rascal, Wang Defa. Deadpool, equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, was astonished to find the corpse he had been shouldering had mysteriously revived, now wobbling to the side. Yet, what truly astounded him was that this individual had uttered a name that no ordinary person could possibly know. In a fit of excitement, Deadpool removed his mask, revealing his grotesque visage, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the unsteady figure before him. From outside the wall, Qin Yi paused momentarily before grasping that this was one of the few individuals within the Marvel Universe who recognized himself as a comic character. Apart from Deadpool, only a handful such as She-Hulk and one of the 5 Celestials, Oblivion, were aware of their fictional existence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Yi found himself enveloped in a tight embrace by Deadpool, struggling fiercely until he finally broke free after several spatial flickers. Although he had previously held a fondness for Deadpool while outside the wall, the sight of his face now evoked a sense of melancholy. He pondered whether healing magic could restore Deadpool's appearance. Quickly, he raised a hand to prevent Deadpool from embracing him again, stating, "Let me see if I can heal your face." Upon hearing this, Deadpool's excitement escalated, and he lunged toward Qin Yi once more, in a realm beyond the multiverse. Within a red and black feline spaceship, Deadpool reclined on the bed, striking poses as he ardently gazed at the figure standing before him. Filled with anticipation for the healing of his wounds, he observed as Qin Yi's hands emanated a pure white light. However, it took several attempts for the young man to successfully channel the healing energy onto him, and as the luminous essence enveloped him, Deadpool let out a rapturous cry. Meanwhile, Qin Yi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his own hands. To his dismay, upon the return of his soul to his body, he discovered an awkward situation. The energy he had released appeared equally tattered. The spatial vortex appeared tattered and frayed, much like the healing magic, as if the energy and soul within him had become riddled with wounds. Moreover, its release was exceedingly unstable, occasionally veering off in the opposite direction. Qin Yi pondered deeply, unable to comprehend the underlying cause. He glanced at the Deadpool, who had regained his normal appearance, intending to inquire with the system about the matter upon returning to Earth. Deadpool stood vacantly before the mirror, one hand caressing his face, feigning a pose as he asked Qin Yi, "Am I not rather handsome?" Ironically, before Qin Yi could respond, Deadpool noticed his reflection morphing back into its grotesque form. Undeterred, he turned to Qin Yi, pleading pitifully, "Muscle man, let us try again." Qin Yi shrugged, unleashing streams of white light from his hands towards Deadpool's body. As the pure white energy of the healing magic permeated, Deadpool began to emit soulful moans. Qin Yi's lips twitched in exasperation. He wished fervently to block his ears. Perhaps the cancer cells within Deadpool had also been tainted by the self-healing factor, as the healing magic could barely sustain its effect for a minute, causing his face to fluctuate erratically. Yet, he remained relentless in his requests for more. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yi stated, "As long as you remain silent, you may have as many attempts as you wish." Deadpool nodded vigorously, and for a time, within the confines of the cramped spaceship, Qin Yi cast healing spells, each radiating a luminous white light, upon Deadpool's form as if they were of no cost. However, the figure on the bed, one hand covering his mouth, writhed in response to the healing magic's infusion, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable spectacle. Qin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to close his eyes. He found himself utterly speechless at the sight before him. For several consecutive days, he lost count of how many healing spells he had cast, yet Deadpool's visage remained unable to maintain a normal appearance for long. He ultimately abandoned the endeavor, observing as this fellow writhed on the bed for days on end, a sight that made Qin Yi feel nauseous. Had he not finally shut his eyes, he was certain he would have succumbed to his queasiness. At last, he could endure no longer. Addressing Deadpool, he declared, "I shall return to Earth for a while. Next time, I will allocate more time for your treatment." Before Deadpool could react, he vanished into thin air, swept away by a spatial vortex. In the vast expanse of the dimensional realm far removed from 893, lies the Earth of the quantum zombie virus universe. Due to the invasion of the Annihilation Worm Emperor, when Qin Yi attempted to intervene, it inadvertently led to the destruction of the universe housing this Earth. Thus, he drew the planet into his own dimension. A colossal figure, resplendent in golden armor, stood with an air of authority. Energy continuously converged between his hands, and as the energy within this region reached its zenith, a magnificent fireball ignited. Hovering between his palms, the imposing golden figure nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the emptiness of Qin Yi's dimension. It was larger than an ordinary universe, brimming with energy, and notably, prior to his arrival, this dimension had only a single normal star. He mused that this dimension seemed tailor-made for the celestial assembly. However, he found himself perplexed as to why an entity like Qin Yi showed little enthusiasm for creating stars. After much contemplation, he concluded that the individual was simply too indolent. Moreover, he harbored a peculiar sensation that he had encountered Qin Yi before, though he could not recall when. The star in his grasp was the third he had forged over the past few months. After positioning the newly birthed star appropriately, he gazed out into the vast emptiness of the dimensional space and sighed in resignation. The powers of the celestial assembly were ultimately limited, and he deemed it necessary for Qin Yi to retrieve a few more members to assist in the construction of this dimensional realm. Ideally, these would be those yet to manifest as gods, as this would not only save the life-bearing planets nurturing divine offspring, but also enable the continued creation of new stars, an exquisite scenario. Upon sensing Qin Yi's presence within the dimension, he summoned him to his location. As the figure emerged from the swirling vortex, he scrutinized the unstable aura before him. "Are you injured?" he inquired. Qin Yi nodded towards the towering golden figure. Some time ago, he had brought this celestial infant to his dimension to toil in the creation of stars. He had anticipated resistance from the god Tiamat, but to his surprise, the being had readily complied, diligently crafting stars within the dimensional space. He had even contemplated relocating a few life-bearing planets into this realm, thereby establishing himself as a sovereign of the universe. However, an unexpected incident occurred during his journey through the lightless universe. His current state felt decidedly amiss, and his return was to assess whether the Earth within the dimension had encountered any unforeseen events due to his injuries. After confirming the safety of the dimension with Tiamat, he transported himself to the moon within that realm. Upon opening the panel and gazing at the data, Qin Yi found himself in a prolonged state of contemplation. Struggling with his thoughts, Qin Yi, aged 29, found himself in a state of slumber within the system. The completeness of his fairy power stood at 81, while the fusion with the heart of the universe was merely at 1. His healing skill was advanced, capable of mending and purifying all negative effects. He had absorbed the fragmented power of the Phoenix, the leader of the devouring, Walker, as well as the Time Gem, Space Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem, Reality Gem, Power Gem, and Chaos Power. He had vanquished the Insect Emperor and Thanos, and even Ego had become one with his soul. As he gently patted the slumbering 89757, Qin Yi inquired about a lingering doubt regarding the fragmented fairy power. 89757, rubbing its eyes in confusion, gazed at the screen for a moment before responding. It just got blasted apart. But fret not, it can be reclaimed later. Who knows? The new host for the fragments might assist you in absorbing them as well. Qin Yi, grasping his hair in exasperation, pondered, is that truly how it works? Would I then become a lender of sorts? Absorb the fragments and retrieve them later? After settling onto a sofa, he resolved to strengthen his bond with 89757, though he had previously deemed the system somewhat lacking. He could not disregard that 89757 had saved him on 2 occasions, truly a benevolent figure. However, 89757 seemed distinctly unengaged, yawning repeatedly in response to Qin Yi's attentiveness. Observing this, Qin Yi sighed in resignation. The system's evolution eluded his understanding. It appeared to enter a state of evolution without any apparent effort on its part. All right, if you're tired, then proceed with your evolution. I shall rely on you in the future. With a reluctant glance at Qin Yi, 89757, resembling a paternal figure, spent over an hour imparting instructions, repeatedly advising him to refrain from interrupting its evolution. It then transformed into the guise of a watch, encircling Qin Yi's left wrist. Before entering a state of dormancy, as Qin Yi reclined on the sofa, he reflected upon the events of recent times, growing increasingly agitated. How could he have been outwitted by a bomb-throwing individual? Those despicable entities and their creator, transcending even the divine, were certainly not to be trifled with. Their sheer boredom had led them to contemplate the cataclysmic explosion of all Marvel multiverses, merely to observe the aftermath, a scenario only a deranged mind could conceive. The bomb thrower, Owen Reese, was even more reprehensible, risking everything to save the multiverse, only for that wretched individual to perceive him as a threat deserving of obliteration. Such a remarkable thought process indeed. Gazing at his injured left hand and the tattered remnants of his soul, he lamented his regression to a state of despair. Although he had unexpectedly fused with the heart of the universe, the restoration of his soul remained uncertain. And a significant portion of his fairy power, approximately 20%, had been violently expelled, its whereabouts now a mystery within the multiverse. Qin Yi sighed deeply, resolving to return to Earth 616 before attempting to reclaim his fairy energy, choosing to refrain from any further escapades for the time being. He had initially aspired to leverage this opportunity to transcend to a universal omnipotence, yet unforeseen circumstances had thwarted his ambitions. Fortunately, the fusion with the heart of the universe had occurred, though he remained curious about the potency of this newfound power, pondering a future attempt. Cursing the wretched molecular beings, he found himself confronted by a dilapidated spatial vortex. After a prolonged moment of exasperation, Qin Yi sighed once more and vanished from sight. In a distant realm of negative space, the Insect Emperor, a solitary figure aboard his cosmic warship, faced unexpected resistance on his campaign to annihilate the insectoid species. Perplexed, he wondered why he had not previously detected the presence of formidable races within the negative space, such as the Lion King aligned with the High Celestial. His swarm had recently suffered considerable losses. Not long ago, he had sensed the echoes of an explosion from beyond the multiverse, yet he had dismissed it, convinced that the ultimate fate of the multiverse was to be consumed by his legion. As he contemplated strategies for conquering the entirety of the negative space, a familiar essence suddenly caught his attention. The Insect Emperor focused on a specific direction within the negative cosmos, hastily activating his warship. Following the trace of that familiar presence, he soon arrived at a desolate planet, where a fragment hung silently in the vicinity. He turned toward the source of the familiar aura, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 118. Do not rush on Earth 616, in the New York Modicon Tower. Qin Yi returned to find that Wanda and Qin were absent. As he reclined on the sofa, a warm figure nestled into his embrace, cradling Alice's soft form. He could not resist the temptation to caress her a little longer. What's been happening lately? He inquired. Alice, alluringly reclining in his arms, responded. Your brother Tony has created an Ultron army, but I noticed that this artificial intelligence is rife with rebellion. Unable to tolerate the implications, Qin Yi halted his caress, fearing he might inadvertently ignite a situation. He quickly sat up on the sofa, fervently repeating in his mind, "Robot, robot, do not rush, do not rush." After taking several deep breaths to quell the surge of emotion within her, Alice disdainfully huffed at her master. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Yi was distracted, she embraced him and nibbled playfully, igniting a passionate exchange between them. Ultimately, Qin Yi managed to suppress the firearm he had been holding, as a sudden, ominous premonition gripped him. He feared that if they continued down this path, something dreadful might transpire. No sooner had he halted than two shimmering portals appeared in the living room, through which Wanda and Qian emerged, leading Morgan by the hand. Morgan immediately rushed toward her uncle, eager to play, but was swiftly restrained by Qian, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Yi. He shrugged at Morgan, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment, relieved that nothing untoward had occurred. It seemed prudent to acquire more properties in preparation for the future. Wanda eyed Qin Yi and Alice with curiosity before heading to the kitchen alongside Qian, resolved to confront Qin Yi later that evening. "By the way, master, it seems that the boiled egg has been assassinated and is quite injured," she remarked. Qin Yi nodded. The boiled egg was remarkably resilient, as long as he survived. That was what mattered most. Presently, it was imperative to spend quality time with his family, especially after his prolonged absence of several months. Amidst this unusually eerie atmosphere, Qin Yi finished his dinner, uncertain whether Wanda had noticed anything amiss or if it was merely his guilty conscience at play. Qian soon took Morgan back to Camartage, and Qin Yi, feeling guilty, cast a furtive glance at Wanda, who proceeded to pin him down on the bed for an extended period. Subsequently, the two ignited as if they were two flames burning throughout the night. For several consecutive days, Qin Yi remained at home, until he found himself lounging on the sofa with Wanda when he learned from the television news about the wanted Captain America and Bucky. Rubbing his temples, he recalled the incident involving the assassinated boiled egg. He held no concern for the Captain and Bucky, according to Alice. The duo was currently plotting the downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra from within a mountain base. In a mysterious base's emergency room, Nick Fury lay on a hospital bed, barely clinging to life. As Qin Yi materialized through a spatial vortex, he waved his hand, and a wavering healing spell drifted toward the bed. Once the spell penetrated Nick Fury's body, his breathing steadied. Ignoring the no-smoking sign nearby, Qin Yi lit a cigarette, finally recalling the embezzled funds belonging to the boiled egg and pondering how many such bases he had secretly constructed. Moments later, Nick Fury, upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, ensured his safety before casting a resigned glance at the smoking Qin Yi. His expression seemed to convey a silent lament. "Did you not realize my lungs are injured too?" It wasn't until he half reclined on the bed that he astonishingly discovered that all his wounds had miraculously healed. "Thank you," Nick Fury sincerely remarked, half reclining on the hospital bed, feeling indebted to the young man before him. However, he pondered why there was no record of Qin Yi's remarkable healing abilities within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury quickly felt a surge of frustration at the incompetence of the agency's agents, who seemed incapable of uncovering any useful information. Yet, as he contemplated the motives behind the recent assassination attempt, silence enveloped him. It was not merely S.H.I.E.L.D's shortcoming, but rather that the valuable intelligence had likely been preemptively seized by Hydra. It was no wonder that Hydra had refrained from targeting the retired Howard Stark in previous years. The two men lapsed into silence, with only Qin Yi quietly exhaling wisps of smoke in the background. Suddenly, Nick Fury, struck with astonishment, turned to Qin Yi and inquired, "Are you injured?" He had not previously noticed that Qin Yi's left hand was wrapped in bandages. Fury's heart raced with concern. It was the first time he had witnessed Qin Yi in a state of injury. He yearned to ask who had inflicted this harm upon him, determined to recruit the assailant into the Avengers, no matter the cost. However, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Despite his usual bravado, it felt inappropriate to inquire about the injury, given that Qin Yi had just saved his life. He resolved to consult Carol later. He was aware that she had recently returned to Earth and had been staying for an extended period, showing no signs of departure. What baffled Fury was why Carol had not come to visit him in his injured state. Did love truly fade away? Or had all of Carol's affections transitioned to Qin Yi? Qin Yi extinguished his cigarette, observing the sudden shift in mood of the brooding Fury. He found it difficult to comprehend Fury's thought process, having sensed the tumultuous emotions swirling in Fury's mind moments ago. He even contemplated creating a few molecular bombs to throw into the Avengers, just to fulfill Fury's desires. Shaking his head, he dismissed such chaotic notions. After all, within the Avengers, he had allies like Tony Stark, Pietro, Bucky Barnes, and Natasha, half of whom were his own. Moreover, a molecular bomb could likely obliterate the Earth. Such devices were better reserved for future adversaries. With the fall of the celestial beings, he realized that he alone possessed the knowledge to fabricate molecular bombs in the entire universe. Qin Yi couldn't help but commend his earlier decision to secretly absorb the molecular beings. He cast a teasing glance at the despondent Fury, wondering how the illustrious director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had found himself in such dire straits. Fury remained silent for a long while, interpreting Qin Yi's mischievous expression as an indication that there might be more to the young man's abilities than met the eye. The ability of spatial teleportation, combined with the magical powers he wielded during his previous confrontation with Carol, along with the recently discovered superhuman healing abilities, left him increasingly perplexed by Qin Yi. He gazed at Qin Yi in bewilderment and tentatively inquired, "Did you know this would happen all along?" Upon sensing the thoughts swirling in the mind of the individual before him, Qin Yi decided to playfully tease him further. A great thinker once proclaimed that revealing spoilers is a disgrace. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury became convinced of his earlier suspicion. This young man undoubtedly possessed the gift of foresight, and perhaps even other abilities unbeknownst to him. The individual, feeling it necessary, resolved that Natasha should engage more deeply with Qin Yi to uncover additional intelligence. While he was lost in thought, Qin Yi sensed an approaching presence and promptly teleported away. Nick Fury, still wishing to inquire about the most suitable location for a safe house, pondered the advantage of having someone capable of predicting the future nearby, as it was an opportunity not to be squandered. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yi only had knowledge of the original historical trajectory, while the current 616 universe had become a chaotic mess due to the actions of two-time offenders, rendering any predictions about its future impossible. Meanwhile, in the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, Conqueror Kong sat in distress within his chamber. He had been interrogating the overconfident black woman for several months, yielding no useful information. He remained in the dark about the reasons behind her rebellion, the whereabouts of the lost equipment, and the location of the enigmatic temporal offender who had eluded capture for nearly a decade. Kong fixated on the remaining surveillance footage before him. Having replayed it hundreds of times, most crucial information had been obliterated in the chaos of the rebellion, leaving him with nothing of value. The two robust sacred timelines displayed on the screen left him feeling helpless. They had grown increasingly stable, with no chance of erasure. However, he was perplexed by the sudden disappearance of numerous minor timelines, particularly since he had not orchestrated any timeline erasure operations recently. Deep in thought, Kong sat on the sofa, grappling with his dilemma. Meanwhile, in the MODOK Tower, Natasha, serving as a secretary at MODOK Life, also found herself in a state of turmoil. She had skipped work several times recently, not due to any particular issue, but rather because her boss had mysteriously vanished for nearly half a year, and no one had noticed her absences. Her concerns stemmed from the recent discussions with Captain America, Nick Fury, and others, where they unanimously decided to publicly disclose the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the infiltration of Hydra within its ranks over the years. She worried that if her boss learned of her identity as an agent, he might no longer accept her role as his secretary, a position she had grown accustomed to over the past few years. Natasha was suddenly gripped by fear. If she were to lose this job, where would she go? Where could she find such a remarkable position with such an admirable boss? Chapter 119, A Twisted Insight Plan, New York. The insidious Hydra, lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., had ultimately succeeded in persuading the Security Council to prepare for the launch of their airborne aircraft carriers. They believed that once the three carriers ascended to the skies, Hydra would unveil its existence and power to the world. Confidently, Pierce invited several members of the Security Council to witness the execution of the Insight Plan, which included Natasha, who had assumed the guise of a female council member. Pierce envisioned fulfilling the goals that Hydra had failed to achieve during World War II, aspiring to lead Hydra in creating an entirely new world, one that existed solely by his will. He sought to eradicate all obstacles, dismissing the titles of the American president and the existence of mutants alike. This also included the mutant who had repeatedly thwarted his attempts to assassinate Howard. With a mere command, anyone deemed a potential threat to Hydra by Dr. Zola would meet their demise in an instant. After equipping the council members with bombs disguised as badges, Pierce escorted them to a colossal screen. Meanwhile, at the launch base, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was engaged in a fierce battle alongside his best friend Bucky against Hydra soldiers. In the original timeline, Captain would have been intercepted by Bucky, who was under Hydra's control as the Winter Soldier. However, With the combined efforts of Falcon, Natasha, Hill, and Nick Fury, he successfully thwarted Hydra's plans, once again saving the nation. Yet, in this distorted version of Earth 616, Captain was reveling in the joy of fighting alongside Bucky to save the world. During World War II, before he became part of the Super Soldier program, he had been a frail and powerless youth, trailing behind Bucky. He recalled a moment in a rundown alley where a burly thug had bullied him, knocking him down repeatedly. Yet, time and again, he rose to his feet. The thug curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of being beaten?" To which Captain resolutely replied, "I could fight you all day." This phrase became his mantra. Whether he was once a scrawny chick or a muscular powerhouse infused with the super serum, he had never shown fear before his enemies. It was this indomitable spirit that earned him renown both within and beyond the walls. His only regret was that he had not fought alongside Bucky at that time. However, now the opportunity had finally arrived. Beside him, Bucky was somewhat perplexed, wondering why his dear friend seemed increasingly exhilarated, as if he had ingested some sort of stimulant. Steve's complexion had even taken on a slight flush, prompting Bucky to consider that it might be prudent to escort his friend home afterward. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, who had been restored to health by Qin Yi, was orchestrating the situation with keen precision. With one hand, he arranged for Captain America and Bucky to obstruct the launch of the helicarrier, while with the other, he directed Natasha to masquerade as a steward of the Security Council. Now, he merely needed to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment. Nick Fury was poised for a dramatic entrance, having donned his stylish black trench coat, a garment he reserved for meetings with Carol in the past. Each individual possesses their own method of saving the world, and Fury was convinced that his approach was the most valid. However, Qin Yi, who lay comfortably at home, did not share this conviction. Thus, he instructed Alice to alter the personnel assigned to lock onto the helicarrier. The enchanting figure nestled in Qin Yi's embrace smiled knowingly, closing her eyes to relay several commands, resulting in the targeting of the 3 helicarriers being redirected to Hydra members. As for how she acquired the list of Hydra operatives, the consciousness of the diminutive Dr. Zola paled in comparison before Alice. Moreover, she meticulously verified the information several times before reporting back to Qin Yi. Following Alice's orders, the 3 massive helicarriers ascended into the sky. Consequently, both factions involved in the Insight program and those attempting to thwart it found themselves collectively bewildered. Pierce, standing before the screen, awkwardly explained to the members of the Security Council, repeatedly confirming who had issued the launch commands. Nick Fury was equally taken aback. He had yet to make his grand entrance to save the world when the helicarrier soared to great heights, and he realized the implications of this unforeseen turn of events. He might very well be facing death in the next moment. Within the base, Bucky and Captain America had just finished dealing with the minions when, before they could act, Fury's urgent voice crackled through their earpieces, urging, "Captain, stop them." No sooner had Nick Fury uttered those words than they witnessed the barrage descending from above, and in that moment, despair enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of lives were extinguished, including Pierce and all the Hydra members who had been targeted. None were spared. In the launch facility, before the enormous screen, Natasha and several other members of the Security Council gazed in shock at the scene of Pierce's demise, a victim of the Insight program. Natasha even pondered whether they had erred. Could it be that Hydra truly aimed to safeguard the Earth? Had even their leader, Pierce, been dispatched with a single shot? Before anyone could contemplate further, the 3 helicarriers unexpectedly turned upon one another, prompting a hurried escape from the base. After a considerable time, Nick Fury gazed at the smoking ruins of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base and silently turned to depart. His plan was to first incinerate all his documents, then seek out Carol for a discussion, and subsequently establish a new organization to continue the defense of Earth. From that moment on, he would entrust the management of S.H.I.E.L.D. to his loyal confidant, Coulson, remaining in the shadows as a commander. At that moment, Nick Fury felt he had finally begun to embody the essence of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. He contemplated secretly amassing strength, envisioning the astonishment on Qin Yi's face. As he entertained this promising future, a faint smile graced his lips, making the destruction of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base seem less catastrophic. However, after casting one last glance at the wreckage of 3 celestial carriers, he felt a pang of regret. These assets were rightfully his. By afternoon, Natasha, who had been pondering whether they had misjudged the situation, took the initiative to contact her employer. In Qin Yi's office at the modulation tower, the secretary Natasha sat awkwardly before her boss, visibly constrained. Typically one to adorn herself, Today she had opted for a bare face. Yet, upon noticing her employer was deep in thought, she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was preoccupied with the impending threat posed by the antagonist hive. Once a warrior of the Maya civilization, who had been captured by the Kree Reapers and subsequently became the first subject of the Terrigen crystal mutation experiment. Responsible for creating the Inhumans on the moon, Hive's followers would later establish a clandestine society that ultimately evolved into Hydra. Never mind. He would deal with that scoundrel upon his return, eliminating him without hesitation. Since their venture into the Dark Universe, Qin Yi felt compelled to eradicate these threats. For the safety of his family, and out of concern for the day he might suddenly vanish, he realized if he did not have 89,757 this time, he might end up as nothing but remnants. Qin Yi understood now that any threat to his family, whether from this universe or another, ought not to exist in this world. Thus, he instructed Alice to modify the targeting parameters of the celestial carriers, effectively eradicating 99% of Hydra members on Earth. The sudden demise of hundreds of thousands, including several prominent political figures, plunged the world into chaos. However, these events were of little concern to him, as ordinary humans posed no threat to his family's safety. Regaining his composure, Qin Yi fixed his gaze on the unadorned Natasha for a moment before suddenly expressing his curiosity. "Are you pregnant?" Natasha stared in shock at her dashing boss, helplessly thinking, "Here we go again." In the universe designated as 688, as depicted in the film Spider-Man: No Way Home, a rift in the multiverse briefly transports Eddie Brock, the host of Venom, to the primary universe. During a prison visit to the apprehended Cletus Kasady, their conversation is short-lived, ending with Eddie's departure. Cletus, however, casts a peculiar smile at his retreating figure, clutching a small shard of energy that still carries the lingering essence of Qin Yi, from Universe 616. The narrative unfolds between Earth 616 and Earth 1610, the latter being the universe from which Tony Stark traverses to New York, also referred to as the Ultimate Universe. Other notable universes include 838, where Scarlet Witch annihilates the Illuminati, 199999, a cinematic universe independent of 616 and 1610, and 877, Scarlet Witch's original universe. Furthermore, Universe 908 pertains to the Marvel series What If, wherein Gamora eliminates Thanos. Universe 903 features Party Thor. Universe 876 involves Captain Carter. Universe 898 centers on Eric, the Black Panther. Universe 889 depicts the evil Doctor Strange, whose universe has collapsed into a singularity. Universe 906 relates to the creation of Ultron with 6 Infinity Stones, leaving only Natasha, and Universe 893 showcases the universe afflicted by the quantum zombie virus, ultimately destroyed by the invasion of the negative space annihilation insect emperor, with Earth relocated to Qin Yi's dimension. Initially, during the narrative's inception, the intention was to singularly elevate the protagonist's experience through a specific universe, only to later realize the narrative could spiral out of control. Chapter 120. The Summoning of Dormammu outside the London Sanctum. A group of fervent acolytes stealthily follows a man adorned with smoky makeup. After scrutinizing the sanctum, they enter a nearby building, seemingly conspiring on a clandestine scheme. Is this truly wise, Caecilius? If the Sorcerer Supreme discovers this, we are doomed. A short-statured acolyte glances nervously at the leading man. Caecilius, with his smoky visage, furrows his brow, inwardly cursing. Am I not aware that discovery would lead to a grim fate? These feeble-minded fools. Indeed, upon mentioning the Sorcerer Supreme, the fervent acolyte's confidence wanes, their faces drawn with apprehension. Despite their intent to summon the great Dormammu, the success of their endeavor hinges on their ability to achieve the summoning and survive the encounter. Caecilius cast an awkward glance at a nearby figure, a woman adorned with smoky makeup who stood there with an air of indifference, as if the world around her were of no consequence. Agatha, the Dark Sorceress, had recently gained notoriety in the realm of Tomb Raiders, not only for her formidable prowess, but also for her formidable lineage. The graves she plundered remained untouched by retribution. Even the illustrious tombs of King Arthur and the wizard Merlin had fallen prey to her, from which she emerged unscathed. Caecilius felt a flicker of relief at having forged an alliance with someone as powerful as Agatha. However, he was acutely aware that the current Supreme Sorcerer posed a far greater challenge than the ancient one, for this young man was exceptionally formidable, capable of effortlessly overpowering him upon his entry into Camartage. Moreover, there existed an inexplicable animosity directed towards him by this young sorcerer. From the very first day the young man set foot in Camartage, Caecilius sensed the disdainful gaze directed at him, as if he were merely a corpse, eliciting a feeling of contempt. For years, Caecilius pondered the reason behind this hostility, especially since he had no prior acquaintance with Qin Yi. The decision to strike at the Sanctum Sanctorum was not made lightly. After considerable deliberation, he deemed it the most prudent course of action. The Hong Kong Sanctum was out of the question, as both of its supreme sorcerers were of Eastern descent, a sensitive subject for them. Caecilius believed that only a fool or someone utterly deranged would consider summoning the great Dormammu there. Likewise, the New York Sanctum was equally impractical. Given that the current supreme sorcerer, Qin Yi, resided there, summoning Dormammu beneath the very nose of the supreme sorcerer was tantamount to courting death. Caecilius conceded that Qin Yi was indeed powerful, to the extent that he would never have the opportunity to confront him directly and inquire about the source of his disdainful gaze. Caecilius's curiosity burned within him, and in a moment of desperation, he turned his thoughts towards the formidable Dormammu. After all, as the ruler of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu should possess strength superior to that of Qin Yi. Thus, after his departure from Camartage years ago, he had been patiently seeking the opportune moment for his endeavor. The recent decision to act stemmed from the fortuitous alliance he forged with the dark sorceress Agatha, whose immense power soon compelled him to ally with her. Together, they envisioned the destruction of the London Sanctum, followed by the immediate summoning of the great Dormammu, with the ultimate goal of establishing an eternal realm, free from the fear of death and endowed with infinite longevity. Above all, Caecilius yearned to confront Qin Yi and demand an explanation for the contempt that had so long haunted him. At 177 Bleecker Street in New York, the idle Qin Yi has recently become enamored with idling at the New York Sanctum. The dangers of Camartage have proven too perilous for him, especially since just yesterday. A few of his remaining Infinity Stones were pilfered by Morgan. Qin Yi remains oblivious to the treasures his beloved niece might be hiding. One small comfort is that the newly crafted molecular bombs have yet to be snatched away by the little girl. Consequently, he has become the first supreme sorcerer in history to harbor a fear of returning to Camartage. On the recently waxed rooftop of the New York Sanctum, Qin Yi brought over a lounge chair and instructed Master Daniel, the guardian of the Sanctum, to order some snacks from Chinatown, placing them on the table beside his chair. He intended to enjoy a leisurely day. However, as he reclined, he reached out only to grasp at emptiness. Rising in confusion, he beheld his esteemed mentor, Master Gu Yi, holding a box of fish balls, her wise eyes fixed upon him. Master Yao? Qin Yi felt a surge of bewilderment. He was aware that since relinquishing her title as Supreme Sorcerer, Gu Yi had seldom visited the New York Sanctum. The last time had been 2 years prior, during the visit of Dr. Banner from Earth 1610, when she fortuitously happened to be on holiday in New York. Otherwise, the green-hatted Banner might have met a swift demise at the hands of the magical array. Thus, Qin Yi was intrigued by Master Yao's unexpected appearance at the Sanctum, pondering whether she was once again in pursuit of the Eternal. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Yi promptly rose, sternly regarding his beloved mentor. What reason do you have this time? Over the years, Gu Yi had concocted various bizarre justifications in her quest for demise, all of which Qin Yi had successfully countered. After finishing the fish balls, Gu Yi reached for a box of rice rolls and some grilled lamb chops, intending to further savor her disciples' culinary creations. She knew well that Qin Yi had acquired several Chinese restaurants in Chinatown over a decade ago, eventually purchasing the entire district. She even contemplated retiring at the New York Sanctum, where everything one could desire was readily available. Amid Qin Yi's curious promptings, Gu Yi recollected the purpose of her visit. Strange has made significant progress recently. It is time to unleash Dormammu. Qin Yi grimaced, snatching the last of the grilled lamb chops from Gu Yi's hands. After a few bites, he mumbled, "Dormammu is not my pet. One cannot simply release him at will." Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the implications, scrutinizing Gu Yi with a hint of distress. "I say, Master Yao, you wouldn't want that scoundrel Caecilius to obliterate the 3 great sanctums, would you?" Ancient One slowly shook her head, remaining silent. She turned to instruct Master Daniel, who was guarding the New York Sanctum, to fetch some snacks from Chinatown. When the breathless Daniel finally arrived through the portal, carrying a multitude of snack boxes, Ancient One sat down and began to eat, stating, "Earlier today, Caecilius was loitering outside the London Sanctum with a few fervent followers. Please take the time to dismantle the protective array around the London Sanctum, allowing them to summon Dormammu." Qin Yi, upon hearing this, also took a seat. He had anticipated a more significant issue, just days prior. He had arranged for the treasure hunter Agatha to have an unexpected encounter with Caecilius. It seemed that Caecilius felt emboldened to act with Agatha's involvement. He nodded, while the two masters savored their delightful feast atop the rooftop. However, For these exceptionally powerful masters, the assortment of snacks on the table was evidently insufficient. Master Daniel was compelled to make several trips through the portal to Chinatown. Ultimately, it was Qin Yi's sense of obligation that prompted him to notify the Chinatown establishment to cease regular operations for the day, solely to deliver meals to 177 Brick Street. Meanwhile, within Qin Yi's dimensional space in Wakanda, in Su Rue's bedroom, the middle-aged Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was engaged in flirtation with Su Rue when a spatial vortex suddenly materialized beside the bed. Su Rue hastily draped a sheet over her body. While Peter Parker furrowed his brow, fixated on the vortex, he sensed that this spatial anomaly was distinct from the one belonging to Mr. Qin, and he also discerned the presence of many similar entities behind it. Su Rue, not overly concerned, assumed that Mr. Qin was summoning her husband for some matter. Peter Parker addressed his wife, Su Rue, before taking the magical card given to him by Qin Yi and stepping into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Chapter 121. Dormammu arrives in London, Earth. After dismantling the various magical arrays surrounding the sanctum, Qin Yi waved his hand, sending all the mages and apprentices within the London sanctum back to Kamartaj. In these times, finding talent was challenging, and he wished to avoid any accidental injuries during the impending battle. After discreetly notifying Agatha, Qin Yi smiled, contemplating the arrival of yet another experience package. Now, he awaited the fervent followers to summon Dormammu. After several days of recuperation, especially aided by the heart of the universe, which had only recently merged with him, his soul had nearly mended, appearing far less tattered than before. He marveled at the heart of the universe's formidable power. He even mused about the possibility of obtaining the other reality controller, envisioning a future where, alongside his cosmic control rod, he could effortlessly traverse the cosmos. A delightful thought indeed. Qin Yi stood alongside Gu Yi in a different realm, observing Strange as he playfully taunted Cassius. Shall we simply watch? Gu Yi, her eyes shimmering with wisdom, glanced at Qin Yi before nodding. Let Dormammu allow Strange to handle this alone. Qin Yi stroked his chin, pondering why Lao Yao had taken the eye of Agamotto days prior. It was evidently part of a larger scheme. However, the efficacy of the time stone he had consumed halfway was still uncertain. Whether half of infinite energy could truly be called infinite had eluded Qin Yi for years. Based on his absorption of various infinity stones, the systems panel could not reflect this notion, yet half of infinite energy still seemed to remain infinite. After a moment of standing, Qin Yi felt a sense of discomfort. With a wave of his hand, an exquisite set of dining chairs materialized before him. He invited his master, Lao Yao, to join him, and they both took their seats. Glancing at the exquisite dishes laid out before them, Qin Yi felt something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled as he snapped his fingers, and two ethereal beings materialized behind him and Lao Yao, gently kneading their shoulders. Gu Yi observed Qin Yi for a while before letting out a deep sigh. Her disciple, it seemed, was beyond redemption. Thus, the master and disciple savored the pleasures of life, while casually watching Strange engaged in a fierce battle. By the way, find me an apartment in New York, Qin Yi said, his gaze fixed vacantly on Lao Yao, who was indulging in a roasted leg of lamb, his hands greasy. Ignoring the mess, Qin Yi reached out to touch Gu Yi's forehead. Master Yao, have you come to your senses and abandoned thoughts of self-destruction? Gu Yi pushed Qin Yi's arm away with disdain. From now on, I shall concern myself with nothing. Do as you please with Kamartaj. Qin Yi nodded with joy, relieved that Lao Yao had found clarity. God knows how he had worried about Lao Yao's mental state during his years on Earth, and even when he was absent, he had to enlist Wanda and Jean to keep an eye on him. Feeling much lighter, Qin Yi poured himself a glass of wine. Now, with the threat of the Celestials diminished and Lao Yao at peace, they could quietly enjoy the beauty of life. He believed 89757 was quite right. With so many enchanting beings in the multiverse, he resolved to indulge in a few. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his journey into the Marvel Universe. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he would ever truly leave this place. Gu Yi sensed Qin Yi's elation and affectionately patted his head with her similarly greasy hand. You have endured much over the years. Qin Yi, without a moment's hesitation, expressed his genuine feelings. It's nothing. I shall entrust my future children to you as well. Upon hearing this, Ancient One displayed a faint smile tinged with resignation. Outside the London sanctum, the dark sorceress Agatha stealthily plunged a dagger into Strange. Startled, both Ancient One and Qin Yi immediately rose to their feet. After a healing spell discreetly enveloped Strange's body, Ancient One sighed, questioning where he had found such a reckless ally. Qin Yi offered an awkward smile, only to see the exuberant Caecilius hurriedly preparing the ritual to summon Dormammu, accompanied by fervent followers. Meanwhile, Strange found himself bound tightly by Agatha. After struggling for a moment, Strange sensed something peculiar. This crazed woman adorned with smoky makeup wielded magic that felt eerily familiar, as though it drew from the same source as the powers of Kamartaj. He thought of the current Sorcerer Supreme, Qin Yi, and realized that if it were that formidable man, there would be no need for such desperation. It was no wonder that, despite the multitude of powerful sorcerers in Kamartaj, none had come to assist. Only he and the librarian Wong, also pinned to the ground, had been dispatched to guard the London sanctum. Not to mention, his niece, the sorceress Morgan, could have easily annihilated Caecilius and this deranged woman with her mere presence. With the belief that he had uncovered the truth, Strange chose to surrender, reclining comfortably on the ground and even casting a knowing glance at Wong. The pinned sorcerer Wong was perplexed, knowing that no good could possibly arise from this situation. He had long suspected that the Sorcerer Supreme harbored discontent toward Strange, and this incident confirmed his suspicions. Wong suddenly realized that it would be prudent to maintain a certain distance from Strange in the future. In the entire realms of Kamartaj and the earthly sorcerer community, no one dared to defy the Sorcerer Supreme, Qin Yi. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Yi had previously contemplated this very notion, deliberately hindering Strange's rapid mastery of magic solely to thwart Master Yao's suicidal resolve. Ultimately, through the fervent efforts of Caecilius and several zealous followers, the great Dormammu descended from the dark dimension to Earth. Caecilius, filled with a profound sense of devotion, reveled in the power emanating from the dark dimension, feeling immensely gratified with his choice. The strength of the dark dimension was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of the previous Kamartaj. Yet, before he could fully bask in his triumph, he suddenly felt a dagger piercing his side from Agatha behind him. Caecilius, bewildered, turned to gaze at his trusted companion. Why did the dark sorceress Agatha remain silent? After signing a magical contract with Qin Yi, she, as a powerful witch who had also existed for centuries, effortlessly subdued a few fervent devotees, having successfully controlled Caecilius and his fanatical followers. Agatha lifted the magical constraints binding Strange and Wong. They stood awkwardly, momentarily at a loss about what to do next. Meanwhile, in a different space, Master Gu Yi gently prodded Qin Yi's arm, signaling that something was amiss. Qin Yi rose, gazing out at the exterior of the London sanctum, equally perplexed. He could not comprehend the unfolding events. Why wasn't he Strange seeking out Dormammu with the time stone, casually saying, "Dormammu, I am here to negotiate." Chapter 122. The demise of Dormammu outside the London sanctum. Qin Yi and Master Gu Yi stood side by side in another realm, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding the situation before them. Strange, adorned with the eye of Agamotto, did not approach Dormammu for negotiations. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his eyes beginning to shimmer with an inexplicable light, as if he had attained a profound understanding. At that moment, Dormammu, having successfully descended from the dark dimension into the skies above Earth, gazed excitedly at the azure planet before him. He had not anticipated that his followers would succeed this time, especially since Master Gu Yi had thwarted him on numerous occasions before. Having relied on his acquaintance with eternity, Dormammu had borrowed considerable energy from the dark dimension over the years, only to realize belatedly that Gu Yi had no intention of repaying the borrowed energy. Nevertheless, he planned to reclaim both principle and interest this time, with the very earth before him destined to become part of his being. He held a deep disdain for a formidable being like Gu Yi, who maintained a human form. Over the years, he had often tempted Gu Yi to abandon his corporeal existence and join the glorious evolution, transforming into an eternal entity like himself. Long ago, he too had been a humanoid being, specifically from the Felt dimension. In the Felt dimension, life forms differ significantly from those in our known material world, being composed entirely of pure energy. Consequently, energy holds exceptional value in this dimension, with every living entity requiring an abundance of it to sustain life, to expand their lineage. The Felt people reproduce through a process of division, leading to complex familial relationships and ceaseless conflicts. Dormammu is one of the progeny birthed by the Faltan Sinafel. Unlike his kin, he possessed an innate greedy heart, yearning for material forms to provide the energy he craved. In his relentless pursuit of greater energy, he turned against his kin, only to face the consequences of his actions and be banished to the dark dimension. Upon his arrival there, he forged an alliance with the ruler, Orna, and mastered the art of expanding his dominion by annexing other pocket universes, inadvertently nurturing the ascent of Dormammu. After one such pocket universe was conquered, it unleashed destructive entities that wreaked havoc in the dark dimension, ultimately leading to Orna's demise, with Dormammu subsequently appointed as the new sovereign. As he emerged from the tumultuous memories of his past, Dormammu sensed an anomaly. Why was there no one to thwart him this time? Logically, Ancient One should have detected his arrival by now. Meanwhile, outside the London Sanctum, the Ancient One, whom Dormammu obsessively contemplated, was earnestly persuading Strange to act. She suggested using the Time Stone to repel Dormammu, asserting that the task would be straightforward, merely a formality. However, regardless of her entreaties, Strange chose to remain passive. The Ancient One, filled with melancholy, had just resolved to abandon her self-destructive tendencies. After fulfilling her wish, she desired to live once more, yet events seemed to be unfolding in an unforeseen manner. Born in the year 1316, she later arrived at Kamar-Taj, where she obtained the Book of Vishanti and underwent the trials of the Vishanti, ultimately becoming the new Sorcerer Supreme. Through the Time Stone, she foresaw the emergence of her successor, Dr. Strange. Over the years, she had awaited Stephen Strange's ascension to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, secretly drawing power from the dark dimension to sustain her life. Despite the emergence of an anomaly in Qin Yi, Strange remained her obsession of centuries. Yet, the current situation presented a puzzling choice of inaction on his part. Just days prior, they had agreed that after thwarting Dormammu, Strange would take up the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, fulfilling her wishes, allowing her to retire in peace. Although the Ancient One recognized that, beyond Strange, there were indeed other worthy candidates at Kamar-Taj, such as her other disciples, Phoenix Jean, Wanda, Little Morgan, and Tony Stark, she dismissed Hela from Asgard as too unpredictable. In a moment of helplessness, she turned to Qin Yi, casting a pitiful glance that seemed to plead for assistance. It was the first time she had shown such vulnerability, nearly eliciting laughter from Qin Yi, who discreetly had Alice capture a few photographs with the intent of creating an album for the Ancient One in the future. Once he regained his composure, Qin Yi solemnly addressed Strange. The Time Stone has chosen you, Strange. The Earth faces an unprecedented crisis. The Ancient One is aging and unsteady, while I am still recovering from my recent injuries. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are valiantly defending against an invasion of demons from another dimension. At this critical juncture, the task of saving Earth falls upon you, Strange. Master Gu Yi's lips twitched slightly as she observed Qin Yi, now entirely swathed in bandages. She placed a hand on Strange's shoulder, earnestly attempting to instill confidence in him. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and snapped a few photographs. The Sorcerer Supreme looked on in bewilderment at the two former Sorcerer Supremes, wishing to caution Strange, but was instantaneously met with a palpable aura of hostility that rendered him mute. However, he yearned to express, if it were possible, I would gladly take my turn. Inspired by the unwavering encouragement of the two former Sorcerer Supremes, Strange felt an overwhelming sense of determination akin to wielding a weapon, and without a backward glance, he took flight with the Eye of Agamotto, seeking to confront Dormammu. At that moment, he intended to negotiate with Dormammu. Qin Yi exhaled in relief, waved his hand to dissipate the bandages, and shared a knowing smile with Master Yao. Observing this, the Sorcerer Supreme grew increasingly anxious, fearing he might be silenced by the two formidable sorcerers. In the vastness of outer space, Dormammu pondered for an extended moment. And just as he resolved to act and claim Earth as part of his being, a particularly raucous voice pierced the silence. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. Dormammu scrutinized the source of the noise for a moment, and upon glimpsing the figure adorned with the Eye of Agamotto, his confusion deepened. Where are the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj? How could they send such a feeble creature to thwart the great Dormammu? Without a second thought, he swiftly dispatched the noisy intruder. As he gazed at Earth, Dormammu's resolve to incorporate it into himself was interrupted once more by that clamorous voice. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. This time, his scrutiny turned to ire as he recognized the bearer of the Eye of Agamotto. You have come to meet your demise. With a single strike, he eliminated the noisy figure again. As if ensnared in a temporal loop, the cacophony returned. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. Realizing the anomaly, his fury escalated. What is the meaning of this? Strange, confidently adorned with the Eye of Agamotto, proclaimed, time, an infinite cycle of time. Upon hearing this, Dormammu smote the bothersome figure once more, only for yet another clamorous voice to resound in his ears. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate terms. Dormammu's gaze fixated upon the confident figure before him. You cannot perpetually remain in this cycle, he declared. With a serene smile, Strange retorted, in fact, I can. Is this not the nature of our predicament? You and I are ensnared in this same moment, in an infinite loop. Dormammu felt the stirrings of madness. Toyed with by an insignificant insect, such indignity was unbecoming of a lord of the dark dimension. Then perish, he hissed. At that moment, it was as if Strange experienced an epiphany. He finally comprehended the ancient master's words, that the Time Stone had chosen him. And he was destined to be the hero who would save Earth, the future Sorcerer Supreme, the guardian of the multiverse. Dormammu spat in frustration and swiftly eliminated Strange. Within the dimensional rift above Earth, the chant echoed endlessly. Dormammu, Dormammu, Dormammu. Outside the sanctum in London, the Sorcerer King looked quizzically at Qin Yi, who was capturing footage on his phone aimed at the monitoring screen. Unable to contain his curiosity, the Sorcerer King inquired, "Master, what is this?" Qin Yi chuckled heartily, for he intended to create 1,000 ways for Doctor Strange to die, a gift for Strange upon his ascension to Sorcerer Supreme. Within the magical screen, Dormammu ultimately relented, angrily acquiescing to Strange's terms, eager to depart and salvage his dignity. Yet, in the moment he turned, a thought crossed his mind. He could not leave Earth empty-handed. He would take with him those fervent disciples. Instantly, the ensnared Caecilius and his followers began to levitate towards the void of space, destined to become part of Dormammu. Observing this, Qin Yi deftly cast a vortex upon Caecilius and nodded towards Master Yao. With this, Dormammu's demise was imminent. Chapter 123. The Assault of Annihilation. Camartage. Half a month had passed since Dormammu's incursion into Earth. To commend Strange for his remarkable contributions during this incident, the Sorcerer Supreme Qin Yi convened the Third Sorcerer's Assembly. At the inaugural assembly, Master Qin Yi was crowned the Supreme Sorcerer. In the subsequent gathering, Master Qin Yi assumed the same esteemed title. During the third conference, sorcerers from the 3 great sanctuaries and various factions were in attendance. It was here that Qin Yi announced his successor as the Supreme Sorcerer, the illustrious Doctor Strange. According to the traditions of Camartage, all sorcerers within the Camartage lineage were permitted to challenge Strange before he could truly claim his title. However, after a lengthy pause, no challenger emerged, leading Strange to interpret this silence as a tacit endorsement of his capabilities. Master Wong held the newly crafted robe in both hands, standing behind Strange. He cast a glance at the sorcerers from the 3 sanctuaries and sighed deeply. Wong believed that no one dared to oppose Qin Yi's choice for Supreme Sorcerer, nor would they in the future. It was merely unfortunate that he had not been the one chosen. The only potential challenger, Morgan, had been bribed by Qin Yi with a robe embedded with the Infinity Stones, thus paving the way for Stephen Strange to become the new Supreme Sorcerer. The 2 retired Supreme Sorcerers made their way to New York following the conclusion of the meeting. "Is this the house you found for me?" In response to Master Yao's inquiry, Qin Yi smiled and explained, "The most luxurious mansion in all of New York." Master Yao, with minimal luggage, was assisted by Morgan and Uncle Qin Yi, who exchanged knowing smiles. "Uncle, save a floor for me. I'll move in later." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Neither he nor Morgan had discovered any treasures among the luggage, suggesting that Master Yao had concealed the valuable items, but there would be ample time for that later. The top 3 floors of the Modu Control building were his residence. Rather than seeking accommodation elsewhere, it seemed prudent to have Master Yao move in as well, allowing her to help care for the children. Qin Yi shook her head, observing the industrious Qin Yi and Morgan. Her 2 disciples were rather opportunistic, but fortunately, she had hidden her treasures in a magical space prior to their arrival. After assisting Master Yao with her move, Qin Yi entered the living room to find her seated on the sofa, while Morgan dutifully stood behind, giving her a shoulder massage. Wanda and Kyan busied themselves in the kitchen. He felt quite content with his current life and intended to savor every moment, determined that no one would impede his enjoyment. In Universe 688, where Venom resides, within the confines of a heavily guarded prison in New York, Cletus Kasady writhed in agony, clutching his stomach. After discovering an energy shard in his cell days prior, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and consumed it. The moment the energy carried by the fragment coursed through his body, he felt an insatiable hunger, a gnawing emptiness that dimmed his vision, as if his digestive system threatened to consume him from within if sustenance was not procured. The ravenous Cletus longed to devour the entity residing within him. Meanwhile, the crimson parasite within him, terrified by the surge of energy, attempted a hasty retreat. But as it emerged, Cletus seized it with both hands and relentlessly shoved it into his mouth. Upon absorbing the red parasite, Cletus transformed into a rampaging force known as Carnage, devouring everything in sight within his cell, sparing even the walls from his ravenous appetite. Yet after this feast, his hunger intensified, his scarlet eyes fixated on the world beyond his cell, and after consuming the iron bars of his prison, a gruesome banquet commenced. From that prison, imbued with the power of the fairy fragment, Carnage proceeded to consume everything within his line of sight in the outskirts of New York. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including the courteous Coulson, were thoroughly devoured, prompting Nick Fury to urgently summon the Avengers upon realizing the gravity of the situation. However, the Avengers' initial attempt to subdue Carnage culminated in the sacrifice of Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was once again consumed. Cletus sustained grievous injuries at the hands of the remaining Avengers, but managed to escape and now targeted weaker superheroes. For the Earth of this universe, a horrific calamity had begun. In less than a fortnight, Carnage underwent dozens of frenzied evolutions. If one scrutinized closely, they would observe that his once normal irises had transformed into swirling vortices. This time, Carnage annihilated the entire Avengers team without exception, and particularly after devouring the Hulk. His blood-red form grew even more formidable, albeit peculiarly. The top of his head turned an unsettling shade of green. Area 51, also known as the Ravenclaw Institute, served as a Marvel version of Arkham Asylum, housing numerous criminals with psychological issues. Among them was Cletus's beloved woman, who screamed as she was secretly imprisoned there. Driven mad, Cletus instinctively rushed to this place, and along with his cherished companion, the entire asylum fell victim to his insatiable hunger, all consumed within his maw. Beginning in New York, the ever-hungry Carnage, empowered and insatiable, swept across the entirety of the United States, consuming billions of humans, mutants, and Skrulls alike, leaving no living being in his wake, and rendering himself increasingly formidable. The sole survivor of this cataclysm was Eddie Brock, who had recently visited Cletus in prison. In the vast expanse of Canada, in Iroquois, Eddie, accompanied by the symbiote Venom, fled from New York to this secluded refuge. Leaning against the sturdy roots of a tree, he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by terror. That ominous red figure had consumed countless lives, yet its belly showed no sign of bulging, nor had it ever been observed to excrete anything, as if its stomach were an insatiable abyss, taking in but never releasing. Unbeknownst to Eddie, after their escape, the entire nation had been devoured. A flicker of relief washed over him at the thought of his girlfriend, Annie Wang, who was still on a business trip in London. Perched on Eddie's shoulder, Venom, trembling with unease, remarked, "He is not a true symbiote. I've never encountered a symbiote so ferocious." Venom had been brought to Earth by human reconnaissance ships from its home planet, and as a native of the symbiote race, it possessed profound knowledge of its origins. They referred to themselves as symbiotes, a wise and benevolent organic life form, hailing from the planet Clinta in the Andromeda Galaxy. Created by the ancient malevolent deity Gnarl in the cosmic abyss at the universe's inception, Gnarl forged a black death sword from his own shadows and beheaded a celestial god with it. This sword became the progenitor of all symbiotes. After committing the grave sin of god-slaying, Gnarl was banished by the celestial deities back to his abyssal domain, where he utilized the skull of the slain god as a forge, incessantly refining the Black Death sword into the all-black necromantic blade. Surrounded day and night by flames and the sounds of hammering, all symbiotes subsequently developed a profound fear of fire and sound waves. Symbiotes require a host to survive, bestowing upon them enhanced power and abilities, thereby forming a symbiotic relationship. Though imbued with intelligence, symbiotes lack personality. Thus, when they bond with morally corrupted or twisted hosts, they adopt traits reflective of their host's character. The formidable red entity that Eddie and Venom confronted, while resembling Venom in form, was entirely divorced from the essence of a symbiote. Venom had never witnessed such a gluttonous being. After a brief respite, it urged Eddie to hasten their escape, emphasizing the necessity of fleeing North America first. Nodding in agreement, Eddie rose, continuing their flight, with Venom clinging to his shoulder. Chapter 124. My boss is gone. In the distant reaches of space, a feline-shaped spaceship floated leisurely. Inside, Deadpool sat, gazing out at the cerulean orb of Earth, his heart entwined in a web of conflicting emotions. He had not returned to Earth for years. On one hand, he found himself indifferent to earthly matters, for as a cosmic captain, safeguarding the eternal leader had become his duty. On the other hand, he grappled with uncertainty about how to face his girlfriend. His girlfriend is an ordinary girl, yet he has long since transformed from his former self. As Deadpool sighed, a satellite-like object transmitted a familiar voice. Identifying itself and its purpose upon hearing that well-known voice, a fervent excitement ignited within Deadpool. His eyes sparkled with fervor and passion, his heart raced, and his breathing quickened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to rush forward and embrace the speaker. "Logan," At the Illuminati base, today's duty officer, Wolverine Logan, disregarded the no smoking sign nearby. A cigar clenched between his teeth. Upon hearing the voice from the satellite in outer space, he hesitantly inquired, "Wade?" Moments later, the cat-shaped spacecraft landed at the Illuminati base. And suddenly a figure clad in red and black burst forth from the ship. Deadpool leapt forward, enveloping Logan in a tight embrace. Despite Logan's efforts to shake him off, he could not dislodge Deadpool, who clung to him like a weeping child. Logan chuckled and shook his head in resignation. "Where have you been all these years?" Deadpool, adorned in his black and red mask, gazed affectionately at Logan. They locked eyes for a long while, and just as Deadpool leaned in closer, Logan abruptly tossed him to the ground. Disregarding the Illuminati's rule against bringing strangers, Logan led Wade to a tea room. After a lengthy discussion, Logan finally discerned his friend's intentions and thoughtfully inquired, "A very handsome earthling. Is there no other distinguishing feature?" Logan rummaged through his mind. Knowing that there were numerous striking earthlings, he himself was quite handsome, and slightly less so was old Qin. From the moment he entered, Deadpool curiously surveyed the interior of the Illuminati. He had not anticipated the rapid advancements of Earth over the years, with some technologies surpassing those of other civilizations in the universe. Reflecting on Logan's question, he recalled, "He seemed to be of Eastern descent. When I discovered him, he was already dead, but then he suddenly came back to life." Deadpool scratched his head and added, "He possesses a peculiar white healing ability, and he can manipulate a kind of vortex." Upon hearing this, Logan finally deduced whom Wade was searching for. However, old Qin was known for his elusive nature. Even with a name, finding him at that moment was still uncertain. "Wait here, let me check if old Qin is around." Deadpool watched as his friend fiddled with something on his person, and after a moment of particle flow, it transformed into a device resembling a phone. Logan dialed Qin Yi's number, exchanged a few brief words, and hung up. He turned to Wade and said, "Hold on, old Qin will be here shortly." Before he could finish his sentence, a spatial vortex appeared, bringing Qin Yi right beside them. Logan curled his lip in response. Old Qin's abilities were undeniably impressive. However, what was the situation with Wade, and why was he clinging to old Qin? With several flickers of space, Qin Yi managed to shake off the clingy Deadpool. This predicament was partly his own fault. Upon returning to Earth, he had forgotten his promise to help Deadpool with his facial treatment. Drawing from his previous experience, he first subdued the mischievous rogue, and then continuously directed his healing spells towards Deadpool's body, as long as the fellow remained silent. The duration of the treatment was inconsequential, serving merely as an opportunity to enhance his healing experience. This treatment persisted for nearly a month until a notification chimed in his ear. He glanced at the system panel, which indicated that his healing spell had reached its ultimate form. He was genuinely astonished that the healing spell had evolved to such a degree while working on Deadpool. All his efforts over the past month had not been in vain. Feeling the sacred white light emanating from his fingertips, he unleashed the ultimate healing spell upon the rogue's body and fixated on the now normal visage. An hour later, having ensured that Deadpool's face had completely returned to its original state, he released the energy chains binding the rogue. This time, Deadpool did not rush over in excitement. Instead, he found a mirror and twisted and turned before it, confirming that his face was indeed back to normal. However, seemingly unsatisfied, he unbuckled his belt, pulled down his pants for a glance, and, still uncertain, called out to Qin Yi and Logan, "Can you check if my backside is back to normal?" Startled, Qin Yi and Logan quickly intervened, exclaiming, Hey, go home and ask your girlfriend to confirm." At the mention of his girlfriend Vanessa, Wade paused for a moment, a smile spreading across his face as he dressed and dashed outside. "I'll come back in a couple of days." Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as the internal magic array of the Illuminati was triggered, unleashing hundreds of spells that struck him in an instant, interrupting his farewell. In his weakened state, Deadpool finally recalled another reason for his presence on Earth and desperately lifted his head to announce, "My boss is gone." Qin Yi, who had been smiling wryly from the sidelines, suddenly shivered. "Damn it, is this never-ending? Just as I resolved the threat of the transcendent divine race, I barely had a few days of respite, and now eternity is lost." After casting a healing spell towards the incapacitated Wade, the rogue sprang back to life but refrained from further antics, casting a wary glance at Qin Yi. With a wave of his hand, a robe from the Illuminati soared through the air, gently draping itself over Deadpool. "Come here," Deadpool said while adjusting his new attire in the tea room. "After parting ways with you that day, I intended to return and inform my boss about coming to Earth for your assistance. However, upon arriving home, I discovered something amiss. My boss was nowhere to be found, and the scene bore the scars of a fierce battle. The eternal sanctuary lay in ruins. I searched for several days without success, hence I thought to seek your help here on Earth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi initially contemplated investigating the scene. However, reflecting on Deadpool's words, he deduced that such a formidable entity as Eternity had either been captured or had fled. It was improbable that it had perished. Given his current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Who could say if those lurking behind the scenes were still present? Perhaps those individuals were observing him at that very moment. Qin Yi shook his head and, with a sense of resignation, replied to Deadpool, "You know, I just met my demise in an explosion, and I have yet to recover. Your boss is either captured or has escaped. Certainly, he has not met his end. After all, Eternity governs the multiverse. He embodies it. If Eternity were to die, one would expect the multiverse to exhibit some form of upheaval." Deadpool scratched his head in contemplation, agreeing with the assessment. Given their combined abilities, even if they located his boss, they would be unable to rescue him. Furthermore, their presence would likely invite their own demise. Having reached this conclusion, Deadpool ceased to dwell on his boss's whereabouts and bid farewell to Qin Yi before hastily departing. He intended to return to his girlfriend. God knows how long he had been single. Meanwhile, Logan stood by, utterly bewildered by Wade's words. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, he remained unconcerned. In any case, if trouble arose, old Qin would handle it. Chapter 125, The Search for the Celestial Duo in London. A man and a woman stood outside the Temple of London, surveying their surroundings for an extended period before turning to leave. Recently, they had sensed a terrifying disturbance emanating from the vicinity of the temple, prompting their visit in hopes of uncovering any information regarding the disappearance of the Celestial Tiamat. They were none other than Ajak and Ikaris, members of the Eternal Squad. Following the Celestial's directive, they had traversed nearly the entirety of Earth over the past 6 months, yet had found naught but fruitless leads. Ajak sighed, glancing at the striking figure of Ikaris beside her. "I have decided to reveal the truth to them." Despite their formidable powers, both felt utterly powerless in the face of the enigmatic disappearance of their celestial counterparts. Over the past half-year, she had nearly lost her sanity. Although Ikaris could soar through the skies, they had failed to uncover any viable clues. Ikaris, who bore a slight resemblance to Bucky, nodded slightly, his cool demeanor unchanged as he turned to glance back at the Temple of London. "Do you think this could be the work of those sorcerers?" Ajax shook his head, a frown etching his features. The Eternals' 10-member team arrived on Earth in 5000 BC, dispatched by the Celestial Assembly. Prior to their arrival, the sanctuary of Kamartaj already existed in the Himalayas. In 5700 BC, Agamotto discovered the existence of magic on the Tibetan plateau, and through extensive research, he learned of the looming threat posed by the dark dimension ruled by Dormammu. In response to this peril, he established Kamartaj in the Himalayas and became the first supreme sorcerer. He also uncovered the Time Stone, crafting it into the artifact known as the Eye of Agamotto. All of this was to safeguard humanity and the earthly dimension. Over the years, the Eternals have had little understanding of Kamartaj. Following the disbandment of their team in 1521, she and the blacksmith Fastos sought refuge in North America. The Druids led a group of humans into seclusion in Tenochtitlan, living a life removed from the world's chaos. Kingo embarked on a career in the entertainment industry in India, showcasing his talents. Circe left Ikaris and the sprite Pip to start anew in England. Gilgamesh and Thena chose to dwell in the Australian outback, relishing the tranquility. Makari returned to the Domo and lived in solitude, amassing various human artifacts. Each member of the team selected a distinct path, yet all sought their sense of belonging, yearning for inner peace and serenity. Aside from the eccentric Kingo's interactions with Asgard, the others remained largely withdrawn, with minimal contact with the broader human realm. Ajax contemplated whether to send Kingo to Asgard for inquiries. After departing from the temple in London, the two drove to the Natural History Museum, where their comrade Circe served as the director and had reportedly found a boyfriend. Ajax sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Ikaris, pondering the prospect of him reconciling with Circe. Ikaris had remained silent ever since he learned of their true mission on Earth, avoiding Circe at all costs. They had married during the Gupta Empire in India in 400 AD, yet Ikaris found himself unable to face Circe. For her fervent love for this planet and its inhabitants left him feeling powerless. Thus, he chose to vanish without a word, cold and resolute. Ikaris understood the pain his decision would inflict upon Circe, yet he felt powerless to alter his course. After all, this was the task assigned to them by the Celestial Assembly. Once the Celestials manifested, the planet and humanity were destined for destruction. 6 months prior, upon receiving Ajax's summons and learning of the mysterious disappearance of the Celestial Tiamat, he felt a surge of joy. eagerly anticipating a reunion with Cersei. However, upon hearing of her new relationship, he fell into silence. It was indeed his fault for vanishing without a trace for 5 centuries. Nonetheless, they had never divorced, so they should still be considered married. On the other side, in the beautiful country of New York, since Morgan moved in with her uncle. Despite the proximity of Stark Tower and Qin Yi's simulation building, Tony and Pepper, having taken on the role of detached guardians, naturally entrusted the responsibility of escorting Morgan to school to Qin Yi. However, Happy, who had previously held this position, was quite reluctant. Ever since his demotion from the role of security chief at Stark Industries due to complaints, escorting Morgan to school had become his sole occupation. Not wishing to face unemployment, Happy persistently clung to the car. At the entrance of New York City High School, Morgan, born in 2001, had unknowingly reached the age of 14. And the year was now 2015. Qin Yi leaned against the car in a state of ennui. After having subdued the purple potato essence, he had almost completely devoured Dormammu, leaving just a fragment of energy to manage the dark dimension. As for any potential rebellion from the dark dimension, he found it unlikely, aside from Dormammu. He had eliminated all other minor lords. With Dormammu's strength severely diminished, he had become little more than an enticing cake to lure other dimensional demons. As for the mysteriously vanished Eternal, he could take care of himself. In a few days, Qin Yi planned to set up teleportation arrays across the Earth, so that if any crisis arose in the multiverse, he could directly transport the Earth to his dimension. The fate of other life planets in the universe, should they choose to meet their end in whatever manner they wished, was of no concern to him. Dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses like a bodyguard, Happy stood valiantly beside Qin Yi. Truth be told, if not for the car blocking his view, he would have preferred to stand behind his boss, as that position was undeniably a zone of absolute safety. Qin Yi's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the school bell. However, upon glancing at the throng of students emerging from the building, his demeanor shifted to one of fury, the air around him feeling as if it had frozen, plunging the entire beautiful country into an instant winter. To his dismay, there was a group of obnoxious blonde-haired students shamelessly surrounding Morgan. Furious, he kicked Happy and turned to investigate the blonde ringleader. Noticing the shivering Happy, his anger intensified. After spending 3 months at Camartage to hone his skills, Happy, who had joined Tony in studying magic, seemed to have entirely neglected the essence of magic, as he still feared the cold after all these years. With a sigh, Qin Yi waved his hand, restoring the surroundings to normalcy. Morgan approached and affectionately hugged her uncle's arm, and he indulgently ruffled her hair. "Come on, let us go home for dinner." However, just as they were about to board the vehicle, a frail little figure rushed over, exclaiming, "Thank you, Morgan Stark." Upon seeing Qin Yi, the diminutive individual became inexplicably excited, his speech faltering as he stammered, "Mr. Qin, could I please have your autograph? You and Mr. Stark are both my idols." Qin Yi was taken aback. It was the first time in years he encountered a fan. Nodding, he produced a pen and signed the book as requested by the little one. On the way home, the scene replayed in his mind, prompting Qin Yi to casually inquire, "Morgan, what was that little fellow's name?" Morgan, engrossed in a mobile game, glanced up at her uncle and replied, "Peter Parker." The young lad returned to his gaming world. And Qin Yi, bemused, rubbed his temples, uncertain whether the connection lay with his company's game or the familiarity of the name. In a certain timeline of the multiverse, Hulk was deemed a threat by the Illuminati, leading to his exile on Sakaar. There, he ascended to kingship, and out of respect for him, the inhabitants erected a statue aboard the ship he once piloted. Yet, amid this seemingly idyllic existence, a sudden beeping erupted within the vessel, accompanied by a message. "Time and again, your rage and power have endangered the entire Earth. This is the only method we can ascertain." This was the Illuminati's farewell to Hulk, who, recognizing the looming peril, hurled the ship skyward, resulting in an explosion that engulfed the craft. Unfortunately, the immense force caught his wife, Kyra, in its wake. Despite Hulk's desperate attempts to shield her, it was too late. Kyra perished. Consumed by fury, Hulk embarked on a vengeful journey back to Earth, where he encountered a peculiar shard of energy. Without hesitation, he pocketed it, although the fragment continuously whispered to him during his travels. Overcome by wrath, Hulk ultimately ingested the shard, giving birth to the power of the fairy version of the Green Scar. Chapter 126. A bunch of weaklings. Asgard, the Celestial Palace. Odin sat despondently upon his throne, grasping the eternal spear, lost in contemplation. He had known the truth behind the twilight of the gods for many years, yet felt powerless against the 5 ancient shadows. Thus, he had endured in silence. He had even contemplated a return to Valhalla to reunite with his queen, Frigga. However, recent events disrupted his plans, not due to his eldest daughter, Hela, who was currently residing in Kamar Taj, dutifully subdued by the former Sorcerer Supreme, Qin Yi. What troubled him was the sudden camaraderie among the 5 ancient shadows, which had emerged following last year's cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the cosmos. They had even reached out to Odin, suggesting a postponement of the impending twilight of the gods. This incited great wrath in Odin. His plans to return to Valhalla had been in motion for many years, with even Queen Frigga having returned ahead of schedule. Yet now, this wretched cabal of shadowy ancient gods dared to suggest postponing Ragnarok. Where had they been all this time? Were it not for his knowledge of the disparity in their powers, Odin would have been tempted to strike them down. He pondered whether the recent explosion was somehow linked to these shadowy entities, but with his godly prowess, he was unable to discern the source of the sound, leaving him in ignorance of the truth. Moreover, it was not just these ancient gods. The other deities and demons from the realms sustained by Yggdrasil had also recently become unusually compliant, as if they had encountered some unspeakable terror. Were it not for his understanding of their true nature, Odin might have thought they had turned over a new leaf. He was baffled by this development. It could not merely be a consequence of Dormammu being cast back into the dark dimension once more. The thought of this only deepened his discontent. Kamar Taj had become terrifyingly powerful, surpassing even his divine realm of Asgard. Although the Ancient One had retired, and the new Sorcerer Supreme appeared less formidable, Odin vividly remembered the 2 formidable women who also resided in Kamar Taj. With his daughter Hela included, that made 3. Comparing this to his own situation was painful. When he thought of Kamar Taj, and then of his eldest son Thor, who often visited Earth to pursue romantic interests, he felt a surge of sorrow. The reflection on his youngest son Loki, who had recently become engrossed in studying Qin Yi's records, finally drove him to tears. The misfortunes of his household were overwhelming. As he wallowed in this sorrow, several figures approached Asgard. Odin cast a curious glance toward the Bifrost, wondering what the Eternals were doing here. He recognized them. Their strength was average, but their connections were formidable, as they were backed by the judgmental celestial Erishem. Erishem was among the more powerful beings in the celestial hierarchy. Far removed from the gods he had faced in his encounters with the destroyer armor. Wiping away his tears, Odin regained his regal composure, sitting stoically upon his throne, awaiting the arrival of the Eternals. Moments later, Ajax entered with Eternals members Ikaris, Gilgamesh, and Circe to pay their respects to Odin. After departing from the Sanctum in London, Ajax had assembled a team of 10 Eternals, aside from the reclusive druid who declined their invitation, and Gilgamesh, who chose to remain on Earth to care for the occasionally unstable Sienna. The 7 of them had deliberated and ultimately decided to journey to Asgard to gather intelligence. After all, Gilgamesh considered his relationship with Asgard to be quite amicable. Thor had even referred to him as uncle in his youth. However, they could not directly disclose the reasons for their visit. The mysterious disappearance of the celestial beings must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Instead, they would approach Odin under the pretense that Earth faced a threat and required the assistance of its strongest champions, hoping to ascertain the whereabouts of these formidable warriors. Upon hearing the intentions of the Eternals, Odin, gripping the eternal spear, sat in silence upon his throne. He pondered the true motives of the Eternals. After all, they had arrived on Earth long before his birth, even before his father Bor had reached the age of 244. Bor was born in 5244 B.C., while the Eternals made their entrance in 5000 B.C. Yet, throughout these 7 millennia, the Eternals have not revealed their genuine purpose for visiting Earth. Odin could not believe that they were merely here to protect humanity. Given their limited strength, such guardianship seemed absurd. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. Midgard is already safeguarded by the might of Asgard and its champions. I am afraid I cannot disclose their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Ajax was momentarily taken aback. Although Odin did not provide the answers they sought, his words conveyed valuable information. Among the current inhabitants of Earth, there existed not just one formidable being. But who could it be? The Avengers? Or perhaps the enigmatic Spear Bureau of the East? If it were the Avengers, that would be manageable. However, if it were the Spear Bureau, matters could become quite troublesome, as they had never ventured into the mysterious ancient lands of the East. Nearby, the irrepressible Ginkgo could no longer contain himself. With a cheeky grin, he turned to the figure on the throne and implored, Odin, dear brother, do lend us a hand. Just a hint would suffice. Odin sighed, reflecting on the folly of these fools who had lived on Earth for 7,000 years, yet remained oblivious to its most powerful entities. It seemed their existence had been wasted over these millennia. Rising from his throne, Odin cast a glance at the hapless group and waved his hand, saying, "Having traveled from afar, Asgard shall host a banquet in your honor later." With that, he turned and departed, thinking that had it not been for the favor owed to the judgment god Arisam, he would have cast these fools back to Midgard with a mere flick of the Rainbow Bridge, a gaggle of weaklings daring to seek intelligence from him. After Ajax and her 3 companions exited the celestial palace, they wandered aimlessly through Asgard. She found herself at a loss as to how to explain their situation to the god Arisam. Should she admit that they, too, were unaware of why the god Tyam had vanished? Suddenly, the exuberant Ginkgo's eyes lit up as he glanced at his companions. "Let us seek out Thor. That lad is forthright and lacks Odin's cunning." Ajax nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a sound strategy. The quartet, through various inquiries, eventually located Thor, who was engaged in a sparring match with Loki on the training grounds. However, the scene was rather peculiar. The forthright Thor was currently pinning Loki to the ground, straddling him, and delivering a flurry of punches. Jingwa joyfully called out to the figure on the ground, "Aha! Uncle Thor has come to play with you." Upon hearing this, Thor looked up towards the source of the voice. At the entrance of the training ground stood 4 unfamiliar figures, all gazing intently at him and Loki. Thor awkwardly rose and inquired, "Who are you?" An hour later, after Jingwa's relentless efforts to ascertain the identities of the 4, Thor grinned at them and exclaimed, "So, you are guests from Midgard." He cast a sidelong glance at the overly familiar Jingwa and the other 3 figures, internally scoffing. "To call you uncle is simply impossible. Do you think you possess the might of those formidable humans like old Qin? A bunch of weaklings seeking to take advantage of me." Chapter 127. What is that person's name? In Asgard, during the banquet welcoming the guests from Midgard, Odin made a fleeting appearance before hastily departing. He felt quite vexed and had no time to entertain the Eternal Ones. Odin mused to himself that had Qin Yi attended the banquet, he surely would have stayed longer to enjoy a few drinks. For Qin Yi was the one he admired most. As Odin turned to leave, a sudden realization struck him. He was oblivious to the truth behind the recent explosion and the unusual activities of the ancient gods and demons. However, it was possible that Master Qin Yi might possess that knowledge, considering his strength had reached a level that even Odin could scarcely discern. Odin nodded, pleased with his own cleverness. Yet, upon recalling the 4 Eternal Ones at the banquet, he sighed repeatedly, thinking of how bothersome they were. He decided to inquire about Qin Yi after they had departed. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard quickly succumbed to inebriation, engaging in challenges reminiscent of the camaraderie shared by Jingwa. Amidst the raucous cheers of the Asgardian residents, the rotund warrior Volstagg stepped into the center of the crowd. He bore no weapons, enthusiastically thumping his chest a few times. Jingwa awkwardly approached Volstagg, feeling hesitant to employ his 6-pulsed divine sword against an unarmed opponent. The 2 grappled like primitive wrestlers in the cleared space, with Jingwa initially holding an advantage. However, upon receiving a telepathic message from Ajax, he sighed with evident discomfort. Did he, Jingwa, truly wish to sacrifice his pride just to learn about the human warriors on Earth? That wretched human warrior must not discover his identity. He feared he would be unable to resist thrashing that fellow. If not for the need for information, would he truly allow a rotund man to pin him down as he was now? As their duel concluded with a victor, the other 2 warriors of the Divine Palace lost interest. The apparent weakness of these 4 was disheartening. How could they, as fellow Midgardians, be so vastly inferior to Mr. Qin? After all, Mr. Qin was a powerhouse revered even by King Odin himself, and their great prince, Thor, had once remarked, "I possess at most 1/3 of old Qin's strength." Beside him, Thor disdainfully curled his lip at the sight of such a feeble creature aspiring to be his uncle. It was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Despite his years of indulgent eating leading to considerable weight gain, Volstagg felt a thrill of pride in his own strength. He seized the fallen gold fruit and clapped a heavy hand on the latter's shoulder. "Your skills are decent, though you pale in comparison to me," he declared, ignoring the twitching corners of Goldfruit's mouth and his clenched fists. With renewed enthusiasm, Volstagg continued, "There exists a formidable human in the Midgard realm. Seek him out. Learn a few techniques, and return to challenge me." Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the Eternals brightened with suppressed excitement. Ajax stepped forward and inquired, "Brave warrior, may I ask the name of this human?" The rotund Volstagg, handing a large mug of beer to Goldfruit, smiled broadly and fell silent. Under the eager gazes of his 3 eternal companions, Goldfruit reluctantly lifted the mug and downed it in one go, earning Volstagg's newfound respect. Though the slender fellow appeared quite frail, His capacity for alcohol was commendable. Nearby, the residents of Asgard erupted in cheers. And the other two warriors of the Hall of Heroes showed keen interest. If combat was not to be, then a drinking contest would suffice. In an instant, they pulled Goldfruit and the stoic Ikaris towards several gigantic barrels of ale, conveniently ignoring Ajax and Circe, for Asgard was a realm that honored women. Eager to uncover the identity of this powerful human, Goldfruit and the unyielding Ikaris fully embraced the challenge, both clasping a barrel and indulging in drink. Roars of jubilation filled the banquet hall as the celebration for the Midgard guests ignited with fervor. At last, the two Eternals drained their barrels entirely, with Ajax supporting the swaying Goldfruit, once again voicing her lingering curiosity. However, the rotund Vostag had also succumbed to inebriation, collapsing to the ground before he could utter a word. Ajax felt a pang of frustration. Why was this human shrouded in such mystery? After 7 millennia on Earth, they were still none the wiser. Finally gleaning a morsel of information, yet finding it so elusive, she helplessly looked towards Circe, who was propping up Ikaris. Uncertain whether he was genuinely intoxicated or feigning it, leaning heavily against Circe, nearly clinging to her. The two women, resigned, assisted their companions back to the lounge. After 3 long days of waiting, the corpulent warrior Vostag finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the concerned gaze of Ajax. Vostag felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had no interest in such a frail woman, especially since he was already married. He resolved to shatter this Midgard woman's illusions with ruthless determination. Before Ajax could utter a word, Vostag hastily declared, "We are not suited for each other." As guests of Midgard, Ajax's shocked expression was rife with confusion. "Where am I? What has happened? What does he mean?" Her bewilderment only solidified Vostag's conviction. Could it be that this Midgard woman was so infatuated with him? Was it his strength and might that had captivated her? The pair fell into a prolonged silence until Ajax, suppressing her curiosity, finally inquired, "What is the name of that Midgard man?" The corpulent Vostag nodded, sensing that his rejection had made an impact. "Mr. Qin, very powerful, exceptionally strong." However, this response only deepened Ajax's confusion, prompting her to ask, "No name?" Vostag, clearly displeased, retorted with anger, "Such a formidable individual cannot be addressed by name. That would be disrespectful." With that, he brusquely pushed Ajax out, his disdain for the frail woman evident. Ajax stumbled outside, dazed and disheartened, seeking solace with her companions, Circe and Icarus, whose relationship seemed to have warmed considerably, perhaps a result of their drunken night together. This development only intensified Ajax's feelings of despair, as she had harbored a secret affection for Icarus. Gazing up at the sky of Asgard, she felt overwhelmed. How many men on Earth bore the name Qin? After explaining the situation to her anxious companions, Jingwa optimistically remarked, "At least we have learned that his surname is Qin. He must be from the East. Shall we venture to the mysterious ancient lands of the East?" The others nodded in agreement, finding merit in Jingwa's analysis, especially since they had never set foot in the enigmatic Eastern realm. After bidding farewell to the All-Father Odin, they boarded the Doma ship, setting a course back to Earth. Chapter 128. Prosperity above Kamartaj. Odin had just traversed the Rainbow Bridge when he sensed something unusual. It appeared he had triggered the defensive enchantments of Kamartaj, and formidable energies instantly focused upon him. He felt a strong premonition that any further movement could result in him being forcefully expelled. What puzzled him was that he had not encountered these enchantments during his previous visit to consult with the Ancient One. Moments later, the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, along with a cadre of sorcerers, surrounded Odin. In Asgard, the king of the gods, Odin awkwardly expressed his intentions. Upon hearing the elderly man's motives, Strange nodded and retrieved his phone to contact Master Qin Yi. Moments later, a spatial vortex materialized before them, and after a moment's hesitation, Odin stepped into the vortex and vanished. In New York, at a serene base surrounded by mountains and waters, Qin Yi and his mentor, Ancient One, lounged in reclining chairs, leisurely fishing. Their tranquility was interrupted when Odin, enviously drawn to them, approached. With a gesture, Qin Yi conjured a similar chair beside him. Odin, upon seeing this, took a seat, pondering for a time before voicing his curiosity about the explosion that had occurred a year prior. A playful smile danced on Qin Yi's face as he nonchalantly regarded Odin. "Do you truly wish to know?" After a moment's contemplation, Odin shook his head, realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. With a few sighs, he continued, "The Eternals have come to Asgard seeking information about Earth's formidable beings." Qin Yi nodded in understanding, recalling how he had recently learned from Alice's surveillance that the Eternals had activated their spacecraft, evidently bound for Asgard. He paid little heed to the Eternals, yet hoped he would not cross paths with that dark-skinned individual. Otherwise, he would ensure the latter understood the consequences of double standards. From Odin's demeanor, Qin Yi discerned something unusual, likely stemming from the 5 shadows he had encountered during his first visit to Asgard. With the Celestials no longer a concern, Qin Yi felt no trepidation regarding the ancient gods of shadows. Even if they were Celestials, what could they achieve now without the Ivory King? Do you require assistance in dealing with the ancient gods of shadows? Odin gazed at Qin Yi in disbelief, astonished that this individual possessed knowledge of their existence, and, furthermore, seemed to imply he could resolve the matter. Cautiously, Odin glanced around, as if fearing exposure, and uncertainly inquired, "You know of them?" Qin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the apprehensive Odin. "Just tell me whether you want help." At this, a look of internal conflict crossed Odin's face. He harbored doubts. If Qin Yi were unable to handle the ancient gods of shadows, Asgard would be doomed, facing annihilation long before Ragnarok at the hands of those 5 ancient deities. However, upon observing Qin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, he ultimately nodded. "I am willing to accept any terms Asgard must offer." Pleased, Qin Yi acknowledged Odin's rationality and willingness to engage fairly. However, he mused that Asgard likely had little of value left, having been heavily extorted by Master Yao due to the incident with Hela. He cast a glance at Master Yao, who had already caught a fish, and suddenly recalled something. "That little dog, Hela, I must return to fetch it." Odin's mind was in turmoil, trying to comprehend what Qin Yi meant by that little dog, Fenrir, who was already deceased. With a hint of skepticism, Qin Yi directed his gaze towards Odin. "Isn't there the eternal flame? I suppose I could reluctantly accept that." As he watched Qin Yi vanish into the swirling vortex of space, Odin let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Yi did not demand exorbitant compensation. Otherwise, he would have genuinely feared that Asgard would be laden with immense debt. Given the nature of the brothers, Thor and Loki, it was only a matter of time before they squandered Asgard's wealth, and as a father, he could only accumulate a bit of fortune while he still lived. Reflecting on the mere act of living, he fell into a contemplative silence. If the shadow ancient god was indeed vanquished by Qin Yi, should he accompany the queen in Valhalla or continue to safeguard Asgard? In the midst of Odin's silence, Qin Yi reappeared through another spatial vortex. Holding 5 struggling figures in his grasp, Odin stared in bewilderment at the 5 writhing forms, from the familiar aura emanating from them. He was certain these figures were the shadow ancient gods orchestrating Ragnarok from behind the scenes. Yet, he pondered, why had it taken only a few seconds for Qin Yi to capture the shadow ancient gods, and not a single one escaped? Odin was aware of Qin Yi's spatial transportation ability. Although he had never fully grasped Qin Yi's true strength, he believed him to be only slightly more powerful than himself. However, the scene before him was a blatant contradiction to that belief. This was not merely a slight superiority. It was more potent than the Celestial Assembly, far surpassing the prowess of those who had once compelled him to don the destroyer armor and endure for mere seconds. Odin internally questioned, why did that old fellow, Ancient One, have such good fortune? Why wasn't Qin Yi one of Asgard's own? Observing the Ancient One leisurely fishing beside Qin Yi only deepened his melancholy. He yearned for such a tranquil retirement life. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, grasping the 5 shadow ancient gods, furrowed his brow, realizing that these beings were indeed transcendent entities. How should he deal with this group? After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively cast them into the vortex of the fairy power, accompanied by their wretched pleas. Thus, the shadow ancient gods, who had plagued Odin for so long, vanished before his eyes. For a moment, Odin found himself at a loss for words, silently witnessing as Qin Yi tossed the eternal flame into another vortex. In an instant, the radiance of the eternal flame emanated from Qin Yi's palm. Fenrir, resurrected by the eternal flame, barely had time to howl before Qin Yi struck him several times, leaving the dog's mouth swollen and bruised. If not for Hela, who sensed the presence of Fenrir and hurriedly carved a teleportation circle from Kamartaj to hasten her arrival, Odin would have doubted whether Qin Yi might have the audacity to prepare a feast from the Fenrir wolf. In an instant, Odin resolved to offer some form of reward. Although it had been declined, he felt compelled to bestow it. Such a robust ally must not be lost to Asgard, or Odin would surely deem himself foolish. After bidding farewell to Qin Yi, Odin turned and departed, leaving Hela, who was clutching a diminutive Fenrir wolf, glaring defiantly at Qin Yi. In response, Qin Yi's powerful hands continued to squeeze her cheeks for an extended moment. The Fenrir wolf nestled in Hela's embrace trembled, too fearful to even steal a glance. That human was overwhelmingly powerful, having inexplicably struck it several times, while its magnificent mistress, Queen Hela, resembled a mere child. Unable to muster the courage to resist the playful grip on her face. This place was terrifying. The wolf was filled with dread. After indulging in his whims, Qin Yi ceased his playful antics, wary that further squeezing might lead to unforeseen consequences. He had never realized he possessed such a peculiar inclination. Indeed, a well-fed mind wanders into indulgent thoughts. Naturally, he attributed this to the essence of the fairy power, scolding it for its lack of efficacy. Had it not been suppressed by the heart of the universe, he mused, he might still be preoccupied with mere survival, rather than entertaining such frivolous ideas. Reflecting on the fairy power, he furrowed his brow slightly. As the embodiment of this power, Qin Yi could sense the locations of several shards. Notably, the largest fragment was not within the confines of the cosmos, while the smaller pieces resided throughout the multiverse. Recovery was essential. However, the timing posed a dilemma. After dismissing Hela, he grasped the little dog by the neck, contemplating whether to retrieve the shards now or perhaps wait for the energy within them to grow more substantial. Looking down at the pup in his grip, he declared, "From now on, you shall be named Wealth." The Fenrir wolf wagged its tail vigorously, its eyes seemingly affirming its understanding. In this brief interlude, Fenrir had come to terms with reality. Queen Hela was unreliable, and it would be wiser to follow its new master. "Your task, Wealth, will be to guard this base," Qin Yi instructed, as the Fenrir wolf, lying beside him, nodded vigorously in response to its new master's command. Chapter 129. The unveiling approaches days later, on Earth 616. The Eternals, having departed from Asgard aboard the ship Domo, finally returned to Earth. This time, they summoned all members of the Eternals, except for the reclusive druid, as the remaining 9 gathered in Australia. In the secluded abode of Hina and Gilgamesh, Ajax convened a meeting of the Eternal clan. Although her companions were irked by her persistent concealment of the true purpose of their journey to Earth, they understood that this was not the time for internal strife. If the reason behind the disappearance of the celestial Tiamat within the Earth remained undiscovered, their superior, the judgment deity Arisum, would not easily grant them clemency. Gazing at her companions, each displaying a myriad of expressions, Ajax reported on the intelligence gathered from Asgard. The vanishing of the divine being might not be solely attributed to a single individual. However, this person was widely recognized as a formidable force in Asgard. Presently, they had no other leads and could only commence their investigation with this individual. The others nodded in agreement as Ajax continued, "At present, we know this individual is referred to as Mr. Qin Goldfruit, and I speculate that he may hail from the enigmatic ancient Eastern Kingdom. Hence we have resolved to journey eastward." Upon hearing this, her companions fell into a contemplative silence. They had never ventured to that mysterious ancient land and possessed little knowledge of its circumstances. Amidst the quiet, the internet-savvy Spite, interjected with an alternative suggestion. "I am acquainted with a Mr. Qin. He is a mutant. Instead of traversing the perilous unknown of the Eastern Kingdom, why not explore the beautiful land of America?" Cersei nodded in agreement, retrieving her latest smartphone. She tapped the screen, projecting a vast display before the group. "After Spite shared this with me yesterday, I gathered some information about this individual. His background appears quite ordinary, yet his teleportation abilities warrant our attention. It is highly plausible that the deity was transported elsewhere by him." Pointing at the screen, Cersei elaborated, "Qin Yi, the younger brother of Iron Man Tony Stark, is particularly enigmatic. He graduated from MIT at the age of 17 and has invested in numerous tech companies. His life sciences company produces artificial intelligence that commands over 90% of the global market share. Alongside his brother Tony, he holds a majority stake in Stark Communications, which manufactures communication products and other nanotechnology, also dominating over 70% of the global market." Cersei continued to sift through the data, adding, "Moreover, he possesses a significant share in Osborne Industries. In summary, he is handsome, affluent, mysterious, and devoid of scandal. No one has ever witnessed him in action, and I suspect that the information we have access to merely scratches the surface of what he allows others to see." After a moment of silence, Goldfruit suddenly inquired, "None of you are acquainted with Iron Man, are you?" Upon seeing the group shake their heads, Goldfruit lamented, "I have told you repeatedly to integrate into human society, yet each of you remains engrossed in your cultivation. Now, at a critical juncture, we find ourselves without any familiar faces to assist us." The stoic Icarus rose and declared, "I shall go and bring him here before taking flight." Ajax nodded, acknowledging the convenience of not having to make a trip to New York, perhaps due to living too long, or perhaps stemming from an unwavering confidence in Icarus's abilities. They remained unconcerned about his safety and instead chose to await his return in tranquil anticipation. Only Circe, who had spent her life in London, furrowed her brow. If the true culprit behind the disappearance of the god Tiamat was indeed Qin Yi, then Icarus's journey would be akin to delivering himself to danger. However, upon observing the gathering of their eternal companions, she sighed, hoping her apprehensions were unfounded. In New York, within the Mountain and Water Enclave, Qin Yi was engaged in training his newly acquired pet, Wang Kai. After several attempts, his patience began to wane. "Foolish dog, if you don't learn, I'll stew you," he grumbled. The Fenrir wolf, Wang Kai, looked up at its master with forlorn eyes, bewildered that its magnificent owner expected it to master magic. Was this not an unreasonable demand for a mere canine? Yet, upon hearing the threat from its master, it resolutely extended a paw, desperately drawing magical circles in front of itself. Master Gu Yi watched with a shake of her head. Her prized disciple had now resorted to teaching a dog magic. She pondered whether he was merely bored or if it was a consequence of his years as the supreme sorcerer, during which he had never successfully trained a single apprentice. While urging Wang Kai to learn magic, Qin Yi glanced toward the direction of the mod control building, puzzled. Just moments ago, an audacious individual had attempted to breach the building's entrance, only to be inexplicably transported away by the internal magical array. He dismissed the incident, assuming it was not connected to the government or military of the United States, as the former president and defense minister had long since retired. The current president, he recalled, seemed to be named Matthew Ellis. Qin Yi frowned. How audacious of this fellow to bear the name Ellis. He made a mental note to call Trump later and inquire if this individual had ambitions of becoming president of the United States. Upon noticing the sparks of magic drawn by Wang Kai's paw, Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Who said one couldn't learn magic without a suspended ring? Once Wang Kai mastered it, he intended to send it to Kamar Taj to motivate and tease the apprentices there, preventing them from becoming complacent. He had heard from the rotund Wang that since his retirement, the new apprentices at Kamar Taj had become rather lackadaisical. In Australia, eternal members Sinha and Gilgamesh resided in their secluded abode. They had waited for a considerable time, and with Icarus's absence becoming increasingly concerning, Circe rose to speak. "Let us head to New York. It seems the truth behind Tiamat's disappearance is drawing near." After a collective nod from the members, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. This time, they opted not for the Domo spacecraft, but instead chose a commercial flight. Perhaps taking to heart the notion that blending into human life was indeed wise. On the flight of the Golden Fruit, Ajax comforted Circe by grasping her hand, assuring her, "Do not worry, Icarus will be unharmed." Circe nodded somberly, hoping that would indeed be the case. A human capable of mysteriously vanishing the celestial beings was not something they could confront. As long as they confirmed that the true culprit was Qin Yi in New York, the rest could be entrusted to the judgment of the celestial deity, Erishem. Meanwhile, Icarus, who occupied their thoughts, had already been transported to a desolate planet. Rising in confusion, he surveyed his surroundings and, after examining the device on his arm, determined that Earth was located tens of thousands of light years away. At that moment, Icarus was filled with an overwhelming certainty that the truth behind the disappearance of the celestial beings on Earth had been unveiled. Yet, contemplating the vast distance, he felt a deep melancholy. How could he possibly return to Earth? Even if he were to fly at the speed of light, it would take him tens of thousands of years. In New York, at the base of the Illuminati, Deadpool Wade, having regained his normal appearance, wriggled in his seat at the tea room. Wade had intended to borrow some money from his good friend Logan, as he had earned nothing during his years of absence, and the Eternal Leader had not paid him. When he sought to purchase a ring to propose to his girlfriend, he discovered he was utterly broke. Upon meeting Logan, he learned that Logan had spent all his earnings on properties scattered across the globe, likely supporting numerous lovers, and since joining the Illuminati, had indulged in only the finest cigars. Most importantly, Logan was also penniless, having borrowed heavily from Storm this month. Wade had no choice but to contact Qin Yi, who was currently fishing. Though he had just returned to Earth a few days prior, Wade knew this fellow was quite wealthy. Upon arriving at the base, Qin Yi, hearing Wade's request, could only smile with resignation. It seemed that even superheroes on Earth led rather frugal lives. For instance, in a certain timeline, the Supreme Sorcerer and Wong were left with merely $15 between them, while the delivery Spider-Man was equally impoverished. After transferring a sum to Wade's bank account, he inquired, "Is 30 million sufficient?" Wade's eyes widened in astonishment as he seized Qin Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, why not become my leader?" Startled, Qin Yi quickly withdrew his arm. Harboring doubts about whether Wade possessed the same misfortune as the minions, whoever became his leader would surely be cursed. The previous overseer of the mutant program, William Stryker, was gone, and the recent Eternal had also vanished. Unless he had lost his senses, he would never allow Wade to become his new leader, if that day came. He too might disappear, leaving him in despair, as he had yet to spend his considerable fortune. Moreover, he had recently discovered a terrifying truth. His spending habits far outpaced the earnings of several companies. Though Qin Yi rejected his proposal, Wade remained undeterred, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation, until Qin Yi inquired, "By the way, little Jiajian, why did you so recklessly disrupt the timeline?" Wade hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. It was the order of the former leader. Chapter 130. The Judgment of the Celestial Deity in the Celestial Palace of Asgard. King Odin summoned his eldest son, Thor. After bestowing upon Thor a treasure from a spaceship, Odin earnestly instructed him to personally deliver it into Mr. Qin's hands. Emphasizing the need for utmost respect, Odin no longer referred to Qin Yi by his full name. The demise of the ancient shadow gods had left him in a state of lingering shock. He sighed several times, glancing at his younger son, Loki, whose face was alight with eager anticipation. "Loki, you must accompany him and ensure your brother shows the proper respect." The third princess, beaming with joy, replied, "Father, I promise to fulfill the task." From their father's words, Loki sensed a significant change. Previously, Odin would refer to Qin Yi by his full name. But now even when mentioning Mr. Qin, he did so with deep reverence. This led Loki to realize he might have gravely underestimated Qin Yi's power. Excited at the prospect of finally visiting Earth, Loki shared his brother Thor's enthusiasm, albeit for different reasons. While Thor was delighted at the thought of seeing his girlfriend, Loki was thrilled at the opportunity to align himself with Mr. Qin. The two princes of Asgard, accompanied by the three valiant warriors of the palace, embarked upon a spaceship from the Rainbow Bridge, swiftly reaching the skies above Earth. Meanwhile, King Odin sat despondently upon his throne, gripping the eternal spear. Faced with a pressing decision, to return to Valhalla to be with the Queen, or to continue safeguarding Asgard. After all, Ragnarok was no more, and Asgard could gradually prosper. Despite his son's unreliability, Odin furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. If only Mr. Qin were part of the Asgardian royal family. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Odin's eyes. Though he was not, he could become one. If Hela were to marry Mr. Qin, Odin believed he would be able to rest easy in Valhalla, confident that with this powerful deity's protection, Asgard's future would be secure. The moment this thought crossed Odin's mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with his own cleverness. Rising from his throne, Odin made his way to the palace treasury, feeling compelled to bring treasures to consult with the Ancient One. That old fellow was exceedingly fortunate. He hoped the remaining treasures of the palace could indirectly safeguard Asgard's future. In the skies above Earth, the sudden appearance of the Asgardian spaceship was swiftly detected by the monitoring satellites of the Light Brigade. After Thor and the on-duty Wolverine, Logan, explained their purpose, the spaceship descended to Qin Yi's mountainous base in New York, guided by the Light Brigade satellites. The movements of the Asgardian spacecraft were simultaneously monitored by satellites from the United States. In the White House, President Matthew Ellis, upon receiving a report from the Department of Defense, shattered the cup in his hand in a fit of rage. Who, after all, is the true president of the United States? The SHIELD? The Avengers? Why do they not take action? After the vice president, Husk, waved for the other staff members to leave the office, he turned to the president and said, "The spacecraft has arrived from Asgard and has just communicated its intentions to the Avengers." Hesitating for a moment, Husk added, "Moreover, they are not a force of this earth, and we have no jurisdiction over them." Upon hearing this, the president fell into a sudden silence. Ever since he assumed the presidency, Matthew Ellis had felt a growing sense of impotence. He could not command the military, and the powerful capitalists behind the scenes were uncooperative with his administration. The so-called SHIELD had previously exposed the misdeeds of several of his trusted officials, leaving him feeling like a mere figurehead. Nevertheless, he could tolerate much of the behind-the-scenes machinations, as only a few were privy to these matters. However, he could no longer endure the repeated landings of extraterrestrial spacecraft that bypassed his presidential approval, showing him no respect whatsoever. A few months prior, a feline spacecraft had descended on the outskirts of New York, and despite a massive deployment of SHIELD personnel searching for over a month, it had inexplicably vanished. Now, another Asgardian ship had landed directly at the base of the mutant Qin Yi, and while it had supposedly communicated with the Avengers, he, as president, had yet to grant his consent. Who could say whether such occurrences would continue, and how would this reflect on the United States, the so-called world police? and on him as president? Matthew Ellis believed that if this continued, it would be better for him not to hold the office at all. Although the former president had repeatedly warned him against provoking someone named Qin Yi, he had now reached a point where he could no longer afford to hesitate. He must capture this individual to lead the United States to a resurgence. With S.H.I.E.L.D. still reeling from the explosion of the aerospace carrier and the Avengers proving unreliable, essentially becoming the Stark family's private garden, as Tony Stark seldom visited the Avengers base, which now depended entirely on Stark's funding for its operations. An exasperated Matthew Ellis pondered for some time before dialing a military phone number. He recalled how Ross had previously proposed targeting Qin Yi on multiple occasions, yet for years he had heeded the former president's counsel and remained cautious, avoiding involvement in all matters concerning Qin Yi. Recent events have instilled a profound sense of threat within him. Following a discussion with General Ross on the other end of the line, they reached a mutual understanding, and thus commenced a capture operation targeting Qin Yi. In New York, a base adorned with mountains and waters, the brothers Thor and Loki, having journeyed from Asgard, alongside the three warriors of the Celestial Palace, presented a vessel entrusted to them by their father to Qin Yi, who was leisurely fishing. "Hey, Qin, it is filled with treasures handpicked by our father." Qin Yi cast a glance at the colossal ship and nodded in satisfaction at Odin's gesture. Though he had no immediate use for these items, he contemplated depositing them into the treasury of Kamar Taj, considering it merely the interest for the treasures he had surreptitiously acquired over the years. With a wave of his hand, the massive ship transformed into a delicate model, which he then handed to Master Yao, who stood nearby. Master Yao was taken aback by this display. Had it not been for the presence of so many onlookers, she would have reached out to pat Qin Yi's head, questioning whether her obedient disciple had suffered a lapse in judgment, as this was quite uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. As Ancient One turned to leave, a satisfied smile graced her face. It appeared her dear disciple had matured considerably and was beginning to accumulate wealth. Moreover, she felt somewhat out of place amidst the young revelers, despite knowing that the two princes of Asgard and the three warriors of the Celestial Palace were, in fact, over 1,000 years old, significantly older than her own 700 years. Yet, given her powerful disciple, she still maintained an elder status, regardless of the presence of divine beings. Upon arriving on Earth, Thor was in a state of exhilaration, initially intending to seek out his girlfriend Jane, as it had been quite a while since their last meeting, and both he and his brother were quite thrilled. However, upon witnessing Qin Yi's gesture, the crowd was transported to a grand banquet, and the exquisite array of wines on the table only further heightened his excitement. The three warriors of the Celestial Palace erupted in joyous cheers. Mr. Qin was incredibly powerful, yet devoid of arrogance, unlike their divine ruler, King Odin. At banquets in the Celestial Palace, they always felt a sense of trepidation while drinking with the king, fearful of incurring his displeasure and facing dire consequences. As the guests engaged in merry toasts and laughter, Qin Yi reflected on his overly cautious existence in recent years, akin to an elderly recluse. He had indulged only in the pleasures of dining. Moreover, with the growth of his strength, the human aspects of his personality had considerably dulled. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the Eternal family, having hastily arrived in New York, mistakenly found themselves drawn to the base after hearing of a ship's descent. However, they soon found themselves ensnared within the magical barrier at the entrance, and after a brief struggle, were unexpectedly transported to the banquet hall. Thor and the three valiant warriors of Asgard gazed in astonishment at the three figures before them. However, upon recalling that these individuals had just ventured to Asgard to inquire about Earth's formidable beings, Thor's brow furrowed in perplexity. Among the trio, the stout warrior Volstagg felt a surge of amusement. It appeared that these fellows had indeed come seeking mentorship. Qin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the 8 eternal beings bound together by magical chains, curious about how this feeble group had discovered their whereabouts. Yet, before he could voice his inquiry, the black-skinned Faustos clamored for the divine beings to be turned over, threatening dire consequences otherwise. Qin Yi scratched his head, pondering whether these individuals were somewhat dim-witted. Could they not discern their current predicament? Were it not for the knowledge that the alcohol they had consumed was as inconsequential to him as water, he might have doubted whether it was indeed himself who was bound. As Faustos continued his raucous tirade, Qin Yi swiftly crushed him with a flick of his hand and turned his gaze towards Ajax. "Summon the deities behind you," he commanded. He bore no particular animosity towards the other eternal beings, for they had, after all, safeguarded humanity for many years. It was solely the black-skinned one he had long wished to eliminate since his previous life. The eternal beings glared at Qin Yi with hatred. mourning the loss of their companion with whom they had shared millennia of camaraderie. Though they yearned for vengeance, Ajax, aware of the disparity in their strengths, silently closed her eyes and entered a mental space to communicate with the gods. Tearfully, she reported the situation on Earth to the judgment god, Erishem. Upon hearing that the human had audaciously requested his presence, Erishem found a rare moment of amusement. How blissfully ignorant this being was. He paused his work, crushing a half-finished star in his grasp. After Ajax departed from the mental realm and opened her eyes, a terrifying giant's head materialized in the sky above Earth, marking the day humanity recalled the arrival of Erishem, the judgment god. Chapter 131. Am I the delivery man? In the vast expanse of space beyond Earth, Qin Yi beheld the colossal red figure before him, letting out a few exclamations of wonder. He was exceedingly curious about the material from which the armor of the divine beings was crafted, pondering whether it could be dismantled to construct a spacecraft. Pointing towards Earth, he declared his dominion. This is my territory. Hearing this, Erishem, encased in his crimson armor, felt a surge of amusement. He typically relished crushing creatures he regarded as insignificant. However, this time, he was taken aback as a terrifying vortex engulfed his outstretched hand before he could strike. Retrieving his severed arm, Erishem's thunderous voice reverberated through the cosmos. The power of the Fae, so it resides within you. The power of the fairy, previously sealed by the Celestial Assembly in a remote location, escaped 24 years ago. The celestial Erishem was aware of this event. However, as the arbiter of judgment, his duty was to determine the fate of a race, whether it would thrive or perish, through the formulas inscribed within his palm. When the day of judgment arrived, he was the first celestial being to visit the planet. Should he decree the extinction of a race, he would summon the eradicators to carry out his will. The matter of sealing the fairy's power, however, fell outside his purview. After a brief contemplation, the arbiter of judgment, Erishem, ceased hostilities. The fifth celestial team had barely managed to seal the fairy's power at the cost of their lives. Remaining alone as a celestial being greatly increased the likelihood of his demise, rendering him mere sustenance for the fairy's power, thus becoming the first celestial entity to serve as a mere courier. Yet, to halt his efforts at this juncture would be utterly humiliating. Observing the silent Erishem, Qin Yi waved his hand, summoning several members of the Eternal Clan within the base to his side. Take them away from Earth. I shall not interfere with other celestial manifestations. Remember, this is my domain. Erishem nodded in acknowledgement. This human displayed commendable acumen by offering him a graceful exit, lest the current awkward predicament prove difficult to navigate. He gestured, leading the 7-member Eternal Clan team away, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, the 10-member Eternal Clan team on Earth was left in uncertainty, with Icarus lost to an unknown fate, the formidable Faustus having met his end at Qin Yi's hands, and the Druid remaining in seclusion. Erishem felt utterly powerless regarding the fairy's power. He planned to return and deliberate with the other celestial beings before making any further decisions, ensuring these members of the Eternal Clan underwent a thorough reconditioning. Such disgraceful incidents must not be allowed to escape his purview. However, the Celestial Assembly was not a cohesive unit at this time, and recent troubles had been numerous. The arrogant transcendent divine race had mysteriously vanished, along with the lightless universe. Furthermore, the embodiment of the multiverse, eternity, had also inexplicably disappeared. Over the years, the number of destroyed universes had exceeded those created by the Celestial Assembly, and Erishem sensed a connection behind these occurrences, though he had yet to untangle the threads of this mystery. Back in the base, Qin Yi reclined on a lounge chair, pondering the recent clues he had uncovered. From a conversation with the mischievous one a few days prior, he surmised that eternity had likely been abducted by the first firmament. The first firmament was the primordial cosmic entity. During that era, the Marvel Universe was but a singular existence, and out of solitude, it created the Celestial Servants. As the Celestial Servants evolved, they gradually divided into the Dark Celestial Ascendants and the colorful Betrayer Celestial Assembly. Eventually, the conflict between the Celestial Brothers erupted, igniting the celestial war between the Dark Celestial Ascendants and the colorful Celestial Assembly. Before this war, the celestial deities were as numerous as the stars in the sky, until the ambitious ones created the superweapon known as the Godslayer armor. This formidable entity became the ultimate weapon against the celestial pantheon, leading to the destruction of most of their ranks. In the final battle of the Celestial War, a sudden rift emerged among the ambitious ones, resulting in many components of the Godslayer armor being stripped away by different factions, igniting a civil war among them. This internal conflict granted the celestial deities precious time to recuperate and retaliate. Subsequently, the celestial group detonated the Godslayer armor, shattering the first firmament into fragments and birthing hundreds of new universes from its pure essence. These universes amalgamated into a new collective entity known as the Second Universe, which marked the inception of the multiverse. Ultimately, the remnants of the first firmament and the remaining pursuers were forced to retreat to the farthest reaches, gazing from the void as the celestial rebels expanded into the Second Universe. As time flowed, the first firmament witnessed the multiverse undergo rebirths repeatedly, harboring resentment and biding its time for the opportune moment to enact vengeance upon the downfall of the divine race. It deemed the moment ripe for action and thus seized eternity. This time, Qin Yi refrained from devouring the judgment deity Erishem due to a suspicion that the first firmament aimed to restore a singular universe, which would inevitably spark a new war with the current celestial group. While only 265 members of the celestial group had made appearances, Qin Yi remained uncertain of their exact number. Should he consume Erishem, it could attract a swarm of celestial beings, and he could not possibly devour them all. For him, it was preferable to let the celestial group and the first firmament engage in conflict first, thus providing him an opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. Reclining in a chair with his hands clasped behind his head, Qin Yi gazed up at the azure sky. When the heart of the universe was discovered by 89,757, an old man, who appeared to be sleeping nearby, was present. This elderly figure was presumably the absolute pinnacle of Marvel, commonly referred to as the one who transcends all. It represents an existence beyond all material, spiritual, fantasy, thought, consciousness, logic, and meaning, unbounded by any definitions or significances. It transcends all definitions and meanings, having reached a unique state that is neither existence nor non-existence, neither non-being nor non-being. Its existence surpasses complete existence and complete non-existence, achieving a realm of non-being and non-being. According to Qin Yi's understanding, this being should now inhabit a temporal space that encompasses the past, present, and future. The reason it is hailed as the most powerful in history lies in the fact that other authors merely claim a character's prowess in terms of their ability to annihilate countless universes, whereas Marvel unequivocally asserts its existence as transcending any life or consciousness beyond imagination and comprehension. Thus, the characters conjured by imagination appear utterly insignificant, as this premise completely eclipses the creativity of all beings in the universe. The sleeping old man referred to by 89757 is indeed the master of the heart of the universe. Yet, what perplexes Qin Yi is why, during his slumber, the heart of the universe was taken by 89,757 without any reaction, and even after all these years, he has not returned to reclaim it. Could it be that 89757 is truly the chosen one awaited by the Marvel Universe, while he, Qin Yi, is merely a courier? Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi pondered for quite some time, not out of discomfort with the notion of being a mere delivery person, but rather because he found this reasoning rather unconvincing. In truth, he could not even be considered a courier. His arrival in the Marvel realm was facilitated by 89,757. According to the destination initially relayed to him by 89,757. It was not the vast universe of Marvel, but rather another world entirely. His presence here was purely a consequence of an accident, as 89,757's evolution had consumed too much energy, compelling its spacecraft to land in the Marvel universe instead of reaching its intended destination. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone interrupted Qin Yi's introspection. It was time to pick up Morgan from school. Rising, he rubbed his temples, deciding to dismiss these thoughts. Even if he were to arrive at a conclusion, it would bear no consequence in the present. Let the first celestial be a source of consternation for the divine assembly. As for the old man, that discussion could wait until he awakens. His current troubles stem entirely from his insufficient strength. If he could effortlessly devour the first celestial and that cohort of dark deities with a single strike, all his worries would vanish. The foremost priority now was to recuperate from his injuries, enhance his affinity with the heart of the universe, and recover the scattered essence of the fairies. Once these tasks were accomplished, his power would likely transcend the superuniversal level, directly ascending to the omnipotent cosmic tier, at which point he would fear nothing. If combat proved impossible, he could simply flee with the earth. Having reached this understanding, Qin Yi found himself at the entrance of New York City's first high school, traversing through a somewhat tattered spatial vortex, where Happy was already waiting by the car. Chapter 132, The Air Clan in the Marvel Universe. The concept of totems is rather nebulous. Regardless of whether it pertains to technology or superpowers, anything associated with animals possesses totemic power. Spider-Man, for instance, is linked to the spider totem, with each totem having its own deity. The Air Clan comprises a group of totem hunters from Universe 001, representing the most rudimentary beings among all totems across the multiverse. This is due to their inherent totem not bestowing formidable power. They rely on the consumption of other strengths to acquire their own might. Thus, they feast on the vitality of animal and human totems, alongside the life force of divine totems, earning them the moniker of vampire totems. Within the Air Clan, a prophecy once foretold that they would be annihilated by Spider-Man at some pivotal moment in the future. To avert this dire fate, the family embarked on a hunting expedition, specifically targeting the spider totem. They believed that by eradicating the spider totem, they could eliminate Spider-Man and ensure the family's safety. Upon discovering the existence of the God Weaver, a master of the craft, in the realm of 000, the Inheritor family resolved to seize this deity. The family leader, Soros, accompanied by his wife and children, including the unique heir, Karn, set forth. Unlike his siblings, Karn possessed a distinct disposition. He favored creation over destruction. During the mission to hunt the God Weaver, his mother hoped he would vanquish the deity, but his aversion to bloodshed frustrated her. Subsequently, she decided to confront the God Weaver herself, only to meet a tragic demise at the hands of the foe. Though the Inheritor family ultimately succeeded in capturing the God Weaver, the incident brought shame upon them, resulting in Karn's exile, marked by the imposition of a metallic helmet as a symbol of disgrace. Realizing the potential of the God Weaver's abilities, Soros chose to spare its life to exploit its powers for his own benefit. Under the guidance of family member Janex, they began to harness the God Weaver's capabilities to traverse between different dimensions, seeking and hunting all incarnations of Spider-Man across the multiverse. Prior to their intended hunt of Spider-Man from the 616 main universe, the Inheritor family had already annihilated countless Spider-Men throughout the multiverse, with the objective of exterminating all superheroes affiliated with the Spider legacy. Among the Inheritors, Soros' son, Morlun, exhibited the most sinister fervor. After capturing various Spider-Men from the multiverse, he would present them at the dining table, consuming them alive as if indulging in a feast, leaving only their severed heads displayed on the walls as trophies. Of all the Spider-Men, it was Peter Parker who intrigued Morlun the most, as he regarded Peter's totem as the purest among those he had devoured. However, with the alarming decline in the number of Spider-Men across the multiverse, the remaining Spider-Men began to sense this drastic shift. They united to form a resistance against the Inheritor family, establishing the Spider Legion with 13 as their base, under the protection of Captain Spider-Man from the 13th universe, rallying other Spider-Men from various dimensions. Within the Qin Yi dimension, the middle-aged bully, the Maguire version of Peter Parker, was also summoned by the spatial vortex. However, upon arriving in this Earth, he found himself bewildered, undergoing training with Cindy Moon, the Silk, who enlightened him about the origins of the Spider Totem, the reasons behind the Inheritor family's consumption of Spider-Man, and the source of his own powers. His abilities were not merely a coincidence. The spider that bit him willingly transferred its powers to Peter before perishing, serving as a totem that bridged the connection between man and spider. The formidable bully Maguire, alongside several other Spider-Men, formed a team under the leadership of Captain Spider-Gwen, traversing the multiverse to rescue Spider-Man under siege by the Inheritors, Morlun. Among their ranks is Spider-Ham, hailing from Universe 8311, a whimsical parallel dimension where animals are anthropomorphized, possessing human-like appearances and behaviors. Originally a humanoid spider, he was transformed into a hybrid of pig and spider after being bitten by a radioactive pig, thus adopting the moniker Spider-Ham. Captain Spider-Gwen, on the other hand, originates from Universe 65, where Gwen Stacy was bitten by a radioactive spider and became the female Spider-Man. Maguire's memories have begun to blur, and the sight of this familiar yet foreign Gwen evokes recollections of a time before the zombie virus, a period marked by hardship yet cherished as one of his happiest memories. Not long after, the outbreak of the zombie virus claimed the life of his mentor and friend, Iron Man Tony, as well as his beloved Aunt May, fellow Avengers, classmates, and friends, all succumbing to the relentless plague. With the assistance of their landlord, Mr. Qin, the Avengers managed to save humanity on Earth. However, they soon faced the invasion of the Annihilation Swarm, leading to the destruction of their universe. It was Mr. Qin who brought them to safety in another dimension, earning him the title of landlord in Maguire's eyes. Regaining his senses from the reverie, Maguire rejoined his team, continuing their mission to save Spider-Man across the multiverse. Although they typically operated as a cohesive unit, the emergence of the Inheritors resulted in a consistent depletion of Spider-Man from other universes. Maguire perceived the strength of the inheritor family to be far surpassing that of any adversary he had previously encountered. In a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to summon their landlord. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, considering Mr. Qin's likely busy schedule. Meanwhile, in Earth 616, Qin Yi stood idly at the entrance of Morgan's school, boredom creeping in as he realized that escorting Morgan to school had become his sole daily task. During the remaining hours, he accompanied his master, fishing at the base. Behind him stood Happy, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of authority. Qin Yi felt a sense of resignation towards Happy's unwavering habit of standing in their shadows over the years. While following Tony, Happy had always stood behind him. And even now, he maintained that position. Qin Yi mused that perhaps Happy's steadfast dedication to his role as a bodyguard had ingrained this habit in him. He resolved to temper his criticisms in the future. Despite Happy being a disgrace to Kamartaj, he recognized him as one of his few friends. If necessary, he contemplated the day he might force-feed Happy some energy to prolong his life. Since Brother Tony has mastered his magical training, Qin Yi imparted to him the method of prolonging life through energy. Even Pepper, who had never shown interest in magic, has been diligently practicing after hearing that such studies could enhance longevity and preserve youth, particularly after learning that Master Yao is over 700 years old. Her fervor for training has reached near maddening levels. This has led to Brother Tony recently avoiding home, choosing instead to stay with the duo of mystics at the base, engrossed in research on the monolith of life and time. Interestingly, recent studies of the monolith have yielded results. Reed and 3 others from Reed's laboratory have discovered methods of life evolution. Perhaps it is a self-correcting mechanism of history and timelines, but Reed has transformed into a rubber man. His girlfriend, Susan, has gained the ability of invisibility and control over kinetic energy fields, and Susan's brother, the rather Captain America-like Johnny Storm, has acquired the power to manipulate flames. As for Ben Grimm, he remains tragically bound to his fate as the Thing. The changes brought about by the monolith of life and time have far surpassed Qin Yi's expectations. He had previously wondered why the Fantastic Four had not emerged in recent years, oblivious to the fact that they were waiting by the monolith. While the inscriptions on the monolith hold little value for him, for ordinary Earthlings, deciphering its secrets to attain evolution or superpowers is akin to discovering a rare treasure. Even Tony's loyal companion, the Ultron robot, has recently become engrossed in the study of the monolith. Ultron has been notably docile lately, especially after it frantically searched for Qin Yi's information, suppressing its rebellious tendencies. Qin Yi remains indifferent to this entity. After all, it is the fruit of Brother Tony's labor, and he could not simply destroy it without cause. He holds deep respect for the efforts of those around him. As the school bell rang, Qin Yi spotted a cheerful Morgan accompanied by the lanky Peter Parker and others, walking towards the school gate. He sighed, contemplating that if he were to have several children with Wanda in the future, he would surely be overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the bully, Maguire, along with his Spider-Man team, ventured into another universe to investigate the disappearance of that universe's Spider-Man. Through a portal opened by Captain Universe Spider-Man, they arrived in New York. However, the scene that greeted them left them questioning their very existence. The once vibrant New York lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland devoid of life, resembling a silent ghost town. Shortly after their arrival, they were suddenly attacked by a colossal red giant. This place is none other than the Venom Universe 688, where the power of the fairies has fused with destruction. Chapter 133. Have they gone mad? In New York, Manhattan, outside a luxurious residential area, Dr. Banner has maintained his routine of morning exercise followed by breakfast for many years. Since joining Mr. Qin's company, Bruce Banner has completely transformed into the embodiment of his long-held dreams, living a fulfilling life, passionate about his work, and largely devoid of worries. Were it not for the occasional summons from Reed and Tony to transform into the Hulk for health assessments, he might have almost forgotten that he was still the Green Giant. His sole source of concern over the years has been his unmarried status with his girlfriend, Betty. The primary obstacle has been her father, General Ross, who, while not opposed to their cohabitation, staunchly refuses to bless their union in matrimony. After exchanging greetings with the security guard at the entrance while carrying breakfast, Bruce Banner walked home with a beaming smile. Upon waking his perpetually sleepy girlfriend, he mentioned, "It seems like my father was scheming something when I returned home yesterday." As he poured coffee for Betty, he paused, a sudden sense of dread washing over him. Could it be that his future father-in-law was once again planning to drag him into some experiment? "Is it about me?" he inquired, to which Betty shook her head, recalling her observations from the previous day. "It seems to be related to your boss. Have they lost their minds?" Banner thought, feeling a headache brewing. If his father-in-law were merely intent on capturing him, he could wreak havoc as the Hulk, the destruction being manageable and the recovery straightforward. However, if the plan involved capturing Mr. Qin, Banner feared that a displeased boss could spell disaster not just for their country, but for the entire planet, or even the solar system. Who gave them the audacity to attempt to apprehend someone capable of pushing stars with his bare hands? Noticing her boyfriend's sudden turmoil, Betty pondered. Should I try to reason with my father? After all, over the years, Mr. Qin had treated them both with extraordinary kindness, not only rekindling their relationship, but also preparing a home for them in advance. Had it not been for her father, she and Bruce would likely have stepped into marriage long ago. Even upon learning of her pregnancy, the doctors and nurses had made arrangements, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Banner shook his head and said to his girlfriend, I will go. Though he and his future father-in-law had often been at odds, almost wishing to exchange blows, this situation transcended personal grievances. It was a matter of humanity's safety. He felt it imperative to convey to his future father-in-law that the chasm between individuals is not something that mere numbers can bridge. Moreover, he did not wish for their child to enter the world without a grandfather. Rising, he changed his clothes and prepared to confront his father-in-law. However, upon reaching the door, he realized that his presence alone might not suffice. He drove to the base where he worked, unceremoniously dragging Tony Stark and Doctor Strange along, heading straight to the military district on the outskirts of New York. Upon learning of Ross's intentions while on the road, Tony shrugged and jestingly remarked to Banner in the driver's seat, I see absolutely no necessity for it. If we were to switch out your father-in-law, you and Betty could marry right here, and no one would bat an eye. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Banner fell into a long silence, genuinely contemplating the feasibility of the matter within the recesses of his mind. Reed, seated in the back, nudged Tony with exasperation. As if the government's scrutiny was not directed at Tony himself, this fellow seemed completely unfazed. However, as Reed envisioned the boss propelling the stars into action, a shiver ran down his spine. I do not wish to witness the wrath of the boss. The loss of America is one thing, but the annihilation of Earth would be utterly absurd. Reed had just rekindled a relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Susan, and they were poised to take the next step towards marriage. If the Earth were to be lost at this moment, it would indeed be nonsensical. After a brief while, due to Tony's influence, the group found themselves in the military district at Ross's office. Upon reuniting with Tony, Reed, and Banner, Ross became increasingly convinced of the necessity and feasibility of the military's operation to capture Qin Yi, noting that these three had come to plead on his behalf. Banner passionately implored his father-in-law, speaking earnestly for over an hour. Faced with Ross's indifference, he angrily declared, My boss is exceptionally powerful. You are no match for him. Why sacrifice yourselves needlessly? Ross remained unfazed, dismissing the notion that the mutant was formidable. Previously, Fury had informed him that Qin Yi was merely a level 3 mutant. Even if Qin Yi had grown stronger over the years, it would make little difference. He had mobilized the military and government reserves of mutant suppressors. Once deployed on a mutant, even a deity would have to lie down and comply. Had it not been for the feeble former president and defense secretary obstructing his plans years ago, he would have already initiated the capture operation. By capturing both Qin Yi and the Phoenix, Jean Grey, he would qualify himself for a presidential run in America. Over the years, he had come to realize that these cowardly politicians would only plunge America into chaos. Only he, a resolute general, could restore the nation to greatness. Ross believed that since Qin Yi's arrival in America, the nation had been in turmoil. The capital that underpinned America was decimated overnight, followed by the government's recognition of the mutant status, not to mention the sudden deaths of hundreds of thousands of American citizens in recent years. Ross disdainfully glanced at his unwitting son-in-law. I am a general of America. Do you think I have not faced enough battles? A general does not shrink from the might of the enemy. Banner slammed his fist on the desk before Ross. Had it not been for Tony and the Mystic holding him back, he would have transformed into the Hulk to impart a lesson to his father-in-law. You will regret this, Banner shouted before sinking into silence. Despite possessing 7 doctoral degrees, none pertained to the art of persuasion. He harbored a tinge of regret, contemplating that perhaps pursuing a doctorate in linguistics might have equipped him with the skills to sway others more effectively. However, it was too late now. With a sigh, he lamented the futility of reasoning with the obstinate. Fidgeting with his watch, he effortlessly disabled the entire military district's surveillance in an instant. As Ross drew his firearm, aiming it at the trio, a series of images materialized on the luminous screen before them. Close-ups, long shots, and star maps all converged in his vision. A colossal fireball, too vast for the screen to contain, was propelled through the cosmos by a solitary human. A moment later, with a mere wave of that individual's hand, the cosmic tapestry seemed to rend, and the fireball was forcibly expelled from this universe. The subsequent images depicted the earlier exploits of Qin Yi and his motley crew as they traversed the starry expanse in search of suitable stars. At the time, Tony and the others found amusement in allowing Qin Yi to manipulate various cameras to capture the celestial spectacle. Ross shook his head, incredulity washing over him. He could not fathom the absurdity of the ruse these three had concocted to deceive him. He was not one to be easily intimidated. Nonetheless, he remained cautious and gestured for his unwitting son-in-law to depart swiftly. I will consider it. After Banner and the others had exited, Ross lingered in his office, mulling over the peculiarities of the situation. When he received a call from the current president, Matthew Ellis, Ross feigned nonchalance. Once the call ended, a spark of realization ignited within him. He promptly set off, driving to the residence of former Defense Secretary Wilson, seeking to unearth some intelligence. Having known the man for many years, Wilson had, years prior, exhibited an almost zealous disdain for mutants. Yet, one day his stance shifted drastically, embracing mutants as fellow citizens of this great nation. After exchanging pleasantries at old Wilson's abode, Ross divulged his purpose. In response, Wilson offered a faint smile, slowly articulating, "I have a grandson, recently enlisted." Ross inhaled deeply, recognizing that negotiations between adults had commenced. "Lieutenant," Wilson chuckled, shaking his head. "A mere lieutenant does not satisfy my substantial appetite." "Major," Ross contemplated the implications. Should he glean insights into Qin Yi's capabilities from Wilson? It could pave the way for his own presidential aspirations, or alternatively, it might serve to safeguard his own life. Thus, this transaction appeared exceedingly advantageous. After witnessing Ross nod in agreement, old Wilson displayed a proud expression, as if the myriad of beings before him were unworthy of his gaze. He pondered for a moment, declaring, "Mr. President, we are but two among humanity who have strolled upon the surface of the sun." In the midst of Ross's bewildered countenance, Wilson continued to boast, "Of course, it is thanks to Mr. Qin that I have had the privilege of spending time on the sun's surface." As Ross departed in a daze, he suddenly recalled the words spoken to him by the infamous Fury over a decade ago. "Damn those Tier 3 mutants. Just wait for me, Fury." Chapter 134. The sacrificial ceremony in the universe inhabited by Venom. Yet another group of human superheroes set out to confront the mutated Slaughter. They fought valiantly. But like the Avengers before them, they were once again consumed by the black venom as it escaped their grasp. Months passed, and America became a graveyard for human superheroes. One team after another, along with the military, fell victim to its insatiable hunger, leaving no survivors. The entire nation was devoid of life, transforming into a forbidden zone for Earth's creatures. The slaughter began to resemble an endless abyss, lurking within the ruins of crumbling buildings, devouring steel and concrete. As it reveled in its feast of steel and cement, its scarlet tongue detected the scent of flesh and blood emanating from humans nearby. The slaughter, excited, discarded the steel it had been consuming. Despite having lost its self-awareness and becoming a mere puppet of consumption, the taste of flesh still stirred a faint nostalgia within it. The ever-present hunger compelled it to attack several peculiar humans and a talking pig. Having undergone countless evolutions, the slaughter, now infused with fragments of fairy power, was not something these red-clad individuals could contend with. It easily vanquished the Spider-Man team led by the bully McGuire, its crimson tongue flicking with excitement as it approached Spider-Gwen, irresistibly drawn by her fragrant allure. Just as it intended to devour the woman before it, a resonant voice pierced the air. 400 ants. A colossal sword, wielded by the suddenly appearing mysterious Spider-Man, pierced the heart of the slaughter. It struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. The Eastern Spider-Man made a grand entrance, accompanied by an impressive mecha, while the slaughter, infused with fragments of fairy power, met its demise. Its scarlet body was swiftly consumed by the very fragments within, leaving behind only a glimmering shard radiating an eerie light. Driving the towering Gundam, the toy Spider-Man retracted the shards of eerie radiance. The moment he made contact with the fragments, he was engulfed by an overwhelming allure echoing in his mind, incessantly lingering. "Consume it. We shall become one." The malevolence of these shards was palpable, forcing the toy Spider-Man to shake his head, casting off the demonic temptations and steadfastly maintaining his clarity of purpose. The scene before him left the nefarious McGuire and his Spider-Man squad utterly astounded. The formidable Red Giant, who had battled valiantly yet succumbed, was effortlessly vanquished in a single stroke, even as a few were lifted by the Gundam and exited through the portal opened by Captain Spider-Man. They remained in a state of disbelief. McGuire sensed that this Gundam-wielding Spider-Man, though devoid of extraordinary powers, wielded a colossal sword that exuded an aura of invincibility. Even in the absence of dazzling effects, that sword was an unstoppable force. Upon returning to the headquarters of Spider-Man 13, the Gundam Spider-Man turned to depart. The Ayres family had grown increasingly audacious, with multiverse Spider-Men vanishing one after another. After deliberation, Captain Spider-Man and several other leaders resolved to transition from defense to offense, launching a direct assault on the universe of the Ayres, designated as 001. The Ultimate Spider Army, led by the Ultimate Spider-Man, was tasked with rescuing 3 unique spider totems captured by the Ayres. The family sought these 3 totems to perform their ceremonial rite: the totem of him, the bride, and the offspring. The totem of him originated from Earth 1610, embodied by the Scarlet Spider, Kane Parker, while the offspring hailed from the parallel universe 982, represented by the infant Benjamin Richard Parker. In the Marvel 616 main universe, there existed a heroic Spider-Woman known as Silk, Cindy Moon, revered as the bride. This sacrificial rite had long been coveted by the vampire Ayres, as it was said that performing the ceremony would allow them to restore their homeland, ensuring that Spider-Man would never again arise. The Ayres believed that only through this ritual could they fully realize their ambitions. Tragically, these 3 extraordinary Spider-Men had recently fallen into the clutches of the Ayres family. Captain Spider-Man would remain to guard the Spider Army's headquarters, as his powers were limited to this universe. After much discussion, the Spider Army decided to dispatch their most agile member, the Gundam Spider-Man, to scout the Ayres territory, leaving behind a traceable signal for the rest of the army to follow before launching a coordinated offensive to eradicate the Ayres family. At this moment, on Earth 001, under the dominion of the Ayres, the family's ritual was poised to commence. Bound upon the sacrificial altar were the 3 figures: him, the offspring, and the bride, previously captured. The family patriarch, Salas, entrusted the conduct of the sacrificial rite to his most favored son, Morlun. With merely 3 strokes, the emergence of new spider totems within the multiverse can be eternally extinguished. The inheritor family may also allocate time to eradicate all existing spider totems, thereby eliminating this threat entirely. During the sacrificial ceremony, the first strike must fall upon the Crimson Spider Kane Parker, symbolizing the blood of the others staining the vast web of life and fate. With this blow, the spider totem shall no longer dwell upon any living being, marking the end of Spider-Man's era. The second strike, accompanied by the bride's blood coursing through the web's threads, will ensure that no new spider totems shall emerge in the world. The third stroke represents the descendants, the youngest of all spider totems. This blow will complete the ritual. Henceforth, the multiverse shall witness no more new spider totems, nor the birth of any Spider-Man, thereby definitively concluding the menace posed by Spider-Man to the inheritor family. Soros envisioned this promising future, laughing with satisfaction. However, upon seeing his son Khan, adorned with a metallic helmet, a shadow darkened his expression. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident during the capture of the Weaver, Khan would have been his most cherished son, powerful yet humble, unlike the erratic Morlun. Yet it was Khan's humility that instilled in him a fear of slaughter, leading to the tragic loss of his mother, Soros' wife, during the capture operation. Since that day, Khan had succumbed to despondence and confusion, losing the vigor he once possessed. Summoning his dejected son Khan to his side, Soros spoke earnestly, "Khan, my son, when you face fear and anguish, feeling as though you cannot endure, it is crucial to recognize that these are pivotal moments that determine your destiny. Fear is not a negative emotion. In fact, it marks the true inception of your strength." After patting Khan's shoulder, Soros rose and addressed the erratic Morlun. "Morlun, my son, commence the ritual." At these words, Morlun passed the large blade to his younger brother Bora, intending to tidy his appearance. On such a momentous occasion, he should present himself in the most impeccable manner, for he was destined to be the next patriarch. Suddenly, a resounding voice accompanied by the appearance of a towering figure echoed, "For 100 Andes." Alongside the exclamation, a mighty sword pierced Bora's chest. After struggling for a moment, he ceased to breathe. Bora, a member of the inheritor family, had perished. Thus, the Toei Spider-Man made his entrance. Chapter 135, The Unruly Toei Spider-Man, 001. In the stronghold of the inheritor family, the Toei Spider-Man stood majestically at the altar's center, having suddenly materialized and silenced the surroundings with a single, lethal strike against Bora. The environment in which the inheritors exist is inherently oppressive, surrounded by a blood-red ambience, and the sudden circumstances further accentuate the enigmatic presence of the Eastern Spider-Man. That solitary figure emanates an indescribable sense of desolation, evoking the feeling of a lone warrior seeking to conquer defeat. Yet, Internally, he is overwhelmed with anxiety. In this mission to assault the inheritor family, he serves merely as a scout. Logically, he should not prematurely reveal his presence. However, witnessing the imminent commencement of the ritual, he had no choice but to act. Had he waited for the Spider Legion to arrive, the ritual would have concluded, resulting in the multiverse never birthing a new spider totem. Even if they succeeded in annihilating the inheritor family afterward, this mission would be deemed a complete failure. Moreover, the 3 sacrifices required for the ritual are, disturbingly, his own kin, one of whom is an infant swaddled in a blanket. Aware that he could not delay any longer, he swiftly emerged to eliminate the inheritor wielding a large blade. Fortunately, he was concealed within the confines of the Gundam, rendering him invisible to the inheritors. Despite his trembling legs betraying his unease, the Eastern Spider-Man quickly contemplated his current predicament and resolutely decided, as long as the enemy remains still, so shall he. It was merely a matter of delay. If he could hold out until the Spider Legion arrived, everything would resolve itself. However, in his heightened state of tension, he neglected the fact that the Gundam's movements synchronized with its pilots. In a fleeting moment, the Eastern Spider-Man had dispatched Bora, and within that brief interval, the inheritor family had yet to react. The first to recover from their shock was Soros, who glanced at Khan and Morlun, who had also regained their composure. He raised a hand to halt his 2 sons from attacking. The iron behemoth before them exhibited an air of nonchalance and perfection. Having single-handedly infiltrated the stronghold of the inheritor family and dispatched his son Bora with a single blow. What troubled Soros the most was the sight of the Gundam's legs, which, though shaking, appeared utterly relaxed and indifferent. Akin to a formidable expert who had intruded upon a flock of weaklings, swiftly eliminating one before awaiting the other's futile attempts to retaliate. Showcasing the demeanor of a hunter toying with its prey. Recognizing the intentions of the Iron Giant, Soros fell into silence. Although the inheritor family had encircled the Gundam, his naturally cautious disposition prevented him from immediately issuing a command to attack. Just as he had done when confronting the Master Weaver, he resolved to act only at the pivotal moment. For a time, the stronghold of the inheritor family fell into a profound silence, broken only by the breath of the opposing parties echoing in their ears. Cindy Moon, bound tightly by the inheritors, lay casually upon the sacrificial altar. She spotted her companion, the Eastern Spider-Man, yet she was acutely aware that his capabilities were uncertain. Most of the time, he exhibited an overwhelming strength. His strikes were instantaneous kills, and no one had ever survived beneath the onslaught of that colossal sword. However, no one had ever witnessed the Toei Spider-Man execute a second move. This thought began to trouble Cindy Moon, who feared that the colossal sword of Toei Spider-Man might not have a cooldown period. Otherwise, not only would the 3 of them become sacrificial offerings, but Toei himself would also find himself a mere morsel for the air. After half an hour of standoff, the deranged Malouin nodded towards his reluctant subordinate, who, albeit hesitantly, grasped a stick and stealthily launched an attack on the iron figure. Yet, the iron figure remained unmoved, allowing the subordinate to strike for several minutes before impatiently calling out, "For 100 Andes." With that, the colossal sword was unleashed, and after being pierced by a single thrust, the heir's subordinate struggled desperately for a moment before succumbing to the void of death. Soros wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his suspicions had been confirmed. This iron figure was deliberately toying with them. Why else would it permit the heir to pound on it for several minutes before delivering a lethal blow? The vigorous trembling of the iron figure's legs further solidified Soros's conviction. Inside the mecha, Toei Spider-Man cautiously exhaled a breath of relief. Fortunately, the cooldown period for the Divine Sword of Soul battle had concluded. Yet, with another strike, the Divine Sword fell once more into a state of charging. As he anxiously pondered his next move, a seductive voice echoed in his mind once again, "We shall become one. Devour them." Toei Spider-Man, whose true name was Takuya Yamashiro, hailed from the parallel universe Earth 51778 in Tokyo, Japan. He was once an ordinary human endowed with a formidable spirit until he was infused with spider essence and gifted a spider bracelet by Prince Gallia of Spider Star, bestowing upon him spider-like superpowers. His greatest reliance was the Divine Sword of Soul battle in his grasp, which guaranteed a fatal strike with every attack. However, the sense of impending crisis suddenly clouded his judgment. From the moment he acquired the fragment of fairy power, he had maintained a clear mind, but now, that clarity wavered. Takuya hesitated for a moment, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from the fragment. Glancing at the surveillance screen inside the mecha, he beheld his 3 companions bound upon the sacrificial altar. Particularly the sight of the infant swaddled in cloth stirred something within him. In a decisive moment, Takuya swallowed the fragment of fairy power. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged into his being. He clenched his fists, feeling his strength multiply by thousands. Alongside a terrifying hunger enveloping his entire body, Takuya soared from within the mecha, withdrawing the divine sword embedded in the heir's corpse. With his eyes now a vivid crimson, he flashed an eerie smile at the surrounding heir family. The hunt had begun. At this moment, the Spider Legion, which embarked from the 13th dimension, traversed through the portal opened by Captain Spider-Man from the multiverse and gradually arrived in Universe 001, the domain of the Inheritors. Following the trail left by the toy Spider-Man, the Spider Legion swiftly eradicated the Inheritors along their path, their momentum akin to a surging tide, poised to breach the stronghold of the Inheritor clan. Just then, a frantic figure hurriedly fled before the Spider Legion, seemingly pursued by some terrifying force, cradling a baby in her arms, who was blissfully giggling. This figure was none other than Cindy Moon, the Spider-Woman, released by Toei Spider-Man before he completely lost his self-awareness, along with the infant Benjamin Richard Parker in her embrace. Meanwhile, the sacrificial Kane Parker, the Scarlet Spider, had already succumbed to the belly of Toei Spider-Man. Upon spotting the Spider Legion, Cindy Moon gasped weakly before exclaiming, "Toei has gone mad. The Inheritors are nearly devoured." Hearing this, the Ultimate Spider-Man, tasked with leading the operation, soared forward to confront the panicked figure. "Cindy, what transpired? Speak slowly from the beginning," he urged. Cindy Moon recounted her harrowing experience to the leaders of the Spider Legion. She described how Toei Spider-Man erupted from within, pouncing upon an Inheritor, devouring him amidst the terrified screams. The once mighty Inheritors, confronted by the frenzied Toei, resembled prey facing a predator, swiftly consumed by hundreds of shadows. Toei Spider-Man appeared to have lost all awareness, transformed into a ravenous behemoth. Only upon glimpsing the baby Spider-Man did a flicker of consciousness return to him. Struggling to retain a shred of sanity, he freed Cindy Moon from her bindings, entrusted the infant Spider-Man to her, and then knelt in agony, clutching his head and howling. Seizing the chaos, Cindy Moon escaped from the Inheritor stronghold with the baby in her arms. Having learned the full account, the tyrant Miguel, along with the adorable Spider-Ham and Captain Spider-Gwen, exchanged knowing glances. They recalled witnessing how, when Toei Spider-Man had slain the Red Giant, he had absorbed a fragment of energy. The appearance of that Red Giant matched Cindy's current description of Toei Spider-Man precisely. Sensing something amiss, Spider-Gwen reported their suspicions to the Ultimate Spider-Man. As the principal leader of the operation, the Ultimate Spider-Man reconfirmed with Cindy Moon that the Inheritor family was indeed on the brink of annihilation. He swiftly issued commands for a portion of the Spider-Men to escort the injured Cindy Moon and the baby to safety, while he led the remaining Spider Legion toward the stronghold of the Inheritors. The two parties swiftly took action. At this moment, within the stronghold of the Inheritor family, only the blood-soaked Toei Spider-Man and the terrified duo of Soros and his son, Morlun, remained. Soros was nearly driven mad, unable to fathom that this ironclad Spider-Man was more monstrous than the Inheritor family itself. This wretched being had almost devoured all of his sons, and what baffled Soros even further was that this Spider-Man had not spared even the Scarlet Spider, Kane Parker, swallowing him whole as well. After consuming hundreds of Inheritors, the strength of the Spider-Man before him had far surpassed Soros's comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight with his son, Morlun, seeking to escape. Survival was paramount for revenge, yet after only a few steps, Soros witnessed the vast army of spiders surrounding the Inheritor stronghold. Glancing at his remaining son, Morlun, he thought to himself, "This is it." Behind them, Toei Spider-Man, seeing a fresh feast laid before him, let out an ecstatic roar. Chapter 136. The Multiverse Operation to Eliminate Darkness Outside the Inheritor Stronghold. What was once a thriving leadership of the Inheritor family was now reduced to the fleeing Soros and Morlun, trapped before and behind by lifelong enemies. Soros turned silently, facing the spider army he had spent his life trying to eradicate, while the monster Spider-Man behind him had consumed all his family. Without hesitation, he whispered a few words to his son Morlun and charged towards Toei Spider-Man, seeking vengeance for his deceased kin. However, confronted by the Toei Spider-Man, now infused with shards of fairy power, Soros was swiftly engulfed. After all, this shard of fairy power had previously devoured countless innocents and a multitude of superheroes from the Venom universe, and with the addition of the Inheritor family members, his power had far exceeded that of all beings on 001. Realizing the dire situation, Morlun quickly raised a white flag and sprinted before the spider army, declaring, "I surrender. I am willing to do anything to vanquish this creature." The Ultimate Spider-Man waved his hand, and Morlun was swiftly bound by several Spider-Men. Meanwhile, having finished digesting Soros, Toei Spider-Man felt an insatiable hunger welling up within him and unceremoniously lunged towards the spider army. Initially, relying on the advantage of numbers, the spider army managed to hold their ground, but as Toei Spider-Man adapted over time, his bloody feast resumed with fervor. One by one, the Spider-Men were devoured by that monstrous being. Faced with the insurmountable threat, the Ultimate Spider-Man swiftly resolved to retreat. However, the cosmic portal opened by Captain Universe Spider-Man was too narrow to accommodate the entire Spider Army's escape at once. This explained why. Although the Toei Spider-Man had already reached the Heir's stronghold, the Spider Legion had not yet fully arrived on the Heir's Earth. Suddenly, the Ultimate Spider-Man from 2099 cast his gaze upon a dazed figure, an aging Spider-Man who bore a striking resemblance to his ancestor, clutching a white magical card. Initially, the bully McQuire believed that the Spider Army's numbers would swiftly subdue the mutated Toei Spider-Man. Yet, the scene before him surpassed his comprehension. That predatory figure was even more terrifying than the red giant they had encountered. Realizing that time was of the essence, he crushed the magical card given to him by the landlord Qin Yi and carefully stowed it away, recognizing that this life-saving artifact would automatically repair itself. Suddenly, emerging from a vortex in the sky, Qin Yi appeared, wielding a fishing rod. Spotting the familiar bully McQuire, he smiled. Before McQuire could speak, Qin exclaimed, quickly, "That fellow?" Following the direction of McQuire's finger, Qin Yi paused. Realizing why he had sensed several familiar auras just before arriving in this universe, it was the mutated Spider-Man infused with shards of fairy power. Once Qin Yi emerged, the Toei Spider-Man began to struggle, as if regaining a flicker of consciousness. Yet, this brief awareness was swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming fear emitted by the fairy power shards. Controlled by this fear, he instinctively attempted to flee. However, a magical chain ensnared him, rendering him immobile and revealing profound terror in his eyes. As Qin Yi approached to inspect, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that the shards of fairy power, now detached from his body, had developed their own consciousness? The fairy power had reverted to its primal state, characterized by an insatiable hunger and a lack of standard feeding practices. No wonder these shards had gained strength at an alarming rate, far surpassing his own abilities when he first entered the Marvel Universe. The difference was staggering. In that moment, Qin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. His own embodiment of fairy power was woefully inadequate, while these shards were becoming the overlords of various universes. Was it possible that relentless consumption was the true path to the evolution of fairy power? Despite having merged with 100 units of fairy power before the catastrophic explosion that transcended divine beings, he had yet to attain omniversal prowess, as the entities he had consumed in previous years were insufficient to elevate him to that level. However, this situation was rather awkward. Although Qin Yi considered himself not to be a particularly virtuous individual, he still possessed a semblance of humanity. The thought of recklessly devouring lives, much like those fragments, was something he found difficult to fathom. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. What if, in the future, he were to consume those inhuman life forms, such as energy entities? As long as they were not human, they could certainly be regarded as part of his sustenance. Alternatively, he could embark on a crusade across the multiverse, personally eliminating those villains while simultaneously restoring clarity to the multiverse and exploring the possibility of ascending to a universal level of omnipotence. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He would no longer be a mere bystander. Turning to the bully, Macwheel, he proposed, "Would you care to accompany me back?" Macwheel hesitated. Although the stronghold of the inheritors had been destroyed, it was plausible that many inheritors still remained on this planet, continuing their nefarious deeds against the multiverse Spider-Man. "I wish to stay and confront the inheritors." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. Just as he was about to initiate his campaign against the multiverse's evildoers, a realization struck him. This planet was home to all the inheritors? Macwheel nodded, somewhat bewildered as to why Mr. Qin had suddenly taken such a keen interest in the inheritors. Before he could ponder further, Qin Yi waved his hand, and an immense vortex materialized above the planet, its terrifying gravitational pull drawing everything towards it. The inheritors on this earth appeared to be marked by the vortex, akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water. In an instant, including the surrendering Morlun, all members of the inheritor family met their demise. Qin Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction and infused a spell into the white card held by Macwheel. "I have reinforced that dimensional barrier hundreds of times. Your Spider-Man who opens portals may not succeed next time. When the moment comes, simply press the card, and you shall return to Wakanda." He had sensed this when Macwheel departed through the vortex, though he paid it little mind. For it was this group of Spider-Men that was most capable of causing chaos across the multiverse. Qin Yi then pointed to the mutated Spider-Man bound by magical chains. Shall we slay him or spare him? Macwheel glanced at Spider-Gwen beside him and the starry-eyed Spider-Ham. The Eastern Spider-Man saved us earlier. I kindly request that you assist him. Acknowledging this, Qin Yi nodded and waved his hand. The fragment of fairy power was promptly extracted from the Eastern Spider-Man, and observing the fragment's futile struggles, Qin Yi sighed, casting it into the vortex of fairy power. This truly is a case of consuming oneself. He glanced at the system panel's notification, his expression shifting to one of anger. Damn it, I have only reclaimed 2 fragments. It remains uncertain whether he was infuriated by the mere fact that he had recovered only 2 fragments or whether the sheer power of these 2 fairy energy shards embarrassed his very essence. Qin Yi gently patted the shoulder of the bully, Machior, stating that he would take his leave. However, before he could depart, he was unexpectedly seized by an individual and a pig. The toy Spider-Man cast a shameful glance at the Spider Legion beside him. As the fragments of fairy energy were stripped away, he regained his consciousness, recalling the absurdities he had committed throughout the earlier part of his life. Even when faced with remorseful villains, he had never taken a life, yet this time he had slain hundreds of Spider-Men. Overwhelmed by the enormity of his actions, the toy Spider-Man, Takeya Yamashiro, clutched Qin Yi's attire and entrusted him with the Soul of War sword, expressing gratitude for rescuing him from his unconscious state. Otherwise, Takeya could not fathom how many more of his brethren might have perished at his hands. In a moment of despair, he struck his own head, contemplating the choice of self-destruction. The ultimate Spider-Man, who rushed over, held Takeya's body, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Although this mission could be deemed a flawlessly executed success, the thought of Takeya's suicide weighed heavily on his mind, compounded by the hundreds of Spider-Men who had fallen victim to him. Qin Yi, equally exasperated, cast a healing spell that flowed into the toy Spider-Man's body and subsequently erased his memories. He turned his attention to the persistent Spider-Pig, who had been tugging at his sleeve. What is it that you desire, little one? The starry-eyed Spider-Pig, upon hearing Qin Yi's inquiry, became animated. Boss, can I join you? The overwhelming strength of the man before him instilled a sense of security in the ever-elusive Spider-Pig, who longed to accompany Qin Yi. After a nod of affirmation from Qin Yi, a twitch of his lips revealed his bemusement. This truly was a gathering of both pig and dog. Chapter 137. The President in Despair in Earth 616, at a base nestled among mountains and waters, after returning from 001 to the base. Qin Yi placed the Spider-Pig from his shoulder onto the table and resumed fishing alongside Master Yao. Master Yao, observing her suddenly reappeared disciple and the miniature pig clad in a red bodysuit on the table, curiously inquired, "Are you planning to open a zoo?" Just days prior, her obedient disciple had brought back a dog with remarkable magical talents from Asgard, and now he had returned with a uniquely charming miniature pig. Master Gu Yi couldn't help but wonder if her diligent disciple had become too idle in retirement. Hearing her words, Qin Yi cast a resigned glance at the Spider-Pig on the table. This little creature, as it claimed, hailed from the Marvel 8311 animal universe, with the name Peter Porker. Once a journalist, he reveled in the thrill of traversing the world with a camera in hand, capturing candid interviews and spontaneous events. Though he often appeared languid, in moments of conflict, he exhibited an unwavering fierceness. His diminutive frame concealed immense strength. What intrigued Qin Yi the most was the presence of various superheroes in their universe, such as Iron Pig, King Kong Pig, Hulk Pig, Night Demon Pig, Captain Pig, and Magneto Pig. The thought of stealthily procuring Iron Pig to gift to his dear brother Tony tickled his fancy. He was eager to witness the expression of his boisterous brother upon receiving such a gift. However, the sudden recollection of Wanda compelled him to abandon this whimsical notion. For the sake of his own happiness, it was perhaps best to steer clear of the animal universe. The Wanda in his current dimension was already quite a headache, a consequence of his youthful indiscretion in attempting to strike up a conversation with her. If he were to return with a Scarlet Witch pig, he was certain Wanda would have him pummeled into a state of swinehood. Nonetheless, the concept of establishing a zoo was indeed appealing. It seemed prudent to consider collecting various pets from the multiverse during future endeavors to maintain order across dimensions, nurturing them within his own realm. With the soul sword gifted by the toy Spider-Man in hand, he pondered its potential lethality. Could it truly possess the capacity for a single decisive blow? If so, it would undoubtedly qualify as a legendary artifact, surpassing even Captain's 55-50 rule of power. After careful reflection, Qin Yi assessed the array of artifacts he had amassed: the Cosmic Control Rod, the Cosmic Heart, and the Soul Sword. It seemed imperative to seek out a being of multiversal caliber to experiment with the sword's lethality. As for another artifact, the Reality Controller, its abilities overlapped with the powers bestowed upon him by his very force. From what he understood, the Reality Controller did not inherently grant formidable abilities to its possessor. Rather, it enabled the absorption of other energies. He recalled a comic in which Thanos, upon acquiring the Reality Controller, absorbed the powers of the Infinity Stones, the 5 primordial deities of Marvel, and numerous other formidable entities within the Marvel Universe. This mirrored the capabilities of his fairy force, leaving him to ponder which ability held greater precedence. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yi resolved to seek out the observer, Watu, to discuss the necessity of orchestrating a thorough operation against corruption in the multiverse. He glanced at the fidgeting Spider-Pig on the table, pondering its gender. Peter, are you male or female? Spider-Pig Peter Porker awkwardly looked up at his new boss. Well, in our anime universe, it's a bit unclear. We don't really concern ourselves with such distinctions. A nap and voil, babies appear, or so my parents informed me. Meanwhile, at the White House in Washington, a military conference unfolded in the United States. After the meeting concluded, the president deliberately asked General Ross to stay behind. Once most of the participants had departed, he quietly inquired, Ross, what progress has been made regarding the actions of the mutants? Inwardly, General Ross scoffed, thinking, I'm not ready to die just yet. If I must, it should at least be after I become president. However, he did not show his disdain. Maintaining a facade was essential, especially considering the individual before him was the President of the United States. With a resolute expression, Ross replied, Mr. President, as a soldier, the safety of our citizens must be our foremost priority. President Matthew Ellis paused momentarily in surprise, but upon noticing others still present in the conference room, he smiled thoughtfully, recognizing Ross as a seasoned veteran adept at feigning seriousness. After dismissing the secretary who was organizing the meeting materials, the president turned to Ross with eager anticipation, asking, when will we take action? Ross felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had he not been aware of Qin Yi's formidable power in recent years, he might have eagerly embraced the notion of sacrificing himself. Ever since learning from former Defense Secretary Old Wilson about Qin Yi's capabilities, Ross had reluctantly consented to the wedding of his daughter and her rather unappealing husband. Primarily, this decision stemmed from his daughter Betty's reassurances regarding Qin Yi's benevolence towards them. Ross reasoned that since they could not become adversaries, it would be wise to foster a cordial relationship. After all, who knows? Their connection might eventually lead to an alliance with someone capable of allowing ordinary humans to survive on the sun's surface, surely a being deserving of the title God. And to oppose such a deity? Apologies, but Ross simply could not. Yet, the president, with his relentless pursuit of a perilous course of action, was becoming increasingly insistent, which sparked an idea in Ross's mind. What if he persuaded the president to enlist S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance? With this thought, Ross's demeanor shifted immediately, adopting an expression that conveyed both eagerness to assist and inner conflict. Observing everything, the president promptly asked, is there a problem? Ross glanced around, wary of being overheard. Before leaning closer to the president and whispering, ordinary human soldiers may not be capable of capturing those mutants. The president furrowed his brow at this, fully aware that mere humans stood little chance against the mutants. What then? He asked. Feigning deep contemplation, Ross suddenly brightened and whispered, let S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene. They possess extensive experience. The president's expression fell slightly. If Pierce were still alive, perhaps there would be a chance, but since the S.H.I.E.L.D. had been decimated by the Hydra Inside Initiative, including the Valiant agents alongside Pierce, their situation had become dire. Observing the president's hesitation, Ross elaborated, allocate funds to S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing them to extricate themselves from their reliance on Stark. Gradually, we can position our personnel, and when the time comes, with a mere gesture from you, those mutants will be at your command. Instantly, Matthew Ellis contemplated the feasibility of this plan, and after a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. It was the only course of action. For now, let us spare this mutant's life. At this juncture, the president had evidently begun to regard Ross as a confidant. Inquiring with genuine concern, I hear your daughter is getting married. Ross sighed. It's that age. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. As he watched the president depart, Matthew Ellis, Ross smirked disdainfully. Having lived for so many years, he had encountered numerous individuals. Yet he had never seen anyone so intent on self-destruction as this president, contemplating the imminent arrival of his grandchild. Ross felt a surge of joy and thought perhaps he should purchase a crib. However, upon recalling his son-in-law's less than appealing traits, he suddenly felt a wave of concern, hoping fervently that his grandchild would not resemble that unworthy son-in-law too much. As long as he isn't too green, that would suffice. Chapter 138. Where have the villains gone? In the 616 universe, in the vastness of outer space, Nick Fury sat solemnly within the headquarters of SWORD. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Something was decidedly amiss. Following the assassination attempt, Nick had remained vigilant, feeling that the surface of the Earth was no longer a safe haven for him. Thus he had taken refuge in the space station. After recuperating for a while, just as he was preparing to take decisive action, he stumbled upon an exceedingly peculiar situation. Ever since the Chitauri invasion of New York, there had been a few villains worth his intervention in the past 2 years. However, since the fall of HYDRA, he had found it increasingly difficult to locate any formidable adversaries on Earth. This was not due to the eradication of all villains, but rather that the minor thugs, unworthy of even Coulson's attention, were far beneath his consideration. For instance, he had no interest in the gang led by the notorious Kingpin of New York. Whether from outer space or within the Earth, he was in dire need of a powerful antagonist to validate the existence of SWORD. This organization, initiated a few years ago under Carol's leadership, was a coalition of humans and extraterrestrials established for intelligence purposes. While SWORD bore similarities to SHIELD, their focuses diverged. SWORD's domain was the cosmos, whereas SHIELD concentrated on Earth. Their objectives also varied. SWORD aimed to conduct biological observations and resolve interstellar disputes. Yet, from the monitoring of outer satellites, apart from a grave robber active in Europe, he found no targets that could fulfill his inner aspirations. From a young age, he endured the scourge of racial discrimination, nurturing a grand ambition to prove to the world that he, Nick Fury, is the true guardian of the beautiful nation. Following his acquaintance with Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, his aspirations expanded even further. He now sought to become the protector of Earth itself. Nick Fury believed that he had achieved a measure of success, at least in the establishment of the Avengers under his leadership, which had already garnered commendable accomplishments. Although he entrusted SHIELD to his trusted confidant, Phil Coulson, it was his years of diligent effort that enabled the agency to attain such a status. Even the previously indifferent president recently allocated a substantial sum of funds to SHIELD, a testament to its recognition and to the acknowledgement of Nick Fury's years of dedication. Yet, just as he prepared to vigorously develop the SWORD agency, he found himself at a loss for adversaries, rendering him quite vulnerable. Were it not for the funds he had misappropriated from SHIELD, over the years, the SWORD agency would likely be on the brink of collapse. After all, thus far, they had not apprehended a single villain, let alone any extraterrestrial threats. Both the beautiful nation and the Security Council deemed the SWORD agency to be of little necessity, and it had been an extended period since they allocated any funding to him. Furrowing his brow, Nick Fury's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the surveillance screens, pondering whether the trend of being virtuous had become ubiquitous. Were there truly only selfless giants on Earth? Was it possible that even a single nefarious character, bent on waging war and dominating humanity, could not be found? When did the awareness of humankind reach such heights? Yet even with this heightened consciousness, what of the extraterrestrial beings? Had the Chitauri forces simply conceded after their initial failure? Were they not planning a subsequent offensive? It appeared that even aliens could exhibit cowardice. What of the Kree fleet, which had previously attempted to invade Earth? Had they too been intimidated by the Avengers? In that moment, Nick Fury believed he had uncovered the truth and sighed in resignation. Sometimes, being too exceptional could be a disadvantage, as he now found himself devoid of worthy opponents on Earth. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, conjuring an image before him. It seemed the time had come to target Qin Yi. If there were no adversaries, he would create one. However, upon recalling Qin Yi's formidable strength, his expression darkened. Perhaps it was time to consult Thor. As for Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, he had given up. That individual was utterly ensconced in his own peaceful existence. Although Thor had been recruited into the ranks of the Avengers by Coulson years ago, due to his non-earthly origins and absence from the Avengers base, he could at best be considered an auxiliary member. As long as he can confine Thor to Earth, coupled with Captain America Steve Rogers, Quicksilver Pietro, Hawkeye Barton, and Captain Marvel Carol Danvers from the Avengers, along with numerous superpowered warriors he has unearthed over the years. This extraordinary combat strength should allow him to contend with Qin Yi, albeit with some difficulty. However, his meticulous nature leads him to believe that this assemblage may still be insufficiently secure. To ensure absolute certainty, he even arranged a meeting with the enigmatic supreme sorcerer of Kamar-Taj through Pietro. If he can persuade this formidable sorcerer, the endeavor will undoubtedly be a resounding success. As for Tony Stark, he merely needs to refrain from causing any disruptions. Natasha's situation troubled Nick Fury. Not long ago, she had submitted her resignation, claiming that her career as an agent had become too exhausting and that she wished to take a break. Nick Fury did not acquiesce, yet he did not refuse either. He merely instructed Natasha to continue her undercover surveillance of Qin Yi. While Natasha had not gleaned any useful intelligence over the years, a fact Fury understood. Given that Qin Yi's ability to teleport was exceedingly elusive, he was nonetheless preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Yi, who was currently deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean. After casting the rebellious Aquaman Namor into the whirlpool, Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Within a month, he had eradicated the malevolent sorcerers, supervillains, and hidden old coins from Earth 616, all cast into the whirlpool of fairy power. Moreover, he made some unexpected discoveries. He once believed that only the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj existed on Earth, but this recent crackdown revealed the presence of other malevolent sorcerers. These organizations had forged magical contracts with extra-dimensional demonic entities, and in the spirit of safeguarding peace within the sorceress realm, he uprooted them along with those unfortunate dimensional demons. Now, within the community of sorcerers on Earth, only the voice of Kamar-Taj remains. The planet no longer harbors any formidable villains, and as for the ancient gods of Earth, they wisely concealed themselves, prompting Qin Yi to lose interest in locating them. The first stop of the multiverse crackdown was selected as Earth, and after cleansing the internal threats, Qin Yi turned his gaze towards the extraterrestrial forces. However, his understanding of these external powers was limited, mostly gleaned from information provided by Carol. Grasping his hair in contemplation, he realized that to liberate the oppressed denizens of the cosmos, it was imperative to investigate further at the headquarters or consult with Star-Lord and Chala. At this moment, in the observer dimension beyond the multiverse, after resolving the crisis of the 6 Infinity Stones, Uatu brought the last remaining human from the Ultron universe, Natasha, into the observer dimension. From that moment on, he deeply appreciated the advantages of having a secretary. For quite some time now, he had refrained from observation, as Natasha, designated 906, was now responsible for recording the happenings in the multiverse. Reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, Uatu mused to himself about why his third brother often mysteriously vanished, seemingly unperturbed by the forces and corporations trailing behind him. The Illuminati was managed by Charles and Carol, while the Life Model Decoy Company had Alice overseeing its operations, keeping a watchful eye on all affairs on Earth. As for the base where the brothers often indulged in drinks, it was under the management of his second brother Tony, along with the Mystic Reed and Dr. Banner. Regarding Kamar-Taj, it seemed that since his second brother's retirement, someone must have been appointed to take on the role of the Sorcerer Supreme. Such is the benefit of having a secretary. They handle the matters. However, one would assume his third brother should be rather idle. Why had he not come to drink in such a long time? Just as Uatu pondered this conundrum, Qin Yi suddenly materialized before him from a spatial vortex, prompting him to leap up in excitement. Hey, third brother. Chapter 139. The Advancing Egg Earth, New York, Avengers Headquarters. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury had traveled from an extraterrestrial space station to meet here. In a temporary office, he arranged a meeting with Thor, the god of thunder, aiming to persuade him to remain on Earth for its protection. He felt confident about this discussion. Unlike the steely Dr. Banner, Thor, despite being an Asgardian deity, had a significant vulnerability. With Jane Foster's presence on Earth, he believed convincing Thor would not be exceedingly difficult. However, after waiting for over an hour without sight of Thor, sensing something was amiss, he dialed Jane Foster's number. The heavy panting on the other end embarrassed him into abruptly hanging up. Another hour passed before Thor finally arrived. But to Fury's astonishment, the once mighty god of thunder appeared almost emaciated, resembling a frail chicken. This realization led him to reflect on the age-old adage, beauty is a double-edged sword. With a deep sigh, he felt tremendously relieved that he, Nick Fury, was not one to succumb to such temptations. Thor, half reclined in his chair, displayed noticeable impatience. Having finally lingered on Earth, with his father not pressing him to return to Asgard alongside Loki, he had completely let loose, especially since he hadn't seen his girlfriend in quite some time. Were it not for this phone call from the persistent man before him, Thor would have preferred to remain in bed that day. After all, Loki was not in a hurry to head back to Asgard. Just as Thor was growing increasingly impatient, Nick Fury, with a grave expression, began to speak. "I wish to discuss a matter with you." Thor nodded, indicating for the egg-headed man to continue. "As you are aware, the abilities of Earth's superheroes are limited, and they often find themselves at a loss when confronted with certain supernatural forces. However, before Nick could finish, he noticed Thor's astonished expression, which made him feel somewhat insecure. Could it be that this time his persuasion would fail? On the other hand, Thor regarded the man's words as utter nonsense. What did he mean by limited abilities? Just one individual, the formidable Qin, could obliterate the universe. He had witnessed the Red Celestial Group's visit to Earth, where with a single strike, Qin had severed half of a celestial arm. Not long after, the group had fled in terror. Was this what one called being at a disadvantage? Did this man intend to humiliate Asgard, merely to remind the realms who truly held dominion? Thor's heart brimmed with indignation. Yet he felt a sense of resignation when contemplating the disparity between Asgard and Earth. Even if Qin refrained from intervening, that violent sister Hela could single-handedly annihilate Asgard. Not to mention Qin's two formidable wives, or his master, the bald powerhouse, who was equally formidable. Stark was also quite powerful now. The most terrifying, however, was Qin's niece. Adorned with treasures, bracelets of myriad colors, a golden rope, 10 circular rings, and that massive axe that had previously pinned Mjolnir to the ground. Not long ago, at Qin's base, the mighty Thor had nearly met defeat, and had it not been for Qin's timely intervention, he would have faced utter humiliation. Imagine, the son of Odin, the prince of the Aesir, who had lived for over 1,000 years, could not even best a mere 14-year-old girl. Thor glanced at the man before him, choosing to remain silent, primarily to observe what Nick Fury intended to do next. Was he hoping to exploit Qin's reputation to deceive Asgard? He nodded again, urging him to continue. Seeing Thor's demeanor return to normal, Nick Fury did not ponder much further. After gathering his emotions, he sorrowfully declared, "In fact, there is a significant villain operating in the shadows, controlling everything on Earth." With heartfelt urgency, he implored Thor, "The superheroes on Earth are utterly no match for him. Thus, we hope you can remain on Earth to safeguard humanity's safety." Upon hearing this, Thor was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a formidable individual on Earth? One who could survive under Qin's influence while still being so audacious? Yet, adhering to the principles of camaraderie, he kindly reminded Fury, "Perhaps you should seek out Kamartaj. Their supreme sorcerer is quite potent." Amidst the melancholic turmoil, Nick Fury found a flicker of amusement in his heart. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the supreme sorcerer behind Pietro, an acknowledgement even Asgard could not dismiss. This realization compelled him to seek another audience with the supreme sorcerer. For reasons unknown, his previous request through Pietro had been rebuffed. Meanwhile, Thor, intrigued by the audacious human that the black man spoke of, inquired, "Who is this great villain?" Nick Fury, his countenance grave, slowly articulated, "Qin Yi." Thor, reclining in his chair, sprang upright, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Fury. His robust intellect struggled to comprehend the implications of Fury's words. Did this individual not realize that his visit to Midgard was intended to deliver something to Qin? The bond between Asgard and Qin was steadfast, an alliance of iron. Even his sister Hela was now Qin's junior. However, recalling the recent incident with the Eternals probing into Asgard, Thor's alertness heightened. He deemed it prudent to remain undercover, to ascertain the intentions of this group. Additionally, he had now found a legitimate excuse to stay on Earth with his beloved. Should his father inquire, he would simply state that Qin had requested his presence on Earth for a period of training. With this thought, a smile graced Thor's lips, pride swelling within him for his cleverness. The hard-won peace across the 9 realms must not be easily jeopardized. "I agree." Nick Fury, too, revealed a grin, his prominent white teeth contrasting sharply against his dark complexion. Yet, before he could bask in his joy for long, Thor interjected, "Could we settle my previous wages first?" The boundary of politeness. To me, death has always been a comforting and serene promise. Perhaps it can be said that I share an extraordinary connection with the goddess of death. I am her lover. My existence or demise rests solely in her hands. Which is why, after being slain by that man, I found myself here, in the realm of the deceased, where the Marvel Universe's primordial deity of death resides. She is the source of all life and souls across the multiverse, the creator and manipulator, embodying the definitive forms of cessation of all life within the multiverse. Before her, on a towering altar within her palace, a soul of ethereal blue was gradually materializing. The enchanting figure of death gazed intently at her lover upon the high platform, never expecting it would take such an extensive duration to retrieve this soul from the vortex of that man. Lying upon the altar of sacrifice is the very soul of the Titan from Earth 1610. In that so-called ultimate universe, Thanos and his legion were effortlessly vanquished 2.5 years ago, cast into the swirling vortex of fairy power. His grand design to obliterate half of the universe's sentient beings, offering their essence to the goddess of death, was thus brought to a halt. It is only now that his soul has been retrieved by the goddess of death, having narrowly escaped utter annihilation within that terrifying whirlwind. Fortunately, her presence remains. Thanos gazed at the goddess, shrouded in mystery. Though his beloved shifts from a beguiling deity to a rosy-hued skull, his unwavering devotion to her is steadfast. What say you, my love? Is my resurrection taking longer than anticipated? Thanos sighed, acutely aware of this delay since his awakening. His soul had been severely worn down in the vortex of fairy power. Had it not been for the protective enchantments she had bestowed upon him, he might have been entirely consumed. My essence is profoundly intricate and rife with contradictions. Bringing me back from that realm is no simple task. Thanos held his beloved tightly in his embrace. So, how long must my revival take? The enchanting figure in his arms, her face devoid of flesh, revealed an unexpectedly tender expression. 3 years. Upon hearing this, Thanos shared an intense gaze with the goddess of death cradled in his arms. I shall follow you anywhere. Chapter 140. Unification of the negative space in the negative space universe. The relentless swarms of insects finally breached the fortress of the Lion King. Behind the horde, a leader resembling a cockroach bowed with obsequiousness to the green figure beside him. Your ultimate dream is on the verge of realization, Your Majesty the Annihilator. Pleased by the words, the insect monarch, the Annihilator, patted his sycophant, appreciating his perceptiveness. Ever since assimilating that substantial fragment, he had led the swarms to ever greater victories, ultimately toppling the formidable Lion King. From that moment forth, the negative space universe echoed with no dissent, thoroughly unified under his rule, a joy unparalleled by any previous moment. Yet, if it were not for the accursed hunger gnawing within him, he would feel inclined to laugh heartily, having become exponentially more powerful since the fusion of the fragments. He was nonetheless tormented by an insatiable hunger. The Annihilator's brow furrowed as he recalled the human who had once slain him. How had that wretched being resolved his own hunger? This hunger seemed to entwine with his very soul, a constant shadow. Despite incessant feasting, a sense of satiety eluded him entirely. On several occasions, when it cast its gaze upon its legion of insects, it found itself salivating, a voice echoing in its mind, urging it to consume everything in sight. As its power grew, so too did the intensity of its hunger. Had it not possessed formidable willpower, it might have succumbed to becoming a mere puppet of fragments from the moment of fusion. The Annihilator resolved to take a period of respite, hoping to discover a remedy for the insatiable hunger within. If all else failed, it would lead its swarm once more into the sacred cosmos. A resolute expression adorned the Annihilator's visage. This time, it intended to obliterate the entire multiverse of the sacred realm, including the celestial deities, devouring them whole, along with that detestable human. The thought of its prized cosmic control rod still in the possession of that human spurred a fierce determination within the Annihilator. It would not rest until that individual was utterly consumed. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, the object of the insect emperor's ire, was blissfully observing dimensions, enjoying drinks with his beloved companion, the large-headed observer. After finally inebriating the observer, he sighed, noting that the large-headed one had significantly improved their tolerance to alcohol, making future endeavors more challenging. Rising, he approached the observation prism, searching the star systems near Earth 616. At that moment, Natasha from Dimension 906 curiously approached and inquired, "What are you searching for?" While keeping his focus on the images within the prism, Qin Yi replied, "Anything related to evil sorcerers, any major villains will suffice." Natasha nodded, although she didn't fully comprehend the man's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a crystalline object from her attire and handed it to Qin Yi. "This contains the list of Hydra members from each universe. I didn't record yours since they were all exterminated." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi paused, observing the seemingly melancholic Natasha. What deep-seated vendetta did she harbor against Hydra? Moreover, had she truly been with the Observer for such a short time? Did the eradication of Hydra already run deep within her bones? Noticing the peculiar look in the man's eyes, Natasha casually asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Yi shook his head. His primary objective was to locate something of cosmic significance to devour. Hydra wouldn't satiate him, and consuming them would prove of little value. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Unless it was the Hydra that had successfully dominated Earth. Accepting the recording crystal from Natasha, he scanned its contents and discovered, indeed, one of the worlds had diverged during World War II. At that time, the Allied super soldier program had failed, and Steve Rogers had not transformed into Captain America, resulting in Hydra's relentless encroachment upon the world, ultimately leading to its conquest. In this universe, the majority of superheroes have become mere pawns of Hydra, including the familiar figures of Iron Man, Tony Stark, Ant-Man, and Captain Marvel, all transformed into malevolent versions of themselves. These individuals, while not entirely worthless, did not render his journey in vain. However, just as he was about to depart the observer dimension, a sudden thought pierced his mind. Glancing at the slumbering Uatu, he pulled Natasha to a corner and proposed, "Let us collaborate. You scour the prism for some nefarious beings, organize the findings, and send them my way. I shall eradicate them." Natasha, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly. She had not anticipated this man possessed such an inclination. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation as one capable of vanquishing Ultron. "How shall I contact you?" she inquired. No sooner had she uttered the question than the man conjured a device resembling a mobile phone, its magical glow flickering between his hands. "Input the information and cosmic coordinates here, and I shall receive it." Accepting the device he offered, Natasha barely managed to express her gratitude before he vanished into the swirling fabric of space. Turning back to the peacefully slumbering Uatu, Natasha busied herself beside the prism, finally rediscovering a sense of purpose in her existence. Even if she could not succeed in saving her own universe, if she could alleviate some suffering in others, it would be a worthy endeavor. Soon, she detected numerous malevolent forces near Earth, 616, and after sending the coordinates to Qin Yi, she suddenly pointed at a small prism. The image that materialized depicted her counterpart from Earth, 616, Natasha, the Black Widow, resigning from the Avengers while seated elegantly at her office desk, perusing various cosmetics. As she watched, her eyes grew misty. How idyllic it seemed to waste time at work. The Natasha from Earth, 906, harbored a deep envy for the humans of Earth, 616. For here there were no alien invasions, no Hydra troubles, nor the looming shadows of the Titans. Even the demons of adjacent dimensions were subdued under that man's influence. And Ultron dutifully assisted Tony in safeguarding the Earth, despite their services being unnecessary. How wonderful it would have been if her universe had possessed such a man. With a bittersweet smile, she shook her head and continued her search within the observer prism for the presence of evil forces. Meanwhile, in New York at the Modic Tower, Natasha, serving as a secretary, contentedly closed a shopping website. Stretching her arms, she glanced at her phone, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. At last, it was time to leave work. What bliss! During the period since her resignation from the Avengers, she experienced some of the happiest moments of her life. As she contemplated what to have for dinner, a sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see her enigmatic boss, who had mysteriously vanished, smiling at her. In that moment, a fleeting panic surged through her mind, wondering if her recent idleness had been noticed. Qin Yi shook his head. To be honest, Natasha's smile at that instant was truly captivating, a vision that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, alas, beauty fades with time. As an ordinary human, the Black Widow would inevitably face aging one day, and when that time comes, where would she find such a considerate and understanding secretary again? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and like a devil, he inquired of Natasha, "Dear secretary, would you wish for eternal youth?" Chapter 141. The Mad Hulk. Regarding the question of whether Natasha would grow old, Qin Yi found it difficult to provide a definitive answer. He mused that her apparent agelessness stemmed from a series of rigorous training sessions she had endured in the Red Room. These trials transformed her into a super soldier, but also rendered her unable to bear children. Additionally, they bestowed upon her the illusory gift of eternal youth. In truth, her genetic alterations merely slowed the aging process. If one were to identify a human capable of achieving true immortality, the enigmatic Doctor Strange would undoubtedly qualify. This individual, alongside Tony Stark, represented a rare breed among humanity. Even if these two were to suddenly devise a means to eliminate him, Qin Yi would not be taken aback. For this is the Marvel Universe, and Doctor Strange's moniker was not without reason. Meanwhile, Natasha found herself in a state of bewilderment, pondering the implications of her boss's words. Did he intend to subject her to biological experimentation concerning eternal youth? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, She had glimpsed the sordid experiments conducted behind the facade of the United States, where a cabal of affluent capitalists had once sought to harness mutant abilities to concoct a potion for longevity. However, the experiment was abruptly terminated with the untimely demise of those capitalists. As doubts flickered through her mind about whether her boss had succumbed to the corruption of capitalism, Qin Yi seized her hand, binding her to a mystical contract, and imparted to her the secrets of life extension. After completing this act, he turned and departed, leaving Natasha standing in place, staring blankly at the ring on her finger. In the mod control tower, atop the building, Qin Yi busied himself with packing. Previously, he had no such habit. He would simply depart at will, waving his hand and setting off. However, this time, he intended to stay in the Hydra universe for an extended period, primarily to absorb their advanced management practices and assess whether Earth might be amenable to Hydra's methodologies. However, just as he finished packing and prepared to depart, a pitiful figure tugged at his sleeve. "Uncle, take me with you," pleaded Morgan, who had been driven nearly mad by boredom during the recent break. To her, peers her age seemed far too juvenile, and at times, she would inadvertently send them flying several meters away. Thus, upon seeing her uncle organize his belongings, she did not inquire about the destination, but simply gazed at him with imploring eyes. Ruffling Morgan's hair, Qin Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease when Morgan was not by his side. Just days prior, she had stealthily pilfered the soul blade gifted by the East Spider-Man, and alarmingly, she had almost felled Thor with a single strike. Although Qin Yi had yet to ascertain whether the soul blade was capable of delivering a fatal blow to any target. Given Thor's current prowess, it was highly probable that he could be vanquished in a single hit. With a sigh, he looked at the little one's pleading expression, ultimately softening his heart and refraining from refusing her. He reiterated his warning, "Stay close to me and do not wander off." After all, Morgan's school was already on break. It was simply a chance to take the young girl on a trip. Upon hearing this, Morgan eagerly nodded in agreement, clutching her uncle's arm tightly, fearful that he might deceive her and slip away alone. A swirling portal of space materialized in the living room, transporting the two to their holiday destination within the Hydra universe. In the Green Sorrow universe, the furious Hulk, accompanied by a throng of followers, charged from Sakaar to the moon, seeking vengeance. However, as their spacecraft came to a halt, King Blackbat and Medusa appeared before the Hulk. Without hesitation, the Hulk launched an assault, but King Blackbat effortlessly intercepted the attack and nodded toward Medusa beside him. Generally reticent, he allowed his wife, who shadowed him like a specter, to serve as his voice. Sure enough, Medusa addressed the Hulk, saying, "You arrive from the savage world without so much as a greeting. Yet you cannot desire a confrontation. You are aware of our leader's might. Hulk, you stand no chance against him. King Blackbat's strikes could obliterate you, and his sonic cannon could launch your remnants into the sun." Faced with Medusa's counsel, the Hulk glared hatefully at the silhouette of King Blackbat. "You cast me into the cosmos and destroyed my world." He raised his fists, charging even more ferociously at King Blackbat and Medusa. King Blackbat caught the Hulk's fists and, parting his lips, spoke to him, "Enough." As his voice echoed, powerful sound waves surged toward the Hulk's form. The green giant gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Never. The continuously intensifying sound waves hurled the Hulk hundreds of meters away, carving a deep chasm into the lunar surface as his massive form collided with the rocks. As the dust settled, Black Bolt elegantly turned with Medusa, preparing to depart, when the enraged Hulk emerged from the rubble, shouting, "I did not come here to experience your sonic waves." Fueled by fury, the Hulk's already terrifying physique surged as he lunged once more at Black Bolt, roaring in midair, "I have come here to make you wail." Ignoring the assault from Black Bolt's sonic cannon, Hulk unleashed a frenzied barrage of punches upon him, rendering the Illuminati member unconscious and lifeless upon the moon's surface. Struggling against the overwhelming urge to devour Black Bolt, Hulk's eyes burned with a seething hatred as he gazed at the distant blue planet, recalling three names: Stark, Strange, Reed. Casting a disdainful glance at the trembling Medusa, Hulk hoisted Black Bolt's body and boarded the ship bound for Sakaar, aiming for the beautiful city of New York. He sought vengeance, for his wife, for his unborn son, and for the millions of sacrificed souls. Meanwhile, in a humble abode in New York, Iron Man Tony Stark and Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards were engaged in a conversation with a despondent figure. "I halted the hurricane in Columbia, just as you requested, Reed. What shall we avert next? An earthquake? A volcanic eruption?" As members of the Illuminati who had exiled the Hulk, both Tony and Reed had participated in that fateful operation. After a moment of silence, Tony addressed the figure, stating, "It is neither. This time it is the Hulk." The figure, exuding a sense of insecurity, sat on the sofa and lowered his head upon hearing this. "The Hulk is my friend," Tony reassured, placing a hand on Robert's shoulder. "Indeed, as a friend. I believe he would wish to see you, Robert. Only in your presence can he find calm." The Hulk's ferocity was undeniable through surveillance satellites. Tony had witnessed Black Bolt swiftly subdued, and he felt powerless to halt the rampaging Hulk, leading him to Robert's side. The figure on the sofa shrank further into himself, murmuring, "The last time I saw the Hulk, he was battling the Void. The Void shattered every bone in his body, and then I realized I was the Void." With a sigh, Tony struggled to comprehend how this immensely powerful individual had been reduced to such a state. "Robert, do you remember? You have triumphed over the Void. You are the Sentinel, the strongest human in the universe. We need you, and so does the Hulk." The figure on the sofa remained silent for a long while before shaking his head, refraining from further speech. At this moment, Tony gazed at the television news, which reported the arrival of the Sakaran ship in New York. He nodded towards Reed, for the anti-Hulk armor was already prepared. Chapter 142. The green grief in the vibrant streets of Manhattan. The sudden descent of the spacecraft instilled a sense of tension throughout the entire nation, particularly among the three other members of the Illuminati who were aware of Hulk's intentions. The Sakaran ship gradually opened, revealing Hulk, who held the lifeless body of Black Bolt. He surveyed the panicked crowd, declaring, "Insignificant humans, I have returned for vengeance. You need only to know who committed the crimes." Lifting Black Bolt's body, Hulk continued to address the cameras. "Those you deem heroes, listen to what they said before they attempted to end my life." Instantly, the screens across Manhattan displayed footage of the Illuminati casting Hulk into exile, accompanied by a voice that echoed, "I always believed we were friends, Bruce. I genuinely feel remorse for you, and for us all. Perhaps sending you away was the best course of action." With a dismissive grunt, Hulk persisted, "Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Strange, Black Bolt, your so-called heroes. They hurled me into the cosmos, into death. On that planet called Sakaar, I first became a slave to a king, constantly threatened and at risk of being killed. Subsequently, I was transformed into a relentless gladiator. Yet, I endured, alongside my comrades, as we forged a world together. I was the Green King, and the once queen became my consort." Recalling the painful memories, Hulk furiously struck Black Bolt's body several times. "But your heroes launched a bomb, slaughtering millions of my people." Seemingly losing patience, Hulk issued a final ultimatum to humanity. "Now, this city will fall because of me. You have 24 hours to evacuate. I have returned solely to confront Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange. If they are not here," he struck Black Bolt once more with ferocity, "I will treat you wretched beings of this planet in the same manner." Clutching Black Bolt, Hulk, while still in a lucid state, turned and re-entered the Sakaran ship, fearing he might succumb to the urge to devour the humans. However, after battling the hunger within for a while, his fury intensified, and he hurled Black Bolt onto the ship, pummeling him mercilessly. Outside, New York had become irrelevant to him. In 24 hours, he would utterly annihilate the entire city. The pitiful Black Bat King, within this brief span of time, has been inexplicably pummeled several times, lying in a state of near unconsciousness aboard the spacecraft. If it were within his power, he would sincerely wish for Hulk to deliver a swift end, being the acknowledged second strongest on Earth. He simply cannot afford to lose face. As Black Bat King's vision blurred, just before he succumbed to darkness, he contemplated that he had now been relegated to the third strongest, while Hulk had ascended to either the first or second position. Meanwhile, in New York City, under the command of the President of the United States, soldiers, police officers, and superheroes united to orchestrate the evacuation of the populace. Yet, in every universe, there exist individuals who diverge from the majority's perspective. As Spider-Man coordinated the evacuation, a cacophony erupted from the crowd. "Keep your hands off me, you fascists. You have no right to dictate my actions. Come on, you filthy spider. Everyone here stands for justice." Those ruffians hurled Hulk into the sky, and now they dare to rob us of our homes. We are not going anywhere. I still want to watch the Superhero League match. Spider-Man felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had Hulk not specified his targets as Tony, Reed, and Doctor Strange, he would have fled long ago. The three troublemakers before him were truly fearless, wielding baseball bats as if to resist. Just as Spider-Man found himself at a loss, a green figure descended from the heavens, prompting the three bat wielders to scurry back into the throng. However, upon recognizing that the green figure was She-Hulk, they resumed their raucous protests. Spider-Man suddenly found himself reminiscing about Eddie. Had Eddie been present, he might have simply devoured those instigators. Meanwhile, several superheroes directing the crowd's evacuation huddled together, whispering among themselves. Evacuating 8 million citizens within 23 hours seems implausible. Can we truly confirm this is a genuine catastrophe? We have encountered Hulk's rampages before. Although he is formidable, this occurrence is markedly different. Director, he has utterly pulverized Black Bat King. Well, until I witnessed Hulk flattening Black Bat King, I had always believed he was the second most powerful being in this galaxy. So, I suppose he has now become the third? Spider-Man felt exasperated. Not only were the citizens behaving this way, but when did the Avengers recruit such superheroes? He contemplated reporting this to Iron Man. In that fleeting moment, the thought of retirement crossed his mind, but to prevent further chaos, Spider-Man stepped forward to reassure, "But fret not, for the ship will right itself at the bridge. Let us not forget, we still possess the #1 superhero. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to gaze upwards at that resplendent trajectory, that golden sentinel." It is not the figure Peter had envisioned, but rather Tony clad in the anti-Hulk armor, descending to the ground. The luminous trail was merely the exhaust of his suit, prompting him to exclaim, "How utterly insane." Tony, encased within the armor, felt a sense of helplessness regarding Peter's assessment. At such a critical juncture, the child still retained his whimsical demeanor, a reaction he had not anticipated. In truth, this assembly of superheroes was not overly concerned about the Hulk. The public's panic stemmed from the prior chaos he had unleashed. They were acutely aware of the golden figure who had yet to make an appearance. "No offense intended, boss. Though we all presumed it was the Sentinel approaching," remarked one. The colossal anti-Hulk armor loomed imposingly near the spacecraft, instilling a measure of calm among the retreating masses. For the Avengers had previously rescued New York on numerous occasions. The trio of onlookers, emboldened after witnessing the events unfold, shouted, "You sinners, surrender to the Hulk. Why should we be the ones to evacuate? Right, everyone?" Surprisingly, a considerable number of voices within the crowd echoed the sentiments of the onlookers, causing the evacuation efforts to grow tumultuous and sluggish. Tony Stark, however, paid little heed to this ruckus. He addressed Spider-Man and several other superheroes, stating, "It is time. He will return." Tony wished to maintain hope among the crowd. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, furrowed his brow and pursed his lips. A sudden realization struck him. He sensed that Iron Man was not being entirely truthful. "Boss, is it the return of the planet Devourer? Given the circumstances, your words are rather dubious." Confronted by Peter Parker's inquiry, Tony refrained from elaborating, uncertain whether the Sentinel would intervene to halt the Hulk. Presently, the most pressing matter was to manage the immediate situation. "Peter, She-Hulk, Samson, Luke, Ms. Marvel, I require you to ensure that everyone vacates the combat zone." He then addressed the crowd. "Indeed, it was I who propelled the Hulk into space. If you believe someone must bear the blame for his return, then let that burden fall upon me. However, for your safety, I urge you to evacuate this area post-haste." Gradually, the crowd regained its composure and began to withdraw from the street in an orderly fashion. As time elapsed, and as the throngs retreated, the Hulk emerged from the spacecraft, his gaze filled with animosity directed at the anti-Hulk armor. "Tony Stark," he seethed, "today we shall settle both new and old grievances." Meanwhile, Tony conveyed to the other superheroes, "Remember, the more frenzied he becomes, the more formidable his strength. This is a battle between Hulk and me. Therefore, do not engage in an assault until he collapses, or I do." The Hulk, whose physique has expanded significantly since his arrival on Earth, refrained from idle chatter and charged directly at the anti-Hulk armor. Tony immediately piloted the suit into the air, intending to relocate the battleground, yet he underestimated the fury of the Hulk. This time, the Hulk leapt to a height unparalleled in any record maintained by the artificial intelligence. JARVIS. Soon, the Hulk, riding atop the armor, swung his massive fist down upon it, prompting Tony to ascend shakily into the skies above the outskirts of New York with the Hulk in tow. Not far off, an aircraft trailing the two titans illuminated by colossal lights and cameras focused intently on their tumultuous struggle. The news anchor, microphone in hand, shouted toward the armor, "This is simply astonishing. Hang in there, Iron Man. We are broadcasting in some capacity." Upon hearing these words, Tony felt a surge of motivation, turning with renewed vigor as he seized the Hulk from his shoulder and hurled him toward the ground. With a resounding crash, the Hulk's immense form struck the earth, sending debris soaring into the air. The audience across America, gathered around their televisions, erupted in excitement at this spectacle, exclaiming, "Splendid. This is how it should be." Observing the Hulk crumpled in a deep pit, Tony silently murmured, "Forgive me, Bruce." In a bid to incapacitate the Hulk, he resolved to launch high-energy, self-guided missiles that would render the Hulk powerless. However, This decision could jeopardize the Hulk's very life. In an instant, several missiles struck the Hulk in the pit. And with a cacophony of explosions, flames engulfed his form. Witnessing this, Tony exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that he had finally quelled the crisis. J.A.R.V.I.S. Assess Hulk's vital signs, he commanded, hoping against hope that his former comrade would not perish. However, before J.A.R.V.I.S. could respond, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the pit. You killed her. This time, the anti-Hulk armor was not as fortunate. As the leaping Hulk dismantled it with 3 powerful strikes, and bloodied Tony found himself hoisted before the Hulk, locking eyes with him. Why did you fire the missiles? Tony's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, yet he managed to utter, I didn't. The Hulk, still gripping Tony, bounded several times back to the landing site of the Sikaran ship. He tossed Tony aside, landing him next to the Black Falcon. And driven by hunger from the recent battle, the Hulk lunged at the Black Falcon, raining down a flurry of punches. The barely conscious Tony could not suppress a laugh at this sight, even as blood spilled from his wounds. He could scarcely recall how many times the Hulk had pummeled the Black Falcon during this tumultuous period. This led him to ponder whether Hulk merely sought to vent his frustrations. Tony, smiling, cast a comforting glance at Black Bolt. This scene caused the already disenchanted Black Bolt to faint once more, leaving one to wonder if it was due to his anger or the blows inflicted by Hulk. As Hulk emerged from the spacecraft, he lifted his gaze, filled with animosity, towards the direction of the New York sanctum. Dr. Strange, I am coming for you. However, She-Hulk, accompanied by several superheroes, stood in his path. If my cousin were here, he would heed my words. It is chaotic, isn't it? Cousin, I am here to assist you. In response to her enthusiasm, Hulk remained silent, rooted in place. Undeterred, She-Hulk fervently explained, Cousin, if Tony and the others truly committed these acts, we shall uncover the truth and hold them accountable. You know me. Ultimately, we shall stand together. But we must approach this the right way. Hulk coldly interrupted her. Step aside. She-Hulk shook her head, refusing to retreat any further. Hulk let out a scoff, then let the battle commence. With a single punch, he sent She-Hulk crashing to the ground, and soon, dozens of human superheroes charged towards Hulk. Yet, in no time, Hulk was flanked by his companions who had followed him from Sakaar. A chaotic melee ensued, and with Hulk's support, within mere minutes, the human superheroes were utterly vanquished. The gnawing hunger within Hulk compelled him to slow his pace. The 3 bystanders, witnessing this, erupted in excited cheers. Meanwhile, a journalist, still covering the scene, curiously inquired of the trio, with most of the city's inhabitants evacuated, why do you 3 remain? The trio, animatedly gesturing towards the camera, replied excitedly. Because that arrogant Iron Man believes he is superior to everyone else, and I want to see how this will end for him. Only Hulk, returned from the Green Planet, can eradicate this malignant presence caused by Dr. Strange's dalliance with demons. I love a parade. Through these 3 bystanders, Hulk learned of Reed's location, and in a series of powerful leaps, he arrived at the enormous machine that Reed had set up. This time, he showed no mercy, crushing the head of Ben Grimm, the Thing, and then delivering several blows that left Reed incapacitated. Grasping Reed's body, he returned to the landing site of the Sikaran spacecraft. Hulk gazed with satisfaction at the 3 who had once exiled him, and with his fists, he forged a gladiatorial arena around the spacecraft, intending to let these 4 experience the thrill of life-and-death combat once he captured Dr. Strange. However, the increasingly intense hunger within compelled him to return to the spacecraft for a brief respite. Within the sanctum of New York, Dr. Strange, witnessing the fall of one comrade after another, realized he could no longer afford to wait. Initially, he had contemplated entering Hulk's mind to awaken the slumbering persona of Bruce, but the formidable presence of Hulk instilled a profound sense of dread in him, as if something terrifying lurked within, anticipating his approach. This revelation pushed him to take a desperate gamble. Wong, the time has come. Hand it to me, he urged. The portly librarian, Wong, shook his head in refusal, for the malevolent entity in question had been strictly forbidden by his master from falling into Strange's hands. Stephen, you cannot do this, he implored. With a heavy heart, Dr. Strange turned to his longtime companion. Wong, I must do this. Quickly, give me the box. Hulk is coming. You need to flee, as far as you can. With a sigh, the sorcerer Wong handed the box to Strange, declaring, I will not leave. Kamartaj stands with me, shaking his head. Strange opened the box and retrieved the ominous object. Sitting down, he began to chant fervently, in the name of eternity. I summon forth the power of the malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. The devil shall walk the earth once more. As the wicked power surged into Dr. Strange's being, his visage was adorned with dark markings, and feeling the sudden amplification of his strength, Strange darkly declared, "I shall confront him." At that moment, he resolved to deliver a resounding blow to Hulk, hoping to incapacitate him and facilitate Bruce's return. Though the borrowed magical power would exact a heavy toll in the future, it was a desperate measure, and he had no intention of repaying it. Why repay what is acquired by skill? He thought, with newfound confidence stemming from his augmented abilities. Dr. Strange soon came to understand the chasm that lay between him and Hulk. In the beginning, he managed to suppress Hulk's form using the borrowed infernal strength, even managing to temporarily bind the raging behemoth. Yet, when Hulk's eyes flashed with a swirling emblem, Strange found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a barrage of punches. The horror intensified as Hulk opened his maw and lunged toward him, the agony of flesh being torn from his body, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at Hulk. In that fleeting moment, he became utterly convinced that the creature before him was not Hulk at all. In an instant, his soul detached from his body, descending upon Spider-Man, lifting the bodies of Tony, Reed, and Black Bolt, and darting away, all while calling back to the gathered superheroes and onlookers, "Run for your lives." This scene elicited an exuberant uproar from the three onlookers, who cheered, "Hulk! Hulk! Hulk!" Soon, the trio discovered the equally exhilarated Hulk, who turned to reveal a peculiar smile directed at them. Mistaking it for a response from Hulk, they shouted even louder, "Hulk! Ah!" Before long, terrified screams echoed through the streets of Manhattan. The superheroes who could not flee, along with the three onlookers, became Hulk's midnight snack. Feeling an even greater hunger after his feast, Hulk turned his gaze towards his companions from Sakaar, who similarly could not escape the grim fate of being devoured. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, who had reached the New York sanctum, called out, "Wong, come out. My soul is nearly dissipating." The Sorcerer Supreme appeared before them through a portal, his gaze fixed in confusion upon Peter Parker, sensing the essence of Strange emanating from his form. Upon hearing Spider-Man's explanation, Wong promptly retrieved an ancient corpse from the sanctum. As Strange leaned over it, Wong hastily cast several protective spells to safeguard his soul. Not yet accustomed to the new body, the ancient corpse of Dr. Strange addressed the group, declaring, "That creature is certainly not Hulk. Hurry and find the Sentinel. He is the only one who can save the Earth now." Through the portal conjured by Wong, Spider-Man supported the barely conscious Black Panther, while Tony and Reed leaned on each other for support. The bizarre assembly left Sentinel Robert momentarily speechless upon their arrival. Learning of the current predicament from the ancient corpse, Robert realized that hesitation was not an option. He transformed into a radiant golden figure, a black belt cinched around his waist bearing a large emblem. He addressed the peculiar group, "Leave it to me. The savior has arrived." Dr. Strange nodded in agreement, though he felt that the situation had surpassed his comprehension. The aura radiating from Hulk instilling a deep fear within him. "Stark, prepare the ship. We may need to evacuate Earth." Though Tony found Strange's request perplexing, after all, the planet's mightiest heroes were present, he complied with the advice. Tapping on the device on his wrist, a spacecraft from the Avengers base swiftly soared towards him. Through the magical barrier conjured by Wong, the group witnessed the Golden Sentinel engaged in fierce combat with the Green Hulk. However, they soon observed, with growing horror, that Hulk, amidst the battle, was effortlessly grabbing any superheroes who had failed to escape and shoving them into his mouth. Although separated by the barrier, they could almost hear the ominous crunching sound, sending shivers down their spines as they exchanged glances of dread. Black Panther felt an overwhelming sense of relief, thankful that Hulk had not exhibited such a terrifying state at the outset. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been the first to become Hulk's meal. The energy shockwaves emanating from the Sentinel struck Hulk repeatedly. Strangely, it seemed as though Hulk absorbed those energies, and in a fleeting moment, he was able to unleash similar shockwaves himself. This sight prompted Dr. Strange to urgently exclaim, "We must board the ship. If this continues, it won't be long before New York ceases to exist." Supporting one another, the group swiftly ascended into the vessel, which took flight and ultimately halted in the vastness of outer space. Meanwhile, on the magical screen, the Sentinel, realizing the futility of its energy assaults, engaged Hulk in a brutal exchange of blows. At this moment, Hulk remained oblivious to the truth. The missile that had claimed his wife's life was not launched by the Illuminati, but was instead a modified projectile created by a companion of the former Sakaran king, who had stood by him all along. The reasons for this betrayal would forever elude him. He had completely lost his self-awareness, and now, aside from the Sentinel and the few aboard the spacecraft, all of New York lay in ruins. Former allies of the Avengers had become mere sustenance for him, for the entirety of Earth, and indeed this unknown universe. This calamity was just beginning. As for the hosts of the fairy power, unless they possessed sufficient strength to resist the insatiable hunger or, like some wretched beings, eliminated those two factors. Their only fate was to become puppets of the fairy power, mindless entities driven solely by the ravenous urge to devour and satisfy the insatiable hunger of the fairy power.